Tu Pham is a young man living in the 21st century who inexplicably transmigrated into the body of a beggar in the immortal cultivation world from many years ago. He also has a system, but strangely, this system is called the Coward. Regarding the system that Tu Pham accidentally obtained, he doesn't know who created it, only that it is forced to recognize him as its master. The system grants him exceptional talent, learning one thing and knowing 10, but until now Tu Pham's abilities have been limited because he cannot break through. The realm of Qi refining alone took 155 years, core formation 200 years, golden elixir 500 years, primordial spirit 1,000 years, and there are countless other realms beyond that. I'm pretty sure I won't reach those realms before my time runs out, but the world of cultivation out there is vast beyond measure. Anyway, Tu Pham has already gone through the trouble of crossing over and wants to go out and explore to broaden his horizons. But not now, because his strength is like Tepzu, going out would only get him killed easily. Therefore, Zifan has decided to cultivate up to the 12th level of the Qi refining stage before making any further plans. He has been practicing for 6 years and has reached the 4th level of the Qi refining stage. Anyway, since he is someone whose ability to break through levels is limited by the system, he's no longer too upset about leveling up slowly. When he first transmigrated, Tu Pham was very panicked. But now things are different. He has accepted reality and quietly hopes that many years from now, when he becomes the strongest being in this world, he can return to his own world once again. During all these years here, his only hobby has been carving wood. Every time he finished carving something, he would put it into the secret chamber. Now, that secret chamber has transformed into a miniature modern world, complete with skyscrapers, cars, and more. Every time he looks at them, Tu Pham can't help but feel heartache. Luckily, he still has an older brother at home, so he doesn't have to worry about his parents in the second half of his life. For now, Tu Pham should focus on the present and stay rooted in this world. Then, Tu Pham fell from his small house on the mountaintop to go to Tai Shui Peak to register for classes. No matter what, I still have to develop comprehensively. Otherwise, if a major disaster occurs, it will be a big problem. While using the body technique to fly swiftly, Tu Pham encounters an acquaintance along the way, Vongvu Luan, who is at the 4th level of Qi refining, but can still defeat a demon beast at the 6th level of Qi refining. Although they are all outer disciples of the Void Sky Sect, he is a talented figure who has made a name for himself and attracted a lot of attention. Tu Pham then descended. Tu Su Huyan, when will you teach the younger brother the same level body movement technique? Vongvu Luan eagerly ran over. If he can train to the highest level, his speed should not be slower than flying on a sword. Teaching disciples is simple. Just spend some time practicing the killing technique so you can move on to training the body technique like I do. Tu Pham just teased a little, but Vongvu Luan's face immediately turned stiff. Su Huyan is joking again. If you don't practice the killing technique, what if you encounter a demon beast outside? Then just don't go out, Tu Pham calmly replied. At this point, Vongvu Luan couldn't help but give him an evaluative look. He didn't understand why Tu Su Huyan, who had such talent, was so timid. The sect always chooses the safest option, and as long as he can stay within the sect's boundaries, he definitely won't go outside. That's why everyone thinks Tu Pham is just a rookie. To be precise, he's just a speck of dust in this vast sect. Only Vongvu Luan knows how deep and unpredictable Tu Pham's true strength is, because 3 months ago he was saved by Tu Pham's intervention. At that time, Vongvu Luan was surrounded by untamed beasts and almost lost his life, while Tu Pham had used his killing technique to take down 3 beasts in one attack. It must be said that the sword attack system is very difficult to master, but Tu Pham can casually unleash combined spells of 3 attributes, yet his cultivation level remains at the 4th stage of Qi refining. Vongvu Luan thought Tu Pham must have his own plans to hide his true strength, not knowing that he was actually being restricted by that damn system. While they were chatting casually, they accidentally overheard a conversation between some other disciples. Did you hear what I said? The Guardian of the Battlefield wants to give a lecture in the reception hall, which is our sect's main fighting hall. Giving a brief talk on the killing technique will be extremely beneficial for us. Yes, I was lucky enough to see that Guardian's move. It was the Storm Thunder Sword technique, capable of slaughtering enemies beyond reach. The Guardian of the Law has been practicing for less than 50 years, but has already reached the Golden Core stage. A future elder of the sect will surely secure a position for him then. After hearing that, Pham just tilted his head, showing a little interest. Everyone in cultivation values offensive techniques, only he thinks defensive skills are better. Anyway, continuing to live is the real victory. After that, Tu Pham ignored Vongvu Luan staying behind and went to find a class to register for. Among hundreds of different classes, Tu Pham saw the alchemy training class. The class lasted 3 days with a total of 10 sessions plus some materials, and the fee was 50 spiritual stones. After hearing that, Tu Pham could only swear to himself that he had spent a whole year working for the sect to earn just 100 spirit stones, but signing up for a 3-day class had already used up half of them. In the end, From Pham still gritted his teeth and registered. The girl in charge took his 50 spirit stones and burst out laughing. Another outer disciple with a problem in the head. Alchemy is just stacking spiritual stones on top of each other. Losing 50 spiritual stones hurts, but it only bought a useless medicine. After registering, From Pham wandered down the mountain to relax, only to run into an acquaintance again. "Isn't this the young master? Coming back to visit little Van." "Oh, hello, Uncle Jiang," From Pham responded politely. This person just greeted him and then immediately pressured him to quickly bring the wedding gifts for his daughter Zhao Yun, who had been constantly pestering him to marry her since he first arrived. But I only wanted to tease her a little and said I would bring the wedding gift to ask for her hand in marriage later. But I didn't expect to be forced to do it for real. Since then, whenever the family sees From Pham, they shy away from marriage. Today was no exception. Elder Zhang saw From Pham coming down the mountain and immediately sent a message. 2 seconds later, he heard Zhao Yun calling his name, Fu Jun, then she rushed over and hugged his waist tightly. From Pham really wanted to break free, but Xiao Van was stronger than expected. Since things had come to this point, From Pham decided to tell everything today, that when he said he would bring the wedding gifts to marry her, it was just a joke. However, Xiaoyun was very stubborn. She said that there has been a long-standing tradition in the village that once a betrothal gift is exchanged, they will be husband and wife for life. And the engagement gift is a bear-shaped hanger that Tu Pham made himself. It was clearly given to Tu Van to play with before, but now it has become a symbol of betrothal. He doesn't care. Trong Vai Van's charm is just that he might be her brother. She still clings tightly to From Pham, to the point of not being able to breathe. Tu Pham really wishes he could just forget his identity as a man and burst into tears right here. And now, this is clearly a forced marriage. After struggling with old Zhang and Zhang Vai Van for a while, Tu Pham was finally released to return to Tongmon. Vuongvu Luan was already waiting for him, looking more excited than a child waiting for their mother to come back from the market. "Since ancient times, brother, you're back. Come here and see what good things I brought for you." Tu Pham replied, approaching to see that Vuongvu Luan was holding a spiritual antelope, a creature the sect specialized in raising. Hearing him boast that he spent a spirit stone to buy it, tonight the two will enjoy grilled goat meat together. Inside, Tu Pham said while forming a seal, and the small house on the mountain top instantly lit up. Vuongvu Luan looked so intently that his eyes even lit up. This is the light reflection technique, operating automatically. Every time I go to Tu Pham's place, I feel like I'm useless. Since ancient times, your combat killing techniques, defeat spells, especially your sealing techniques, have all been cultivated at the highest level. If you had let me say it out loud, you would have been long ago. Vuongvu Luan just needed to grow a pair of wings and flap them in front of Tu Pham. But he hadn't even finished speaking when Tu Pham shut him up. Tu Pham, who has a system, only needs to live long enough to break through, and until now, he hasn't wanted to show off or stand out. "I'm just a humble outer disciple, so you don't have to hurt me." All right, brother. I know you've always lived quietly for others. Vuongvu Luan is also a sensible child. He didn't mention anything about cultivation anymore. The important thing now is that there is something that interests him more, and that is the grilled lamb meat. Tu Pham, a modern person who traveled through time, clearly has a much better recipe for marinating than others, so it didn't take long before he produced a whole roasted goat, with its color and aroma absolutely irresistible. Vuongvu Luan knew it would be delicious even before tasting it, and this time he brought along a spiritual fruit worth at least 10 spirit stones. First the roasted lamb, then the spiritual fruit. From Pham immediately guessed that Vuongvu Luan's visit today was not just for a meal. "Come on, what's going on?" Seeing how much money you spent on this, I reluctantly agreed. Vuongvu Luan admitted that the rumors about them being untrustworthy were true, and the story is that he was just recognized by an elder. That elder is a member of the battle arena, so Vuongvu Luan plans to join it, which means he won't be able to return to the sect often, so he deliberately came to say goodbye to Tu Pham. No matter what, although Vuongvu Luan usually seems careless, he would never forget Tu Pham's past act of saving him. Then came a heartfelt speech from Vuongvu Luan, about 10,000 words long. "Tu Pham, ngekaw tanoi den mukmon dut katay moy duok antit roy kong lauso, kondenong kia da bihaing goy and such." Vuongvu Luan happily rolled up his 4-month pregnant belly and left. But not long after leaving Tu Pham's house, suddenly a punch came flying straight at him. At first, Vuongvu Luan was confused, then shocked, and finally his eyes lit up like stars. This is a jade slip cultivation technique, a token of gratitude from his senior brother, from Pham, who immediately kneeled down to thank him. Remember to take care of yourself and stay healthy. Actually, from Pham isn't a particularly naive person. Vuong Vu Luan is just one of the few friends he has at Kuyet Tianmon. So Pham also wanted to part ways properly. After Vuong Vu Luan left, Pham continued his career as a house husband. In front of his house, he planted some rice, and Pham wanted to sell it to pay for his alchemy studies, so he was alone, using spiritual martial arts to make it rain, mirror casting to create sunshine, and spring wind to generate wind. Like that, Pham is like a limited liability company, taking on the responsibilities of heaven to care for his crops. He also plans to master alchemy to earn money and then learn instrument forging. There are 2 such professions, so in the future there won't be much need for calculations. It sounds impressive, but in reality, Pham still feels uneasy about it. Because the universe that from Pham travels through is incredibly vast, including the 3 heavens world. The ancient books of the Sect record the immortal realm, also known as the Great Heavenly World, while the world you are living in is the Middle Heaven World, essentially the spiritual realm in the mortal world. In the Central Heaven World, the highest realm is the realm of transcendence. After passing this realm, one can ascend to the Great Heavenly World. The Grand Elder of the Hollow Sky Sect is a master of this realm, so there are still many immortal worlds with even more powerful experts. If faced with these beings, there is only one outcome: being crushed. That's why from mortal also feels unsafe. It's all because of that keep system. It teaches me what I know, but limits my advancement and doesn't even give me the ability to revive. So what am I supposed to do when the day of my doom arrives? Surviving is hard enough, let alone breaking through. Moreover, Pham always has to hide his strength, because if it gets exposed, he would be even more vulnerable to envy and schemes. For example, right now he's only at the chi refining stage. If he encounters someone at the foundation establishment stage above him, he would definitely have no choice but to sell salt. Pham truly doesn't want to live in such shame forever. So after some consideration, he suddenly found a breakthrough to solve this problem, which was to take on an apprentice. He can't level up himself, but his disciple can. When that time comes, Pham will pass on the spells he created himself to his disciple. As long as you can easily coax that person, then relying on them in the future means you can live carefree and indulge, right? Hearing this, Pham suddenly felt that his future was completely bright. After reaching the 12th level of chi refining, I can take on disciples. By then, life should be a little less humble. Lost in thoughts about that promising future, the weak holy system suddenly issued a warning that a high-level energy source was probing Pham's location, and it had automatically activated its shielding mode. Pham, though often cursing the system as useless, actually found it quite reliable in moments like this. That is the ability to block the reconnaissance of the masters, preventing those cultivators from detecting any anomalies. However, from Pham doesn't know how many enemies the Kui Tianmon has as they sweep the area every few days, leaving him with no sense of personal safety. But hate is one thing. Pham also doesn't have time to care too much about other matters. He spends all his time inventing new spells. From Pham's greatest skill is combining existing spells together, like the Soul Gathering spell, which helps him collect the essence of beast souls. Either the Stabilization spell can preserve the consciousness and activity of the soul outside the body, or the Earth Attribute Shapeform technique can help the user craft various shapes. If these 3 things are combined, they can form a summoning spell. However, summoning and containment spells can only preserve the consciousness and activity of a soul for a limited time, and for a longer duration, an appropriate container is needed. But since he couldn't afford a suitable container for the parasitic soul, he just watched a flock of sparrows fly past. Pham from the Western convenience store caught a bird and sacrificed it for the sake of scientific progress. He tinkered for a while and finally created a flying ceramic sparrow, and it seems the combination was quite effective. But just as from Pham was about to rejoice, the ceramic sparrow could no longer stay airborne, falling freely from above and landing right on his head, fresh blood streaming down, as from Pham could only silently curse his bad luck inside. It seems I still need to learn alchemy first to sell medicine and earn money, because it's hard to do anything without spirit stones. At the same time, outside the sect in the forest, Vuong Vu Lan just used the technique from the cultivation method that Pham gave him. As a result, he only used one move to defeat a large beast, and he was so excited he almost jumped up. Big brother, what kind of divine magic did you finally give to the elder brother? The next morning, the senior and the others from the battle arena arrived with Vuong Vu Lan, still convinced that he had been torn apart by the beast. But when we arrived and saw the beast being instantly slain by Vuong Vu Lan, he was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Damn, our battleground has gained another top-tier veteran of the armor level? Han secretly thought that the ranks of the battle arena are originally divided into 4 levels: Armor, Chili, Bin, and Din. The Din level has a large number but lacks the strength. The Bing level is only considered a target. Only the Yet level is regarded as a strategic training group. "Why are you so surprised?" senior brother Wang Wulian said, pulling the other out of his wandering thoughts. Actually, he's just pretending to stay calm after feeling the power from the cultivation technique himself. "No, it's nothing. Just a little admiration. The move of the junior brother is truly impressive, capable of killing a 6-tier spirit beast with a single strike, and his strength can be considered above the average level. But to reach the armor stage, he needs to defeat a 7th-tier spirit beast on his own. No matter what this person thinks, it seems like they want to push Wang Wulan into a trap, but this fool completely doesn't realize it, and even stutters a thank you to the senior brother who recommended him." Then, the two of them returned to report their mission. The first thing Wang Wulan did after returning to the sect was to find Zufan to grill meat for dinner. Then he told him how he used Tufam's Jade Scroll technique to defeat a level 6 demon beast in one strike, but Tufam didn't seem surprised at all. "My Fire Spear technique, when you reach the final activation stage, will stabilize your mind and make you unstoppable. It's no surprise that it takes more than one strike to kill." As expected of Big Brother 2, Brother Wang Wulan sincerely invites him to join the battleground. He believes that with Tufam's strength, he will surely gain the Elder's favor and even be directly ranked among the armored level, receiving guidance from the best masters. But From Pham has no interest in fighting at all because the more he loves to punch, the higher the chance he'll end up selling salt, and he might even be looked down upon more than a master alchemist or a master of multiple arts. Furthermore, in the case of Tufan, even if he trains to the highest level of the Qi refining stage, he still cannot break through immediately due to system limitations. At most, he can only enjoy some initial glory when being classified into the armor level. Then he might be looked down upon and discarded for not breaking through for so long. Thinking of that possibility, Tufam felt it was better to stay humble and live quietly. Wang Wulan kept shouting in his heart as Tufam refused, unable to understand why Wei Chan Tian Ha isn't everyone's dream. Why does Tufam always insist on hiding himself in the wilderness? From Big Brother, I feel that with Huyan's strength, he can definitely transcend the tribulation and become the 39th ancestor of our Kuyet theme sect. By then, I could become a disciple of Huyin and ascend to the immortal realm with Huyin. Wang Wulan kept dreaming of this future. Actually, his dreams are not just wishful thinking, because once he succeeds in passing the final tribulation and ascends, the cultivator can bring along 2 disciples who cultivate the primordial spirit to accompany him into the immortal realm. Why hope for the immortal realm when you don't realize it's even more brutal? Maybe that place is hell for cultivators. How could that be? The immortal realm is the place that all of us cultivators dream of. From Pham understands that his thoughts are different from Wang Wulan's, and he can't reason with him. Basically, you don't want to join the battle path, nor do you want some kind of ascension. Even if you do ascend, you'll just keep being lazy and carefree, just like now. So, to shut Wang Wulan up, there was no choice but to stuff meat into his mouth. The 6th-level beast meat he personally prepared, seasoned and cooked by Tufam, and as soon as Wang Wulan took the first bite, he wanted to cry because it was so delicious. But eating is one thing, and this kid still hasn't forgotten the main thing. Can I take Huyan as my master from the Huyan sect? Although Tufam intended to take on disciples, he didn't believe Wang Wulan's words at all. "You want to call me master? Are you out of your mind?" And earlier, Wang Wulan also said he still has a chance to join the armor division of the battlefield and be personally taught by a great master. But judging by his current demeanor, it doesn't seem like he's just joking. From Master Huyan, I come from a small cultivation family. Although the highest cultivation level in my family now is Kim Dan Kai, my ancestors once had a split spirit cultivator. Seeing Wang Wulan suddenly become so serious, even Pham didn't dare to mock him anymore, and just sat quietly listening to his story. Wang Wulan said that although his family was now in decline, the split spirit ancestor had left behind a travel record, which broadened the horizons of the entire family. In that travelogue, it is recorded that the world they are in, called Phai Vu Jioi, is the middle heaven world, and after ascending to immortality, it becomes the great heaven world. From Big Brother, Huyan is actually not wrong. The immortal realm is a much more brutal place, and our Kuyet Tianmon is just a poor area of Phi Vu realm. The central continent is the true holy land of the Tutranjia. Wang Wulan said that there are over 100 sects with advanced cultivators in the central continent, and the number 1 sect, Tianwu sect, has an even more astonishing level of strength. What he said sounds like deep knowledge, but Pham has been listening for half a day and still hasn't grasped the main point. Still, He remains obediently listening, because since traveling to this world, he hasn't had many chances to expand his understanding of its background. Vuongvu Lan continued to tell that monks in the central continent had long studied the essence of spell arts and the Tutran cultivation method, integrating and innovating them to create new spells and techniques. There, those who specialize in creating techniques and spells are called spiritual masters. The status of a saintly spirit master is far higher than that of a top alchemist or blacksmith. That old ancestor from the Vuong family with 9 eyes saw the sex of those saintly spirit masters, and their strength was truly beyond words. At this point, we have finally reached the main point. It turns out that ever since seeing Tufam combine 3 elemental spells to harm the demon beast, Vuongvu Lan has realized that he has the talent of a Sanglin Su. Not to mention the 2 jade manuals that Tufam just gave him were also created by himself. From Su Huyan, I am sure that Kuyet Tianmon definitely does not possess such powerful refining techniques. So in order to apprentice Huyan as my master, Elder Tu, please accept this gift from Doini. Vuongvu Lan is too troublesome, so Tufam can only use magic to forcibly bind him. Vuongvu Lan is over 18, so becoming a disciple is impossible. However, he discovered your innate talent as a bright spiritual master, so Tufam couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Vuongvu Lan saw Tufam's expression change quickly and was terrified. He even thought that Big Brother Tu was going to silence him, but Tufam only altered some of his memories. After casting the spell, Vuongvu Lan immediately returned to his silly and naive look. From Big Brother, where did I just leave off? He said he wanted to join the armor division, so he asked to learn a few lessons from me first. Vuongvu Lan indeed no longer remembered anything about the talented spiritualist and was immediately pulled into the story Tufam led him to. The 2 of them ate and drank until they were full, and everything Vuongvu Lan said earlier was still fresh in Tufam's mind. This world seems more complicated than he had imagined. But the current strength of the Void Heaven Sect E is not enough to be listed in the martial world. As for the innate talent of the bright spiritual master, this is the first time Tufam has heard of it. But according to Vuongvu Lan's description, it seems to accurately depict his abilities. However, the Kuyet Tianmon is far from the center of the great continent, and there will surely be many dangers along the way. So for now, Tufam can't go out yet. After all, he still has to stay true to his humble saintly path and live a little longer to increase his strength. After Vuongvu Lan returned, Tufam decided to lie down and read a book. Today, he wouldn't train anymore, because no matter how hard he tried, it would all be useless. The next morning, while lying around lazily, Zifan suddenly saw a huge battleship flying over the mountain peak. It was so massive that it inexplicably made him feel breathless. The battleship is about 500 meters long, surrounded by hundreds of guards with metal armor and magic weapons, and there are also several 300-meter-long ships escorting it. With such a large scale, Tufam guesses they are out looking for a way to restore their vitality. I don't know when I'll have the chance to climb up there and check it out. Once I master alchemy in the future, I will definitely make one for myself. Tufam muttered to himself as he was still lost in the dream of having his own ship when the barrier around the house signaled. As expected, that young guy Vuongvu Luan came looking for us, but today he arrived with a serious leg injury and was having trouble walking. Vuongvu Luan said he was injured during a mission and has taken a few days to rest and recover. Seeing his appearance like a little owl with a broken leg, he's truly both pitiful and provoking. Obviously, I taught you the kin body technique. If used well, even a 7th-tier spirit beast can't hurt you, so you left it to fight alone with it. Vuongvu Luan was hit right in the heart by your words, and could only chuckle awkwardly. Hee, that monster's defense is extremely powerful. Only my older brother's magic could break through it, so to deliver a fatal blow, I chose to face it head-on. Tufam glared at Vuongvu Luan with disgust, before outright criticizing his combat ability. Vuongvu Luan was too stubborn to rely on a single decisive strike. While he could have maintained distance, used precise movements, and cast spells to drain the opponent's health. The important thing is that Tufam has taught all of these things, but Vuongvu Luan hasn't been able to apply even the defensive techniques you taught, which is why he's in this sorry state now. Tufam scolded until he was exhausted and almost cried, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Take your time to understand this kind of thing. I can't be bothered anymore. Come on, big brother. Vuongvu Luan immediately rushed over. Today I just want to ask Huyen how to deal with those high-defense, fast-moving demon beasts. A trainee from the combat hall coming to ask a homebody like me who has never left the house, is there something wrong with my brain? Tufam felt extremely confused. How can combat skills be taught? Those who understand will understand, and those who don't won't get it, even if you teach them. But Vuongvu Luan is the most persistent. If he wants something, he'll keep asking until he gets it. Come on, big brother, stop joking around. Everyone knows Huyan's forging and assassination skills. How could I not know, right? From the first time Tu Pham saved me from a beast attack, I already knew his fighting ability was no ordinary person. He just always chooses to live a cowardly life. Tu Pham, knowing he couldn't match the boy's shamelessness, could only sigh and concede. He agreed to teach Vuong Vu Luan how to deal with the monsters, in exchange for him revealing what happened with the flying battles earlier. Vuong Vu Luan's spirits immediately sank after hearing that, because he also knew quite a bit about it. Then, Tu Pham stood up and waved his hand dismissively. The space around the two of them quickly changed, leaving Vuong Vu Luan wide-eyed in amazement. This illusion, it's truly heaven-defying. Could it be some kind of hypnotic spell? That's why he's so stunned, because this kind of magic isn't something a spirit cultivator like Tu Pham can master completely. Yes, this is illusion magic, used here to fully unleash his strength in this space. But my spiritual power is limited, and can't last too long. So let's start now. Tu Pham snapped his fingers again, and created a stone praying mantis from the illusion. A 7th-tier spirit beast. Because right now, the fastest and most defensive beast you can think of is only that one. Tu Pham gives Vuong Vu Luan half a breath to prepare to deal with the beast, then he will point out his mistakes himself. The mantis suddenly launched an attack without saying a word, and Vuong Vu Luan used the moves Tu Pham taught him to counter, but none of the techniques hit their mark. Your reaction speed is okay, but your spellcasting is too slow, Tu Pham directly criticizes without holding back. His judgment of the Earth's magic was just like that of a child. As he finished speaking, the praying mantis suddenly appeared behind Vuong Vu Luan and delivered a thunderous blow. Although no injuries are caused in the illusion, the feeling of pain still feels very real. After burning half an incense stick, Vuong Vu Luan feels extremely depressed. Because in that battle he hardly caused any damage, and was only attacked by the beast Tu Pham said it was because he was too poor at judging and didn't observe the opponent's habits and movements. Everyone, even monsters, have their own habits, and so do their actions. Therefore, during a fight, the most important thing is to find a technique that can block all of the enemy's movements. To block all of the enemy's movements, you must start by observing their habits. If you had observed carefully at the beginning and adjusted your casting angle accordingly, that beast wouldn't have been able to dodge your attack. Right after missing his first fire spear attack, Vuong Vu Luan's fighting spirit started to become frantic. And even Tu Pham could see it. From then on, his movement and casting became increasingly unfocused. The beast avoided 4 of Vuong Vu Luan's attacks, yet he still couldn't understand a bit about its movement habits. Vuong Vu Luan, scolded, only lowered his head and listened. The soul-binding spell that Tu Pham created is truly terrifying. The wounds you suffered there weren't real, but the pain still lingers even now. What's important is that you were able to maintain such a strenuous vigilance, while carefully observing and analyzing Vuong Vu Luan's mistakes during the fight. Just thinking about this, Vuong Vu Luan felt he could listen to him scold for another incense. But Tu Pham was already out of breath. These things are not understood just by talking a lot. Let's just leave it at that for now. Once you understand what I just said, we can talk more. Later, when you have the chance, you can come here to train. With Tu Pham's permission, Vuong Vu Luan was so happy he wagged his tail wildly. Now that the combat training was over, it was his turn to tell him about the giant flying ship that just passed over the mountain. According to what Vuong Vu Luan knows, that giant battleship is called Pu Tien Chu. 5,000 years ago, the Supreme Elder of Kuyet Tien Mun brought the entire family assets of the Sect to the central continent and entrusted Tianqi Sect to create it. It was because of the Fu Tien Chu that for the next 50 years the Kuyet Tien Mon did not recruit new disciples, and the entire sect had to endure hardship and poverty until the Fu Tien Chu was completed, after which the sect transformed and became the leading faction in the region. So why did they have to spend money to create it back then? Does it have any effect? Are you fighting or seeking rebirth? Pham wondered. Of course, it's for reincarnation. After all, half of the featherless realm is covered by the sea, known as the Endless Sea, said to be infinite and boundless, with countless opportunities for reincarnation. Moreover, it is said that deep within the Endless Sea there are countless treasures beyond reach of the continent, but the Endless Sea is full of dangers. Even experts at the peak level dare not venture in. So, to enter the Infinite Sea, you must have the Heavenly Talisman. Inside, the Infinite Sea is filled with powerful demon beasts from the Spirit Severing stage and above. Only that giant ship can withstand the attack of high-level demon beasts, and with the help of the Talisman of Heaven, the Void Gate can stand firm. Otherwise, senior cultivators at the primordial infant stage and above would have long been unable to sustain themselves, relying only on reincarnation on the continent. As he said this, Vuong Vu Luan suddenly became very excited, pointing his finger straight at the sky. But that's only part of it. The most important thing is that the Talisman of Heaven can not only reach the infinite sea, but is also said to be able to go to the legendary void extremity. The cursed void? From Fan looked in the direction he was pointing and guessed that the cursed void mentioned was actually the universe. But still, only top-tier sects dare to venture into the abyss of the void. We can only struggle within the depths of the infinite sea. After listening to Vuong Vulan talk for a while, Tu Pham finally understood the general importance of that boat. It is the weapon that not only represents the status, but also the strength of the Huet Tien Mon. No wonder they protected it so carefully when setting out. Because of his curiosity, he asked Wang Vulan if there was a way to try controlling the flying talisman. At this point, he had it all in the palm of his hand. There is indeed a way, but you can only board the ship after reaching one of the 4 positions below. The first are explorers who mainly control the talisman cloud, and the second are combat cultivators from the battle arena, usually experienced senior warriors. The third is a pill refining master and a forging master responsible for preliminary processing of materials. The last is a master cultivator at the hollow stage or above, stationed at the center of the ship. So from Dai Ka, Hui just needs to join the armor division of the battlefield and reach the gold core stage to be able to go. From Pham really wanted to curse out loud, that damn monkey. By the time he breaks through to the gold core stage, he'll be 250 years old. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Besides, there are still paths to become a pill refiner or a 3-Dan Chi practitioner. But Tu Pham is still a poor bastard. This path may save a bit of time, but it's still difficult. After Hui kept panting and explaining himself, did Tu Dai Ka consider joining the battle arena? Huang Vu Luan started begging him again. But Tu Pham still stuck to his old view that he wouldn't go. However, after this story, he became interested in how to craft the Heavenly Chu family mansion. So he becomes more determined that after learning alchemy, he will focus on accumulating spirit stones to enroll in the basic Qi cultivation class. Does Hui also want to learn Qi cultivation? With the situation at the Dai Ka family, changing to a alchemy training course is already very difficult. Wang Vu Luan's words are blunt but true. Tu Pham is very poor. If I didn't learn from someone, I probably wouldn't have enough money to go to school, even in the next life. The next morning, Tu Pham went to Lindan Hall at Tai Hoc Fong to register for the alchemy training method. The fee is 500 spirit stones plus 100 contribution points. This is the annual fee, and the full 2-year course costs twice that amount. Mid and end of the month, they get a day off. After finishing the course, he can become a novice alchemy master and enter the Grand Hall. Tu Pham continued to mutter to himself. The tuition is 10 times more expensive than the basic class, but for the sake of his future alchemy career, he still had to dig into his savings. After paying the tuition, the supervisor opened the gate to let Tu Pham inside. The scene inside the Spirit Pill Hall made him can't help but exclaim in admiration. Tu Pham's flower has once again earned him an underground fan's admiration. Another poor soul who has never seen the outside world. Wanting to learn alchemy without money, it's really a waste of the 500 spirit stones tuition fee, he thought to himself, then sneered sarcastically. I've already told you the important things to pay attention to. I wish you an early success in becoming a master alchemist. They even emphasized the words soon and tomorrow. But Tu Pham didn't realize their intention and happily accepted the admission token before entering the class. Many people have come before you. As soon as he entered the class, Tu Pham smelled a very alluring fragrance. But it's not the scent of medicine, but that of a young girl. Hello, disciple. You must be the new student, right? A young, beautiful girl appeared in sight. Tu Pham tried to appear calm, but inside he was constantly showing his feelings because of her full and alluring figure. She introduced herself as Zai Yen, a substitute lecturer. Usually, if the master doesn't teach, she is the one responsible for the lectures. Tu Pham was so focused on looking somewhere that he only caught bits and pieces of Zai Yen's introduction. Is there something wrong with Tu Pham's disciple? At this moment, Tu Pham finally snapped out of it and no longer dared to stare at the other person. No, I was just thinking, if those people went to class together earlier, then what should I do if I didn't follow the same course before? This is easy. The exams are all basic level. The knowledge is very simple. I have a jade scripture with materials. I will add more to you this afternoon. Now it's time. I have to start teaching. Junior brother, remember to listen carefully. This scene seems a bit familiar, learning more advanced skills. From Pham's mind, he couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Just thinking about spending the evening alone with Zai Yen studying together made my nose start to bleed uncontrollably. From that moment on, I decided to dedicate myself seriously to the path of alchemy. It's not just because it can help Tu Pham earn money, but also because now he has this beautiful older sister to accompany him. Tu Pham studied the theory for a whole month before he could start practicing. He was so excited, but ended up blowing up the furnace. Tu Pham was shocked to see that even a genius like himself could blow up the furnace. The alchemy furnace he just spent all his money to buy is only a basic level, capable of withstanding at most 10 explosions. Ordinary people say you need to break 20 furnaces to succeed in producing pills, 50 for stable alchemy, 100 to become a master, and 1,000 to reach the grandmaster level. The path of an alchemist is indeed not for the poor, but Tufam firmly believes that as a gifted genius, he shouldn't have to spend so much. He tries again, but even on the third attempt, the furnace still explodes, and next time it will be even more violent, tearing Tufam's clothes to shreds. However, after 3 failed attempts, Tufam finally succeeded in refining the pill. Once he found the right feeling, he started calculating the economic benefits. If in the future a furnace succeeds, after deducting the initial investment, it can earn 17.5 spirit stones with a profit of up to 600%, which is clearly more profitable than spending a whole year doing missions and only earning 700 spirit stones. Just thinking about this, Tufam felt his spirits rise and immediately started working on a few more furnaces. The next morning, he returned to the spiritual pill hall to study the theory. Today, the instructor is Sakan Tien, the official teacher of the class at the highest stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and also Sa Yen's father. Last night, he assigned the disciples to practice refining the Teachcock pill. But today it seems no one succeeded. Just by looking at the expressions of the disciples, Sakan Tien could already tell. The feeling of the explosion isn't pleasant, right? If nothing unexpected happens, then the disciples who were eager to succeed yesterday have probably blown up their furnaces already. Sakan Tien's expression changed completely the moment Tufam entered the room. Sakan Tien's gaze fixed tightly on him, making Tufam feel a bit nervous. Then he turned to Sayen to ask who that was. "Oh, he's just an ordinary outer disciple, quite humble," Sayen replied, seemingly not sensing anything unusual about Tufam. But Sakan Tien reminded his daughter to pay more attention to Tufam in the future because he was not an ordinary person. The reason he said that was because ever since Tufam entered here, Sakan Tien had smelled a faint scent on him that was very similar to the aroma of the Tichkok Dan Tin Luyen. This means that Tufam is the only one who successfully refined pills in the class, and his pill quality is quite high. Sakan Tien didn't say this out loud, so Sayen became even more curious. "Father, why should I pay attention to him? Maybe he's a genius, and if that's true, I will have a little master to rely on." The class is over, and Tufam returns home. Now, looking at his alchemy furnace, he feels very tense. If lucky, this can still explode 6 more times. Tufam was very careful in his actions, worried that he might not have enough money to buy a new furnace before this one broke. While focusing on refining pills, suddenly a voice called out loudly into his ears. Tufam went outside to check and discovered that a new neighbor had moved to the nearby mountain, which puzzled him. "I used to choose this remote mountain for my humble dwelling, but what is this newcomer here for?" As I thought, Tufam looked over at the neighboring mountain, and a second later he understood why. The owner of that house was none other than Trong Vi Van. This girl has a bad habit of hugging Tufam tightly every time they meet, and no matter how many times it happens, he just can't break free. "Lord, to meet Huyen, I have advanced to the chi refining stage from that point on," Truong Vi Van happily said, then began a display of her cultivation in front of him. Although her beauty was captivating, Tufam's taste wasn't into this kind of flirtatious display. If it were Sister Yen in her robes, it would definitely be more attractive. After a while, Truong Vi Van performed, and then threw herself into Tufam's arms. "Do you think I am powerful? An elder even said I have some kind of spiritual body and wanted to accept me as an inner disciple. But I refused." Tufam chuckled a few times, ruffled her hair, and praised her for being impressive. Now, whenever he sees Lao Truong and Truong Vi Van, he feels a chill down his spine. Sure enough, afterward, she brought up the wedding again, saying that her father told Tufam to prepare the dowry soon, or it wouldn't be proper. Tufam felt a cold sweat run down his back and quickly tried to come up with an excuse to change the subject. "Oh, little Van, you probably haven't eaten yet. Let me cook for you." Truong Vi Van happily nodded, then Tufam went into the kitchen to prepare a feast. Taking advantage of her happy mood from enjoying a good meal, Tufam carefully brought up the wedding matter again, even though it was just a joke before, and he still regarded Truong Vi Van as his little sister. Tufam felt that choosing Pu Quan was extremely important for the woman, but since he didn't have feelings for her, he felt unfit for this responsibility. Truong Vi Van was originally eating happily, but after hearing Tufam speak, it suddenly turned into a meal filled with tears. "Does Fujun no longer need me?" Tufam was so frightened by Truong Vi Van's tears that he tried every way to comfort her. But as the sun was about to set, she still wouldn't stop crying, even when the moon had risen. She was still crying. Tu Fam's small house is about to be overwhelmed with tears. Helpless, he has no choice but to slam the table and shout, "I will send a request for a gift to your father, okay?" Of course, these words are not voluntary, just to coax Truong Vivan to stop crying. I didn't expect that right after he finished speaking, the girl looked at him seriously then. As if nothing had happened, she picked up her chopsticks and continued eating happily. "Commander, remember what Huyen just said. Huyen's cooking is very good, but a little salty. Tu Fam clearly was just deceived, and his mood isn't great because of it. Who's the one pulling this stunt? No, I didn't deceive Huyen. I really want to become her wife." Truong Vivan bites her chopsticks, looking adorably confused. Tu Fam was momentarily at a loss, so he just let the girl continue eating. For now, this was the situation, and he couldn't find a better way, so he decided to ignore it. So, from then on, Tu Fam had to set aside some time to spend with Truong Vivan, and she often came over to his house for meals. Until one day, a giant ice phoenix appeared in the sky along with a beautiful, enchanting woman. As soon as Tu Fam saw her, his mind automatically started generating 7-7-4-9 scenarios. Could it be that this revered master has descended from the heavens? "Welcome, Master Hun Than, to the Void Sky Gate. I wonder what the Venerable One has come here for," a voice echoed from the space. "I have come to find my disciple," Hun Than replied. After hearing this, Tu Fam became even more certain that she was here to find him. Finally, someone has recognized his extraordinary nature. But the truth proved that Tu Fam had been just wasting time, because afterward, Truong Vivan was busy eating melon, unconcerned with the world, while Huyen Than's great ice flower lifted her up high. "Heavenly blessing, spiritual body, little girl. Do you want to become a disciple of my great Earth Sect?" Tu Fam turned to stone in this situation. It turns out the person that Tongjia Huyen Than was looking for was not you, Truong Vivan. Hey, the Venerable shouldn't come to Quetian Sect to steal people, right? Talent and spiritual physique may bring great fortune, but they aren't valued that highly by the Venerable. The owner of that voice appeared, and he was also a senior expert of the sect. Although he spoke cautiously, his tone was very clear. Huyen Than could not take Truong Vivan away. However, this venerable monk was also determined not to give in. Even if it meant owing a great debt to the Void Heaven Sect, he would still accept Zhang Vanyan as his disciple. As for Zhang Vanyan, Huang Than also promised to give her the best things. Fortunately, she had a cultivation technique suitable for her divine body, and with hard work, ascending to the immortal realm was just a matter of time. But at that moment, Truong Vivan was still focused on eating melon, and her response to Huyen Than's invitation was just a dismissive grunt. You're asking me? Well, I really don't know either." Tu Fam almost burst with rage. This is an incredible opportunity that not everyone gets. So what was Truong Vivan supposed to think then? Even more so, afterwards, she bent down to ask Tu Fam for his opinion. He immediately sensed many different auras sweeping over him, as Truong Vivan shoved a hot potato into his hand. Now, if she responds awkwardly, she will immediately offend the experts who are eager to claim her. Tu Fam thought for a moment before speaking. "Little Van, this is your chance. I think you should accept." After hearing that, Truong Vivan turned to Huyen Than and asked, "Will I still be able to see my father in the future?" Huyen Than immediately agreed, saying he was not indifferent to cultivation and would not interfere in his disciple's love life. Moreover, with a divine blessing spirit body, he believed Tu Fam was no ordinary person. Truong Vivan will absolutely obey Tu Fam. If he said so, she has no reason to refuse Huyen Than Tongjia anymore. Since the apprenticeship agreement between the two was quickly finalized, Huyen Than then took Truong Vivan away on a flying ice platform. In the blink of an eye, the future wife had disappeared. But Tu Fam didn't feel sad. Instead, he felt relieved. At least now, Truong Vivan wouldn't be able to bother him every day anymore. Tu Fam returned to his boring daily life with no one bothering him, but he was also determined to create something new and decided to strengthen the 5 elements of the decisive technique he bought before, forging a blood version with enhanced power. But as soon as Zhang Weiyun left, another tale appeared. This time, it was Vuong Vu Lan. But his current appearance almost made Tu Fam bite his own tongue. Vuong Vu Lan and I haven't seen each other for a month. In the past month, he has been hunting in the forest, resulting in his skin turning dark and his body becoming more muscular, but he managed to capture 8 high-level spirit beast training stage creatures. Vuong Vu Lan still has the task of capturing the 2 designated spirit beasts assigned by the sect. However, it was too difficult, so he went back to rest for a while, but Tu Fam knew that Vuong Vu Lan's rest was not just simple relaxation. As expected, after sitting down, he said, "Elder Tu, I want to visit Huyen, but I also want to ask how to deal with those 2 magical beasts. Have you ever encountered those 2 beasts before? I've met them before, and even fought against them. If it weren't for the magic Huyan taught me, I would have lost my life long ago. So tell me, what are the characteristics of those two demon beasts? Vuong Vulan let out a long sigh and then began to recount. One of them is a ground-eating beast with extraordinary defense, and also has the innate ability to teleport underground. Once it senses a life-threatening danger, it burrows into the ground. If you can't kill it in that moment, it will quickly teleport away to escape. The other one is called the Crimson Windblood Cat, and it moves incredibly fast. Even someone familiar with the area like Vuong Vulan can't catch it. The sharp claws of this cat once left deadly wounds on your body. If it weren't for the special protective magic tool prepared in advance, Tufam wouldn't have survived to see this damn beast again. Big Brother Hui, tell me if you were Hui, how would you deal with these two monsters? Vuong Vulan's eyes looked like he was about to cry, and Tufam, as a teacher, really couldn't stand it. But I also don't want to make things too easy for this kid. I plan to teach him a big lesson. Actually, I've always had a secret technique. Once he learns it, all the mystical beast training techniques won't be a problem. Moreover, this secret technique is very easy to learn because it only has one direction. Hearing that, Vuong Vulan's eyes lit up. Immediately after, Tufam once again used the mind-reading technique to take him into their private realm. Based on Vuong Vulan's description, he had improved the two stone horse dummies. One can dig through the earth and has a rough, thick shell. The other is enhanced for speed and attack power. Then Tufam proceeded to demonstrate his secret technique to Vuong Vulan, which indeed had only one direction. That was a straight punch with terrifying force. See, a direct punch like that makes its armor no match at all. Tufam knocks out a high-level spirit beast, yet still looks completely calm. Vuong Vulan is so scared that his mouth drops open, and he stands frozen, completely ignoring the remaining beast attacking him. Even in the illusion, in the end, it was Tufam who had to step in to save him. Vuong Vulan was completely defeated by Tufam's display, so he eagerly wanted to learn the secret technique. But he said that to learn this technique, you have to go through a lot of hardship. If you want to speed up your cultivation, there's only one way, and that's to shave your head. Vuong Vulan was very upset about losing his hair and hesitated a bit, but in fact, the idea of shaving his head came from Tufam after watching Saitama. But in fact, the way to defeat those two demon beasts really lies in that. If you can identify their weaknesses and analyze their attack patterns, no matter what martial art you use, you have to target those points. After a fierce internal struggle, Vuong Vulan decided to shave his head, and Tufam couldn't hold back his laughter, revealing a cruel smile. If you agree, then you have to accept it. Let me shave your head. After a few punches, Vuong Vulan's fluffy hair was gone, leaving only a round head like a melon. He was already shedding tears, while Tufam was holding back tears from laughing, but still trying to look serious. All right, you've taken a big step forward on the path to becoming stronger. Vuong Vulan rubbed his messy head and asked in frustration, "Why is it that you, big brother, are so strong, but you don't mess with your own head?" "It's because I don't want to get any stronger anymore," Tufam replied. It sounds unreasonable, but very convincing, so Vuong Vulan couldn't find a way to argue back. Then he was sent back to harsh training by Tufam, who declared that in the future all spirit beasts practicing alchemy would have to stay away from him. Vuong Vulan confidently left, and finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The child recruitment mission is over. Now I have to start the grand plan to train and break through to buy equipment, and later I will also register for the training class. Life continued peacefully, but after 3 months, someone in a distant sacred land could no longer sit still. And this person is none other than Truong Vai Van. Today, she was planning to ride the Ice Phoenix to visit her future husband when she was caught by the venerable Huin Thain. She was determined not to let Truong Vai Van go out. Moreover, Huin Than also had the luck to possess a divine spiritual talent in the past. She only started to rise to her current position after several fortunate encounters, but ultimately she still hasn't had the chance to ascend. She wasn't in a hurry to find a disciple either. Until one day, Huin Thin kept dreaming of a terrifying nightmare, her limbs bound tightly as demons and monsters trampled over her. That nightmare was actually her divine blessing spirit, warning her of an upcoming danger, so Huin Than hurriedly took on a talented disciple, hoping she could help her dispel that heavenly calamity. Truong Vai Van is still young and not very focused on cultivation and study. She keeps wanting to go out for a walk after every 3 steps and constantly talks about wanting to meet her husband. The more she talks, the more curious Huin Than becomes, because becoming a partner with a divine blessing spiritual body is no ordinary person. She kept wondering how much Tufam could shine in this world. If Huin Than knew that Tufam only took 6 years of cultivation to reach the 4th stage of the Qi refining realm, she would probably be so shocked she would bite her tongue. Because Truong Vivan kept bargaining, Huintan finally had to accept half of her request. She could go out for a walk, but if she wanted to meet her husband, she had to understand the true meaning of the Fuklin Heavenly Destiny technique first, and then speak afterward. Meanwhile, Tu Pham had arrived at the Refining Spirit class. But the important thing was that as soon as he entered the class, he encountered some cheap Saitama copies. Their heads were even so shiny that you could see the reflection of a horse's mirror. This was clearly the result of Wang Van Luan spreading false rumors that simply shaving your head could make you stronger quickly. But after shaving his head, he truly defeated all the spirit beast forging experts and became a living example, inspiring many disciples to follow. Then, outer disciples of Huetian Sect began to appear with shaved heads. They even named this style head poking to get stronger. Naturally, Tu Pham stayed out of this matter since he was the one who started it. Right now, what's giving Tu Pham the most headache is that refining spirit tools is even harder than refining multiple items. He's holding a beginner's handbook for spirit tool craftsmen in one hand and carrying spiritual ore resources in the other, spending over 10,000, but not a single cultivator has come to teach him. Today, while carrying spirit ore home, Tu Pham saw a very rare ordinary person. Brother Bang Phuc, I wonder what brings someone to this remote place. The person calling Bang Phuc is also an outer disciple like Tu Pham, but they have one crucial difference. Bang Phuc is a genuine wealthy supporter. As soon as he saw Tu Pham return, he happily rushed over, acting extremely flattering. Oh, junior brother, isn't it because I heard you've made progress in your training, so I came here especially to congratulate you? As he spoke, Bang Phuc pulled out an even larger spirit stone, trying to shove it into Tu Pham's hand. But in this world, nothing comes for free, and I will never open my mouth without a reason. Oh, I really appreciate Master Bang Huyan's kindness. I accept your good intentions, but please take back the spirit stone. Bang Phuc still forcefully pushed the spirit stone into Tu Pham's hand, saying that as outer disciples, they are all cultivators with no backing, and must rely on each other. Tu Pham looked at the spirit stone with doubt. Bang Phuc and I used to study together in the basic Qi training class, and back then I only remembered a few names, and Bang Phuc was one of them. Tu Pham just didn't expect this fat guy to be so generous. Master Bang Phuc, if there's anything, just say it directly. In the end, Tu Pham still didn't accept the spirit stones and threw them back to Bang Phuc. Fine, if Tu Sude said so, then let's go inside and continue talking. The two of them went inside, and Bang Phu started complaining about how poor he was, saying that outsiders like them had no support at Quet Tien Mon, only receiving a little resources each year from missions, and he didn't know when they could hope to succeed in their cultivation path. Therefore, Bang Phuc wanted to gather the external disciples to exchange unnecessary resources, share news, or pass small missions among themselves. Tu Pham found this reasoning somewhat reasonable, but Bang Phuc did not. Because the Byung family is the wealthiest merchant family in Duong Quoc, that alone makes them more powerful than other cultivation clans. Hearing this pointed out so directly, Bang Phuc was a bit stunned. Since ancient times, I have known about your kidney. Originally, when I first transmigrated here, Tu Pham was turned into a beggar, and he was once saved by the Bang family. But Tu Pham didn't want to bring that up, so he said that during the initiation holiday a few years ago, he was fortunate enough to witness Master Bang's display. Bang Phuc, not being very perceptive, would not notice anything unusual in his words. All right, let's focus on the main matter first. Brother Bang Phuc wants the alliance to be strong. I can't speak for the alliance, but I want to gather more than 1,000 brothers like me. In the end, being strong is always better than being silent. It's interesting. What can this alliance give me, and what do I have to give in return? Tu Pham asked again. It seems like you've given the green light, and Bang Phuc became even more enthusiastic, starting to outline the benefits of this alliance. First, gaining the latest news from the sect, and second, manpower. Numerous outer disciples have already joined the alliance, and they are willing to serve as messengers for the future alchemy master, Tu Pham, whose reputation as a genius alchemist has spread throughout the spiritual pill world recently. What Tu Pham has to give up is providing some benefits to his senior brothers in the alliance for alchemy practice. Bang Phuc also mentioned that currently there are over 40 senior brothers who are probationary disciples of the battle arena, with 2 aspiring to become alchemists and 1 studying alchemy tools. He believes that with Tu Pham's joining, the alliance will definitely grow stronger and stronger. Tu Pham is not someone who easily refuses others. While Bang Phuc kept bargaining like a fishmonger at the market, and since joining the alliance wouldn't really harm him, Tu Pham agreed. After receiving his nod, Bang Phuc took out an item and placed it in front of Tu Pham. What is this? A communication magic tool? It's an alliance, so you should put in some effort for the alliance. This is the work of that fellow who studies alchemy. From now on, this magic tool will receive the latest news and exchange information within the alliance every day. and sometimes a few people will use it to assign tasks. After the discussion, Bang Fu left. Tu Pham went out to see him off, but was ambushed by Sai Yen. I don't know why. When I saw Sai Yen, I felt guilty as if I had been caught by my wife just after meeting my lover. Sai Yen is just an ordinary senior brother visiting. After saying that, Tu Pham hurriedly stepped back a few paces, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What's with that reaction? Sai Yen chuckled, while Tu Pham silently sighed with frustration. Lately, Sai Yen's attendant has become the guest he least wants to see. It's really tough for Tu Pham. In the past, I could only admire the great beauty Sai Yen from the internet. Now she's just a hand's reach away, yet I still have to avoid her. As for Sai Yen, she also has her own motives. Since her father asked her to watch over Tzu Fan, Sai Yen has grown to like him more and more. Sometimes he even forgets his original purpose because of it, and that very purpose is also the reason why Tu Pham wants to avoid Sai Yen. That's because not long ago she approached him to join the Spirit Assembly, and of course, Tu Pham refused. In other words, Tu Pham refused to accept Sai Yen as his master, and he didn't know how to explain it. I also can't say I'm not interested in alchemy and just want to learn it to make money for cultivating spiritual energy. Senior sister, I'm used to being free and independent. I don't want to become a disciple, and I definitely don't want to be bound. Moreover, alchemy is just a side profession for me. Tzu Fan politely declined once again. The reason for the refusal is the same as last time, but Sai Yen still persists, because the father and son truly see that Tu Pham has talent in alchemy, and if they can't find a good teacher to guide him, it would be a real waste. Junior brother, the path of alchemy is as vast as the sea, and it is also a way to ascend to immortality. As long as you become a top-tier alchemy master, being guided to the immortal realm won't be a problem. Tu Pham sighed heavily. It seems today he couldn't impress this senior sister, unless he spoke more boldly, so he asked Sai Yen if she knew about Fu Thien Tru. She looked at Tu Pham with suspicion for suddenly asking an unrelated question, but then nodded and said she knew, even having flown there once. Tu Pham then honestly expressed his broad ambition to create something on par with Fu Thien Tru. And refining pills is just a way to earn more spirit stones. Sister, the reason I refuse to apprentice under Kan Thien as my master is because I would regret betraying that promise in the future. I hope my senior sister understands. After hearing this, Sai Yen sank into a daze and slumped into the chair. Tu Pham's determined attitude really reminded her of her senior brother Sadieu, who once left home with the resolve to become the #1 chi-refining grandmaster of the Kuyet Thien sect. Sai Yen truly doesn't understand these men. What's so bad about being a pill refiner that they insist on becoming blacksmiths instead? Then, Sai Yen, filled with disappointment, slowly walks away. Tu Pham watched her despondent figure walk away, feeling just as downhearted, but he had to refuse because freedom is priceless. And most importantly, his alchemy breakthrough takes 150 years to succeed. What master would be able to endure that? Yet just when he's in a bad mood, Tu Pham receives new information about the magic artifact that luck has bestowed upon him. There are a total of 6 new pieces of news today. First, Quit Thien Sect is about to open the secret realm of the Qi refining period. This is a once-in-50 years opportunity. I hope my brothers in the Alliance can seize it. Second, the #1 beauty Mo Dung Thien Ni, an outer disciple, has formed a Dao partner with a martial arena disciple. Third, an elder from the spirit realm of Lin Tong led disciples to pay respects at the mountain, likely intending to borrow the talisman from their sect. Fourth, this year the Spirit Pill Hall recruited more disciples than last year, while the Alchemy Peak accepted relatively few. It can be inferred that the most basic magic weapon of the forging stage will soon increase in price, so brothers in the Alliance should prepare early. On the 5th day, in 3 days, the top-ranked sect in the forging stage will face off against the Lin Tong district, and there will be witnesses present. This is a remarkable event not to be missed. On Friday, inside sources reported that the divine talisman of the sect had returned early, likely with great gains. Among these reports, Tu Pham was most eager about the second piece of news because he sensed that Mo Dung Thien Ni's companion was that young man Vuong Vu Lan. But unexpectedly, Tu Pham guessed correctly, just as he thought of it. Vuong Vu Lan had already brought his Dao companion to ask him questions. However, compared to Mo Dung Thien Ni, who is not yet fully grown, Tu Pham still prefers the appearance of the senior sister who is intoxicated. Vuong Vu Lan and Mo Dung Thien Ni came over to ask a few questions, then left with Tu Pham to talk inside. Today, Vuong Vu Lan even specially cooked a meal to bring to the school for a feast. It's only been a few months since we last met, but this kid has changed so much that Tu Pham doesn't even recognize him anymore. I used to teach him a lot, but Vuong Vu Lan only knew how to bring monsters for me to kill. However, even though he now has a partner, his troublesome nature hasn't changed much. Tufam immediately guessed that these two people had many issues and that he himself was involved. The two of them have known each other for a long time, and Vuong Vulan no longer hesitated, so he asked Professor Hao-yin for advice about his problem. It happened not long ago when these two lovers went out on a mission and encountered a Tier 9 spirit beast of the alchemy realm. Although they ran very fast, Mu Dongtianyi still unfortunately inhaled the breath of that ferocious soul beast, and now she can't sleep well every night. A sinister desire constantly urges her to find that beast, making both of them unhappy. So, now that they have a break, Vuong Vulan specially took Mo Dongtianyi back to ask Tu Pham if he had any way to help. Tu Pham listened to the story but didn't reply, instead using his self-developed enlightenment evolution technique to extract the breath of the ferocious soul beast from Mo Dongtianyi's mind. Then he immediately used purification magic to kill it, constantly criticizing Vuong Vulan. So embarrassing. A 5th-tier energy cultivator like him being chased by a ferocious soul beast, and in the end, his wife was injured too. It's a 9th-tier alchemy beast, Vuong Vulan wanted to argue back. Don't make excuses. Tu Pham ignored Vuong Vulan and then focused on eating. Mo Dongtianyi couldn't hide her sense of joy. After the beast's breath was drawn out, her head and clothes felt much lighter. Earlier, along the way, Vuong Vulan kept bragging that Tu Dai CEO was talented, but now that I see for myself, I realize this person is definitely not ordinary. Elder brother Tu Huyin has already mastered the highest level of the spirit transformation technique. That's why he can refine the souls of high-level demon beasts like that. Oh, training like that, I wonder if he's already reached the advanced level. The wives and sisters keep talking more excitedly, wanting to invite Tu Pham to join the Sect's secret realm this time. Both of them felt that with Tu Pham's strength, they would surely gain a lot. They played their roles well, but how could they hide from Tu Pham's eyes? Just by looking. I knew they wanted to set me up. The secret realm isn't easy, so they want to drag Tu Pham along to take the fall. It seems Vuong Vulan has a wife now, and has become much more cunning. Tu Pham refused, which was not too surprising. After all, he has always held the belief that living humbly means living longer, and only by living longer can one break through. That's why Vuong Vulan prepared many persuasive letters to invite him, he wondered. Is it true that Big Brother Huyin won't go? I heard that there is a legacy of the great energy cultivator in the secret realm. Long ago, someone discovered a handwritten book of a chi-refining master in the secret realm, which also contained many lost talismans. Tu Pham pretended not to care, but secretly he was listening closely. Those 4 characters of alchemical talismans are truly fascinating. Because becoming a top alchemy master requires mastering various talisman scripts, Tu Pham's expression changed, and Vuong Vulan continued his fierce assault. He said that because he understood your character early on, he also chose the secret realm early. For Tu Pham, handling this group of elites is not a difficult task. Mo Dongtianyi also cheered on one side and kept persuading, repeatedly emphasizing the inheritance and the runes. Tu Pham was truly starting to be moved. So you're saying it's only the outstanding chi refining stage? Yes, that's right. Vuong Vulan nodded vigorously. Only the outstanding alchemy cultivators are included. So how exactly do I participate? Vuong Vulan knew Tu Pham had agreed to the challenge and was very pleased. He then explained the basic rules of the secret realm to him and also announced that the entry fee and the secret realm for each person were 1,000 spirit stones, and they would gather at Heavenly Mysterious Peak in 10 days. During these 10 days, Tu Pham takes the opportunity to deepen his understanding of alchemy, increasing his chances of surviving with more magic tools. Alchemy is different from pill refining. It uses essence and hidden objects, heaven and earth, to craft magical weapons. To produce a qualified magic weapon, you need materials, talismans, and seals. The spiritual fire energy that alchemists can condense temporarily is not enough for ordinary craftsmen to refine the materials. You need a place where spiritual fire gathers, and additional support to refine spiritual minerals. That is the most basic material for forging spiritual tools. Although the spiritual minerals have undergone preliminary processing, the alchemists still need to refine them again. After that, the remaining step is shaping, which is also the most important stage. Before the magic weapon is fully formed, it is necessary to inscribe talismans onto it. The most basic magic weapon must have at least 3 talismans. There are also many different talismans for refining weapons in this world. The more talismans used, the better the magic weapon will be forged. That's why people say that a lifetime as a spirit cultivator is spent searching for talismans. The many spirit refining manuals introduce the properties of over 1,000 common spirit stones and mineral veins in the cultivation world. Thanks to his ability to learn quickly, Tu Pham could memorize them very fast. After just one night, he almost had the entire thing down. After getting a basic understanding of alchemy, Tu Pham should find it much more interesting than refining pills. At this moment, Bing Fuck suddenly uses the communication orb to contact him. Since ancient times, I've only heard that people not only learn alchemy, but also start practicing it, which is truly impressive. Coincidentally, we just learned about dual cultivation and fire, and I happen to want to tell you. After accumulating enough theory, Tu Pham went to the wind practice room to train. Inside, the temperature averaged around 60 degrees Celsius, so he put on a frost armor to block the heat. Then, he immediately began the discipline he had longed to try for a long time. Tu Pham took out a piece of heavenly cloud sky from his ingredient storage, along with black iron spirit mineral. Before coming here, Fuck told him about the matter related to dual cultivation of the divine fire. Whether it is alchemy or refining, once reaching the highest realm, they can be led up to the pre-world. But if you practice dual cultivation of the spirit fire, it means skipping this process of being led up, and only relying on your cultivation level to break through the barrier. Ironically, Tu Pham is the one actually practicing dual cultivation of the spirit fire. Using the twin cultivation technique can make a person so powerful that even the heavenly way cannot tolerate it, which is why they are not led to the pre-world. However, Tu Pham's system is basically just a waste of time. Once he masters the twin fire technique, his cultivation level should be enough to break the barrier. After all, it's a good thing. So Tu Pham decided to ignore the advice of his friends and continue focusing on his own mastery of spiritual weapon forging. At this moment, he was using spiritual energy to forge a stone hammer for mining, then shaping the sword body with black iron. When it came to practice, Tu Pham realized this process consumed more spiritual energy than he had imagined. Without a solid foundation, he truly couldn't endure it. Fortunately, his spiritual energy pool isn't bad, so he can still maintain the sword forging process quite steadily. Then comes the rune inscription stage, and by this point, Tu Pham is a bit tense, not daring to make any mistakes. In the end, there was a huge explosion, and the outcome was nothing worth mentioning. The sword that Tu Pham painstakingly forged was shattered into two. The initial materials you spent were over 400 spirit stones, which is no small amount, especially for a poor guy like Tu Pham. So his mood, which was full of confidence, suddenly plummeted to the bottom of the abyss. After hearing the huge explosion, the alchemy master immediately rushed in to check. As soon as he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately understood the problem. Little one, this is your first time practicing alchemy, right? Tu Pham didn't answer, his smile gradually turning inhuman. You're the manager A, so you must know a lot of tricks about refining spirits, right? If you don't teach me today, don't even think about running away. So that poor manager was openly cornered by Tu Pham in broad daylight. Just keep practicing your cultivation like that. In 3 days, the time to open the family secret realm for training will arrive. Vuong Vu Luan and Mo Dung Tianni rode on a crane, flying together affectionately, but along the way they encountered a traffic obstacle. Their immortal crane collided forcefully with something moving at lightning speed, almost knocking both of them to the ground. Vuong Vu Luan was about to scold whoever was drunk and still driving a sword. But upon closer inspection, isn't that white hair Tu Pham's? I'm single and got stuck with dog food. I just couldn't take it for a moment and lost my temper. The three of them land at the same time, and Vuong Vu Luan quickly realizes that today, Tu Pham didn't use his usual body technique, but instead employed his sword control technique. And moreover, his flying magic weapon was brand new. Based on the power of this sword, Tu Pham's previous flying sword speed can now rival that of a Chukko stage cultivator. Clearly a significant leap forward in his forging career. What's so surprising about that? I'm about to become a grand master alchemist. It's rare to have a chance to show off, and Tu Pham doesn't mind making a bit of noise. The three of you should stop chatting and get ready. The secret realm is about to start. It will last for a month before the disciples of the sect can enter, with the senior in charge opening the portal and carefully inspecting inside, and no fighting is allowed. After paying 1,000 spirit stones as a fee to pass through the gate, they could enter now. Wang Vulan originally wanted to invite Tu Pham to come along, but he has no intention of eating dog meat instead of regular meals for the next month, so he just wants to hide it. However, beforehand, Tu Pham also prepared something for Vuong Vulan. In a critical moment, he only needed to channel his spiritual energy there for him to sense it. Before these two families could thank him, Tu Pham had already rushed through the gate into the secret realm. Beyond that gate is a hazy space where Tu Pham can sense the pure spiritual energy. Furthermore, there is a forest at his feet that can be exploited for countless precious resources. Having spent a month inside the secret realm, Tu Pham felt it was time to establish a proper base, so he chose an empty patch of land in the forest and quickly started building his house. But before the house was even finished, it was attacked by monsters. These monsters are only at the 4th level of chi refining. Two fam didn't even bother to make a move, just left a mark, and the low-level monsters were so scared they trembled. Killing these weak monsters wouldn't yield much resources anyway, so Two fam had them scatter to find some heaven and earth treasures for himself. The house was built, and the running materials came to his door on their own. Two fam quickly starts searching to see if anyone can witness the inheritance talisman of the alchemy master. He walks along the large stream in the forest, hoping to find something useful. Suddenly, an enormous explosion occurred in the middle of the stream, shooting a huge column of water straight into the sky, and Two fam was so startled he nearly jumped out of his skin. When the waters calm again, a very elegant man appears in the middle of the stream. "Junior brother, there's no need to be too shocked. I was just taming a magic weapon earlier, and now everything is fine." "Oh, congratulations to senior brother on obtaining the peerless flying sword," Two fam replied politely. The other party took the initiative to introduce himself as Diep Tiu Jiao, but upon closer look, Two fam felt a chill down his spine. This person has a delicate face, high nose, thin lips, gentle appearance, but a cold tone. No matter how you look at him, he seems like the #1 handsome man in the world. With this face and style, don't tell me you've already crossed paths with the main character. Diep Tiu Jiao introduced himself first, and Two fam slightly bowed out of courtesy before introducing his own name, all the while quietly observing the opponent. I have to admit, Diep Tiu Jiao is much more handsome than him and also luckier. The sword he just subdued looks like a top-grade treasure. And the important thing is, after hearing Two fam introduce himself, Diep Tiu Jiao chuckled and stepped forward, looking very friendly as he said, "Ha ha, so you're my junior brother." This scene seems a bit off. Why does Two fam feel like Diep Tiu Jiao's words make it seem like he's known him for a long time? What's more important is that he then took out a shimmering water-bound buffalo and gave it to him, claiming it was a face-saving gift. Two fam looked at the sparkling buffalo in Diep Tiu Jiao's hand, feeling this gift was so heavy it could crush him. This clearly means to give a gift to silence you. Honestly, Two fam doesn't want to open his mouth and get caught in a trap. He is truly trying to find a reason to refuse, but from Diep Tiu Jiao's perspective, Two fam is just rejecting the modest gift and doesn't want to accept it. "Junior brother, are you hiding too little?" Diep Tiu Jiao stepped forward to face Two fam, his smile still the same, but with a hint of danger. Two fam felt that the other person was not an ordinary individual. For now, he decided to accept the gift first. After giving the gift, Diep Tiu Jiao left immediately, and from then on, Two fam didn't want to face him again. Because someone who resembles the protagonist more than the protagonist himself, like Diep Tiu Jiao appears, it would bring enormous risk. The opponent has already flown away on their sword, and Two fam quietly looks down at the stream once more. I don't know if there's anything left inside for a character as insignificant as me. That night, Two fam returned to his base feeling rather unhappy. Diep Tiu Jiao truly is the person who resembles the protagonist more than the protagonist himself. He cleaned out that stream completely, even taking every worthless piece like a small sapphire. But Two fam also had some gains. He found a few good things in the forest. But then, the low-level demon beasts also returned, bringing back many treasures and rare materials, which made Two fam feel like a dog with its tail between its legs. Among the 9 spoils that Bei Zoi brought back were Tianlan Thao, Vokan Hoa, Tu Dong, and Muklin Kwa, all of which are excellent ingredients for alchemy. There are also a few more spirit stones. There is a spirit stone mine. Nearby? Two fam asked. Although the low-level demon beasts can't speak, they used all their body language to show Two fam that these items were taken from a corpse. It's only the first day, and someone already has to be counted, so it seems Two fam needs to be even more cautious from tomorrow. After a good sleep, he woke up early before the sun rose. Taking advantage of the early morning, Two fam went outside to cook a pot of hot soup to fill his stomach before dawn. But the latest tea must be kept secret. And suddenly a guest arrived uninvited. A shadow flashed over his head at lightning speed. Based on the sound and this unusual speed, Two fam could only silently curse in his heart. It was definitely Diet Tio Dao. But why he kept clinging to him and wouldn't let go, Two fam didn't know. "So, it was you from the beginning. We really are quite fated." Damn fate, Two fam thought to himself, but he couldn't say it out loud. DM Tiu Dao quickly put away his sword and moved to stand beside Two fam. When he saw the steaming pot of meat soup, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Two fam, out of politeness, also invited the other person to sit down and share a meal, but to his surprise, Diet Tiu Dao was completely unreserved, drinking several bowls of soup in a row. For some reason, Two fam felt that this guy was a bit indifferent and not too threatening, So although he still remained cautious, he started to talk more. Brother Diep is so powerful, he must be a reserved disciple of the battle arena. No, I am a reserved disciple of Van Kim Fong, and my master is the former head elder. Tu Pham is surprised. The Yuanhui elder mentioned by Ditiu Dao is a powerful fusion of the sword immortal lineage within the inner sect. Without this person, the immortal world would be endless. Having a powerful master like that is also considered a kind of protagonist. I don't care about him. I was unlucky enough to transmigrate into a beggar, and I'm even limited by the system, only able to break through once every few hundred years. Senior Brother Diep has extraordinary talent and obtained a treasure in the secret realm. After returning, he will surely reach the peak of the world. Tu Pham, who was just a passerby, stroked Diep Tiu Dao's shoulder and added a few words. But, unexpectedly, his face grew cold instead of happy. And then Diep Tiu Dao began to share his worries with the new junior brother he had just met a day ago, as if they were long-lost brothers. I'm not afraid of my junior brother's sneers. A few months ago, I was still an inner disciple with a peak cultivation, but then my cultivation mysteriously vanished, and now I've fallen to the 9th level of chi refining, not knowing when I'll be able to rise again. Right now, I just want to keep some worldly possessions so that if I truly become an ordinary person later, I can still live a life of wealth and honor. Deep Tiu Dao's expression and tone are perfectly crafted, clearly showing his inner pain and desperation, but Tu Pham not only remains unmoved, but secretly considers him a lunatic. Don't be sad, I believe Brother Diep will surely return to his former grace and reclaim what's rightfully his. Although he says that, Tu Pham saw that Diep Tiu Dao was lamenting losing his cultivation, but he still wore an ancient ring on his hand, which looked like a precious treasure. The more I think about it, the more certain I am that this guy is a deeply cunning and unpredictable main character. I should stay away from him a bit more in the future. Just as I was thinking that, Diep Tiu Dao suddenly grabbed Tu Pham's wrist with an expression on his face that was extremely hard to read. Thank you, junior brother, for teasing me. Others, after hearing this strange story, would either laugh at me or show a happy face because I got into trouble. Only my junior brother is willing to be friends with him. Someone like him I definitely need to make friends with. Tu Pham strongly opposed. Who would want to be friends with him? But Diep Tiu Dao's strength is quite real, as he kept both of their wrists tightly bound. The two of them argued back and forth for a long time, exchanging polite words, until finally, as dawn approached, Diep Tiu Dao agreed to leave. After finishing his meal, Tu Pham sat down to rest for a while. Half an hour later, he set out to find the spiritual wind tree. The wood from this type of tree is the best for making spiritual wind drums. After a day of struggle, Tu Pham finally found a spiritual wind tree that met the requirements. Just as Tu Pham was about to chop wood for firewood, a beast appeared to block his path. A large bear, an 8th-tier spirit beast stronger than the wolf pack by a bit. Fortunately, I can use this fool to kick off my new magic weapon. By the way, after the last encounter with the master at the forging hall, Tu Pham successfully crafted the spirit cloud flying sword. This divine weapon flies as fast as a ghost, taking lives in an instant, and can also be used for sword flight. The spirit cloud. Flying sword launched a powerful attack on the beast, and even though Tu Pham was much smaller than it, he showed no fear. This battle was never evenly matched from the start, because besides the spirit fog flying sword, Tu Pham also possessed another magical artifact called the Silent Wind Trance. The Mist Spirit. Flying Sword attacked first to draw the enemy's attention, but it was the Vo Fong Tram that played the main role in defeating that fierce big bear. Tu Pham took less than a minute to bring the enemy down, and it was so easy that he didn't even feel a sense of achievement. It's not that easy. Then no one will dare disturb me creating the spiritual wind drum anymore. Tu Pham wiped the sweat from his brow tiredly, with an arrogant smile. Ha 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 ha. If heaven doesn't favor Tu Pham, then the spirit path will forever be like darkness. Finally finishing the spiritual wind drum after a whole morning of effort. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy like a bolt of lightning shot through, causing Tu Pham to freeze in panic. It was the distress signal from the device he had given Vuong Vu Luan. The spiritual wind talisman accelerates endlessly thanks to Tu Pham's spiritual power. Its wings spread wide as it soars through the sky, moving so fast that the surrounding trees are knocked over, forming small whirlwinds. At this moment, Vuong Vu Luan and Mo Dung Thien Ni are frantically running away. Mo Dung Thien Ni looks back at the situation, her face pale as she sees the huge spiritual storm chasing closely behind, trembling with fear. Suddenly, a giant spirit wind caught up from behind, and Vuong Vu Luan quickly pulled her away just in time to avoid the deadly strike of the approaching giant spirit wind. Mao Dong Thien Ni escaped death and shouted out loud. A group of ferocious spirit winds had now caught up with them and surrounded them. Seeing the situation was dire, Mu Dongtian-ni cried as she asked, "Brother Fu, do you think Big Brother can arrive in time to save us? It's really hopeless now. Their situation is like a sword hanging by a thread." Mo Dongtian-ni gritted her teeth and firmly said, "I will use a secret technique to burn my blood." Carrying him and fleeing, Vuongvu Luan held Mo Dongtian-ni tightly and ran to protect her, ignoring her words. At this moment, hundreds of Pei Lin Fong surrounded them. These were giant creatures armed with deadly poison, ready to attack. Vuong Tua Vu immediately lifted Mo Dongtian-ni and used all his strength and secret techniques to escape. Luckily, Vuong Vu Luan was able to escape before the poisonous rain and the giant spiritual storm descended. Vuong Vu Luan, running while gritting his teeth, said, "No, wait a little longer, I believe in the elder brother." Seeing his spiritual power drain too much, Vuong Vu Luan quickly took a temporary speed spirit pill. Vuong Vu Luan wiped the sweat from his face, secretly relieved that his big brother had taught him a secret escape technique, though it drained his spiritual power quite a bit. Mo Dongtian-ni worriedly said, "Pu Quan, just chewing on the speed spirit pill like that isn't the way. Let me use a secret method to burn your blood to help." From Pham, sitting on the spiritual wind chariot using his divine eye to observe Vuong Vu Luan's situation, his face darkened, and he swore that he would never let this happen if he hadn't been blocked from blood flow to the brain for 20 years. This is the deadly spiritual wind, and even a nascent soul cultivator would have to run away from this devilish head. Vuong Vu Luan and Mo Dongtian-ni saw the distant light approaching and cheered, thinking their big brother was coming to save them. Overjoyed, they didn't notice their surroundings, and Mo Dongtian-ni quickly pulled Vuong Vu Luan to the side, just as a poisonous needle swiftly pierced his neck. Just a little more, and the golden needle would have pierced directly into Vuong Vu Luan's neck. He narrowly escaped death. Mo Dongtian-ni, terrified, said, "Watch out, father. The deadly spiritual storm has surrounded both of them, and even Tufam from above can't ignore the countless number of them, estimated to be in the thousands advancing." Vuong Vu Luan, trembling with fear, apologized to his older brother, saying he caused him to be involved. Before he could finish, Vuong Vu Luan and Mo Dongtian-ni both widened their eyes in shock, clutching each other tightly to withstand Tufam's power, who then took out a vial called the primordial yin slaughter, a substance-like demonic spirit with a voice that carried a demonic force, causing the Pei Lin Fong to immediately retreat in terror, its soul fleeing from the deadly string like autumn leaves. Mu Dongtian-ni, hearing the demonic sound, started to cry, while Vuong Vu Luan, exhausted, sank to the ground, unable to move. After dealing with the deadly spiritual wind poison, Tufam descended from the spiritual vortex, fastening a chain around Vuong Vu Luan's collar, and then flew away with both of them. Vuong Vu Luan tightly embraced Mo Dongtian-ni as they were being dragged away, screaming with a face drained of blood. Pham decided to rest by the riverbank, while Vuong Vu Luan's unconscious body was left behind, and he went to grill some meat to eat. His face turned pale as his spiritual power was drained away, his cheeks shriveled like a skeleton as he cooked the meat and wailed in despair. "I didn't expect the damage from the use of the divine egg to be this serious. Nor do I know when he will recover. Feeling a bit unfair, even the roasted chicken doesn't smell fragrant." Pham sniffed the smell of roasted chicken and immediately vomited. Luckily, he still had a bottle of Jingmudan. After drinking a dose, he felt completely relieved. Pham wiped his mouth and sighed. It's been days since he could no longer use magic to drain his spiritual power, but his mental strength was still intact. Pham looked deep into the forest and saw the pack of wild wolves still very loyal following behind him. At this moment, Vuong Vu Luan, still fainting as if facing a terrible nightmare, flailed his arms and legs wildly, crying out painfully, "Yes, hell, have I descended into hell?" Pham saw this and immediately stepped forward to say, "That's right, because of endangering friends, I was thrown into the 18 levels of hell, but this kid who knows me is considered to have a big life." Vuong Vu Luan, after escaping the nightmare, sat up suddenly, and seeing that he was still alive, was overjoyed and tears flowed. "I am not dead, big brother too. Huyin saved me and Ni." Vuong Vu Luan turned to gently shake Mo Dong-ni, crying emotionally, "Ni, hu. Pham threw them a bottle of pill and sternly said, "Take it. Your wounds are serious. Your spirits are a bit unstable now. Drink the medicine quickly. Don't leave any lasting damage." Although he appeared stern on the outside, inside he couldn't help but feel regretful. The calming pill is a level 1 elixir, worth only 500 to 600 spiritual stones per bottle. So painful to see. Vuong Vu Luan, seeing that Pham not only saved their lives but also gave them the elixir, immediately rushed over crying, "Big brother, this is the second time Huyin has saved me. Thank you, Huyin." Tu Pham saw Vuong Vu Luan talking nonsense and frowned, calculating in his mind. All these things must be returned. My fee for saving you is 20,000 spiritual stones, and this spirit-calming pill costs 2,000 spiritual stones. When I return to the sect, remember to pay me back. Seeing Tu Pham demanding such a large amount of money, Vuong Vu Luan stammered, I was short on funds. I will pay back 100 spiritual stones from my eldest brother when I have some. Vuong Vu Luan was talking to Tu Pham when suddenly he was pinched hard on the buttocks, causing him to cry out in pain, clutching his rear and staggering, oh my. Mo Dung Thien Ni, just waking up, pinched his butt to see if she was dreaming, then looked innocent and asked Mo Dung Thien Ni, Fu Quan, does it hurt or not? Seeing this scene, Tu Pham sat helplessly beside them, only able to sigh. After realizing he was still alive, Mo Dung Thien Ni and Vuong Vu Luan embraced each other and cried bitterly for a while. Lord of the fairies, we are waiting for death. Mo Dung Thien Ni, because of their sinister spirits, Tu Chi was powerless, her voice trembling as she thanked Tu Dai Ka for saving her. Vuong Vu Luan sat nearby, the girl shyly saying, our plan was originally very careful, but unexpectedly there was a problem along the way, and we were discovered by Pei Ling Feng. We thought we could escape easily because of the secret technique taught by the elder brother, but it seems I was a bit overconfident. Tu Pham, biting into a chicken leg, watched Vuong Vu Luan speak, and then gritted his teeth in anger, saying so, are you still blaming me for not providing enough excitement with the secret technique I gave you? Forget other things. What I want to know is why you were messing around with that thing. Vuong Vu Luan explains that the secret medicine created by Pei Ling Feng can improve skin, preserve beauty, extend life, and especially help those with hidden injuries. Long-term use can even eliminate such injuries. At the time Thien Ni's mother gave birth, their clan was attacked by a powerful enemy. She just gave birth to Thien Ni and had to go to battle but couldn't fully recover. Although Thien Ni was willing to follow me, I heard that the secret medicine of Pei Ling Feng can eliminate dark injuries, and with that medicine, I can propose marriage to Thien Ni's family. Tu Pham ngetay Vuong Vu Luan noi vai thi, lin sin ra long kam thong an hangi tham, tira la mot kao trai sin, le don vao duong kung. Tu Pham lien an ui han, tio tan phande tu giu bio giap, tu duong kuade. Nach mao tuong lai is a truong madeni. But Pham is someone who can see potential with just a glance. Hearing Tu Pham say that Vuong Vu Luan happily boasted. My future mother-in-law said I am a good person, so the wedding gift was reduced from 2 million to 1 million spiritual stones. Hearing the amount of the wedding gift from Pham also made me hesitate. Your future mother-in-law truly cares for you. 1 million spiritual stones. Even I would need to save for over 10 years, and Vuong Vu Luan also noticed Tu Pham's grim expression and drifted into his own rosy fantasies. Yes, that's why I went overboard and decided to use this as the wedding gift. Then I will discuss with my family to reduce the spiritual stones. Tu Pham, no la kip truog bisin ledanbe, giuda chak chan phai song that turt, kinan kong koi kwai motkach ko hiurwa dua cho Vuong Vu Luan motkai duiga. He asked again, so have you obtained the item or not? Wang Wulun pulled out a small jar of ferocious spirit wind bee honey and said, I've got it, but it's only half of what I expected, though I think it should be enough. Inside the jar is the honey of the ferocious spirit wind bee. This is worth 2,000 spiritual stones per jinn, but there's no stock if you want to buy. Tu Pham, hearing the price, immediately asked, what? Show me where the others got the honey. And seeing his reckless expression, the two of them were so frightened they hugged each other. Tu Pham was now blinded by money, caring only about spiritual stones, and for the Phelan Fong line Kim Don Ki. What even is that? He saw the Phelan Fong as nothing more than bugs to be crushed. At the lair of the ferocious spiritual phoenix, Tu Pham rode a stag, commanding it to run at full speed. After crossing a field of flowers into a bamboo forest, a strange wall appeared in the distance. Standing before the forest, the stag, with its survival instincts, stopped and dared not go further. Tu Pham, after observing the surroundings, confirmed that this was indeed the territory of the ferocious spiritual phoenix, which was convenient. He turned back to the Hu's entrance, looked for a hiding spot, and after seeing the Hu run far away, Tu Pham quickly flew inside, a greedy look on his face for the spirit stones, the secret of the ferocious spirit's blood. I have arrived. 3 days later, Tu Pham was now arching his full tempting backside, shaking his hips and, with a seductive expression, luring the ferocious spirit closer. The fierce spirit saw Tu Pham seducing them and quickly approached, and from their perspective, Tu Pham looked like a lively, charming female spirit, full of allure. They stared at Tu Pham intently, and Tu Pham seized the chance to wink, lick her lips, and coquettishly say, "You are all my kin." The group of ferocious spiritual dragons now seemed to be falling in love with Tu Pham, kneeling obediently at his feet with expressions of admiration. After charming them all, Tu Pham smiled confidently. Hey, 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 finally it's here. Seeing the hive of the mighty spiritual beast towering like a mountain and the huge amount of honey inside, Tu Pham jumped with joy. I am now rich in an instant. How much honey from the mighty spiritual beast do I need? 50 pounds is 2,000 spiritual stones. 500 pounds is 2 million spiritual stones. 5,000 pounds is Wui. Now in Tu Pham's eyes appeared the spiritual stones. His own spiritual stones could form a small mountain. His eyes shone brightly with greed. If I can get 5,000 pounds of mighty spiritual beast honey, I will be financially free in the world of cultivation. While celebrating, Tu Pham suddenly sensed danger approaching. Turning around, he saw an enormous feral spirit beast, about twice the size of the others, and most importantly, it was not under his spell. Tu Pham quickly recognized it as the demon king of the spirit peak, drew his sword to praise it. Your mental strength is very strong. Being able to resist my mind-controlling technique, now you should obediently sink into oblivion. Tu Pham should use his soul-entrancing technique. Just as I was about to strike the Storm Queen Spirit Wind, a protective barrier suddenly appeared and shattered my attack. Seeing my technique dissipate into smoke and clouds, I was quite surprised, with a big question mark above my head. While feeling quite puzzled, suddenly a notification appeared in midair, stating that this treasure was the property of Kuyet Thien Mon. Standing on the Golden Mountain, the dream shattered into pieces. Tu Pham wanted to cry, but couldn't, only able to spray glue on the spot. The dream of getting rich is ruined now. At this moment, on the cloud-covered continent of Kuyet Thien Mon, the scene resembled a fairy paradise, hidden behind layers of white clouds with flocks of cranes soaring gracefully. Inside the Elder's Hall, an elder in the fusion stage observes the secret realm competition, strokes his long beard, and praises, "Not bad. The spirit energy master can deceive the fat spirit wind, and almost even control the wind queen. Looks like I'm going to lose this time." Tu Pham is currently diligently extracting the viscous spiritual flame, using his sword to cut out a piece of honey with a beautiful golden glow inside. He slowly lifts the piece to examine it carefully before placing it into the jar when a warning suddenly appears. "Junior, enough now." Tu Pham glared at the row of jars containing the viscous spiritual wind and thought angrily, how petty. He immediately placed the jars on his sword and then into the spirit beast orb. After transferring all the jars of thick spiritual aura essence he just obtained, Tu Pham also jumped onto the spiritual chariot and continued exploring. Sitting on the spiritual chariot, Tu Pham happily held the jars of essence, thinking to himself, even though it's only 250 kilograms, it's not bad at all. The highest grade forging furnace must have one. The magic tools for forging also need a full set, and there are spells inside the library as well. I definitely have to buy everything. As Tu Pham, clutching the pile of honey, drifted into a pink dream, suddenly a streak of purple light shot across the sky at high speed. Tu Pham also looked on in confusion, then recognized who it was and chuckled to himself. What a shock. It's the male protagonist again, now armed and searching for the Mat Fei Lin Fong. I wonder how many pounds he can get. At the same time, on the cloud continent of the wounded immortal, a furious voice echoes across the mountain, causing birds to scatter in chaos. Now there are so many demon geniuses in the refining spirit stage, and they ignore my advice and recklessly take the nectar. Do they want me to go bankrupt? At this moment, Diep Tu Dao was leisurely collecting the nectar into a bottomless jar, and the nectar was being completely absorbed by this jar. Diep Tu Dao sat on the flying sword, smiling contentedly, never expected that falling into the Qi refining realm would be so beneficial. Over 500 jin of mat from Fei Lin Fong is enough for more than 20 million spiritual stones. Enough for my master to invite a great perfection cultivator to diagnose my body. Suddenly, a golden light shone down on Diep Tu Dao as he was peacefully collecting nectar, and his entire body was transported to another space. He looked around in confusion. The place where he was standing now was a wide grassy field, and Diep Tu Dao, standing on his treasured sword, thought to himself, wasn't I just in the bamboo forest a moment ago? At this moment, the entire bamboo forest was covered by a golden barrier. The bamboo forest of the ferocious spirit peak was sealed off, and only after 3 secret realm locks were released did it restart. Diep Tu Dao saw the bamboo forest sealed and immediately withdrew his magic treasure, the bottomless bottle on his face showing an unwilling expression. Truly petty. Suddenly, the pendant Diep Tu Dao is wearing emits a deep, powerful voice saying, "Young man, I originally intended to avenge this immortal emperor. I am the heavenly red of the great wilderness world." Hearing this news, Dieptu Dao froze in shock, standing motionless. At the same time, Tu Pham sat on the spirit wind orb, happily leisurely exploring the secret realm, moving from the lair of the beast spirit Phoenix to the new map area, a large lake with majestic waterfalls and rushing rivers, flowing downstream to Than Sun. This is a series of towering mountains, and beyond them lies a vast desert, with only emptiness around. After a long time sightseeing on Chulin Peak, Tu Pham finally discovered a new area, a new map, a Grand Master's residence. A secluded mansion deep in the forest, Tu Pham stood in front of the door, gazing at the building for a moment. Oh, there's also a Grand Master's residence here, even though it's missing one character from the inheritance of the Alchemy Master. It's still acceptable after some thought. Tu Pham's eyes sparkled with fiery determination, feeling that refining weapons is more important than alchemy, so he continued his search. Tu Pham stepped into the mansion to find a treasure when the system's secret realm notification came, an hour before it ended. Tu Pham happily held a pile of treasures in his hand and said, "I really searched everywhere on foot and couldn't find it, but now I have it without any effort. I couldn't find the inheritance of the Alchemy Master, but instead I found a bunch of other things, including divine talismans and magical techniques in this library. If I can get it, it's considered a good trip. At least I can explore it when I have free time later. Endure the smell. I didn't expect the world of cultivation to really have this kind of thing." Treasure transfer technique. Spirit stones from space. Maybe they can save resources. The Tanyet technique, this one is a bit useless. The Chanlin technique, communicating with Chanlin. While happily examining the pile of treasures just obtained, the secret realm announced that a month had passed and it was closing. Immediately, Tu Pham and all his belongings were transported out of the realm, and only then did he realize he was floating above the cow trunk. Tu Pham immediately entered a free-fall state, looking down from above at the destruction below, his eyes wide with shock. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and cast a spell, making his body as light as a feather, gently descending on the clouds. After safely landing, Tu Pham's frightened heart gradually calmed down, scaring Bao Bao and Fu. At this moment, Vuong Vu and Mo Dung Thien Ni also gently rode down on a crane, and upon seeing Tu Pham, he raised his hand in greeting. Big Brother Tu Hu Yin has also come out today to invite Tui Tien Lao. So what do you think? Tui Tien Lao and Thien Ni should thank Big Brother for saving their lives. The nourishment and spiritual energy in the food can be used to strengthen the user's body and soul. After reading it, Tu Pham quickly folds the secret manual and then returns with a wicked smile. Fine, a month of lying around and doing nothing. Just in time for a big meal, with a bright smile on the outside and secretly calculating inside. This time, I'll rely on you to regain what I lost. Tu Pham returned home from the secret realm, now lying leisurely on the pile of spiritual stones he just obtained from extracting the divine essence of the spiritual wind. Tu Pham quietly calculated that this time the Mat Phi Lin Fong King sold for a good price. The spiritual wings obtained from the secret realm are enough to refine several Dan wings. The spiritual minerals found are also quite abundant. Not bad. Just need to buy some supporting materials from Brother Bangfuck, then I can forge a few fine magic weapons. After a quick calculation, Tu Pham quickly acted, folding a crane and channeling spiritual energy into it to send it straight to the Bangfuck Alliance base. Before long, Tu Pham received the items he needed, and Bangfuck happily contacted him to ask if the items from his junior brother had all been delivered. I've also sent the payment invoice, check to see if everything is correct. Tu Pham focused on inspecting the 5 bags of accessories and 10 pouches of items in front of him. After finishing the shipment, Shipper Phi Du looked exhausted and collapsed to rest on the ground. Tzu Fan, after checking the goods he needed to buy, held a long receipt that was dozens of meters long, feeling heartbroken. As tears welled up in his eyes watching Shipper Phi Du carry away a large bag of 300,000 spirit stones, Tu Pham looked up and lamented, "It seems 300,000 spirit stones are not enough." After a moment of regret, Tu Pham picked up a spirit stone again, pumped himself up and shouted, "All right, I can start secluding myself to practice alchemy." 3 years later, at the center of the city, Tu Pham held a charred broken sword in his hand and sighed. Again failed. He had thought that with his talent after 3 years of training, he could definitely succeed in crafting anything 100%. Alchemy is considered a highly advanced skill, so why can't the spiritual and death pattern runes be integrated? Is it because the runes are incompatible or something else? Tzu Fan was determined to try again, but this time the sword shattered into tiny pieces once more. Seeing the repeated failures, Tu Pham collapsed onto the ground in frustration, then suddenly had an idea. That's it. Tu Pham immediately got up and started working. If he couldn't use fire, then he would directly use the Death Mother talisman to enhance it. And if the talisman was ineffective, he would replace it with spider silk runes. Tufam still poured all his strength into this attempt, using the pillar, body fire, spiritual control, armor breaking, material resilience, and the Death Mother talisman, all converging at once. The final sword was forged, emitting a dazzling golden light with a streak of destiny energy running along its body. Tufam saw the sword and burst into tears of joy, finally successful. He tightly embraced the sword and called out, calling you the heavenly gift. You are the result of my 6 attempts to refine. Just the 4 materials alone cost more than 10,000 spirit stones. After forging the sword, Tufam opened the daily update panel to check and learned that the Tuangchao Sect exchange event would be held once every 10 years at Kuyet Tian Mon, and all cultivators from the Tuangchao Sect would perform rituals there for 3 months. The Puthian Chao Sect has been damaged, possibly due to a large beast encounter in the endless sea of Chai. Recently, the Kuyetian Gate management discovered a large vein of spiritual ore. The forging of weapons has begun to attract a large number of top alchemists, seemingly related to the repair of Su Tianchao. Yesterday, the 10,000 Swords Peak was attacked by Dieptu Jiao and his sword formation, threatening our Golden Core sect. Once again, a genius has been born. Tufam read the news thoughtfully. Now that I am a top-tier alchemist, I wonder if I have the qualification to continue accessing the Futian Pearl after entering the Alchemy Peak. Tufam again glanced at news item number 5 with fear. And this Dieptu Jiao guy too, no wonder he's the male lead. Just a few years and he's already capable of killing the Golden Core stage. Has the old ancestor in his body awakened or not? Tufam sighed, but then began to blame himself. Yet over the past 3 years, relying on the Storm Technique and the Spirit Guard of the Spirit Wind King, I have also advanced to the 8th level of Qi Refining, and I have mastered the ancient pill formulas and the Jade Simplification Divine Technique obtained from the Secret Realm. Tufam kept dreaming proudly, wondering if he could fight against the Golden Core when he advanced to Chuk Ko. He pulled out a weapon he was quite proud of, which was shaped like a dragon coiled around a jade disc. With its mouth wide open, releasing a powerful aura, Tufam looked at the magic weapon in his hand and felt even more proud. This is his most satisfying magic weapon, capable of summoning a strategic soul exchange for ordinary core formation, plus the spiritual weapon providing a vessel for this soul exchange. After unleashing the combined power of these 2 magic weapons, the soul exchange can now perform top-tier strategic Chukko, making killing monsters as easy as killing dogs, cats, or chickens. Tufam happily carries his magic treasures and heads home. All right, time to go back. Tufam, after returning home, relaxed on the chair enjoying peaceful moments. Wow. While lying there, a pair of fluffy birds came over to deliver the dog food. Vuongvu Luan and Mo Dung Thien Ni, standing close together and forming a heart shape with their hands while holding a lunchbox, happily walk over to Tufam and call out loudly, Tu Dai Ke. Seeing the couple with the dog food in front of Tufam, he sighs. It's rare to see someone so persistent in giving dog food for 3 years straight in front of me. Tell me, what's so happy that your mother-in-law agreed? Yes. Vuongvu Luan blushed shyly and stammered, then quickly took out the invitation card, his voice trembling a bit because of his nervousness. 15 months later will be the big wedding of Dai and Thien Ni. Hui must be there, but seeing how shy they are, Tufam didn't bother and just congratulated them first. Vuongvu Luan and Mu Dung Thien Ni brought a map of delicious food, and Tufam casually took a chicken leg and took a bite. Tufam nodded in satisfaction while eating. Very good. What kind of great luck does this young man have to be able to have such a fortunate encounter? Vuongvu Luan praised, blushed shyly, and chuckled, he he. Although they say that on the outside, Tufam actually doesn't care much about them. Heh. I don't need any sweet love or anything like that. I am a great figure who must humble myself to become an immortal emperor. Is there any woman in this world worthy of me? After a hearty training session, Tufam stood up and beckoned them to follow him. Follow me. Vuongvu Luan and Mo Dung Thien looked at each other with confusion, their faces showing bewilderment. But that confusion was soon cleared up as they saw the display items inside and their eyes lit up with sparkling amazement, their mouths opening in surprise. Vuongvu Luan's eyes sparkled as he looked around. "Tu, big brother, no wonder Huyen never let you into this room before. It turns out she was protecting you. Huyen has crafted so many magical tools." Mo Dung Thien He's eyes shone brightly. "Tu, big brother, Huyen is the most talented person I have ever met in fighting, alchemy, forging. She truly can do everything." Tufam quickly said generously, "If you want to get married, I have nothing to give. Just each choose a magic weapon as a gift." Before he finished speaking, he saw both of them curiously holding the nuclear missile, which startled Tufam. Oh no. That missile is not allowed. The nuclear warhead must be removed. Mo Dongtianni quickly chose a suitable magic weapon, holding 2 flying swords, one red and one white, and happily said, "Is it okay if I take these?" The 100 colors. Flying sword specializes in breaking armor quickly. The red sword creates illusions and confuses the mind. Wang Wulun also found a suitable sword for himself. Does this suit me or not? The heavenly gift. Flying sword can be separated and combined at will during battle, making it impossible for enemies to defend. After choosing the magic weapons, Tsufan smiled and saw them off as they left. Tsudage bid farewell. Tsudage, don't forget to come back there. Tsufan smiled, but inside his heart, tears flowed like a river, feeling heartbroken to death. The materials for those 2 magic weapons weren't particularly precious, but the crafting process was the most troublesome, so he gave up. As the eldest brother, I can't be stingy either. 15 months later, I left the sect to attend their wedding. Since it's my first time leaving the sect, I had to prepare some things. A month later, at Quet Thien Gate, Tufam gritted his teeth, exhausted, carrying a huge bag on his back, remembering that the wedding was at a place called the fairy city of Dai Din City. More than 6,000 miles away from the sect, just hearing the distance made Tufam grimace. 6,000 miles. But then he snapped his fingers, and a self-made spiritual flying carriage appeared. Tufam should be proud, or perhaps it's fortunate that he has a self-made spiritual flying carriage. Before he could be pleased with himself, a figure suddenly appeared, and Tufam angrily turned to glare at Diep Tio Jiao, thinking to himself why he keeps meeting this guy, surely not a coincidence. Then he and his impressive face carrying a huge bag of belongings prepared to step onto the spiritual wind beast, ignoring Diep Tio Jiao. Diep Tio Jiao saw Tufam, then approached warmly. Sude Tu. It's been 3 years since we parted after the secret realm. I wanted to catch up and reminisce, but I was busy with affairs, so I didn't expect to meet Sude today. What a fate. Tufam chuckled politely, but inside he was furious. Ha 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 ha. What a coincidence. Elder brother Diep, I heard Hoin has become a heaven-calling disciple. I haven't had the chance to congratulate him yet. Diep Tio Jiao, being praised, responded very politely, saying there's no need for formalities between us. When he saw Tufam's spiritual wind buffalo, he immediately asked if it belonged to Tu Sude. Without waiting for Tufam to reply, he casually jumped up, as if the tail fins of Tu Sude's spiritual beast were used to boost speed. Tufam responded briefly, and then looked for a way to chase this troublemaker away quickly. Yes, I obtained a talisman to enhance my wind power in the secret realm. At the critical moment when speed could increase rapidly, Diepsu Huyin had to leave first to avoid interfering with official matters. Diep Tu Jiao calmly looked down from the spiritual wind buffalo and said, I am going to attend the wedding of a fellow disciple. And what about Tu Sude? Tufam, hearing about the wedding, immediately became furious but could do nothing, forcing himself to smile bitterly and say to Diep Tio Jiao that Diep Su Huyin's disciple is always noble and mighty. Hearing Tufam's correct guess, Diep Tio Jiao happily laughed out loud. Ha ha, that's right, Tu Sudi is also attending, so we can go together and chat with Tu Sudi. Without giving Tufam a chance to refuse, Diep Tio Jiao had already summoned his spiritual wind chariot, which was several times larger than Tufam's. When placed side by side, Tufam's chariot looked tiny like an ant, but Diep Tio Jiao didn't mind and simply invited him casually. My junior brother riding my sword bead, moving faster than it. Tufam watched this scene in fury, silently vowing for a long time. Damn it. Seeing how struggling Tufam was, Diep Dien Jiao scratched his head apologetically and said, Sorry, I was careless as a junior disciple and forgot that you were still practicing alchemy. As he spoke, Diep Tio Jiao set up a protective barrier around the sword spirit pearl. Tufam, exhausted and resentful, said, It's okay. I was the one bothering you. Senior brother Diep. Tufam quickly tried to stop him, all right. Senior brother Diep, don't take out anymore. There's no space left on the table. Diep Tio Jiao is so generous. Well, eat as much as you can, junior brother. Hurry and eat. Tufam looked at the full table of food in front of him and thought, This guy is too enthusiastic. His stress level is about to max out. While happily eating, suddenly Tufam and Diep Tio Jiao both sensed danger approaching and immediately became alert. Diep Tio Jiao reacted quickly, drew his sword and charged forward, not forgetting to warn. Tu Sude, wait a moment. There are some pests I need to deal with. He immediately drew 5 swords and commanded them all to rush at the enemies, forming a large ring of fire. He then threatened, You coward, this place is less than 10,000 miles from my blood heaven gate. How dare you act so recklessly? Tufam, holding the piece of cake, immediately looked for a hiding spot to secretly observe the situation. His 5 types of flying swords, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, Could it be that this guy has an obsessive-compulsive disorder? At this moment, the enemies also revealed themselves, all of them being high-level core formation demon cultivators, and there were 5 of them appearing together. Instead of being frightened by their fierce display, Tufam secretly thought that following this guy wouldn't lead to anything good. If I could go back, I would definitely risk a fight with him, and then pretend to retreat. That would be safer. Making friends with the protagonist is just too dangerous. Deep Tio Jiao calmly told Tufam, "Your junior brother. Sorry for involving you. After I fight these 5 nascent soul demon cultivators, I will have enough strength to find the treasure and send you away. Their target is me, so they probably won't chase after you. Don't worry about me, I can escape on my own. I can." Tufam sat in a corner, thinking to himself, "No, I alone. So if someone from the other side chases after them, wouldn't that be a disaster?" Diep Tiu Jiao calmly looked at them, then immediately used spiritual power to form a large circle surrounding the 5 of them. Diep Tiu Jiao controls the 5 sacred swords of the 5 elements, then sneers, looking at them with cruelty. So what if they are 5 golden core cultivators? He quickly combines his techniques, activating the 5 directions flame array, and a circle of fire rises 10 meters high, trapping all 5 of them inside. Did one of the demon cultivators realize Diep Tu Jiao's plan to trap us? Before he could finish speaking, Diep Tu Jiao's spiritual wind beast sped up and vanished, causing us to be startled and panic. Tufam sat on the spirit wind buffalo, foaming at the mouth, his eyes spinning, about to faint. Diep Tu Jiao saw that Tufam had gone far ahead and smirked provocatively at the demons. The demon cultivator leading immediately ordered Loi Fei to chase after the young alchemist, aiming for a swift victory, as staying here longer was not safe. Loi Fei quickly received the order and went after Tufam's spirit wine beast. Understood. He quickly turned into a sheet of paper, smiling, and disappeared. Seeing his intention to chase after Tufam, Diep Tu Jiao raised his sword to strike. Ha! Trying to follow the red path. Unexpectedly, the sword Diep Tu Jiao swung was blocked by the leader, and he quickly realized their plan. Loi Fei had already turned into paper and was chasing Tufam, while the leader drew his sword to threaten and save his companion. There's no way out. The demon cultivators beside them sneer cruelly as they stare at Diep Tu Jiao. Diep Tu Jiao, seeing their mocking smiles, clenches his fists in anger and uses all his strength to kill these demon cultivators. Huh. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor suddenly appears from Diep Tu Jiao's ring to remind him, "What are you rushing for? Don't worry about unnecessary things anymore. That kid is very tough. Even if you die, he won't die. Focus on fighting." Diep Tu Jiao Lan Lung Hin Chung Roi Tuyen Bohom Ne Ai Kung Dung Mong Thot. Immediately, a massive explosion shook the area, and a real battle began, with sword energy flying everywhere at incredible speed and precision. At this moment, sitting on the spiritual wind buffalo, Tufam silently recites Buddha's name, praying earnestly that if given one more chance, he would never leave the sect easily. As soon as he finished praying, the spiritual wind buffalo was suddenly blocked and pierced by the demonic cultivator, causing Tufam's face to turn pale with a look of utter despair. The demon cultivator looked at Tufam with disdain and said, "This is so boring. A chi training cultivator with 9 gold pills." Tufam, helpless, pulled out his most treasured magic weapon, sighed as he held it in his hand, and said, "Well, isn't this just stealing?" Then he immediately controlled his magic weapon to transform into a fierce dragon and charged at the demon cultivator, and it was also equipped with an additional protective barrier surrounding its body. Seeing such a powerful dragon, the demon cultivator gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect a young alchemist like you to have such a magic weapon. I was wrong." Tufam clasped his hands and said, "Senior Kim Dan, can you let me go?" Although on the surface he was begging and stalling for time, Tufam secretly formed a seal. After completing the transfer of 5,000 spirit stones, Kim Dan's strategy would be enough for me to escape in that moment. The demon cultivator charged even more fiercely, releasing the centipede in his hand and coldly saying, "See you again next time." Then the centipede rushed out but was immediately bitten to death by Tufam's dragon, and his spiritual power surged dramatically. The demon cultivator was stunned for a moment, confused by the situation as his spiritual power surged again, now in the early stage of the golden pill realm. Tufam quickly formed a seal to control the dragon, killing the Kim Dan stage cultivator in front of him, then issued an order, and the dragon swiftly received the command and charged towards the demon cultivator. The dragon charged forward rapidly, and the demon cultivator created an explosion in the air, while Tufam took the opportunity to escape quickly. The demon is shot full of blood by the dragon's side, yet he still gathers all his strength to release a small bug. The tactics of a gold core cultivator, there's no way a mere chi refining stage cultivator can escape. If you want to run, then run after. Tufam turned back and saw the small bug chasing him, so he immediately unleashed a barrage of techniques. Spirit Soup, Fire Spirit Soup, Mental Shield, and Spirit Light Soup. The countless attacks he shot out like rain still couldn't stop the bug. And then Tufam realized that the divine power of the mental curse was gone. Tufam finally got hit right between the eyebrows by that little bug, causing him to fall from the spiritual beast and drop freely, his head hitting the ground. Damn it, he's still not done. On Vanvu Mountain, in a simple thatched house, a brother and sister are focused on caring for someone lying on the bed, both dressed in old clothes. Everywhere are stitches and patches, the little sister asked him. When will we be able to live days of eating meat every day? The older brother smiled and looked at Tufam, who was unconscious on the bed, then said, Wait until this fairy Kacha wakes up. Isn't that what Uncle Tien said? As long as we save the immortal, even if we can't become immortals, we will have wealth and glory for a lifetime, eating meat every day. The two children saw Tufam fall into the immortal aura and quickly rescued him, the older brother tightly holding a cloth to cover him and saying, But it seems that day is still far away. Zufan, lying unconscious on the bed, is beginning to wake up. He quietly senses the surroundings and breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was saved. If he had fallen directly from the snow mountain unseen, he would probably be dead. Tufam thought to himself that for the past half-month, he had been fighting death spirit bugs in the soul space, just beginning. The death spirit bugs took advantage of his weakness and swallowed many of his souls, but now he had completely destroyed them. Little boy, you can't just care for us like this and expect payment. When the young master wakes up, remember what Grandpa Truong Thien told you. Even if it means sacrificing illusions, I must immediately bow my head until the immortal agrees to accept us as disciples. Then our great wealth and honor will come. The boy, following the elder's instructions, knelt down sincerely with his sister, begging, Please accept us as your disciples. Please accept us as your disciples. Tufam gently used his spiritual power to help the two children stand up. You go first, after examining their innate talents. Tufam thought to himself, each with 3 spiritual pulses, 2 with 4 spiritual pulses. In this world of cultivation, they can be considered as worthy opponents for me, and I have all my 4 storage bags. These 2 kids are also honest and obedient. Quite rare. Tufam immediately asked, Why do you want to become my disciples? The 2 children, hearing his question, answered in unison loudly, We want to eat meat every day. Tufam gently used his spiritual power and said, All right, then I'll ask the 2 of you one last question. As his spiritual energy gradually enveloped the children and gently lulled them into sleep, he then laid the children on the bed and thought to himself, A person's nature can never be changed. This is my final test. After passing the test, I will accept you both, and even if you're not suitable, I will grant you a lifetime of wealth and honor. Having arranged everything for the 2 children, Tufam took a deep breath and then considered his own situation. Although in the end he wouldn't be able to relax, for now he would set small goals. Tufam sat down on the chair as if making a very important decision, not leaving the sect for 10 years, and also staying away from the main character. Tufam used his spiritual power to pour himself a glass of water. Both the warm water and the cup were items he brought himself. Tufam calmly sat drinking water. After returning, he must craft more battle beasts, or else facing external threats would be extremely dangerous and unsafe. Lost in thought, suddenly an old man with a cane entered, and upon seeing Tufam sitting and drinking, he dropped his shoes and belongings, kneeling down in fear and stammering, Elder, elder. Tufam still used his spiritual power to help the old man stand up, and the old man didn't need to kneel. He is the one who saved me. I should thank him properly. He saved me. I must repay him. This is the house of karma, old man. What do you want? The old man broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Tufam ask, I have no children, no parents. I just want to live peacefully with my wife without disaster or illness. Tufam thought to himself, that request is very reasonable and very practical. Then he took a vial from his storage pouch and handed it to the old man, containing 10 longevity pills, which should be taken every 2 years. Now go home and prepare. Wait for these 2 children to wake up and follow me to the Void Sky Gate. I will arrange for someone to take care of you then. The old man respectfully held the pill bottle in his hand and looked at the 2 kids again. Immortals? So these 2 kids? Tufam smiled and explained, they are undergoing a test to see if they can become immortals. The old man, hearing Tufam's words, quickly went home to pack his belongings. Seeing him leave, Tu Pham continued to use his spiritual power to check the results of the trial and discovered that he obtained 2 memory orbs. First, one belonging to his older brother, who in his dreams tirelessly cared for Tu Pham. Even though Tu Pham had already disguised himself as many young men, yet he still cared for his brother as before. Stay true and never abandon Tu Pham. Don't praise yourself. Despite everything in the mortal world, you still keep your unwavering heart. Not bad. As for your sister, she dreams of becoming a heroine who fights evil and saves the innocent. Respected by all, and Tu Pham also praises her, truly a good seed for cultivation, with only one traitor among the main characters. Tu Pham smiled contentedly and fell asleep, knowing everything would be different when he woke up. Meanwhile, at the Void Immortal Sect, Vuong Vuluan sat waiting at the door, regret gnawing at him as he silently thought, "Big Brother Tu, I'm sorry, Huyen. Huyen is so careful by nature. It's rare for her to go out just for our wedding. I didn't expect this." Mudong Tianyi brought food to Vuong Vuluan and then reassured him. "Quan, Tu Daika is a genius beyond compare. He will be fine. Maybe Huyen is somewhere healing her wounds now, and she will return after she recovers." Vuong Vuluan blamed himself a lot. "Don't comfort me. Since I met Huyen, she hasn't left the sect. This time it's all because of me." Modong Tianyi also understood, so she sat down beside Vuong Vuluan and said, "All right, I will wait with father." Outside the main hall of the outer sect of the Lunar Sky Sect, "Congratulations, junior brother. The 2 children you brought back meet the sect's requirements for accepting disciples. Here are their identity tokens. From now on, they are your disciples. Thank you, Master Huyen." After completing the disciple registration with Pham, they sat on the spiritual phoenix chariot and soared into the sky. The child beside Pham asked, "Master, is it very difficult to become an immortal?" Tu Pham looked at the 2 children and then gently scolded them. "No, you can all become cultivators as long as you put in effort," he thought. "This child is not bad, responsible, loyal, and sincere, plus his kind and honest nature making him very likable." The little boy shyly asked again, "So I can eat meat every day with my junior sister?" The girl standing beside him brightened her eyes at the mention of meat, looking around. "Where is there any meat?" Tu Pham smiled happily at the 2 hungry kids and said, "Ha ha, they can eat every day, no problem." Vuong Vu suddenly looked up and saw Tu Pham's Lingfeng pearl flying closer, then stood up happily and said, Tu Daika has returned." After stepping down from the spiritual wind chariot, Vuong Vu always ran over to him, tightly grabbing Tu Pham big. "Brother Tu really is you, you're back." "Sob, I thought something happened to you." Tu Pham smiled and said, "It's okay, I just regret not being able to attend the wedding of the 2 brothers." Vuong Vu always looked at the 2 kids standing behind Tu Pham with curiosity. And now there's no point in saying anything else. As long as Big Brother 2 is fine, this is Big Brother 2's child. Vuong Vu always immediately thought of countless desperate scenarios, rushing to ask, "It's only been a few days, and you've already had 2 kids, and they're so grown up." Modung's delicate girl looked at Vuong Vu's foolish attitude with disappointment. "Brother, have you ever seen a child grow up so fast in just a few days?" Vuong Vu still remained suspicious. The mystical techniques and many things could not be explained clearly. Seeing Vuong Vu keep talking more and more, Tu Pham waved his hand to stop him, saying, "This is my 2 new disciples. Their names are." Just as he was about to speak, Tu Pham suddenly remembered that he didn't know the names of these 2 children. He awkwardly turned back to look at them and asked, "By the way, do the little boy and girl have proper names or not?" The boy sadly replied, "We don't have a formal name yet. In our village, we only earn a name after picking spiritual herbs." Tu Pham thought for a moment and then said, "I see. Then you 2 will take my surname." Tu Pham pointed to the boy, saying, "You are Tu Quang," then pointed to the girl, saying, "You are Tu Nuyet Tien." The children, delighted with their new names, bowed and paid their respects, eager to receive their titles. Tu Pham took out a gem. If they are my disciples, they shouldn't be dressed like that. The 2 gems immediately flew into the children's bodies, and in an instant they transformed into 2 sets of clothes that were stunning in design and color, perfectly fitting their figures. Wearing the new clothes, the 2 children are filled with joy and happiness. Mudong Tianyi sees the power of the sphere and is amazed. "Wow, Big Brother, what is this? It's so amazing." Tu Pham holds the sphere and explains that it is the 10,000 Yao Sutra I refined during my training, containing materials that can instantly transform into the clothing style you desire. The 10,000 garment sphere, a unique magic tool of from Pham, instantly changes clothes with a blink, and Mudong Tianyi's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at the sphere from Pham's hand. "Big Brother 2, can you give me one? I can buy it with spirit stones." Tu Pham should just give her a generous offer and say, "The spirit stones are too expensive, I'll gift her one, she can try it first." As soon as Modong Tianyi finished speaking, she put on a tight pink corset that revealed her 3 alluring curves. Everyone blushed at the sight, and Tufam covered his eyes, saying, "No, it's exposed." Mutong Sienna changes into another outfit, a maid cosplay with cat ears revealing her hips and legs, and Tufam keeps exclaiming, "No, again." Then comes a librarian, a flight attendant, and even a cute yet seductive bunny girl outfit, with Tufam repeatedly shouting, "Again, again." In the end, unable to bear it anymore, he closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "That's really not how it is." Wang Wuluan stood there, bleeding from his nose, covering his eyes with his hand while the boy next to him looked on. In the end, Mu Dongtian Ni returned to her usual clothes, and Tufam lowered his head and said, "My jewelry isn't very good. Let me take it for research." Huang Wuluan pinched his nose shyly and changed the subject anyway. "Congratulations to Big Brother 2 for returning and accepting a disciple. Maybe we should have a feast." Tufam looked back at the two kids and asked, "Do you want to eat meat?" The two kids happily jumped up excitedly. "Yes." Tufam smiled with satisfaction as he watched the children prepare to go eat. Vuong Vuluan hurriedly reached into his shirt pocket, took out a red envelope, and handed it to Tufam. "Big Brother 2, this red envelope is for Huyin. We already agreed on this," and Tufam reached out to accept the red envelope. A few days later, at the alchemy training ground in the city center, Tufam, carrying his newly crafted magic tool, stepped out comfortably. Vu, as expected, even the most dedicated people are very busy. Just after escaping the constraints, he received an alchemy commission from the esteemed alchemist Huyin. "I've been busy for days and finally finished the training. Once I gather enough spirit stones, I can create more puppet armies." Just as I was excitedly preparing to leave, a cautious voice suddenly warned, "Cough, cough, little one. You're really useless. At a critical moment for the sect when we need a refining master, you're here, busy with your own affairs." Seeing a seemingly venerable elder appear, Tufam broke out in a cold sweat and thought, "No way. Could it be that my arrogance has triggered some kind of coercive script? Why has the elder already seen through us so soon? Will I never be able to leave the mountain in the future?" The old man remembered the task assigned to him and thought if he still couldn't find a first-rank master alchemist proficient in runes, he might as well end his own life. He respectfully accepted the order, yes. Then he saw that Tufam possessed extraordinary talent, and he was secretly pleased. Who would have thought that after wandering around this town he would find such a treasure? The task given by the guardian of the sect was now complete. Tufam politely bowed and explained that I originally wanted to work hard for the sect, but a few months ago I was hunted and only fully recovered yesterday. The forging of magic weapons here was just due to a deadline with someone else approaching, so I came quickly to refine weapons, and tomorrow I will go to accept a sect mission. Old man also didn't make things difficult for Tufam, and asked directly, "So it seems I was blaming you. What kind of magic weapon did you just craft? I can give you some pointers." Tufam raised the sword in his hand. The elder invited him to show it. As soon as he opened the box and saw the golden glow emanating from the sword, the old man was amazed and praised that the foundation of the runes was very good and the formation drawing was also creative. Hearing the praise, Fam thought to himself, "I told you I have a big brain. I am a true sandbox game character. As long as conditions allow, I can even create my girlfriend." He carefully examined the sword and praised it without reservation, noting its refinement, fusion, and shape. Using external spiritual fire, overall not bad. Seeing the sword, the old man thought to himself, "Wow, this kid's foundation in runes is quite solid. It seems he will have an additional great master of forging in the future." Recovering his surprised expression, the old man asked, "How many types of auspicious writings do you master?" And Tufam modestly replied, 206 types. The old man nodded and praised, "Not bad. You don't need to take on any more missions. Now I will take you to the inner sect to maintain the Tianzhu mansion." A giant carriage pulled by two horses suddenly appeared, causing Fam to be stunned for a long time. Sitting in the carriage, the old man asked, "Have you been to the inner sect before?" Fam honestly admitted, "No." The old man laughed loudly. "Ha, ha, ha, ha. Then I will take you to broaden your horizons." Throughout the journey, Fam looked around feeling amazed, and the old man smiled and said, "Don't look any more. The inner sect isn't here." The carriage suddenly was blocked by two huge Rao Long, and seeing this, Fam was terrified, feeling like he was about to die. No way. Which deity did this elder offend to face such a disaster with the main character version 2.0 away? Fam sat in the carriage, looking outside in horror. He asked, This is... The old man sitting beside him chuckled loudly. "Ha, don't be afraid. This is a fusion stage green dragon guarding the sect, brought back by the sect master from the Endless River. They see people as new, so they raise their salt swords to make a living. From Pham asked, confused and angry, salt swords to make a living. The old man blushed and whispered mysteriously, "Yes, as long as you pay 10,000 spirit stones, you will be able to—" From Pham, hearing the vague words, hurriedly asked, "Able to what?" The old man continued, "Able to let you walk around the door." From Pham, hearing the answer, immediately clenched his teeth in anger and thought, "The long green gate isn't some brothel, so why are you acting so mysterious?" He chuckled, showing little concern, and said, "I don't need 10,000 spiritual stones to buy some useful items instead. Actually, I also quite want to wait a few thousand years and then find some to release at the gate for fun." The old man said regretfully, "That's a pity. It's actually very powerful." After arriving, the old man explained the task clearly, calling someone here mainly to have the person in charge repair the damaged connecting talismans and the exterior of the flying cloud talisman. The old man led Tu Pham to the place where the flying cloud talisman was kept and introduced it, saying this is the place, with the payment based on the amount of work done. 1 square meter costs 1,000 spirit stones, and I also teach you 20 more talismans. Is this condition acceptable? Tu Pham asked eagerly. And are there talismans involved? So does the old master have talismans related to stabilizing space, connecting spiritual energy, or controlling spiritual energy? The old man happily agreed. Yes, everything is ready. All right, you observe how others repair. First, later, there will be a master refining the void stage among the people. Zufan flew closer to the heavenly talisman and observed how everyone was repairing it. Yes. After a moment of observation, Tu Pham concluded that it was just a simple repair job, as drawing connecting talismans was a bit troublesome, and the rest was physical work. While watching, an elder approached and asked, "Are you the young newcomer? Do you have any questions or need to ask about anything you don't understand?" Tu Pham clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. I don't have any questions for now. When can I start?" The senior, seeing this, thought to himself, just by observing others he's already gained insight. Not bad, little guy. He immediately assigned tasks. "Then let's begin. Move as quickly as possible. Your repair speed will also affect my reward." Tu Pham immediately started the repair work, his movements smooth and fluid like flowing water and drifting clouds, completely unlike a beginner, blending and merging seamlessly. The senior was surprised by Tu Pham's speed, wondering if this was the work of a beginner repairing the Pu Tien Chao for the first time. Self-taught and skilled, where did this treasure come from? No, I can't stall any longer, or the job will all be done by this kid. 2 months later, Tu Pham finally recovered his spiritual power and faced a perfect, like-new Pu Lin Chao. He was so happy he almost cried, finally finished. He approached the senior happily and asked if there was anything else besides completing the exterior repair of Pu Tien Chao. This senior also smiled and replied that there was no other news for now, so Tu Pham immediately covered his eyes. The senior was pleased and took out a few talismans from his pocket, saying, "Kid, the project that took 3 months was shortened by 2 months thanks to us, and the senior just received good news about our progress. Over the time we've worked together, I've realized you're a genius, and I think it's not impossible for you to become a refining master. Ha ha. I like you these 5 talisman stones. I happened to get them as a gift. Consider it a good omen when you become a refining master. Don't forget to craft a divine weapon for me, then." Tu Pham gratefully took the talisman in his hand and thanked him repeatedly. "I will definitely craft a divine weapon for you first when I become a refining master. Although I say that on the outside, deep inside I worry that I only have 120 years left before the next tribulation, and the elder will have to live until I advance to become a refining master." After finishing the task, Tu Pham left, and on the way he thought to himself that the Sen family sect is much more powerful than he imagined. Half of the small heavenly world is an inner sect, which is truly astonishing. Once he ascends into the inner sect, he must explore this small heavenly world thoroughly. But now that we've used it, the elders are competing to escort us, and I can only go back alone. I didn't expect the world of cultivation to be so pragmatic. Outside, the 10,000 broken celestial gates, Vuong Vu Luan and Modong Thien Ni, are focused on killing monsters, able to kill one with a single strike, but their numbers are too many and both are exhausted. Vuong Vu Luan said, "Xian He, after finishing this mission, our contribution points can be exchanged for 10,000 spiritual embryo pills." Modong Xian He worriedly said, "Lord Fu, maybe we should save some contribution points to help you advance to the Chuk Ko stage." Vuong Vu Luan considered and said, "No, it's better to exchange for spiritual pills. With my current ability, 2nd grade Chuk Ko is no problem. When our child is born, let it call the eldest brother its master, then it will definitely become a genius in the future." "Now another wave of demon beasts is coming," Vuong Vu Luan warned. "Be careful, Ni. These demon beasts are at the Chuk Ko stage, he thought anxiously. If we can get past 2 Chuk Ko demon beasts, then we are in real danger. Murong Xianhe took the small phoenix and listened to its report, her face instantly turning pale with fear. General Fu, there are 3 Chuk Ko level demon beasts inside. What should we do? Wang Vuluan confidently replied, we absolutely cannot retreat. The other senior brothers are still guarding at different points. If we get broken through on our side, all the effort of nearly 100 senior brothers for half a month will be in vain. He took out a jade token angrily and said, I can only use this. This is a life-saving magic tool I bought for 10,000 spirit stones from Elder Zuo, capable of damaging Chuchu beasts. After saying that, he threw the jade pendant and the monsters, a hint of reluctance still on his face, bidding farewell to the one with 10,000 spiritual stones. The jade pendant floated in the air and instantly transformed into countless fireballs that rained down, creating a storm of fire. The destructive power was immense and terrifying, blowing away everything around. Vuong Vuluan quickly pulled out a shield in fear and exclaimed, Damn! Tudaika didn't say a word earlier. There's such a powerful force. After the explosion ended, there was even a deep hole on the ground, and Vuong Vuluan approached to observe and sighed. It would be great if Tudaika was also on the battlefield. Fellow beast spirits, isn't this a simple wave of the hand so I don't need to spend 10,000 spirit stones either? Modong Thienni then stepped forward to comfort everyone, each heading in different directions. And brother, don't just keep sighing. You've been learning from the eldest brother for so long, but it feels like you haven't even grasped half of his strategies. Vuong Vuluan was startled and said, No one can compare to a demon genius. I think I'm already quite impressive. Modong Thienni asked further, All right, father is impressive, so after we return, why don't you challenge eldest brother once? Guess what, can you endure for 3 breaths? Vuong Vuluan pointed to the sky and shouted, Don't underestimate others. Even 5 breaths of time is fine. From the sky, Tu Pham saw a large hole in the ground with a glowing gem inside and asked curiously, What is that? Vuong Vuluan and Modong Thienni. After the explosion, the dust gradually settles, and inside the pit, a luminous blue stone appears. They both observe this strange stone for a moment. Vuong Vuluan happily laughs out loud. The outer surface appears greenish, but upon closer inspection, it's a bit unclear. This is a soul iron. If I have enough soul iron, I can forge a family artifact capable of cultivating a spirit weapon to compete with the golden core. After saying that, Vuong Vuluan threw a secret bag to Modong Thienni and quickly ran down into the pit, instructing her as he went. Thienni, during each watch, when she encounters 2 or more Chuk Ko beasts, should use this. Modong Thienni took the bag in her hand and replied, Understood. After some time, the 2 of them went to Tu Pham's house, and Vuong Vuluan asked, Big brother Tu, why did you move houses so suddenly? It was quite abrupt. Tu Pham smiled and made up a reasonable excuse. Isn't it because you took on a disciple, so you changed environments, but deep down you just wanted to run away quickly? I can't really say. I realized that the previous order for the flying sword was actually from the male lead, and I was worried he would come to thank me, so he moved houses. Tu Pham quickly changed the subject. Look, this is my latest research in Chengguo. The Lean Luok armor. Luckily, I received news about the mineral soulstone vein to supply it, so I was able to create it. Vuong Vuluan, seeing the 2 cool armors, was so excited his eyes lit up and ran over to the mineral vein, wagging his tail to flatter it. Wow, it looks so awesome. Tu Pham realized that the man from the clan also liked robots, so he casually introduced it, saying if you face danger in battle later, just wear this. As long as you're not at the gold core level, fighting with it is no problem. This robot is truly powerful, and ordinary cultivators are all beaten to a pulp by it. Vuong Vuluan looked at the armor with shining eyes and asked, Is this armor a defensive magic weapon? Tu Pham proudly said, Why not try it on yourself to see how it works? Tu Pham snapped his fingers and the armor automatically surrounds Vuong Vuluan, adjusting to his body for maximum comfort. Tu Pham shouted, Armor up, huh? Transform. No, wait. Link armor activation. Finally, Tu Pham came up with a super cool catchphrase. Tu Pham points to the energy core in the middle of the suit, and this design really looks just like an ancient version of Iron Man. Modong Thienni stands beside him, watching with shining eyes full of admiration. Her father-in-law looks cool in anything, and this armor is made from 16 independent magical weapons. It can amplify your spiritual power, and its physical and mental defenses are among the highest in the magic weapon realm, capable of manifesting 2 states at critical moments. Tu Pham immediately clapped his hands, and the robotic palm automatically descended, shooting out a beam of light that could shatter a stone into pieces. The true power shown made Vuong Vulan's eyes light up as he immersed himself in the armor. and his flying sword speed was astonishingly fast, like riding clouds and slicing wind, making Vuong Vulan extremely excited. This speed was just too incredible. After experiencing Vuong Vulan's armor himself, from the Elder, this magic weapon is too powerful now. I'm not afraid even if I face peak-level beast spirits. Modong Thien looked at Vuong Vulan with shining eyes full of admiration. And Tu Pham also asked happily, so that piece of soul iron from the earth, it didn't break, right? Vuong Vulan felt like he was floating happily on clouds. Not worried. Not worried. With such a protective armor, I'm afraid that Elder Brother has taken a hit. From Pham said seriously, actually this time I also have a lot of things to do. And you? Because I went to help repair the Tianzhou mansion earlier. Being watched by the elders above, this time they also included me in the list to go to Tianzhou Prefecture. You know that going outside Tianzhou Prefecture takes a long time, and during my absence, my 2 disciples and this house will depend on you 2 to take care of them. Both of them seem to have received some noble mission and confidently declare that everything from Big Brother is the same for us. Helping Hu Yin take care of the house and the 2 disciples for a while is nothing. Right. Big Brother 2 has been so good to us that we can't thank him enough. Helping Hu Yin with these matters is only natural. Vuong Vu always heard Tu Pham getting ready to go to Tianzhou and felt disappointed. But now we must say that Big Brother 2 has changed. This time I want to go out with the Tianzhou mansion again, Tianni, and I may be on the battlefield, but I don't know when we'll be able to reach the Tianzhou mansion. Tu Pham suddenly looked grim, as if remembering something. This truly is a rare opportunity, but I have a bad feeling about it. That person will probably show up again. And Vuong Vu, always eager for gossip, will ask who it is. Someone who makes our Big Brother's head hurt, huh? Tu Pham hopes it's not the main character again. Ha. Hope I guessed wrong. A month later, at the top of the ancient Crescent Skygate, countless cultivators flying on swords arrived, creating a bustling scene, and Tu Pham also presented his token to enter, passing through. As he stepped in, he immediately saw several enormous Tianzhou estates floating in the air. My dear Junior, it's been a long time since we last met. My younger brother even moved houses without telling me, hearing this voice. Tu Pham's face darkened, and he said, well, I guess I should now call him Elder Brother Deep. I didn't expect Elder Brother Deep to rise so quickly to the Gold Core stage. On the surface, he was smiling politely, but inside Tu Pham was very unhappy and secretly gritting his teeth, thinking that meeting this person was nothing good. Diep Tio Jiao stepped over, placing his arm around Tu Pham's shoulder affectionately and said, Senior, what senior? Our second brother and I are just chatting casually. Tu Pham frowned and thought to himself, should I jump off the boat now or just do it right here? At the ticket gate, Diep Tio Jiao said to the guard, Elder, this is my brother. He has a pass token. Can you arrange a better room for him? The guard recognized Diep Tio Jiao and said, oh, he's Diep Tio Sha's brother. There's still a room next to yours. Let your brother stay there. After completing the check-in at Pu Tian Chao, Diep Tio Jiao happily said, Tu Su De, let me show you around a room in Fu Tian Chao. Tonight, Fu Tian Chao will start moving. By then, the boat will provide spiritual food, and we will toast together. Tu Pham, who had been followed by Diep Tio Jiao all the way, silently cursed, there's no escape now. That evening, in the dining hall of Pu Tian Chao, while everyone else was lively with eating and drinking, Tu Pham appeared completely different. His face tense as he looked at the bright, delicious dishes on the table, he hesitated before gathering his courage to stand up and leave, thinking to himself that he had to slip away now. Just as he was about to get up, Diep Tio Jiao quickly pressed him back into his seat, leaving Tu Pham silently resigned. The immortal emperor inside the ring that Diep Tio Jiao was wearing also told him to know that little Tu, you must find a way to establish a connection with this Tu Pham. He definitely won't be wrong. Trust the eyes of the immortal emperor. It's correct. Tu Pham forced a reluctant smile and said, this table of spiritual food, Diep Su Huang, isn't it a bit of a waste? Diep Tio Jiao generously said, ha, a spirit stone isn't that much. This is the benefit of the Tianzhou mansion staff. Tu Pham took a sip from his cup and asked, Brother Diep, when did your strange illness get better? Diep Tio Jiao also picked up his cup and happily recounted, for many minutes of my junior brother, the last time I left the secret realm, my strange illness was completely cured. Junior brother, see if you know. Then Tio Jiao searched for my family to break the engagement, humiliating our younger generation a bit. Hearing Diep Tio Jiao recount the story, Tu Pham began to guess the plot, with the male lead being someone who was rejected in marriage. Diep Tio Jiao downed his cup of wine in embarrassment and added, I thought I could erase the shame of the rejected marriage. But unexpectedly, the woman I broke off the engagement with was taken as a disciple by a hidden venerable, also at the Chuk Ko stage, and I was humiliated by her in a brutal way. Tufam silently mocked after hearing the story. Even when fighting for the throne, they knew to wait 3 years after gaining the old master before challenging. The one who just showed a little strength went out to show off, so being beaten is no surprise. Dieptio Jiao seemed even more determined, but that only made me more resolute. With a grandmaster as my master, so what if I have one? Give me 3 more years, and I will definitely avenge this humiliation 100-fold. Tufam raised his cup to toast, wishing his senior brother success. Dieptio Jiao, moved to tears by Tufam's support, ran over and embraced him, truly understanding him as a master. From now on, just call me Diep Daicha. We are officially sworn brothers today, and will never part in this life. Tufam, annoyed, refused Dieptio Jiao's passionate hug and thought to himself, "Let go, you bastard." Tufam pushed Dieptio Jiao away with one hand and quickly looked for a way to escape. "Elder brother Deep, I was wrong. Let me go. I still have things to do." Dieptio Jiao disregarded everything and rushed forward. "Isn't there something more important than our sworn brotherhood? It can't be. Tufam is speaking the truth. Earlier, when I repaired the Putien Chao, I discovered that its most vital part was in Fuvan beneath the outer shell. So this time I came on the boat to observe carefully, but I didn't expect that as soon as I got on, Big Brother pulled me away to drink, really." Dieptio Jiao froze for a moment after hearing Tufam mention Fuvan. As they were talking, an elder suddenly approached and patted Tufam on the shoulder, smiling approvingly. "I didn't expect a young alchemy prodigy like you to have such insight. So, do you want to join as my disciple?" Tufam seemed to be making an important decision. The elder looked at Tufam carefully and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. His spiritual power is abundant. His soul is firm, making him a very good seed for forging, little one. Are you a direct disciple of a sect?" "Which one?" Tufam scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I haven't joined any sect yet. So for now, I can be considered a casual practitioner." The elder, hearing that Tufam hadn't joined any sect, enthusiastically recommended, "Interesting. Are you interested in the forging sect?" Hearing this suggestion, a flicker of calculation appeared in Tufam's eyes as he gently stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, "Sorry about this. I am currently a first-rank alchemist, only studying Fu Wen." Tufam came up with a reason to refuse, leaving the old elder with nothing more to say, and the elder, showing respect and trying to please, simply nodded and walked away. He angrily turned away. What, alchemy? No. Refining spiritual energy is the true romance of men, and he even muttered while walking. Tufam happily watched the elder leave. The elder walked leisurely, and Dieptio Jiao, seeing Tufam refuse such a good invitation, looked on with a puzzled and resentful gaze. Ah! After seeing the senior go far away, Tufam quietly breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that if he really joins the Forging Spirit sect, he will no longer be as free as he is now. At least practicing alchemy requires secretive efforts. Maybe after decades of no breakthroughs, you might even be ridiculed, and suddenly a voice rang out. "Brother." Dieptio Jiao, like a wandering ghost, stood gloomily right behind Tufam, the great expert of the spirit refining sect wanting to take him as a disciple. It's a very great fate. Tufam was suddenly startled from behind, his face darkening as he quickly stepped back in anger, thinking to himself, is this main character born a demon or what, appearing so suddenly? Dieptio Jiao, drunk and covering his mouth with a handkerchief, then said, "Sorry, elder brother, I was rude." Dieptio Jiao still stubbornly wants to ask the reason. If the disciple doesn't want to join the Forging Wind, just refuse directly. There's no need to lie about being an alchemist in the past. Tufam turned to look at him and said seriously, "Because my goal is to cultivate both pill and energy, I'm afraid that revealing the truth will cause unnecessary trouble, so I just make up an excuse. Besides, no matter what others say, I will definitely pursue this dream. While Tufam is determined, Dieptio Jiao just stands in a corner calling for Qi Hui. Ugh. Tufam, seeing Dieptio Jiao drinking too much, reminds him, "You've drunk too much. I'm going outside the boat for a walk." Dieptio Jiao just met with Qi Hui. His body slightly regained consciousness as he wiped his mouth and looked in Tufam's direction before leaving. The immortal emperor inside the extraction ring also evaluated him, saying, "Look at him. This young man is extraordinary. Forming a connection with him will be extremely beneficial for you." Seeing the heroic figure of Tufam walking away, Dieptio looked up at his back with shining eyes full of praise and admiration as a giant serpent wrapped around the boat outside to protect its safety. From Pham looked up and marveled at how enormous this giant snake was. Its entire body was white and quite beautiful, making him exclaim in admiration. He overheard some cultivators passing by discussing that this Thon Van snake is the spiritual essence of Futhian continent. At first I was also stunned when I saw it. Suddenly Tufam saw a figure approaching from afar. making him stare in admiration with a hint of shyness on his face. "Oh, Sister Zayen, why are you here?" Seeing her walking with a handsome cultivator, he was struck by a cold splash of water and quickly asked, "This guy, he's not your boyfriend, right?" Sister Zayen shyly nudges him and says something teasing. And Tu Pham, being noticed by the beautiful girl, feels his heart blossom with happiness. Sister Zayen then points to the young man beside her and introduces him. "This is my junior brother, now the top alchemist of the Alchemy Peak." Zayen then pointed to Tu Pham and introduced him. "This is my junior brother. Both of them are extremely talented in alchemy and forging. I heard at home earlier that I want to study talismans of the Tianzhou talisman. My senior brother can definitely help you." Tu Pham shyly reached out to introduce himself. "Hello, senior brother Za. I am Tu Pham." Seeing senior sister Zayen always caring for me made him feel like he was in a dream. Secretly happy inside, senior sister Zayen is still so kind to me. Isn't that better than having a real boyfriend? The senior brother from Za immediately laughed and shook hands with Tu Pham. Zayen's disciple of forging, Luyan Qifeng, because he refused to inherit the alchemy career, argued with his father Za Khan and left home. "Hello, Tu Sude. I am Zadu." Tu Pham, hearing that name, couldn't hold back his laughter and started trembling. The two brothers looked at him confused. Tu Sude, what's wrong?" Unable to contain his laughter, Tu Pham quickly ran back to his room, and as soon as he got there, he flopped onto the bed, laughing uncontrollably. I really couldn't stop laughing. Zadu is a slang term among common folks meaning idiot. Tu Pham rolled around in disbelief. There really is someone named Zadu. Ha ha ha. Tu Pham sat down to wipe tears of laughter, saying, "That doesn't feel very polite. Forget it. Next time we meet, I'll explain." Suddenly, this shaky boat threw Tu Pham into the air, making him panic before he could even understand what was happening. A notification appeared on the boat, indicating that they had entered the infinite sea, and the entire vessel was ready to prepare for battle. Tu Pham now stepped off the boat and looked around, exclaiming, "Wow, the vast scene and countless strange creatures everywhere are truly magnificent." As he approached the battleship, he marveled at it. This is real male romance, and that cannon is the main gun, with a diameter of 3 meters. I don't know how powerful it is, but seeing the cannon on the battleship really makes Tu Pham eager to try it out. Sadu approaches with his arms crossed, happily observing the battleship, so my junior brother's perspective is just like mine. This is the kind of thing a man should be crafting. Tu Pham secretly felt annoyed when Sadu suddenly appeared like that. Do all of you like to show up unexpectedly? My sister also left. Can men stop appearing beside me out of nowhere and starting conversations? Tu Pham smiled shyly. My senior brother just now really was too modest. I suddenly had a feeling while talking, so I recorded it. Sadu patted Tu Pham's shoulder sympathetically. "I understand. It's a pity when a feeling comes but isn't certain, especially since we are all alchemists who follow the breath. There is no more wonderful fate than this." Sadu looked at Tu Pham with admiration. Tu Pham quietly concealed his gratitude, not needing the man's praise. Sadu then asked, "By the way, Tu Sude, can you share your earlier intuition with me? Maybe discussing your ideas could make them even more perfect." Tu Pham then raised his chin in thought. Honestly, it was nothing special. And then he wrote a complex piece of poetry, with Sadu standing beside him, attentively observing. The poetry resonated, transmitted sound, reflected light, and emitted a mysterious glow. Tu Sude, if I'm not mistaken, you want to create a magic tool that can communicate over long distances. They are all the simplest poems, using the most common spiritual materials that can withstand it, which is also a breakthrough in terms of foundation. But without relying on the support of the external formation, the distance between these two magic tools would only be about 100 meters. Tu Pham, having heard this senior brother's comment, quietly admired him. This senior brother Sadu is quite skilled. Tu Pham then smiled and said, "Senior brother Sa, I haven't finished yet." Sadu, surprised, said, "Oh, Tu Pham," casually wrote a few more lines of poetry. Sadu watched for a while and became even more surprised, thinking to himself that he didn't quite understand the order of the outer layer of the poetic prose. Tu Pham, after finishing, leaned on his hand and observed the scene outside, ignoring Sadu, who was lost in his own thoughts. Tu Pham thought to himself, "Take your time, senior brother. Sadu is now lost in his own thoughts, completely isolated from the outside." After a while, Sadu suddenly exclaimed with joy, "I understand now. I understand now. Sude, trong kao truquavan tu fuvong ngawaikung, como tak dung trong chuin truan tintuk." In theory, as long as there are enough magical tools for communication, even if the distance is far, they can still contact each other, which is impressive. I finally realized the structure of this literary composition. I never expected that my junior brother could comprehend such a marvelous array of formation symbols. Tu Pham chuckled awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the ship accelerated, gliding over the water like flying, and the warship began firing a barrage of lights down onto the sea, causing the surrounding water level to rise by dozens of meters. Countless golden beads of protection soared into the sky on fire eagles and simultaneously shot hundreds of thin golden chains straight into the sea. Soon after, they caught a giant whale. Sadieu was delighted when she saw the harvest, feeling lucky. It seemed this trip would be a bountiful one. Tu Pham watched the entire fishing scene with his eyes shining brightly. Wow! On the endless protective talisman, Tu Pham looked in amazement at the beast in front of him. This is a giant sea beast. Judging by its size, it's probably already cultivated to the Huki stage. Tonight we are truly lucky. Unfortunately, the enchanted beasts can only be drained for energy, Tu Pham thought as he looked at the giant cannon. This cannon is too powerful. Just one shot was enough to kill the enchanted beast. Sadieu saw Tu Pham's malicious expression and smiled, asking, "You've never seen a cannon fire before, right? You'll get used to it later. This is just the auxiliary cannon. When we face the true mighty beast of the double cultivation stage later, it will be truly spectacular." The main cannons of the battleship fire simultaneously, tearing space apart, and Tu Pham, hearing such power, is also stunned with wide eyes. "Senior Shah, how many spiritual stones did the auxiliary cannon from earlier consume in one shot? But if you count the spiritual stones spent, it's about 100,000 spiritual stones. But these things are not a problem. The spiritual component sold earlier by the Heavenly Sea Behemoth was also around 500,000 spiritual stones." Tu Pham, holding his face in regret, watched the 100,000 spiritual stones fly away. "The previous cannon shot enough for me to eat for a month." Sadieu even added, "What is this? The main cannon is the real excitement. One shot is worth 500,000 spirit stones, enough to kill a double tribulation beast." Tu Pham, clutching his chest in pain, shouted, "Tu, if my power is like that of the continent's top experts, then maybe I could already fly to the immortal realm and break through the void." 3 days later, Tu Pham sat on the cannon observing the talismans and thought to himself, based on what he's seen over the past few days, the entire Wei Tian tribe seems to favor alchemists and is willing to invest resources into nurturing them. And just relying on his identity as an alchemist, he has been allocated a lot of resources worth about 30,000 spiritual stones. While sitting idly lost in thought, Azadiu arrived, and he called up to his junior brother from below the ship, saying, "I've told the master about your idea, and he's very interested in talking to you." Tu Pham, feeling like he's facing a great enemy, was stunned and swore in his heart, "Enemy, I consider you a friend, yet you betray me. Surely you're not about to provoke some big shot again." Tu Pham was led by Zadieu to meet his master, and standing at the door, he saw the small, narrow wings and wondered to himself if the door was a bit small. Zadieu quickly took out a token and scanned the lock. "Yeah, beep beep," and the door immediately widened as they stepped inside. As soon as Tu Pham stepped in, he saw countless strange magic tools and everyone busy working, making him explore happily, thinking to himself how different it was from the outside, relying solely on this spatial technique without corresponding runes. Even if he polished it for hundreds of years, he wouldn't understand it. Entering a room, Tu Pham respectfully bows to the senior, who sits upright on a chair and asks seriously. The person is the ice expert who has the innovative communication magic tool that Xiaosa mentioned, and Tu Pham politely responds, "I am Van Boy." The senior highly appreciates Tu Pham's abilities. His idea is very innovative. I will consider it. If we deploy 3,600 large-grade protective treasures dedicated to mid-range transmission in Tuongchao, combined with the array formations and talismans we devised, we could cover the entire Tuchao. By then, the cultivators of Tuongchao will be able to use our communication magic tools, or even enhance them further to achieve remote visual dialogue. Tu Pham thought to himself, virtual images can be made too. This is really amazing. After praising Tu Pham's talent, the elder seriously asked, "Little one, do you want to become my disciple? You have great potential to become a master of the alchemy sect." Hearing this again from Tu Pham, he immediately became angry and thought to himself, again, why do all these senior elders keep wanting to take disciples? Am I really that outstanding? Saudua dung ben kan taitham, nhan dong idizude kuata laluyan kitong sudo. Trongtong moningai kamon chukong faikin trongonge, so kidonge, chungta chin lasu huinde dongmo. Tu Pham lien kway daule fip noe. Van boy thuk sula khong dam kigyao, konduong van boy mondiladang ki songdu, by nap monakwange, ta so khong di chop. The elder sitting in front of Tu Pham changed his attitude after hearing him speak like that, and a cold, intimidating aura emanated from him, causing Sadua nearby to break out in a cold sweat. After a moment of contemplation, the elder smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, little one. You are quite honest and straightforward, so I'll ask you, which do you prefer more, alchemy or forging?" Tu Pham confidently straightened his back and replied, "Of course it's refining energy. Refining energy is the romance of men." The senior then placed a hand on Tu Pham's shoulder and made a generous offer. "So do you want to become my designated disciple? I will grant you access to the heavenly refining peak, and if you wish to pass on your energy refinement, you can join my sect." Tu Pham calmly drew a talisman. Seeing this, the old senior also laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I understand your intention," then took out a token. "Go back. From now on, if anything happens, you can come here to find the old alchemist for a chat." Tu Pham calmly took the token in his hand and smiled. "Thank you, senior," then quickly left. Seeing Tu Pham walk away, the young disciple, frightened, knelt down and begged his master not to blame the petty mistake and to forgive his rashness. The elder turned to the wall, pondering, and said, "This one will surely achieve great things in the future, but unfortunately I lack the fate to guide him. What a pity." On the way back, Tu Pham pondered. Than had already unlocked the big elder's talk, so what else was there in the future? Getting married, having a beautiful and wealthy wife, reaching the peak of life. Tu Pham suddenly remembered Sa Su Tai and adorable Vivan. Sa Su Tai, now mature and alluring, Vivan cute and lovely. Who should he choose after all? I truly am such a pitiful man. Tu Pham's illusion grows stronger every day, and while lost in his beautiful dream, suddenly from afar comes the sound of shouting, "Hey, look ahead!" Hu Lin Chao immediately activates the defense to surround the boat and deploys the protective shield. At this moment, a giant wave 100 meters high crashes in, bringing countless terrifying monsters downstream. Facing an A-rank sea beast and a great demon from the Great Ascension stage, the entire fleet launches a full-scale assault, with the ship shooting straight into the monsters like an arrow, causing them to be blasted far away. The entire boat was rocking violently, Tu Pham clinging tightly to the railing, shouting in frustration. So this is how Hu Tien Chao is used. After dozens of maneuvers against the monsters, Tu Pham, now exhausted, dizzy, and foaming at the mouth, collapsed in a corner. Cannons fired in rapid succession, causing the sea to tremble violently. After a fierce struggle to fend off the numerous fierce monsters and the floating spirit bottles on the water, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Tu Pham, with a pale face and exhausted, looked around at the group dispersing to search everywhere. Is this how they find treasures only after defeating monsters? As he was focused on observing, Diep Tio Jiao suddenly appeared and approached. Where the monsters gather must be a treasure land. Usually there are high-energy spiritual mines, and if lucky, you might even find relics. Tu Pham saw Diep Tio Jiao suddenly step forward and sighed, resigned. "All right, I've gotten used to the main character constantly appearing and disappearing beside me. I don't really mind. It's okay. Big Brother Diep said there might be relics here, and in this endless sea, there are still relics." Diep Tio Jiao explained that some powerful experts, when they ascended, would come to the endless sea to reach the final limit. So many of their secret residences remain here before their ascension. Tu Pham nodded thoughtfully. So, that's how it is, he thought to himself. Maybe this time he'll have a chance to uncover some of the powerful figures' secret residences. Diep Tio Jiao took out a miniature fortress from his bag, and after touching the ground, it instantly expanded into a large, intricate fortress, making Tu Pham stare intently with bright eyes. Is this a magic treasure city or a protective formation? Diep Tio Jiao folded his arms and smiled. This is a type of divine artifact, a protective formation. It looks like we'll have to stay here for at least a month. Diep Tio Jiao quickly grabbed Tu Pham's hand and pulled him along, Tu Pham's face darkening as he was dragged, wondering why there's always some man who likes to hold his hand. Diep Tio Jiao vuive dando, Tu Pham len bai, di Theo tuyenqua, dieko de hoidonqua. Qua Tio viabin, tuongtran, hethun, mot hang Diep Tio diase o noai ne. O trong thana vovi diekotera, ngoing tambao huach la lap, duigiet yuthe. Nu kong duo kodenhan motsokong aviek luyendan, du saudung rakoingoengan, damtran he than la duok. There are already many cultivators entering the city, and the flying formation of Tran Hai Than remains steady on the sea surface, unaffected by the waves. Tu Pham thought to himself, forget it. Never mind, I should find a place to stay first. As soon as I entered the city, I saw Senior Sister Sa waving her hand to call me back. Hey, Junior Brother 2, seeing Senior Sister Sa calling me, Tu Pham felt lucky. No way, this is amazing. Just arrived and already met Senior Sister Sa. During the 3 days in Tran Hai Than, Sa Yen smiled charmingly and asked Tu Pham, what a coincidence, Junior Brother 2. From afar, Tu Pham saw Sa Yen and happily jumped over. What a coincidence, Sasu Tai. Just as he raised his hand to ask, it was grasped by another hand. Turns out it was Sa Dieu, who sincerely held his hand and spoke. Junior brother 2, are you interested in opening a forging workshop with me, just to repair some magic tools for the warriors going out to battle? In this month it will earn several tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Once again, Tu Pham was grabbed by someone, making his face darken as he thought to himself, another hand grip. Sayen also sincerely invites you, Sude. If you don't want to go to refine weapons, you can follow me to refine pills, where you can learn about many spiritual medicines from the ocean floor. Tu Pham looked at Sayen with a sincere and serious expression and said, Sasutai said it's good, then I will go. Before he could finish speaking, Sakan Tien, father of Sayen and Sadieu, appeared and shouted angrily, Xiao Yan, come here again, don't stay with the alchemy practitioners. Tu Pham saw him and also felt a bit surprised. Oh, that old man from before. Sakan Tien glared at Sadieu and then stormed off in anger. Sayen followed him, secretly glancing back and shyly leaving ahead. After being ignored, Sadiao lowered his head and dared not look up to avoid Saching Tien's gaze. After they left far away, they whispered to each other, Hoo, junior brother 2, we didn't do it. After all, we just took a break, while Tu Pham silently wondered if he had any other options. That afternoon in the alchemy room, Sadiao happily said, Junior brother, if I had met you earlier, that would have been great. I have been practicing alchemy for over 10 years and finally found my breakthrough. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and a stunning young woman stepped in and asked, Excuse me, is it possible to repair the alchemy furnace here? Tu Pham looked at the girl and thought to himself, why are there so many beautiful women in the alchemy area? He immediately transformed into a gentleman, invited the girl to sit down, poured her a cup of tea, and politely asked about her alchemy repair needs. The delicate girl recounted that she had brought a spare alchemy furnace to Tianchao Prefecture. But the first one exploded, and the one yesterday also exploded, now showing cracks. If this alchemy furnace can no longer be used, I won't be able to carry out my duties in Tianchao Palace, so I want to ask you to see if you can repair it for me. Sometimes just hearing the sound is enough to be a pleasure, especially when the voices are as gentle and sweet as this. Hearing the girl mention the problem, Tu Pham quickly responded, No problem. Let me take a look at your alchemy furnace. The problem isn't too serious, since it's on the spirit stone, I will help you fix it. The girl was delighted to hear that from Pham, exclaiming, Oh, really? From Pham then told her to prepare some materials. When the Tianchao sect collected small mineral veins, give him a few to help her repair. Little girl Nuo immediately handed all her mineral veins to from Pham. Tu Pham immediately took a mineral stone and began repairing the alchemy furnace with practiced ease. The beautiful girl's eyes immediately lit up with admiration at the elegant movements from Pham. So he decided to enhance the alchemy furnace a bit for the little beauty before handing her a perfect, flawless one. It's done. Finally finished. I didn't charge you for the 50 spirit stones, girl. The girl nervously took the alchemy furnace in her hands, carefully examined it, loved it, then ran off while Tu Pham pointed at the remaining materials and called after her. Hey, there are some materials you haven't taken yet? Little girl, the more from Pham calls, the faster the girl runs away, making him hold up a mirror to check his reflection with suspicion. Do I look that scary? We have been staying inside Chanhai City practicing forging tools for a month now. I finally managed to leave the SO residence and want to go outside to take a look. Sadieu quickly wiped his sweat and smiled. Sure, junior brother, go outside and take a look. I'll stay here and continue refining my tools. I forgot that it's your first time coming to the Infinite Sea. You should go explore instead. Hearing Sadieu say that, Tu Pham happily dropped everything and ran off, and before Sasu Huin could finish his words, he had already disappeared without a trace. Outside the sea city, Tu Pham immediately used his Lin Fong Chao to explore the surroundings. Tu Pham entered an area filled with strange sea monsters and rare treasures, mostly seeing monsters and precious treasures everywhere. Finally, he reached a calm sea zone and felt quite excited. This is it. He finally found a relatively peaceful part of the ocean. From the Spirit Wind Chariot, Tu Pham quickly takes out his family boat and dives underwater, excitedly saying, Time to explore. I need to activate the concealment talisman to stay safe. A single submarine tour costs tens of thousands, and this time my dream is finally coming true. Half an hour later, Tu Pham had entered the depths of the ocean where dangers lurked all around. He observed the surroundings through the pressure gauge and said, I can't see anything ahead at all. Based on the water pressure check, I am now at a depth of at least 50,000 meters below sea level. Having reached a certain depth, Tu Pham began to act cunningly. The time to search for the treasure had come. Tu Pham, like Doraemon, pulled out several useful magical tools, including a spiritual energy detection device, a night vision map, a life and death scanner, and numerous other magical artifacts. Tu-Fam prepared to activate the machine, and as soon as he did, a shark with sharp teeth appeared, ready to bite through his ship. Its fierce appearance made Tu-Fam panic and scream out, trying to scare everyone after this fish. There is a sea monster nearby attacking Diep Tu Jiao, who is currently being chased around by it. Diep Tu Jiao asks the Vai Tiende, "Old sword, are you sure I have to kill this thing?" The Celestial Emperor, hearing Diep Tien Jiao call him by the wrong name, became angry and corrected himself. "I've told you many times to call me the Great Sword Immortal Emperor." Diep Tu Jiao, being chased by the monster, didn't bother much. "Fine, old sword." The Immortal Emperor was also speechless at this level of stubbornness and explained, "It is the Beast King swordfish, a treasure, with its core being a naturally formed sword. Just a little refinement and it will become a top-grade treasure. Most importantly, this flying sword has the innate ability to devour and swallow. It can evolve independently and nurture skills, and even after you ascend to the great world, there won't be many treasures like it." Diep Tu Jiao, exhausted from being chased, said, "I understand everything you said, but right now I am being hunted, and I can't fight this thing." Suddenly, the Immortal Emperor added, "I have already made all the arrangements. Just go straight for another 500 meters. There you'll find your good brother, and then you can reveal your final move to defeat the swordfish, waiting for your junior to come and save you." Diep Tu Jiao immediately realized the Emperor's plan, Xiao Fan, and quickly stopped to catch the swordfish's attack. He frowned and said, No, he's just a rare smith. If something unexpected happens, it could harm him." The Immortal Emperor quickly advised not to worry about your junior brother, and he looked at you very seriously. "With the central spine of the ferocious gold swordfish, using my method, it will only take 50 years to evolve into a divine weapon." Diep Tu Jiao clenched his teeth and wondered, "Am I really going to drag my brother down with me?" At this moment, the ferocious Kim swordfish was chasing wildly, making him think, "Xiao Fan, it's time to test our friendship." Tu-Fam is collecting treasures at the bottom of the ocean, with robotic arms emerging from the submarine to gather pearls and valuable items. Filled with a bag of loot, he feels extremely happy. "Ah hee, I hit the jackpot, got it." The giant sea trow is nourished by the giant creatures beneath the ocean. Gathering a few to craft a string of spiritual bracelets isn't bad. And as for that Ling Lung pearl, it will serve as the core for the spirit mail armor with 3 types of spiritual energy. Suddenly feeling a chill, Tu-Fam wondered why he was sensing such a sinister aura. Realizing something bad is about to happen, Fam quickly gathers his belongings and escapes before it's too late. As he runs away, suddenly something behind him is rushing toward him at an extremely fast speed. The small submarine was tilted and knocked over by the collision, causing Tu-Fam inside to be shaken violently and hit the walls. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Tu-Fam, holding his head after the tremor, immediately heard Diep Tu Dao, covered in wounds, crying out for help, "Xiao Fam, save me." Deep beneath the ocean, yet I still keep running into him, making Tu-Fam even more frustrated, his restless spirit still lingering, always appearing wherever I go. He was carried onto the boat by Tu-Fam, his body covered in wounds, water dripping from his clothes onto the ground with a plopping sound. Diep Tu Dao mustered her remaining strength and said, "Little Fan, that swordfish out there is already half destroyed and has little strength left. Please help me pull it out. I need to get its core. After finishing, I will thank you." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted on the spot. Tu-Fam angrily shouted, "Hey, I haven't even answered you yet." Then he sighed helplessly, resigned to his fate, thinking to himself that normally those who oppose or disagree with the main character's conditions usually end up getting their comeuppance early. Tu-Fam turns around to prepare his armor, closes his eyes, and agrees to go along with it. He puts on his super gear and appears, causing the sea monster to become alert and swim quickly toward him. This fish is incredible. I could fight with the divine crystal pill, but I just want a stable life moving forward. Come on. Tu-Fam, relying on his speed, swims around it to provoke it, teasing it to chase after this shark. Tu-Fam, luano di theo, nung mui giao do gao tau ratan kong fe kiem, vang du de fat, fayan banchiton, kongug shet tvayan sixtardo. Ngirang lan ne, sedung tui et shaiu de giet konthue, quainung kong ono lai bien, metatrok matne. Tu-Fam, who was feeling proud, suddenly froze for a moment before hurriedly looking around. "Where are you fighting to, old man?" Tu-Fam became alert. Where is the fish? Why did it disappear? Then it suddenly appeared behind him, trying to ambush him, but he detected it and even used stealth magic. It immediately used its tail to knock Tu-Fam away, but he luckily escaped quickly, then released several silver spheres surrounding the water monster. The water monster, also curious, asked, "What are those silver balls?" The silver orbs then transform into threatening snakes for Pei Jian. Tu-Fam watched from afar and immediately said, Unfortunately, my army of water-type puppet soldiers is too small. By focusing my spiritual power through split bodies, my ultimate move needs a little time to gather energy. The snake-shaped puppets attack the wounded spots of the giant swordfish, which sways to prevent the snakes from striking. Up above, Two-Fam is already waiting for the right moment. Now it's my turn to show off. Ice Spirit Convergence forms a freezing storm with all the mini ice shards created by Two-Fam, spinning into a vortex that locks Feikiem Ngu in ice. Although the ice has sealed him, it's useless against Feikiem Ngu, who struggles and shatters the ice barrier. At that moment, it opened its huge, ferocious mouth to show its indestructible power. The tiny needles made from shattered ice crystals, crafted by Two-Fam, turned and smiled at the giant fish, waiting patiently. Are you in such a hurry? Go? As soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny needles rapidly attacked the eyes of the beastfish. That is its weak point, and the ice sword immediately pierced through, causing the beastfish to bleed profusely. It struggles to break free again but sinks even deeper, causing the mighty swordfish to fall to its knees. Two-Fam gathers the spine of the swordfish in his hand and looks at the two shattered mercury snakes. Who? My poor little mercury snakes. This time I was completely killed off, and I lost all my 800,000 spirit stones in this battle. The immortal emperor inside the ring praised Two-Fam after seeing his strength, saying he has high combat talent. Compared to that fool, he's much taller, and if it weren't for the forging technique, I would have already destroyed that swordfish. Two-Fam returned to the submarine and gave Diep-Tu-Jiao a pill to heal her wounds and save the male lead. Diep-Tu-Jiao in her dazed state screamed in fear. Xiaofan, the Vacuum swordfish, when Two-Fam saw those scales, he immediately stopped talking. Damn, he's really a tricky guy. Diep-Tu-Jiao sat up suddenly, trembling and begging for forgiveness. Xiaofan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you go kill that fish. Even I don't know how to fight it. Diep-Tu-Jiao ran over and hugged Two-Fam, crying. Are you okay, Two-Fam? Are you okay, Two-Fam? Two-Fam, frightened, dodged the hug and reassured him. Don't worry, Diep-Tu-Huiyan, the Vacuum swordfish, is already inside. Haha, it's still because of my own skill and luck. I was at fault. Deep down, Diep-Tu-Jiao still couldn't believe it was really possible to fix that fish. Two-Fam saw Diep-Tu-Jiao take out a treasure, and his eyes immediately lit up with a golden glow, though he spoke politely, but his eyes were fixed intently on it, and they called each other brothers. There's no need to be polite, just say it. Diep-Tu-Jiao immediately handed it over to Two-Fam. I see you don't have any space artifacts. Take this ring. It has 100,000 characters inside for storage. Two-Fam took it and said politely, sorry for the trouble, then quietly examined the inside. Only those skilled in space artifact forging within the spiritual weapons sect can craft such large space items, which are very rare on the market. Suddenly, a space appeared and pulled Two-Fam's submarine into a deep pit, causing both of them to panic. What is this place? After the submarine was pulled into the space, it crashed into the ground, and we were taken to an unknown location. Both of them stepped out of the submarine to observe the surroundings, and Two-Fam immediately asked, what is going on here? Why did we suddenly go from underwater to the surface? Diep-Tu-Jiao then said, Little Fan, if my intuition is correct, we've struck it rich this time. This is a small world. We should find a way out and report to the sect to gain huge benefits. But then, Diep-Tu-Jiao stepped forward to observe the surroundings and said, with the place being so devastated, I'm afraid. While Two-Fam was listening, he used his distant vision technique to observe Diep-Tu-Jiao's words, setting aside whether they would get rich or not, as a big trouble approached ahead, and Diep-Tu-Jiao paid close attention to the approaching disturbance. Two-Fam turned back and asked, Big Brother Deep, how much of the strategy do you still have left? Diep-Tu-Jiao was panic-stricken when he saw the swarm of monsters surrounding them in the sky, and he silently asked the immortal king on his ring, Old Sword, what kind of strange situation is this? The old immortal briefly explained, this is a small world opened by cultivators during a tribulation. Once you recover, you can find a way out. I've observed it. This small world only contains some swordsmanship inheritances and nothing valuable. Diep-Tu-Jiao thought for a moment, then said, having a swordsmanship inheritance is also fine. The immortal emperor immediately warned, don't blame me for not reminding you. Your energy will take at least 10 days to recover. Whether you survive or not depends on your good brother. Diep-Tu-Jiao heard that and immediately looked grim, unable to argue. He then turned to Xiaofan and said, our current strategy is still not ready. We should find a place to hide. Two-Fam took out the spirit wind pearl and said seriously, you can't just press it and run. Go ahead first. They stepped onto the spirit wind pearl to escape, and the demon beasts immediately chased after them. Tu Pham sat on top of the spirit wind pearl, using his eye technique to observe, and then reported the situation. Surely, more and more are appearing, Tu Pham asked. Diep Dai Ka, do you have a way to escape? But he thought to himself, this guy is like an encyclopedia. If I don't ask him, who else can I ask? Xiao Fan patted his shoulder to encourage him and said, Big Brother Deep, I will protect you during these 10 days. Diep Tujiao was moved by his words and couldn't speak. Little Fan. Diep Tujiao pointed in a direction and said, Xiao Fan, try flying that way. It seems to be the residence of a powerful cultivator. Maybe there's a legacy inside. Tu Pham saw that he knew the direction and thought to himself, is this the newly activated bond of the protagonist, so I have to get involved again. But hopefully, nothing will happen. The dark, swirling clouds in the sky and the misty fog make the surrounding space even more desolate and ruined. Let's go to the inheritance hall on the mountaintop that Diep Tujiao pointed to. Tu Pham. Tu Pham also happily agreed right away, okay, goat. The old man, Zhen Yunsheng, said that this time he went to the extreme zone to find a way to break the barrier, so he left the inheritance as a gift for those who understand fate, and maybe they will meet again in the vast world someday. We have become master and disciple again, neither of them paying attention to what the old immortal said, only quickly rushing to find the treasure. At this moment, outside the main hall, the monsters had already surrounded them, and Tu Pham stepped out carrying a bag of inheritance on his back to face the battle, arriving just in time after gathering everything. Lin Fengchao quickly flew out from the main hall, from Pham wearing his special armor, observing, oh, it seems most of these demon beasts are rare smithing materials. Only a few are special treasures. Ha! And there are some strange, big-headed metal pills. From Pham then used spiritual power to speak again. Brother Deep, there might be some shock later. Please bear with it. From Pham immediately summoned a group of puppets he had just created. The divine gold puppet appeared with a chicken-headed human form. Look here. The little treasure I just researched. The inside of the ring revealed the immortal emperor again. I told you, that junior brother of yours is not simple. At least the techniques used to craft these puppets are quite creative. Diep Tudao didn't quite understand at first, thinking they were just a few strange dolls. The Heavenly Emperor explained that all those puppets possess spiritual consciousness, so although they aren't human, their combat abilities are quite diverse. The divine gold puppet immediately launched a missile, destroying them all, and the fallen demon beasts scattered. Diep Tudao was delighted to see the strength of the puppets and praised, wow, Tu Pham's puppets are really powerful. Does each one have the strength of a spirit core, so can the divine gold puppet be crafted with the divine gold pill? Master Diep Tudao asked Tu Pham, seizing the opportunity to enthusiastically introduce that to make a divine gold puppet. With this strength, you need a complete corpse and soul pearl of the primordial beast. Big Brother Diep, do you want to buy one? I'll give you a 25% discount, just 290,000 spirit stones each, not including today's promotion. Crafted with exquisite skill, the Kimdan puppet has excellent features. 10-10. Just 298,000 is too much. The kids who received them all cried. Tu Pham enthusiastically promoted and thought to himself, whoa, this is just business, even if it's the main character. Diep Tudao shyly took out her empty bag and said, ha 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 ha, that, you're also poor. Once I have enough spirit stones, I will definitely buy from Dai. Tu Pham forced a smile on the outside. Yes, I'll wait for you, but secretly I think this poor guy is a joke. This main character is also so poor, oh my god. Tu Pham looked up at the sky and said with difficulty, this level won't be easy to pass. 5 days later, Tu Pham looked at his battered puppets with sorrow, sitting quietly as he watched them shattered into pieces. All those strange puppet monsters are too damaged to fight anymore. Hoo-hoo, my money, my money, my money. Diep Tudao tiredly said, Xiao Pham, let me help you defend a bit. I need to recover my spiritual power first. Tu Pham with a cold and ominous voice said, Elder Brother Diep, just recover. Tu Pham then stood up and launched an attack. Using the divine command spell, Tu Pham slowly joined the battle, a sinister glint appearing in his eyes. Pouring all my spiritual power into one strike caused the entire sky to explode. A massive blast that shattered everything in an instant. Diep Tudao watched this power with amazement, thinking to himself, damn it, why does it feel like my chi refining stage is just training in a dog's belly? This power level matches even the divine techniques of a core formation cultivator, Old Sword. Have you ever encountered a spirit beast cultivator with such a forging stage? Is there anyone as formidable as my junior brother? The immortal emperor watching the continuous explosions in the sky with a look of disgust. I have encountered monsters capable of slaying nascent soul stage cultivators, while your junior brother can only fight at the core formation stage. But although not the highest level, it's still among the top tiers in the great wilderness world. Diep Tujiao's face darkened, his cheeks flushed. If someone can forge weapons capable of cutting through nascent soul stage demons like that, maybe when they grow up they could even kill the Emperor of Destruction. I must meet him someday, the Heavenly Emperor calmly replied. You will have the chance to meet him in the future. Dieptu Jiao focused intently on the name of a senior figure, and the Immortal Emperor continued, that person is the enemy of Tu Diet, the very target you must kill in the future. Hearing how formidable his enemy is, Dieptian Jiao felt fear and wanted to retreat, or perhaps he should go to my junior brother's place. I feel like compared to them, I am just a useless piece of trash. I have no talent or virtue to be so highly regarded. The Immortal Emperor smiled and said, ha 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 ha, you don't need to underestimate yourself. Meeting you in this mysterious and dark world is all part of the heavenly will. Suddenly, Tu Fam shouted loudly, startling Dieptu Jiao. What's going on? He pointed at the giant firebird flying in the sky. Furious, damn it, stupid bird, you're messing with my mind. Did you really think I couldn't kill you? Tu Fam thought as he held his head. Such hypnotic sounds are easy to resist. But no one knew that the content of that sound was me wanting to capture your whole family for evidence. Ha ha, well done, you damn bird. Are you hiding a beast? Tu Fam quickly pulls out his super powerful cannon, aims precisely, and fires, turning the target into ashes. The surrounding monsters stare in horror as the fiery bird turns into a spinning wheel in an instant. At this moment, Tu Fam, like a demon crawling up from hell, sneers cruelly at us. Damn it, let me give you a proof. So keep going, you damn bird. Tu Fam pulls out hundreds of strategic cannons and immediately opens fire, turning the sky into a sea of flames. Dieptu Jiao sitting and watching this scene, he enters civilian mode. Haha. After Xiao Fam levels up to the peak of the Chuko stage, I probably won't be his match anymore. His magic is a bit fierce. The Immortal Emperor Tramjam thought and said, from now on, when you avenge me, just call this brother Tu. I feel he has more potential. After 10 more days in the little world, Lucy Jiao recovered his strength and escaped with Tu Fam. Happily riding on a flying sword and saying we finally got out, Tu Fam then used his magic to summon the water peak, and a submarine appeared on the water surface, and they both stepped in to return home. Than Tran Hai, sitting in the tavern, Dieptu Jiao happily said, Xiao Fan, thank you for saving my life this time. Tu Fam casually took a sip of tea and said, I don't need anything else. Just give me a part of the message transmission sword technique in that main hall. Big Brother Deep, just take what you need. I have no interest in swordsmanship, and if you need anything in the future, just come late and find me. Tu Fam thought to himself, I only need to wait for this one answer from you. Tu Fam then seriously said, actually, I have always had a question in my heart. Big Brother Diep's extensive knowledge, I wonder if you can help me find the answer. Dieptu Jiao confidently said, go ahead and ask. If I don't know, I will help you find the answer. Tu Fam then asked, all right, I want to know if there is a level 13 in the 12th stage of Qi refining, and where is the final limit of the Qi refining stage? The Immortal inside the ring heard this and thought, ha ha, this little fool probably doesn't know. Does Tu Fam know about my existence? Dieptu Jiao frowned and pondered, Tu Fam. Before returning to Fu Thien Chao, I'll let you answer her. Tu Fam thought to himself, ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to answer this question. This question is aimed at the Bakua Tonthu inside your body. Otherwise, my prolonged stagnation in the Qi refining tower wouldn't be the solution. After returning, Dieptu Jiao kept wondering about Tu Fam's situation and then asked, is the old sword on the 12th level of refining energy still there? Old sword? The Supreme Emperor immediately responded with a hint of annoyance. Is that how you ask others, huh? Dieptu Jiao quickly lowered his head and pleaded, Your Majesty, just tell me. The Immortal Emperor finally relented and said, well, that matter is related to the Yiji meditation Tao from ancient times in the distant past. The demon race ruled the world and enslaved humans, and they did not allow humans to possess the Qi cultivation pill. Once someone broke through to it, they would be devoured by the demon race. Humans have endured oppression for tens of thousands of years, enduring a long and arduous journey until they finally discovered the 24th and 30th levels of Qi refinement. After the tribulation period, the 24th level allows one to directly obtain the golden core, and after the 36th level, the strength can directly reach the primordial stage. Dieptu Jiao immediately asked, so reaching level 108 would mean entering the Great Ascension stage, right? The Immortal Emperor explained, good thinking, but the will of the Heavenly Way, or the Heavenly Tao, does not permit that. Little one, these kinds of desperate measures are best not attempted by your brothers. Cultivating immortality is fundamentally against the natural order. Each breakthrough to a higher realm is a form of bodily transcendence. The creation of the 24th and 36th Qi refining stages was all because there was no other way to resist the demon race back then. If you follow the wrong path in cultivation, don't expect to peacefully pass the Great Ascension when you reach the infinite twin stage. Basically, the more you advance to become an immortal, the stronger the power of the infinite twin becomes. Dieptu Jiaojun hesitated and said, in short, there's no way to break through beyond the 12th level of qi refining. The immortal emperor confirmed, very difficult because the inheritance has been cut off and I don't have any cultivation techniques in this area. Hey, if I were at my peak, I could split the river and extract the cultivation technique right now. Meanwhile, Tu Pham was leisurely lying in a hammock, resting, feeling so exhausted. Why do I always feel like something bad is going to happen? Hong, forget it. I've already distanced myself from the male lead, so there probably isn't any danger. I wonder how my two disciples are doing now, and that arrogant prince too, that unlucky guy has used up all the bombs I left behind. This time, the puppet also suffered heavy losses. I must return quickly and gather more spirit stones to ensure my safety. 10 days later, news was announced that the Tianqiao Pavilion had returned and the disciples inside Tronhai City headed back. Everyone immediately packed up and returned to Tianqiao Pavilion, all rushing onto the ships, and after everyone left, Tronhai City was reclaimed by Tianqiao Pavilion. Sadu also approached to ask from Pham, from the junior brother, "You're returning too, how's it going?" From Pham replied with a disappointed look, "Oh, don't mention it anymore, that's right, Sasu Huyin. Every time the Heavenly Pavilion embarks on an adventure, they take different routes, right?" Sadu replied, "That's right. The vast ocean is so vast that following just one route isn't interesting at all. Moreover, the Heavenly Pavilion is very safe in the vast ocean, unless you encounter a 1,000-year-old sea beast like last time. Otherwise, you can return safely without any issues." Tu Pham gazed at the heavenly chariot with longing, truly wishing to know how it was crafted. Sadieu, thinking about it, grew angry. It's indeed a good thing, but the sect that forged it is composed of arrogant and disrespectful people. From Fan comforted him, "Oh, haha. I understand exactly how he feels. Just like a company holding the core of technology, they will have absolute dominance over their customers." Sadieu then seriously placed his hand on Tu Pham's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, I know you definitely have a talent for refining tools. Whether it is carving basic runes or creating new ones, in refining tools they are top-notch even. Your ambition is just like mine," Tu Pham thought to himself. "That's because I find it interesting. Not my true ambition. My real goal is to go home." Sadieu happily said, "Su Dei, promise me, you must bring the Suqiao that is even stronger than the Futhianqiao we crafted with our top forging techniques. The Kuthalian we forge can freely soar in the extreme no region." From Pham awkwardly smiled and said, "Brother Sasu, you praise me too much. I don't have that ability," he thought to himself. Why is he forcing his own aspirations like this? And even if I could craft it, I'm afraid he wouldn't wait that long. From Pham imagined that day Sadieu would have already turned green with envy. "Sadieu's grave, senior brother Sa. I am here to pay my respects and will burn the heavenly pearl you loved most this year." Sadieu always trusted in Fan unconditionally. "No, you have the ability, my master said so, 100 years from now. Whether you accept it or not, you are indeed the most important lineage of our alchemy tools." Tu Pham silently chuckled to himself, grateful that he was so highly regarded, but he was sure that he and his master didn't know that in 100 years I will still only be a master of alchemy. From Pham raised his hand and asked, "Brother Sa, what happened to the communication device I mentioned earlier? Should I cut off the connection now?" Sadieu, upon hearing this question, also raised his hand to hold it, and his expression remained calm and cheerful. "That will be carried out after we return to the sect unless there are any exceptions. Soon after, our sect will have personnel for the communication of the Fahai transmission. Then just wait for the sect master's reward." Upon hearing these words, he seemed to brighten up and rise in heroic joy. "Oh my God, it's so quick to decide on investment. Should I try to make some profit too?" At this moment, both of them are thinking about a wealthy future. It really is a very good thing because by then all the disciples will have the legal sound transmitting information uniformly, making the command and coordination of the sect much easier. Communication among all the brothers will also be more convenient. From Fan turns his head back and thinks about a magazine that, as night falls, chronicles the history of cultivation, featuring the most influential characters of the era and two spirit beasts swallowing people's money. Perhaps this is the step toward the peak of life afterward. Suddenly, the two of them looked up at the blue sky together. At that moment, From Fan used his two fingertips to lift his eyes and gaze into the distance, seeing a house beneath the cliff with a distant island ahead. When he saw these scenes, he turned to Sadieu and asked, "Elder Sadieu, is there an island in the infinite sea?" Sadieu was a bit surprised and explained, "No, that place isn't an island. It's just a giant green turtle supporting our cultivators." At this moment, a boat appeared from the blue water below, along with a turtle floating just above the surface. And thinking about these things, Sadieu suddenly came up with a pretty interesting idea that made him laugh out loud. Speaking of the green turtle, we can't forget about the turtle on its back. From the sacred land, let's go eat turtle now. Seeing Brother Sa's reaction like this, he couldn't help but be puzzled and kept asking questions. Without thinking much, the two of them went to a restaurant together where a grill was filled with delicious food, including the ha they mentioned. When the food was ready, the owner announced, "Here are your dishes." Seeing these dishes, Tu Fam was extremely confused and couldn't figure out what they were. Suddenly, a girl stepped out, surprising and startling Tu Fam. She was truly enchanting, and the beautiful young lady, along with Sasuti and the girl who fixed the furnace earlier, had changed into new clothes and looked incredibly stunning. Then Sa approached the girl and whispered to her, "Old man Sa Yen over there. Recently my father's mood hasn't been good because his alchemy furnace keeps breaking down and he's been upset about it." Suddenly he lost his temper and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha. It seems the old man failed as a third-tier alchemist. Do you think I should go visit and tease him a little? Because you're even worse. If you do a bad job, they might beat you up." Sa listened to his little sister say that and felt a little nervous. Not sure what to do, Sa took out something from somewhere. It was the alchemy furnace. When he brought it out and started, he said, "The alchemy furnace isn't broken, is it? Here, take this for him." Once he figured out the next plan, he calmly rested his chin on his hand and pondered, imagining that the girl was on the boat. Sitting there, he thought about the future, about his father, recalling the childhood days and being held in his father's nurturing arms. "This stick I placed in front of the house. If you make another mistake, I will use it to discipline you." After that, I never touched the stick again. Recalling those moments, the lively and adorable girl suddenly blushes shyly and says, "That time you helped me fix the alchemy furnace was very useful. Thank you, Huyin. This little girl is none other than Tien Tien." The girl's eyes sparkle as if she knows how to speak, the daughter of Elder Van Bach Duong, a talented alchemist. When he heard her words of thanks, he immediately showed a smug look and teased, "So how about expressing your gratitude to me?" As her master gradually approached her, the girl was extremely confused and shy, turning around to ask the appraiser to check the price and compensate Huyin. Suddenly, Za Yen put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Are you joking about my little apprentice? Anything bad that happens to her, someone else will do something worse to her." Hearing these warnings from her, Zadu shivered a little and pondered. "I have seen the aura of that senior warrior in the martial hall before, and the mountain-breaking wine in his hand really makes people fear for their lives." Now, Tien Tien steps forward, hugs Xia Yen, and starts to act spoiled. "Yen sister, you're bullying me again." Faced with Zadu's confusion, the two girls Yen and Tien Tien looked at each other and smiled secretly. Right now, 3 options appeared in Xiao Diao's mind, and he was so greedy he wanted everything. But it was just a fantasy, so enough now. "This time I brought Tien Tien here to thank you for lending me the furnace, which works really well." Tien Tien holds her hand and gently leans her head in. Yen gently nods and thanks him. Not bad at all. When she saw someone praising her abilities, Zadieu puffed up her nose happily, saying it was just a little spiritual power while all the other materials were brought by her. Pham was sitting nearby, watching them and gently shaking his head, thinking he didn't dare offend the 3 of them. He still wanted to live another 50 years. As he thought about these things, he suddenly slowed down and called out, "Vuong Vu Luan," heading to a new place called Quan Huyet Thin Mon. In a forest, a voice suddenly echoed, "Young master, handsome as you are, there are also good things for you to see." A beautiful girl like a flower approaches and asks, "Do you want to know what earthly bliss is?" He. You must return quickly to report to the sect, but the mortal world and the blood Quan Tien Mon have appeared. Indeed, women can make a person feel numb. Young master, do you want to see if I am beautiful or not? At this moment, 3 beautiful women surround him. How unfortunate. Before he could react, he was wrapped in 3 glowing pink ribbons. The girl approached and seduced him. "Young master, use all your tricks because I've spent quite a few pearls just to keep your body. Kill me if you want. Sooner or later my sect will find out and then all of you will have to die." Hearing this, she was unafraid and even reached out to caress him, giggling. "Such a handsome man like you, how could you kill me?" Suddenly, something touched the ground, and the young master said that from now on, anyone who finds me will experience the pleasures of the mortal world. Then the 3 girls approached and kissed him, making his eyes glaze over and look confused. From Fan turned around and started thinking, young Vuong Vu Lan is not just a pawn. As long as he returns, everything will be easy to talk about. He's probably serving his punishment now. He sighed again. The path of cultivation is never smooth sailing. Looking up at this beautiful blue sky with blooming flowers on the island, 3 days later, in a certain room, they were talking to each other, and that's how the story goes. Although there are indeed higher realms beyond the 12th level of qi refining, the inheritance for cultivation was cut off long ago, and before telling Haiyan about this, the senior also said that a genius with extraordinary talent like Xiaofan should not attempt to reach higher realms than the 12th level of qi refining. If not, it will cost us the chance of immortality. At this moment, Tu Fam's eyes showed a hint of confusion, and he sighed, while Chu Kwok still regarded him as a good person. At least his gaze was honest. Only then did he begin to feel relieved, so I can rest assured. I'm just curious and never wanted to try. When he said these words, Tu Fam stroked his chin and remained calm. After returning, I will study and see if we can at least cultivate together before the great calamity. Hearing this news, Chuku is suddenly so happy that he pulls Tu Fam along in joy. This time, Xiaofan, the one who saved my life, has hidden his great virtue, and I don't know what to say to thank you. Today I will treat you to the best food in Tianzhou Prefecture. No cars, no returning home. You're back again, after a month, at some master's place, and when the two young ladies see his figure returning, they suddenly become very happy and rush over to hug him, turning their faces up and saying, "Master, you're finally back." The two little girls happily led the master inside, chatting merrily as they went. "Next time you go out, take us along, and our junior sisters won't cause you any trouble. If we weren't here, no one would take care of the master." Hearing this, it warms my heart, but he just flicked their heads with his hand as if to say, "Are you just playing around and not practicing martial arts properly?" The two young girls still look very innocent and say, "Of course, our brothers always train diligently, and naturally, Nguyet Tien can vouch for that." Seeing his two junior brothers like this, Tu Fam uses both hands to pinch the girl's arm, not protecting his younger siblings. Because she was pinched, the girl was in pain. Tianiti said that now Nguyen Tian is an adult and not a child, so the master shouldn't pull her braid. Tu Fam saw her reaction and comforted her, saying it's okay. The master will examine her carefully. But no matter how much I try to change, it turns out I can only withdraw. Suddenly a foot stepped on my hand. Oh, that kick was Tu Fam kicking Nguyen Tian's foot. The girl screamed in pain, calling the master an idiot for stepping on her foot, then bragged about it. Afterwards, the master looked very proud and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. You're still too young, Diamond Foot." At this moment, he turned around and thought, this must be what home feels like. The two of them were talking and laughing happily. Mike kept urging Vuti and Thien Ni to come out so we could have a party. Then they all raised their glasses and drank to celebrate, gathering around a table, eating, drinking, and chatting happily, feeling the warmth of family during the new year. After a while of eating, every plate was finally cleaned. Now it's time to sleep after the meal. Ha ha, don't worry. Lord Tu Jian is here. Seeing the girls sleeping so peacefully, Pham felt a bit happy, and thought, after eating and sleeping, I don't have to act like a child. Watching the shadows of the two senior brothers rocking each other to sleep, everyone was happy too. Being close to you really isn't small, daring to betray my father, brothers, and me. At this point, I don't know what kind of expression he's making again. "Young master, do you want to join our demon sect? After completing the great task, I will let you rule Xiangzhou." Hearing these words, he turned his face back and said in surprise, "Based on you guys, I am worthy." Seeing their expressions, he continued, "I don't know what big deal you have. Just based on you, my father, brothers, and I, there's nothing more to say between us." At this moment, they approached each other and said, "So you refuse to drink and instead want to drink to punish?" They started pulling each other. "Do you know that I have always been in Wang Wu's memories, using my things to fight me? You look down on me a bit." At this moment, he turned to smile smugly, knowing that soon she would be ours. And then the next day, in the fresh and cheerful atmosphere, suddenly, Pham reappeared somewhere in front of a house. And from there, a girl stepped out, the fairy soldier. She's gone now. When he heard this voice, he felt a bit familiar and recognized the sound. Before he could think much, the girl suddenly rushed over and hugged him, not caring about eating first, bathing first, or anything else. What kind of scene is this? Yet he still picked her up. Only a child would choose me completely. After saying that, they lay on top of each other. The fairy prince is quite generous. Then he untied her dress and threw it aside. The fairy prince will serve him carefully. What will come will come. Our fairy troop targets human desires. When adding a lock, use it already and add 5 more coins. At this moment, they suddenly emitted a light on the fiery stage. "Elder 2, thank you for saving our family this time. When I was surrounded by 3 fox demon kings and about to fall into despair, I wanted to commit suicide. But Elder 2 once said that no matter what happens, as long as you return to the sect alive, everything else is up to Huyn. My decision has changed. Luckily, I have Huyn." Seeing himself praised and honored like that, he became a bit humble. It was just a small matter when I wasn't here to endure the hardship. Tu Fam then said, "Let me see, brother, you have to endure what I will repay them tenfold. I know very well about tormenting others." Now he stepped closer to Tu Fam and said, "Big brother Tu, don't look. If you've caught them, just eliminate them." "But how can that be? If someone suffers, they must pay back twice as much. You are my brother, so I can't let you take the blame." Now, on the screen, appears an image of a fierce wolf, as a great battle between two worlds of demons rages. Despite the central sects at Daiji, led by Tran Ap, controlling the entrances and exits, a powerful demon master with supernatural abilities manipulates people's minds, exploiting the chaos in the space to enter this world. This is a memory? Thinking back, he was surrounded and caressed by 2 girls alone, huh? He was actually a hero who fought 100 battles. At this moment, a few girls are around me and he says, "Tianni wants to hear my explanation." I was under control back then. It wasn't really me. Ignore those words, and he picked up something round, like a child's toy egg. "Here's your reward." When she saw the object in his hand, she didn't pay attention and turned away, saying, "I heard from the big brother first. We'll talk about your matter at home later. From the boss, if you don't step out, I'll take the reward and leave you hungry." Then, at the crucial moment, the man's coordination will be taken away. "You can get this now, so go report the situation of the demon race quickly, or else I will be discovered by the true forms of these 2 fox spirits. Right now, at the border of the thorny forest, where the demon race is hiding." Standing at the border gate, the atmosphere here is truly mysterious and enchanting, but unfortunately, you demon clan, you've only been here a few days and you've already been discovered. At this moment, a familiar figure appears from behind a door. It's a handsome young man. Perhaps your boss should send more demon clans here. At this moment inside, many demon beasts are surrounding him, and suddenly a voice is heard, wanting to self-destruct. "I can't bear to do that. You are very precious." And suddenly a black box appears in his hand. Holding it in his hand, he began to think that the demon race still wanted to revive the ancient era of the Frost King. Seeing his reaction, he then picked it up, and a strange thought appeared in his mind. "You guys are overthinking it. I still don't know who the traitor is." After making the deal, a year later, in the same house, Fan was contemplating everything happening and had a thought. Over these 14 years, not only did his memories of his previous life not fade, but they also grew more vivid, and he built a car, contemplating his life as he looked at it. He suddenly opened the door and saw something. That familiar chilling feeling was Kwok. As he suspected, a shadow of a person appeared above that room and a voice greeted him. Xiao Fan listened as Master Wang said that the person's forging skills were at the peak, and this time he asked for help for his big brother. Hearing these heartfelt words about himself, he felt a bit uneasy. "I am still 36 flying swords short of completing the cloud-wandering sword technique." Wang Wu has not only revealed his new residence, but also his alchemy skills. At this moment, Cuckoo leans on his chin and thinks, "Just take some time to help the big brother, because your big brother can't even beat the primordial soul now." Seeing his appearance like that, Fam suddenly erupts. "A close friend of mine who's fallen into the hands of Cuckoo is truly drifting further away." Hearing these words, he became even more tense. "I really miss how Chukwok treated me well when we first met." Vudi is a kind Chukwok, but after the golden hand old master appeared, he became more and more unscrupulous. At this point, his eyes turned sharp again, and he looked at me with the glow of the protagonist. I don't understand why he's like that now. While Kwok put on a charming face surrounded by roses and said, "Big Brother Dieps 36. Flying plans should have 6 attributes, and the small sword training must also be identical." Seeing him like that, even Fam couldn't bear to speak. Life really isn't easy. Don't listen to what he's saying about wanting to practice swordsmanship in the Cloud Dragon formation anymore, or about killing the old man to Nuya Nankai. Cultivators shouldn't care about face or anything like that if they want to survive. Those are the teachings of his master, vague as they are, and with my help later, your ascension to the immortal realm will be just a matter of time. Are you still afraid of not being able to repay your brotherly kindness? Suddenly, as he was about to turn away, a hand reached out and reminded him, "Xiaofan, I won't let you suffer a loss. This treasure I found in an ancient ruin is extremely important, and now it belongs to you." So, this is the exchange item that makes Tufa extremely happy and excited. "Big Brother Dipe, you're overthinking. If that's the case, hand over your flying swords and I'll give you the invoice later to buy enough." Upon hearing these words, he held the box in his hand, looking extremely happy, while his expression was full of sadness and contemplation. It seems that dealing with interpersonal relationships must be very delicate in the world of cultivation. People still haven't learned that. After all, they are mortal brothers and death is inevitable. This thing isn't just about the patterns on the box. I need to act. Suddenly, a shadow from outside the door stepped in, then stepped out, and hearing the noise around, he quickly approached the jar and opened it. Oh my God, what kind of scene is this? A little girl has come here and it's none other than your little sister Yue Tian. So adorable. Seeing her shadow approaching, I couldn't help but pinch her hand. Your reckless actions just now made the girl jump and blush. Ha 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 ha. Next time you turn into an ugly stone, it will be very obvious. When she heard your words, she was furious and shouted that the master had told you many times not to mess with her hair. At this moment, the girl sat down again, holding a pen and writing something that made the master a bit confused. This girl is progressing quickly, and there's a reason for that. Seeing her sitting in a corner and secretly watching, he finally spoke up and called her in. At this moment, the girl is holding a cup of tea to invite her master, who is sitting and working, politely greeting him, and the master truly only realized how ugly she turned into a stone because of her. Hearing her adorable question, this master from Fam couldn't help but laugh out loud, gently tapping her forehead with his hand as he explained. Of course, there are other reasons. When I no longer detect you, you'll understand. Just keep practicing gradually. After saying that, he picked up the cup of tea, blew on it, and nodded, saying how delicious the tea was. Seeing this childish look of Tu Fam, Yue Tian found it a bit funny and said, "Sometimes the master's expressions don't match his age." Suddenly, he called out again. Did Yue Tian gain anything from the mission this time? The girl was very happy and replied, Yes. Last night I just discovered that because of this piece of willow I almost added it to all the spells." He holds the talisman in his hand, watching it emit sparks and praising it. Truly perfect. The deepest part of this sacred wood has the purest and most fitting thunder pattern for the Great Way. Holding it in their hand, their body emits a mysterious light as they control it. After a moment of observation, they suddenly speak, creating a spiritual elixir from the purest life energy contained in this piece of wood. The immortal child took it and said that if he ever encounters danger, he can swallow a pill to recover. In his hand, he holds a vase filled with many shining spiritual pills and offers it to his little sister. The girl happily accepted the treasure her master gave her and thanked him, then asked what her senior brother has been doing lately. When her master mentioned her senior brother, her eyes lit up and she said, "He's on a mission with Wangthuk, who is now his team leader." Hearing the news just now, Fan pushed out a reminder. Tell your older brother not to focus only on body cultivation and training. Growing too fast in cultivation isn't necessarily good. Wangthuk of your brother Fai spent so much effort, but in the end, he's still just a second-rate cultivator, and ascending is still a long way off. In her mind, she started to imagine her senior brother receiving a noble title, and herself calling out to the team leader, but it was only her own imagination. After the two of them were happily chatting, suddenly a voice called out from behind, echoing from outside the door. It turned out to be my older brother, who approached holding something in his hand, sheepishly scratching his head and asking, "I'm back now? My older brother has arrived." Seeing the two of them return, Fan was a bit surprised. Isn't this the fairy elder Chuk Ko Kai? What's going on here? Seeing his reaction and his words this morning, Chuk Ko Kai seemed a bit flustered. Don't, big brother, don't do that. I'm scared." He approached his master, and presented a gift box, saying Big Brother discovered a spiritual mineral in the monster's cave and brought it here for appraisal. Without further ado, he placed the stone box on the table and opened it, revealing a dazzling, sparkling interior. Half an hour later, he praised him and said, "You must have made a great contribution. I won't forgive you for revealing to Diep Tujiao that I am a forging master, so he could send me to forge swords. But it seems this spiritual mineral doesn't tell me all the information about it." Holding this spiritual mineral box in my hand, I was a bit surprised and confused, not expecting Lady Wang Vu to find the spiritual core mineral. Seeing this in his hand, he was overjoyed and immediately tried it. This type of mineral is extremely rare. It can not only preserve the consciousness and will for a long time, but also merge with all magical artifacts. Then I can fuse the spiritual core into the puppet, giving it a part of my consciousness. Saying that, he immediately stepped out of the room and approached his puppet, placing a shimmering, sparkling spiritual mineral on it. All right, he has completed his plan and shown me the result, the puppet with the latest consciousness, surpassing great power. Now he has a wolf dog and his puppet face off in battle and begins to give commands, face each other. Seeing these two puppets fighting head to head, he acts as the referee and starts to control them, initiating a match for me to see. Quickly, his puppet, equipped with that item, gains momentum and prepares to attack. I can't believe that after doing that, both the puppet and the dog wolf became unusually aggressive. Before I could see what happened, the battle was over as the puppet spotted a gap and launched an attack. Seeing this boring battle, he came to a conclusion. So quick to win. Truly, no need to put in much effort. 25 on 25 is just a small spirit core mineral, yet it can make the puppet unleash 50% of its combat power. I understand completely. Your effort is unmatched. Just as the wolf was defeated, Chuk Kokai returned and looked at it with a hint of panic. From what I hear, Huyen at home killed the wolf for fun. That's a high-level spirit beast. Seeing his reaction, Tufam was very happy and replied, "Yes, I will leave again." Hearing this question, he hesitated for a moment and replied, "Hey, wasn't the spiritual energy illusion from the last time damaged by the fox demon? I am following Huyen's orders to gather high-level resources quickly and deliver them to the senior." Hearing these words, Tufam was a bit pleased. "So you believe enough now?" Hehehe. Partly because the young ones saw I was in a hurry and told me to buy with spirit stones. Does Huyen say she has forgiven me? Seeing the innocence in this house with him, Tufam felt a bit uneasy. Dong was too happy too soon. I remember more than 20,000 kilometers north of our heavenly defect sect is the Ba Hoa sect. I heard that the female disciple of Bak Hoa Tong is very fond of the talented disciples from the prestigious sect Antuan. Once she likes someone, she doesn't care whether they are in the outer or inner sect. She will directly find a way to get into bed with them. When Chokokai heard this, he was a bit confused. In the past, Bak Hua Tong and Thien Kuyet Mon had a prodigy who was missing and has not returned yet. I heard that later one of our inner sect elders also went to Bak Hoa Tong to preach. At first, he imagined a scene of a woman with lipstick marks all over her body and trembling limbs, but in the end, he almost didn't return. Seeing Chu Ho Ti's confused expression, he was a bit displeased and said, "I still haven't explained my meaning." At this point, he opened the door and led his young brother inside, telling him directly not to go there for now. "If you really have to go, make sure to take care of yourself." When he heard these words of advice from his senior brother, he was a bit surprised and nodded, but I also couldn't go there. At this moment, he has closed the door and begun recounting those years when he had to stay outside the yard, listening to teachings. "Vuluan needs you to go to Bash Hua Tong recently." Hearing these 3 words, his whole body trembled, and he asked, "Can you not go?" Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a loud, "No!" Oh my, just looking at his father's serious face, it's really stern. He raised his hand and pointed at the teacher, saying that in half a month our sect plans to hold a Jiao Liu event with Bak Hoa Tong, and the sect leader will personally reward those who perform well. Suddenly, Fan spoke up and said that the disciple of the beast-taming spirit stage from our sect was the proud student of your master, and you don't want your master to lose face. He didn't say much, just waved his hand and assigned him a task, telling him to protect himself well and go, "I won't see you off." Hearing these words and such responsibilities, given how small they are, he could only lower his head. Not long after, unable to bear it anymore, he rushed forward, hugged his master, looked extremely pitiful, and called out, "Master, I see that you are quite reckless, but if you are already there, isn't it a bit dangerous?" Despite holding tightly onto my leg, he still remained very determined and said, "With this appearance of yours, it is indeed a bit dangerous." After saying that, he looked at his face, which was crying and sniffling with tears streaming down, sensing that the master's intuition was coming. "Don't worry." Hearing these words, he didn't understand anything. Suddenly, a voice called out from within the bridge, and Elder Deep had reduced the material costs for forging to the lowest level. But seeing Tufam's sad face, I feel a bit worried. If it drops further, the Hong Road's protective and magical weapons might be broken. Big Brother Diep looked at his face and advised him to find a way to reduce all these materials to 1 million spiritual stones. Hearing this, Tufam felt sad and sighed. Probably the first time seeing a protagonist like this, luck and opportunity seemed to have run out, and anyone who controls the cultivation method that has been passed down to him only gets superficial gains. The attribute and quantity requirements for the flying sword are too high, but luckily, Xiaofan is a refining master. At this moment, he had a thought. Brother Diep has been staying in the 10,000 swords room for years. Surely he hasn't gained any substantial benefits. I really have an empty wallet now. Spirit stones aren't hard to come by, but spending a lot quickly depletes them. At least 3 days are needed, and the old swordmaster needs a lot of energy to recover himself, while the 6 main swords and 12 city swords need upgrading. Thinking about all this was enough to give him a headache and make him reflect. Who is this person that will eventually have to learn to bow before life? Based on my experience, going out on a journey will surely bring some kind of opportunity. Right now inside the room, Brother Deep is very sad, and after listening objectively, these treasures were taken last year. Look, if he's truly upset, it seems like he went to exchange currency for valuable items but failed, leaving him with a sorrowful expression. "Thank you." Seeing his expression, Heavenly Sword Heavenly Emperor appeared and said, "I am truly ashamed to be in the Heavenly Red Great World. Don't tell me you are a disciple of Heavenly Sword Money, yet you are so poor that you pawned off treasures. He didn't know what to say, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "If you say one more word, I will stop all resources for you." Unlike now, he was happily sitting by the window, looking outside and singing joyfully. He sat lost in thought for a while, then his face lit up with excitement, and after much effort he finally broke the seal to see if the main character's box contained any treasures. He waited a bit longer, then immediately opened the box and saw inside it shimmering, sparkling items. It makes his eyes light up and he can't believe that inside there are incredibly precious items. At this moment, Brother Deep suddenly takes out something from his shirt pocket, the spiritual jade used for illumination that I left somewhere. He turned his head to look at the heavenly sword immortal emperor and asked if the old swordmaster had seen it. It's a pity, but he didn't say anything. Seeing his path so bleak, he looked down with a sad expression and said, "It's all over." Suddenly, he held in his hand a sparkling gem shaped like a teardrop, and looking at it, he had a thought. This thing looks like a luminous jade orb that shines a bit brighter than a light spell. Overall, it's just trash, but I still wonder why the old man gave this opportunity to me. Now he understood everything, placing the spiritual gem on the table and sighing in worry. It's over. At this moment, the scene at Bak Hoa Sect is truly beautiful and mysterious, captivating everyone. At this moment inside, many handsome couples are embracing and caressing each other, and Chuk Ko Kai has arrived here as instructed by Tu Pham. He feels a bit embarrassed and thoughtful about coming here. Luckily, before arriving, I used a secret technique to change my face to a relatively ugly one, which helped me avoid trouble. I promised Tien Ni that if anything happened this time, I would hang myself in front of her. Suddenly, he sat down at the table and saw a character appear, calling out the name of the God Elder. What kind of scene is this, with two incredibly beautiful women scantily dressed and exposing themselves around him? Are your disciples not satisfied with the hospitality of our sect's disciples? How can the disciples be so satisfied with the treatment of your sect? When seeing this scene, Chuk Ko Kai looked at them with a very confused and terrifying gaze. At this moment, suddenly there is an extremely beautiful girl sitting on the chair, wearing a revealing outfit from top to bottom that makes people swoon. She displays a very excited expression, and with a provocative look, she utters a single sentence that makes all the men feel captivated, really. She looked directly at Chuk Ko Kai sitting quietly there and said, "So why not dare to face them with your real face?" Hearing this, he felt a bit guilty and hesitant. Without thinking much, she approached the elder of the Spirit Clan and revealed her true face. The elder of the Spirit Clan is so ugly that he doesn't even bother to glance at her. He immediately replied that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to pull out once he saw it. Then suddenly, Chuk Ko Kai inexplicably started bleeding from her nose as a slender, long foot approached him. This shameless woman doesn't know what shame is and even sits on his lap like she's his wife. Seeing this, Chuk Ko Kai nervously trembles and stammers, "Your lady's leg. It's long, white, and straight. You want to play with it for a lifetime, right?" Seeing it like this, he couldn't help but shout, and again, I have to stop myself. At this moment, night has fallen and the sun has set behind the mountain. Fan is now lying comfortably on a chair, thinking I'm not a villain character with no ill intentions towards the protagonist. But why have I suffered 3 times because of him? Seeing that the main character doesn't seem like the tragic hero from the novel, why is it that whenever I'm with him, everything goes wrong? Suddenly, a yellow bird lands on his hand, and I have a thought. If I can turn into this bird, then just 500 more and I can summon the divine fire. Since entering high school and becoming a spirit cultivator, there haven't been any issues. But suddenly, he started worrying and decided he must keep his distance from the main character and not just move away. I have no idea where it came from, but a terrifying voice called out Xiaofan's name. It was none other than Chukuo's voice. He came back here again, holding a bag in his hand, having gathered all the materials so he can deliver the flying sword to me. When Tu Pham saw his figure appear here, he immediately said, "Diep Daika, you can come to pick it up in 2 months. Following the main character without any usefulness, what's the point of it all? Maybe someday I'll become the one who bears the main character's anger. Just thinking about it makes me feel bitter." At this moment, Big Brother Deep stepped closer to Tu Pham, took his hand and happily said, Little Fan, you're right. There is a place outside where a fortuitous opportunity awaits. About 10,000 kilometers beyond the sect, a gathering of demonic beasts, I discovered a spirit heart crystal vein. Although small in scale, it can yield more than 5 million spirit stones. At this moment, for some reason, Elder Deep was extremely excited and shouting in my imagination, imagining a gathering of long ivory elephants at the Earth Spirit Gold Pill stage, guarding fiercely, especially the nascent soul stage. After the trial, we will go out to find partners and split everything how. Hearing this, Zifan was also overjoyed and shouted, Wait. Everyone, take me to get rich. You're actually giving me a death sentence. If I hadn't had some skill in the past 2 times, I would have been dead long ago. Hearing Xiao Fan's worried and fearful words, Big Brother Diep rushed over and said, Xiao Fan, I know your strength well. There's no need to refuse. Even though you keep declining, Big Brother Deep just won't leave you alone, so there's nothing I can do. Xiao Fan, don't go. We are brothers in arms, and in the future I will be the #1 sword cultivator of the Heavenly Hollow Sect, and you will be the top alchemy master of the same sect. Hearing these words, Tu Pham ran away, but he kept following us. Together, as brothers, we can go to the immortal world and create another legend. Very quickly, because Diepdike's legs are longer than Tu Pham's, he caught up and patted him gently on the shoulder, then said something so sincere it was frightening. Tu Pham, the two of us being together is truly a perfect match. Seeing this scene, Tu Pham nodded confidently and said, Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Daika Deep calmly responded, I am a top-ranked sword formation cultivator, and you are also a genius alchemist. If we help each other, who would dare to provoke us in the immortal world? When he heard this, Tu Pham ran away even faster. Elder Truong couldn't handle the spirit vein mine there, and even if he explained everything, I wouldn't go. Hearing Tu Pham's tactful refusal, Daika Diep immediately said, Of course I can't do it alone. I will distract the spirit elephants, but I need someone else to craft the mineral puppet. That place is the beast territory where they are the overlords. Killing them would be very troublesome. Remembering this, he continued, the ivory elephant is between the beast and spiritual beasts. Killing it wouldn't be good either, so Brother Deep won't go. Oh my, even though he already made such an offer, Tu Pham still refused like that. It really makes people feel sad. But even with the refusal, he still said he could craft a mineral rotating puppet. Its advantage is that it can operate automatically without someone controlling it. Wow, the puppet maker should hide near the mineral vein well. When the time comes, distract the ivory elephants of the spirit realm so it can work on its own and mine faster than I can. Hearing these interesting words about the puppet, Brother Diep was very excited and praised it. Even Tianjian Tiandai also spoke. Aiju, very good. Quickly think of a way to trick some good stuff from your good brother. Big Brother Diep praised enthusiastically, that's great. It's just that without your cooperation to deal with the ivory elephants and the spiritual earth spirits, it would be a bit dangerous for me. At this moment, Fan Lien proposed a solution. I will lend Big Brother Deep a set of protective gear to use and return after it's all used up. If we manage to earn more than 2 million soul iron, losing a set of protective gear and the spiritual armor won't be considered a loss. Big Brother Deep, after 3 months, remember to take the sword of the puppet head mineral and this protective device. Hearing about so many good items, Big Brother Deep becomes very interested and says, all right, then I'll take my leave for now. I'll go over there to investigate and make future actions easier. At this moment, as he watched his figure leave, the death room looked up and had a thought. It seemed there was a faint presence within the body. He then recalled his earlier expression, the one he had when the protagonist was speaking to him. The stiff and occasionally awkward look when mentioning the treasure, indicating that some matters must be approached with caution. Right now, he's very annoyed and enters the room. First, he was tricked by that broken Lingnosh, and now this. Again, I remember everything about those skinny people. At this moment, Chuck Kokai steps out of Baihua Sec's door looking very frustrated, shouting that he feels he has never done his best to keep his integrity. The hero has overcome the beauty's test, but before he could say much, suddenly a girl appeared behind him calling out Vuong Vu's name. Although I don't want to hear it, I still turn back and look at her. She is truly captivating. We are not destined for each other in this life. Before parting, could you just hold me once? From now on, I will cut off this longing. He dismissively waved her off and said, I'm already taken. Let's part ways here. Oh my God, what is she doing? She's shameless enough to come and hug him and kiss his neck. It's hard to believe he let her go so easily and was so stunned. Seeing his exaggerated reaction, the two young ladies looked at him with confusion, wondering what was going on and why he was so agitated. Chuck Koki at this moment feels confused and embarrassed and wants to pour some water over herself to wash up. No, it's nothing. I just want to ask, I and someone who doesn't belong to anyone, no resentment, why do you want to harm me? She truly has no shame at all. Then she turned and said, I just want to leave a mark that belongs to me. Seeing her current state, Chuck Kokai was even more angry and only muttered to herself. In the secluded residence of the Supreme Elder of the Void Heaven Sect, the scene is extremely peaceful. Huyen Than is sitting and drinking tea with a man dressed in blue from the Void Heaven Sect. The man in blue, cautious in his inquiry, asks what brings the senior to the Void Heaven Sect. Huyen Than responds calmly and indifferently. presenting a fine item to meet her father, and after the meeting, she will leave. Don't stare at me like that. I can't ignore the aura of your Kuyet Tien Mon, and if I wanted to take it, could you stop me? The man in blue said with a helpless smile. Ha ha. Why would I think otherwise, but since the senior is coming to Kuyet Tien Mon, I should have someone to wait on him. Having said that, the man poured a cup of tea and offered it to Huyen Than, who smiled contentedly, appreciating the tea's aura and sincerity. The man then flattered, saying only elders like him could enjoy such a way of drinking tea. Huyen Than no longer declined, so he nodded and said, "Then add another jar." The man laughed helplessly. Ha ha ha. All right, and at that moment Tu Pham saw Trung Vivan change so much that he scratched his head. Ha ha, yeah, it's been so long since we last met, and Tu Pham spoke up. It's been a while, Vivan. Vivan turned around and smiled to herself. Tu Pham silently thought, my master is a great Tuo Chi Zun, so why bother with a mere chi refining stage cultivator like me? Just like before, Vivan came back to him. Master Fu, I finally found you, Tu Pham said bluntly. I thought that after worshipping a venerable master, you wouldn't pay attention to me anymore. The two from Yuetian and Tu Chuang were stunned. The female cultivator riding a divine beast like a fairy was her master, but unexpectedly, Trung Vivan smiled foolishly afterward. Immediately, the two others exclaimed in fear, Fairy lady, and Tu Pham was also startled. Ah, saliva. My handmade pure spiritual silk clothing. Trung Van looked at Tu Pham with determination. Fairy lord, come with me. I have grown up now. When the time comes, we will raise the little ones happily and live our lives, Tu Pham quickly said, embarrassed by these words. Now is the best time for you to cultivate, and I really want to go. My master also has an opinion. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I will come find you. At this moment, the two siblings went to pay their respects to Trung Van, saying, Greetings, master. Tu Pham introduced, This is my newly accepted disciple from Pham Thi. This sister saved my life once. Hearing someone call her my master, Trung Van's eyes lit up with joy as she quickly took out 2 bottles of Phoenix blood pills from her space ring and handed them to the two siblings, saying, Here, this is a meeting gift. Tu Quang and Tu Nuyet happily accepted the gift. Tu Pham was a bit surprised by the rather generous gift. Trung Van called out loudly, Puquan, I have to go now. Wait. After I leave the sect, I will come find you. And Tu Pham called her back, gently placing a ring on Trung Vivan's right hand because of her beauty. Because of her, I have always only regarded her as my little girl, but over the years, she has always trusted and remembered me, which has been the warmest comfort in my life. Until that dream of the lake monster, I finally understood my own feelings, hoping it's not too late. Tu Pham officially expressed his feelings. Back in my hometown, a man personally put a ring on a woman's finger, and that woman truly became his future wife. They held hands and smiled happily. Trung Vivan looked at the ring on her finger, smiling softly and thinking, Puquan, I will remember Huyen a lot. Tu Pham looked at her and replied, Yeah, I'll wait for you to return after your breakthrough. Tu Pham also felt a bit uneasy. At this moment, his heart fully accepted the identity of Trung Vivan. On Huyen Than's back, the mysterious Huyen Than Zun asked Curly Ni curiously why she liked her husband so much. Even though he was only a chi-refining cultivator and not handsome, Trung Vivan retorted that her master was wrong. Her husband was the most handsome man in the world. Huyen Than could only agree, and Trung Vivan smiled as she recalled the past, the first time she met Pu Quan at age 13. She knew he was not her Fu Quan. In this life, she could only be his wife. Huyen Than saw Dao Ni's happy expression as if she was smiling at her innate spiritual talent. Maybe there will be good results. Come on. After returning, work hard on your cultivation. When you reach the fusion stage, you can leave the sect and stay by your consort's side forever. Vanthak Max. How long does the fusion stage take? Huyen Than teased. Not much. The fast way is 1,000 years. The slow way is 2,000 years. Vanthak's only knew to cry. So will I never see my fairy husband again in the future? Huyen Than continued. How could that be? My master isn't someone who would break promises. After you succeed in your primordial soul, I will let you meet your spiritual partner once a year for a month. The condition is that your cultivation must satisfy me. Tu Pham looked at his two curious disciples, smiling and talking, and his master told them to keep the Phoenix blood pills safe. This is good stuff. Even if you're badly injured, as long as you keep a trace of your spiritual essence, you can revive and save your life. Even I don't have it. Tu Pham's tone has a sour smell. He rubbed the heads of the two kids as if to smooth their faces, and the two girls immediately turned to flatter their master. Master, please help us hide these. Tu Pham refused. I won't steal from children. Tu Pham looked up at the sky, his eyes like a shroud of bones. He whispered to himself, "From today on, I am also someone with a wife." Tu Pham turned into the training room to get the spiritual mind mineral and soul card, and he had to plan carefully. He thought to himself, "The puppet of my previous consciousness I crafted wasn't bad, but it was a waste of spiritual mind stones and focus. This time I'll try directly forging a protective spirit weapon to control the puppet's consciousness," waiting for Tu Pham to notice something. Outside, a fully wrapped person is staring intently at the house with the sealed door. His eyes shining brightly, he seemed almost mistaken for a demon lurking in the shadows. The gate slowly opened, and he calmly stepped inside. Tu Pham was already waiting in the yard, and he spoke. "The sunny weather makes me want to wrap myself up tightly, but it looks strange like that." Hearing this, he gradually took off his face mask, revealing that it was Wang Vu Luan. He hesitated a bit and said from the elder brother, "Huin must help me to return to my pure body." But then, Tu Pham glanced at him and said, his words lacked convincing power. Wang Vu Luan handed a wooden box to Tu Pham and begged, "Big brother, Tu, I don't ask for help from you or the elder brother. I got this from a fairy market, and I don't know why, but I feel like it should belong to you. So I spent 10,000 spiritual stones to buy it." Tu Pham looked at the wooden box in his hand and thought to himself, Wang Vu Luan's setup is a black hole multiplied many times over, casually throwing in some items and expecting to be paid back 100 times their value. I wonder what surprise is behind the lid this time. Thinking this, Tu Pham said, "Brother, I believe in your innocence. Rest assured, I will help you." Wang Vu Luan's eyes lit up with joy. "Really?" Tu Pham leaned in close to observe Wang Vu Luan carefully, increasingly convinced of the mysterious power of this seal. It seemed as if it was engraved into Wang Vu Luan's soul. Even if others tried to remove it, it would leave a mark on them too. Tu Pham looked at Wang Vu Luan with curiosity. How beautiful is she compared to her lover? This kind of seal can only be used once in a lifetime. Wang Vu Luan is anxious. Does Tu Daika have a way? Tu Pham explains that now erasing this mark is impossible because it has merged with your soul, not your core level, and once the soul ascends, it will be purified. Wang Vu Luan turns pale in fear, but Tu Pham smiles mysteriously. But the more twisted Tu Pham's smile becomes, the more Wang Vu Luan's body trembles. "But what are you doing with that sword, Tu Pham?" Tu Pham raises the sword to strike down, his face full of danger. "If I can't erase it, then there's only one option." Wang Vu Luan, small and helpless, resisted as Tu Pham slowly approached him, and a shout suddenly erupted, shaking the earth and scaring away the frightened birds. Wang Vu Luan was directly thrown against the fence. Unable to believe it, he looked up at Tu Pham and asked, "Big brother, why do you want to kill me?" And as he finished speaking, Wang Vu Luan felt his whole body burning. At this moment, Tu Pham threw a golden pill into Wang Vu Luan's mouth, easing his pain a bit, and calmly said, "I told you beforehand, you still need to prepare yourself, so I didn't hold back and acted immediately." A mirror appeared in front of Wang Vu Luan. "The hiding place for the wedding ring is now covered by a black scar," Tu Pham said. "See, that gives you time to prepare, don't worry. When you reach the nascent soul stage, the scar will disappear just like the hiding place." Wang Vu Luan tearfully looked at Tu Pham, grateful. Inside Tu Pham's heart, he thought that from now on, this mark would be on the young brother's body forever. Elsewhere, the scythe was raised high, and Diep Jiao was being chased by a pack of monsters. Seeing a cave nearby, Diep Jiao called on his spiritual energy, "Old Sword," hoping for a solution, "or else we will both perish here." Old Sword said, "There is an abandoned teleportation array 6 jong ahead on the left. I can activate it. Or maybe I've just absorbed some primordial spirit chi aura and used it all up." Diep Jiao, while dodging the beast's attack, asked where that teleportation array leads. Old Sword urged him, "Just go. Life is important. Maybe it's a stroke of fate for you." Seeing the teleportation array ahead, Old Sword was somewhat suspicious. This teleportation array looks familiar. I think I've seen it before." Diep Jiao didn't think much and focused his energy to activate the formation. "Just go. Life is important." A purple light shot straight into Diep Jiao's eyes, pulling him inside. A star surrounded by a halo of light, flying towards the demon spirit realm at the speed of light. This moment. "Look at this person. I found a jar of spiritual liquid, which contains a relic. I guess there are many thousand-year-old spiritual herbs inside. I can sense the aura of a golden core demon beast, fearing the snake venom, so I stopped Nguyen Tien from going further, hearing about the treasure." Tu Pham sat up suddenly and said, "The highest level must be the gold core demon beast." He worriedly asked, "What if there really is a primordial soul demon beast? Or higher, how can we escape?" Do we have a plan to retreat? How much space is enough to take all the treasures and spiritual herbs? What kind of beast is inside? Tu Pham keeps rambling on as the two brothers secretly peek into something from their pockets. Then Nguyen Tien takes out a somewhat old-looking piece of paper from her bag that makes Tu Pham go silent. Yu Xin said proudly, "Everything my master thought of, I have already thought of, and what I didn't think of, I also thought of." Tu Pham looked at his disciple with satisfaction, ruffling her hair, causing her to blush. "Not bad. I can't teach you anything more in this area. It's been a while since I left the sect. Occasional outings are fine." 3 days later, Tu Pham happily led his two brothers to the lakeside they talked about, thinking that a wooden house here would be nice during the day. Tu Pham excitedly asked Nguyen Tien, "How did you find this place?" Nguyen Tien sighed. "I was chasing a treasure lake beast, but unfortunately it got away. It was very beautiful, all white like snow. Its body is no more than a chi long, with eyes of a purple gold color, and as soon as he finished speaking, Tu Pham grabbed the snow-white high beast and carried it over. He sneered and laughed. Earlier I landed, and this thing looked at us from afar. I thought it was cute and was going to let it go, but it dared to mock me. A sixth-tier spirit beast of the refining stage. Mocking me." Tu Pham remembered the image of this white, tall puppet sharpening its nails, shouting, meaning to spit. And then a little cultivator came over, thinking this. Tu Pham threw the white puppet towards the ground. "If you need it, take it." Tu Nguyen Tien smiled happily. "Thank you, master." Then she turned to talk to the white puppet. "Little one, from now on you follow me," Tu Pham said as he turned away. "All right, which secret realm are we heading to?" Tu Pham waved his hand, creating a protective bubble that lifted him and Tu Nguyen Tien into the air. Everyone quickly descended to the bottom of the tiger's den, where a stone door seemed to have been resting in silence at the bottom. When they reached the stone door, Tu Nguyen Tien took out 6 spirit stones and divided them among the corresponding openings, and the stone door immediately lit up, revealing a screen of light inside. Tu Pham secretly sighed. Wow, I didn't expect this underground tiger abyss to be so vast. At this moment, the puppets were restored. Tu Pham grew bigger. "Come out now." The puppet's consciousness is difficult to control, so give it 52 spirit herbs and 50 mineral extracts. At this moment, a whirlpool appears on the lake surface, and the 3 disciples of Tu Pham have reached the shore, while from behind, monsters suddenly emerge. Tens of fierce beasts with glowing red eyes appeared, and Tu Pham stood in front of his 2 disciples, asking Tu Quang which of the secret techniques I gave you has the longest name. Tu Quang rubbed his small head and replied, "Ah, the special explosive cannon, my master once said. The longer the name, the greater the power." Tu Quang just finished answering. Tu Pham raised his hand, a source of spiritual energy gathering at his fingertips. "That's right, today I will open your eyes with the power of the Armstrong rocket launcher." At this moment, there is a giant cannon above Tu Pham. With a quick gesture of both hands, the immense power from the cannon rapidly increased, leaving the 2 elders wide-eyed and exclaiming, "Wow!" Tu Pham uttered a sentence full of authority. Their eyes sparkled with electric intensity. Fire at will, the monsters, sensing danger, panicked as a loud explosion echoed. The earth and rocks were thrown into the air, and at this moment, the ground was split apart by Tu Pham's strike, dividing the group of monsters into 2 sides. Tu Pham's face was full of pride, while Tu Quang and Tu Nguyen Tien looked on with admiration and bright eyes. Wow! All the monsters they touched instantly turned to dust. Master Vipro is too powerful, cultivating the chi refining stage to slaughter beast souls, which is extremely rare even in the history of the immortal cultivation world, Tu Pham thought to himself. But since their cultivation hasn't surpassed mine yet, I have to act a bit confident, or there won't be another chance in the future. Tu Quang also wants to try his strength. "Master, why don't we go hunt some core formation demon beasts to try our luck?" Tu Pham scolded, "You call me teacher, and then forget everything I taught, right?" The Tu Tien sect orders Vung to lead, and suddenly a system notification appears. A very fast demon beast is approaching and cannot be defeated by normal attacks. From behind the trees, a loud noise startles all 3 to turn around. A second later, a giant water demon beast with glowing eyes suddenly appeared before them. The 2 siblings were so frightened they trembled, while Tu Pham still stood there without reacting, quietly observing his 2 disciples. But immediately Tu Quang steadied himself. What was there to be afraid of? My master is right beside me. The 2 disciples then looked at the enemy with determined eyes, which made Tu Pham somewhat surprised. Now is the time to stay calm and face the enemy. Tu Pham smiled contentedly. Not bad, at least the arrow was not small. He waved his hand and thousands of arrows shot towards the giant beast. Fall back now. This is not your turn. He turned to his disciples and said, "Today I will teach you how to limit your opponent's movement, but that beast is not an easy opponent." It was hit by all of Tu Fam's attacks and charged straight at the three of them. Immediately an arrow shot toward them, and the lake beast roared. Suddenly wings grew on its back, and Tu Fam, seeing this, was not surprised, and confidently said, "With a trump card in hand? Could it be that I don't have one? That fierce beast just now was full of bravado, but now has turned into a paper tiger." Tu Fam used a move, and the demon beast fell to the ground dead. Tu Fam reminds himself not to forget to strike another blow even when he is sure the opponent is dead, to prevent future trouble, as the soul of the beast gradually escapes its body and is drawn into the high nap bin. Who would have thought that this time the lotus pond wouldn't have collected much, so the demon spirit liquid from this pond might fill the high na bin. And this time if we explore the cave with just a paw, we might face danger again. After all, the fool lost both his mind and courage, and the paw isn't here, that's for sure. At the same time, in the demon spirit realm, Dieptio Jiao is in a sacred place, now with a restricted disguise, pretending to be a young master of the Lang royal family. Dieptio Jiao tho dai noi, lao kiem. Ngoi noi hinao chung takotheve. Lao kiem nua bieng dab, voi kaigi. Ngoi gandashet vi no, kehen hat shet vi doi. Vatvalam wai huelin yu gioi mo chu yen. Ngoi kong kong kiem them hiu bao boy. My protective barrier of the demon seal is a secret technique for creating a world of illness, and even the demon lord cannot see through your true form, so you can rest assured, hear, and gather resources. Later, the 5 sword you need will be no more than autumn leaves, and after you reach the great perfection stage when the 10,000 swords rise, slaying immortals and subduing demons will be no problem. Just thinking about the scene where the 10,000 swords are worshipped later, Dieptio Jiao became excited. So isn't that reaching the peak of the cultivation world? But then Dieptio Jiao remembered something. No, that's not right. Wait a moment. His face fell. Van Thon, old sword, can I switch to practicing the mind sword? Van Thon, Phi sword isn't just some ordinary iron swords. Where do you want me to find them? Old sword said with conviction. With only the Van Thon Phi sword, when you reach the next stage, I will take you beyond the limits to find my divine weapon, Dao Fu, from back then. Just a few things from there are enough for you to make several Van Thon Phi magical treasures. Dieptio Jiao's eyes lit up. Really? But at this moment, a giant hand suddenly stretched out across the sky. Directly mentioning Dieptio Jiao made him turn pale with fear. Lao Kiem sensed something was wrong and quickly escaped. "Kid, I fell back then. You adapt to the situation and go." Dieptio Jiao shouted, "Hey, Lao Kiem." A voice echoed in the sky, making Dieptio Jiao question, life? You little bastard. With your current realm, you dare to come alone to the secret realm. Not bad. Not bad. Very clever. Become a disciple of my former demon lord. What do you think? Time quietly passes by. After Tu Fam and his disciple obtained the secret realm beneath the lake, Tu Fam eased up to give them a chance to develop, himself having endured a harsh life of alchemy, forging, and mistakes, and by chance, he accepted Vuong Vulan without being disturbed by Dieptio Jiao. Peaceful and free, 10 years have gone by, and recently Tu Fam, holding a tube in his hand, sighed and said, "Time flies like a dog running outside in winter, and before I knew it, I am already 36 years old, remembering when Vuong Huangji's son was born and became my disciple. I don't know how many days have passed by now, and at this moment, Yue Xian has grown much older, holding a plate of cake for Tu Fam. Master, what are you reminiscing about again?" Tu Fam blinked twice and asked, "Yue Xian?" Master is thinking, what if in 100 years I still haven't reached the Chukko stage? Yue Tian offers a piece of cake to Tu Fam to eat, but there's nothing. Currently, my master has not yet ascended, so it must be that he has his own plans. Also, some time ago, wasn't it your own hand that subdued Master Vuong? I believe that you are practicing some mysterious and astonishing cultivation technique, and in my heart, I always see my master as the most formidable person. Hearing that, Tu Fam happily grabbed 2 buns of Nguyet Tian's hair and chuckled, "Really? Am I really as powerful as you say?" Nguyet Tian said helplessly, "But I just can't stand his habit of grabbing others' hair." At this moment, Vuong Vu was leading Tu Kuang in. Tu Daika, Su Fu, and Tu Fam all teasingly called out, "Oh my, what kind of day is this? All you disciples of the inner sect not staying in cultivation, but coming to find me. For what?" Vuong Vu always held the lunchbox in his left hand, smiling and saying, "Of course I came to check on my big brother," while Tu Fam chewed on a sweet cake, coolly ignoring Vuong Vu. "Yes, Vuong Huang only went to see his son who was on a mission, so you probably won't meet him today. Meeting his son is one thing. Vuong Vu always came with a different purpose today. I was really just visiting the big brother and noticed something unusual in Vuong Vu's tone, so Tu Fam called his 2 disciples outside. Tu Kwang, the immortal, saw the two kids had gone far, and Tu Pham said, "All right, the little Kui kids are not here. If there's something to say, just say it directly," Vuong Vu said with shining eyes, looking at Tu Pham. "Big brother Tu, can you take in another disciple as well? It's my friend's child, Tu Pham. Just heard about your friend. Realizing it's not simple, wait, hold on. Are you sure the friend you're talking about isn't actually yourself?" Tu Pham looked through the mortal world at Vuong Vu, who was always exposed, and Vuong Vu, who was always exposed, was also very embarrassed. "I'm telling you, don't laugh at me." Tu Pham immediately switched to gossip mode. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Vuong Vu always recounts everything that happened 7 years ago. It all started 7 years ago when I and a female disciple from the Heavenly Cloud Sect went out on a mission and encountered a deadly 7 desires serpent. The two of us, the female disciple and I, risked our lives to confront the snake, and as a result we both had sex just before the snake spat out its venom and died. Tu Pham immediately understood the next part of the story. "So, the young man told you to tell him right away that Vuong Vu always immediately clarified it wasn't from the older brother, that at that time I was still able to control myself. The older brother, Hui An, had heard about the premonition of crossing paths that led to pregnancy at noon." Tu Pham was shocked and immediately continued, saying that after the encounter with the female cultivator, we both used all our strength to fight the 7 desires snake, but unexpectedly, at that moment, our soul essences merged. Then a child was born. I know that Tu Daika doesn't believe unless he experiences it himself. If it were me, I wouldn't believe either, but this is absolutely true. Tu Pham quietly pondered that if it were true, that child must carry a great destiny or be an extraordinary talent in cultivation. So he decided to ask, "Very well. I'll trust you for now. But what about the mother of the child? Does she agree to hand the kid over to me?" Vuong Vu Lan shook his head and sighed. Her mother had already shattered her jade and her essence 2 years ago during a mission at Tianyun Sect, and Tu Pham suddenly stood up and said, "Fine. Take me to see her." Vuong Vu Lan and Tu Pham slowly approached a white-haired child sitting in the corner of the yard. Tu Pham greeted first, "Hello, little one, what's your name?" The white-haired child looked up and replied, "Lighten Tu, I am 6 years old this year, and I can recognize 1,000 words now." Tu Pham asked directly, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" Lai Tin Tu grinned and replied, "I am willing. Uncle Vuong said that becoming a disciple means you can become an immortal and fly across the sky, Tu Pham. Tell me, why did you decide to pursue the path of cultivation?" Lai Tin Tu showed a determined look. "After successfully cultivating, I will make my father pay respect at my mother's grave and apologize." Tu Pham glanced at Vuong Vu Lan beside him and sneered. "Actually, your father was also a victim. But I will still support your decision. Just like before, Tu Pham will take on a disciple again." Ooh. He took Li Tin Tu to the bedside and gently helped him fall asleep. And before Lai Tin Tu completely lost consciousness, he could still hear Tu Pham's words. "Once you pass the trial of cultivation I set for you, you can become my disciple." Lai Tin Tu slept peacefully on the bed in Jiangzhou. The teleportation array that Diep Tiep used earlier brought a wolf demon, and the wolf demons guessed that this was the human world. Suddenly a giant bear demon appeared. It stepped heavily, causing the ground to shake, and the wolf demons waited for orders. "Frenzied Commander, what should we do next?" It raised its hand and grabbed a small bird in the sky. The bird's memories being pulled out, causing the fierce warrior to exclaim, "Huh, the human race." "The human race," he laughed maliciously. "The stronghold of humanity, quite a lot, immediately teleport back. This time we achieved a great victory. Over there in the demon world, Diep Tiu Rao is nervously listening to the lecture. The former demon lord is imparting the great Tao to him. The disciple feels guilty, always worried that he caused trouble. The old sword master strokes his chin and tells him not to think too much. Focus on the lesson, the rare path of slaughter of the demon race in the great ascension stage." Tu Pham stepped out, holding a modern sniper rifle in his hand, finally having created a sniper rifle. Although it still differs from the one in the original world, this one will be used by Yue Xian first. After gathering enough data, I'll make one for myself. Master Tung opened the door and ran in to report, "Master, something's wrong. A large number of demon clans suddenly appeared at the Elephant Horn border, and there's a great Tao demon lord hiding among them. It's said that the people of the entire western Jin country there have been slaughtered. From Pham suspects, it's the demon clan." From Pham thought to himself, "Is this a big battle between the two demon races? Why do I feel like this scene is somehow related to the Kuningia?" Tu Pham sighed and turned to ask his two disciples. But if they had to fight for real, both they and he would have to go to the battlefield. Who would it be? This is what he least wanted to see. From Pham looked at his two disciples with a contemplative heart. These two siblings have been with him since they were 6 or 7 years old, raised like this. Actually, they are no different from sons and daughters. If they are definitely forced to fight, From Pham quickly decides, Tu Shuang and Nguyet Tien, listen carefully. Starting today, abandon all missions and stay home to practice the secret techniques I gave you, just as the illusion soul chamber I created is now ready for training. In addition, I will teach you some secret escape techniques, so even if you go to the battlefield, you won't have to worry." The two obedient disciples nodded and replied, "Yes, master." Then Tufam took out a piece of paper and continued, "And this is a list of spiritual herbs." Yue Xian even went personally to buy them, while Tu Chuang quickly collected the souls of early-stage demon beasts, the more the better, in case a large-scale battle truly breaks out. All disciples from the Qi refining stage and above of the Quethian sect will have to go to war, and even alchemy masters and pill masters will be arranged by the sect. I must be prepared for everything. 3 days later in the illusion chamber, Tu Fam led Tu Huang and Tu Nguyet Tien to the soul illusion I just created. But staying here for a long time can also be dangerous. As I said, Pham gave 2 pills to the disciples. These are soul-replenishing pills. They can help repair the damage caused by prolonged time in the soul illusion world, and after the 2 of them take them, they can stay here for 2 years without worry. The real world is only a month, so you 2 should stay here to study secret techniques and practice combat skills properly, and I will visit you in the illusionary soul realm when I can. Tu Chuang and Nguyet Tien swallowed the pills and vowed to never disappoint their master's expectations. Time quietly passed, and within a month, millions of demon clans gathered at the Tuchao border. The male, who was with the great perfection demon lord from the neighboring world, had also arrived. The demon clans had occupied more than 10 small countries along the border, and now the sea of blood was spreading. According to the news spreading, the great monks of Tuchao gathered to destroy the teleportation point used by the demon race to cross borders. And at this moment, the lone tie-knot sword immortal was in Tuchao, single-handedly destroying the border teleportation point and injuring 2 great Dharma demon lords. Then, they left immediately. A month later, the demon race retreated to a forbidden area in the Tuchao arena. But they spread the news that if the human race attacked the forbidden zone, they would break the seal and release the ancient super demons. Ultimately, the human race and demon race reached an agreement, not entering the forbidden zone, but after the demons left, they had to bear the consequences themselves. So the sects formed a defense line of 3,000 formations outside the forbidden zone, blocking all entrances. A month has passed and the 2 siblings have come out of the secret realm. Our master looked at how we trained and Tu Fam proudly tousled our heads. "Well done. Well done. You've worked hard these past month, and you also know the situation now, although the demon race is imprisoned." Master B still feels that everything is not over yet, and suddenly a system notification appears, informing that the recipient and the senior elders are heading to the front line. Before Tu Fam can react, Sadiu suddenly appears and calls out loudly, "Tu Fam Jr. brother, have you received the news yet? I specifically recommended you to the elder for this mission." Seeing Sadiu, Tu Fam secretly cursed himself. "Damn it, I knew it would come true." Sadiu said proudly, "This is a great opportunity." The various sects jointly decided to build a large number of 5-element super cannons outside the Forbidden Zone, and by then, all the refining spirit masters and grand refining spirit masters from Tu Chao would also arrive at the Forbidden Zone's front line. So I specifically mentioned the listening dog with the master to go together with the ground. At that time, U.S. junior refining spirit masters could observe together. Sadiu kept talking nonstop regardless of how much it bored Tufam, so I really have to thank Hui sincerely. The next day, Tufam and the others had to follow the sect to the Forbidden Zone. Seeing Tufam's worried face, Nguyen Tien comforted him. "Master, don't worry, this trip won't be dangerous. I heard that in the Forbidden Zone, there are already 6 positions occupied by great transcendent masters, so just treat it as a sightseeing tour." Tufam hin chamchu, kong noegi, trong kitrat an motomatkin nangas, motngo lin luktulain humo chies, gioi bao kwantatka, kia, an tham hilan. Why are you coming from behind to put your hand on Tu Fam's shoulder and say that? Do you think he's making a mountain out of a molehill? Actually, if the demon race invades here, it proves they already have the spatial coordinates in their grasp. So Tu Fam wonders, what does it mean to have the coordinates? Why explain further? If we have the coordinates of this place, even if it's a different world, we could directly move a large number of demon beasts here. And with a certain cost, our soul energy in the heavenly way would still recognize the demon beast's identity. Tu Fam muttered. What does recognizing their identity mean, and why does he keep talking about it? So they also know that hundreds of thousands of male demon clan members are the masters of this world. Although they were later expelled, the heavenly way still recognizes their status. At that time, the demon clan unified the 2 worlds, fantasizing about merging them into one, creating an even stronger world. As a result, the 2 worlds' heavenly Tao will be halfway merged, and our human race has prevented and broken the union between the 2 worlds. But unfortunately, even if we stop it, the will of the heavenly Tao of both worlds can no longer be separated. If the human race leaves for the demon realm, or the demon realm enters the human realm, they will both be rejected by the will of the heavenly Tao, and Tu Pham secretly thought that the world he was in was becoming even more dangerous. I've never heard of a world that can merge like this before. Oh, this world has no place that is completely safe. The system voice sounded again. Warning, warning, everyone pay attention. Another group of demon clan escaped from the seal in the forbidden area. The demon beasts in the forbidden area of the demon clan rushed out, replacing the battleship to fire directly, and in an instant a large crater several meters in diameter appeared. Tu Pham was amazed, So it's all settled now. This cannon fires really well, but I wonder if we can recover the cost of this shot. Tu Shuang, I admire you saying that if your magic could be as powerful as this, it would be great. Tu Pham patted Tu Shuang's head to encourage him. Keep practicing properly, and with about 1,000 years of effort, you'll get there. Tu Huang, you need a full 1,000 years. That's too long. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed, causing a commotion. Are you the alchemist that Elder Bak Luyan introduced? Can the 5th level protective spirit weapon be restored? Seeing how tall that person is, Tu Pham hesitated. He's probably around 2 meters tall, then confidently replied, Sure. Do you have any fire spirit chai flame? If you do, just stay nearby and I can draw it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the old master immediately led Tu Pham away, amid the glare of the 3 teachers and students. That's good. Now follow me to the forging room. Tu Pham frowned as he looked at a heavy armor guarding a spiritual treasure, observing carefully and speaking. Senior, can you chase the demon away? I guess you must have fought a big battle with the super demon. The elder immediately got angry and asked, Just tell me if you can repair it or not. Tu Pham thought for a moment and then said, Well, it's not too difficult, as long as I have the design of the cloud star pattern and the heavenly unicorn stone. Moreover, even after the repair, it can still be strengthened by 2 levels. The elder was surprised. Wait a minute. What? 2 levels, but... The elder still questioned Tu Pham. That matter. I think you're just a low-level chi refining cultivator at level 20. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Tu Pham nodded and left immediately. If the senior didn't trust me, then I will take my leave now, the elder said softly. Wait a moment. Someone sent to the front lines must be extraordinary. All right, I will go fetch the materials for you right now. This was also part of Tu Pham's plan. He chuckled to himself and said, Well then, I'll head back first. Call me when you're ready, senior. The distance from the main camp is again a safe spot. Perfect. The 2 disciples were gasping for breath, lying on the ground exhausted. Just then, a large hand reached out from behind Tu Pham and grabbed him, instantly taking him away, leaving the disciples stunned. Where's my master? The elder pulled you over to his side. I've collected enough Van Tin and Thien Lan stones. Now tell me, how should I cooperate? Tu Pham answered with a dark face. Fine, senior, protect me. Let me take your spiritual fire to begin healing. And Tu Pham started refining, a blue flame emanating and forming a cloud of vapor before his eyes. Tu Pham's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Impressive. The spiritual fire is of the ice attribute, something I had only heard of before. Tu Pham then remembered he didn't know the name of the elder and turned to ask, Right, senior. We've met a few times, but I still don't know your name. The elder replied, I am Sun Than, secretly thinking to himself, No way. Why would he still have the mood for such things, even with my help? How can a young alchemist like him be so relaxed while forging? Sun then marvels. Little one, before I go to find the materials, I deliberately asked Elder Bak Luyan. He said you are a genius. And now it seems he was right. Tu Pham, recalling Bak Luyan in his memory, thought that Truong Lao Bak Luyan was the humorous master, and Sun Than continued. If this time you can restore the super spiritual armor to a level that satisfies me, I will give you a Van Tin heavenly stone. What do you think? Sun Than couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. A young boy at the 20th level of chi cultivation now has such advanced forging skills. In the future, we might even need his help, Tu Pham replied. Well then, thank you, senior, Tu Pham thought to himself, feeling so happy he was almost drooling. An unexpected gain. That 10,000-star meteorite is a spiritual mineral capable of refining Tao tools. It seems my vision was too narrow, and it will be finished soon. The armor is almost fully restored. Does the senior have any ice attribute treasures on him? Right now, only defensive abilities are a bit wasteful. I can still add a divine technique to this armor. Sun Than, still pushing himself, startled Tu Pham and wondered if he could help him control fire properly. Upon hearing Tu Pham's question, Sun Than shouted loudly, Divine artifact, magic power, he said to himself. That is the ultimate thing. A forging master can add divine powers to divine weapons. That means he's not far from becoming a master of forging so fast. Sunthan has already brought the divine weapon, and these are all the ice attribute treasures I just liked. Try asking the Grand Master if it's possible, Tu Fam thought to himself, feeling proud, especially since a master of the void transformation stage was flattering him. This feeling was truly great. Tu Fam took out a crystal from the wooden box, and before he could finish explaining, Sunthan explained, "This is an inner core from a void transformation stage ice dragon I killed. I don't know what kind of divine power the Grand Master can add to my armor," Tu Fam said excitedly. "If I have this, I can add the extreme ice wisdom divine power to my senior's armor. When he activates the armor's energy, it will turn into extreme ice around him, and the soul dragon will borrow the spiritual core's power to transform into a Jiao Long, helping him fight enemies." Sun God looked pleased and said, "Yes, yes," the great master threw it in. Overjoyed, Sun God couldn't help but make the fire grow bigger, forcing Tu Fam to stop him. "Fire, fire, watch out for the fire," the mountain spirit paused. "Ah, master, in a moment of excitement, we've finally reached the crucial stage, all right. Now is the most important stage of editing. Work with me properly, and if everything goes smoothly, it will only take 3 days to complete the training," Sunthan said enthusiastically. "Yes, master." Master, Tu Fam thought, using the Vantine and Thien Lan stones to prepare the ink for repairing the armor, then using the remaining Thien Lan stone as ink. To carve the talisman, just before the repair was finished, he inserted the inner core into the dragon at the center, and in the final moment of the forging, a dragon soared into the sky. Immediately, a deafening roar echoed throughout the camp. The Huang Loai path, this is a miraculous phenomenon of the treasure seat. Sun God put on his armor, respectfully handed Tu Fam a sealed bag from the Grand Master containing the 10,000 star heavenly stones and 200,000 spirit stones. "Please accept this," but there was no response. Sun God looked up and realized Tu Fam had fallen asleep, peacefully dozing in the alchemy room. Sunthan stepped out and shouted loudly, "Little Tiger Mountain, do you dare to fight me again?" His eyes full of confidence. Then the ground trembled. A giant weak bear appeared. "Oh, so this new armor has given him courage." Sunthan didn't bother with words. "Just say it straight. Stop wasting words. The rules are still the same as before. Admit defeat or die. Today, someone will have to die." The weak bear roars. "I won't boast anymore. I can't kill you. But killing me won't be that easy. Do you really think the daring fusion stage is that simple?" Sunthan charged forward, fists clenched. "Then let's see what you've got." In the battle between the mountain spirit and the giant eagle, the mountain spirit used his armor to successfully defeat the weak bear, and a day later, the weak tribe launched a rebellion, with many furious beasts attacking the battlefront, revealing the new generation's true strength as both humans and beasts fought back and forth without a clear winner. Moon Fairy took out the gun crafted by Tu Fam to use, the girl thought. Since a day ago, after the senior immortal killed the great demon of the void stage, all the forbidden zones of the Hollow Sky Sect were invaded by monsters causing chaos. But that's good. I can try to pass this move to my master. I think it's like this. A shot fired, the bullet piercing through the flying nascent soul's head in the sky. Yue Xian was delighted. Killing monsters like this really is satisfying. I feel like I'm falling in love with it, as each shot takes down the monsters one after another. At this point, Tu Kwang is engaged in close combat, and someone noticing his stance recognizes his fighting style, but the other hand, "Hey, you're the real deal, right?" After releasing a deadly move with danger lurking behind, others try to stop him. Don't interfere with him. He'll probably retreat to the rear once his spiritual energy is exhausted. After all, a great master is guarding the rear. Even if he were to die, he could only blame himself. Tu Kwang heard the others talking about him and laughed. Then he unleashed his move. Lava Cascade. A stream of blazing magma shot straight down from the sky, startling everyone around. The flying monsters began attacking Tu Chuang, opening their mouths to form a sphere of power aimed at him. He quickly dodged the relentless attacks of the flying monsters, but suddenly one approached Tu Chuang, startling him, and he immediately shot it in the head. Tu Chuang widened his eyes in amazement, realizing that my experience in killing gold core demonic beasts is the Moon Fairy, and the girl used her gun to take down the monster. Tu Chuang shouted defiantly, "Don't think my master only trains magic tools for me. I have them too." At this moment, he used a mundane magic tool, and a chain from his hand floated out a pearl, which he placed on his head and aimed at the flying beast. After locking on the target, he unleashed a powerful wind cannon spell, an air blast at maximum pressure, exploding among the bird demons, causing them all to be stunned and fall to the ground. At this moment, the mountain god was in the camp, chatting casually with a man in a blue outfit. Has the era changed now? Are all these young ones so strong now? The other person also agreed. Truly impressive. Which family do these young ones come from? With such powerful magic, they are already a generation to watch, the mountain god said with a smile. When the time comes, you'll know. If there's nothing wrong, why are you coming to my sect to find me? The other person chuckled and replied, I want to know who helped you forge the heavy armor during your fight with the great beast yesterday. Then he thought to himself, I haven't made any progress, but I was able to kill that beast, perhaps because I was wearing that divine armor. Sun God smiled proudly. What's wrong? Are you watching our armor craftsmen draw me to forge armor? Ha 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 ha, I won't say it out loud, the other person calmly continued. I have all the materials prepared, now only a master smith is missing. Sun Than lowered his glass and asked, Aren't you the one who already arranged the place for the 100 refiners, elder? Why are you watching my alchemy apprentices? Besides, you've always suppressed my cultivation because of your many years of combat experience. Do you think I would let you keep doing that? I won't say anything, and there's nothing you can do to me. The other person has caught Sun Than's weakness. Say one sentence that makes him spit out his tea. Do you know what Lachlan Su likes most these days? Sun Than blushed and turned away. Gah. What does Lachlan Master like? The other person smiled mysteriously and said, I won't tell you. The statement made the mountain god so angry he almost blew his top. Immediately, he pulled the young man to sit down and flatter him, saying, Oh, the great master is humble. I must ask about the past. Moreover, now the great master is only a chi refining master and not a true expert, so he doesn't want to get involved in trouble. The young man said, Fine, go ask. I won't rush. Sun Than immediately inquired, So Mistress Lachlan wants to go to Tai Van Tien to seek enlightenment, but unfortunately, no one is going with her. I can only go alone, and I'll quickly transform into the mountain god before I leave. Tell them to watch over the place for me. With the warships on guard, there's no need to worry. The young man couldn't help but sigh. Two lovesick men, now at Tu Pham's grand estate after a deep sleep. Tu Pham stood up and stretched in front of the house, noticing a strange smell, and immediately recognized it as the smell of blood. The front lines are so fierce that I can even smell blood here, so I went straight to the battlefield. Seeing the fresh blood staining the ground and recognizing a familiar figure, Tu Pham sighed. Good kids. Tu Pham's two disciples are standing around a large egg, wondering what those little demons are doing. Then he slowly flies over to them and speaks softly. So today, are we having egg soup? Yuxian and Tu Suang see their master arrive and are delighted. Master, Nguyet Tien said, we are studying to find out what kind of egg this is. Should we bring it back and wait for it to hatch to become the little flower of the little fox? Tu Pham decided to just cook it. It's not very valuable. This is an egg of the soul eagle, at best only at the core formation stage, and it's also very ugly. Oh, what a pity. This egg was found in the non-core of the demon test gold pill, contrary to what Nguyet Tien expected. Tu Quang is delighted at the thought of a feast, but upon hearing it's not a core, Tu Pham's eyes light up as if he's found treasure, startling Nguyet Tien. Not a core, good disciple. You reminded your master. Tu Pham remembers this deeply. I once carved somewhere, in ancient times, the demon race also had spiritual smiths, just called by different names. Back then, the demon race understood the system of talismans, and it said they even had precious artifacts specifically for carrying talismans for future generations to learn from. But since the rise of the human race, this system of runes also disappeared. The runes used by the human alchemists in later generations were not a system. Most of them were discovered as rare treasures from nature. Later, when fighting monsters, you have to carefully check if there are any treasures related to runes. Tu Pham grabbed Nguyet Tien's hair, making her angry, then he grabbed the child's hair, but he's already grown up. Just then, Tu Pham's system beeped, and he immediately released Nguyet Tien's hair. Sadu contacted him, saying the Luyan Qitong master had arrived, and we must start preparing the 5 elements divine canon. Tu Pham smiled upon hearing this. At the rear of the front line, inside a shop in the fairy city, Bang Fook excitedly said, Of course I want to hear how to make some money, Master Tu. Please tell us. We will use the old method. If successful, there will definitely be a reward, Tu Pham should say. There are countless millions of cultivators gathered at this 3 Van Dam defensive line. Do you know what that means? Bang Fook anxiously asked. Master Tu, please stop being so vague. Tu Pham calmly replied, Ha 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 ha. Listen carefully. On the 30,000 dam front line, you only need to spend 400 neen thatch first to set up a line of information network linked by fire protection, then spend another 200 neen thatch to make a central information processing device placed in the middle of the front line. Bang Fook asked with curiosity, The information network into the processing center? Tu Pham continued, Yes, then he crafted a small magic tool, just add spiritual gathering, light images, and transmit the 3 types of talismans into it, costing no more than 9 thatch. Then Tufam took out a 9 thatch and directly refined it into a phone, saying it could receive information and images from the headquarters and send messages back as long as it was distributed. Damn it, I can't afford this money anymore. Bang Fook suddenly collapsed to the ground, startling Tufam. Master Tu, you are my lifelong master. Thank you for guiding this lost soul. Bang Fuchs kept getting more excited and said, "Wait there. In 5 years, I will offer at least 10 million spirit stones to Master Tu." After saying that, Bang Fuchs sped towards the Heavenly Gate headquarters, and Tu Pham just stood there smiling. This is exactly Brother Bang Fuchs' flying technique. That suits his style quite well, but soon no Keela will be born in our cultivation world. Hey, this time I am the one who founded it, in the demon spirit realm. Diep Tiu Dao sat on a stone lotus platform training, looking very dejected. Tisk, I've been transferred here for quite a while now. I should have known I wouldn't have been able to perform so well. Now it's hard to escape, even though my current strength has reached the primordial infant stage. But I secretly became the 3rd young master of the old demon territory in the demon world, which was originally no problem, but not long ago the bear demon race sent news saying they found a teleportation array that can cross to the other world and safely transfer to the human realm. Even the plan to invade the human world has already begun. Old Sword saw through Diep Tiu Dao's thoughts. Little guy, your worry is just about the human world being invaded. Huh, that's why you don't even bother hiding your ears anymore, Diep Tiu Dao retorted. Isn't that right? That teleportation array must have been my doing. I don't know what's happening in the human world now. I feel like I'm betraying the human world. Old Sword reassures him. You're overthinking it. The demon race has entered the human world without leaving a single blade of grass behind, and now they are likely hiding in the ancient demon forbidden zone. This is the first step of the plan devised by the demon race. Diep Tiu Dao hesitated and asked, "What do you know about the demon race's plan?" The Old Sword smirked. You stopped speaking. Just forget it. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. You just need to know that the great war between the 2 worlds will happen soon. Diep Tiu Dao still has many doubts. In the end, who will be the key to victory depends on the top-tier strategies of both worlds, which are also the destiny of each person in the 2 worlds. The ultimate strategy of the human race is only slightly better than that of the demon spirit world. And if something unexpected happens because of that strategy, you're still here. So just stay calm and wait. At least don't worry about life and death anymore. After saying that, the old sword spirit disappeared, and Diep Tiu Dao sat there lost in thought for a long time. Determined. All right. Then I will focus on cultivating now, I just hope. Our top human strategy will lead us to victory, and at that time, Vongvu Luan happily brought a treasure to gift from the front line of Tu Fam's camp. Sorry for the trouble. I heard Hu Yen went to Tianthan Market to find rune treasures a few days ago but couldn't find any. Hu Yen, I just happened to find a strange piece of stone and brought it here for you to see. Tu Fam pondered with his chin in his hand. Damn, why does Vongvu Luan always find such strange things? Is his luck in this regard just that high? So that's why heaven used its power to curse his love life. Tu Fam exclaimed in horror when he saw the spirit stone. This is actually a Liu Ming stone. It's even more valuable than I initially imagined. I only saw it in books, and the rune pattern on top can even control the passage of time. Tu Fam was so happy that tears streamed down his face as Vongvu Luan said, if it's a talisman, then elder brother can keep it. Tu Fam looked at Vongvu Luan in disbelief and asked, what? You want to give it to me, aren't you heartbroken? Vongvu Luan said with a laugh. Ha 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 ha, just the 2 brothers. Huyen, why do you say that I just felt right after finding it that it was definitely something extraordinary, but I've thought it through now. Only by giving it to you can its full value be realized. What roar? Huyen is still the master of my 2 children. Giving this to you is the right thing to do. Tu Fam looked at the luminous crystal in front of him and said, even if you find a random forging master from the weapon cultivator sect, they can exchange it for a divine tool, or even deliver it to the celestial apparatus sect in the center of the continent. They will support you wholeheartedly, and saying thank you is not just brotherly kindness. From now on, we will be family. Just a simple thank you is enough. In his heart, Tu Fam silently appreciated the help when needed. This bond of friendship he would surely remember. Betraying the renowned son, Vu Luan, he truly is a noble person. Looking at the luminous crystal in his hand, Tu Fam silently thought that the runes inside the luminous stone were essential items he had been wanting to craft recently. The reason is related to Tuvi. Initially, I truly wanted to stay quiet, wait for the great calamity to arrive, and then automatically level up. But since Tu Kuang and Nguyet Tien advanced to the choker stage, I realized my feelings were no longer as cold as before. and I could allow my disciples to surpass me by one level, yet their progress exceeds my imagination. If it happens even faster, thinking of this, Tufam gently used himself. Imagining the scene in his mind, after more than 10 years, Tu Kwang and Nguyet Tien might reach the Golden Core stage. Guidance and Spirit Stones also advanced to the Choker stage. If I were still at the Chi refining stage then, no matter how calm I am, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Tufam took out a pouch from his bag, so now I want to shorten the time a bit, avoid the system, and reach Choker ahead of schedule. Luckily now I can start building the Time Light Chamber model. Unlike the illusionary function of the soul illusion, the Time Light Chamber can actually increase cultivation. Time inside the chamber will be twice as fast as outside. It only needs a little over 60 years for me to break through to the Choker stage, and its foundation and operation are based on the highest law of this world, the law of time. In other words, it requires many runes combined together. Tufam looked sharply at the floating fragment in the middle of the workshop, as time runes are extremely rare. But this time Vu Luan gave it to me. Yes, inside this luminous stone there is a hidden time-type rune, the highest grade, the Sun and Moon rune, crafted from refined spirit stones. I will engrave it into the design I drew, then retreat for a while to comprehend the runes. The luminous stone slowly floats into Tufam's hand, and he smiles with satisfaction. I will be able to succeed in creating the time chamber and advance to Choker, and my current strength is at the Chi refining stage, but I can challenge fighters of the same level as Choker. Even if relying on magic tools, he could fight against a demon beast at the gold pill stage. Thinking this, Tufam threw open the door to gaze at the scene outside. Half a year had passed, and at the peak of the Tuthien Gate in Tufam's mountain home, he had completely mastered the Sun and Moon runes. Tufam, completely exhausted, said that since months ago, after he returned to the Wedge Heaven Gate to protect the warship, it took him 3 months to master the Sun and Moon runes. The rest of the time was mainly spent on refining and researching how to operate the time and space chamber for the longest duration, which meant no real progress, and he could only rely on foolish methods. Taking advantage of the easiest time-space sand to facilitate the brokerage of time light chambers, Tufam considered that 1 kilogram of time-space sand could support a small chamber operating for 5 years. And since a kilogram cost 10 million spirit stones or 120 million, which isn't much, but Tufam didn't want to spend so many spirit stones. He whispered softly, knowing that time-space sand can only be mined in the extreme regions, which means he would have to go through the center of the continent to buy it easily. But the time-space sand in the central continent is extremely rare, and without a guaranteed connection, it cannot be bought. Tufam sighed. My own assets, once rich with spiritual stones like my water, now so poor for leveling up. I won't find them again once lost. Tufam yawned long and tired as he left the room, curious about his disciples playing happily. What are you guys doing? Are you teaching my junior the magic techniques? The immortal laughed and replied, Ha ha ha. Does your master know what the most powerful spell of the Little Fourth is? Tufam lazily asked, Is it because of the little spiritual dance technique? The fairy said, Ha ha, no, it's the light projection technique, and the Little Two's light projection technique is already very powerful now. Come on, show your master, little brother. Li Tin-Tu obediently moved his hand, and suddenly the sky revealed the scene of the immortal Holy Land. This scene surprised Tufam. Is Tin-Tu also a creation, or has he met him before? Tin-Tu proudly said, Master, these are what I imagined in the sacred land of the immortals. The immortal again spoke. Little Fourth, hide yourself so the master can see. Immediately, Tin-Tu moved his hand and disappeared into the fog before the two of them. This is the second time Tufam has been shocked. Outwardly, it looks natural, but inside, he's already troubled. My cultivation is too rebellious. What should I do? If I can't sense the aura, I might not even notice the boy. Then Tufam took out a device and grinned maliciously, saying, Let me test you a bit. He pressed the wind level lightly, everything remained normal, then continued to press the rain level steadily. Yuantian covers herself with a lotus leaf, while Tufam presses to make the grass grow wildly around Yuantian, with lush lotuses and a few mushrooms on her head. Tufam smiles, only 7 years old, and with his illusion technique, he can hide himself in all environmental factors. Tufam speaks loudly. All right, come out now. I know where you are, and I'm not afraid of your senior sister hitting you. Turns out Lighten 2 has been above Nguyen Tian all along. You smile and say, He he ha. As expected, the master can't be fooled. Nguyen Tian angrily scolds, You little brat, how dare you climb onto your senior sister's head? Lai Tin-Tu begs for forgiveness. Ah, senior sister, I was wrong. At this moment, Tufam intervenes to stop their play, using illusion techniques to conjure a giant tiger and then asking Tin-Tu to create a rabbit. Tu Pham had to see how long the little boy could persevere, and upon hearing that, Tu Pham gently moved his finger to make a small rabbit appear. Tu Pham then controlled the giant tiger to chase after the small rabbit, lifting the device once more. If this was a snow rabbit, why was there no snow? I'll make it a bit more challenging for you. Tintu presses the button, snow appears covering everything, and the fierce tiger still charges at the little white rabbit. Everyone marvels you can't tell. It's an illusion. It's so realistic. Tintu closes his eyes and concentrates the tiny head like a CPU overheating, and sparks fly finally. Tintu gives up. Master, I'm not okay anymore, Tu Pham said proudly. I'm only 7 years old, but I can do this. And then he gently asked, do you like light magic? Tintu's eyes lit up and replied, I like it. I like it very much, so I can create the world I love, a world with my mother. I know your mother is gone, but I can bring her back using this method, Tintu said unexpectedly, and Tu Pham hugged him gently to comfort him. From now on, my senior brothers and sisters will all be family to you, Tintu said with emotion, and Tu Pham secretly cursed, good brother. Vuong Vu Luan, I promise you will have a big showdown someday. Then Tu Pham took Tintu to the training room and handed him some secret martial arts manuals, saying, Tintu, you can choose whichever techniques you want to learn. No need to rush, take your time, and pick carefully. Quickly, Li Tintu took several secret manuals. Master, I finished choosing illusionary clone technique, proposal ritual, spirit pointing technique, mind control technique, 5 elements technique, including the 5 elements trap technique, and heavenly shadow technique. Tu Pham watched Tintu and thought to himself, Ishai following the path of the dark cultivator suits me very well. Tu Pham then entered his narcissistic mode. Only techniques that don't match your appearance can cause unexpected difficulties. This kid not only has extraordinary talent, but also shares the same mindset as me. Then Brother Tu Pham said, these spells you can learn gradually. If there's anything you don't understand or need to ask, come to me anytime, Tintu happily replied. Yes, the boy happily hugged the secret manuals and left, with a shadow of Ling Li Tinzi behind him. The appearance of that figure startled Tu Pham. It was Vuong Huang Tri. The boy was upset, saying Master lied to him, and he also wanted to learn powerful techniques like Tio Tu. In the illusionary chamber, the ultimate sword energy transforms into a form to attack, and Vuong Huang Tri creates a barrier to block it. Tu Pham teases, it seems he's reached the critical moment in his training. He reached out to touch the protective shell, thinking to himself, this kid Vuong Huang Tri, if he's not out on a mission, he's probably with his father. It's rare to come back here once. Yet as soon as he returns, he finds Tio Tu has made incredible progress, and he starts to worry, then immerses himself in training both for himself and so he can see it with his own eyes. Tu Pham slowly approached, stopping to stand on the cliff and look down below. Vuong Huang Tri was desperately trying to recover his nearly exhausted strength. These wild beasts with fiery eyes roar fiercely, sweat dripping to the ground as they rush toward Vuong Huang Tri. He panic-stricken, gripping the sword and raising it towards the large lake, calling out for the lightning sword. Vuong Huang Tri created a protective shield around his body, preventing the wild beast from attacking. The boy swung his sword to scatter the beasts far and wide. Vuong Huang Tri, sweating profusely, raised his hand to summon the wind sword. The two swords merged their power, forming a storm of wind and lightning, with a swirling vortex of energy spinning around. You rush forward at full speed. Vuong Huang Tri delivers a final strike to end the wild beasts with the power of wind and thunder, while from above, Tu Pham claps loudly, showing the demeanor of a sword immortal. From Pham nodded and advised, you've grasped the first move of the wind and thunder secret technique so quickly, you're already stronger than your senior brothers and sisters. But you must remember, if you encounter trouble, stay calm and handle it carefully. Don't rush recklessly. He secretly felt pleased. These cat-like magical beasts are all at the 6th level of Qi training, but their challenge difficulty is much higher than levels 7 and 8. Wang Huoying. Tri blushed shyly, and my master understood. Today was actually the first time you succeeded. To master this complete technique, you still have a long way to go, and it's all thanks to my previous guidance. Tu Pham transformed, startling Vuong Huang Tri, so I will perform it again for you, so you can learn more easily. The difficulty of the challenge, 10 Crystal Core level demon beasts. In the illusion, Shengcheng is furious, challenging 10 Crystal Core level demon beasts at once. Master, dying once is also very painful. Lian was tapped on the head by Tu Pham, who looked cold and reminded him, are you still worried about me? Why talk so much? Just watch carefully. I'll only demonstrate once. After finishing, he disappeared in an instant. Weifong looked calm and was teased, causing the monsters to go from aggressive to peaceful. Tu Pham stepped onto the cliff. Weifong paid attention, handling all the truck co-monsters smoothly with just the opening act. From Pham proudly explained, do you understand now? The essence of this containment is the effect of 2 overlapping wind elements. Use the least amount of spiritual power to exploit the enemy's weak point, specifically the head, and how exactly does it work? He looked at Wang Huang with a hint of surprise, already in a state of enlightenment, showing the demeanor he had back then. As a master myself, I can't afford to be lazy. Tomorrow I must gather enough materials for the refining and quickly train to break through. A phrase came to mind. Junior brother, please help me make those 2 magic tools. From Fan reflected, then remembered that the name of that foot had been gone for quite a while. He thought to himself, that's not necessarily a bad thing, just a bit nostalgic about that foot guy, but forget it. Getting the materials for refining is the main priority now. In the demon spirit world, at the sacred site of the ancient artifact, the alluring female demon is massaging. The leisure moment is having a secret conversation. And the old swordmaster, when will he finish collecting the primordial spirit energy? He's happily soaking in a hot bath served by attendants, while I am here killing to become a demon clan member. Kim Vensin explains that if nothing unexpected happens, there are still 50 years left. Just stay here for now. I see you're quite comfortable as the young master of this place, but during these 50 years, focus on collecting spirit stones, treasures of heaven and earth, spiritual minerals, or whatever it is, because as the young master, your rate of gathering Reiki will be much faster than in the human world. Dip Tujiao agrees. That's right. As the young master of this sacred land, even the tribal elders and beast tamers in the demon world have to bow their heads to me. But the demon aura here is so thick that I feel a bit out of place now. Kim Von Sin stepped closer to advise. You will be the one to do great things in the future. So what are these current matters? In the past, I hid myself in the heavenly demon realm for 10,000 years, just for a single demon sword. Dip Tio Jiao lifted his mask to glance and criticize. He's been in the demon world for 10,000 years. Wasn't it just to steal someone's demon sword? Sword Immortal turned around and laughed loudly. Haha, how can practicing immortality be called stealing? And besides, he's a demon cultivator. Everyone is guilty. I took it from there. It's very normal. Dip Tio Jiao, sitting upright with a determined expression, waits another 50 years, because after 50 years he will definitely return to the human world, or he will always feel uneasy. The female demons see Dip Tio Jiao's body and secretly feel happy. Time has passed, the warning bird loudly cawed, kick, 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 kick. It's been 50 years, it's been 50 years. After 50 years, everyone cheered together. He has ascended, he has ascended. Tu Fam muttered to himself in the realm. When did this messenger bird start speaking such words? Could it have gained spiritual consciousness? Yu Li Tin from the grasp of Tu Fam's hand asked worriedly, Master, what will happen in the future? Has the great calamity arrived? Tu Fam reassured her. Don't worry, I'm just studying a secret life technique. The Great Tribulation is still a long way off, I think to myself. I barely just reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Why does it feel like I want to die right here? The disciples come forward in unison and say, Master, please advance to the peak of the Golden Core stage. I beg you not to chase after the legendary perfect formation anymore. Tun Guyan Tian gently holds the eye drops and says, Master, please take this. And Wang Huangqi also agrees. Yes, it can reverse the spiritual essence and save 100 years. Tu Fam quickly refuses. No, there's no need. I've spent a lot of time reaching the Great Calamity. I don't want to extend it further. Please go. Tu Fam hesitated. But Kuang Ni and Nguyen Tian have both advanced to the Golden Core stage after 50 years. And Huang Qi and Tin Tu have also reached the Chukko stage. He looked at his disciples and praised them. Very good. I am very satisfied. Tu Kuang was moved to tears, only to realize that his body hadn't grown at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Kuang was flicked on the forehead by him. You look up as Tu Fam speaks, revealing that your spiritual roots are fully unlocked. No one else can take them from you. On the contrary, Visu admires you greatly, and seeing all 4 of you succeed, he no longer has any worries. Tu Fam turns away as the shadow quietly fades in the wind. Now Visu is searching for a trace of the great Tao, but you don't need to worry about his current state. The disciples kneel excitedly, each expressing their words. Sufu has already become very powerful. There's no need to seek the great Tao anymore, as Sufu is now approaching a major limit. Besides preserving your original essence, don't think about anything else anymore, Master. Please drink this whole original essence potion. Yes, Master. Drink it. We can't be without you. Tu Nguyen Tian painfully cries out. Tu Fam is suddenly bound from behind and can't react in time. The girl holding the binding rope resolutely says loudly, Master, this time I will take charge for you. Even if you're 100% sure, I must protect you with one more layer. Tu Fam is stunned and horrified. Oh my god, I don't want this. Tu Fam's hands were bound, unable to resist. No, do you know how precious my time is? Do you know how much money I've spent wasting all this time? Tu Nguyen Tian pulled the rope tightly and shouted, Master, please don't blame me. Tu Fam sweatily struggled and explained, This is the path I chose. You doing this is harming me. Tu Nguyen Tian, crying and holding out the medicine bottle, You don't care about your master's path. You just want the master to live with you. She slapped Tufam's face to open his mouth as she poured the medicine into it, while the surrounding disciples watched and supported her. The drop of water is slowly falling, then suddenly the girl is pulled back. The peak of the golden core stage. The peak of the golden core stage holding Nguyen Tien back. Tufam sits up. You think I'm old, so I can't be rebellious. He advised, Nguyen Tien, take it back. I understand your feelings very well, but this can be discarded. Nguyen Tien hesitated. Hick, master. Tufam sat up and dusted himself off. Give master a month, and if I can't break through to the Chukko stage by then, I will voluntarily take the original elixir you gave. He sighed with a look of compassion. Tufam tried to explain. Stand up. You don't know your master's methods. There's nothing I can't understand. Your master will find a way. This is the final long-term period. From now on, the responsibility is assigned to each person, and the master is at a critical moment, so we all must watch carefully. Yentian, if the situation gets critical, we will rush in immediately to help the master absorb the primal essence. Tintin, you are in charge of using illusion magic to make the master faint, and brother, you will block the master's clone from the direction indicated. The movement must be quick, no more than a minute. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Everyone focused on the door. Tufam is meditating inside. He thought anxiously, what if this useless system can't be relied on? Then what should I do? I know that before this system only helped conceal the cultivation of powerful cultivators, the other functions had never appeared. Tufam secretly trusts that the system will not let him down. The system displays a message. 30 minutes until the great calamity. Please prepare, Tufam is thinking. It's coming soon. I quietly rejoice. Finally, the celebration is near. If things keep going like this, I won't fall behind the others. Tufam, immersed in the virtual time, smiles contentedly, hoping that after the upgrade, the system will have some new features, maybe a lottery or a shopping center that would be even better. Ha ha. First eliminate the bad luck. Now after self-made items, martial arts, and weapon techniques without limits, 10 consecutive spins can earn SG somewhere. Dip Tiu Jiao is happy. It's been over 60 years. I can finally go home. Sword Wensheng whispers beside him. Kid, are you sure you won't stay longer? Your position among the monsters is getting higher and higher. When the human race arrives, or when you become the leader of the demon race and can stop the war, then you will be a hero of the human race. Dip Tiu Jiao sneered slightly. Your idea is good, but I still have unfinished business in the human world, so I'll follow your plan, though I don't know how much longer I can wait. He looked down at the sad face. The strategist who needs to repay me, but my parents are still waiting for me to return. I haven't even avenged the broken engagement, and I can't wait any longer. Even in the midst of the great war between the two clans, I want to become a hero of the human race, honorably, not just waiting for opportunities to come. Jian Wensheng asked again. Do you really want to go back? Dik Tio Jiao complained. Why are you talking so much today? I must go back. I've already thought of the reason. Just say I was in a deep sleep in a secret realm for 60 years, training until the prime of my life. Jian Wensheng pointed towards the demon clan's teleportation array, which was destroyed, and said, I would help restore it, but before returning to the human world, I have something to say to you. He reminded me that some things happen with such coincidence that they are bound to occur. Even if you're not involved, someone else will be. In the human realm, an underground cave near the Void Sky Gate, the Koa Gate teleportation array. At the same time, Yuan Sang and Yuan Yue Immortal are quietly meditating. From the east, a Shi spreads over 3,000 li, and Wu Tai Xiang Wen Huan welcomes the saint. All the disciples look up in amazement. Everyone, look quickly. Wu Tai Xiang Wen Huan is shining with 5-colored divine light. This is the 5 elements of the Master. The disciples all wondered, Master, did you succeed that day? Meanwhile, Tufam was surrounded by a concentrated source of power, disappearing in, absorbing. The spatial pill book reached 99,399,699,000,000. And expanded to 999 million. Tufam secretly rejoiced. Ha, not bad. I can come back now. He gradually sank into the infinite space. Tufam stood in front of the distinguished disciples and loudly said, Master, congratulations on your successful promotion. He happily smiled and said, Ha, saha. You all get up now. I told you already that your master is so powerful. Nothing can escape my grasp now that I am a peak stage cultivator, and you, little ones, are at the gold core stage. I can suppress everything with one hand. Tufam unexpectedly felt a strange sensation. Wait a moment. He paused in suspicion. Why does it suddenly carry such a strong implication? It bears the symbol of bloodlight annihilation. Warning to all disciples of Bloodheaven Sect. The demon race is attacking. Leave the sect immediately heading north. No one without orders from the sect is allowed to return. The sect will sound the heavenly bell alarm if it is destroyed by demonic beasts. No revenge allowed. Everyone was extremely confused after hearing that. What's going on? Let's pack up quickly. Hurry up, it's serious now. From Pham shouted loudly, still standing there frozen, pack your things and call Master Vuong here. Let's go. I just escaped a crisis. Staying here in the sect would make survival difficult for all the disciples. On the sky above, Wang Vulun and Mu Dung Tian Ni are inside the flying vessel, and Tu Pham feels relieved. Luckily, I prepared in advance and gave Wang Vulan the fastest flying artifact. This time, I gained quite a lot. We accelerate to maximum speed. Everyone is safely inside the flying device. Diep Tio Jiao, surprised, asks, "Old sword, are we finally back, and what is this?" The sword aura is uneasy. Something's wrong. This is a tool of the demon race. The teleportation table. The demon lord's treasure was hidden inside you. It seems we can't stay here long. I will take you away quickly. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. He, my adorable disciple. I've waited so long for you. Finally, the day you return to the human world has come. Master Six Eyes is sleeping peacefully. To reward you, I will slaughter all living beings in the human realm. What do you think? Footsteps. Step. Step. Master Six Eyes and his manifestations beside him. From now on, the human realm will have to change its name. He. He grabbed Diep Tio Jiao and asked, "Don't you want to see, my obedient disciple?" The teleportation table fell straight down from above, smashing into the hand of the six-eyed master, causing him to release Diep Tio Jiao from his grasp. The pulling forces drawing the teleportation board in, six-eyed master grabs it carefully, teleporting. He grits his teeth and crushes the teleportation device. The chess piece is lost now, whatever. It no longer has any use anyway. Six-eyed master quietly turned away, killing all those small sects, then regrouping with the useless ones in the ancient demon forbidden zone. He raised his hand to attack each house, causing explosions. The six-eyed master is pleased, having taken a portion of the human continent and then plans to continue. On the battlefield at the Void Heaven Gate, the Great Elder begins to appear, and he says my fate is to have one life. Surprisingly, it is indeed so. The Great Elder stands in the air, quietly smiling. But that's fine. If he doesn't destroy it, it means the Quet Tien Mon is no longer in his hands. The Great Elder's expression is serious and frowning. Luckily, the members of the sect have mostly evacuated in time, so there is still a chance to rebuild in the future. I guess I also deserve to ascend with the elders in the sect. The six-eyed master looked disappointed. Oh, all the traitors have run away already. The Great Elder gritted his teeth in fury. Ah, you monsters. Even if I am alone, controlling all the teams, I will make you see. The Great Elder unleashed all his power, commanding the large pillars to rush forward. The Great Elder charged in like a blazing fire, shouting that the so-called stable channel of mankind shouldn't be underestimated, and that we humans are no longer as easy to defeat as we were over 100,000 years ago. Diep Tio Jiao looked up with a helpless and pitiful expression in his eyes. This is the endless sea, where Diep Tio Jiao teleports to in a hopeless state. Old Sword Master, you knew it all along, didn't you? Kim Von Sin hesitated. It's not that I knew, I just guessed. Diep Tio Jiao silently blamed himself. So why didn't you say anything? The former demon lord is very famous in the demon spirit world with unmatched strategies, and as soon as he arrived, even a whole statue of a buffalo was destroyed. Jian Yunsheng looked uncomfortable. I told you earlier. I hinted so much, but you still didn't listen. If I had explained clearly, your slight reactions would reveal your weaknesses, and you'd definitely be dead. Do you really think those demon lords are fasting? Diep Tio Jiao looked at the scene before him in surprise. The old man enthusiastically extended an invitation, saying, "Fellow Taoist, we are destined to meet. Have you heard of the Zhongzhou Sword King sect led by the Great Virtue Venerable? I see that you're quite eager. I wonder if you're interested in joining us. Near the border of Elephant Continent, by the teleportation array, the locals are buzzing. Did you hear? The Void Heaven Gate has been burned to ashes by the demon Aon of the demon race. That's right. I heard that their supreme elder committed suicide together with those demon lords. It must have been very heroic, but it didn't do much damage to them." Tu Pham felt a bit contemplative inside. Wang Wu always sighs, and in the end, the elder couldn't make it. Luckily, we have Brother Tu here to escape this ordeal. Murong Tianyi looked worried and asked, "Is it because the bad news spread so quickly?" With the current situation, the nearby countries around Elephant Continent will probably be affected in a few days. Tu Pham, go ahead and encourage everyone to lift their spirits. Everything must move forward. This time, I plan to do everything at once. Directly head to Zhongzhou to live. Also a chance to see the strongest dojo in the center of the continent of the cultivation world. Vuluan and Tianni nodded in gratitude, then said, "Then I'll bother elder brother from now on." He gently helped Yue Xian up and said, "We're here. The teleportation point is right ahead. Yue Xian, plan your route to Zhongzhou, and after we teleport out, we'll continue our journey." From Pham confidently looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. As for resisting the forces of Ta, that's the matter of that guy with the leg. Even if you force me to bear the burden of saving the world, at least give me another 5,000 years. I need to take care of my disciples and friends first. Of course, I will be there too, waiting until I reach the pinnacle of the world. Then who can stop me anymore? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a large black object appeared before him. "Ha," Yue Tian whispered. "Master, these people all want to teleport elsewhere like us. There are too many. Many cultivators are carrying you. I don't know when it'll be our turn again. We need to be careful and avoid them. These guys can deal with us just by waving their hands." Suddenly, someone from behind put a hand on from Pham's shoulder and said loudly, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Sun Than kept patting my shoulder happily, saying, "Master, that's the fate of Buddha." I, Tu Pham, was overwhelmed and fell to the ground, holding onto Sun Than's arm as his thick legs stepped forward. Ah ha ha ha. The enthusiastic words of the senior son Nak are still so powerful. He helplessly thought, damn it, no wonder he's the great master of the void refinement realm, so powerful. Sun Than asked, "Which continent does everyone want to go to?" All the disciples looked confused. Tu Pham answered loudly, "Zhongzhou." Sun Than led the way. "Not bad. I also want to go to Trungchao to check it out. If you don't mind, let's go together," from Pham said excitedly. "Of course I don't mind. With the senior here, it will be even safer. Everyone ahead is said to be a master of the mysterious forging technique. Don't offend them. Don't offend them. Quickly make way." Tin looked up and glanced around, feeling a bit nervous. Little Zhen Zuo whispered to her, "Senior expert is so powerful, even the great master of the extraordinary realm is willing to befriend him." Yue Tian chuckled happily. Of course, the master just doesn't like to stand out, and she feels that becoming a sect master back then was just a small matter. Moreover, my master's talent is extremely high. Whether in refining tools or alchemy, he's very skilled. She immediately guessed that, like this senior, he must have begged my master to craft a device, and the mountain god looked at Tu Pham and pondered. Ha 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 ha. I've met the great master again. I'm really lucky to form a bond with a talented tool refiner like him. It's the right choice. The group from Pham moved to the location. Tu Pham motumutkin hangats, truok matla, trong chao chutian tan, han chong mokwa, dang thien taptam toida antoan, kam giakangwe hiemutuong chao kung dabianmart. He reached out to sense a small amount of energy, and the divine core was indeed different, and with his soul, spirit, and spiritual power increasing tenfold. Tu Pham climbed the wall, and with his current cultivation level, he was now able to refine primordial, infant-level puppets. After upgrading the army of golems and ensuring their stability, he won't panic like this if danger arises again. He looked tearfully toward the main door. Tu Chuang hesitated and asked, "Master, do you have any plans after coming to Zhongzhou?" Tu Pham secretly guessed, "It seems like you already have some ideas based on how you look." Yu Xian approaches and suggests that as an all-round person, it would be a waste of the master's talent to just establish a trading guild or a family clan. Kwang extends his hand to propose a request. "So, master, let's establish a sect with us." Tu Pham thought vaguely and considered establishing a small sect in a hidden place. He was somewhat interested. It seemed like a not bad choice. The two young disciples clapped happily. Tu Pham, lost in his fantasies, was interrupted by Kwang, who said, "Master, I've already thought of a name for our sect." The boy excitedly declared, "It's Kwang Sect, symbolizing invincibility." Tu Pham, upon hearing this, spat blood. He immediately patted the boy's head. Tu Pham clenched his heart against the pain and showed compassion, thinking he had already understood everything. "I didn't expect your condition to be worse. I don't blame you. This can't be just a simple lack of brains." After saying that, he threw the two disciples outside and told them to decide on a name for the sect later. Inside his private space, Tu Pham floated happily, finally having his own sect of his own. Tu Pham stepped down, and the senior had already arrived. "Thank you for bringing me here. This place is outside the fairy city, a distant building in the central continent. Tu Pham is promising that once he reaches the gold core stage, he will help the senior with a set of spiritual tools with all his heart." The mountain spirit smiled kindly and said, "Master Tu is quite generous. We will talk more about the artifact matters when the time comes." Tu Pham shook hands with the mountain spirit, and then he said, "No matter how quickly we arrived at the central continent this time, it's all thanks to your support, senior." From Pham here makes a promise to the senior. In 5 years, we will meet again at the central city of Zhengzhou, and by then I will craft a talisman for you. Master Dai has already spoken, so I have no reason to refuse. After all, I will still need to rely on Master Dai in the future. The mountain spirit soared into the sky and said his final words. Qing Mountain remains unchanged. The 6 streams flow endlessly. See you again in 5 years. Tu Pham nodded farewell. All right, senior spirit son, take care. Master Zhuan asked curiously where we are going now. Tu Pham planned that we would first stop at the central city of Trungchao, and after understanding the situation there, we would find a suitable place to establish a sect. He reached out his hand, sensing the spiritual energy, and asked his disciples if they could feel it. Truly the center of the continent, even at the edge of this city, the spiritual energy is not much weaker than Huitian Gate. From Kuang took a deep breath, his eyes shining with excitement. Yes, this is indeed the center of the world, Master. Let's hurry into the city. From Pham replied, The sunlight gently shone down to the ground, and From Pham looked up in wonder. Why are there so many tiny figures floating around in the city? At this moment, 2 strange people appeared in front of Tu Pham and his disciples. The Kim Dan cultivator from Thiet Son Man immediately invited him, Dao Hu, who just arrived at the center of the continent, to join Thiet Son Man and find a solid backing. Our sect master is a rare fusion entity. Lin Phi Sect's core formation cultivator jumps out confidently. What is the point of the Iron Mountain sect? Over 100 years and only a first-level sect, Dao Hu, come to our Lin Phi sect, a second-level sect with a powerful cultivator at the tribulation stage as sect master. From Pham and his disciples were all shocked. The cultivator at the tribulation stage, isn't that the same level as Kuyet Thien's sect? The 2 sects clash in anger, fighting, and conflict, but our Iron Mountain sect at least has cooking skills. Besides collecting protection fees, what else can a level 2 sect do in 2,000 years? Tu Pham clapped to signal. Then a powdery substance and spiritual energy slowly emerged from the river. Yes, the boy used a special technique. The gentle spirit technique lightly passes over the 2 fighting people and lands on the ground, immediately causing them to embrace each other affectionately. As you go deeper into the center, the lively atmosphere is bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone around is joking and playing, full of joyful energy. Tu Pham suddenly stopped as he was passing by. The shop owner happily handed over the delivery, and the Taoist priests who just arrived at the second central continent can review these basic pieces of information about the continent, which will be useful for their future outings. From Pham silently accepted it. He used his strength to sense and absorb the knowledge into his mind. Impressive. It turns out that in terms of information technology, it has developed from its initial state. It has evolved to resemble the 3G era, with a complete transportation network and a spiritual energy transfer system similar to an electrical grid. I suddenly remembered those things earlier were base station, huh? From Pham was a bit surprised. This information seems very important. It turns out that the top organization in the Central Continent is not the highest sex, but an organization called the Central Continent Elder Council. This organization collects taxes from all sects, merchant guilds, families, and some spontaneous forces, and to establish a sect, one must report to them for approval. The map is now being displayed for inspection, and Tu Pham decisively agrees, but the time for Prince Wangvulan and your team to investigate and explore the city is still ahead. Let's study the map first. Each red dot represents a sect. The larger the red dot, the higher the level of the sect. Then they split up to investigate in person. The best location is a small sect with abundant resources and easy disciple recruitment. He continued, yes, there's one more thing. Transportation must be very convenient, with a network of flying cars covering the entire central continent. Tu Kuang focused on pondering, while Nguyen Tien looked a bit hesitant. The girl immediately reacted, wait a moment. Master Nguyen Tien expressed her opinion. If such a good place really existed, other sects would have taken it long ago, and Tu Pham agreed. That's true. Tu Pham's strange expression looked like he wanted to swallow Nguyen Tien alive, making her frightened. Tu Kuang pointed at the spot on the map and asked, what does your master think of this place? In the Tianyuan Forest and the Infinite Sea, there is a fairy city nearby, and most importantly, there is no sect there. Tu Pham immediately pondered. The other disciples discussed, no way, absolutely not. Not allowed, not allowed. Yue Tian whispered into Tu Chuang's ear, subtly reminding him, hey, that spot is so good, and since no sect has established there, there must be a reason. Tu Kuang confidently replied, so what if there are problems over there? We can handle them. With the master here, there's nothing we can't solve. A loud noise erupted, and Tu Pham gave Tu Chuang a slap and scolded, you idiot. He turned back to look carefully at the map, hesitating. But Tu Chuang's words weren't wrong. Without personally checking, how could we know if it's safe or not? Tu Fam immediately decided, "Fine. I will personally investigate this matter, and you guys choose a few more locations, then split up to act when the time comes." The disciples responded in unison, "Yes, master." Shopkeeper, I have a question for you. Why are there no sects stationed in the nearby fairy city lately? I think this place has a very good location. That fairy city, he said, that 1,000 years ago it was the westernmost first-tier city, with countless sects here, even a level 9 sect stationed there. But because the surrounding spiritual mineral resources were exhausted, the endless minerals were collected destructively, and the resources near the sea had almost ceased to regenerate. The shop owner sighed heavily, then watched as several large-scale beast tides swept through, destroying the entire city in an instant, causing all the sects to relocate. Tu Fam and his disciples sat listening to the dramatic story, munching on cakes and gossiping, while outside there was still a hint of the original chaos. There are no resources there now, but the old man's surprised look isn't unfounded. He's just, acting. As there are still some spiritual metal deposits deep within the Heavenly Abyss forest, though the environment is harsh and filled with imperial beasts. So I didn't explore much. I just wanted to establish a sect, and I didn't introduce this place. Then suddenly a group of people burst in. The shop owner greeted warmly. "Welcome. Please come in." Tu Fam licked his thumb and glanced as if he recognized something. Diep Tu Jiao and his companions appeared before him, and Tu Fam thought to himself with annoyance, "What a fateful encounter. But damn it, this is truly a fateful encounter. I need to quickly hand over the task and proceed, as we discussed earlier, splitting up to act." Tu Fam steps toward the door, swiftly passing by Diep Tu Jiao without concern, using his light-shifting technique and disguise to change his face. "It seems that guy has joined some sword sect. I need to find a way to stay away from him. Damn, is the heavens trying to make me a pair with this guy?" Tu Fam shows a determined expression, realizing I should find a way to stay far from this sect. We've only managed to stay peaceful for 50 years. I won't let him ruin this tranquility. Diep Tu Jiao suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, glancing outside the door, looking around, then shifting his gaze elsewhere. He wondered to himself, "Old Sword, was the person eating here earlier somewhat familiar?" Sword Cloud responded, "Not someone you know." Old Swordmaster guessed, but the young cultivator who was eating earlier had a pure spiritual energy in his body, probably a disciple of a famous sect. Diep Tu Jiao was confused. Could it be that he was mistaken, and Tu Fam successfully escaped from sight? 3 days later, in a small town by the 10,000-li Great Lake, Tu Kwang set down his cup and looked at a piece of paper, thinking to himself that the small island in the lake wasn't bad, but he wasn't sure if there were any monsters underwater or what their strength was. He planned to check it out later. At this moment, a loud announcement was made that the sea monsters had surfaced. Everyone quickly ran away. Before the sect master arrived, no one was allowed outside. Everyone, upon hearing this, hurriedly fled in all directions, while Tu Kwang stopped singing, confused about what was happening. Shop owner Huang Huo called out, "Everyone, our shop has to close now. Consider this meal on me." The door immediately shut tight and Ziguang stood silently outside, looking around at the deserted, cold surroundings. He smugly thought that the strength of the demon beast couldn't be very strong, otherwise this small town wouldn't still exist. Maybe now is a good time to check it out since I've been feeling a bit restless lately. Tzu Kwang looked up at the sky to observe the situation below where the demon beasts were trampling other creatures and gnawing on the head of a poor bird. The little beast opened its mouth as if about to swallow everything, looked up at the sky and suddenly saw a bright light. Below, where the beast was, a huge explosion struck down, and it was starting to catch fire. Hachbao Thuat, Tu Chuang is flying in the air and just cast a strike. You look down in surprise as the monsters are fleeing in fear and chaos. Tu Kuang quickly performed a move, trying to escape, raising his hand and shouting loudly, "Sat Tuat Dan Fi Dieu." Instantly, a massive explosion erupted below, knocking out the stunned monsters and leaving them battered and unconscious. Tu Kuang regretfully laments that if there had been ancient beasts, he could have used the great rocket cannon taught by his master to circle around at super high speed. But now, a bright light appears in the sky, and a voice says, "I am the senior elder of this land. Have you just arrived at the central continent?" You immediately turned around to look. Tu Kuang politely bowed. How did senior see through me? The Wanying cultivator, the chief elder of the ceremonial staff, exuded a terrifying aura and a displeased expression. Because ordinary cultivators in the central continent wouldn't use such force, the ground below is all soil, and raising a single beast requires more than 100 spiritual stones. The water monsters only surface once, and as long as you kill the leader, the rest will run away. Tu Kwang's face turned pale with sweat. Initially successfully protecting the city, but now failing, he placed a bag of gold into the elder's hand. Tu Kwang painfully and solemnly forced himself to endure. Senior, this is 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Please hand it over to the farmers affected by the land damage as compensation. The elder looked pleased and happy. Ha 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 ha. Understanding is good, otherwise my achievements this year would be ruined. Tu Kwang hesitated. I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Ngi Trong called back Dao Hio. Wait a moment. Tu Kwang turned around and replied. What? He asked if there was something you wanted to discuss here. If it's not too much trouble, maybe I can help. I'm tired and replying, well, I'm looking for a place to establish a sect, but I've been searching for a long time and still haven't found one. Ngi Trong paused for a moment and quickly asked, if you're not in a hurry, do you want to go to the Elder Hall? Ngi Trong calmly added, let me clarify the situation here for you. A month has passed. Inside a certain immortal city in central continent, the atmosphere between Tu Pham and his disciples is extremely tense. He speaks up, so tell me, how are things on your side now? The immortal replied with a pale face, Master, the places I've visited are all controlled by 8th rank sects, and when I checked smaller sects, I found they weren't doing well at all. The resources there are all held by major sects, and the spiritual energy is unstable, and the place I chose has a powerful supernatural beast, so I suggest not choosing this location. He subtly disapproved. Few people, no resources, suggesting not to choose this place. Vu always hesitant, the environment too desolate, no recommendation. Tu Pham's face was cold and calm. My disciple is not much better. He silently felt annoyed. Tisk, unlucky indeed. I see that Lam Hai Tianchung's methods for finding the King of Swords sect are more than 10,000 kilometers away, and I must stay far from them. The sharp, dark gazes are all focused on Zhuang. He immediately placed an item on the table that surprised everyone. From Kwang got straight to the point. This place called Kuho is 10,000 li away, with the highest peak on the table, and although it is very cold here, the mountain's rugged terrain makes it easy to defend and hard to attack. The lake in the center of the island is rich in supplies, but high-level creatures are rare. It's not only suitable for tourism, but Tu Pham wondered who gave him the item on the table. He proudly claimed to be a senior, the elder leader, stationed there, and the senior Yuan Ying, who is in charge there. The senior in charge of managing the Kuho maritime route promised that if we register our sect there, we could get a 20% tax reduction. Tu Pham and his disciples were carefully examining the strange object, suspicious it might be a listening device or a spy. I've never seen a map shaped like this before. Tu Kwang hesitated and stammered, that Kuho Ten Van Lai, does anyone find it interesting? 2 hours later, Tu Kwang was explaining to Tu Pham and the disciples, the chirping of birds and the chipping sounds filling the air. He kept flying and mentioned that beneath Lake Su Ho Ten Van Lai there are large spiritual mineral deposits, and along the lake there are several tens of thousands of kilometers of land that can be taxed if we really want to stay there. We need to protect the people along the lake from being disturbed by the beasts, which will be very helpful for us in recruiting disciples. Tu Kwang pointed to the location on the PPT map created by Tu Pham, and also, the strongest beast in the Great Lake of 100,000 li is the Kai Nguyen An. But if they discover the demon beast on Kai Nguyen An, they can report directly to the Elder Hallmaster. You smirk behind your glasses, knowing they will send someone to kill it without us having to intervene. Is it true that the tax reduction the Elder Primordial Spirit mentioned is forever? Tu Kwang shyly replied, Oh, that! Registering spirit stones and signing 105,000 contracts can grant a permanent tax reduction. Tu Pham's face darkened and he was speechless. Then he immediately snapped his fingers. Immediately, the surroundings transformed into images. Tu Kwang was stunned. It's an illusion of the giant lake. Tu Pham pondered, this place seems to meet the criteria best. Ting Tu is sleeping soundly. The disciples are amazed. The master's illusion technique is incredible. He feels somewhat satisfied. Most importantly, this place is extremely peaceful, rarely noticed by cultivators or ordinary sects. A place that is useless for use, abandoned for the exam, but for me it's the best advantage. Very much to my liking. Thinking about the distorted face, of course, the hardest part is the 108,000 li, Suho 10 Van Lai, which is extremely far from that Sword King sect or whatever. I slam the table and stand up to declare that we have made our decision. Our sect's location will be here, at the 10,000 li Cursed Lake, south of the southern 10,000 li of Tianlam continent, in the forbidden immortal city, where everyone warmly welcomes us. Elder Ngi offers a cup of tea and invites everyone to this place, showing that you all have thought carefully about signing the contract with the Great Lake of 100,000 li. Elder, to see Nguyen An, The head of the elders extends his hand in suggestion. I see none of you are at the Yuanying stage yet, so let's proceed. After everyone has offered spirit stones to sign the contract, I will ask a senior alchemist to kill all the demon beasts with golden core pills in the lake of the 10,000-li Great Lake. So, Tu Pham feels uncomfortable. The professional's social smile is too enthusiastic, he can't take it anymore. You change your excited expression, your eyes shining as you place the bag of gold into Ngi Truong's hand. Senior, you've worked hard, but I can still handle this small issue. Ngi Truong and everyone else are stunned by Tu Pham's professional demeanor. Just watch how natural and radiant this polite smile is. You can't master a genuine smile and cultivation techniques in 10 years. Tu Pham thought to himself, I promise, I've been practicing in the time chamber, cultivating, using this smile technique so I can deal with that guy later. Headmaster Ying has been convinced, clearing his throat to resolve the issue. All right, from now on, this 10,000-li lake will be the base of your sect. Just need to report the sect's name within a year. You've lost, and there are some points to pay attention to. In 5 years, the defense along the Xuho 10 Van Lai Lake will be handed over to everyone, and within 3 years, they must recruit 100 disciples. So, what Tu Pham has written in this jade slip, just take your time to read. From Pham quickly seized his goal as birds soared in the sky. On the largest small island of the 10,000-li Su Lake, he observed the tall forests and steep mountains. Not bad, this will be our territory in the future. After examining the surroundings for a while, he gradually descended, his eyes penetrating the terrain as he thought, the sect establishment always follows an unwritten rule of being built on mountain peaks. There are no mountains now, but in the future we will create an island in the sky and move the sect there. The teachers and students have climbed to the top of the highest mountain on the island to look around. From Fan patted the boy on the shoulder and said, let's go, until you develop your talent. Then I will turn this place into a holy land. You even imagined the talent, replied gratefully. The talented one quickly finished the design based on that person's 10,000 scale. Do you think it's good enough? From Pham admired, very satisfied. Very beautiful, very beautiful. Let's just build based on this. The device is actively working, sister. The device has finished scanning and can now begin construction. 11,000 worker dolls, 13,000 overtime dolls, 13,000 flying tools, and the construction will take 15 days. We need 11,000 worker puppets, 13,000 overtime puppets, 13,000 flying tool puppets, and 120 spirit puppets. From Pham doesn't need to think, just to prove it. The puppets are being created. Quickly, the puppets are continuously working non-stop. Come on, come on, come on, come on. The disciples are even more in awe, seeing that the master can craft over 1,000 puppets. They all want to learn, want to learn, want to learn. Tu Pham tries to act impressive. Ha ha, you think that's all there is? Actually, that's just the tip of the iceberg, impressive disciples. Wow, no wonder he's the master. Vu Luan placed his hand on his shoulder. He suddenly approached Tu Pham, the elder brother, and said, I thought we had been brothers for many years and understood each other well, but I didn't expect that after so many decades, our feelings are still so shallow. You tell me, how can our relationship grow even deeper? From Pham secretly feeling shocked and annoyed, what a foolish thing to say, he tries to push Vu Luan away, but he didn't ask me. I didn't tell him. I don't like pretending to be someone else. Vu Luan's wife and kids can't hold back their laughter. Oh my God, Dad. Tu Pham Phan, kung hiem vu shotungang guoi, roithi. Phan chine da song, Phan, kolai muan guoi se root lui. Kakthans vien hao hakn han len. The first group is the assassin team. Vu Luan, Tu Tuang. They will explore the entire island, kill any monsters they encounter above the extraordinary stage, then investigate underwater to see if they can find primordial spirit monsters, and kill them if possible. The third group is the recruitment team, headed by Huang Qi and Tintu. Your task is to recruit disciples. With Tintu in charge of the assessment, registration fees are paid here. The test scroll contains the evaluation criteria. As long as you pass and have a spiritual root, it's fine. Initially recruiting 100 disciples. The last group from Pham was a bit hesitant. The caretakers and my apprentice, who just brought her daughter back from her parents' house, are also quite busy. So let's help these puppet soldiers at the school with their work. If any monsters appear, just chase them away. Vu Luan added from the red side. That's right, we have a daughter too, born a little later than the guidance. After receiving the task, everyone dispersed in different directions, understood. From Pham then thought, then the drill machine was digging into the earth painfully. He followed and watched the mannequins desperately digging holes to defend and build a treasure vault near the mountain peak, where they stored all the crafted treasures. An idea formed in his mind, to build an automated irrigation farm below so that there would be no shortage of rice. Whether it's food or goods, they all benefit the sect, and they can also grow some rare plants. Tan Pham thought more deeply, building an additional production line for level guard weapons specialized for the puppet soldiers. Great! Now the three Chuk-Ko golems armed with rifles can fight on par with Kim-Dan beasts, although currently they can only produce first-tier rifles. There is also a bullet production line, which can produce magic artifact-grade bullets, but that's enough for now. Two-Fam here is eager. It won't be long before the number of magic tools is limited. Once I reach the stage of refining spirit tools, that will be the moment my strength truly explodes. Suddenly this idea came to Two-Fam's mind, and with a flash of intuition, he made his decision. His sect will be called the Hidden Spirit Sect. 1 month later, at the highest peak of the island, construction was underway at the Hidden Spirit Sect's mountain stronghold, with the puppets working tirelessly. Vu Luan discussed important matters from Big Brother onwards. All the magical beasts of the Chichu cult have basically been killed. Tu Kwang continued inspecting the surroundings. I'll go back first to inform Huyan. Tu Pham sipped his tea. All right, you've worked hard. Our side's golems are also progressing smoothly. Now we just wait for news from Fairy Nuyet and Huang Tri. Just their adjectives, Vu Luan wondered if the puppet soldiers were actually forged by that black sphere. The black sphere immediately responded, I am Hak Lin. You can call me Tu Lin or Tu Hak. Vu Luan was so scared he almost lost his breath. Oh my God. Since when did someone fly in through the window here? Tu Pham kept drinking without care. One sip after another, Vu Luan felt intrigued. So if I insist on calling that thing the black sphere, what do you think? Tu Hak listens intently. Vu Luan is confused. What's that noise? Tu Hak starts projecting the screen. On the screen, Vu Luan appears, looking embarrassed. So annoying. Why are they showing Huang Tri moving, spying on us? Tu Fan secretly comments, only paying attention to the interactions, huh? You didn't notice that your enthusiasm for Huang Tri is just superficial. You've scared him enough. Xiaohei switches to the next scene. Vu Luan is panicked. Here it is. Xiaohei scolded, treating his own children with such warmth, yet when he sees his flesh and blood, Wang Xiangqi and Li Xingtian, together, he doesn't even bother to look at them. Normally, when facing his wife and son, he should avoid their gaze, but instead he dismissively speaks to Li Xingtian, saying, fine, no need to say more. Vu Luan, dissatisfied, muttered, Hoo, big brother, you betrayed me. Tu Pham immediately denied, what are you thinking? I wouldn't do that. It's just that your performance was too careless. Tu Pham sneered secretly, right now. I just want to know one answer. After Li Tintu reaches the nascent soul stage, will he give you a secret technique of reincarnation teasing? Vu Luan felt a deep resentment that left him speechless and decided to stand upright. Vu Luan forced a fake smile and greeted. Xiaohan responded back, hello, King Vu Luan. Little Hua was satisfied and flew away, while Vu Luan, exhausted, lay down and sighed. He turned to complain, Big Brother 2, what kind of device have you raised? It's too petty. Tu Pham sneered. Oh, so your secret got exposed. Does that bother you? He denied it. Not bothered, just regretful. Tu Pham pretended to be calm, but it was just a gut feeling. Technically, he couldn't blame him. He was just forced into a corner. Once I reach the golden core stage, I can suppress your appearance. And then, this won't happen again. Tu Pham leisurely sips his tea. Now what he needs to worry about is how to explain to Tin Tu. Vu Luan slumps over the table, probably needing a whole day and night. The next morning, a boat was gradually descending. Vu Luan recognized at a glance that, from Dai Sahuyan's perspective, they had returned, and Tin Tu was lying, stretched out, pointing to grab the jade flying sword. Vu Luan counted and said, it seems they only found 65 people. Should we lower the difficulty of Huyan's test a bit? Tu Pham was very pleased. Better than good. Once these main disciples grow up and are recruited more, it's fine. This month, Tu Tui, after I become an immortal, I will come back to marry you. Oh, is this where immortals live? Parents, your son will become an immortal in the future. I want to cultivate immortality and kill all the monsters. Tintu recalled Tu Pham's words and asked, do you agree to acknowledge me as your master? After a while, the main boat finally landed. Tintu and Huang Chi ran over to report the results. Master, we have returned, and this time we recruited a total of 65 suitable disciples. 39 men and 26 women, including 2 with dual Lincolns, 21 with triple Lincolns, 36 with quadruple Lincolns, and 6 with quintuple Lincolns. Tu Pham radiated a brilliant aura. Oh, so this is the revered master. So this is what an immortal is like, he said with a smile. You've worked hard, Huang Chi. Take these children and hand them over to my mother and me. Rest for a few days, then you will accept the remaining 35 disciples, so our sect can be considered established, Huiji replied. Yes, Zufan thought to himself, taking the opportunity to still give orders to the disciples. I must seize the chance to command them, or in a few decades I will only be able to command their disciples. Tu Pham hesitated over choosing the sect leader, then considered whether to give the position to the most intelligent among the 4 disciples or to wait. The boss is clueless, the third is dull and devoted to swordsmanship, and the fourth prefers to stay in their own space. He still has a bit of a mischievous streak, but only Yue Tian is considered normal. Besides being cautious and meticulous in planning, he has no serious bad habits. His affection for work continues without rest. Everything is urgent, and Tu Fam feels quite at ease. Ah, these disciples are truly obedient and diligent. Vu Luan couldn't help but laugh. Hu Yin had clearly given a hint. Only a fool wouldn't understand it. Tu Fam chuckled softly. Ha ha ha. At the same time, beneath the water of the ancient 100,000 li lake, Nguyen Tien was reviewing the technological documents. Wow, everything my master does is protected by specialized magic tools. Even at depths of tens of thousands of meters underwater, ordinary cultivators wouldn't easily be able to descend. Moon Fairy recalled what her master had asked her to read. Master. The book the elder gave me earlier. Why not check it out now? Oh, once you've finished reading, just summarize it for me. According to the records, 6 10,000-year cycles ago, there was a small-scale invasion by the demon race here, but it was quickly suppressed afterward. The record on the footnote states that the cause was due to the chaotic space, which led the demon beast here, and the first place where the demon beasts appeared was at this ancient lake 10,000 li away. Therefore, there is a spatial weakness in this area, and around this weakness, there must be a spatial attribute treasure or natural runes. Yuxian immediately thought, that's right. Why didn't I ask my master to craft a treasure that specifically searches for space attributes? It would be faster than me searching on my own. After realizing this, she reported, Master, here's the situation. Tu Fan replied, your idea isn't bad, so I'll make you a special treasure to find space attributes. He casually said, just come tomorrow to pick it up, and by the way, I have something to tell you. From now on, you will be the head of our hidden spirit sect. Once we gather enough 100 disciples, you'll be promoted. What is a sect master? Why are you the sect master? Tu Fam didn't answer but asked back, do you think your second brother is capable, and how are Brother Wang and Brother Li? Nguyen Tien recalled and shook her head. Headmaster, don't bother me practicing. It's pointless and not interesting. She then asked further, Master Vuong is not allowed. Tu Fam implied a straightforward refusal. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to stop. Yuet Tien sighed, recalling that the famous list of winners, the head of the sect, always spares her life, and my sect leader only makes breakthroughs during major crises. Starting from the headmaster's bird, okay, inhale, the pressure is too much, I feel like I need to add another master class. That afternoon, on the sandy beach of the Kudao, Tu Fam was exhaustedly turning a hand-cranked rice mill to make tools. Vu, the sect's establishment is almost complete. There's no point sitting idly on the mountain. Although I have accumulated many battles over the years, compared to the sects that have been established for hundreds of years, it's just like a cow shedding its hair, Tu Fam cried bitterly. Over the years, half of my time has been exchanged for time in the void to support my breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, but after that, my lifespan won't be enough to withstand the consumption during the Golden Core period. Moreover, moving house last time cost quite a bit. I try to think positively, don't be discouraged, there's always a way, and if it really doesn't work, I'll just go out for a walk to clear my mind. Moreover, there are also resources in the vast lake, even if it's just iron ore. Tu Fan thought positively, spiritual minerals are fundamental in the cultivation world, and I can still refine good items with them. After all, mining iron ore isn't difficult, just a submarine. Tu Fam's emotions surged, causing him to accidentally blow up into a hive. Cough, cough, little mother. When refining tools, you must not let emotions overwhelm you. Cough, cough. A day later, by the edge of the 10,000 li lake, Tu Fam calmly signed. Among these spaces, there are purchase receipts and spirit stones. He took his wife out for a walk, wandered around for a bit, then went shopping, with Vu Luan accompanying his wife. Yes, Tu Fam stands on the side with a sinister thought. Yesterday, he already took care of Wang Vu once. Now is the time to get him to find some treasures, preferably spiritual heart minerals, while Vu Luan is using spiritual energy to search. Tu Fam has planned everything, and this time not only did he give you the Abyss Link armor of the Primordial Soul stage, but he also made your wife wear it, just in case things get too chaotic. Thang Ni will have a way to suppress it. Vu Luan checked and found 1 trillion spirit stones. He then became greedy. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with all this money? Tu Fam said generously. No need to talk. The things you gave him earlier are worth 10 billion spirit stones, so just a little more, and he'll speak if he wants to. You mean you're not considering us as brothers anymore? Vu always felt bored and uninterested. I'm going shopping and taking my wife to explore the world. Tu Fam threw a mask on the table. Put this on before going out. Vu always grabbed it and snorted. He instructed that this is a hidden treasure tool for changing appearance and soul aura, and in the future, when hiding the spirit of the 10,000 sects outside, they will wear this. Tufam explained in detail that once it is called hiding the spirit of the 10,000 sects, the word hide is the key point. From now on, our sects will be hidden sects, and the disciples going out to train are not allowed to mention anything about the sect. Vuluan finds it terrifying. The sects are just like your brothers. Vu then left after speaking. Tufam watched him go, then continued with the next part. Afterwards, Tufam resumed working on other tasks, starting with building an invisible defense system for the entire island and a satellite system to monitor the vast lake. Then they established an army of humanoid soldiers to explore underwater mineral deposits. After collecting iron ore, they surveyed the market with a popular magic tool and finally set up an automated manufacturing facility. Tufam lowered his gaze and said that just thinking about it brought tears to his eyes. The spiritual realm, the spaces inside, would be empty. It seems the spirit stones are not enough. Am I really going to become immortal, wasting spirit stones and wandering around aimlessly? Tufam should remember his brother. It would be great if Bangfuk's were here. At the same time, in Zhongzhou, the Fairy City's weak transportation hub at Bangfuk's small shop. Really, kid, it would have been better if you had taken Master Baitu as your teacher from the start. Then you wouldn't have to follow your father and go down the path of business. Really, son of Bangfuk, a honest and simple person, said hi. Learning more from Dad is never a bad thing. Bangfuk sighed with regret. Look at this now. I wanted to grow strong in Zhangchao, but the demon race ambushed us. All of my previous efforts have been in vain. Now I only have a few spirit stones in hand. In such a prosperous place as Central Continent, not even a drop of water can fall from a flower petal. The old man, thinking about it, became even angrier and slammed his hand on the table. Since the Forbidden Zone, after being guided by my younger brother, my trade guild has also started to rise a bit. After more than 10 years of effort, an enormous news network never seen before is about to be completed, but the demon race's attack shattered all his illusions. Bangfuk tears up thinking of his humble brother from the mortal days, remembering him. Bang truly has a strong will, and tries to explain that father has been observing him for a while, and discovered that the previous war leader in Tuchao was just a small pond. But in the Central Continent, even in the Endless Sea, opportunities are limited. Bangfuk's brow furrows, pauses, and here, father and son lack the confidence to restore the glory like in Tuchao. At this moment, two figures slowly passed by, step by step. Bangfuk hurriedly rushed out to block the way, stammering, Wait a moment. You two are Vong. Vuluan was confused. Huh? Strange. We've disguised ourselves, changed clothes. How could we still be recognized? Vuluan, seeing this, didn't hide anything, and casually said, Bangsuda has been gone for so long. How do you recognize these two? This is the first time Bang that has met these two. Are they the wife and husband of Uncle Vong that father often mentions? Bangfuk honestly replied, Actually, I didn't recognize these two. After speaking, he pointed at the pair of bells, but I'm already too familiar with the Vani cow on their bodies. I thought to myself, this time I can finally find a way to get from him. Vuluan stepped closer and whispered, I know the news about the big brother, but if you want to meet him, you need his approval first. You know his character. Bangfuk happily nodded. I know that, so please senior brother Wang inform him to withdraw the house. Just let me meet the younger brother once. Vuluan immediately took out his phone. All right, I will use this to contact you then. So both sides had exchanged information. A few days after King Vuluan left, Bangfuk was still anxiously waiting for news. Bang was truly worried when he saw his father. Dad, is there a business opportunity over there? He's been watching him for days without sleep. Bangfuk is exhausted and dying. No, there is a chance for us to rise again, over there. A week after the secret spiritual sex training, news finally arrived from Pham that they found brother Bangfuk. Pham was so happy he flapped his wings and soared into the sky while everyone around discussed how cool the master's magic weapon was. And Vuluyan asked loudly below, So did you meet brother Bangfuk? From Pham smoothly landed and replied, Of course I met him. Send him the address. We now have the Minister of Foreign Affairs at Hidden Spirit Sect. Vu always handed over a fruit to from Pham. Yes, big brother from. This is a gift for you, as a thank you for the last time going out with Thang Yini. Inside is a concealment ring. Pham felt it was familiar. I saw it in a shop at the trade fair. They said it was a secret box, but the space inside was harvested from the bodies of wanted immortal cultivators after they were killed. Vu always shows his intention, sealing it with a supreme spirit stone, 1,000,000 spirit stones each. Opening it doesn't matter. I find it very interesting, so I bought one for you. If there's nothing good inside, don't blame me. From long ago, Pham has known the usefulness of the silent, false smile. No wonder it's a BUG attribute card. Vuongvu, always, as expected, remains terrifying as ever. Tu Pham began to break open the shell as it melted away. Luckily, he came here with good friends from the start. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 100 times more good things happening later. Melting, dissolving, carefully melting. From Pham activated his spiritual power to search. As expected, he found spiritual hard ore, as large as a small mountain, a rare spiritual mineral from the immortal cultivation world, even weighing 5 caddies, a temporal space mineral. Then Tu Pham suddenly froze. Wait a minute, this is 1 jin from China, equivalent to 0.5 kilons Vietnam. Tu Pham looked excited as he examined the spirit crystal. I secretly like this. Even a grand venerable could be envious when seeing this. There are actually 3 pieces in this space ring. This is truly a major breakthrough, as it is the most important item for cultivating the second split soul technique, because it can form a second spiritual clone. And the key point is that if the main body dies, sealing a strand of true spirit in the soul crystal will release and take over the clone to revive. This time I will craft a top-tier control center, a true artifact, tears streaming down my face, hoo 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 hoo. 3 days later, what happened at Bang Phuk's shop, then came the events at Thien Lam Chao and Lam Tam Tien Than. At this moment, Bang Phuk had entered the demonic realm, traveling through Tian Lan Zhou and Lam Tam Tien Than. It turns out he received news from Vu Luan about the 100,000-li Great Cursed Lake, the largest island. Bang was stunned. It's over. He's gone crazy. Bang Phuk laughed loudly. Crazy. Who's the one going crazy? The old man's eyes lit up brightly. Really, go call your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th aunts. We will set out for the Great Lake of 100,000 li. Days passed, hidden among the spiritual realms to cultivate. Tu Pham sat quietly pondering. If his cross-dimensional system didn't grant him power, then he would create a system for himself using Vu Luan's blessings. The fairy appeared and said, "Don't be greedy." Tu Pham was immersed in happiness, not only able to replace himself to craft magic tools, but also to create puppets with storage and intelligent analysis functions. As long as he gathered and reincarnated, he could produce whatever he wanted. Tu Pham touches and seals the top-tier item. His name is also decided. System of mechanical beasts and demons. Spirit heart mineral. Soul crystal. Moon godstone. 100 paths. Spirit heart. 10,000 star alloy. He feels the vitality surging within him. Tu Pham checked his condition. Today's state is extremely good. The karma inscription and spiritual mineral fusion are both perfect. Even late into the night, Tu Pham is still diligently cultivating. Suddenly, thunder roared from the sky as heavenly thunder struck down violently, just as Tu Pham was reaching the climax. Then I was used, died, my hands trembling. Thunderclap hesitated. You find it strange, right? It feels a bit like when your skin itches and suddenly someone pokes you, and the thunder god mentioned Lin Ho, cough, cough. At this moment, Fa Bao Tian Lei suddenly releases something, Vun, crashing onto the roof of Tu Pham's alchemy room. Tu Pham achieved his goal. Oh yeah, still successful, my new system. Little No then asked, Master, do you have any instructions now? Tu Pham took out his glasses and quickly read the pre-written instructions. Instructions, I heard it. So upgrade the army of golems. Researching underwater golem manufacturing and combat. Refining the spiritual mineral production lines, and also exploring and renovating the hidden spiritual island. Bino shyly said, Master, with the current resources you have, if no spirit stones are added, only the first project you mentioned can be maintained, and since this is our first meeting, Tu Pham understood everything, and it's fine. Just continue with those tasks for now. Then, since it's the first time we meet, I'll give you a try. I will name your system So Kien Seung Ma, and the human is called Bino Kong Kip Nghi, so Ko Kien Seung Mia. Tu Pham excitedly named it. Wrong, the person's name is Bin Ho, because every part of you is purple. What a pity. Artificial intelligence still has a long way to go. Is this a new concept of intelligence testing? Bino accepts it, and that's enough to make me happy. A few days later, a strange boat arrived. It turned out to be Bang Phuk visiting. The old man ran over and hugged Tu Pham tightly. Master Tu, I've wanted to see you for a long time. Tu Pham was gasping for air, coughing continuously. Bang Su Huyen, it's been a long time. Bang Phuk was extremely happy. It's been a while since I saw Tu Dai Su. I have heard everything from Vuong Sude. Today I just want to ask if I can also join the Hidden Spirit Sect. Tu Pham was happy to answer. Ha, Su Huyen, you're in such a hurry. I haven't even waited for you and you've come here on your own. He warmly welcomes you, please. Let's sit down and talk more. I won't say no if you invite me to join your sect. So from now on, Bang Huyen will be part of the Hidden Spirit Sect, and I have a plan to create a place within the sect to develop the trade coins. Tufam decided that you will be the master of this trade coin venture. Tufam spoke as if pouring honey into his ear, saying that with his insight he could earn half of the profits from the trade cask every year. How about that? Bang Fuck, unable to believe his eyes, immediately asked back, so I can become the owner right after arriving from the Great Master, and also half of it. It's too much, really too much. Based on the prices in the central continent, 1,000 is enough. Taking more isn't the Grand Master worried about problems happening? Tufam secretly wondered if this was still the crazy black capitalists avoiding taxes. Well, Bang Fuck is already a capitalist. You laugh and shake hands with Bang Fuck, saying 100,000 is more fitting for your effort. Bang Huyen don't hold back anymore. Tufam calls No to work. No appears. Yes, please choose the architectural style you like. Establish the trade city. Bang Fuck is amazed. Incredible. In just a moment, everything was in place. Tufam reflected that the work was done. The money-making was also settled after more than a month of hard work. Finally, there was the appearance of a sect. The father and son joyfully embraced each other, tears in their eyes. Son, your father has been in the business world for hundreds of years, and today he finally got the village chief to broaden his horizons. Tufam is deep in thought about his upcoming plans. In a while, the spiritual mineral collection at the bottom of the sea will also be put into production. First, he will use spiritual metal to create a defensive system for the hidden spiritual island and establish a new era. I will build everything I can think of, from satellites and rockets to drones. I think of the kids at home, and when the time comes, I will pass the position of sect leader to the immortal. Tufam was lost in enjoyment, thinking he could peacefully cultivate for the rest of his life. Just as he was half-dreaming, everything shattered. What's going on? Tufam immediately rushed forward to see what was happening. It turns out the monsters are causing chaos. Since there are monsters, I can't let anyone delay building my sect. Before he could strike, someone faster attacked, and a strange object shot down from the sky. Fight the monsters until they are torn apart. It turns out this is Tu Quang. Tufam watched in admiration. So Tu Quang has arrived. Good. Very timely, the elder brother said to the master with relief. Master, how long can he hold on with so many of them? Even with spiritual armor, it's hard to handle them all. Tufam is very confident in Tu Quang. Don't think it's simple just because your brother is naive. As expected, the little guy always makes you proud. After more than a month apart, I believe your brother has mastered all the most important divine techniques from the secret magic I gave you. The dark clouds gathering in the sky signal that the deep-sea monster is rising, opening its huge mouth as if to swallow everything, its enormous size making a deafening roar. Making the fairy moon turn pale with fear, the master appears with another primordial beast and even goes to help him. Tufam grips the girl tightly, worried. His brother is having so much fun fighting. If she helps now, she'll just get scolded. Tufam added, and it's not just the mysterious sea monster either. Tu Quang was really enjoying himself now, as if he was just leading the way. These small tricks are no problem for Tu Quang. Master, the ultimate divine power you gave me from the secret realm, I have already mastered it. I confidently declare that today I will show you my skills, and as I finish speaking, multiple divine weapons appear. Tu Quang begins to move his hands gracefully, forming a powerful technique, then launches a striking attack full of momentum, with a high-speed rocket-powered shot swirling in the air. The missile fires along with Tu Quang's punch, aiming straight at the monster's head. The monster explodes instantly, and the other beasts flee in fear. At the end of the battle, the magic treasure disappeared, and Tu Quang happily grinned, feeling proud of himself. Hey, we're so strong. After witnessing everything, Wen Tian feels a bit jealous. Did he really learn the divine skills taught by the master? Why can't I learn them? Tufam pats his head comfortingly. It must be said, sometimes a person who communicates heart can find their advantage after discovering their own path. I can't learn it. Maybe because I'm too smart, huh? Tu Quang then gracefully responded, Master, how do you see the body of all methods I use? Tufam, your criticisms are correct. With all your illusions, you only have about a dozen hands. What's there to boast about? Tu Quang felt hurt, but Tufam jokingly advised amidst the praise that the last firework you shot wasn't bad at all. Tu Quang is delighted and overjoyed. Not bad. Very good. Well done. The father and son Bang Fush are talking behind the table. So how is it? Isn't your father's eye judgment correct? Bang Fook is proud of his brother, who is the top disciple of Master Tu, and he has 4 disciples like him in this sect. The revival is only a matter of time. What we need now is to maximize our abilities while the sect is growing. Bang Fook and his son are full of hope. Even if they someday enter the immortal realm, we still have to keep going. Trusting in my father, yes, my son believes in his father's judgment. Bang Fook gets to work, really. Go revise the investigation report and give it to me. I will arrange a meeting with Headmaster too soon. Bang that replies, yes. Immediately after, Fam went home to check the documents, feeling dejected as he slumped over the table, with less than 1,000,000,000 spirit stones remaining. His sense of security was gone. Fam, feeling helpless, could only rely on his brother, not knowing how Bang Fook's survey turned out. In a few more months, all the construction projects at the Sects will have to stop. Then suddenly someone places something on the table. It turns out to be Bang Fook returning to report, Headmaster 2, I am back. This is the external survey results. Please take a look. Fam felt much more relieved. Brother Bang, welcome back. There's no need to be so formal. I have already passed the position of Sect Master to Mistress Yue. Suddenly, Bang Fook hurriedly said, the state has its own laws, and our sect also has rules. Although you no longer hold the position of Sect Master, you are still their master. The power remains the same, and you transferred the position to help with your cultivation, right? Fam chuckled happily, ha 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 ha, flipping through the reference pages. Fam looked over the strategy, planning to focus on developing and selling spirit armor and magic weapons. Isn't that a bit too ambitious for the spirit armor? Bang Fu is explaining clearly that there is a similar spiritual armor produced by the Tianqi sect in Zhongzhou. He appeals to consumer psychology, saying that there are 6 or 7 types of such armor on the market, but none match the quality of the 2 sets you provided me. Moreover, if we can produce in large quantities and lower the cost of the spiritual armor a bit, making it cheaper, it will definitely sell very well in the market. We don't need 15,000, sirs, just 998, and we'll have a spiritual armor ready. Bang Fook said this with a spray of saliva, and the flying sword and magic weapon tools also follow a similar sales strategy. These 2 magic weapons will definitely help the sect quickly earn a large amount of spirit stones. From Fan spat out a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. Isn't the farm I just established enough? That mini version, Bang Fook replied, has the Ruktien cave, but our magic tools for growing plants have no market. From Fam snapped his fingers and called, no, all right, no, I am the master here. You ask No to compile the data, converting the mini-farm's production line into spiritual armor, and tell me all the materials needed. Also, craft 100 sets of spiritual armor and 100 top-tier spiritual armor protective artifacts. Then wait for the spiritual mineral to be mined from the lake before proceeding. Little No, the commander. Yes, master. Fam sighed and leaned back. The sect is different from a single person. The sect has just opened, and this little amount of spirit stones is nothing. We'll see how the disciples earn money later. The disciples quietly looked from outside, soon calling out, Master, Master. From Fan hurriedly looked at a bunch of sneaking, heavy, what's going on here? He nodded repeatedly, understanding everything. So that's it. You're saying that if I lack spiritual stones, I can sell some of the rare treasures and the primordial core that I don't use. Fam still firmly pressed on Nguyen Tian's head. Don't look down on me. He poked Nguyen Tian's face and scolded her. What are you thinking? A single primordial core is a life. Your life. It's not cheap at all, the side disciples whispered softly. The life of the stern master almost got wiped out by someone. Fam knew they were worried about him and quickly decided to handle it. The primordial core is reserved for your primordial spirit to ascend to the divine transformation stage. As for the spirit stones, you'll find a way. My disciples are straightforward and won't push each other around. Stay calm. Stay calm. If there's anything else, rely on the sect master. Your master is here. Zhang Yi, hold back your laughter. Fam then asked, so is there anything else you want to say? Moon Fairy hesitantly said, well, master, can you now cancel the rule that only defeating the puppet gold pill can allow for ascension, so that both my brother and I can upgrade to Yuan Shen? Fam immediately threatened, what, do you want to become useless? All 4 of you are just mediocre. You have the potential to become immortals and ascend, but that's only a possibility. I want you to strengthen and stabilize yourselves so that our master and disciple can meet again in the immortal world. But I didn't expect you to consider giving up. Half an hour ago, these kids were playing a drawing game, and the loser had to speak up. The other 3 felt lucky they didn't draw. Fairy Yue silently wept inside, sobbing. I knew it would be like this. The master is good in every way, just has very high standards. 1,000 years later, the disciples still stood there with all faces pale. Seeing that, Fam sighed and said, fine, stop bowing your heads and sneering. He immediately snapped his fingers. Move all the disciples into the illusion for the challenge. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You can run or fight. Just persist in fighting me for 5 minutes. Fam chuckled to himself and said, I will cancel the Kim Dan puppet challenge. What do you think? Tufam asked again, how about playing? Don't say it's unfair, I've only just upgraded to the blessing stage. But he didn't realize that his disciple's eyes were full of disdain, thinking he's just an ordinary cultivator. Suddenly, Tu Kwang's confident reply rang out. Fine. The boy was determined to answer. He had long wanted to challenge his master. So, it's 1 against 4. During the conversation, Lai Tin Tu secretly restrained Tufam from afar. Then he responded to the others, hurry up, I can only control the master for the duration of the triple technique. Lai Tin Tu suddenly felt dizzy for no reason as the 3 senior brothers and sisters charged forward all at once. Tu Kwang clasped his hands together, intending to use the electric energy because he thought that in this pure white world, everything was strange and unreal, and he wasn't afraid of harming his master, so he could fight with all his might. Tufam narrowed his eyes and smiled softly, thinking he was right, but too slow. Tufam took out a mirror to absorb all the energy from Tu Shuang and replied, look closely. These are my 2 mirrors. Then the reflected energy attacked back from the barrier, causing him to jerk outwards. The barrier immediately collapsed. Tufam continued to strike swiftly, releasing a fairy pill while smiling and saying, as for Nye Tien, her stealth techniques are quite good. 1 fairy pill suddenly transformed into a flower, allowing Tufam to quickly deduce Nye Tien's location, find her, and the girl appeared in regret. Tufam secretly takes out his sword and tells the next disciple to come out, saying we will duel swordsmanship to see if you've made any progress. Vuong Huang Tri appears and responds, Sister Nguyet Tien has also been found, what are you still hiding for? You raise your sword, not used to being reminded by Tufam, but the master gently told you to take it easy. Tufam replied smugly, okay. Then the 2 of them continued their fierce training until the leaves fell. Then Vuong Huang Tri couldn't take it anymore and collapsed, while Tufam still looked healthy, waving goodbye and smiling in response. The kids have 2 golden cores but still can't fight like me, yet they want to ignite their fire and ascend to the nascent soul stage. Rest up and train diligently. Rain. At that moment, Tufam smiled to himself, thinking, so you want to upgrade to nascent soul? Rain. Just wait for me to reach the gold core stage before replying, and in 50 more years, or only 25 if I use Xiaofan. 3 months passed quickly like the wind, and Tufam was clicking the timer. This is the sound of the computer in his mind. Tufam replied confidently, are you sure about this invoice? 2,000 sets of armor with spiritual power level, 800 sets of top-grade armor with spiritual power. He happily raised his hand to respond. Although the quantity is a bit small, this is only the top-tier item. If the market reacts well in the future, we might get even more orders, so don't worry. The biggest regret is that our trading guild has just been established and doesn't have a trustworthy reputation yet, so we can only deliver goods to get paid. From Pham looked at him and thought, not bad at all. He is indeed the great genius merchant Bang. Then From Pham replied, very impressive. Those things are just minor issues. From Pham placed his hand on his shoulder and said, no matter where the victory is, this is a good start. Tonight, our entire sect will hold a celebration to congratulate him. At that moment, at Tu Pham's secret base, a golden stone was cut in front of him. He turned it over and over, thinking. Earlier, Bang Fuss was too excited. He was just planning to circle the island to relax, but unexpectedly, he found a piece of natural thunder talisman. Could this be a thunder talisman of natural lightning calamity? Tu Pham held the stone plate to his ear, recalling that the function of the thunder talisman of natural lightning calamity was during the forging of top-grade protective weapons. If I integrate into the array of talisman formations, I might have a chance to evolve into a Dao weapon. Did I say that out loud with longing because I've distanced myself from that guy's luck, so all the good stuff will automatically appear before me? Suddenly, Tu Pham, who was dreaming of wealth and riches, heard the system repeatedly calling out, Master, Master, Master. Hearing this, he was startled and asked, huh? Little No replied, the production line you mentioned earlier has already started its renovation. Now just add the spiritual ore to the process and you can produce 2,000 sets of spiritual armor and armor of the highest level, totaling 148 jade pieces. Tu Pham held the ring in his hand just as the spiritual ore was ready and began the production line. The system saw this and broke out in sweat. At that time, the Spirit Refinement Sect was automating the production process, including diligent workers for basic and advanced processing, followed by fusion and formation, and finally engraving talismans, creating a fully professional production line. So to seeing that, an idea came to From Pham's mind. Could this Noa Lin Dan also be used to produce a manufacturing line? If I can't eat it all, I can sell the rest. No then thought, your name should be called Greed. So, normal and mid-grade spirit pills? Then Tu Pham chewed and said, fine. Tomorrow we will try making the simplest production line. The system shows an O and responds yes, yes, master. Suddenly a notification appeared, causing Tufam to look up. Is Hung Guyet Tien Fa heading to the coordinates, which are 8,000 kilometers northwest of the Linmon hidden island? Tu Chuang pointed at the hollow tree. Master, come here quickly. Tufam hurriedly followed. Tu Chuang smiled at him. Tufam asked, how did you find out about something good? Tu Chuang smiled and quickly replied, Master, guess what I've discovered? And Tufam stroked his chin and said, let me guess. Could it be? Before the master could think, Tong Chuang immediately said a little world, and Tufan was at a loss, thinking, didn't you tell me to guess? Why so urgent? Then Tufan still smiled and brightened his eyes, saying, fine. Then what treasure is inside the little world? And one morning, in a sunny corner of a tree, Tuong Chuang pointed to a hollow and said, there are no treasures inside, and the space is quite small, with sparse spiritual energy. Tufam continued to consider as he looked at Tuong Chuang. Seeing that, the girl pointed at it and tried to speak, but those things didn't matter. What was important was that there was someone inside. A fully unified country. She desperately persuaded her master, whose strongest strength was around the stage of forming a core and, master. But it seems he's not very interested, and told her honestly, Yuanxian, why are you so excited? Are you perhaps overestimating our sect? Our current strength is still far from being able to sustain this small world. This might still be useful for the main sect, but it appearing so close to our sect is really pointless, Kuang said shyly. Although it has no benefit, it's also the first small world I discovered, which means I am now a high-level treasure seeker. Then the girl recalled using Tufam's Chu Tien device with embarrassment and said that without relying solely on herself, she could not have discovered such a small space. Seeing this, Tufam also pulled her hair and said, all right, being able to find this small world was also thanks to the master's treasure-seeking device. All right, since we've found it, let's mark this place. Maybe it will be useful in a few thousand years. Tu Kuang happily quickly planted the flag like a great invention. Yes, at that moment, Tu Pham, feeling helpless, took a deep breath and looked at Tu Kuang, thinking I will reach the golden core stage and create a bridge between here and the small world, adding a spiritual condensation array to gradually transform it. Then Tu Pham turned around and suddenly a person emerged from the tree hollow and announced, the upper realm, Sutrian. I have finally arrived. Master John unexpectedly turned around and said, oh, you just arrived and already bumped into us. Tuofan fell flat on his face, pointing up and asking, Yue Qian, how do you think his strength is? Zukung replied, usually, the main thing for movement is a flying sword, powerful in force, but its flaws are all obvious. Master John turned and said, hey, is this the fairy world? Oh, wow, are you all crawling on the ground to absorb spiritual energy from the herbs? How amazing. Zukuang, seeing this, then greeted politely, hello. This is the 10,000 lake of immortal cultivation. Before she could finish speaking, Tu Pham quickly grabbed the girl by the hair and ran off. Tu Huyen De just needs to head southeast to reach the great immortal cultivation. Tu Pham pulled her along swiftly, making her wonder, Master, those who can escape from the small world are all people with extraordinary innate talents. Why don't we accept him then? Tu Pham opened his bright eyes and said, my eyes can see through fate. That man and the hidden spirit are not destined to be together, it's linked to unexpected misfortune. Then Tu Pham thought to himself, to be able to ascend from the small world to here, with such a youthful appearance, there must be some will of heaven on him. He thought about the wicked demon before, struggling to escape from that footman, and hoped not to encounter another footman from a different world. Seeing them slip away so quickly, Sutrian waved his hand and said, wait, then silently wondered, are all beings in the upper world so indifferent? Then he quietly left, and 10 days later, while Tu Pham was fishing, he ran into Su Trien. The boy ran over to start a conversation, saying, hello, we meet again, and asking if this is a cultivation sect here. Tu Pham looked annoyed and thought to himself, well, the restless spirit, then asked him, don't you know? And Su Trien looked surprised. I really don't know the writings of the upper world. Tu Pham calmly told Su Trien that this is an hidden spirit sect. And then Su Trien sat down to fish with Tu Pham and asked, I want to join the Hidden Spirit Sect, what should I do? Tu Pham frowned and looked annoyed at him. You want to join the Hidden Spirit Sect, kid? I've told you before, the heavens call you as if you just came from a small world. You should explore more outside. This place is just a poor, deserted village, not suitable for a divine dragon to frolic. Suddenly Su Trien caught a fish and exclaimed that this sect is very close to my hometown world. It's really hard to part ways. If there's an exam to join the sect, it's no problem. Seeing Su Trien catch a fish, Tu Pham also became annoyed and immediately threw away his fishing rod. Kid, go call Huang Chi here. Huang Chi quickly flew over and asked, Master, is there anything you want me to say? Tu Pham pointed towards Su Trien and said, This is someone who practices the same as you and wants to join the Hidden Spirit Sect. You are in charge of eliminating him. You just need to defeat my disciple, and you can join the Hidden Spirit Sect. He is Chuck Ko, and you are Jin Dan. Have I arranged this politely enough? Su Trian, feeling proud, drew from behind the Liang King sword and said, "Thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, kid. Don't expect me to go easy on you." Su Trian descended onto a wide open land, the #1 swordsman of the Cone Nation. Su Trian. Huang Qi was pushed aside and introduced as the Hidden Spirit Gate. Huang Qi. Tufam saw this and cheered him on. "Go on, Huang Qi. Lift your spirits a bit. My trinket and yours are now united." Huang Qi suddenly stepped back, then stood firm, and the two began to clash. Huang Qi called out a technique. Feng. A gust of wind blows near Huang Qi's hand. Then he commands it to encircle Su Trian. He looks at the wind and senses that this gentle breeze's aura should not be underestimated. Then he calls out his technique. "Oh!" Huang Qi suddenly appears beside Su Trian and asks, "Does this defense work?" That surprised Su Trian, and he immediately attacked Huang Qi. Then Huang Qi flew away and aimed his sword straight at Su Trian. A great power burst out from the sword, causing Su Trian to collapse and cough, gasp, and choke. Su Trian accepted his defeat. "I have lost." Su Trian coldly thrust the sword into the ground and said, "The flying sword is sharp enough. If you also had a good sword, we could still fight a little longer." Tufam nodded in agreement. "Isn't this bullying? This is the dual lightning wind sword I personally forged for the boy, which automatically breaks defenses, paralyzes, causes bleeding, and has high attack and storm burst capabilities. Truly a fight of proof against a crowd." Master Huang Tri proudly said, "The pill of resilience gives us an advantage over the opponent, and weapons are only part of true strength." Tufam has been secretly observing from a safe spot all along. Su Trian then sadly asked Tufam if he still had a chance. Huang Tri looked up at his master with a pleading expression and grabbed Tufam's sleeve. Understanding his disciple's intention, Tufam nodded and said, "All right, I'll give you 3 chances." "As long as you can defeat my disciple," Su Trian happily exclaimed. "Thank you very much." At that moment, only saw Shuzhan fly away, and Huo Zhu flew to his master. Shuzhan asked Tuofan if he and Tin Tu had any divine powers similar to those of the senior brother. Hearing that, Tufam asked Huang Tri, "What are you talking about? Aren't you and Tin Tu still not at the Golden Core stage? How come you and Tin Tu have already defeated the puppet I set up?" In the previous battles with Sude, Huang Tri kept thinking, "Elder brother, wake up and fight him," so Huang Tri could only watch. Then Huang Tri replied, "Not yet," and seeing that, Tufam smiled smugly and said, "Then you can just focus on your cultivation." Tufam then asked about the situation. "Right, tell me, how skilled was the swordsman just now?" Huang Tri recalled and evaluated that if his opponent's sword and Feng Luo's sword were of the same level, then he also had a chance. The first BGM he defeated kept asking, "Can I have time for a song?" and in the end, the duel turned into a brotherly fight. That is Su Trian in Huang Tri's imagination. Hearing that, Tufam nodded and replied, "Yes. That's good. He will still challenge you in the future if you keep practicing." Master smiled calmly and said, "I would chase you out of the sect." Then he patted Huang Tri's head, who at this moment was frozen stiff, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Then Huang Tri also turned pale and said, yes, sir, I will do my best to cultivate in the future." Tufam covered his mouth and smiled. "Him. After you reach the Golden Core stage, I will create a divine technique for your swordsmanship." Hearing this, Huang Tri asked in surprise, "A divine technique you created yourself?" Tufam pointed forward. "Yes, I call it the most supreme sword in heaven and earth." Then it stabbed down into the water with many strong hits. Tufam remained calm, but it's still not the complete version. "The force isn't very strong." Hearing the master say that, Huang Tri was surprised by that strength and stammered, "The force isn't very strong, yes." Admiring this technique, Huang Tri is determined. "Master, wait for me. In 2 years, I will definitely reach the Golden Core stage." As for Tufam, he was craving, and said, "Ha ha ha. All right, quickly bring this crab to your senior sister. Today I want to eat the tooth crab." That night at Anlin Mon, all the food served was gone, completely finished. Tufam, full stomach, nodded in praise, saying it was delicious and that Yuetian's cooking skills were getting better and better. Tintu also raised her finger to compliment, saying her big sister's cooking was improving every day. Tukwang was so pleased he snorted with laughter, "Ha ha ha." Huang Tri also pointed his finger to praise Nguyet Tian, and Huang Tri also said, "Your skill as a senior sister will be even better in the future." Then Tufam took a sip of tea, smiled and said, "All right, he's drunk now. Let's discuss the main matter. The plan for the sect's development I mentioned earlier. What are your thoughts?" Tu Chuang asked. "Master, after your plan is completed, can I go out to find treasures?" Ting Tu also replied, "I want to travel all over the central continent." Then Huang Qi ordered sternly, "After you get your master's secret technique, you want to go out and wander. Nguet tien vuan vua nui, nuka kem di hit ti huin ho lede, chantutong mon, bao ve sufo. Tu fam bung san nguet tien mot kai, de muela buak dau kwa ke hoch patrin, kats kondua nao kung dang hi den chuyen sao ki huan tan sidirang gui chui hetrua. You think laziness is enough, that you have enough wings and feathers? Nguyet Tien helplessly thought as she picked up the bowl of rice, then wondered why her master was hitting her. Nguyet Tien looked at her angry master. Who is this woman? Just look at how carefree these kids are. I am someone with a strong mind, so why should I care so much? Then Tu Pham, furious, pressed down Nguyet Tien with his arm. Our plan to establish the sect will take at least 5 more years to complete. If there's nothing left to do after completing this, then we must go kill all the weak beasts under the 10,000-mile lake and search for resources. Don't think about being lazy. Tu Pham pressed down on Tin Tu opposite him, furious and shouting out flames, and also said from now on each of you must accept 3 direct disciples and find 1 or 2 talented people to manage. Tu Pham announced that your disciples haven't reached the golden core stage, so none of them are allowed to go traveling or leisure activities. After resolving the development plan and the laziness of the disciples, only 1 task remains for the Hidden Spirit sect. Day and night changing shifts, half a year later in front of the Hidden Spirit Gate, they sighed in disappointment because the other side still hadn't arrived. Suddenly, an arm reached out, and from the elder, Bang Fuck and Tu Pham quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Master Bang, no wonder you're called the elder. It's only been half a year. Just based on the spiritual armor, we earned 4 billion spiritual stones. We're rich now," Bang Fuck also replied. "I was lucky to complete my mission. The issue of establishing the sect has been resolved." At that time, Tu Pham invited Bang Fuck to sit and relax, then said, "Ha ha ha. All necessary expenses are covered. The remaining 20 million spiritual stones you can take to establish a trading hall for our Hidden Spirit sect, which you will manage entirely." Bang Fu's eyes lit up and he said, "Ha ha ha. Yes, with this amount of spirit stones, our Hidden Spirit sect can open stores in the key fairy cities of the central continent. Then our sect will be the first to get world news." Tu Pham also nodded and said, "Your manager's instincts are already showing. Brother Bangfuck, go ahead and do your thing. The year-end bonus will follow you." Bangfuck happily jumped out, full of joy. The issue of establishing the sect and the underground observation base has been resolved. Tu Pham looked over the pile of gold and thought everything was well prepared, except for missing a Pu Tien Chao compared to Huyet Tien Mon. The floating heaven talisman has been out for half a year, and I can at least gather a few hundred billion resources back. Tu Pham drooled, thinking, I will definitely create a floating heaven talisman of my own. At that moment, Tu Pham called the system, telling the little one to keep the remaining resources, and the system responded, "No problem." Just then, Vu Luan approached and said, "Tu Dai Kie." Vu Luan announced that Tu Dai Kie. "Recently, I heard that the Tu Chao has been completely taken over by monsters, and that the demon race is invading other continents." Tu Pham also nodded and said, "Yes, I received that news too. A half-sage, guarding the border through the central continent, has come to the Spirit Pearl to suppress the demon race, and has issued a generous reward, calling on cultivators with the will of the immortal world to join." Vu Luan happily raised his hand and said, "Exactly, so I think after the sex affairs are settled, I want to go and take a look." Vu Luan sweat and casually said, "Join our clan for a bit." Tu Pham saw him trembling and said, "Vu Luan, actually there's nothing left for the sect now. If you want to go, wait for a while, and I will craft some magic tools for you before you leave." Vu Luan vui mung dap, tu daika, kamon huyin, bathang sao, tu Pham dua cho Vu Luan mo chiek nan, ben tronkov ha bao valin dan tu kim dan den hoath han, kachdung sash ngok san kudaidu. Tu Pham told Vu Luan that after 50 years, no matter what, he must return here. Then he silently hoped that his own romantic fate would not change, and that his relationship with his wife would remain stable during this time. Vu Luan smiled and said, "I understand, Tu Dai, ka the Hidden Spirit sect will always be my home." Tu Pham patted Vu Luan's head and thought it's good that he knows this. Then they set off and said, "We're leaving now." Tu Pham waved his hand and told the two of them, "Go ahead, go ahead." Tu Pham then silently thought to himself, "I know, with your personality, telling you to live in hiding is really making things difficult for you." Tu Pham looked towards the two of them and quietly wished, "Take care. My hometown." 3 months later, in the main hall of Hidden Spirit Sect, a cup of tea is being poured. Elder Ningi sweatily says, "At the Elder Council, the core of the nascent soul, from the sect leader, you." Tu Pham smiled and extended his hand to explain, "No, I am now a senior elder, and the sect master is my disciple. May I ask what brings you here today?" Ngi Trong took out something to hide. "Well, since this is everyone's first time establishing the sect, there are still many things unknown, so today I especially come here to tell you." A system chart appears. This is the annual tax data table that our Elder Council calculated for your sect. Elder 2, take a look. Tu Pham looked at the numbers on it with a restless feeling. The total tax is 30 million spirit stones. Dongzi was shocked. 30 million? Why so much? Wait a minute, why is this report so precise? Could it be that someone took advantage of our newly established trading hall to rob us? Ngi truong mim kuai hiam duok. Haha, hanoi hoi truong lao chung tala do chet hisis viton gia bat kachiam bay hoplay. The tontai tisas dar nam denne. Hintai trong hoi truong lao ko kan hung tong gia kong chuk truong lao, tong kong la 36 ngoi ngi truong noirang moi ngoi du so humut tuitki. The first is the universe-observing mirror, which oversees and controls the entire central continent. The second is the 10,000 starship, capable of traversing 10,000 worlds. The third to sixth are divided into the mirror of the universe, the mirror of karma, the mirror of summoning heaven, and the mirror of heavenly spirit. 4 mirrors combine to pursue the origin of all things. This is also the divine weapon I am taxing you for. Ngi Trong continued. The 7th, the Tu Chuang sword formation, strikes once, bala bala bala. The 8th, the heart of the immortal. The 9th, soul tomb, and the 10th, hearing this, Tu Quang beside him was shocked, while Tu Pham secretly thought, this old man's wind-chasing and swordsmanship can compare to... But unexpectedly, Ngi Truong added, I've told Tu Truong Lao all this for no other reason. He smiled and said, if your clan's strength cannot match up, then it's best not to evade taxes. Currently, small clans on the continent are being destroyed every year for not paying taxes, so I hope Elder 2 does not misunderstand. So, if a powerful cultivator wants to destroy our clan, what should we do? Can the senior protect our clan completely? Ngi Truong extended his arm to comfort Tu Pham, saying that apart from the demon race, our elders can only advise that we can't overextend ourselves. But it's not like we won't protect at all. Tu Pham glared angrily at him, thinking to himself whether we can truly get protection or not. He explained that if there really was a Matu who destroyed your sect, our Elder Council would take out the total amount of spiritual stones you owed in 15 days to deal with that Matu or any force that destroyed your sect, so they would have to think carefully before attacking your sect. Tu Pham, hearing that, secretly thought, well, at least they helped keep it quiet without much thanks. Tu Pham looked at Ngi Truong with a composed expression, while Ngi Truong continued to turn away, ignoring him. Actually, the central continent is now more peaceful than other places. Truly savage Matu wouldn't dare do such things in the central continent. I've said everything that needs to be said, so I'm leaving. He hurriedly stepped back but was pulled back by a force from Tu Pham, Senior. Wait a moment, I still have something to ask. Tu Pham, angry, replied that I want to establish an underground sect of the Hidden Spirit Gate, and I wonder if your Elder Council has disclosed any information about my sect. Then Tu Pham thought to himself that the swordsmanship master from before probably learned about the Hidden Spirit sect through the Elder Hall leader. He pretended to cough and made many excuses. If you want to establish a hidden sect, you have to say it out loud. Just note it down with me. I will report back to the headquarters that from now on our Elder Council will no longer disclose information about your sect to the swordsmanship expert from before. I initially thought your sect, having just been established, would need talents like that, so I introduced him. If I caused you trouble, I will punish Tu Pham for it. Tu Pham shook his head proudly and laughed. I dare not, Senior. You're overthinking. Then Tu Pham watched him fly away and analyzed. There are 56 venerable elders in the council. This protection fee is quite clever, but whatever, the protection fee isn't something I can pay anyway. Tu Pham quietly thought that if a sect or power always wants to expand and dominate, trouble will surely follow soon. So just like the Elder Council, even with great strength, they must leave other areas to nurture and grow, harvesting in cycles without overstepping, so they can survive forever. Tu Pham thought about the smug smiles of others, profiting greatly from this method of growing chives. Even if other sects develop or collapse, the one who benefits the most is still the Elder Hall Master. At that moment, Tu Chuang walked over in confusion and took the Master's hand, asking, Master, what does planting and cutting chives mean? Tu Pham then explained to the girl that it is a type of herb, and the more you cut it, the longer it grows. Tu Quang reported, Master, once our strength is strong enough, we will also join the Elder Council to harvest those leeks. He then turned to look at Tu Quang with a smile and said, Ha ha, maybe by then we will ascend to the great wilderness world. Tu Pham told the girl that after arriving in the great wilderness world, we will wait to plant chives and then harvest them. Below the Hidden Spirit Sect, the armor production line is busy with people working hard and sweating. They are working under Tufam's supervision. He takes a breath and says, I was planning to take advantage of this momentum to craft another pair of divine armor, the second form. At that moment, Bang Fux approached the production line on the second floor and said, This deal is too big. If our Hidden Spirit Sect's trading hall swallows this profit, something will happen. Tufam nervously exclaimed, Is it because our strength isn't enough to resist? As expected, no matter the world, there's only one truth. Tufam asked the system, Xiaono, among the children recruited by the sect this time, are there any talented alchemy or forging disciples? Xiaono's system replied, There is a male disciple talented in alchemy and a third disciple talented in forging. Hearing this, Tufam said, All right, I will personally teach those promising talents. Suddenly, Xiaono reported that among the 100 disciples there was one named Zhu Kailin, who had the talent of a light spirit master, and hearing this, Tufam was very surprised. Xiaono then began displaying an image, saying, I will now show you the recorded content. At that moment, a group of people said, That guy Zhu Kailin dares to accept my challenge invitation, he's quite brave. Cao Devian then shouted, All right, contestant number 1, stop talking nonsense. Now I declare the match begins. Then the other guy said, All right, let me broaden your horizons. He clasped his hands together, summoned the rain spell, and then the rain truly started to fall. The Han man proudly said, Hee, how about that, powerful or not? Zhu Kailin saw this and mocked, Call down your rain, it's useless for your purposes. Then he made a gesture of pride and exclaimed, Watch my creative spell. Zhu Kailin cast his rain spell. Ha ha, the fertilizing rain technique. Suddenly, something with a foul smell fell down, causing everyone around to panic and scream, Ah, ah, ah. And Tufam on the side laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, that kid really knows how to think ahead. Keep broadcasting more videos recorded of Zhu Kailin. The young boy points at Zhu Kailin. These are all images of him at Van Fap Kak, using basic magic techniques and notes he personally wrote down. Tufam, seeing this, decided, Fine, Zhu Kailin will be my 5th disciple from now on. Tufam smugly stroked his chin, a bright spiritual master rarely mentioned even in the central continent. It seems he is a very formidable person. Suddenly an alarm siren blared. Go Bo, go Bo. The system quickly issued a warning. Warning, warning, master. A large-scale invasion of feral beasts, and the defense system of the Hidden Spirit Island had been activated. Hearing that, Tufam clenched his fists in anger and muttered, Tisk, pretending to be peaceful. But this isn't a game. Why do the monster attacks keep coming non-stop? At that moment, there were loud noises from afar. Tufam immediately used his ultimate move, the glowing boat, and flew to the scene of the problem. The ancient lake stretched 10,000 miles. The battlefield on the island of Hidden Spirit was extremely fierce, and the big cannon kept firing non-stop. Tu Kuang grinned maliciously and with a cold gaze said, Let me show you the extent of my mama magic. Mama giant, mama world, mama snake, mama rain. And in an instant, the entire area within Tu Kuang's sight exploded like a blockbuster movie. Hearing the noise behind him, Tu Kuang happily turned around and reported, Master, my sister and everyone else have arrived. The other disciples are guarding the remaining places. I will handle this area. There's no problem with the interruption. Tufam, on the ship, looked down and asked, Little No, with this scale, how long can the island's defense system hold out? Little No replied, Half a month. The ammunition and stored cannons will be used up before then. Unless more than one demon beast with divine transformation attacks simultaneously, no demon beast can enter the island. Tufam nodded and jumped down, leaving Tu Kuang with instructions. All right, Tu Kuang, you stay here and defend. Nguyat Tian and I will handle the beast leader. Tu Kuang waved goodbye. Be careful, master. Tufam then donned his protective armor and sneered at Tu Kuang. Ha, you better take care of yourself first. Suddenly, Tu Kuang saw the first-tier spiritual armor, made from the master's powerful fire, and was stunned. Tufam said to the person beside him, Nguyat Tian, let's go kill the leader. But the girl, not understanding, asked again, Master, what is the battle plan? Tufam replied, You handle the retreat, I will be the attacker. Just need to inflict a wound on the beast. Suddenly, Tufam remembered something. He asked, Nguyat Tian, do you think the beast leader this time might be a divine transformation? Are you afraid? Nguyat Tian confidently replied, With my master here, I'm not afraid of anything. Actually, deep down, Nguyat Tian had already calculated that during the master's alchemy test, he could have killed the demon beast of the divine rhythm stage. Now that he has advanced to the blessing stage to kill a divine transformation beast, it's not too much, right? At least she might be able to escape. Tu Pham, confident in his disciple's spirit, nodded and said, "Follow me." Nguyen Tien agreed and answered, "Yes, master." Just as he entered the battle, Tu Pham swiftly captured the soul of a deep-sea fish. Then I collected the memories and realized that the mastermind behind everything was just a turtle. Its proof is on the island. If you want to take it back yourself and tell me, I will return it to you, just like you did. I'm really sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Until this turtle appears, just cling to it and create a wound. Nguyen Tien understood and replied, "Yes, master." The monster, sensing Tu Pham's group's presence, then emerged angrily from the water. Tu Pham activated the divine artifact Van Togjioi to defend himself. For those unaware, this item is incredibly thin and can cut through everything created by Tu Pham after reaching the Chuk Ko stage. The advanced armor system detected the hiding spot of the leader and immediately beeped. Tu Pham loudly exclaimed, "The turtle has found the person. Oh, and he's even wearing protective gear." The third-level Yuan Ying beast immediately revealed its true form. It saw Tu Pham but didn't have time to act. Tu Pham shot a move called 10,000 Wounds Strike at the water surface. Seeing the beast still moving, he praised it, saying it's impressive that a third-level Yuan spirit beast can withstand my spear's power, but it's still here and hasn't run away yet. Tu Pham, halfway through speaking, dropped some plant seeds onto the creature, and what follows is a painfully intense process as the plants continuously grow on its body. In the end, the entire body of the beast transformed into a giant flower, and Tu Pham finished the last part of his sentence. "So bloom into a flower." Even Nguyen Tien, hiding nearby, couldn't resist the might of Hai Hung before Tu Pham. How many deadly tricks does the master still hide? Suddenly, a loud sound came from the water, and a creature 10 times larger than the previous beast emerged from the sea surface. Tu Pham saw it and said, "Evil turtle, it's a pity you have no awareness, otherwise we could have talked." The sea monster then lifted its remaining leg. Then it plunged into the water with a splash, emitting a loud cry to summon the smaller fish to join the battle. Tu Pham quickly responded and charged into the swarm. This surprises the Turtle Lord, as all the small fish simultaneously reincarnate in a single move. Tu Pham continues to signal his disciple, Nguyen Tien, to go ahead and stay safe. When it's her turn, Yue Tian materializes and rushes down to respond, "Yes, master." The turtle demon creates a few water grenades around her. She attacks Tu Pham, but he notices early and dodges, quite interesting, trying to seal my actions. Behind the little turtle is Nguyen Tien approaching. She raised her sword, ready to strike down, smiling confidently, taking advantage of her master's distraction to it. The sword looked incredibly cool and powerful, but as soon as she thrust it in, it was pushed back along with the scabbard, making the turtle think she had a thorn stuck in her. Tu Pham helplessly sighed and said, "Nguyen Tien, can you show a little respect for this mighty turtle god? After all, he's a divine transformation spirit. You can't just attack him with your sword like that." Yue Tian was again knocked high into the sky by the turtle's tail, and her armor couldn't withstand it and shattered into pieces. Tu Pham asked Nguyen Tien, "Just a tiny wound is enough. I taught you the secret technique to break armor and release spirit, don't you remember?" Nguyen Tien, while changing equipment and smiling innocently, said, "Ha ha, it's okay, master. Earlier I was just testing how tough its tail is. Now I've already made my calculations." Tu Pham sighed in frustration, thinking that this move would be wasted. If it weren't for the protective spiritual armor, she wouldn't even have a shred left now. Because of Tu Pham's momentary distraction, she almost fell into Yudua's water attack, and he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, does anyone else know how to counterattack back at me?" Tu Pham drops some restorative pills for Yudua, then transforms into a thunderbolt cannon to attack its defenses. While retrieving the plant seed, Tu Pham signals Nguyen Tien, but just as it gets distracted, Nguyen Tien strikes at that moment. The girl nodded and raised her sword, breaking the armor with spirit. Yue Tian pierced into the Yudua's tail, then triggered the explosion, causing a small hole to form in its tail. But immediately the exploded skin began to heal. Tu Pham received the signal from his disciple and said, "Yue Xian, retreat. Your mission is complete." But the girl still seems worried, master. Is this really enough? It doesn't seem very effective. The torn meat has already healed back to normal. Tu Pham calmly replied, "Don't rush. Let the projectile fly a bit longer." The beast suddenly felt pain inside and out. Tears of physiological distress slowly welled up, and finally, unable to hold back, it sobbed, causing the surrounding water to churn into a whirlpool. Tu Pham was satisfied with the situation and snapped his fingers, saying, "It's time." Something sprouted from the top of the Yudua and then blossomed into a bright red flower. Moon Fairy, seeing that the beast spirit no longer resisted, curiously asked, "What kind of divine power is this?" "To be able to control it again." Tu Pham naturally replied, "A wood attribute divine power," giving her a small flower. Moon Fairy looked at the flower with a smile and said, even though the parrot combined with the ugly flower on its head, it's quite adorable. Tu Pham sighed, but his aura was no longer as strong as before, probably down by 3 points. Sure enough, the small fish around are all happily splashing because of the new look of the leader. Yudua gauges them with his eyes before pulling back. Tu Pham gently patted and said, "All right, isn't the task done?" Then he jumped onto Yudua's head and continued, "Let me see where the old nest of the primordial is. Is it not possible that the legendary magical beasts of the 10,000-li ocean are from your line, or did you swim here from some river?" Tu Pham uses mental magic to search, and he immediately saw Yudua's past. There was a dark river, and 50 years ago, someone followed that river to reach the hidden island Lin Sin. A proof. Now that the turtle eggs are about to hatch, come here to bring the turtle children home. Tu Pham suddenly transforms into the main character from Pokemon and says, "Perfect timing, your family shouldn't leave, just settle here." Having discovered 12 wild dolphins, Tu Pham thought, "Oh no, I found them all, a whole family, mother dolphin and baby dolphins. They live for hundreds of years and will eventually look like the mother dolphin, and growing up is really something everyone wants to avoid." Tu Pham still pretended to be kind and told Yudua to let her children live here in the future, but in reality his new evil plan was to take pride in the fact that all the power of Yudua's family was now in his hands. Hidden in the spirit gate at night, following Yuexian's urging, the two brothers turned into spoiled children calling for master. Tu Pham laughed loudly. "You're both already grown men and still acting spoiled," but the brothers ignored him and kept begging, "Master, the divine technique you used on that dua, can you teach us too?" Hearing that, Tu Pham suddenly asked, "Do you know how to grow a 7-colored flower?" And the two disciples shook their heads stubbornly. Tu Pham then waved his hand and replied, "Then it proves you are not destined for this technique, and it's not suitable." From the Kwang into the Moon Fairy, no one asked, but Vuong Huangqi on the side said himself, "Master, in the last battle, I think I understood something. If I challenge the puppet again, I might be able to advance to the gold core stage." Latine Tu also imitated his brother, "Master, I also figured something out." Tu Pham looked at them and only smiled silently, thinking that Kid Lai Tin Tu always keeps things hidden. He could easily advance to the gold core stage, but has been waiting because he's been cared for by Master Huyan Vong Huang. Tu Pham confidently said, "Good. At that time, our hidden spirit sect will have 4 peak gold core experts. This is a big step forward for our strength." The 4 children listened to Tu Pham and then fell silent, looking at him. Then they all showed unpleasant expressions with the same thought, pretending to be sincere. 3 months later, the eldest, the third, and the fourth began closed-door training at the same time. Tu Pham is on the mountain talking to Nguyet Tien. "Your older brother and the other disciples are all preparing to break through. Aren't you worried?" Nguyet Tien chuckled softly and said, "There's nothing to worry about, right? Are you afraid they'll steal your position as the sect leader?" Suddenly, Tu Pham grabbed Nguyet Tien's shoulder, surprising her. He thought, "Hey, this girl must be resenting me for pushing all the responsibilities of the sect leader onto her." Tu Pham slowly releases his hand, gently smiling as he says, "Forget it. I won't force you anymore. After your second brother and your junior brother break through, if you want to go out and experience searching for treasures, just go. Haven't you been feeling stifled lately?" Being caught with bad intentions, Yue Tian found it hard to reply, "No, master, Tu Pham interrupted her. "There's no need to force it. After you leave, your third and fourth disciples will probably go too. It's my own blessing. Maybe after you leave, you'll have a stroke of luck and become a venerable master returning home." Nguyet Tien reassures and comforts her master, saying she will search for treasures in the central continent and can visit any time, never going far away. Tu Pham once again startled Nguyet Tien. "Look at her, she really agreed to go. All her true words have been seen through by me." Just then, an explosion at the forest monument startled the two master and disciple. Since then, a colossal entity has risen. It is the phenomenon of the Tao robe forming, the immortal aura spreading, and the hidden spiritual immortal gate revealing the first nascent soul cultivator. No one else but Tu Kwang has been born. The door of the room slowly opens just as Tu Pham and Nguyet Tien return. Tu Kwang happily reports to Tu Pham, "Master, my disciple has advanced to the nascent soul stage." Tu Pham smiled and advised him, "All right, I understand. Now go back and stabilize your cultivation, and don't rush to advance after finishing the task." Wang Xiangji and Li Tingsong also achieved promising results, so Master have the disciples successfully reached the gold core stage. Actually, inside they were crying tears, and both of them had their cultivation lowest again. But on the surface, Tu Pham still had to praise and encourage them. Then he took out 2 scrolls, not forgetting to remind them that the scrolls contained secret divine techniques they needed to learn when they first reached that level, which might sound exaggerated since there are no enemies of the same rank, but it's pretty close. "Earlier, you wanted to go out and train, right? Just follow your wishes, but you must master the ultimate divine technique before leaving the central continent. That way, I will feel more at ease." The two brothers nodded in response. Understood. 3 days later, Yue, Qi, and Tin, Tu Fam's 3 disciples, left the hidden spirit gate. Their figures were no longer visible. Tu Fam sighed as he discussed with Bang Fuk. "Now in the sect, only the 3 of us over 18 remain." Bang Fuk smiled and said, "Once the disciples mature, our sect will be lively." Tu Fam also thought the same. That's right. In 10 years, these kids will also be able to handle things on their own. Chu Kai Lin was sitting alone at the main mountain's dojo, lost in thought. Actually, the boy is trying to immerse himself in the world of comics, and Tu Fam, seeing this, chuckles softly. He's been keeping track pretty well, huh? A spiritual master without a brain won't make it. Then he suddenly appears in front of Chu Kai Lin to wake him up. "Chu, it's time for dinner," but Chu Kai Lin is still deeply focused. He staggered across the schoolyard, growling like a ninja with a leaf-shaped mask, saying he wants to destroy this village. Tu Fam reminded him, "Calm down, you're in reality now." While eating a hot bowl of ramen, Tu Fam asked Chu Kai Lin if the entire village had been destroyed, and if they managed to save a few people. But no matter what, Mr. Hokage has to die. At this point, Chu Kai Lin began to show his discontent, not to mention that he gave the protagonist an ordinary childhood. A hero's child receiving such treatment, it's disgusting. That scoundrel Dano can't possibly die. Tu Fam also agreed with Chu Kai Lin's story. In the Manhwa world, a normal childhood is probably abnormal, since their good friends are all experts. But don't get too absorbed. I mainly want you to understand the fighting techniques in these shows. Chu Kai Lin hurriedly replied, "Yes, sorry, master. I was too excited earlier." Tu Fam picked up a dumpling for Kai Lin and reminded him, "Eat up and then keep watching. When you finish watching all these anime and the illusion, I will teach you other things." Actually, the main purpose of Tu Fam is to have someone to keep him company. Since 3 of his 5 disciples ran away, from now on he has to rely on you to pass the time. 10 years later, at the old lake 100,000 li, while Tu Fam and Chu Kai Lin were fishing, the talented housekeeper Cao Tu Vian reported a long list beside them. From the elders, all the rice had been harvested yesterday because he had improved the farming methods. The harvest should be tripled compared to last year, and the 3 alchemy instrument refiners have started setting up the hardware facilities. Also, we just received news that the Wind Lord Lai Tin Tu of the Phantom Wind is stopping at Lam Sam Tien City, accompanied by 2 children, and will soon arrive at the sect. Just hearing that, Tu Fam no longer needed Cao de Vienne, so he politely excused himself and said, "All right, I understand, you can go do something else." After Cao de Vienne left, Chu Kai Lin then asked, "Master, how did you initially see the talent of Cao Su Hui?" Tu Fam happily replied, "There is a saying that a 1-year-old looks mature, a 3-year-old looks fake, and a person's true nature can be seen through 1 or 2 details of their actions in their early years. Just like your initial rainstorm, Chu Kai Lin, proud and triumphant, but your familiarity with me still remains at the beginning stage." By the way, Chu Kai Lin also wants to show off the results of his years of hard training. Today, I will show you how the initial drizzle has evolved into a storm. Tupu feels this is too unhygienic and wants to refuse. It's just a whirlwind after all. Quickly show your skills. You're determined to create a new story, so don't waste time on useless things. "Master, recently I also created a new spell. Please enjoy and evaluate it." Tu Fam quickly grabbed a shield to protect himself. Chu Kai Lin, seeing his idea misunderstood, said, "I'm not that kind of guy." The boy recited a spell, combining fire and metal, and at the same time he held a cartridge in his hand. Kai Lin fired the bullet with his bare hands as fast as a gun and with strong force. The boy felt a thrill from Tu Fam praising him highly, as it consumed little spiritual power, had decent attack power, and had high potential for future development. An idea not bad at all. However, right after that, Chu Kai Lin froze in place because of Tu Fam's words. But the shot he just fired, I wonder if it was meant to be judged not to be eaten. He took out a similar round as a sample, looked at Chu Kai Lin, and sneered, saying it only relies on the force of the explosion to propel the bullet. Poor accuracy and short range mean it can't fully exploit its surface destruction potential. He's just a gun he's seen before. Tu Fam also fires a shot similar to Chu Kai Lin's, but the main difference is that he shot and killed a giant fire eagle, causing it to fall into the water where the 2 of them were standing. Chu Kai Lin was stunned and speechless, while his master used his spiritual power to aim and shoot with incredible precision at a giant bird flying 1,000 meters high. Tu Fam continued to explain that after the bullets are condensed in this way, their effectiveness will be improved at least 1 level. This is a spell I invented myself when I was still cultivating at the 5th level because its power was weak and I didn't use it in battles. So Tu Pham suggested to Chu Kai Lin that he is now 20 years old and has not left the sect since joining. I will give you a year to rest and wait for the merchant alliance organized by the clan master to settle down, and you can travel with the others to learn and explore, visiting the major immortal cities of the central continent. The master and disciples sit on a magical turtle fishing, very relaxed. Hearing Tu Pham's words, Chu Kai Lin looks sad. Master, I don't want to go out. I haven't learned enough from people yet. What do you mean, going outside? Tu Pham remained resolute. Fine. Exploring outside is beneficial, especially now that you know the illusion technique. After a year, I want to see the bustling paths of the 24 immortal cities. Tell me about the major events happening in these cities as well. Chu Kai Lin obediently listened and followed orders. Only Tu Pham thought to himself, I am the only one in the sect who can be the housekeeper. Tu Pham suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Kai Lin, That's right, I remember when you first arrived. You once said that after cultivating immortality, you would return to send a girl named Tiu Tui. So now tell the masters to withdraw and fulfill your childhood wish. Hearing about love and marriage, Chu Kai Lin turned into a statue. Tu Pham was confused. What's wrong? Little Trilong? Master, the junior brother who went out on a mission last time told you some news. 3 years ago, Sister Tiu Tui already got married. You and little Tui's fate is just a passing connection. Tu Pham sighed sympathetically. Well, it is indeed destiny for some. Seeing the fishing rod twitch, Tu Pham turned around and said, Oh, there's a fish on the line. Today we can have fish soup. Chu Kai Lin, still heartbroken, replied with lingering pain. Whoever left, anyway. Someone like you? Tu Pham meant well, but it's not a big deal. Ah, that's all. Cuff, your life is just beginning. You will definitely find the right person. Go now. Fourth senior brother sent a message saying he will return today. After several years apart, you should rekindle some feelings. In some fairy city in the central continent, the local men around are all struck by love at first sight today. It's all because of a mysterious girl talking to a deer, a little flower, in such a vast central continent. Where could we possibly find her? The deer snorts, and the girl on its back seems to understand, saying, You're right. If I look carefully, I might just find her. All right. Let's go for a walk and search. I don't know how the Rune Master is doing now. After being reprimanded by the Master 7.749 times, she could no longer hide her longing for Tu Pham. The Rune Master, please let me find him soon. At Sword King Sect, after the talismans were inscribed onto the sword, Brother Ngu presented it to Diep Tiu Jiao and said, Diep Daika, the final Than Kiem, the Tuivan Kiem is finally complete. Diep Tiu Jiao smiled and accepted it. Brother Ngu, you've worked hard. The other person blushed and said, Don't say that. Big Brother Deep is my savior. Moreover, without the protective runes of Big Brother Deep, I wouldn't be able to craft such a high-level treasure. Jian Yunxin whispered behind Diep Tio Jiao, If only your good brother were here, this sword could be improved even further. And Diep Tio Jiao only listened and sighed, lowering his head to wonder where Xiao Pham might be now. Jian Yunxin advised him to find his brother in the future. Right now, think of a way to nurture this kid into a forging master. His character and morals are very good. Raising him well will definitely be worth it. Van Xin reminded Diep Tio Jiao that he still needs 12 more flying swords to complete the 1,000-needle forbidden array. Don't worry about the time passing, I am here. Even if it takes a long time, Tu Jiao stepped down and patted Brother Ngo on the shoulder, calmly telling him it's just a small matter. Since the mysterious talisman inscriptions I kept are useless, might as well give them to you. Diep Tio Jiao felt a bit uneasy inside, because originally these strange talismans were all kept to apologize to Little Fan. Van Xin immediately sensed that thought and dismissed it, saying, What kind of man is overly sentimental like that? Do you know what cruelty is? It's the talisman of dominance. Diep Tio Jiao gave him a fierce look, thinking, I don't want to talk about this with you. Brother No, I appreciate your sincerity. Thank you, Elder Brother Diep, for your sword. I will make it for you in the future. Diep Tio Jiao noticed that Brother Ngo's attitude was somewhat similar to Tu Pham's. Then he paid no more attention and left. Brother Ngo watched that back with deep thought. Normally, Big Brother Diep seems calm and friendly, but why do I always feel that sometimes he reveals a hint of obsession? Only Sword Cloud understands this well. Too kind, too indecisive. At the same time, Tu Pham and Chu Kai Lin rode swiftly to a location. Tu Pham sighed in sympathy. Leading them to the hidden Spirit Island, a place of mystical beauty and vast space, the door closed behind them. 10 years after the disciples left, Tu Pham transformed this place into a high-level medicinal herb garden and a spiritual plant cultivation area. The hidden Spirit Island supplies power for the formation and the creatures within the island. The Great Spirit Lake, when it reaches its limit, transforms into a divine beast. The frog on your shoulder, holding a storage ring, asks if you want to understand anything else. Now Van K just realized the presence of the little frog. Ben asked, Senior, What exactly is that thing from outside that entered our sect and jumped onto the boat? The frog answered itself. Luanda's greenish aura is not an object. Li Tingfrum replied, it's probably a spiritual beast born from the Lingdish lake. I'm eating my lollipop while looking ahead and saying, the spell has come. I haven't finished my lollipop yet. Then I turn back and smile. Let's go. Time to meet the master. Lai Tin, too, shrank the boat and looked back at his hometown, constantly marveling that his master was even more impressive than he initially thought. Lai Tin, too, suddenly remembered something, almost forgetting. He shrank himself down to be the same height as the two children named Loi. Loi Tin Tu asked, Elder, why do we have to shrink ourselves like this? Tin Tu replied, this is a promise between me and my senior brothers and sisters. For now, the master will always be a child, as a sign of respect to the master. Lai Tin Tu confidently states that although the master says such things, people might call him a lolicon and sodacon, but he is just a pervert. Yet the master treats him with great kindness, and they will always respect the master, regardless of what others say. But my master also never explained what lolicon and sodacon mean, always feeling there's something off. At the end of the story, Li Tin Tu tiptoed and touched the heads of the two kids, saying, all right, from now on, follow the master. You all must also maintain the respect, understood? The two little ones obediently reply, yes, we understand. Li Tin Tu is pleased. Good, now follow me to meet the master. Li Tin Tu buok vaodong mon lefep shao hoi zu pu kon veroi. Thaikon hokte tu kuamin tu fam mim kuoi. The two kids behind also peek out to watch, and Tu Fam's heart instantly melts at their cuteness as he exclaims, this is my grandchild. Tu Fam praised his disciples, saying, Tin Tu, you're really talented, just going out once and you've already brought back two children, even more impressive than your senior brother. Then he continued asking, where is the children's mother? Isn't she coming back with them? Only then did Tin Tu speak up, Master, these are a brother and sister we rescued during training. Tu Fam was surprised, they were saved. Tin Tu Kalai, Chamekua Tui, no da chet het roi, lok du komod damson tasgaye chet kathon, lokon den ku chikon. Leba duath hoi, tuila gyup chong no chaduok tun hangma. Tu Fam noi tiep, Tin Tu din noi, nang kwa hiukam gia kong ay nuang tua, kong kong kash nao kakstrothan en gua giam hocho bon tre dong kong, an chuyen sang chuyen kach hoi, ong lin kan kua he dualagi. Lai Tin Tu responded on behalf of the two kids, with Loi Nan being the older brother, a fire and wood dual spirit root, a naturally talented alchemist, and his sister, Loi Mok. Their bodies contain a divine fragrance similar to ancient times, and they possess extraordinary innate talent, having also passed the sex test, so I brought them here for the master to decide. As he finished speaking, Li Tin Tu signaled for the two kids to count 1, 2, and they immediately followed the training, begging the immortal master to accept them as disciples. Tu Fam thought these two kids resembled some golden-haired siblings from the past. I think there's really no other choice but to fully embrace the children and take them into my care. From now on, follow me and the Hidden Spirit Sect will be your new home. Tu Fam told Tin Tu to stay here and chat with him later. He got straight to the point, Tin Tu, because he felt like you might have developed a demon heart, and your desire to cultivate still seems to be the same as when you were young. Tin Tu honestly replied, it was just a childhood wish, a naive hope to be laughed at by my master, but now I have a new aspiration. It has even become a demon in your heart. Seeing your terrifying expression makes Tu Fam feel shivers. Hey, don't laugh and talk about such terrible things. I hope your new wish isn't to send your father away with your mother. How can I explain this to him, since it's created by the divine will of his parents? Tin Tu asked, Master, is Uncle Vuong Vuluan really the one? Tu Fam interrupted with his suggestion. Did you tell me first, or what is your inner demon? Tin Tu replied, if Uncle Vuong Vuluan truly is my father, then the reincarnation secret art I learned from you already has its first goal. Tu Fam frowned. Isn't 100 worlds a bit too much? Tin Tu chuckled softly. One realm is enough. You want your father and mother to reincarnate and live through an entire lifetime. Tu Fam teasingly joked, a whole lifetime. You think you're acting in a play on stage 2A? What kind of play is that? Tu Fam waved his hand dismissively, saying it's just one realm, no big deal, and Vuong Vuluan isn't his father, so you can verify that yourself. Suddenly, Tu Fam remembered someone close to Tin Tu and asked you, Ben, where is Huang Chi these days? Do you know? Ting tu traloi duatrenthong, tin ban tanko, tamsu huin, nuivoi con huin, aidang lu yen tanthong, kwe kong masu putru yen tha, mon den than lin shao trudi et yeume. Tu Fam luon leo hoaj dua, tin kam kwa, kon vatin tu chatotni, kong fai luk naigon koneng hingo chanola chakon sao. Tin Tu smiled and denied, not at all the same, a few years ago in the spiritual illusion. Back then, Vuong Huang only wanted Vuong Tai to help Tin to climb the mountain. Tin Tu remained silent and then seemed to accept it. On the way home, the two exchanged thoughts, with Wang Huang only recounting that Day's mother and our father were friends, and before she died, she asked our father to take care of Day. Then I will also take care of you, Tintu agreed. At that time I thought this level was no problem for me. Wang Qi continued, moreover, since we share the same master, it means we are family, so I am not only your senior brother, but also your older brother. While tending the fire, Tintu called Huang Qi a little brother. Hearing that, his older brother asked, Tintu pouted, I can't sleep, I miss Mom so much. Huang Qi rested his head on Tintu's shoulder and gently comforted him, don't be afraid. Leaning on me, you'll fall asleep. After ending the memory, Tintu had nothing but pride when talking about Huang Qi. In short, Master Vuong is not necessarily his father, but Brother Vuong will always be his older brother, the person he likes most besides his mother. After hearing this, Tu Pham was speechless. The moral chaos in this family is too much. Tu Pham changed the subject and asked, this time, how long will you stay? Tintu replied, I want to stay in the sect for a month, then go to Lin Chao City to find my senior brother. Someone who has been reminded all along also sneezed. In the midst of the great war between the two clans at the main battlefield of Lin Chao, Huang Qi was busy wiping his nose and looking uneasy. He slowly turned his face, and immediately there was the tearful cry of his timid father, Save me, my son. A streak of light flashes from the sky, catching the attention of the wolves. Huang Qi, holding Tra in one arm and a monster in the other, says, I told you. I can handle the demons myself. Tra doesn't need to be here. Vuong Vu Luan's eyes shine with pride as he looks at his son, thinking that bringing him to his senior brother's sect was the best decision he ever made. Now he has become the strongest person in the family, which is Tra's greatest pride. It seems Huang Qi doesn't like emotional attachment, so Tra quietly steps aside and says, Tra, you're too weak, go follow Mom to a safe place. Vuong Vu Luan, now a sad and gentle grandfather with his wife Tan Wai, feels rejected by his son and is very sad. Then he sighs, thinking, I still have An Ui, and from the sect master, I must be quite lonely. At Hidden Spirit Sect, it seems Tu Pham isn't very lonely with two lively children recently arrived by his side. Vivan, sitting on the surface of the sea, calls Fu Quan, and she is extremely happy because she has found the person she has been longing for the most. Vivan rushed over to hug Tu Pham, expressing her longing. Finally, I found you. Tu Pham. He was momentarily stunned. He finally regained his composure and greeted her. Vivan, why are you here? I didn't expect you to come alone. Have you been well lately? Meow sob, my lord. I was too silly. It took me over 60 years to reach the divine realm, and my master only allowed me 2 months to meet you. Tu Pham voi lebinto, osidalele suk, kongquen ken vo yiu vivan, datro tannguyen and roisao, kongtrek suk looking at kang manho. Nang diu kien Tu Pham chui lechin halavong mot kua vivan, tu hoisao min kam giaksho nautren nguyen ko vilon horni. Tu Pham lai rabao boy, de letren kongroi deng hi vo vivan, dithoi, andanim dik semtong mokuan. Hintu trenkao suangan linmo, vivan vokung tich thu thot len oi, dep quadi. She still waved to everyone below as they both walked down to stroll through the hidden spirit gate. The other disciples, seeing this, were very curious. Who did the great elder bring back? Is she a new direct disciple? She doesn't look much like one, maybe a little. Knowing everyone's thoughts, Tu Pham quickly made it official. This is my future wife Trong Vivan, my master is Huyantan Tongjia, and of course, she is also everyone's masteress. Vivan, making her first appearance, enthusiastically said, Here, here, Sunwung has gifts for everyone. As everyone received theirs, seeing Vivan rummage through her sleeves and suddenly deflate like all her energy was gone, Tu Pham finally realized he had truly been mistaken about Huang Thi. Seeing her distribute items as if from charity, Tu Pham wondered, Vivan, where did you get so many rare treasures? These treasures are worth at least 2 billion spirit stones. Vivan revealed, on my way to find Puquan, I stumbled upon an ancient relic of the myriad sects. All of these were found inside it, Tuophon thought to himself, truly worthy of being a gifted spiritual body. Vivan then sighed and complained, only the master of the spirit knew that before you fully mastered your spiritual talent. You must not act against the great way of humanity. I can only give external objects to the talisman army. Tsufan gently hugs her and says, No need. The talisman army has you as its treasure. Vivan is deeply moved, talisman army. Vivan has already given the talisman to someone else to eat. Suddenly, her device vibrated in her pocket, and Tu Pham received an urgent message demanding an immediate meeting with a level 10 urgency. Tu Pham hurriedly ran off without forgetting to say, Vivan, I'll go see the Elder Hall Master, and will play with you when I return. Vivan waved goodbye. The guardian spirit will come and go early. Wait for me at the sect in Lam Lin City. A few days later at Tu Fam's small courtyard, he was happily hugging the little fish, praising it endlessly. So adorable. Suddenly, tired sighs echoed in his ears. Tu Pham dunkwe sung hoi tiotich va truong. Vivan sauthe ko chuyen gia. Truong, vivan urukele. Kong fivi sup den ngay ke ton sao. Nahang au kuai kua tiotich. Kon chua chuan bi. Ksong. Bai gio teo kong keep. Tiotich ngoe benkan kong. Todai ngan nangam. Hearing that, Tu Pham confidently said, I thought it was something important, but it's just clothes. And then he took the Van Wai cow out of the space. Tu Pham threw the Van Wai cow to Tio Teach and told her to send her thoughts into the sphere so she could manifest the outfit she was imagining. As soon as Tio Teach began to think about the outfit, the Van Wai cow also lit up at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Tio Teach was dressed in a bright red robe, making her unable to help but delight in admiring herself. Seeing that, Chung Vivan quickly circled around her excitedly and said, So that means I can change into a new outfit every day now? Hearing that, Tiotich was very pleased, but still shyly asked, Ancestor, can I wear it for my husband to see? I'm afraid he might not like it. This remark from Xiaotich was like an invisible dagger stabbing into Tsufan's heart, making him so pained he couldn't speak. Uncle, I'm still young. Why do you call me uncle? After a moment of thought, Tsufan told Xiaotich, Just call me master. I will accept you as an outer disciple, and in the future Tsukung will be your senior brother. As he thought of the scene where Tu Kuang and Tiu Teach happily called each other senior and junior, the image of them developing their love as master and disciple appeared in Tu Fam's mind, making him even more pleased. The sound of the door opening echoed in Tu Fam's room, and Truong Vivan, after closing the door, couldn't stop her excitement, chanting over and over again, The Van Wai Cow, the Van Wai Cow. Recalling that familiar sphere, she thought to herself, That Van Wai cow, I saw it many days ago in the Fuquan's room. There must be many clothes designed by Fuquan inside. So Truong Vai Van recalled where Tu Pham had placed the Vanny cow. I think it was on the cabinet. Just as she happily exclaimed upon finding it, I found it. At that moment Tu Pham called from outside the door, Wife, why did you come into the room all of a sudden? Seeing that, Truong Vai Van looked surprised again, and at this moment the Van Wai cow in her hand began to glow. Tu Pham, in his desperation, only managed to shout, Wait, don't use it. But it was too late, and Truong Vai Van's outfit had transformed from a modest woman's attire into a cute yet seductive little beauty. Seeing that, Truong Vai Van blushed and stammered, while Tu Pham, having already wiped his nose, said, Don't even try. As if his plea was useless, the Van Wai cow transformed into a pair of small hands on Truong Vai Van's head. She once again appeared in her adorable kitten outfit, instinctively meowing like a cat, making her blush all over. The fatal blow finally defeated Tu Pham, who collapsed into an indescribable daze of ecstasy. Fuquan, are you bleeding from your nose? At this moment, Zi Weitian pushed the door open excitedly and said, Master, long time no see. I'm back. I received the invitation. Is your brother getting married? What caught her eye was the scene of Zifang and Truong Vai Van, both of them looking stiff and awkward. Van, are you just going to leave like that? It won't be long before I get excited to show off and say, Tonight I will visit my master to atone, but master! What I brought back this time will definitely make you happy for a year. After getting this, I worry about the room being discovered by others. Hearing that Tu Pham looked at her a bit surprised, so he just pointed inside and suggested, Let's go, there's peace in the dojo. Inside the sect, Truong Vai Van recounted that it was a month ago when she and over a dozen nascent soul cultivators formed a team to search for treasures. They explored a destroyed small world. It wasn't large, but what was inside was incredibly terrifying. In the open space of the small world, everyone was fighting, but what my master taught me not to forget is to create a clone to replace the main body, which is not far from them. Suddenly, a zombie demon clone from the Yuan Ying stage appeared in the small world and wiped out everyone in the team. The power of that zombie demon puppet is exactly like the challenge puppet my master made, but it seems to have an extra little one controlling it. At this point, From Yuantian displays a proud look, showing off her achievement, and finally I found an opportunity to blow up that puppet with a single shot. But at this moment, From Pham, losing patience, pulled Nguyen Tian's hair and threatened her, so in the end you didn't tell me what you saw that made her scream in fear. In response to Nguyen Tian's concern, Tu Pham coldly declared, All right, I was just joking, but after half a day of talking about this, it doesn't suit my taste. You can stay on the Hidden Spirit Island for the rest of your life. Nguyen Tian was stunned by these words, standing motionless as if struck by lightning. You said you don't understand. How could that be? But in just a second, From Pham suddenly shouted excitedly, "Oh my God, Tin Chow!" A small lesson about Tin Chow, the exclusive flying ship of the heavenly Ku Tong. Hai Chow can reach the infinite seas, a basic artifact. Tin Chow can reach the polar regions, a top-tier high-grade tool. Vu Chow can break through worlds and soar through countless realms, a legendary artifact. Tin Chow can reach the polar regions without exploiting resources. This is a top-tier artifact that only a few in the entire cultivation world possess. From Pham muttered to himself, Hey, look again, look 100 times more, seeing this. From Nguyen Tian patted his shoulder sympathetically and said, I understand. A strange feeling of unease arose in From Pham's mind as he ran for his life, with the people behind him relentlessly chasing after him, hand over Tin Chow. Tin Chow is the world's hidden treasure. Don't run. Just thinking of this made him unable to help but worry and say, but even though this is only half of the completed Tin Chow, if any news leaks out today, the entire hidden spirit sect will disappear by tomorrow. Then he whispered into Nguyen Tian's ear, None of those nascent soul cultivators escaped, right? Hearing that, Nguyen Tian confidently replied, They all got eaten by the puppet. There's no corpse left. From Pham continued to ask if Ngoc Sanfu was still repairing the spirit pearl, and Nguyen Tian immediately replied that they were all inside the small world, so From Pham began to calculate. Well then, this toy is just a rough boat. I really want to decorate it, at least after I reach the Kai Hoa Than stage, which is the stage I aim for. After thinking for a while, Tu Pham helplessly said, Forget it. I'll hide it first. Seeing that, Tu Nguyen Tian looked at him suspiciously, always feeling something was off. From Pham gave her a friendly look, making Nguyen Tian shiver and run away. Then he caught her and scolded her, telling her to quickly raise the children to maturity, advance to the great transcendence, and protect the clan. Only then can I bring this out. Tu Nguyen Tian could only cry and beg. Master Duong Hoi is leveling up. But at this moment, with the burning fire of determination in his chest, Tu Pham confidently declared, The decision is made, starting today. I will create a new cultivation system for all of you, with Nguyen Tian standing nearby, reluctantly cheering, scanning the spirit beast data, setting up renovation plans and appropriate formation runes for the human race. After Baby No started scanning, I continued speaking, also testing fusion with the flower world of the day. I remember initially saving a special space model specifically to be used later as a small world for the flower people. After a moment, Xiao No sent a message saying the scan was complete, and all the required materials appeared on the screen one by one. A spirit crystal, a fire spirit core, 1 liter of primal 5-element essence, 100 caddies of time-space sand, and a celestial spirit stone. Seeing the pile of hard-to-find materials, Tu Pham could only sigh deeply, remembering that later he would calculate gradually. Selling the entire hidden spirit island wouldn't be enough to buy all the time sand. Who would have thought that Bi Dao misunderstood Tu Pham's intention and started announcing that she would help the island owner sell the hidden spirit, leaving Tu Pham and Tu Nguyen Tian Master speechless with shock. Tu Pham hurriedly shook the little girl and ordered her not to. I was just giving an example. Not telling you to actually sell the island, keep calculating the renovation plan, stop right now. But the little girl, shaken so wildly, kept vomiting non-stop. Tu Pham's method surprisingly worked, and the little wife finally made the announcement again about the renovation plan and the array of talismans for repairing the boat. It would take about 50 years to calculate, and when he heard that, Tu Pham let out a relieved sigh and said, Yes, let's begin. Now it's Tu Nguyen Tian's turn to act cute, Master. Look at what I found in the small world. Can it help me upgrade all my treasures and make more bullets for me? Tu Pham gently pats her head and says, This girl, I've already prepared everything for you. Hearing this, Tu Nguyen Tian happily squints her eyes. So, Tu Pham began enthusiastically describing his ultimate weapon, upgrading your protective artifact from level 3 to level 4, and the ammunition has also been upgraded to level 4, capable of severely injuring divine beast pets with a single shot. Then Tu Pham handed her the gun while saying, You must be excited, right? Here, give it your all and bring the fairy artifact back for the master. Tu Nguyen Tian was so thrilled to receive such a top-tier item. She was happy as he took the gun and thanked Tu Pham. Commander, don't say it's just one item. Even 10 items. I can bring them all back for the master. Then Tu Nguyen Tian excitedly ran off with the weapon, promising before leaving, Master, I'll go ahead. I just received news that the ancient sacred land of the demon race has appeared on Tiantin continent. Wait for me to bring back the immortal artifact." Watching her figure fade away, Tu Pham sighed softly and said, "This girl doesn't even bother to stay longer. She just keeps rushing to save others. The intense cultivation plan I devised is basically unnecessary now. She has already completed it herself." At this moment, Tu Pham suddenly remembered that there were still a few things left to do. In the quiet late night outside the bridal chamber, Tu Quang looked anxiously at his bride sitting beside him. Suddenly the door was kicked open, startling Tu Chuang and Tiu Tich. Tu Pham quickly seized the groom Tu Chuang and sternly ordered him to go outside and train for 3 years to level up quickly. "This is the master's order. If Xiao Tich has any questions about practicing, just ask Tu Chuang, and Tu Chuang will calmly teach. The master just finished clearing the road, so listen to this and go enjoy your honeymoon." Then Tu Pham continued to grab Chu Kai Lin, who was sleeping soundly, thinking to himself, including this kid. After finishing, in the blink of an eye, Chu Kai Lin was also dragged away. Bang Fook saw him carrying the 2 kids and immediately asked, "Old Master Truong Lao, why are you here? Do you want to say something before you leave?" Tu Pham looked at his 2 disciples, one crying and one sleeping, and confidently handed them over. "Master Bang, I trust the Thuong Hoi you developed. Hoi. Just help me take these 2 little guys and Tiu Tich away. After they leave the island, Tu Chuang and Tiu Tich will go on their own. And as for this little kid, just leave him anywhere for training." Hearing that, Bang Fook agreed immediately. "Yes, from Truong Lao, if you trust me that much, I will treat the Thuong Hoi and your beloved disciples very well." Then he confidently assured that he could find enough 40 pounds of time sand to hit Muchan within half a year. The next day at the Mukon Sect, Su Trian was exhausted from fighting the shadow clone. But in the end, he was knocked down and sent flying by the puppet. Seeing Su Trian stumble in front of him, Tu Pham asked, "Oh, you finished so quickly." Then he released the fish in his hand and said, "Don't be discouraged. After more than 10 years apart, you've actually improved quite a bit. My disciples who have gone outside might even want to fight you again when they see it. Su Trian, you still have 2 more chances. Keep going." At this moment, Su Trian also said dejectedly, "I was reckless. Actually, when I lost earlier, I already knew that my fate and your sect were never meant to be." Hearing that, Tu Pham immediately activated his 10-line persuasion mode and said, "I heard that you want to join our hidden spirit sect simply to protect your homeland and the world. So you can buy it from me." Those words suddenly made Su Trian excited and sit up straight. He asked seriously, "What is the price?" So Tu Pham immediately quoted 10 billion spirit stones. Then he began his manipulation, but seeing that we are destined to meet, he lowered the price by 20% to 8 billion spirit stones, or an equally valuable treasure. In the end, after successfully escaping, Tu Pham encouraged him, "If you can gather enough within 100 years, that world will belong to you." Hearing this, Su Trian bowed and replied, "Thank you. I will take my leave now." Holding the treasure in his hand, Tu Pham thought excitedly, who wouldn't want a blessing coming straight to their mouth? What's the point of buying if not to take it? Wait a moment, blessing. I almost forgot about the blessing Wang Vu sent me a few days ago. As he opened the non-corporeal demon artifact, he cheerfully said, "Let's see what's inside." Then he took out a non-calcified box and loudly declared, "Okay, let's take out the non-calcified box." As he rummaged through the treasures inside, Tu Pham sighed, "Tisk, the first thing inside is a magic treasure of the demon race. Worthless for recovery, just throw it away." After a while, Tu Pham felt excited and thought, "Oh, inside the second item there are spiritual herbs and magic weapons of humans, along with some rare treasures and valuable writings. Not bad, take it. This box contains a cultivation technique of the demon race. Quite good, I can learn a bit, take it." I found the cultivation technique for forging artifacts of the demon race, the 36 spirit bone cultivation method. Interesting, I'll try it someday. Oh my God, whose box is this? So thoughtless. A single bone fragment. Sharp. The demon race's fishing lips. The hatred of humans. After praising it endlessly, Tu Pham also took out the last box, which was the final core box. As soon as he opened it, a powerful aura immediately radiated outward. The treasures appeared one after another, including 50-pound heavenly treasures, a rare demon stone, a heavenly stone, and 50-pound time stones. Seeing these precious materials, Tu Pham was so happy he soared to the 9th heaven, continuously cheering. "Indeed, my good brother never let me down. It's SSR now, and with so many materials fused with the divine thunder tribulation, I can upgrade the little one into a divine tool." Somewhere, precisely in the celestial spirit pearl, a familiar voice says, "This time going to the demon beast sanctuary to find treasures, you must get what I want." Hearing that, the person beside him waved his hand and said, Old Swordmaster, although I promise to help you restore your strength and seek revenge for you, I need to clarify beforehand that if it harms Tufam's interests like last time, I absolutely won't do it. Kiem Van Sin shook his head at Diep Tiu Jiao a few times and scolded him, always obsessing over Tufam, making a big deal out of small matters. Why can't you understand that? Diep Tiu Jiao said nothing and slowly drew his sword. Then he bent the sword to intimidate Kiem Van Sin, saying if he didn't agree, I wouldn't hesitate to break each of the 10,000 swords blocking the way. Seeing this, he hurriedly advised him to prioritize immediate benefits, saying even spouses can fight each other, but for someone like Tufam, do you really need to go this far? Put down your sword and let's talk things over. Deep Tiu Jiao, showing annoyance, told him he didn't understand. He's truly my sworn brother. Then he withdrew his sword, causing it to shoot into Kiem Van Sin's face, making him cry out in pain. In the end, Kiem Van Sin, clutching his face and groaning, reluctantly agreed, saying, "Fine, just stop hitting me." Whether he considers you a good brother is uncertain. At that moment, Tufam was singing something non-stop somewhere, and suddenly Jian Van Sin shouted out, "Hey, the girl with her hair tied in 2 buns in front." She's not simple. Bringing her along could make her a powerful ally in the search for treasures in the sacred land. So while the girl was choosing jewelry, Diep Tiu Jiao approached to start a conversation. "Hey girl, are you also here in the sacred land to find treasures?" Coincidentally, the person Diep Tiu Jiao is targeting is Tu Nguyet Tien, and seeing the innocent girl in front of him, she persuades him. In the dangerous Holy Land 4B, fighting alone would be very disadvantageous. Do you want to team up to find the treasure? Upon seeing Diep Tiu Jiao, Tu Nguyet Tien thought to herself why this person seemed familiar, but she still politely asked, "So what if we find treasures in the sacred land?" Hearing that, Diep Tiu Jiao happily suggested, according to the rules of the bounty hunters, we only need to scan the perimeter and not kill or steal over a little treasure. Hearing his reasoning, Tu Nguyet Tien quietly considered that even if someone tried to attack her, she had nothing to fear. So she happily shook hands with Diep Tiu Jiao to seal the deal, it's fine, with teammates supporting her along the way. In the immortal city of the north, Deep Than introduced himself, greeting everyone, "I am Deep Than from the Sword King Sect." Then he cheerfully added, "The 5 of us are all treasure hunters. Go ahead and introduce yourselves." So the remaining 4 introduced themselves in turn. Tan Tu Truong Mai Mai, Tu Nguyet Tien Hoa Dan, Ngan Thu Tong, Vong Vu, Bach Lin Mon, Kin Nguyet Cam, Tien Hat Mon. After everyone finished, Deep Tan nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, everyone, no need for more talk. This time we will immediately refine whatever we harvest." He confidently pointed with his 5 fingers and continued, "If we want to cooperate further in the future, we'll decide then." Hearing that, Vang secretly rejoiced. This kid is finally on the right track. Everyone else looked at the screen and discussed, "It's open, let's go quickly." So everyone flew together. One person called out, "Hey, wait for me." Deep Than's group also took off on their flying swords, unable to hide the excitement they felt, knowing they couldn't delay any longer. "Let's go too," Wang Vu said eagerly. "Ah, Deep Than, your sword is really powerful." Looking at the crowd rushing forward, Van Sheng silently assessed that rushing into such ruins first is basically asking for death. "Your position is good." Then he said to Diep Than, "Kid, your teammates are not easy to deal with, but when conflicts happen, the only person you should pay attention to is the girl you invited last. During a conflict, you must watch her actions. I have a feeling she might kill you." While everyone was happily pointing things out, Diep Than took the opportunity to reply, and even so, he couldn't predict what might happen, so I guess I just won't argue with her. Then Diep Than secretly glanced at Nguyen Tien. As night fell, everyone reached the entrance, and upon seeing the door, Diep Tien shouted loudly, "Look quickly, the entrance to the ruins has appeared." At the same time, Tufam stood on the turtle's back observing the screen. "I just checked the live stream content and saw that the broadcast is still ongoing. Oh wow, the intelligence agency is live streaming. Let me see what they're saying." On the live stream, the commentator pointed at the screen and updated the stream. Everyone has already seen it. Now it seems that about half of the people in the central continent are participating in the treasure hunt party. Then, pointing to the image, Manhwa continued, "Now it is clear that this city is the famous 9-tailed city from 15,000 years ago in the demon race, the 3rd city of the Lake Tribe." At this point, commentator Yang Nan Say Hai is about to end the program. As for what treasures can be found in this city, please stay tuned for next week's segment. After the show ends, Tufam gestures friendly with his finger, then grumbles in annoyance. Why do these developments all seem so similar, so boring? I thought that streaming live in the demon race sacred land might let me see my disciple. Then I suddenly remembered, just do it directly. It seems an idea just flashed in his mind, making 2Fam immediately cheerfully call out, Bino, Bino, and a pink screen appeared with the reply, I am here. Then 2Fam ordered, I want a disciple to become a video blogger, hoping to see if anyone suitable is available, and upon hearing this, Bino quickly accepted the order. Yes. A while later, No reported that they had found a suitable candidate, a disciple named Thuong Kach, who is very skilled at gathering and analyzing information, and has a particular interest in mysterious events and rumors in the cultivation world. At this moment, a blue-haired youth was nervously watching a pair of men and women eating dog meat when No suddenly appeared before him and informed him that the Grand Elder wanted to see him, urgently heading to the main hall outside the sect. Hearing this, he was startled and replied, Isn't the Grand Elder fishing right now? Why does he suddenly want to see me? But in the end, he obeyed the order and flew up to reply, I will go immediately. Sensing that the disciple had arrived, 2Fam immediately spoke, I'm here. The young man with blue hair immediately saluted and said, Yes, I respectfully request an audience with the Grand Elder. It turns out this is Vua Nam, a refining spirit who has used the illusion technique to record interesting things he has seen. 2Fam, who has been wearing sunglasses for some time, said, Stand up and find a seat yourself. Then he looked mysterious and asked, Do you know why I called you here? Vua Nam asked curiously, Is it because the Grand Elder wants you to gather information? Hearing that, 2Fam chuckled softly to himself. Everything in the sect is under my control, so why would I need you to gather information? And in truth, I still need him to do so. But the young King Nam suddenly stopped his mischievous thoughts. Could it be that the rumors within the sect are true? That there is some mysterious power always watching us? 2Fam got straight to the point and asked, I heard you like to use the image projection technique to record interesting things you've encountered. Can you show me a few clips? Vua Nam obediently replied, Yes, but can the Great Elder keep it a secret for me? Hearing that, 2Fam immediately responded, No problem. Then Vua Nam projected the screen, revealing many fascinating stories before the two master and disciple, but in reality, they were just trivial tricks of the disciples. 2Fam silently wondered, What are my disciples really doing all day? He took off his glasses, focused on the main point, and asked, Oh right, where did you learn your photo-preserving technique? And Vua Nam immediately replied that he had begged Chao Su Thuk to help improve it, so 2Fam pointed out the weakness of this technique, saying that even Suthuk's level could only preserve images of cultivators up to the Truco stage. You need to be more careful. If I use the illusion technique, it will definitely be detected. At this point, 2Fam took out a secret manual to improve the illusion technique and manipulate it. Here, learn this and I will give you an extra chance to visit the immortal cities. Do you want that? Vua Nam nodded without suspicion and took the secret manual with both hands, obeying the order. The Great Elder, is there anything else you need to instruct? Then 2Fam seized the opportunity to reveal his true intention. I want you to become a blogger to find beautiful women. Now I can tell you that this photo-preserving technique has been enhanced with hidden tricks. As long as you master it, even powerful cultivators who train in the void won't detect you. Immediately, King Nam's small head was stunned by the dark meaning behind the elder's words. King Nam suspiciously looked at 2Fam, while 2Fam remained completely calm in response. After processing the information, King Nam suddenly panicked and exclaimed, Could the Grand Elder really want me to take pictures of girls, even though he is the Grand Elder? But doing such immoral things, I wouldn't do it even if I were killed. I also like taking pictures of girls, but it's to preserve their beautiful moments, just taking pictures from the day they arrive. The Grand Elder asking me to do such things has gone too far. I absolutely can't do it. Faced with his words, 2Fam helplessly replied, Who asked me to take those kinds of photos? So from now on, just take photos like you normally do, and send these clips through the communication device to see if we can earn spirit stones from advertising later. At this moment, King Nam's eyes lit up with innocence. Oh, I see. If I said anything offensive earlier, I hope the Grand Elder will forgive me. After clearing up the misunderstanding, 2Fam finally let out a sigh of relief and continued, It's okay. Then he pointed to the list below and said, Just take the photos first. Next was a list of fairy women, and Vua Nam's eyes lit up at this moment, while he continued explaining, writing the reasons on it, and in the end just hand it over to me. Vua Nam immediately replied yes. Then 2Fam handed him a bag and instructed him to take it, winking to indicate it was a reward for his effort, containing some useful spiritual pills that wouldn't reduce his cultivation level. The items are fully paid. Vua Nam's jaw clenched in excitement. Thank you, Elder. Rest assured, I will complete the task. So Vua Nam happily rushed off to do his mission, while 2Fam warned him again, Hey, be careful, and don't go provoking those with high cultivation levels. Watching the small hill's silhouette, Tufam couldn't help but smile and say, "Indeed, new interests are the true motivation for every person." While relaxing, Tufam sat leisurely fishing, his face full of contemplation as if pondering something, and the media player had finished, plus he had just seen a fleeting image of that kid. I didn't expect there to be talented body cultivators in the sect, so I made a version of the 5 elements body refinement technique. After all, it doesn't waste effort. Tufam thought while fishing, there's no need to think of a name anymore. Just call it the 5 elements body refinement technique. I didn't realize before that those poor children had such a natural talent for body cultivation. So he called Nono up and asked, "Are there any talented disciples in the hidden spirit sect I haven't noticed?" Nono's system immediately responded, "Many. Disciples with talent in beast taming, controlling and crafting puppets, construction, commanding in battle, and runes and formations." Tufam listened and nodded, Then he stood up, raised his sword with spiritual power, and told little No that there are so many talents, he would come up with some cultivation methods suitable for the children. After that, he sent a list to Bang Fook so he could buy a batch of resources for these disciples to train thoroughly, and in the future only those with talent would be developed. He sneered and said, surely he already had an idea in mind. With 3,000 great paths, isn't there a way to seek immortality? 3 months later at Hidden Spirit Gate, the system announced an urgent notice to everyone. All disciples who received the notice, please go to the treasure vault to collect your items. Even the disciples in the sect are confused and ask each other, strange, why does the sect suddenly tell us to pick up items? Hung Luke also says, what's the big deal? Just go see for yourself. Outside the treasure vault, the disciples lined up to receive their items from Hung Luke, while Xiaono continued to announce important matters. This is a cultivation technique personally devised by the Elder Grandmaster for everyone, along with some rare spiritual medicines and treasures to strengthen the body. Some receive large boxes, strong and burly like bears with handsome looks, while others only get small boxes like ants. Hung Luke opened his box and exclaimed in surprise, this is... Inside are embedded jade, weight-boosting armor for training, and spiritual pills for body cultivation, along with spiritual elixirs. Receiving such a precious gift, Hong Li suddenly burst into tears and loudly declared that the sect treats me very well, and I will definitely protect the sect with my life. The others behind are also very satisfied with what they received, and countless soldiers with enhanced innate talent control the puppets happily. There are 36 basic techniques for crafting puppets, a grand array of spells and various tools and components for making puppets. The sect treats me well. The blonde girl named Tu Navu among the disciples also smiles proudly, not just the spell tools. So this is the family's formation of puppet soldiers. Tu Navu has the talent for commanding battles, and another boy named Ingu Ngan Son, who has the talent for controlling beasts, is also very pleased with his treasures, with a white fox spirit on his head. Wow, the dragon token from the deep sea. This sect is really generous. This is the token of a great beast from the infinite sea. From Pham, hidden on a roof, overhearing the praise from the disciples below, I thank my master. My talent has finally been recognized. Wow, these are all the things I wanted most. Hearing Pham's words, he just smiled contentedly to himself, thinking they are all good children, and the great elder is very he die of your future growth. At the same time, in the demon beast sacred land, a few people are standing side by side, divided into 2 factions. Senior, as a transformation demon, it's a bit embarrassing to steal from us. Our treasure hunting group has never been to the central area, and just because of some treasures on us, isn't that a bit too much? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed inside Dieptio Jiao's mind, that of Sword Van Sin, Kid. Facing 2 spirit transformation demons and 3 origin demons, he could handle the 3 origin demons first, and then coordinate with the powerful magic tools of that girl. The other 2 spirit transformation experts will be defeated, and this time you've gained a huge reward. Meanwhile, the remaining ones sneer and threaten. Hand over the spatial bags and you'll keep your lives, or else you'll all die. Then Dieptio Jiao's side also handed over 3 space rings. The people on Dieptio Jiao's side had to return empty-handed and didn't want to stay even for a minute longer. Wang Vu turned back and spoke to him. Dieptio Rua, Kongkon Kashnao heten kiu hua tandavot kwa gioi han kua chungta, kau kong he giao ramot nualin kuang va di bao de bao mangdi. But Dieptio Giao van chim lang duong do, het kien nahan, tentien boi ben ki alien ramchang suong mat dat mot kain hachno. The group chuckled cunningly, tossing rings from their hands and saying, little one, have you thought it through yet? But all they received in response was Dieptio Jiao's loud, mocking laughter. Ha ha, I want to test the skills of the senior and see if your mouth can swallow us. At the same time, Dieptu Jiao quickly summoned his purple swords using his magic power. He didn't waste time and immediately formed the Dulong sword array, with the swords pointing directly at the enemy, ready for a fierce attack. As Dieptu Jiao activated the formation, a shining purple dragon appeared, and the opponent on the right didn't hesitate to counter. He does have some skill. But just as he was feeling proud, suddenly yellow beams shot through the crowd, accompanying the two seniors. The bullets kept killing them on the spot, and at this moment, the leader suddenly glanced down and thought, "This is not good." A long-range treasure with a hidden trap. Seeing this, Van Sin's sword immediately communicated with Dieptu Jiao in his mind. Good, seized the opportunity, very precise. Then Dieptu Jiao quickly soared up along with his swords. The two sides are fighting fiercely, each using all their strength to fight back. While somewhere on a mountain slope, Tung Nguyen Tien is lying on a high rock platform from afar, providing support for Dieptu Jiao. That is her guardian, who can break the triple-form spiritual bombs. Holding a hot weapon in hand, Tung Nguyen Tien keeps firing. Then confidently aims and shoots. Tung Nguyen Tien says with great confidence, "I've cleaned my new gun with the blood of your two spirit-transforming demons." Dieptu Jiao's side was still evenly matched. Seeing that, the Van Sin sword in Dieptu Jiao's mind immediately disappeared. With this strategy, only two useless spirit transformation cultivators could be suppressed. If it were your good brothers in the nascent soul stage, suppressing these two would be a piece of cake. Dieptu Jiao, annoyed by the snake bullets, said, "Don't block my fight, or why doesn't she step in tomorrow?" Unable to do otherwise, Dieptu Jiao had to use another skill, raising both hands near his mouth to form an X shape, then executing the skill, sword technique of the Heartless Buddha. Dieptu Jiao's dragon grew even stronger, and the swords retracted multiple times, creating overwhelming pressure. The dragon swept past the two senior figures, but luckily they managed to dodge aside just in time. Dieptu Jiao felt his patience running out because these two hadn't been severely injured yet. So he used his spiritual awareness to think to himself, "This guy is pretty tricky, but only has some skills. But he still needs to find the long-range magic item cultivator to deal with him and her first." Once again, the sword aura appears inside Dieptu Jiao's mind. Still no chance to strike. Don't you see the two magic-transforming gods holding back? That girl is waiting for the right moment, but Tu Jiao has run out of patience, so he blocks once more with his sword and says, "If there's no opportunity, I will create one for her." He suddenly raised his hand. The Great Lake, the sword stance, the divine dragon's support. Dieptu Jiao's dragon grew larger, narrowing its attack range against the two elders. "The situation looks difficult," the senior brother behind said. "This is trying to shrink the area so we can't avoid it even if we want to." The front disciple was just focusing on watching the dragon and replying to him, "Boss, the guardian of the encirclement, I will stop it, fall back." But as he was deploying the defensive formation, a bolt of yellow lightning struck at us. That was Tu Nguyen Tien's shot, hitting the target and making her feel pleased. "Ha ha ha, does it work?" The disciple stared at her in surprise as Tu Nguyen Tien's shots continued to fire, gradually breaking the water shield until it shattered. What must come will come. The final bullet finally pierced through the disciple's head. He was defeated and fell, and at this moment his senior brother rushed forward, using magic on his hands and laughing loudly. "You little brat, don't be arrogant with me." But he hadn't enjoyed his victory for long when suddenly he opened his eyes, and their positions were reversed. Tu Nguyen Tien had successfully turned their situation into chaos, creating an opportunity for Tu Jiao to seize with soul-stealing techniques. Holding his sword tightly, he quickly defeated the arrogant senior, but was then struck by a barrage of cuts and blood sprayed from his body, suffering immense pain and cursing the bastard. Now all that remained was a soulless corpse falling freely from the sky as Dieptu Jiao also landed lightly nearby. Not long after, Tu Nguyen Tien also used a magic tool to descend and stood in front of Dieptu Jiao. There's no point in dividing the treasures here. The deeper we go, the more likely trouble will happen. Dieptu Jiao nodded in agreement. I think so too. At a certain demon city, dozens of spiritual ores fell from the defeated elders. Dieptu Jiao collected everything and reported back. There were over 32 million spirit stones in total. I took half, 16 million, and the spiritual ores and stones were split equally between us. Then he turned back and smiled at Tu Nguyen Tien, mentioning the demon clan's magic tools and the destroyed architectural treasures. I want more demon clan magic tools, but when Tu Nguyen Tien heard about them, she quickly hid behind a large rock. He looked at Diet Tio Jiao and said, "All the demon clan's magic weapons are given to you, the architectural treasures to me, but I want all the demon clan's cultivation techniques. You say that because you think that when dividing treasures, the master once said that it's the time when people turn hostile the most, so you must be careful or you might get stabbed in the back." Diet Tio Jiao sighed, putting on a space ring on his finger, and said, "So the remaining divine treasures found in the sacred experience." But before he could finish speaking, a voice began echoing inside his mind, and this time, the voice sounded somewhat different from Kim Van Sin's usual tone. "Little one, listen to me. Revealing a bit of a flaw, I have a great soul control technique. This girl isn't good at close combat, you can do it. If I also take her share and betray her cruelly, adding a little bait, what's impossible about that? And I wouldn't even have to kill her." Hearing this, Dia Tujiao hesitated slightly and communicated telepathically with Kim Van Sin, "You promised me not to hurt anyone." Hearing that, Kim Van Sin sighed, then suddenly showed anger and shouted, his tone completely changing from the gentle, motherly personality you have. "Wanting to gather enough 10,000 swords, who knows when that will happen?" Kim Van Sin's attitude made Diep Tio Jiao feel extremely terrified. Seeing that he couldn't move Diep Tio Jiao, Kim Van Sin deliberately leaned close to his ear and whispered, "If you can't act, then let me do it." Diep Tio Jiao gradually felt his body no longer obey him, as if Kim Van Sin was trying to take over his consciousness. Tung Guyet Fairy saw something unusual from Diep Tio Jiao and asked suspiciously. She could see his right hand glowing with purple flames, which made Tung Guyet Fairy's face darken, as if she understood what was about to happen. But luckily, Diep Tio Jiao can now control his mind. He softly reminds Kim Van Sin to remember clearly, "Old sword. Remember this well, I only live through my body. I am the true master of it, not you. Do not touch it. That is my limit." Jian Van Sin then also gave up his intention, relinquishing control over Diep Tio Jiao and surrendering. "If not for your death, I would have been harmed, so I surely concede to you." He continued to lament, "With a stubborn person like you, I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse," and Diep Tio Jiao also temporarily set aside him. He returned to his original state, handed the treasure box to Fairy Yue and said, "Miss, this is the last treasure box. It's yours." After Fairy Yue received the treasure, Diep Tio Jiao finally spoke, "I wonder if we will have the chance to team up again in the future." Hearing that, she replied, "If the separation is complete and the path ahead is vast, we will meet again, if fate allows." Watching the figure of Tunguyet Tien disappear into the distance, Diep Tio Jiao, somewhat regretful, said to Kim Van Sin, "I can't believe she dared to turn her back to me without any defense." She couldn't imagine what could have happened just now, but Kim Van Sin quickly delivered shocking news to Diep Tio Jiao. "Kid, don't look anymore. That girl is not simple." She had already transferred her main body to another place when distributing the treasures. "That's right, because the body Mai you see now is only a clone of Tunueti, and she's just moving instinctively. As if she has no soul or spirit," Kim Van Sin continued, looking at the damage she's causing now. "Sketsk. Luckily you didn't strike." At the same time, the true body of From Moon Fairy had moved to another place, and after seeing everything was settled, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "It's fine. Nothing's wrong. Phew. Just another overtime." Hearing Kim Van Sin's words, Diet Tio Jiao could only smile and scratch his cheek. "I told you, new territories are harmful, especially with split body magic." Xian Wensheng just replied, "Let me gather more spiritual energy to recover. This secret divine technique is countless," but Diet Tio Jiao immediately caught him off guard. "I will help him recover. As long as he doesn't violate my principles." Jian Wensheng had no choice but to obey, but still refused to promise. In another place, the sea turtles are swimming among the water and someone is counting. 10, 11, 12. That's from Fan, who is also wearing sunglasses like the turtles on the water, sitting on a rock and proudly saying, "There are already 12. So let's call the giant turtle the 12 divine turtles." But at the same time, he also thought that your bloodlines are too complicated. Beyond the turtle bloodline in the endless sea, there are also the undersea whirlpools and giant sharks swallowing souls, all rare and powerful species, but combined into one clumsy black glasses sea turtle. Suddenly a sea monster rose from the ocean and roared, startling Tu Pham. But he can understand what it's saying, so he responds, "You mean all the bloodlines of the demon beast in the endless sea are that complicated?" The sea beast howls and rubs against Tu Pham, who also pats its head a few times, implying that in the endless sea, pure-blooded demon beasts cannot continue to exist. "Your past life wasn't easy either. Come on as a mother, you need to eat more." Then From Pham also releases all the food from his basket to the sea turtles and says, "Let me see if I can find a way to make your bloodlines pure so you can evolve into guardian divine beasts." Thinking about that scene, From Pham excitedly continued, If enemies invade and they are divine beasts guarding the gate, they could kill them all instantly. Just imagining it makes me feel so excited, so great. Whatever food you have, pour it all into the sea. Then keep dreaming about my ascension to the great sage, which will probably take thousands of years. By then, all my disciples will definitely have ascended to the immortal realm and be by my side. Maybe only these turtles will remain. But Tufam suddenly thought about the future when he himself might turn into an old turtle and sweat. Wait a minute, then there's a high chance he would be called to return to the immortal realm like the stars. Suddenly, Pham noticed a bubble rising from behind, and at that moment, Nguyen Tien started to emerge from the water. Seeing it was her young disciple, he said, Nguyen Tien, although your concealment techniques are already very perfect, you're still too inexperienced to fool me. But Pham just smiled and reminded Nguyen Tien to answer, saying that Baby No had reported to me after investigating. Indeed, Baby No had already informed Pham earlier that Nguyen Tien's disciple had formed a small team to search for treasures in the sacred land of the demon race and had harvested a lot, planning to create a big surprise for you. Then the two of them went home together. Pham took out a hairdryer and used his hair power to dry Nguyen Tien's hair, saying that this time they must have gained a lot, otherwise she wouldn't have come back so early. Hearing that, Nguyen Tien proudly lifted her face and placed the porcelain jar on the table to show off, saying, "It's fine. The level of a 1-month apprentice can find spirit stones." The scent from the striped porcelain jar directly hit from Pham's nose, and it was the smell of tea. I'm very pleased with my disciple's achievement, but still acting stubborn with her. This spiritual tea is probably worth around 10,000 spiritual stones per liang, and this teapot isn't cheap either, huh? Well, I guess you just borrowed it to show off to your mother. Tu Nguyen Tien gently replied, "So earning spiritual stones and showing filial piety to the master is not right." Hearing this, Pham couldn't help but feel emotional, taking a sip of tea with a heavy heart, as children should be filial, with tears of green tea welling in his eyes. After showing her filial piety, Nguyen Tien began to recount her encounter with Tu Dao to Pham. While she was in the secret realm, she met a very interesting person from the Sword King Sect, who specializes in the sword formation a first path. Pham listened and thought to himself, how did that guy manage to escape? It's just that they can only meet and resolve their issues on their own, and the ones who suffer are always others, so if we meet again later, remember to keep your distance. Then she took out a blue trash can and said, I've already sorted and thrown them into the bin for easy disposal. And Pham couldn't help but laugh. This bin is so unique. Nguyen Tien happily begged her master, Master, can you help me check if there's a treasure inside? Pham just glanced in and thought, how could that little brat get anything good with that guy? Then he spoke to his young disciple. Everything is discarded. If I didn't say you have good eyes, they would already be where they belong. He sneered, handed to Nguyen Tien a lump of fog and said, the only thing that can be used is this tooth-sharpening stick from the demon race. If you're bored, you can use it to sharpen your teeth. Tu Nguyen Tien immediately flung the fog away and shouted, Do you think I can't hear you scolding me, master? You must be very angry because Diep Tio Jiao tricked you. The aura of demon beasts is thick above, and you thought there would be rare treasures, but it turns out to be just cheap stuff. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at a shop in some fairy city, Diep Tio Jiao is bargaining for an item, holding up 2 fingers and saying, Senior, the price is too low. This divine artifact costs at least 2 billion spirit stones. Don't just look. The merchant quickly pulls the customer closer. Don't interfere. Just follow what he said to exchange. Outwardly he says that, but secretly he's blaming himself. Originally he would make a big profit, but unexpectedly he ran into a lifetime spender. Now Diep Tio Jiao finally said to Kim Van Zin, Old sword, thank you, I didn't expect that the treasure vault with unaccessible prices actually contains so many good items. Hearing that, Diep Tio Jiao also saw that Kiem Van Sin was useful and lowered his guard, saying he would stop borrowing, and once he had money, he would exchange all his spirit swords for 3rd-grade 5-element spirit sword treasures. But Kiem Van Sin quickly retorted, Do you know how many spirit stones a spirit sword of Dao weapon level costs? Hearing Kiem Van Sin say that, the smile on Diep Tio Jiao's face immediately faded. He muttered to himself, I was actually happy. At the old lake 10,000 miles away, Pham and Tu Nguyen Tien were sitting together, chatting, and he suddenly spoke up, so peaceful, and Tu Nguyen Tien nodded in agreement. Just then someone brought food and said, Elder Chief, Sect Leader, it's time to eat. While eating, he said to the other, Hey, today it's you bringing the food. Do you want me to approve something again? The other person quickly responded, Yes, Elder, I came to ask for permission to use some small mountains to cover the experimental site. Then he handed the plan to Pham to review. This is the project overview, so Tu Pham took the scroll and said, "Let me take a look." Tu Pham looked over and cut a few lines, then instructed, "The main temple's defensive tower, purebred and hybrid monsters, remote combat substitutes, commanding the human combat center." "Okay, very smart. I will cancel a few, the rest can continue." Hearing this, the disciple immediately received the order. Got it. The other person just left and he resumed his conversation with Nguyen Tien. "Right, Nguyen Tien, come here quickly. I previously thought about improving the image projection technique to enable live streaming, perfect for showing you this effect." Seeing Tu Pham point at the screen, Nguyen Tien couldn't help but get excited. Live streaming, huh? Suddenly, two fists appeared on the screen, clashing with sparks flying. His fierce and vigorous aura made the two master dogs very excited, and Tu Pham kept praising him. The innate divine power of a talented immortal, combined with a sturdy body, he will definitely be the strongest strategic disciple at Tongmon right now. "Master, your photo transfer technique is too powerful, it makes me dizzy and lightheaded. If that's the case, my 3D E-mark is still not developed yet." Suddenly something caught Tu Nguyen Tien's attention. "Huh. What is that using?" Seeing the device send a distress message, Tu Nguyen Tien quickly called Tu Pham. "Master, I need to go out now. My second brother is in trouble at Lin Tam City. Go quickly now, don't keep your older brother waiting. If anything happens, contact me with the image projection technique." While the wife was sharing her thoughts, another disciple from the sect approached to bother her, appearing friendly as he greeted. "Hyo, please stop. I see you have a resilient build. Do you want to learn about the Thousand Dao sect? Our Thousand Dao sect is ranked 9th. If you join us, you'll directly receive the benefits of inner sect disciples." Hearing this, Tu Kwang rubbed his head in refusal, "But I already have a sect," and upon hearing this, the other disciple's face instantly darkened. But he was determined not to let Tu Chuang go and kept finding excuses to persuade him. "No problem. Our Thousand Dao sect even has a top spiritual guardian. Whatever aspect you want to learn, we can help you innovate." But soon Tu Chuang rejected this condition. "But everything you mentioned, my master already has it all. I want to go to your Thousand Dao sect," and Tiu Teach also nodded repeatedly in agreement. This time, the other disciple couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "How could you be so ignorant? I will call some disciples to compete with you. Then you'll realize that in a small, unnamed, and unranked sect, you're basically wasting your innate talent." So Tu Chuang happily ran over to the young man to accept the duel, immediately grabbing his hand with shining eyes. "Isn't that bad? I hope your sect's space-time arena can be used for fighting somewhere." Seeing that, little Tich could only helplessly shake her head, then pulled her back and said, "King Jun, calm down. Nguyen Tien is coming soon." Hearing that, Tu Chuang still insisted, "It's okay. Nguyen Tien will definitely come along too." A while later, at Ngandao Tong, 3 siblings happily entered. Tu Nguyen Tien excitedly said, "Wow, this is really a fun place. I have to take pictures to send to my master to see." The disciples of the Thousand Dao sect just looked at the 3 of them with disdain. "You understand. These are the peerless geniuses of our sect's era. If you just defeat them, I will give up the idea of taking you as my disciple." Tu Chuang became more and more excited and happily replied, "All right, senior, your words must be kept." Seeing that Uxian was doing something shady, someone asked, "Wait a moment. What is young lady doing?" And Uxian straightforwardly replied, "My master heard that someone wants to steal his disciple, so he wants to see how his disciple is, to decide if he should hand him over to your sect." Hearing this, the disciple looked worried and stammered, I see." Seeing this, Tu Chuang took the opportunity to challenge them all, and indeed, the 3 of them could fight at the same time. The people of the Thousand Dao sect immediately became furious, saying, "How dare you, thinking you're so bold? Today I will show you how weak your skills truly are." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly activated the space spiritual formation, opening it. Not wanting to watch alone, Tu Pham also called 2 kids over to watch together. "Loin Han, Loi Van K, hurry up, hurry up. Master Huin, you are about to start fighting with them. Come over and watch." Hearing that, the 2 kids shouted in unison, "Master Huin has found someone talented." Now, this is Tu Huang inside the space of the spiritual realm, while outside, the 3 dog teachers are staring at the screen as if they fear missing something good. The disciple of the Thousand Dao sect was the first to act, using a stealth technique to distract Tu Chuang. Seeing this, Tu Pham silently judged that there's no point in hiding in such a big place. Tu Chuang didn't say much, and immediately unleashed his meteor shower technique. So, thousands of large and small ice blocks are gradually being unleashed, making those guys start to hesitate. They can't keep playing like this without strength. After defeating his opponent, Tu Kwang didn't forget to humiliate him. "Ha! His stealth is far inferior to my sister's by $10,800. The next moment, as soon as Tu Kwang finished speaking, a figure appeared behind him. He confidently boasted that his cultivation technique needed to be combined with this armor to deal with you, making it seem like he had the upper hand. Hearing that, Tu Chuang kindly stepped in to prevent him from suffering a loss, then confidently put on another suit of armor and replied, "It's okay. Magic weapons are just part of my strength." But something was off. Tu Chuang's armor suddenly shone brilliantly, leaving the others speechless. Meanwhile, Tu Fam's 3 teachers each sat attentively holding a box of popcorn, watching the battle. This time, Tu Kuang was the first to appear, pointing to the sky and shouting loudly, "The wild beast is fierce." Before he could even launch, several strange fire figures appeared, rushing to surround the disciple of the Thousand Paths sect, causing him to panic and try to retreat. Seeing this, the other disciples were all stunned in shock. What kind of divine realm scene is this? Is such an extraordinary status. This kind of divine secret technique is even beyond us. No, the young spiritual master of this hidden sect must be at least at the level of a distinguished realm. So both of them exchanged a secret glance, determined to find this spiritual master and offer a gift in greeting. Tu Fam here suddenly feels a lump in his throat, sensing someone is looking for him, causing the 2 kids to call out anxiously, "Master is choking! Master!" Suddenly, a flash of light appears on the screen, startling the master and disciples. But Tu Fam has no shortage of glasses. He quickly takes them out and puts them on the kids. Over here, Tu Kuang coldly unleashes his decisive move, clasping his hands together, and his palms gradually emit a dazzling light before shouting loudly the technique of encapsulation. Suddenly, a shimmering statue of Bodhisattva brighter than the sun appeared behind Tu Chuang, blinding everyone in the Thousand Dao sect. Lin Mon glasses. Your best choice. Standing aside and watching even to Fam has to praise it. No. Live streaming has that advertising vibe. Seeing they can't win against those people, they immediately give up. Lin Dao space. So everyone starts begging. Stop fighting. Your strength is enough to reach Thin Lin to suppress the Evil Beast clan. You're too strong to be matched. So they quickly offered a good item to mediate. No fighting between strangers. This pure water crystal is a gift for you. Tu Kuang replied, "No," but just as he was about to refuse, Tian Guyet swiftly stepped in to accept the gift. "Senior Immortal, I'm truly sorry. Even the disciple of the Thousand Dao sect has no words to express my regret, young lady." Returning to the Half Moon Bay after watching the live stream from Fam, I must say it was very smooth. I have to say, this version of the communication solution from the cultivation world is very fast, with no lag at all during the broadcast. At this moment, a sudden idea flashes in Fam's mind to avoid any delays. If the entire central continent has such a good signal, then why can't I be a puppet that can replace me outside? Thinking about it excitedly, imagining myself sitting and solo gaming, I couldn't help but laugh. This idea really made From Fam burst into laughter. As long as the signal isn't lost, isn't that like playing a game where I control a puppet fighting across the continent, right? And for safety, seeing the master constantly calling out Loi Van Kay, he immediately signaled the girl to be quiet. After settling everything, Tu Fam should carry the 2 kids and fly away. And as he flies, he says, "Let's go back to the dojo for experiments." The 3 turtles below, starving, keep crying out, shouting, "Where is the self-spirit elixir today? Are you starving me?" In the alchemy room of Hidden Spirit Sect, From Fam stands in front of a control panel and says, "No, check it out. How is the signal reception strength of this clone version?" Below, a cube emits a sound. For emotional assessment, say 1. For honest evaluation, say 2. Because the loop kept loosening, From Fam angrily punched No's head, then calmly told him to stop wasting time, get rid of those distractions, and go listen. Understood. The robot behind also added that its signal reception was extremely limited. Only capable of wandering around, and in combat, encountering the power of the divine pill would cause it to malfunction and lose overall signal assessment, making it worthless, which deeply saddened Tu Fam, to the point of being unable to breathe. Then he casually rolled up his sleeves and said, "I love whoever is good at solving these big problems. If not, what's the point of having someone?" Hearing that, little No immediately replied, "Yes, solving these issues requires a breaking barrier stone, which currently costs 10 billion spirit stones on the market. Please choose a method to harvest the materials." No suggested 2 options: the blue button, which involves exploiting Vuongvu Luan, or the red button, which requires paying a large sum of money. He hesitates, unsure which to pick. One side is exploiting Vuongvu Luan, the other is spending a lot to buy. Tu Fam painfully swallows his tears and chooses the red option. "I won't exploit my brother's resources, so Teen, my dear account, has lost 10 billion spirit stones." At the same time, Vuongvu Luan, poisoned by illusionary snake venom, blushes with embarrassment and says, then suddenly feels a wave of love from someone. Suddenly, an arm from the delivery unit reached in, holding a package from the new breaking through unit. Delivered by the elder of the day, please sign for it. Tu-Fam immediately opened the box and then used his power to make each spiritual stone float in orderly lines. Anahao excitedly said, "We've broken through the barrier. This time I can use the clone to fight for me." In the clear weather with white clouds and golden sunshine and a cool breeze, 10 days later, a robot is flying in the sky above the Sect. It turns out that Tu-Fam is controlling the robot, and Tu Nguyet Tien is watching intently, excitedly saying, "Master, that's so cool." A robot resembling Tu-Fam lands, and they high-five each other. Tu-Fam, introduce yourself to Tu Nguyet Tien. Ha 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 ha. This is the puppet I just made. It will replace me to go far away and follow you to check in Sunguyet. Tien admired and hugged the robot. So in the future, if you go into the secret realm to find treasures, will you be able to go with your senior brother? Then you will have a companion. At this moment, Tu-Fam turned to a corner, blew on his swollen hand from the high five with the robot, but still responded casually, "Of course, I can do that." Then he took out a purple sphere and said, right. This is a boundary-breaking connection sphere. Carrying it will ensure you have signal no matter where you are." Suddenly, Tu-Fam's terrifying face changed as he began to threaten. "The doll could be lost, but this thing must be kept safe. It's half of my fortune. If you don't protect it well, I will punish you. He. The intimidating look made Tu Nguyet Tien tremble with fear. I know. Gio finished training the little disciple. Then Tu-Fam picked up the girl and sped off like flying. "All right, I've placed Tu Nguyet Tien in the car with that robot and given instructions. Don't delay. Quickly find a secret realm to test the new puppet." Hearing that, Tu Nguyet Tien excitedly told the robot to stay beside her, and the car sped away, swiftly. The stars shining brightly in the sky above the Lingzhou frontier camp are changing as Lai Tin-Tu and Vuong Huang Tri sit chatting in the tent. Tin-Tu speaking first, asking about the recent news that Uncle Vuong was bitten by a snake. Is he all right? Hearing that, Vuong Huang Tri sighed and replied, "Yeah, my father is still fine, just still trapped in illusions caused by the snake poison, but he'll be okay after some time." Lai Tin-Tu propped his chin with his hand and asked further, "What about the elder brother? It seems like he has something on his mind." Hearing this, Vuong Huang Tri sighed again. Vuong Huang Tri took a sip from his cup and began to recall his battles against the demon tribes, thinking that when he came here to kill the demons, he might have been able to break through during the fight. But he never expected that 3 years had passed, and not only had his swordsmanship not improved, but he also hadn't grasped the ultimate divine power his master taught him. The more Huang Tri thought about it, the more he blamed himself and clenched his fists. His master, so mighty and capable, had given everyone the divine eye technique, yet he himself had made no progress and felt unworthy to face his master. Seeing how much Vuong Huang Tri was looking forward to it, Li Tin-Tu smiled and continued, "My technique of reincarnation across 100 worlds might allow the senior brother to reincarnate into a new realm and perhaps break through after coming out. Would you like to try?" Vuong Huang Tri, ngehezong ti kam dong rong rong nuosmart, tod qua roi, dedung la ko duen qua huen roi, hoen tenguen tu mot lan, roi hengui kalivoin hao, Hong Tri quet tam tuyen bo, now, nhao het tro ne, hoen se vaot hegioi le hoe, litin tu kong vui vedup, davang su haoing. "Come on, seeing that," Lai Tin-Tu nervously said, "elder brother won't stay in there for too long." Then Tin-Tu withdrew the red blood lily flowers surrounded by blue light. "Sleep well. When you wake up, you'll have reincarnated into a new world." The red spider lilies fly toward Vuong Huang Tri, activating the reincarnation world. Then a ray of light shoots straight to his location, the first realm of the reincarnation universe, and he awakens. Suddenly, Li Tin-Tu panics and covers his head, exclaiming, "Why did I bring my senior brother into this life and death trial?" At this moment, Tin-Tu was so worried that he sat curled up in the corner, tearing petals off and counting them, trying to stay calm, trying not to let him be reborn, trying not to let him be reborn, trying not to let him be reborn. Nothing could make Tin-Tu more anxious. He yelled out in frustration, Why are there so many petals on the red spider lily? I don't know how long I'll be sitting here tearing them now." Then Li Tin-Tu confidently propped his chin up and looked worriedly at Vuong Huang Tri lying on the ground, secretly thinking, "I really don't want those red-clawed chickens outside to get close to him. I need to think of a way." It was gradually dawn when the next day, something soared like a divine fire into a robot. Then a figure leapt down swiftly, holding a sword and striking a cool pose, as the robot was shattered into many pieces. At this moment, Li Tin-Tu clasped his hands in a congratulatory gesture, saying, "It seems the senior brother has been broken through, so I can rest assured and leave." Vuong Huang Tri happily waved his hand and said, "Thank you, junior brother, for your help. In 50 years, you must reach the nascent soul stage in your swordsmanship. Go and tend to your T-stone wound." Wait until he recovers, then we will go into hiding at Lingmen. Latin Tu eagerly agreed, let's wait for your good news and meet at Lingmen. Suddenly, Latin Tu's call caught Vuong Huang Tree's attention. Oh right, senior brother. Latin Tu hoilon, trong te gyoy luang hoi hoin ko diugi hoi diets kong. Huang Trin hing sak sam holai hin bong kua mot koge, roibin tankele, kiem dao ode mot doi ko nun hambekan, tak hong ko gide ties. The image of that girl became clearer with her long hair and radiant smile. In this life, I have you. And every time you are the happiest in the world, recalling this scene makes Huang Tri blush shyly. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Li Tin-tu standing beside Ben chuckled softly. Kaha. A monster is attacking Tu Fam's robot, the red gem tiger beast fighting against his transformed puppet avatar, while Tu Nguyen Tien lies gracefully on the cliff, gun raised and firing, and Tu Fam's puppet robot, terrified by the furious growling monster, helplessly admits, Nguyet Tien, I didn't realize your talent for causing trouble was this great before. Tu Nguyet Tien confidently declares with one hand holding a gun and the other raised, I brought the puppet of my master to control. If I go and fight some low-level little demons, wouldn't that shame my master? Huh. On this side, Tu Pham is watching the large screen showing the fight near Tu Nguyet Tien, shouting loudly. The image of Nguyet Tien's clone is quite special, more than a normal clone. If it gets damaged, you won't see the second one. Suddenly the beast roared, but just as things heated up, the signal was cut off. A spark shot dangerously close to the robot, but luckily Tu Pham quickly countered and commanded the puppet to perform at its limit. Tu Pham roars angrily, grabbing the control panel and scolding, If it weren't for the slow network speed making it unusable, the thing would be dead already. The puppet begins to use the split consciousness, three-shadow world technique to surround the beast. Suddenly, a powerful force shot straight into the beast's belly, causing it to bleed plasma. Even Nguyet Tien was wide-eyed in surprise. It turns out the split-body triple-shadow realm can be used like this. I've only ever used it for escape skills. Then the puppet suddenly flew down to where Nguyet Tien was lying, making her jump in surprise. The puppet, under Tu Pham's control, raised a gun and aimed directly at the target, the demon beast leading the way. With a powerful blast, the projectile shot straight at its face. Only then did Nguyet Tien realize and say, I was so focused on watching that I forgot to fight. Tu Pham's puppet pinched the girl's hanging hair and said she's a hunting partner, only I can do it. When told this, she immediately realized it was Nguyet Tien's deepest knowledge, just because she was enchanted by her master's combat technique. Tu Pham here stretches after a short time controlling the puppet, not bad, but the network speed is a bit slow and the initial puppet control needs to be optimized much more. One day later, at the hidden spirit island, a slender hand stretched out and threw something down. It was Loi Van Ki holding a porcelain jar in her hand, when suddenly Tu Pham appeared out of nowhere, catching both Loi Van Ki and the Loi Ring's attention. The two hurried over to greet them, and seeing that Tu Pham explained, it's been half a month since they last ate. What are you all doing? Then he looked down into the water and a shiny-headed creature floated up. Seeing that, Tu Pham happily said, this time it's Tam Vei. Tam Vei also cheerfully called out a few words in response to Tu Pham, then suddenly a whole flock surged up loudly, taking turns complaining that in previous days they hadn't been fed. Tu Pham also helplessly told them, who knew? I've been busy these days and forgot. Then he gently patted Lai Van K's head and explained to the turtles, that's why I specially arranged for my disciple to come here for your regular meals. Hearing that, they came forward to nuzzle him. Tu Pham was tickled and laughed, then said, all right, no fighting, everyone has their turn. It's only been a few days and you all grow so fast. After eating their fill, the turtles obediently swam back to their territory. Tu Pham, resting his chin on his hand, smiling to himself, thought that these two brothers also have such talent. Their potential is not much different from that of the immortal and the mortal Kong back then. In just a few months, they have already reached the first level of qi refining. This is the result of forcing the children. In just another year, they might even start learning alchemy and forging. At this moment, Louis Van K beside him, with a worried look, said, Elder, the rascals you just arrived with are ignoring you and are all surrounding him. Louis Ren also added, Great Elder, you're here, but you still can't focus fully. Hearing the two kids arguing, Tu Pham could only helplessly think to himself. Probably both of them are good at everything, just a bit lacking in flexibility in their personalities, so they need to be gently coaxed. Suddenly, a small screen appeared with a message saying, Master, a flying object has been detected preparing to enter. Analyzing. The image showed Li Tin-tu and another young man riding a wooden duck. Seeing that, Tufum was both surprised and delighted, excited that Teen 2 had returned and wondering what kind of new disciple he would bring back this time. Just thinking about the boy made Tufum praise him endlessly, remembering his name and expecting to bring back several disciples in the near future. Moreover, the talent of the disciples is quite good now, so the spirit-hidden sect no longer needs to seek out new disciples. The children it has brought back are enough. At the same time, a foot stepped down, and Lai Tin Tu confidently introduced himself. Master, this child is a genius talent I found in Thin Lin Chow. Genius. Furthermore, having passed the most difficult test set by the master, Tu Fam, feeling a bit curious, asked which type the child had passed. Tin Tu just smiled slyly and replied, all of them. Hearing this, Tu Fam was so surprised he couldn't believe it. At this moment, the young teen with pink hair approached to greet the immortal master. And as soon as he saw this boy, Tu Fam couldn't stop the rushing thoughts in his mind. This child, with an ordinary appearance, but two sparkling eyes like 1,000 stars, truly makes people feel dizzy. He thought for a moment before using his power to scan the boy's memories, and then images appeared. Him as a baby, chopping wood, joyful scenes with his mother, each moment of his life unfolding in his mind. After watching, Tu Fam hesitated, wanting to say something. After a moment, he decided to ask if it was the body of the Heavenly Father's reincarnation, which made the little pink-haired boy momentarily startled and amazed. He then played dumb and asked again, Immortal, what do you mean by the body of the immortal ancestor transmigrating? Tu Fam understood and didn't ask further. He immediately changed the subject, wanting to become an immortal, and hearing that, the little pink-haired boy firmly replied, Yes. Then Tu Fam asked further, the reason. Hearing that, the boy's eyes became more determined, and his voice grew full of authority as he answered, to destroy the demon race and rebuild the homeland. As he spoke, he thought to himself that after finally awakening his memories from his previous life, he had hoped that rebirth in this life would be easier, but unexpectedly he faced the fate of the demon race destroying the village. While the boy was lost in darkness and suffering, Tu Fam appeared like a fairy godfather, smiling kindly and extending his hand, asking, Do you agree to become my 6th disciple? The boy nodded without hesitation and bowed to his master, then declared confidently, I agree. The disciple acceptance ceremony is complete. Tu Fam then turned to ask, That's right, what's your name? The pink-haired boy replied calmly, Yes, sir. And as soon as the 3 words, Yes, sir, left his mouth, the 4 teachers and disciples of Tu Fam couldn't believe such a name existed. Then he hesitated and asked again, Yes, sir. Is it? Yes, sir. And the boy still answered very calmly, Yes, sir. Not wanting to hear that strange name again, Tu Fam immediately silenced the boy and said, I will give you a different name, Li Huyan Dao. From today, you will be called Li Huyan Dao. Then he pointed to the sky and called out, Cao Tu Vien, who instantly summoned a beam of light from somewhere, and in an instant, Cao Tu Vien appeared and responded, Yes, elder. So Tu Fam immediately assigned him the task, with Tu Vien leading the new disciple into the hidden spirit sect to teach the newcomer and, by the way, take the Loi brothers back to Luan. It was already lunchtime. Upon hearing this question, Tu Fam's gaze became contemplative as he replied, It is not the body transfer of the great master, Tu Jia. Rather, he is the one entrusted with the heavy responsibility of destiny. If it weren't for my tests, he would have passed all of them effortlessly, which is quite remarkable. He then looked away and thought to himself, But there's no need to be too tense. After all, I've met someone more experienced than him, so in the days to come I should treat him better. Besides, with so many main characters in the cultivation world, I don't know how far he can go. Maybe he will even be useful to me. Then the 2 of them entered while continuing their conversation. Li Tintu nodded and said, That's right. At the moment of excitement, I didn't think about this. Hearing that, Tu Fam asked further, It's okay. That's right. Where are the child's parents? So Li Tintu immediately reported at the Fairy City Forest, and everything has been arranged properly. Tu Fam sat down with his legs crossed and said, Even if you are a powerful being from another world or a person of destiny, life is full of uncertainties. Protecting that child's parents will leave a good impression of our sect, so send a few disciples to guard them. Obey your master. Li Tintu nodded obediently and replied, Yes. Then Tu Fam sighed and thought to himself, although the lovers of the 2 clans are only fighting in one region now, it probably won't be long before a full-scale war begins between the 2 worlds. When that time comes, our small sect must prepare thoroughly to ensure its survival. Suddenly he remembered Lai Tin Tu and asked immediately, How is the reincarnation of the 100 Worlds' divine power going? Tin Tu replied, 11 rounds of righteousness and heroism. Hearing that, Tu Fam calmly said, Soon. In 5 years, 1 world, after 20 worlds 10 years, the timing will be confirmed quickly. This made Tin Tu go stiff, his face turning pale. Then Tufam suddenly handed Tin-Tu a section of cultivation technique and advised him, "This is the 1,000 Dreams 100 Ways scripture. Practice it when you have free time. It will make each of your appearances easier." The Tin-Tu took it with a puzzled look, while Tufam continued to remind him, "With your status, you must rely on yourself for the road ahead." He then smiled kindly at Tin-Tu, who softly called out Master, her lips pressed tightly as if trying to hold back tears of happiness about to fall. Tears kept streaming down Tin-Tu's face as Tufam gently patted his shoulder in reassurance, saying, "Thank you, but what's there to thank? If you call me Master, I will protect you for a lifetime." As soon as Tufam finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet and his hand on Tin-Tu's shoulder felt a little hesitant. He shyly said, "If you're too tired, you can stay at the Sect to rest for a few years, and when you're ready, come fishing with me and feed the fish." As he spoke, Tufam silently made up his mind. This disciple doesn't look quite right. I need to help him adjust. At the Hidden Spirit Gate, Kautovian now begins to act as a tour guide, as our Hidden Spirit Gate has just been established for 12 years. According to the Elder Hall Master's ranking, it is a first-level sect, and now he's showing you around. Lihuyan vua ngevua chamchukwan satkan vatu trenkao, mot luksao, Kautovian chive mot doi nui mox kachluai hualakan tu hao noe, lamsan sunkwan, Lihuyan lindo lailent hamken goi, nongsan nuokbit chin la nui vang nui bak. Then Kautovian led Li Huyandao to a mysterious door and continued the main entrance to the Sect's great formation. Li Huyandao was surprised to see this. It can only suppress the power of the Void Law Cultivator, but is designed very flexibly to hide the location and has already considered factors for upgrading the Great Formation. A little later, Kautovian led Li Huyandao to a fairy tale-like waterfall and introduced it, the spiritual water of the waterfall, which Li Huyandao enjoyed admiring as he constantly praised the surroundings. This is incredible. The 360 spiritual essence beads on the top can directly upgrade to the old Dao stage in the future, making this starting point quite high. Reborn in a middle-sized world, I quickly regained my memories, the advantages of location and human harmony, and came to the vast world as if it was the right place. Thinking of this, Li Huyandao gently touched the water, and it immediately turned into a small butterfly that flew away. At this moment, Li Huyandao remembered himself as an old man weakly imprisoned in his previous life, thinking that unlike his reincarnation in a small world before, where his highest cultivation was only at the chi condensation stage, he only awakened his memories at 50, and the realm of the small world was too solid to ascend, so he lived for 150 years as if wasting his life. Looking at the police below, Li Huyandao couldn't help but marvel. The main world of the 1,000 Worlds is much stronger than the small world. Tavian still enthusiastically introduces, and finally, it's the training ground with 213 fellow disciples, all currently at the level of chi refining. Hearing this, Li Huyandao's face suddenly stiffened, and his eyes became vacant. Li Huyandao thought to himself, well, others may not say it, but if the Thakku Thien Janha is just an ordinary spiritual liquid, then it should be able to produce a few Kai Chuk Ko. Li Huyandao carefully recalled his memories and asked, "Has no disciple advanced to the signing corps in 12 years? Hearing this, Kautovian glanced at Li Huyandao with a slight smile and replied, "That. You'll find out after Sudi upgrades in the Chi refining stage." 3 days later, in Li Huyandao's room, he was diligently writing something. Looking at the piece of paper on the table, Li Huyandao silently thought, Spirit tool service, high-efficiency illusion teaching, and even more advanced are the control puppets with centralized intelligence and capabilities. The civilization of cultivation in this world has advanced to this level. Just thinking about this made Li Huyandao scratch his head and pace around, but when that cultivator passed him through the center of the continent, it didn't seem like that at all. I've also been reborn into a high-level immortal cultivation in a vast world, but I've never seen a cultivation method like this. Li Huyandao remembered the day when Pham pointed at his forehead to probe him, and a sudden thought occurred. Perhaps the great elder who founded this sect also wanted to take him as a disciple. Maybe he was also a transmigrator. So Li Huyandao silently resolved that he had to try it someday. He closed his eyes and began to focus fully on cultivating, setting a clear goal for himself. Now he must eliminate all distractions. This clone of mine must be cultivated to the level of true immortal, so that only after the 9th stage will it become a golden immortal of the Great Way. At a secret base, a screen shows Siyen leisurely drinking tea, and a voice says, "TT, I am your master's special envoy from the production team. Our plan is to use the illusion technique to film beautiful girls. May I ask if you can record some footage, and could you turn your face slightly this way? Siyen, I'm moving the luggage. Come out here and have some tea." From this side, Tufam happily said while wearing 3D glasses and eating popcorn, "Seeing Sayen is fine, I am relieved. This young master is indeed doing very well." Latin, who was sitting beside him, whispered, "Master, female cultivators after reaching a certain realm will create their appearance and figure to the most satisfying state for themselves, so I believe temperament is the key point." So Latin too began to imagine the shapes of young women, calm as the sea, lively as fire, or perhaps alluring and charming noble ladies of the water clan. Maybe the female warriors with strong styles, young girls just coming of age. Just looking at Tufam's happy face, Lai Tin Tu immediately understood his master's dark thoughts and scolded him. Obviously, my master only stops at the superficial level of chasing after women, and Tufam doesn't care about Latintu's words at all, just happily praising, "Wow, this is a 100-point contribution for the male lead." So he cheerfully eats popcorn and says, "What do I understand? Is this the superficial level? No, this is the level of the masses." As soon as he heard this, Lai Tin-Tu silently thought, "I really don't understand how the master, who is renowned as a once-in-a-millennium genius, could be so superficial about beauty in this way." In the end, Lai Tin-Tu also had to helplessly shake his head, admitting that even the master has his weaknesses. Beauty in this world is just flesh and blood. Only a person's true nature is genuine. Hearing him endlessly preach his philosophy, Tufam suddenly snapped in anger, knocking over the popcorn bowl and shouting, "You bastard!" He angrily pounded the table and said, "I am used to having the entire world of beautiful women in my past lives. Even before I died, I had hundreds of lovers coming to see me off. I understand your spirit of pursuit very well, but I cultivate beyond mortal life and cannot enjoy a little." Lydon suddenly got inspired and started telling a story. After reincarnation and enduring suffering to the point of being crippled, she was saved by a beauty and could only stay in a brothel drawing and composing poetry for the soldiers. But then, Pham handed her a blank sheet of paper and ordered her, "So write a poem praising the beauty of each of the women in the pictures. You still deliberately provoke, always returning to it. You've probably become quite skilled at doing these things." Then he angrily sat down and ordered, "Continue the music, keep buying," while Lai Tin just helplessly followed his master's instructions and kept hitting. After resolving a false alarm, Tu Pham pressed the screen button and another girl appeared on it. And it was none other than Tu Nguyet Tien, who looked at the screen excitedly and loudly exclaimed, "Wow, connected," causing Tu Pham and Li Tin Tu to jump in surprise. Seeing that, Nguyet Tien asked surprised, "Master? Little Tu, what are you two doing? Are you busy?" Tu Pham, hearing that, quickly looked away and pretended to be innocent. Now, in Tien Than Lam Lam, Nguyet Tien excitedly turned to Tu Chuang and said, "Brother, we've connected with the Sect Master." Then she turned to continue reporting to Tu Pham. "Master, I want to report a little about my and my second brother's movements. We received a notice from the Elder Council. We have arrived at Tien Than Lam Lam to prepare for the demon extraction. Please proceed as planned." Seeing how quickly she responded, Tu Quang asked Nguyet Tien confusedly, "It was hard enough to get through. Why did you hang up so fast?" Tu Nguyet Tien smiled subtly, implying that she wouldn't ruin their good fortune. Those are things you wouldn't understand." Tu Chuang looked at the bustling crowd around him and said, "There are no more than 100,000 cultivators in the square." Hearing that, Tu Nguyet Tien whispered softly, "Do you think the beast spirits around the spirit pearl are about to be overwhelmed?" Tu Quang pondered and replied that more than 10 high-level venerables from the sect need to go based on the Elder Hall Master's latest news. Hearing that, Tu Nguyet Tien gently reminded him, "Just so you know, this time we're going to Thin Lin Chow to kill demons. You have to come with me." Tu Quang urgently replied, "I won't go missing this time. I believe in you." Tu Nguyet Tien looked at him with a doubtful gaze and replied, "Yes, I believe, not only because of this but also because our divine scent and the wheel of fate are more powerful than you." She imagined herself as Agent 957A, signaling to retreat before continuing. "But when it comes to escaping skills, even if you split into 10, you can't beat me, so I need to return safely." After a while, Tu Quang suddenly realized something was off. Why was his sister calling him to call her older sister? And beside her, Tu Nguyet Tien suddenly paid attention to a boy nearby. So she stepped closer and asked him, "Kid, you don't look to be even 20 yet, so your luck has brought you here, huh? Are you a pill refiner or a tool crafter?" Suddenly, a thief ran past, and the impact on the boy was so strong it knocked him over. But luckily, Tu Nguyet Tien reached out her hand just in time to catch him. The boy, wearing a glowing token, cautiously greeted the two seniors, saying, "I am from the outer sect of the Heavenly Tool Sect. This time I came to earn points in the eyes of the Elder Hall Master and to establish a forging workshop at the camp." Hearing this, Tu Chuang was surprised, and Tun Yet Tien was no less astonished, as the Pu Thien pearl that her master dreamed of day and night was created by Thien Ku Tong. She silently calculated that after this mission, she might be able to surprise her master. The boy still didn't know about this plan and continued to speak politely. I was a bit nervous at first, but luckily I met two friendly people, so please pay more attention to me. Tung Yet Tien then began her investigation of the boy, asking how I should be addressed based on what I know about the levels of alchemists in Thien Ku Tong. Are you a disciple of which rank? Returning to Tung Yet Tien's place after hearing her series of questions, the young girl shyly replied that I am Tien Van Luyen, a disciple of the spirit-level sect. Hearing that, Tu Chuang and Nguyet Tien exchanged knowing looks and asked with a hint of surprise, "Is that so?" Then Tien Yun Lien reached out to touch the bracelet on his wrist and asked, "Van Luyen, can you try to craft this treasure as a spiritual tool master? What rank is your sect?" Seeing that, Van Luyen kindly replied, "Yes, senior, let me take a look." As soon as Tun Nguyet Tien placed the bracelet into Tien Van Luyen's hand, Van Luyen was stunned and asked in surprise, "This rune, is it the treasure master mentioned that is almost perfect?" The bracelet, embedded with dark-colored beads, radiates a mysterious power that amazes Tien Van Luyen, who loudly exclaims, "If all conditions are met." This item can even ascend to a divine artifact. This senior alchemist has already reached the level of an elder in our sect. Looking at the gentle glow of the bracelet, Tien Yun Lian asked excitedly, "Can the two senior alchemists tell me the identity of this senior alchemist? I just want to visit for a bit." Tung Yet Tien and Tu Kuang happily agreed. Yes, there will be a chance." Then Tung Yet Tien took back the bracelet, and Tien Van Luyen, still a bit incredulous, asked again, "Really? Who? Tung Yet Tien replied, "It's true." But in her mind, she had already devised a plan to capture Tien Yun Lian and bring him back to the sect. She thought to herself that after refining the spirit crystal, she would do everything possible to take him in. Suddenly, the surrounding space became eerily silent, and all three looked up at the sky. At this moment, 3 doors fall from the sky, bringing a message that the Grand Space Gate has been activated. Outside the extreme region of the Feathered Martial World, where the Vu Chao ship is passing through the Demon Spirit Realm, the Frontline Battlefield, and the Feathered Martial World. In Vu Chao, a middle-aged man approached respectfully and said, "Your Excellency." The Venerable Elder asked cautiously, "Do we still have to wait?" Your Excellency, Tian replied, "Wait, the time has not yet come." He observed the miniaturized head in his palm and continued speaking. "The vanguard of the demon race is still watching us nearby. If we don't seize the opportunity properly, Vu Chao will be damaged, and the thousands of years of effort by our people will be wasted. Before I ascend, the 2 worlds must be united." Then the Supreme clenched his fist, shattering the miniature head into pieces, and smiled slyly. "Demon race, let me cut off one of your fingers first." At the same time, at the border area between Thinlin Continent and Tuong Continent, a loud voice rang out, asking the cultivators to follow the instructions on the communication device and divide into defensive positions. System is now displaying the identities of the 2 people. Tu Kuang is Zhang Han, and Tu Nguyet Tien is Zhang Mai. Both belong to the camp defense area. Seeing this, Tu Kuang excitedly said, "Mai, we are Camp Unit 1649. Upon receiving the system's message, both of them quickly soared away, leaving only a farewell to Tian Yun Lian, saying that they couldn't delay and would go ahead. Tian Yun Lian waved goodbye to the senior, saying, "See you later." In the central area, a group of people is desperately trying to hold back the mutated, cowardly rats, when suddenly 2 figures swoop down from behind, prompting someone else to shout in panic, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. We're about to reach our limit." Tu Tuong saw this scene and excitedly said, "Ha ha, this time I can go all out." Tu Nguyen Tien immediately cast a spell to change the subject and loudly said, "Big brother, I'm going to find a spot to snipe." Tu Chuang simply waved his hand lightly and replied, "Okay." Then he quickly rushed to the group, seeing Tu Chuang and the others calling for help. "Dao Hu, hurry and act." "Are you really that easily scared?" Despite their panic, Tu Chuang still had a mischievous smile. Then Tu Chuang began to channel his energy, the red flames gradually converging on his finger, and then Tu Chuang shouted loudly, "Dao Hu in front, move aside a little, I will use the great attack." The flames now blazed even larger, and Tu Chuang continued to shout, "World of lava." Immediately, the volcanoes erupted, pouring out lava and streams of molten rock like rivers drowning those ugly, cowardly rats. Tu Kuang continues to unleash the demonic magma attack. Once again, from within the flowing lava, rough hands suddenly emerge, grabbing the beasts brutally and making them scream. Seeing this scene, everyone around cheered happily. "Great, our Camp 1949 now has a powerful mage Pham Vai." At the same time, on the 10,000 Li Great Lake, Tu Pham watched the live stream on the big screen and asked, "This is the border battle of Thin Lin Chao Sao." Lai Tin Tu immediately replied, "Yes, master." Suddenly, Tu Pham flew out with a blank face and asked, "Isn't the number of demon beasts like this? Could it be they don't have a one-for-one policy?" Hearing this, Lai Tin Tu also helplessly asked, "What is this one-for-one policy?" "And that's not all, master. You're a bit off the mark." Then Lai Tin Tu pointed at the screen showing Tu Chuang laughing triumphantly and said, "Ha ha, master. Look at the expression of the great senior brother. He seems to have found the true meaning of life." Seeing that, Tu Pham patiently explained that eldest senior brother has loved large-scale magic since he was young and is now a self-cultivated fortress. Suddenly, Lai Tin Tu widened his eyes and stared at the screen, realizing something was wrong. "Master, that giant divine beast transformed into a thunder god is attacking eldest senior brother." But Tu Pham just smiled mischievously and suggested, "Do you want to fight seriously and see if your senior brother can dodge this?" Back with Tu Pham, Tin Tu was holding two foggy cheeks and asked confusedly, "Oh, what's that growling?" Tu Pham then smiled brightly and replied, "It's a dog breed similar to a wolf with sharp eyes." Hearing that, Lai Tin Tu, with his vivid imagination, thought about evolving from a dog to a wolf and then into a wolfman. Seeing Lai Tin Tu's dazed expression, Tu Pham wondered to himself, "What is this kid thinking?" After a moment of thinking, Lai Tin Tu started acting cute and said, "Master, I want a husky." Tu Pham was surprised and shouted, "Watch out!" At the border, the bird suddenly shot a beam into Tu Quang's body, causing him to jerk violently, and everyone shouted in panic, "Be careful!" At the same time, in another area, a hand gently squeezed a gun, and the bullet, like an arrow, pierced through the bird's brain with perfect accuracy. After shooting, Yue Etienne expressed satisfaction and said, "Perfect." The bird fell flat on the ground, and Su Kung appeared completely unharmed. Everyone around hurriedly asked, "Hey, are you okay? Are you still alive?" Seeing that, Tu Chuang proudly said, "I'm fine. Thank you, everyone," and someone nearby couldn't hide their surprise and asked, "How are you still alive?" Tu Chuang calmly explained, "Because my master once taught me that the first principle of building a fortress is also the most important thing." Tu Pham also moved to the real position with Tu Chuang. Tin Tu beside him clapped sincerely, then gave Tu Pham a fake greeting, saying, "Oh, master is amazing," and Tu Pham immediately hit Li Tin Tu on the head and scolded him. There are no more words left. Even after being beaten, Li Tin Tu remains calm and speaks. The master is already a Taoist, managing worldly affairs while suppressing the world. Hearing Hua Mai's words, Tu Pham doubts if this is the guidance from Huang. As if hit by a black truth, Li Tin responds with a reddened face, "Yes, that's correct," and accepts this affirmation. Tu Pham seems to be pointing in the right direction, but I just can't understand it. I just can't understand it. The next day, the hidden Spirit Island, the Crescent Bay, clear blue sky, shimmering transparent water shining brightly. Van Ki happily throws food down to the turtles below. Everyone gets some, but suddenly she becomes cautious, glancing around carefully to watch out for something. Fan Ki places a heavy orb on the railing, attracting the turtles below. She whispers secretly to the turtles, "These are the self-spirit pills I made myself. There are also skulls and flesh of monsters inside. Why don't you try the taste?" The turtles immediately became agitated, their little mouths opening and closing. Tu Pham sat quietly in the distance, sighing softly to himself. He guessed and secretly worried that blocking the battle at Thin Lin Chao would leave him feeling uneasy. Suddenly, a strange change occurred, and from beneath the water, a huge black monster floated up. Tu Pham shouted in panic, "What's happening?" "This is..." Xiao No then appeared, "Master. These are just a small group of beasts." Tu Pham couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me half to death." The muscular arm of the turtle grew larger, as if trying to reassure him. The turtle transformed into a giant shell and punched, knocking out several monsters, causing Tu Pham to dodge and cover his eyes. No then replied, feeling it wasn't really necessary, and Tu Pham sighed, saying, "Yeah, that's true." He turned back with a grim expression and called out to Van Ki, "Van Ki, come here. It was your Lin Dan that attracted them, right? Come here and let me see." The little girl with tears in her eyes sobbing, "Hoo-hoo." The elder. Holding the spirit pill in his hand, Tu Pham entered the appraisal state and thought to himself, "Damn, this kid. I haven't even considered creating spirit pills myself yet." The appraisal revealed that it contains frost powder and the essence of blood and flesh from the rare Kimdan beast, and after feeding it, the mutation rate of the spiritual beast increases significantly. Wow, The mutation rate is quite high. Tufam was a bit surprised. From scolding him, he immediately shifted to affections and support. Vanki, I will promote your rank to the next level, and you can use the cold storage items later. When there's free time, I can continue creating Spirit Dan myself. I support you. Wenki hesitated and replied, Thank you, Elder. In the end, the Spirit Dan was given to the turtle for a snack, but Tufam still remained worried. Yeah, in this chaotic world, the strength of the sect must be as high as possible, and Vuongvu Luan, who is injured, must be called back quickly. Meanwhile, at the other front line, position 673, sword energy fills the sky, and Dieptiu Rao clasps his two fingertips together to perform a technique. He smugly thought that killing demons every day would earn him enough points to exchange for a top-tier spiritual sword treasure. Eventually, he couldn't help but say, so if I stay here for 10 years, I could exchange for 1,000 spiritual swords. Since the old man appeared to remind you, you must be daydreaming. With such strong attacks from the demon race, there must be a conspiracy. Dieptio Rao turned back and asked, What conspiracy? Old man explained, You haven't even noticed the entire defensive line lacks a single tribulation mark, and even the divine bow of the Heavenly Supreme hasn't taken action to suppress the demons. These are just minor details. Although the battlefield is still very fierce, you can't say this is the main force. The old man and Dieptio Rao looked up at the sky, where the true battle and conspiracy are likely happening beyond this world, in the vast and beautiful cosmic expanse, where the battlefield is filled with energy-encased ships and vibrant green energy streams. These divine ships are majestic yet formidable. 3 breaths, someone shouted. I say this venerable spirit crossing, not even a shot at them. Are you a Buddha cultivating to avoid killing? The Venerable One blushingly replied, The demon race's warships are flying fast. Not easy at all, and I just need to force it to the designated spot to complete the task. The Venerable arranged. A flash of light signals someone falling as a battleship explodes in the vast night sky, flames lighting up the heavens, and a figure stands speaking solemnly. The divine cannon with 10,000 thunderspell and demon fairy runes, I risked everything to craft 2 bullets, and today I am lucky enough to let you taste them. I am the Supreme. All right. Gather the spoils of war, then activate the Great Formation to merge the 2 worlds. The Han Lord just gave the order, and immediately someone responded, Yes, Your Excellency. He smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha. I want to seize the ancient demon's forbidden land, the divine energy and luck of both worlds to merge into me. At the border of Lin Chao, on the aerial front line of Longtian Palace, dressed in a blue robe, are the 3 great venerables of Longtian Palace. He said, Fellow cultivators, the opportunity has arrived. Follow me to advance into the Spirit Pearl to kill the demon race. Immediately, countless warriors rode flying swords, shouting slogans, Kill, then retreat. Tu Kuang looked up at the blue sky and said to his sister, The full-scale attack has begun. But Yuexian, tell me, why do we have to preserve the original color and not let the blood and aura spread widely? Tu Niet Tien replied, I don't know. I always feel it strange. If only our master were here, he might be able to figure it out. Tu Kuang said, Never mind, I won't think about it anymore. Killing early means returning to the sect sooner. I still want to use points to exchange for the core containing the immortal script to gift my master. Between the dark cliffs, terrifying with blood chains and fierce flying beasts, this is the forbidden territory of the demon's lair. One of the venerable elders, with a grim expression, ordered, Old demon, go now. Use the blood of your demon clan to break the seal of the demon's forbidden land. The ancient demon is a powerful white demon with red skin and white hair. He chuckled and said, Your hidden tricks are more terrifying than I thought. This time I am truly convinced. His face turned fierce as he arrogantly declared, But if you want to destroy my identity, you will have to make you pay the price. His hand strikes the ground, creating a magic circle. Blood splatters into the sky. This is bad. His great formation shoots into the sky, causing the sky to change color. Under the ground, a thick, rough arm rises, sweeping up dirt and earth. The blazing red eye opens wide, and the monster is about to awaken. The giant statue made entirely of stone roars at the sky, blood and flesh spilling out. The venerable monks immediately gather, ready to strike before the Supreme Master arrives. We must subdue this ancient beast first. The sword blocks, the 10 directions are silent, countless sword energies pour down like a raging river into the giant's neck. The giant's sharp eye changes. His huge hand shattered the river of sword energy and grasped the protective purple orb. The betrayed venerable, blood spilling from his mouth, with just one punch. This ancient beast is too terrifying. Sorry. The venerable monk fell in the fury of the beast, which was already ready to swallow him. The frail monk called out, Ancient One. Suddenly, a miraculous change occurred, and a golden flower appeared in the space. A strange golden lotus appears in the eye of the ancient beast. The golden lotus blooms in the sky, hiding the giant body of the monster. A pillar of light suddenly appeared from the sky, piercing through the chest of the ancient beast. The Supreme One. The Supreme One. The Supreme One appeared, holding a golden lotus in a calm manner, and said, "The strength of the ancient beast is greater than I imagined. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Tu Kwang looked at the golden, flickering sky and sighed, telling his sister, "Sister, with this situation we should stay here for now and wait for news before entering the bull statue." Moon Fairy sighed like her brother. "That's right. The master said that in this kind of situation, it's best not to get too close or check the heat." Just as Tu Kwang and Tu Nguyet Tien were about to leave, Nguyet Tien's bag suddenly glowed. Tu Pham appears on the screen of the magic phone. "Nguyet Tien, something's not right. I am about to enter seclusion for a few months." After killing the demon beast, quickly lead the people of the sect back. Tu Kwang and Tu Nguyet Tien are surprised. At Yenlin sect, Tu Pham told his young disciple Van Ke that he would be closed off for cultivation, so during this time there's no need to bring him meals anywhere. Van Ke obediently replied, "Yes, great elder." Li Huyandao has entered and called out, "Master, you called me." The hidden spirit sect's pond is bathed in sunlight, clear water, and a cool breeze. A scene of Bong Lai. Tu Pham said, "Yes, each disciple of my hidden spirit sect will be taught a divine technique based on their individual traits. But your overall performance is very perfect. If there were stats like in a game, it would be a circle, and the evaluation of Lai Huyandao is an A+ level." Tu Pham expressed his own dilemma and his desire for the disciple, saying, "It's hard for me to predict which path you'll develop in. Have you thought about it yet?" "Master, I want to follow the path of cultivation." Inside Lai Huyandao's heart, he was filled with contempt. He had already mastered the alchemy and forging techniques the others played with, so he wasn't interested in learning more, and he wasn't sure if his master approved of this disciple. If he taught only what he already knew, then this kid would just be pretending. At this moment, Tu Pham took out a bamboo token, similar to the one my senior brother has, but I feel there's a divine technique more suitable for you. Li Huyandao holds the bamboo token in his hand, and that divine technique is the spirit seizing technique. This is it. Tu Pham suddenly leans in close, with a suspicious look on his face as he gazes at Li Huyandao. "So that's why I just realized why my disciple's healing power is increasing more and more lately." Increasing. He smiled softly and asked, "Can you explain it to me?" While aiming precisely at Li Huyandao, dozens of large guns are turned towards the hidden spirit gate. Seeing Tu Pham's grim expression, Li Huyandao keeps fearing, "Damn it, we're caught in a trap, and the highest sect is just at the nascent soul stage." So I couldn't help but praise the regenerative power. My master is a demon spirit, and it's extraordinary that even at the true Ko stage, I knew about regenerative power. Li Huyandao decided to go all in. There's no other way. I am originally a true immortal from the vast and mysterious world, blessed with a fate that granted me a set of regenerative cultivation techniques, destined to become a golden immortal in this era. He continued, "I am now going through the 8th tribulation. Tu Pham already has the button ready to blow up the hidden spirit gate. So it turns out she is a true immortal. And she's here to conquer, without disappointment." He handed over a yellow bag and said, "If you are already a true immortal, then the master-disciple title is useless. This spirit stone bag is like a bond between us. I wish you success in becoming a true immortal soon." Li Huyandao pushed back the spirit stone bag. He expressed his wish, his understanding of the way. "Can I stay here and become an ordinary disciple?" Tu Pham dismissively refused. Who would trust a reincarnated immortal to stay in the sect? He secretly thought to himself, with eyes full of wisdom, that a trustworthy adult like him was beyond our reach. Li Huyandao immediately swore, "I swear to heaven and earth, as long as I stay in the hidden spirit sect, I will not use any method to harm the sect's disciples." He offered the benefits of having me, and moreover, I would dedicate the divine texts, cultivation techniques, and divine powers of the great world to you. Tu Pham's attitude immediately changed, his face full of excitement. He is the clever disciple I threw in to find a way out of the ridicule. The more I look, the more he resembles the disciple of my dreams. Treat the hidden spirit sect as your own home. Tu Pham reached the final step and asked him one last question about great fortune and prosperity, but Li Huyandao didn't understand what was happening, proving he's not from Earth. Seems like he's truly someone who crossed over. I'll just put my arm around my younger but older disciple. No big deal. Later we can come here for tea and chat about the great wilderness. Tian Li Huyandao. Tu Pham still feels a bit regretful. Maybe pretending, just because the heavens have their own sacred grounds and I haven't had the chance to act, and I still don't know how powerful the divine force is. He stared intently at the button in his hand. Finally, Tu Pham revealed a sinister smile, expanding the surrounding map with a simulation. No one could resist the temptation. He pressed a button on the weapon resembling a ballistic missile from Earth, and a beam of light shot down from the gathering clouds covering everything. A part of the volcano was completely blown away, causing lava to flow down. Little No appeared to calculate the data, with Tufam's face showing great excitement, estimating that a single shot could kill the demon beast in its divine transformation stage and severely injure the spiritual transformation stage beast. The energy of the Great Mountain Defense Array has only decreased by 0.5% and is now recovering. Tufam threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, now I can rest assured. Even if the world is in chaos, the hidden spirit sect is the safest place. Your phone just rang with a really annoying ringtone right now, Grandpa. Your grandson is calling. Tufam answered immediately and explained, No, Elder. Rest assured, it's all taken care of. No problem, okay. He hung up and sighed, but the phone kept ringing. Oh, sir. Then came a series of calls. Oh, sir, Tufam thought with a headache. The world is too big. When will I be able to retreat and cultivate in peace? Thien Lin Chao and Thien Van Luyen happily wave their hands, thanking the senior for the favor. The immortal gently responds, Don't be polite. Tu Kwang keeps poking at my sister's hair. The immortal immediately turned angry, grabbing his brother's collar and shouting, Where did you get the courage to touch your sister's hair, huh? Want a punch? Tu Kwang just pointed to one side. Look over there, look directly ahead. That is Zha Du's shop, where the sound of hammering on forging tools still rings out loud and clear like it did 10 years ago, as two figures step into the shop, while my thoughts continue. I don't know how my junior brother is doing. Has he advanced to the blessing stage yet? The people who stayed behind still care and worry about the younger ones. Zha Du, the blind man, is sweating profusely. He quickly wipes away the sweat. Is the forging path blocked or not? He greeted the guests, welcoming them to my shop that sells magical and protective weapons on the bed platform. When he looked up, he saw the figures of Tu Kwang and Tu Nguyet Tien, but both had grown much taller than before, once tiny and adorable. Xiaodiao smiled and called out Zhu Chang and Yue Tian. 3 months have quietly passed by. The distant flight of Tufam has become lively again after a long time. He's out of seclusion. Tufam appears with a grim face, indifferent to everything. Ah. Luckily, I secluded myself for 3 months, so nothing happened. Now, I am at the peak of the Qi refining stage, Xiaoya. The 5-element seal of the spirit transformation stage can no longer advance, and the protective barrier of the Great Formation has reached its limit. There's nothing left to do. Ha ha. I suddenly remembered the scene where Tu Kwang and Tu Nguyet Tien reunited with Zha Du, but then I just remembered. Obsessed with Kwang and Nguyet Tien meeting Brother Sha and Vuong Vulan also returning, it's probably about time they arrive at the sect. The flying boat gradually descends in front of Tufam. Zha Du stepped down. Jiang spread his arms with a smile and greeted, Junior Brother Tu, long time no see. Your sect really opened my eyes. This lake spirit pill, this beast guard. Ah, before he could finish speaking, he spat everything out at Tufam's feet. Luckily, Tufam dodged in time. Impressive. Tufam wiped his sweat and asked, Senior Brother. What's wrong with you? Zha Du's face was uneasy as he tried to respond. It's okay. The spiritual energy at your sect is so dense. I'll get used to it quickly. Tufam reminded him, so remember to clean up this place later. At the watchtower, the sound of golden iron chains rang out from the vast space, and everyone looked up to see the majestic, enormous golden chains. The king asked anxiously, Master, what is that chain circle? Tufam reached out, and the strange beast summoned the heavenly compass in his hand. Those chains are part of a great formation, the Thousand Chains realm, which was initiated by the Supreme Master himself. He instructed to notify the major sects to prepare for battle and to kill all demon clans so that the entire cultivation world could ascend, while Tufam used the compass to listen to what the Tan Thuong was saying. His actions were detected by the Tan Thuong, who just by looking at Tufam was taken aback. He quietly put away the compass with concern. After a moment, the three of them read the announcement on their phones, and Tufam's face grew grim as the news from the Elder Hall leader was that it would be announced in 20 years. The two worlds will soon merge, and the war between the two clans is on the verge of breaking out. The first phase of battle will only occur in the extreme regions. The second phase will involve all sects and wandering cultivators being summoned through the space between the two worlds to prepare for combat at any moment after the two worlds begin to interact and merge. The Elder Hall Master will waive the annual taxes for the major sects, hoping they will do their best to protect the common people in the area to ensure the continuation of the human race. Veins bulge on Tufam's face as he clenches his fists in anger, smashing his phone in frustration. Damn it, more trouble again. They really don't want us to have a peaceful life. Zhu Fan immediately shouted loudly, clearly for everyone to see, yes, at most 20 years, the human world and the demon world will begin to merge. The starting point of the merging is at the center of the continent, so we should seize the time now. He pointed towards the king's direction, holding on to his training time, then gestured to the unicorn and Thienni, urging them to quickly heal Vulan's wounds. Finally, Tu Fam pointed to Sa Du and said that from now on he would be the Wind Lord of the Fairy Wind Peak. I will give you a bit of authority over Bino. Sha Du still didn't understand and asked, from my junior brother, what exactly is Bino? As he finished speaking, he was pulled away by Tu Fam, unable to clearly say, senior brother, follow me, while the guide still bid farewell, wishing the sect master a safe journey. Beneath the space of the hidden spirit gate, Xiaonuo was directing the machinery. Tu Fam proudly told Za Dieu, look, this is the production line for our hidden spirit sex golems, and Baby No is the mastermind managing them. Right now we need to expand the golem army a bit, and with your presence it's safer. Za Dieu bowed deeply and asked, Master, has your younger brother been doing such big work all these years, and how much does this cost? The phone rings. Luckily, it's a call. He smiles and says, this is the eldest brother. We have news. Our production budget has increased again, and I also have good news. I've tripled the product prices. It turns out that wealth comes from the great immortal. Fam wiped away tears of joy, good job. Without you in the cultivation world, I wouldn't make any money. Meanwhile, in another realm, Tuong Chao and Thin Lin Chao's territory, two bears roared in fury. The thick branches wrap around the two bears, preventing them from struggling. Another bear bites down tightly with its teeth. A mountain spirit bear transforms into a deity. A young man sneaks behind the bear. Why not pay a little attention to what's behind you? He uses a spell to make it rain ice, forming an ice seal, and a stream of ice falls onto the bear's body. It instantly turns into a giant ice statue. The bear continued to roar until it shattered completely under Tu Kuang's hand. The disciples of the Thousand Spirits sect and the heavenly child of the earth exclaimed in surprise. Truong Dao Hiu had always thought that the fire attribute of the deity was the most powerful, but unexpectedly, the water attribute proved to be even more effective when combined. The bear is not dead yet and is still holding on. Humans, if you just let us go, we will immediately report your location to our guardian tribe. A bullet shot through the bear's heart, killing it instantly. The immortal smiled as he held the gun in his hand. My master once said not to be kind to enemies, just kill them. The proud girl from afar sweatily said, Truong Mai Dao Hiu is really impressive. Having two people cooperate with me is truly enjoyable. If I didn't want to call them back, I would really want to stay in Tuong Chao to destroy the Damans with you. Tu Tuong clenched his fist and said, Brother Ko, the next time we meet it will probably be when the demon race invades. Ko Mo Hua turned to listen to Tu Kuang, saying next time we'll see who can kill more of the demon race. The two of them slapped hands, promising to keep their word, though who knows if they'll even live to see that day. Tu Chuang and Tu Nguyet Tien watched Ko Mo Hua leave with many people. Nguyet Tien said, Brother, the current situation outside Tuong Chao means we can't earn many more points, and it will take a long time to gather enough gifts for the master. Tu Kuang nodded and replied, That's right. The powerful ones here are increasing, so it will be harder for us to earn more in the future. The two brothers thought about sky-high spiritual pills and the celestial extreme spiritual pills, then sighed, probably exchanging the heavy treasure of the immortal script for their master later and looking for a chance to get the celestial extreme spiritual pills in the future. Tu Chuang continued, So after exchanging the heavy treasure of the immortal script, let's go back to the sect. Your master has no one to protect you, so you're not at ease. Tu Nye Tien replied, All right, let's go then. Somewhere nearby in the same forest, this is the small team of Sword Sect, and Tiu Jiao is also here. The old man said, Hey, tell me, what are your thoughts now? He said into Tiu Jiao's hand, Don't waste any more time fighting small fry here. Let's go. Take the opportunity while others aren't paying attention to quickly reach the ancient demon forbidden zone. This is definitely the best chance for you to transform yourself. Tiu Jiao replied, It's not that simple. Unless you can meet a cultivator like Zhang Mai, entering the ancient demon forbidden zone won't be easy. That old man keeps tempting you, blood of the ancient demon, heavy chain relics. If you can get those, you'll become a billionaire overnight. Wouldn't that tempt you? He stomped his foot strongly and immediately left the spaceship, leaving the others stunned. Where is the demon slayer? Their demon slayer is leisurely wiping his water, so listen to what the old man says. Tell me how to do it. The old man laughed. Ha ha, the most revered in this world will definitely go seal the ancient demon. We just need to seal the ancient demon twice and then follow my instructions. Inside the ancient demon forbidden zone, the prehistoric beast is still fighting the top master, and Tiu Jiao quietly sneaks around the battle. The Bloodflower demon only grows in cracks on the cave walls of the ancient demon zone, and there are no demon clans guarding nearby, so there's no need to worry. He landed on a ledge where blood-colored flower spirits grew from the rocks, and suddenly a shadow loomed over Tiu Jiao's head. He quickly jumped to the side, and it was a giant stone. His life was in critical danger just a second ago. Tiu Jiao secretly wondered, with so many falling stones, what could have happened. A cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in front of him, revealing a swarm of demon mice. Lao Dada warned to be careful, as a pack of demon beasts was rushing toward them. A few minutes ago, outside the ancient forbidden zone, Tu Kuang and Tu Nue Tien were fighting off the demon beasts. Tu Kuang shouted, "There are too many rat monsters." Tu Ngue Tien, holding her gun, turned back and told her brother, "These normal rat monsters are not worth the effort to kill. They don't give many points. Brother, I will use shadow puppets to distract the rat monsters." Tzu Chang quickly replied, "Okay, do as you say." Tunguya Tien stomps her foot down hard. The slender girl turns her back to face the swarm of evil mice, causing dirt and rocks to fly up with her stomp. She pulls the trigger and the bullet shoots out, piercing through the head of the evil beast. Tu Chuang quickly ran to the side, while Nguyen Tien continued to support her brother by attracting the demon beasts to one side, which is why the demon beasts appeared in front of Tu Dao. Tu Dao is running as fast as he can, still complaining. Why suddenly are there so many monsters? Didn't he say there wouldn't be any guarding monsters? The old man pats his head, reminding him to stop worrying. Hurry and run. There are too many monsters. If you can't fight them, just sleep here. Stepping on the lava trail without any problem, Tu Kuang and Nguyen Tien clapped and cheered, and the cheerful sister said, "Lucky us. The rats attracted by the humans have all run away." Tu Kuang also replied, "Phew. Killing the Demon King is much easier, Nguyen Tien. Your method is too awesome." The two siblings happily carried the head of the rat back, counting the points for this Demon King rat to exchange for the precious divine pattern for their master. Tu Chuang nodded and said, "Let's go, Nguyen Tien. We should exchange it and return early." Diep Tio Dao sat on his flying sword, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the demon beasts below. Why is this happening? My bloodflower demon should have been right in front of me. Thine Lin Chao, at the main camp below the exchange center, someone said that the aura of the precious divine text would definitely attract others' greed. They advised the two to quickly hide the treasure to prevent it from being stolen, and the siblings responded, "Thank you, senior, for the reminder. We will take our leave now." Tu Shuang happily told his sister, Hey, our master will definitely be very pleased, as two people are secretly watching them." The girl among them glanced behind her with a very suspicious expression. The backs of each moon fairy disappeared behind the street. The girl immediately panicked. They went into the alley and we can't see them anymore. The boy with her snorted, "So you already figured it out. Let's chase after them." The girl tearfully and desperately points to the sky. "It's not good. Those two siblings have flown too far away. We can't catch up." The young man urges, "Silly girl, aren't you very good at flying techniques? Hurry and chase after them." The adorable girl, a bit delicate, agrees. "Yes, let's chase after them quickly. We really can't lose their trail." They immediately took to the sky and chased after them. Little did they know, Tu Kuang and Nguyen Tien hadn't gone far. They were just pretending to be passers-by. With that little skill, you still want to follow people from the hidden spirit sect. Ha ha ha. I've been too used to being chased after when carrying treasures. Turns out, the two of them took the opportunity to perform the sorrow removal technique to escape their bodies. Tu Kuang warned his sister, "But Nguyen Tien, if this time we don't have the divine skills taught by our master, we might not escape easily. From now on, we should be more careful." Your sister obediently replied, "I know, don't worry, it'll be fine." After a while, the two siblings returned to the sect excitedly and said, "Master, look what we brought back," opening a cabinet to reveal a beautiful jade-green bamboo sculpture inside. Tu Chuang also said that he and his sister heard that crafting tools definitely requires a precious immortal script, so they deliberately changed it to give to their master. Tu Pham happily blushed and said, "That's great. With this immortal script, after I reach the golden core stage, I can create a tool with a divine script for each of you." Yu Xian felt happy for her master and exclaimed, "This is so exciting. When will the master reach the gold core stage? Then we will wait at the new artifact in the sect and won't go anywhere else." Tufan looked back at his adorable disciple and said, "You've been free lately, huh?" With the merging of the two worlds, the chaos of the human world and the full of demon tribes, all your fellow disciples have already secluded themselves to cultivate. I also plan to retreat again. But before that, Do I need to give you some more refining techniques? Yuetian shivered a little in fear. The cute girl quickly said, Khan, I just remembered there's a secret realm opening soon. I need to go cultivate. It's urgent, so I'll leave first. Tufam saw Tu Kwang not moving and asked, Kwang, what are you still doing standing here? Tu Kwang patted his head awkwardly and replied, I don't want to visit any secret realm. I'm waiting for my master to give me more chaotic training. And Tu Pham exclaimed, Do you like suffering? Soon after, the two worlds merged, and the demon race launched an attack. Long grew restless and filled with murderous intent. Nguyet Tien fell into the sights of ruthless hunters. Careless for a moment, she was gone forever, and Nguyet Tien met a tragic end. One day, Tu Pham rushed in panic, saying, Elder, something's wrong, Elder. The head teacher is in trouble. Tu Pham's eyes narrowed, almost tearful. Yuetian, what happened? Tu Pham's voice urgent. Elder, the elder is badly injured. I remember how lively Nguyet Tien used to be. Her wounds were just minor. Cultivation is about tempering the mind, after all. Overprotecting her isn't good, that's what she said. But today from Pham regrets that he couldn't protect Nguyet Tien. Her body looks like a rag doll covered in blood, with her other arm cut off and her thigh slashed in many places, being lifted by Tu Kwang's strength. Master, master. Her voice is pitiful and trembling, tearing at the heart. Tu Kwang holds her head, tears in his eyes, gently urging her to speak. Nguyet Tien, please don't say anything yet. Your vital energy is almost gone. Drink this primordial essence first. The girl's face covered in blood. She also has a cloth over her head, and up close, it's even more heartbreaking. Nguyet Tien struggles to say, the fairy city is in chaos, the trial is false, they stole her spaces. The girl now shed tears, not out of pain, but because of the gift from her master, the space rings that her master gave her. Tu Pham placed his hand on Nguyet Tien, calling her softly, Nguyet Tien, rest assured, I will make them pay with their blood. The warship is already behind us, and Tu Pham's face is so furious it looks like a monster is about to emerge. He ordered the system, small girl, to take the Yuan infant puppet ahead. Then he returned to the hidden room, sat in front of the large virtual screen, gritting his teeth as he said each word, the fake cultivation stage stealing treasures that my disciples struggle to find. Do you know how powerful they are, mother? Brother. Playing with the divine weapon in his hand and thinking about martial arts, just as I was about to play with you all. The immortal city of Hathai Mountain is filled with spiritual minds, a certain cultivator said. Big brother. Those lone cultivators searching for treasures are useless. Who said that we just ambush lone travelers like fat sheep? They are the ones who attacked Yuan Tian, and I never expected a young Yuan Ying in those spaces to have so many treasures. Just enough to let her run away without eliminating the aftermath, he told his junior brother after this. We'll find a fairy city to hide and cultivate in seclusion for 100 years. Second brother, don't worry, big brother, you don't need to be so cautious, ha ha. With your skills, unless the Elder Hall Master uses the Mirror of Karma to investigate, no one can find us. Den, the leader replied. Better to be cautious. He doesn't realize the spaces have lit up. Tu Pham smiled faintly, having found the people. Up on a high stone platform, a person stood beside the golden bronze rifle. He was Tu Pham's puppet. We've found you all. Gather yourselves quickly. He slaps his hand on the golden cannon, muttering to himself, Aren't you guys practicing false alchemy? When I reach the gold core stage, you'll be dead. The people below are celebrating a treasure box, unaware that 2 hidden observers are watching over them. They all jumped at the same time, one forming a hand seal, another slashing quickly with a sharp sword across the enemy's neck. The unlucky person's head was instantly severed, leaving everyone in shock. There is an assassin, one shouted. The one who made the hand seal released a floating red sphere. Another asked, Who are you guys? And he was met with a powerful energy blast that blew everything up. The other laughed loudly. Ha ha, you bark too much. From Pham sitting far away, pressing the button to shoot while speaking, still calm as ever, then try my latest technique. The satellite outside space launches a beam towards the designated target. 6 iron rods fall from the sky at lightning speed, and the 2 guys still remain unaware. The steel bars with deadly fields pierce deep into the ground. 6 linked together form a hexagon, trapping the 2 evil ones inside. The boss hurriedly shouts danger, run quickly. From Pham scoffed and ran, thinking he would be safe escaping through the chaotic space, then he pressed the button. The 2 guys were electrocuted and shot into the sky, then fell back to the ground. The boss is not someone to mess with, he thought to himself as he moved aside, wondering who it was and where they were. While still bleeding unconsciously, he analyzed the situation. On the mountain, there was a very powerful energy. At this moment, a surge of energy rushed toward him. His body, paralyzed by the fallen enemy, made escape the best option, and he spat out from the mouth of a coffin. The spot where he had just been lying instantly exploded, but he managed to hide inside the coffin in time. Inside the coffin, the barrier flickered and then disappeared. Tu Pham angrily smashed the control, letting him escape. He lay on the ground, extremely regretful, pounding his hands against the earth, furious at himself. Why didn't I strike first just now? Realizing there was still someone left behind, he finally stopped being angry. Oh, there's still a bug here. Tu Pham's clone looked at the person left behind lying on the ground. He lifts him up with one hand and decides to hand him over to Nguyen Tien for her to deal with, then returns to the small courtyard with a warm, affectionate voice, saying, "You're badly injured. Don't be stubborn anymore. Listen to me. Drink some more of your primal essence." Nguyen Tien counts on her fingers with a pitiful look. "Master, there are only 4 bottles left in total. One was used to save my life, another for me. It's really too reckless. No need to waste any more on me." Tu Pham's clone silently cares for his disciple, thinking I can only be stricter now. Tu Pham told Nguyen Tien, "Listen to me. Don't compare yourself to things. I am your master. Your life is more precious than anything." Tu Pham withdrew the illusion screen and showed Nguyen Tien, "Look, I will take what you have first." He looked at the photo again and said the mastermind hasn't been caught yet. The accomplices who transformed into gods will be brought here after some time, and I will handle everything. Nguyen Tien's eyes were indifferent and almost crying. "Master?" The little disciple was indifferent and crying, holding on to Tu Pham's person. "Thank you." Tu Pham felt like he was holding a child in his arms, or maybe a girl he raised. "I'm not even married, and at just 30, I already have to be a father." He softly said, "What thanks? Just keep practicing hard, and your master still plans to rely on you to raise her." Tu Pham gently wiped away her tears and asked, "That's right. Where is your older brother? Why isn't he with you?" The girl named Nguyen Tien replied, "My second brother has gone to the cultivation tower. Since I was injured, he's been feeling a bit guilty." Then the girl moved to tie her master's robe, and her master also thought carefully and decided that once she recovered, she wanted to train more intensely and no longer be bullied by others. Nguyen Tien's eyes sparkled, making others' hearts melt. "In 20 more years of study, I will advance to the Golden Core stage and teach you more powerful divine skills when the time comes." The little junior brother responded sweetly, "Thank you." Just then, there was a knock on the door, and opening it revealed Prince Vu Luan. Nguyen Tien, the martial ant, found a piece of spirit stone and turned it into a magic weapon. "Just 2 will help heal your wounds." He carries a sensor with a faint light. Behind is Huangqi and Tianni. "Next, good luck will often come." Huangqi steps forward to give a sword. "Suti, this is the sword of fate I found. It can bring good luck. Let me help you hang it on the wall," followed by Sister Mudong, the adorable and warm-hearted Tianni, and my phoenix blood pill. "It's perfect for nourishing your vital energy and warming your hearts," making Tu Pham and Nguyen Tien feel even more connected than eating a golden apple or drinking gasoline. Tu Pham looked funny, blood was dripping from his nose, and the 2 words "great supplement" appeared clearly in his mind. Is this the lucky family from legend? Or has the life energy in the room become too high now? Moon Immortal's eyes shimmer with happiness and emotion as the girl sobs with tears of joy and continues, "Thank you, Master Uncle, Master Aunt, Junior Brother." At this moment, Vong Vuluan pulls Tu Pham's hand. "Brother, I have something to talk to you about. What's so mysterious now?" Vu Luan whispered to Tu Pham, but when they weren't paying attention, I overheard him say that the spirit seed is about to ascend to the primordial infant stage, and Tu Pham replied, And then what?" Vu Luan anxiously pulls at his face, wondering what Big Brother is thinking, feeling like the boy might have already guessed something. But what does he really mean? Tu Pham furrows his brow, recalling the heartbreaking scene where the boy said he would make his father kneel and mourn his mother, and responds, "I see. Based on what I understand about the spiritual seed. Even if you know, at most the boy will send you into a cycle of reincarnation. As long as you get through it, you'll be fine. Brother Vu Luan, relax, close your eyes and sleep for one night. It'll all pass," but Vu Luan didn't think so. He was terrified. "Are you sure you won't be stuck for a whole lifetime?" Tu Pham encourages his junior brother. "If not, you should find a chance to talk to the boy. Maybe it can solve the problem." Vuong Vu Luan hesitates for a moment, then makes up his mind. Better to face it directly than to run away. The next day in the small room, Tu Pham sat leisurely drinking tea. Seeing Tintu calling, he asked, "Hey Tintu, what do you want?" The boy clasped his hands and replied, "Master, Vuong Suthuk just came here and said he is my father." Tu Pham immediately used water escape to vanish. He crushed his teacup, his face dark with anger. "That fool Vuong Vu Luan told you to talk, not to say it directly like that." Tu Pham from the screen, hesitating. "Vuong Suthuk, are you all right?" Tintu, avoiding eye contact, probably went out, still all right. Half an hour ago, at Lai Tin2's courtyard, someone called for Tin2. Vuong Vu Luan hesitated, avoiding eye contact. Actually, I am your father, Tin2 said softly, remaining silent, using a secret reincarnation technique. Tu Pham listened silently as Tin2 recounted, and when he heard that, he had already acted against Vuong Suthuk. Please, master, take Vuong Suthuk home. I want to give my mother a complete life, and also want to eliminate my inner demons. The divine spell with a gentle gaze means that from now on, you and your uncle will have no more grudges. Tu Pham sighed, feeling tired, walking in the alchemy room, knowing that the complicated situation is still for him to resolve. The next day in the Vu Hoa Sect's library, sunlight streams in from outside. Tu Pham leans against the wall, watching Vu Luan crying sadly, still okay. Vu Luan burst into tears. Why did I wake up at all? Tu Pham handed Vu Luan some pain relief medicine he had prepared just for him. It will help you feel better. Vu Luan's face changed. He became cheerful like a child, stumbling. Very good. Just like a brainwash has been cleared. All right, this hidden disaster is finally resolved. The spirit seed has no more fear. Nguyen Tien has also recovered, and the two of them are entering the direction to open the mysterious path to diligently cultivate inside. Now I can focus on my seclusion and wait for the union of the two worlds. Time flies like a dog running across the field, and in the blink of an eye, 15 years have passed. The 5 mortal clones are in seclusion. The clone is entering the cave. With so many doppelgangers, as long as the location is well hidden, we can definitely catch the demon race off guard. The 10 mortal clones are in seclusion, and the direction indicator is sitting and cultivating the spirit seed. We have all advanced to the primordial infant stage. Why is Master still in seclusion? Tin2 just replied. Waiting for good news from Master is enough. After 20 years of seclusion, outside the extreme void region, the city is illuminated by sparkling lights. Tuk Quan leaned back on the long chair. Are the two worlds about to merge? Notify Heavenly Apparatus Sect. Lower the price of Hai Chow by 3 parts of the original and reduce the price of Tin Chow by 5 parts. The Guardian obeys. Wind, Your Majesty. Lord Tuk sneered maliciously, holding a sphere like those of witches. The endless sea and the extreme north will be very chaotic later. The outer shell of the heavenly realm cracked apart. Tu Pham felt no joy in his heart, huffing that life and timing were both against him, just as the large spheres kept falling non-stop at the center of the continent. This is bad, Tan Thuong. The demon world took advantage of the fusion of the two realms to continuously teleport the battle beads into the center of the continent, and the number kept increasing, causing many spiritual beasts to panic. Commander Tuck is the one controlling the Cancun mirrors, finally arriving, and has ordered the sects to prepare for battle. The Cancun mirrors can only absorb when they merge into a higher form. Everyone else, handle the rest yourselves. What are those streaks in the sky? Are they falling stars? Van Kie wondered. At this moment, Zuofan's little boy is beeping. Van Lam Kwok, Quan Chio Hai detects a large amount of demonic energy, suspecting the appearance of demon beasts, and asks the master for orders. Zuofan responds, I understand. Zuofan Jiaojie looks all over his face. Luckily, I had already prepared a plan. Van Lam Kingdom, the corrupted demon wolf spirit, appears in the western prairie of Chiu Hai district. Today is the day our Yu Lang tribe begins. The current battle features puppets fighting against the demon wolf, and the fight is intense. The demon wolf thinks that's quite interesting. Our Yu Lang Law Talisman demon clan is not composed of vegetarians. The demon wolf howled loudly, calling out to the wolf clan's magic general, Xiao No announced. Remember that the demon clan's magic general has both physical and magical defense abilities, with electromagnetic cannons numbered 1 to 10 focused on a single point. Please grant me 20% of your power. It is expected to suppress this horde of demons, Pham announced, allowing us to fire and hold for 20 days. A giant blue bullet launched to counter the attack of the demon wolves. The Qinhai wolf clan is doomed. Their law guardians have been destroyed by artillery, and the elders at the fusion assembly haven't teleported over yet, just received the news. Now all the wolf tribes that fused after teleporting have been wiped out, and the elder fortune teller of the Heavenly Lake clan who led them out has also died. The wolf demons are surveying the situation. If this demon lord loses their leader, the entire clan will face destruction. Let's go. Retreat now. The human side is attacking fiercely, with continuous explosions causing the wolf demons to suffer heavy losses. They are crying out in despair, all retreating, the teleportation disc activating. The elder of the Ki Luian Hu sect appears. Everyone look quickly. The demon clan's teleportation disc has been activated. It seems they are preparing to retreat. Should we let them go? The shield fragment has been cracked from the attack, and the demon foxes and the elder look grim. The elder of the void. Cult looked up and smiled. This time we have no choice but to fight. Kwong and Nguyet Tien's reinforcement team has arrived. Nguyet Tian slung her gun over her shoulder. They are indeed slow. Tu Kuang smiled. It's time for us to show what we've got. Tu Kuang and Nguyet Tian combined their swords, unleashing a superconductor chain of lightning and wind, igniting a fiery explosion. The hall leader stood still, the hidden spirit gate truly powerful, and the disciples were all too strong. Even those beside him responded, and everything they created could harm the Kaluyan Hu. Yuetian spoke. Brother, Master has leveled up, let's finish this quickly. Tu Chuang agrees. Okay, let's go. Tu Chuang unleashed his move, devilish magma soaring red hot. The evil wolf seemed to die in the strange pool of lava. Yuxian clasped her hands. The senior and elder Wulangqi fusion has been halved, and Tu Chang also added, the remaining demon wolves are entrusted to you elders. We must retreat now. Then, Nguyet Tian and Tu Chuang quickly soared through the sky. The elder hallmaster was caught off guard and stayed behind. At the entrance of the hidden spirit valley before the small mountain, the sky was clear, and the sunlight shone down on the rooftops. Tu Kuang and Nguyet Tian shrank their bodies and approached. Did Master break through? Tin turned his head back. Not yet. Senior brother, senior sister, wait a moment. When Master advances in level, there will definitely be a strange phenomenon in the sky. The bell rings softly and sways like an alarm, surrounded by golden light streams with a pair of dragons and phoenixes appearing in the sky. Those below watch with admiration. Ah, this sacred light, this fragrance, the spectacular breakthrough phenomenon of the great elder is truly magnificent. Huang Qi looks serious. How many kinds of divine powers has the master mastered? The breakthrough phenomenon is truly terrifying. Could this kind of movement bring trouble? Tu Kuang smiled, glad that Xiaono was there and that no one else outside the sect had noticed. Huang Qi continued, and the strange phenomena kept increasing, making Hu Yendao swear internally, damn it. Tu Kuang adjusted it. This is a divine pen. Focus your gaze and feel the great Dao divine aura it creates. Hu Yendao watched as the pen was enveloped in a stream of light. Oh my God. Hu Yendao bit her nails, thinking to herself, I'll hold on to the legs first. Stay calm. From the strange phenomena and how long they last, it seems this beggar's level will be much higher than those early immortal stages later on. Note: Bat Duai means flattering from Tu Pham. You need to find a way to flatter him convincingly. Inside Tu Pham's place, above his head, there is a shining golden elixir, and Tu Pham is practicing cultivation. The shining golden elixir hovered in a circular formation and descended right in front of Tu Pham. Tu Pham sighed with relief. Tu Pham reverted to his handsome young form, smiling brightly, and then transformed into a truly unkempt old man, which was quite uncomfortable. Tu Pham opened the door and stepped out, his robes fluttering as the disciples cheered and congratulated their master on reaching the peak of the gold core stage. The other disciples also cheered and congratulated the senior elder on reaching the level of the golden core stage. Tu Pham modestly and humbly responded, "Please be a bit more modest." In Tu Pham's meeting room, Tu Pham instructs his disciples that he has advanced to the stage of Kim Dan. Besides refining pills and forging tools to reach the level of Tong Su, he also gained new insights into the 5 elements. Use my annotations to correct the 5 elements pill and restore the faint voice, the path of immortality, and the disciples shouting loudly. There, from fan calls, little No appears? Yes. Tu Pham, the cultivator who ambushed and fled to the Crimson Cloud Immortal City, I have left his spiritual aura in the puppet. Find him for me. If possible, capture him alive. Otherwise, bring his head back here. Xiaono obeys the order. Understood. Tu Pham knew that although we are an underground sect, it doesn't mean anyone can sit on top of us. Today, we have reached the golden stage. But right now, the sky is dark and cloudy, and suddenly it turned black. A mysterious figure with a hood covering his head appeared, hiding in the shadows. Tu Pham gritted his teeth, his eyes furious, daring to lay a hand on my people. Tu Pham declared that he would definitely retaliate many times over, and Kuang secretly agreed in his heart, no doubt. The celestial being's eyes are filled with happiness as the master enters the underground space hidden island. The system appears, upgrading Little No's weapon crafting, the divine mechanism formation of the sect, and the basic equipment of the Vongvu sect, all advancing to the primordial infant stage. He crafts pills and tools for him. Tu Pham smiles, and once the main affairs are done, it's finished. Bino is upgraded within the magic circle. Tu Pham raises his finger, and the strange finger points decisively, live on. Tu Pham suddenly shouted loudly. A great flame appeared. Tu Fam's eyes were happy, it's done, and a new appearance was revealed for Bino. Tu Fam holding Little No in his hand, 4 words appeared unchanged. Little No said, I thought that you and I had reached the stage of emotional indifference like an old married couple. I didn't expect you to be willing to upgrade my body, I'm so embarrassed. Thanks, Tu Fam, for the reminder, don't make such big metaphors. Tu Fam asked in disbelief if the person had truly ascended, and Bino was very excited. In the Healing Pearl's words, all the ongoing tasks only account for 0.81% of the computing power. After evolving into a divine tool, it can also unlock more computational power through the abilities of its clone. Tu Fam was surprised holding Bino in his hand. What? Breaking through? Isn't it just a clone? Show me. Bino looked at Tu Fam. It seems the order cannot be executed immediately. The images of the teleportation discs descending appeared on the screen, and upon inspection, a high spiritual energy anomaly was detected in the sky 10,000 miles above the old lake. Daofenbi confirmed that the teleportation formation for the demon race is indeed the teleportation formation. From Fam turns and walks away, No keeps one formation, destroys the rest, and signals with a hand, boss, second boss, third, stop. Gathered in the north at 30,000 li from the Sect, Tu Fam believed that what should arrive last had finally arrived, and luckily the howitzer gun was ready. Tu Fam stepped out and saw Teen Tu Hum, who had just appeared, standing with arms crossed in front of him. The master doesn't need to worry. Tu Kwang leads the way, while master is in seclusion refining his magic tools, self-love, and you cannot be distracted by others. Yutian walks beside him, and the two of you shouldn't be too aggressive. Just focus on destroying the divine mechanism. He lost everyone in the decisive battle. Tu Kwang is determined, let's go and wipe out the invaders. The demons under the secret High Guard territory are very terrifying. Everyone in the clan, the Demon Lord's disciples, have sworn allegiance as long as we can hide the teleportation disc in the human world. He will draw out a Demon Lord from our clan to nurture. Seize this opportunity. When the demon race rules over humans is the day our secret clan's elite will rise. Prepare to depart. Tu Kwang and the younger brothers fly out. Let's go, brothers. Demon Lord Kudu, your plan is coming to fruition. Tu Kwang reports, Master. You have arrived. We have almost destroyed the teleportation discs. Tu Fam leading, you demon kid, stop thinking about fighting alone. Let my 10,000 soldiers and the human primordial spirit formation have a chance to shine. Also, leave the last teleportation disc intact. Don't destroy it. Tu Kwang crosses his arms, asking, Master, why do we do that? Tu Fam smiles, because the Sect's budget isn't enough. Keeping it allows us to go to the demon world to gather some spirit stones to revive and bring back, adding to the eternal legacy of our hidden spirit sect. Tu Fam raised his hand to his forehead, looking into the distance and seeing a purple flying disc, but he wasn't sure which demon race it belonged to this time. If it's a water-type demon, it will be hard to deal with, and likely to escape. Xiaono, tell the ice puppets to cover the surface of the lake. Xiaono patrol the area, and there, the puppets' hands are gathering ice flowers and snow, accumulating into snow blossoms. On the water, a giant snowflower appears, and the surface freezes over, creating an icy abyss, and Lung Mat appears. A swarm of primordial alchemy beings emerge from teleportation, all shouting together for the honor of their clan. Lung Mat is shouting in the middle of the field because he sees the clones are all at the primordial infant stage. Lung Mat's eyes glow red, and he says, so what if there are more people? The Mantis clan charges forward with reckless guns. Our clan's honor remains even in death. Go all out. Seeing the situation, Tu Fam realizes they've gone all in, and Xiaono has summoned the artificial soldiers to form a great formation. Not a single one escapes. Xiaono is vigilant. The wind is rising. The puppets appearing on the ice sheet have surrounded us, Tu Fam asked. But Master, what kind of demon beast is this? Tu Fam replied, I don't really know either, but I've already gone outside to find help. Oh, speaking of Cao Chao, he's here, the person here to answer your questions. Tu Fam looked at the newcomer. The senior appeared, greeted him. The senior smiled, and the elder hall leader, announced that I was called here to assist with the hidden spiritual gate. That senior is a special fusion. Tu Fam smiled excitedly and asked, Hey, who's the senior? You're acting like a senior. But senior, do you know what kind of demon race this is? The senior stroked his chin and said, Let me see. Another family of Lung Mat? I didn't expect they still exist. Tu Fam looked puzzled. The Lung Mat family. The senior explained, yeah, these guys' brains are a bit off. When the ancient humans and the demon race first fought, they were just top-tier beast spirits. The Lung Mat are stubborn and clever, but because they're a bit stupid and naturally driven by an insatiable desire to fight, larger demon clans exploited them as a group of empathic beings. In general, the five clans' enthusiasm was exploited for their strength, but now it seems the demon lords ruling the demon world see them as pitiful and are keeping their bloodlines alive. The senior looked at the pouch on the back of the lizard. Yes, look there. The lizard on top? It has a teleportation device on its back. The demon clan's plan has now changed. After teleporting, they run into the human territory, then secretly activate the teleportation array to bring in more demon clans. From the mortal's smile, a hint of mockery, and even carrying the teleportation gate, the energy circle rises, and the energy flows into his hand as he closes his eyes. Understood. I will think of a way to attract all the little bee spirits, Master. Don't worry, no one will escape. The divine pearl jumps to a little bee spirit, opens the door, the little bee spirit stops. What's that sound? Open the door. The lung mat turned around, opened the door, opened the teleportation door, and a circle appeared. Inside the circle, another group of lung mat appeared, honoring the glory of the demon race. Tintung hiem, koi bao kao sup hu kong kam han duok trongia tok lung mat chiko bakon ki hop teki huatan kong de he. Tram kong ko tegiet gon tu fam he, long vai hebert dao chien dao dingwe, raluk bon chung fan tan hai. Giu lai moitio, you me man diu dia truyen atong ne aitralan tu horchlin tachneko de man moiro. The senior immortal appears, the elder, then I will go deal with these fusion stage lizard demons to lighten everyone's load. The rest is up to you. The others watch the senior immortal fly away. Remember not to let the demon race escape beyond the old lake 10,000 miles. From fan replies, no problem. Two fam tense up, just as I leveled up to the gold core stage to loosen my muscles and tendons. Everyone behind me supported with their eyes. Master, master, bravely fly up, the Kuang Tiantian is always supporting you. Two fam just needs to fly past and the lung mat will explode there, catching them off guard. The lizard demon shouted. A lizard demon appeared behind from fam. Die. A sword was thrown out. The elder cut it. From fam stood beside, joking around, weakly trembling, dreaming of a hero. Damn, the lizard demon turned against us, causing the puppet to fly away. Two fam was panicked and furious. Damn it, it seems like I was counterattacked, and there's still the elder at the peak of the combined stage, truly a comrade in arms like a tiger. The honeybee shouted loudly. There's an opening in the human defense line, hurry up, the senior immortal warned again. Elder 2, these honeybee demon tribes all carry teleportation magic weapons. If they escape, the hall master will question us. Two fam's face darkened. What, it's clearly your report that ruined my defense line, and now you're bringing the hall master out to scare me, damn it. Little No reports, Master, the fleeing lizard demons have all been marked by you, with the highest strength being a divine transformation, and a puppet is now chasing after the target to deal with them. Two fam gives 1,000 likes to Little No. Well done, Little No. Two fam strikes a dashing pose with a flower in his mouth. Don't worry, Elder. As long as I'm here, no one will escape. Two fam shouted loudly, Disciples, today your master will teach you a move called... Two fam then blurted out, Straight men won't look back. Yuan Tian is unwilling, but you are a girl, Master. Two fam snapped his fingers. A loud explosion erupted, everyone's eyes shining with admiration, looking at the fireworks. Master, you're so cool. Teach me. I want to learn. Two fam was praised and felt extremely happy. A beam of light appeared in the sky like a giant rose flying toward him. Everyone was stunned. Damn, someone's coming. A beautiful woman appears. Two fam gazes dreamily. Those curves. I'd take her even if I had to steal. The newcomer is Tunhiem Thien, a nascent soul cultivator who lazily yawns and drifts off. He was actually thinking about meeting some beast from a certain clan, but it turns out to be these silly lungmat. The lungmat watches the beam of light above Cao Trung. Niem Thien throws the spear straight ahead, while Lungmat covers his head in a defensive stance. The spear swung and exploded. The elder lizard moth saw that it was not good, and shouted to retreat. The elder of the Lungmat shouted, Stop attacking and retreat quickly. Niem Thien's eyes glowed with a sinister light. It's rare to see this. Who would have thought the Utok Lungmat would retreat? Should I capture him for research? A hand grabs Niem Thien's casting arm. Tu Pham, in his armor with a serious expression. This fellow, capturing the demon clan's disc, is very important. The elder hall master of the fairy city next to us has already handed in 6. We can't come away empty-handed. Tu Pham thought to himself, if she catches me, how can I control these lungmat to go get resources from the demon realm? Niem Thien suddenly let out a cry. Niem Thien chuckled and looked him over, then grabbed Tu Pham's hand, rubbing and touching it. He really was overthinking everything. Tu Pham was confused and alarmed. Hey, Niem Thien is standing on the illusionary sphere. Listen up, the wolf tribe has already allied with us. Are you interested in joining the human race, little ones? The elder hall master can give you a top-tier small world. Then a loud explosion rang out. The teleportation disc flew over the water. The teleportation gate spun with magic, activating the self-destruct sequence. Niem Thien was pushed back. Tu Pham grabbed Niem Thien's arm. "Senior, be careful." Niem Thien tumbled into Tu Pham's arms. Tu Pham kamnan huang bitrong ko de den noche monangi. Trong gio changangap huang tom kuwa hua hong lua. Tu Pham nu chetningat. Dai chin latreng him tuang ngai kwa vuang vuluan sao. Konmeno, nuhuvaya chu noichu. No form is shape. Shape is form. No form is shape. Shape is form. No form is shape. Shape is form. Niem Kin, Niem Thien separates from Tu Pham. At this moment, Tu Pham appears like a hero in Niem Thien's eyes, trying to destroy the teleportation disc with a powerful force. Be careful, senior. Niem Thien smiled as if shining. Thank you. Being embraced by Niem Thien, Tu Pham struggled with his thoughts. No, I can't. I'm already someone else's flower. I must not let desire open my eyes. Tu Pham opened his eyes and looked at Niem Thien, then at the teleportation disc, as if to say, "Are you planning to blow yourself up on my territory?" And he pointed his finger out, making a move to dispel the self-destruction, then looked at Niem Thien, holding him. Do you agree with me or not, and can senior stand up straight?" Niem Thien, feeling tired. From the elder, I was overexerted dealing with the Lumat gang earlier, so now my spiritual energy isn't flowing well. I don't know if you can arrange a place for me to rest. Tu Pham understood everything in his heart, damn it. That excuse sounds so fake. Tu Pham hesitated. Can I ask for your assistant, since the partner next to you? Who is it? Isn't your sect currently lacking a strategic alliance? Just now, they accepted a new elder to boost their reputation. How impressive. She smiled. She's been saved only once, in nearly 500 years. I usually feel grateful, but if I truly develop feelings for someone in your sect, I wouldn't stop it either. I'm so happy. Tu Pham grimaced. Tintu, you take the senior to rest somewhere for a bit. Tintu clasped his hands together and issued a command. Niem Thien is being taken away by the spirit stone while Luyen Thien keeps talking. Little one, do you know what elders usually like to play with? Or maybe you, spirit stone. What do you usually like to play? Tu Pham asked. Senior brother. What exactly is this? The senior brother put his arm around Tu Pham. Who is that? The Taoist priest. His name is To Niem Thien the Taoist. Tu is about lust. The one related to lust might be you. Tu Pham replied again. What? I'm already married. The senior brother then said, what a pity. The Taoist guardian is so wealthy. Besides endless spirit stones, he also owns a spirit ship and 2 sea ships under the hall master's name, causing Tu Pham to swallow his saliva. Tu Pham blushed again, removed his armor, and tried to keep his distance, speaking somewhat insincerely. I understand what the senior means, but I cannot betray my conscience for someone else's wealth. Doing so would ruin my path in cultivation. The senior knows this well, damn it. He's pretending to be innocent again. The senior also played along with Tu Pham's words, and the steady mind of this fellow makes me admire him. As for my desires, you don't need to worry too much. Unrequited love is fine, just refuse her. Nien Thien then approached again. Elder Tu, the small courtyard you prepared for me. I like it very much. Nien Thien pressed close to Tu Pham's body, handing him the purple bag with one hand and whispering into his reddening ear that she would be there often. Tu Pham with a worried look, refusing the wealthy lady. Isn't this a test of his moral integrity, or just him dancing disco on his principles? At the underground construction site, a clone slams the table in protest. Don't even dream about it. Our clones sell assets, not bodies. Tu Pham then says, but she offers a lot of money. The clone insisted that if he couldn't have himself, at least he should, while the other clone strongly opposed, arguing with him endlessly, saying no and means no. If you ask again, I'll kill myself. I'll just create a new clone myself. Tu Pham thought, confused and angry in his mind, with a pile of offerings from my Niem Thien on the table. Tu Pham pushed away the 2 clones. Fine. I know this money is hard to swallow. Just get to work. Tu Pham propped his chin with one hand and pounded the table with the other, but No still couldn't connect with her clone in the demon's spirit below. Little No shows images of the secret honey, but not yet. It's probably the secret honey demon race being controlled, still searching for a suitable place. Tzu Fong sighs, troubled in his mind, unable to find a place with spiritual minerals even after rejecting the madam. Today is really tough. No reports again. Master, good news. Recently I have developed a method to produce spiritual alloy plates. Besides not being suitable for making puppets and core accessories of magic weapons, they can completely replace mineral spiritual plates, reducing costs. Tu Pham happily returned. Is there really good news? Tu Pham, holding the alloy, quickly. No. First use the properties of the alloy to design a few exterior models for the puppet. No, commanding the wind, is calculating. The new Golem Armor Transformation Divine Pill costs 2,000 Spirit Stones to build a production line that cost nearly 50 billion Spirit Stones. Not over 50 billion Spirit Stones. Tifan was stunned. Just after solving the mineral problem, a new financial crisis appeared. What kind of desperate situation is this? No reports, beep. 1 billion Spirit Stones have been collected, still 55 billion more needed. All of Niemthian's items on the table have been taken away. Tufam is anxious. Tufam loudly orders Lungmat to hurry up and bring back the valuable items. On the new day at the old lake 10,000 li away, Tufam's special bait is beneath the water. Tufam sits on his fishing boat, and among all my disciples, only he is obedient and occasionally comes back to visit me. The immortal lord is sitting there. My senior brothers and disciples are all immersed in cultivation. They can't bear to see our master sell his beauty to beg for help from spirit fusion cultivators. Tufam recalls the scene where Nyam Tiem relies on his body to borrow spirit stones, of course. That's fine, he thinks to himself. Well, finding the rich lady is good, but that kind of passion I can't stand. Tufam sat in the shade, scoffing. I didn't expect you to look down on me. Once I succeed in creating some secret weapons, even if I encounter a powerful beast, it won't matter at all. The immortal nodded along. Yes, at that point. No matter how strong or wealthy I am, I won't have to rely on begging my master for money anymore. Tufam glared fiercely at the fairy. So your fellow disciples are all training and you're still here doing what? The fairy hurriedly explained. People originally also wanted to retreat for cultivation, but then they encountered a bottleneck. Tufam stroked his chin and said, if you've hit a bottleneck, then just stop cultivating. Hurry up and build up the sect's spirit. It's been many years since the founding of the Hidden Spirit sect. Maybe it's time to hold a grand competition within the sect. The immortal suddenly stepped back. Does the master want to compete? I sense something's not quite right. Tufam just smirked slyly without answering. The clear sky above the Hidden Spirit sect tower, Tufam stretched his arms wide. So first, congratulations to those on the stands. The people in the stands listening to Tufam announce, all of them are elites of our sect, and of course those not chosen this time won't be discouraged. Maybe next time the person on the podium will be you. So now I will clearly explain the rules of the first elimination round of the #1 underground tournament in the world. Ayin Tufam introduces the competition rules. This qualifying round will follow the same rules as PUBG. Winning is everything in the PUBG world. There are no basic skills. You can obtain items like spiritual pills or magic tools by looting crates or killing opponents. As Tufam spoke with illustrative images, once the competition begins, a circle similar to PUBG will appear around the area. Every 15 minutes, the circle will shrink, and those outside will continuously lose health. Move into the safe zone as quickly as possible. Your only task here is to eliminate all participating disciples and be the last survivor. Tufam. Respectfully, do you understand? The crowd shouted in agreement. Tufam pointed, then declared the #1 disciple competition officially open. Tufam clapped his hands loudly and shouted, "Start!" The people on the arena disappeared, the spectators were stunned, and all the senior brothers and sisters in the stands had vanished. Tavan appears. Everyone, please don't worry, I am. Tavan, the commentator for today's competition. The Great Elder has now teleported the contestants into the illusion training tower, and soon the images from inside will be shown for everyone to see. Kai Lin Fan Nan. Master, I am also your disciple. Why can't I participate? Tufam remembered Kai Lin's match. Try throwing my super powerful attack because I don't want to hold a competition full of nonsense. Tufam fake smiled and dodged. You're still young. Wait a few more years of training before joining. Kai Lin truly believes it. Really, but inside Tufam was wearing a face of 2 clothespins on his nose. Once you get rid of your habit of using a spatula as a spell, I'll let you participate. In the illusion of PUBG Island, the warriors have gradually landed at their positions. Tu Kwang observes, so in this entire simulation world are all the top-tier treasures? That place must be full of conflicts. I don't have any gear yet, so I should hide first and then sneak out later. As the lights shone in a straight line, Tu Kwang turned and walked away. The immortal looked inside the box, frowning. The contents were too few to hold him back, but someone was attacking from behind. The first disciple, Lakta, drew his sword and attacked. Sorry, master, this body's champion must be mine this time. But before the champion Lakta could say goodbye, he was struck through and disappeared. The celestial being laughed triumphantly, playing hide-and-seek with his anger in front of me. You're still too inexperienced, too dangerous. Luckily I have a weapon, even if it's just a pistol. The screen shows a commentator saying that the first person eliminated in this year's Tongmon competition might be Lakta. who is rumored to have become a box. From the evaluation, good reaction, but the feeling and damage from that pistol don't seem like a sniper rifle. What will you do now, immortal? The celestial being appears on the screen, calculating with poor judgment and few bullets. It seems I need to go somewhere more crowded to find supplies. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the crowd is running, and one of the Tongmon members glances back. Then those guys are all defeated by Tu Kwang. The pillar of light in the sky disappears. Tu Kwang wonders, someone else took the bait box. They probably haven't gone far. I can still catch up. Tu Kwang hides behind the rock. Are you the fairy so quick to attack me, not afraid of losing the game? Inside the bushes, the fairy is hiding behind a tree. The fairy holding a gun. If you don't come out, I'll shoot you in the back. Tu Kwang stepped out from behind the rock. Fine, fine. With so many bullets loaded, it's obvious you're not wielding a big gun. I'm honest. Not a bug. Understand? The fairy holding the gun cautiously, sharply, and her voice rising, as you can hear. Tu Kwang suddenly appears hanging upside down from a branch behind her. The shot was fired quite close, probably a sniper shot. The fairy freezes, using her split body technique. When did I do the aiming? The fairy's gun arm is restrained, she smiles, and a sharp scream echoes through the forest. The fairy and Tu Kwang struggle and fight over each other, neither willing to give in. You let me go, put down your gun, you go first, I'll go first. In the end, they both stop. The fairy holds her arm, you ease up. If this were a real fight, you'd be dead long ago. Tu Kwang retorts. Who knows if you're lying? Who told you to kneel and beg so much? The fairy whispered to Tu Kwang, let's team up and plan to take down Lao Tam and Lao Tu together. Do you want to hear? We have to work together. Tu Kwang pats the fairy's head. I suspect the trap is definitely set by them. Let's go and fight them. Watching the tactics of the two brothers Tu Kwang on the screen, Pham smiles eagerly, excited for the fight. There's a good show coming. Kai stands beside, also confused as he looks at his master. Inside the PUBG island, fierce battles are underway. A shot aimed at Hung Luke. Van Bin fires back, but the bullet flies past Hung Luke without hitting him. Hung Luke smiles happily. Van Bin, today your aim is a bit off. Van Bin wondered why Hung Luke's clone was still there after he moved, and whether the new ability from the armor in the storage box was involved. As Hung Luke attacked again, Van Bin suddenly froze, confused whether he was blinded. Down here is the battle between Hung Luke and Van Bin, while up here, someone holding flowers seems to be controlling the fight below. The illusion magic of the junior brother in front of the senior brothers and sisters probably won't last long, but dealing with other disciples is no problem. Ting Tu is the manipulator of the illusion array. He winks. The disciples have worked hard. This protective artifact I will collect for you all. Rest assured and let me eliminate you. Goodbye. Van Bin and Hung Luke have lost what? Ting Tu grins happily. Not bad, not bad. Now just waiting for the senior brothers to bite the bait, just fishing. Ting Tu takes the equipment box from the defeated. The TV announcer loudly comments, Brother Lai's combat tactics are really cunning. Should I say the mind of someone who comes up with this strategy is a bit dirty? And down below, they've run out of milk. Kylene looked at Tin Tu and the others plotting, and wondered if the master's tricks might be worse than those of the disciples. Senior brother, second sister, come here quickly. Tu Pham replied, only by being honest, impartial, and brave can one survive in the realm of cultivation. Tu Pham believes that there is much to learn. I don't want to burden myself with raising disciples, so as soon as I leave the sect I am attacked with even more ruthless tactics. Kylin diligently takes notes. Yes, on the PUBG island, Tu Chuang and Ye Tian head to the place where the powerful force was destroyed, to the powerful force's chest. Here they come. Here they come. There must be top-tier treasure inside that chest. Roar. Wait, brother, something's not right here. This place looks like a trap. Nguyen Tian looked up. If someone is guarding up there, no matter what magic we use, we can't escape their sight. Tu Chuang nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's true. Tu Kwang smiled gently and patted Nguyen Tian's head. But you really need this treasure, don't you? Nguyen Tian's eyes sparkled. Yes, only speaking is the most suitable treasure for me. Tu Kwang agrees. Then soldiers come and obstacles are cleared. Tu Kwang smiles, knowing his older brother is here, as he sees the bright light from the large stone, and Nguyen Tian calls out, older brother. A sword is attacking Tu Kwang, but he quickly dodges. I thought it was someone else. Huang Chi is the one who threw the sword. Grandmaster Hu Yin. Huang Chi challenges us to a duel, and we will fight to determine the winner. Tu Kwang exudes aura with his hand. Where did Li Tin come from? Not showing himself at all, then he uses invisibility magic. On this side, Tin uses a spell from a finger to stop Tu Yet, and Master Hu Yin is determined to fight fair and square, so Tin uses magic to block their fight with Fairy Moon. Elder sister, we can't interfere. Fairy Moon dodges the attack, holding a gun in one hand and smiling, but she's already been spotted and disappeared. On the TV screen, 4 people are fighting each other, grabbing the treasures of this place, continuing to attack. Go and fight for this area, take the bullets, hey. What a chaotic mess. 2fam just stands by watching. The fight is so lively, but this game even has a deadly circle and safe zones. The current safe zone and the next one are shown on the map, with the deadly zone close to Tin, Nuyet, Kuang, and Chi. The group is quite far from the next safe zone, which 2fam mentioned but isn't significant. The next safe zone is a bit farther from them. At PUBG Island, Nuyet Tien watched everyone fighting, angry, wondering what time it was, and told them to stop fighting. Running to the safe zone is more important. Tin from behind pointed to the direction. Don't go, Tu Kuang reminded. What's good? You're out of health. Take your medicine. The 4 of us all took our medicine, then continued fighting. Both health bars already halved, and Nguyet Tien screamed in despair, shouting, "Stop fighting." Nguyet Tien saw something. Wait, that's... Before her eyes was the safe zone. Nguyet Tien hurriedly said, "Brother, hurry up, we're almost there, let's speed up." But the lovable younger brother suddenly made a move, rained down. The spirit orb tightly bound the 2 of them, no way to escape. Tu Kuang was also bound tightly. What is that? And Nguyet Tien as well. Moon Fairy shouted loudly, "Lai Tin 2! Release us quickly. If you tie us up, you won't be able to enter the box yourself. You won't win like that either." Tu Kuang, tied up and furious, cursed, damn it. The blood-choking sound kept ringing non-stop, one after another. Both Tin Tu and Huang Qi are also bleeding out. The light is too bright. Tin Tu still holds the ropes of Tu Chuang and Nguyet Tien. Fine, let's all unite in infinity and see who will stand at the top. The system announces that Li Tin Tu, Vuong Huang Qi, Tu Nguyet Tien, and Tu Kuang have been eliminated. 4 charming faces appear on the screen. Li Tin Tu, Vuong Huang Qi, Tu Nguyet Tien, Tu Kuang, with the words eliminated in large letters below. Nguyet Tien is angry. Li Tin Tu and Huang Qi try to stop her. The senior sister remains calm. Tu Kuang, having finished eating, prepares to attack Tin Tu, but it's okay, and Tin Tu is hiding behind Luong Huang Qi, smiling without provoking. D. The system announces that the winner of this tournament is Cao Tu Vien, shown sitting in the circle roasting chicken and happily eating. Great fortune and prosperity. Tonight we feast on chicken. Oh, I've already finished it. The screen shows the face of the top scorer with fireworks celebrating. Cao Tu Vien wins. Great fortune and prosperity. Winner Cao Tu Vien holding a drumstick and enjoying his meal on the stand. Tu Vien still looks sinister, huh? What's going on? I just go into the circle to eat and I win. How is that possible? Tu Vien appears on the screen, smiling happily. Tu Fam laughs awkwardly. Is this the legendary win even when not trying? Moon Fairy rushes quickly towards Tu Fam, the evil spirit of the Kailin. Senior sister. Moon Fairy quickly runs to embrace Tu Fam. Master. You have to stand up for yourself, Master. I don't accept it. He didn't use his strength at all. Tu Fam's mouth was bleeding. But you also have to be gentle. I gently pat Nguyet Tien's face and say, it's okay. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength, this girl. Nguyet Tien's eyes sparkle with disapproval. And Tu Fam thinks that after Bino levels up, playing PUBG doesn't require much effort. The disciples have learned a lot from the game, and Tu Fam pats Nguyet Tien, telling her to be quiet. Tu Fam told Xiaono that from now on this game would be held once a month, and besides the point rewards, there would be an additional rotating meal. Xiaono, as the weekly commander, understood clearly, even in the immortal world, you have to really eat chicken. Kailin hugged Tu Fam tightly. Master, I want to join in? Tu Fam stroked his head and looked at his expression with excitement. My master wants to play more, and so does the guide, and I do too. As for Nguyet Tien, she had to exchange for Tin Tu and Li Tin Tu. That kid Tin Tu ran off but didn't forget to make a face at Nguyet Tien. In the underground room, Tu Fam was working on the model and the coffin was also finished. Life in the sect was increasingly resembling his original world. Tu Fam placed the coffin into the model, his gaze fixed on it, but it was only a resemblance. The model shows a happy family of 3 gathered together. Tu Fam speaks and Bino appears, saying I am here too. Tu Fam asked, do you think I can create a divine technique to travel through time? Xiaono replied, with the current energy of the master, there is a certain chance. Would you like to try? Tu Fam looks at his hands, then at the family model before him. He clenches his fists, his eyes full of determination. Tu Fam walks out and closes the door. He sits down and continues practicing cultivation. The rays of light soar into the sky as Tu Fam focuses on his cultivation outside, while Nguyet Tien plays with a bow and arrow and Tu Chuang reads a book. Both look up at the sky. Wow. What kind of heaven-defying thing did the master create this time? Tu Kuang pokes Nguyet Tien's head. The master is already such a genius, but still works hard. You should review yourself. If we keep playing with rubber bands like this all the time, how will we protect our master in the future? Yue Tian held her head. I know, don't poke anymore. I will go cultivate right now. The light faded away. Tu Pham opened his eyes. The time reversal technique. The golden elixir. Tu Pham was happy. It was a success. But now congratulated him, congratulating the master for creating a new cultivation method, and asked if he wanted to use it right now. Tu Pham was filled with joy, clutching the compass and shedding tears. This day finally arrived, and I have strived my best to advance in cultivation. Then, due to a random mistake, I ended up accepting an apprentice, founding the sect, and simultaneously walking the path of righteousness. Now that I think about it, I really do have some doubts, but from the last time I checked, it seems the disciples have grasped the way to maintain their cultivation and achieved some progress. So even if I leave the sect, I can still pass on the inheritance. Tu Pham instructed, Little one, if I don't return, all the authority of the sect will be handed over to Tunawit Tien. Little one, weakly, the wind blows, the scroll falls. In front of Tu Pham is a ring of energy, opening, that ring glows. Tu Pham raises both hands to cover the dazzling light. Tu Pham opened his eyes to see the dark sky with stars and a crescent moon. Tu Pham was in midair, looking around. It's all high-rise buildings with lights on. I successfully traveled through time and the system has appeared. Now I have to go against the flow. Tu Pham looks at the notification. Just reversing the technique without the time-accelerating pill. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 38 seconds. What is this countdown? Could it be that I can only stay here for one day? Tu Pham, fly quickly. Time is limited. Let's go home now. Tu Pham opens the door. Dad, Mom, and older brother are back. Tu Pham happily stepped out into a small house within the apartment. Outside, the sky illuminated by the full moon. The three people in the house looked at Tu Pham, who just appeared. Tutu asked, Who are you, and why did you suddenly barge into my house? Tu Pham kin hangats, kao la, kongoi kambuk an tren banlin, vo tutu bao, doida, an hanhinkia, an haigyong voi ngoi chuphin voi bakua chungta. Tutu looked at Tu Pham and then at the photo. They are identical. Tutu happily took both of Tu Pham's hands. So this is your uncle Tu Pham, your father always talks about him. Tu Pham's eyes were indifferent. Yes, you're Tutu, you're grown up so much. Where are your parents? Is our second brother at home? Suddenly Tutu lowered his hands, his gaze fixed on the two ancestral tablets on the table, tears streaming down Tu Pham's face. Tu Pham approaches the ancestral tablets of his parents. This can't be happening. Why is it like this? Tu Pham hugs the tablets tightly, crying loudly. Tutu stands behind with a dark face. Tu Pham cries out loudly, Parents! Tutu, with a deeply sad gaze, recalls that after his uncle went missing, no one in the family gave up searching for him. Tutu remembers his grandmother searching for Tu Pham. He and she searched for many years, but heaven betrayed them, and they still couldn't find him, leading to a scene where he falls down on his own. And the grandmother screams in despair. He says yes. He says yes. Tutu remembers how much she suffered, and after he passed away, she still blamed herself. Tutu remembers that she refused to eat and kept herself locked in her room. Tutu recalls that she was worried every day, afraid that he was still alive, but still hoped that he was alive. Not taking good care of him also made her feel deeply ashamed. In the end, her worries and thoughts overwhelmed her, and one day she lay on the bed and whispered that I must find my little brother, Pham. Mom sensed it now. The boy is definitely still alive. Still alive. Tu Pham's older brother clenched his mother's hand tightly, promising that he would definitely go find him. Then, the arm fell limp, and Tu Pham's mother also passed away. Mother. Tu Pham's eyes filled with tears, grabbing Tutu's arm and asking where his second brother was. He must still be alive, right? Tutu's eyes avoid eye contact, seeming hesitant to speak. In the hospital room, the beeping of the machine sounds, and Tu Pham is stunned, wondering why it's like this. Tutu said to the person in bed, Dad, look who's come to visit you. The person in bed opened their eyes, reached out their hand, and called, Xiao Fan. Tu Pham walks over and takes his brother's hand. I'm back now. Why did you fall ill like this? Tu Pham's older brother speaks with difficulty. It's good that you're back. My brother Tu Pham struggled to speak. I'm back now, so you and our parents can rest assured. On the screen, a long, steady heartbeat line shows. Tutu pushes Tu Pham away. Dad. The doctor hurriedly rushed over. Quick, emergency. Family members, please step outside. Tu Pham stood motionless, watching his brother being treated. Tu Pham's face darkened, unable to believe it. Late-stage stomach cancer. Tutu approached and spoke, telling their father that for him, death was simply liberation. Tu Pham asked. My second brother is only middle-aged. How could he have stomach cancer? Tutu was silent for a moment, then smiled vaguely and replied, Sometimes I still can't help but think that this family would be better off without Uncle from the very beginning. Tu Pham was stunned as he remembered the happy times playing with his nephew, reaching out to touch his own head, and thought about his brother who had traveled far to find him. Comrade, do you have any news about little brother Tu Pham? Tu Pham couldn't believe it. It shouldn't have been like this. Tu Pham stood on the glowing circle. Outside the hospital, the sky was gloomy. If I hadn't disappeared, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Thinking that Tu Pham is bleeding, Tu Pham wipes the blood away with his hand, wielding the heavenly Tao sword. Cultivating immortality is originally defying heaven, and I will definitely change this fate. The memories just returned to reality appeared in Tu Pham's mind. The flames flickering like they were about to burn out, Tu Pham could feel the injuries returning. The system appears, indicating that the master is suffering from a severe allergic reaction to the spell. Please treat the wounds immediately. Tu Pham looks at his blood-stained hand, no doubt. Bino calculating how to improve the time reversal spell. If I want to return to a specific time and place, how much spiritual power would I need? Little No replied, Master, the calculation results for the time reversal spell are based on the level of your comprehension and level up once more. It meets your requirements, the level is... Sorry, Little No cannot calculate it. Tu Pham clenched his fist, blood pouring out, but it's okay. Blood drips from Tu Pham's mouth, his eyes dull. If the fusion spell fails, I will continue refining my technique until I reach the peak, and if that still doesn't work, I will ascend to immortality. As long as I live long enough and refine enough, I will definitely return to the original time. There are sounds outside. Master. Tu Pham wipes away the blood with his hand. Tu Quang and Nguyen Dong look worried. Master. Nguyen Dong quickly says, Earlier outside your courtyard, a group of Mayset gathered. Then we suddenly felt something had disappeared. Huang Tri and Tin Tu also stand behind, looking worried. Are you okay, Master? Tu Pham smiled softly, recalling the happy moments with these kids. Wenxian felt confused as Tuo Fang placed his hand on her shoulder. Master? Tuo Fang hugged the kids tightly and reassured her. Don't worry, Master is fine. Tapping the heads of Tin Tu and Huang Tri with his magic hand, Tu Pham silently thought to himself, My children, my family, no matter what happens, I will be fine. In the space beneath the hidden spirit island, Clone 1 and Clone 2 are diligently practicing as little Tu Pham. And since returning home from the last time, I have been focused on cultivation and haven't done any divination for a long time. The table in Tu Pham's hand is glowing, and he thinks to himself that he's been feeling a bit uneasy lately, so let's take a look. Here. This is an image of this place being more than half destroyed, and there's no sign of disaster prevention measures. Tu Pham said, I am at the center of the continent. I have no enemies, nor do I force my subordinates. Who is really trying to destroy the hidden spirit sect? The clone as worker 1, the clone as worker 2, both rebutted. You still dare to say you don't pressure anyone? We are forced to work under the 996 system. Tu Pham activated his reconnaissance mode, pushing up his glasses just like Conan Fayain, and the truth is only one. In the future, at least one hybrid beast will come to cause trouble for the hidden spirit sect, and it will definitely strike when Elder 2 is not here. Little No shines. Tu Pham smiles and says, Well, so you finally connected with the demon beast. Let me see what good stuff you've dug up. Looking at the glowing crystals, Little No analyzing as follows. Titan, spiritual ore, spiritual core mineral, mid-grade, spiritual stone. Tu Pham imagines himself happily inside the Titan, with Bino leading the puppet army to continue the excavation. After harvesting the rare treasures and valuable spiritual minerals, they immediately teleport back to the sect, with a beam of light shining behind Tu Pham as a drill approaches. Tu Pham quickly runs away. Who's there? I'll go call to Niem Thien for help. If the beast arrives, no one will be able to resist. You two seize the opportunity to refine the Titan spiritual ore early to create a Titan shield, and the clone is furious. The capitalists forcing their employees are really desperate. Split into 2 clones to block them. Go away, go away. Tu Pham, let's hurry and leave. At Niem Thien's residence, cherry blossoms are in full bloom. The water is clear. Niem Thiem rests his chin on his hand as Tu Pham approaches. Tu Pham clasped his hands and bowed. Senior Tu, I have some questions about cultivation and hope you can advise me. Niem Thien suddenly grabbed Tu Pham, placing a finger on his lips to signal him to stop. Niem Thiem's seductive gaze. What a coincidence that even my senior has some issues I need your help with. Tu Pham's nose bleed internally, as kidney failure often occurs from overexertion. Fam is exhausted from working hard in the underground space, but up here it's not easy either, working tirelessly, sacrificing everything, even his appearance. Thiam gently touches Fam's waist, asking if there's a problem. Fam blushes. Oh, Thiam's seductive gaze, close to Fam. No rush, come to my flower language palace. But then, Thiam even grabs Fam's thigh, and the two are about to fly away. Fam sighs, lowering his voice. We need to stay close. Why hasn't this formation been upgraded yet? Somewhere. Lush trees and beautiful scenery. Thiam pushes Fam away as the heavenly maidens gossip below, the master bringing outsiders home. Could one of them be the master's consort? I'm not, Fam snorts. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Thiam stepped onto the stairs, waved at Fam from the elder's seat, where I have a cultivation enlightenment platform dedicated to practicing. Come in and train together. Fam looked at Thiam's seductive gesture and tried to strengthen himself inside. Hang on, just endure 1 month and I will become the most resilient person in this immortal cultivation world. Inside the palace, 2 people are sitting together, but Thiam keeps pressing close to Fam. I've been stuck on the first level of desire for many years, and now I'm showing signs of breaking through. If the Hidden Spirit Sect can help me comprehend the techniques, I will definitely repay them after I advance. Fam thought to himself, I understand, the artifact of the Hidden Spirit Sect is about to level up. Someone has entered to report that the Master's Division has sent news that there are some matters that need to be handled today. Thiam's expression grew serious as he sent a message to the Elder Hall Master, saying that recently he had gained some insights in his cultivation and needed to meditate, asking the headquarters to send someone to replace him for a month and to have the servants on patrol. Fam suddenly felt a sharp pain and looked up. So they've arrived. An enemy outside. Thunder roared overhead, a stone statue of a fierce beast, and a demon lord smiling expectantly. This must be the place. The defenses are well made. Seeing the energy radiating from inside, the demon lord was terrified. Why was there the aura of a peak stage cultivator? Retreat now. Wait until that fusion cultivator leaves before coming. Then the darkness disappeared, and Fam pondered. Very good, now I have time to prepare. Thiam reached out to touch Fam's thigh. Thiam's touch was sweet and lingering, but he wasn't focused at all on the elder. Thiam asked, What do you think now? Thiam leaned in close, licking his lips. Fam exploded like a volcano. Fam hurriedly left. Senior sister, I'm a bit tired. I'll come to ask you tomorrow. Thiam was left behind, huh? Thiam still made an appointment, so tomorrow we'll continue. Fam ran away like he was chased by a demon. A month later, underground space, Fam was studying and practicing. The clone one spoke up, Why do I feel like his fire aura this month is unusually intense? Second clone replied, Not smelling the skin. This spiritual fire smells of unfulfilled desire. Remember the rhyme. Fam raised a finger to cast a spell, summoning the shield. The little ones clapped their hands, congratulating the master on successfully forging the Titan Shield artifact. The first clone crosses his arms, chuckling, and also congratulates you for no longer needing to sell your beauty. Fam remained silent, then clasped his hands together again, as Nam Mo no longer harbored any worldly desires. Lightning streaks across the sky, striking the giant blue snake with flashes of dark clouds as the snake roars in pain and defiance. Fam smiles. Little snake, you still won't admit defeat, and presses the activation button. The giant snake looked at Fam's calm demeanor and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I clearly ambushed him, but he seems prepared as if he knew everything. Last time we also didn't get exposed, and just a moment ago purple shields appeared in the sky. Fam's disciples noticed it, turning everything dark, something glowing in the clouds. Hurry and inform the others. The snake's head emerges from the purple circle, grinning mischievously. Die already. The snake belongs to the fusion species, revealing its body, the human clan. Fam smirked, snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning struck the giant snake. What have I gained for you? After forging the Titan Shield myself, I finally no longer fear sneak attacks from the hybrid beasts, and I even feel a bit hopeful about it. Fam's aura shines brightly. Come on, little snake. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The giant snake is furious right in front of me. What? This really makes me so angry I could die. The giant snake spits water into Fam's protective barrier. Then it raises its head to spit again, and Fam doesn't look happy. Hey, hold on, let's keep our composure now. The giant snake, already annoyed inside, I will make you my snake slave, forcing you to craft magic weapons to make up for your mistakes. Fam grew even angrier, daring to speak arrogantly on my territory. Little No appears. With me, 10 space satellite weapons are in position. 360 heavy defense cannons on the hidden Spirit Island have been activated. The giant Thunder heavy artillery is heated up. Little No reports that it can fire at any moment. Two-Fam gracefully soars into the air. No one has taught him yet. Two-Fam clenched his hand into a fist and unleashed a barrage of bullets, shouting, "Dummies, come out now!" as a group of dummies appeared behind him. The Happy Fairy hugs Two-Swang tightly. "Wow, look over there! The bad guy in the middle is the one who seriously injured me. My master has transformed into a puppet to protect me. My master truly cares for me the most." Two-Swang is holding on tightly. I know. Two-Fam stands to the side, directing the puppets to first block the opponent's movements, then unleash their techniques, thousands of flowers and myriad worlds. He points at the giant snake, urging it to move in the specified direction. Blocking the four-element spell, initiating the heavy water formation, 3 streams of water appear beneath the surface. The giant snake is enveloped by the barrier. It's over. Its escape route is cut off. Two-Fam is delighted, this time limiting its range of movement so it can't use its abilities, making it easy to capture alive. The giant snake refuses to submit. You won't let me go, so you'd better prepare to welcome me, spitting and hissing. You've already used all your defenses on me. Let's see how you'll block with your teeth this time, as the giant snake spits again. The saliva constantly sprays directly at Two-Fam and the clone. The giant snake is fierce, and no one survives after being poisoned by me. The puppet used a sword to block those green droplets. When Two-Fam cultivated enough, he could also withstand that poison. Nani. Two-Fam makes a rude face, flips the bird to taunt, and spits everywhere, "You uncultured fool." The giant snake is unwilling. "No way, you're just a small core formation cultivator. Why?" Two-Fam smiled faintly and said, "If my shield tool gets damaged by you, I'll just delete my account and quit playing." The giant snake responded arrogantly, just like that. The image of Two-Fam appears in the giant snake's eyes. This guy. I absolutely cannot let him go. Two-Fam launches his move, and finally, when the opponent's spell is about to hit Saisaki, it's time to finish him off. We must use an ultimate move. Two-Fam clasped his hands together. A small orb of energy appeared in his palm, representing the power of aura and the divine technique of 1,000 hands. A blazing phoenix soared out, releasing a fiery divine wind, and the phoenix's majestic form made the giant snake vomit poison. Two-Fam, holding his sword, knew it was time to end the battle. The giant snake still had a final move, damn it. This time I will show you what it means to be at the top of the world. Two-Fam's sword strikes forward. The giant snake uses a flower as a shield. The flower releases a terrifying poison. Two-Fam covers his mouth with his hand, and a human figure appears to protect him, reappearing. Watching the battle on the screen, the disciples worry. The master, the immortal, speaks up. "Should we go help him?" The giant snake sneers confidently, "No one can leave my dark zone. Don't underestimate the power of the fusion." The poison mist is enveloping Two-Fam. At this moment, his soul will gradually fall into darkness. His divine essence will also be shrouded in darkness, becoming part of my power. So let's see how long he can endure. The flower envelops Two-Fam and the puppet inside the poison. The poisons take on a ghostly form, squeezing Two-Fam's neck, whispering, "Die, let go of your hatred." An arm pierces through Two-Fam's neck, and he instinctively casts a spell with his hand, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Two-Fam is sweating profusely and struggling to breathe. "Did you all kill everyone here?" The giant snake admits it makes sense. Your kind's high qualities easily breed resentment, making you more powerful. A hand clutching Two-Fam's shirt belongs to the spirit of a little girl, uncle. It hurts so much. Two-Fam gently pats the child's head with a compassionate look and says, "Don't worry, I will take you to reincarnation soon." Two-Fam turns around quickly. Little No, increase the power to maintain the word for the fake spirit puppet by 20%. Little No responds, "Yes, Commander." A blue light appears, flying across the red harmony. Spiritual energy is infused into the puppet, making it stronger. A stream of water flows in a spiral. Uxian is startled. What kind of technique is this, using so much spiritual power? Tin2 shrugs. "I don't know, but I can tell that Master is very angry this time." Two-Fam displays his move, combining divine powers with his true body of bamboo. A giant, fierce golden dragon appears. The golden stream opens its mouth wide, swallowing the giant snake's flower into its mouth, then down into its stomach, surprising everyone. The poison dissolves, and Two-Fam and the puppet are also freed. The mighty golden dragon, fierce and powerful, clings to the chubby snake like a stuffed animal, incredibly adorable. The golden dragon uses its 2 legs to grip the snake, then tears its skin apart. The golden stream drags the giant snake like pulling off a piece of cloth, the colossal serpent writhing in pain as if its soul is leaving its body. Two-Fam raises his hand with magic. "Today I will teach you what it means to be finished. BBQ is done. BBQ means it's over. The end. Tu Pham fired a missile arrow that struck the giant snake in a panic. Piercing through its body like a skewer of grilled meat, the BBQ snake was finished. The giant serpent's soul leaves its body. Human race, I will settle this debt. The golden stream devours the giant serpent. I will come for you again. Tu Pham blocks the attack, uses magic to intervene, but it's not enough. I want to put it in the secret chamber as a trophy. You must not eat it. Suddenly, the roasted snake disappears, leaving an empty hand, and the golden stream angrily releases a flower that strikes Tu Pham, knocking him back. Tu Pham patted his head, feeling downhearted. Yue Tian and the others rushed over. Master, are you all right? Tu Pham confidently replied, nothing could happen to me. You didn't see how I led the battle, right? You must learn seriously, understood? Yue Tian hugged Tu Pham tightly, nodded. Tin from behind spoke, using magic and divine powers to fight. Yue Tian maintained a calm demeanor to suppress, and Da Yu did the same. From now on, your master will be your belief in battle. Master, when will you be able to teach me the true divine magic of Chan Than Chuk Dung? As Tu Pham holds a book in his hand, diligently studying every day. Tu Pham puffed up proudly, so praise me a little more. Tu Pham removed his sunglasses when he saw a shadow over his head. Huh? Niem Thien appeared. Tu Truong Lao. Tu Pham curled up in pain. It hurts so much. I want to return to the sect for some cultivation time. Tu Pham fell to the ground. Nguyet Thien looked at the fallen master with confusion, while Niem Thien was approaching. Nguyet Thien stopped Niem Thien from getting closer and said, To Truong Lao, your master needs to return to the sect to recover. Please wait until he is better before visiting. Niem Thien suggests that he will help you take Elder Tui home. Nguyet Thien politely declines, saying he shouldn't trouble him and that the doll can handle it instead. Tu Pham quietly praised with a smile, Nguyet Thien did well, my child. The puppet carried Tu Pham on the shield. Niem Thien stood with a longing expression. The puppet carried Tu Pham on its shoulders from four corners, as if carrying a patient or someone lying down. Tu Pham silently lamented that it would be better if he didn't have to carry those black-skinned guys on his shoulders. Down on the ground, Tu Pham placed the primal essence into a small container. Death demon iron, spirit stones, spiritual herbs. The amount of primal essence from the demon world really is astonishing. Little No appears. Owner, the bone mist of the snake has been decoded, and the image of the bone mist appears. Tu Pham approaches to examine it with an eager look. What could this be? Tu Pham held in his hand, his eyes shining with anticipation. In his hand were 3 boxes resembling 3 different parts, and No explained, Master, the materials for upgrading the Space Guardian weapon into a tool are sufficient. Do you want to start the upgrade? Tu Pham agreed. Yes. An underground space spirit beast is being upgraded, and Tu Pham is trying to channel his power into it. Sighing, it's a pity I only have 2 celestial runes. Otherwise, the power of the Space Satellite Guardian weapon would be even stronger. The Seidu beside me supports, telling me not to talk and to focus. If there's a mistake in the formation covering the runes, the entire device will be ruined. It's a level 5 light barrier, Tu Pham responds, got it. This is the final part. The final weapon is complete, hovering in the air as Sadieu and Tu Pham watch it descend. Sadieu wonders, then the weapon releases a stream of blue light onto Tu Pham's chest, and his hands glow with power. This spirit pill carries the scent of the power of the Tao. The power is flowing into the blue orb inside Tu Pham's stomach, mid-stage and late-stage golden core. Could it directly upgrade him from nascent soul, late-stage golden core? Tu Pham disconnects a few systems. Wait. Isn't it only at a critical point that one can break through? What's going on here? Sadieu panicked. Wait a minute, great elder. This heaven and earth, is it causing me to get pregnant? Tu Pham's belly swelled up and he headbutted Sadieu in the face. It's not me. It's not. Don't talk nonsense. Tu Pham's belly swelled and glowed with a circular pattern inside, then merged together, making Tu Pham furious while Sadieu's mouth curled into a sneer. Tu Pham's belly moves. Sadieu quickly grabs his hat to avoid getting hit in the head, but then Tu Pham clutches his stomach and curses. It hurts so much. Tu Pham was overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face. Sadieu turned him over, the elder returning to ensure he was unharmed. Sadieu still stays true to his thoughts. I think he's just passive about the pregnancy. Tu Pham leans on the wall with one hand and stands up, furious. Brother, if you say anything more, I'll kill you, damn it. Sadieu looks at Tu Pham's glowing belly. Ah, the great elder, so powerful. The child is glowing. Tu Pham gritted his teeth, saying that it was transforming my body into a divine body of fate. The protruding object inside my belly touched my stomach. A piercing scream echoed as a dark aura erupted. Inside the aura, Tu Pham held his stomach with one hand. Then the object descended rapidly. Tu Pham's stomach sank. He lay on the floor, seemingly discovering a weak point, but it seemed to be sealed. The servant helped him up, but luckily he had successfully upgraded his space satellite weapon into a magical tool. Little No, I entrust this new artifact to you. I name it the White Spirit. Little No, listen carefully. Now begin to accept the spirit of exorcism. Tu Pham is now sitting on the hover vehicle, one hand holding a glass of water. Then the weapons moved again, flying outside. In the sky outside, the weapons and laser gun modules were functioning normally, and the V-gun module was working fine. Tu Pham, holding a cup of water in one hand, nodded and said, "There's only one thing left to do now." The snake sculpture in his hand holds a book, confused, guiding the pregnancy period. Then Tu Pham tightly sealed it with universal glue, then kicked it out and rubbed his stomach. The object inside touched again, and Tu Pham wondered, what exactly is this thing? A light appeared in Tu Pham's mind, and he looked inside his stomach to see a huge mass. He carefully examined it, and by removing these inscriptions, you will only be changing my physique afterward. Tu Pham gently touches the object there, his eyes soft, firm, and a little intrigued. The banging door startles him, and he peeks his head out. Teen appears. Elder Tu, I am very interested in the old technique you just perfected. Name your price. Tu Pham offers, I offer 10 trillion spirit stones. Even Elder Tu would buy it. Teen agrees. It's cheap. Buy one for fun. Tu Pham confirms. Deliver in 10 years. Deposit paid up front. Teen removes the ring from his finger without hesitation and automatically slips it into Tu Pham's shirt. This is the deposit. The senior elder must keep his promise. Tu Pham slammed the door shut. Fine, no need to see you off. Tu Pham tiredly plopped onto the bed, and its spirit energy is really strong. Who is it copying? Tu Pham wondered. Copying me. Then it's fine. A step forward, the elder looks at the sign hanging in front of Tu Pham's door. Still planning to ask Elder Tu to help craft a spiritual sword? Is it too late now? The sign says the owner is asleep. If there's any problem, report it in a dream. Tu Pham is sleeping soundly right now. In the dream, Vivon is in a forest of vibrant flowers. The fairy soldier, you've advanced to the stage of divine transformation. Tu Pham reaches out his hand to catch Vivon, my wife, and the two of them rush over smiling happily. Fairy soldier, my wife. Vivon hugs Tu Pham, their stomachs touching. Vivon presses him close. The fairy general is pregnant. 3 shocking words echo in Tu Pham's mind. He is pregnant. Tu Pham is haunted by it. At the canteen of Hidden Spirit Gate, Tu Pham was picking a fragrant rib piece with his hands, crumbs still on his mouth, and a pile of dishes on the table. Nguyen Tien asked, Master, do you still want to eat more? Tu Pham, with both hands busy grabbing food, looked like 1,000 hands. Strange. Nguyen Tien worried, will that be okay? Tu Pham replied, let me prepare a cup of digestive tea for you, and just as he brought out a new dish, hot steamed dumplings, try this new flavor. Tu Pham picked up the food and brought it to his mouth to taste. This one. Tu Pham blinked his eyes, so delicious. Just add 5 kilo more, just say the word, and it's done. Tu Chuang whispered, Master, Master, does it mean you've eaten a lot? Nguyen Tien asked, Master, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Tu Chuang continued, does the master need some digestive tea? Tu Pham cleared his throat and stood up, saying, that's how it is. There's a problem in my body, in my stomach. Sidiou interrupted, waving his hand to signal, there's a little owl inside my stomach, master. Slow down. Sidiou is almost unstoppable, incredibly powerful, and even glows. Your master now is like a nailed stake. Maybe in 3 years after birth, it might even be able to go out to sea and catch seafood itself. Yuexian and Tu Chuang are stunned. Tu Pham is angry and slams the dishes down on the table. He wipes his mouth with a cloth and explains that his body contains a sealed sphere of magical power, which he is drawing energy from through food to break the seal. Do you understand? Tu Pham smiled at his 2 disciples, who nodded obediently. Yes, yes, yes. Nguyen Tien whispered, Master, is this matter any different from eating and nourishing the baby? Tu Pham clicked his tongue, both of them trembling in fear as they saw the dragon restrained with its limbs bound and its mouth gagged, tears streaming down. Do you need to drink some pork, Tu Quang? Tu Vien stepped in. The elder, I am here to report on the work. Tu Vien went to deliver the report. The Heavenly Way Sect ordered combat puppets and the Sansep system on our side, and also sent an invitation to the Heavenly Key strategic competition. Hello, Elder Chuang Lao, the Sidiou lying on the ground is begging for help, save me. But everyone ignored it, Tu Pham asked, about the Heavenly Kai strategic competition. Let me see. The letter is an invitation for the heavenly cult to gather the top sects of the central continent at Great Sky City in 3 months to organize a strategic competition for the heavenly talents. All disciples from the central continent can register at the City Lord's office of Sky City, from Kaichuk-ko to Chuki Luyan-hu. Everyone will compete to select the top 10 strategic geniuses with different cultivation levels at the central continent. The first place in each round will receive a divine artifact, and all 3 teachers' eyes will light up with excitement. Tufam slammed the letter onto the table, calling all qualified disciples to register immediately. Tufam was jumping around. Even without doing anything, he still had the aura of a phoenix. Yue Xian looked at Tufam curiously and asked, "Can someone who is pregnant jump like that?" Tu Kuang thought it probably wouldn't be allowed, and that staying away would be safer. No way. Then Tufam fell down. Lying on the ground, the ambulance was ready. 120, China's emergency number. Seeing Tufam being pushed away, the 2 disciples are confident, and since the master is jumping around, maybe she's pregnant. Tu Kuang reminds them to stop talking. It's indeed not allowed to jump around wildly. On the spiritual ox, Tufam looks distressed with dark clouds over his head, about to die, not knowing how painful this lump is to hold. On this side are 2 disciples. Let's go. Don't be afraid. Don't worry. Huangqi is pulling someone over. Oh my God, Master, don't. Tufam turns his head back. Her. Huangqi introduces, "Master, this is Hang Van. She has a talent for sword formations." Hang Van hesitates. "Greetings." "Hello, Elder," Huangqi explained, "because I didn't have enough money to buy a sword and wanted to switch to the mind sword path." Hang Van retorted, "No, it's not that I didn't have enough money to buy a sword, Elder. I also really like the mind sword." "Really?" Huangqi replied politely. Uh-huh. Believe it." Tufam extends his hand with a hint of aura. Interesting that Hang Van is surprised, huh? Tufam smiles, closes his eyes. "Don't be afraid." A power appeared before Han Van. A call echoed, "Han Van." Han Van slowly opened his eyes, sensing the water sounds. Han Van looked up with his head tilted back. Oh my God. In front of Han Van is a stream of cosmic sword energy, with swords embedded deep underwater. One sword glows brightly, another sword flies down, and together with a call, Han Van. Hang Van wakes up. Tufam grins and asks, "Hang Van, tell me, what do you like? How do you feel now?" Hang Van's eyes welled with tears, and he said, "Grand Elder, I want to learn swordsmanship." Tufam thought to himself, these disciples sound so familiar. Hang Van agreed. "So what? Just a spiritual sword. Our hidden spirit sect certainly won't refuse to provide one. Give me 2 spirit swords plus the rare 5-element star crystal for the sword formation. I will use one and discard the other." Hang Van. Thank you, Great Elder." Hang Van happily and somewhat dreamily approached. Tufam spoke up, asking about the sword path, pointing in a direction. "What's wrong, Master?" Tufam bit his lip, making me think of someone. It seems it's been a long time since I last saw him, and he must have advanced to the divine transformation stage by now. "What is Xiaogao singing over there?" the shop owner asked. "Is Big Brother Deep still okay? You need to pay attention to your body while gathering materials." Xiaogao smiled. "There's no other choice. I want to live to gather enough sword barriers." The shopkeeper hands the sword aura to Xiaogao and says, "Brother Diep, these are 5 6th grade spiritual weapons I recently forged, along with the Tianyan spiritual medal from last time. I can also craft 14 5th grade Tianyan spiritual swords, which I will deliver to Huyin in 3 months. Tiu Giaon Hanle de tu vot vatroi, Kim van sin hirave soit huong, ne, kaone doi hop dung bao kiking, kua minhiroido." Tiu Jiao looked down. Sword Cloudborn said, "Look, it's been worn down this much, it's really pitiful." Tio Jiao, holding the box, wiped away tears and said, "I really have no money. Look, I truly have not a single coin. The path of earning money is just too exhausting." Tio Jiao thought of Tufam's face. Miss Tufam so much. With him, it seems I will never have to worry about protecting treasures again. "Tufam, come back," Kim Van Sin evaluated. "You sound like those parasites who just want to mooch off others. Wake up and look. This is the strategy competition for geniuses, with a prize of a divine artifact." Tio Jiao's eyes gleamed as he soared through the blue sky. "Now I will go find the headmaster to get the rest." A local tyrant who prefers to stay hidden, Tufam and Huangqi stand on the magnificent boat, while on the other side, Tio Jiao is just a poor, distant worker who has been away for many years. At Tianlian City, the 2 old rivals are about to meet again. On the streets of Tianlian City, looking at the magnificent city, the scholar's eyes are full of admiration. "Wow, I heard that the Tianlian divine refining is a divine artifact. It really is extraordinary." Huangqi also feels excited. The Huyantong Tower is a top-tier cultivation realm that can simulate various environments and battles with enemies, perfect for training. The group avoids eye contact. Wei Tian looks up at the sky and says, I usually don't fight directly like that. Zhu Cheng looks down and Yu Tian points out, look, there's an ant on the ground. Huang Chai was pushed away because he believed that testing the Huintong Tower was necessary for the future of swordsmanship, even if it wasn't very interesting. Bye-bye. Tu Fam felt a bit helpless inside these kids. The group bid farewell. See you later, master. See you soon. Tu Fam waved his hand, calling them to wait. Tu Fam grabbed everyone's heads and said, come back here quickly. No one wants to join, then the tools are useless and the one who cheats will be the winner and give it to me. Tu Kwang hurriedly said, I'll go. I want to learn more, confidently giving a thumbs up. Good senior brother. Huang Chi speaks softly, seeming fine but actually having walked for a while now, his junior brother is about to fall asleep. Nguyet Tian complains, why are you grabbing his hair like that? Tu Fam with a gentle expression pats Tu Chuang's head. Well done, well. Done well done, my good disciple. I'll give you these jade pendants. Then fight well, crush them, the last hope of the entire village. Yes, yes. Tu Kuang obediently accepted. No problem, master. Tu Fam then said, I will take a walk around the city next. Is anyone interested? I, Nguyet Tian, raise my head. Yue Tian used her wind technique. Master, little one. Su Fan agreed. Then let's go. Yue Tian happily said, Master. Wait for me to transform, okay? The two of them walked together on the street. Later, when we go for a walk, I will buy you some things. Yue Tian narrowed her eyes slyly. Thank you, master. You're the best. At the registration area, the receptionist called out loudly, Next, please. Tzu Kung observed that there were many people. Baby No announced Tzu Kung, the sect leader, detected a highly dangerous individual ahead. Someone passing by Tzu Kung, eliminate the small obstacle. The little ones introduced themselves, initially as disciples of the Hollow Sky sect, with the danger level warned by the master being next year, and the deadline being Tu Chuang in disguise, who recognizes his master's true friend. Tu Chuang thinks to himself, I need to report this to my master quickly. In the alchemy shop, Yue Xian evaluated and thought, it doesn't feel as good as what my master crafts. I don't need to look anymore. Su Fan looked on, isn't this design quite nice? I want to craft a more beautiful weapon, just for reference first. Let me try it on and see if it looks good. As a young girl, you have to dress up beautifully. Nguyet Tian refused. No need. Tafam picked up the phone. Wait a moment, someone just sent me a message. Let me check. Nguyet Tian is curious. Who is that? The screen shows. The great disciple, the master. Earlier I saw your friend's footbag at the registration area. Tufam looks angry. Footbag. Nguyet Tian doesn't understand. Footbag. Tufam curses. Damn it. Dia Tiu Dao, the vast fairy city. Could they have met by chance? Mention Cao Tao and he arrives. Tio Dao appears, peeking from the door. Boss, do you buy materials for refining tools here? Yi, Dao Hu is Mai Mai's master. Tu Fam steps back, puzzled. Tio Dao looks on, confused. Tio Dao looked over, and the person next to her seemed very similar to my best friend. Tu Fam used magic to hide it. Nguyet Tian stopped her. Diet Dao Hu. You're relying too much on looks, this person is. Tu Fam transformed into someone else, his wife holding his hand and pointing at Tu Dao. I am Mai Mai's fiancé. I hate those weak men who flirt with other people's fiancés like him. Then Tu Fam quickly pulled Nguyet Tian away. Mai, the boss is just sitting here watching. Let's go. Wow, a love triangle. Despite all the tricks to divide us, the third party is male and too violent. Tio Dao was panicked. No, wait, you misunderstood. Tu Fam ran astonishingly fast. Luckily, I reacted quickly. If he gets caught again right at the scene, Nguyet Tian shouted loudly, Master, Hang Van has to take the exam tomorrow, and you should be careful not to run into him in the observation area. Master, slow down a bit. Tu Fam was stunned at this moment. Huh? Hang Van was in the previous round of the exam area. Could it be that he's here to watch the lower disciples? The next day, Hang Van was fighting on the arena, launching moves with a 5-element sword formation. Tu Fam quietly thought, Hang Van is not weak, but the opponent's strength is too great. What a pity. The boys' first match was against a disciple of the sword and martial arts sect. The opponent counterattacked. Hang Van launched an attack and the sword formation was initiated. The opponent pressed forward aggressively, Hang Van defended, and the swords were shattered. Tu Jiao stands in the stands, regret in his eyes. So many spiritual swords broken. Just looking at them hurts my heart for him. He's so pitiful. After the competition, I will find him and give him some first or second rank spiritual treasures and swords. Van Sin's sword is ruthless, pointing at the top of Tu Jiao's head. Don't you see all those spiritual swords of the Kachuka cultivator are just spirit swords of the system? Besides, when you were at Kachuka, the one who was truly pitiful was you. The opponent pressed his sword against Hang Van's neck. The sword formation was broken, and he lost. In Hang Van's hand was a magic ring. No, Hang Van drew his sword. Hang Van draws his sword and appears. I can still fight on. The opponent agrees. Fine. Tujiao painfully points out, you still have a water spiritual sword over there. Kiem Van Sin felt normal. See, now Anikachuka is living better than him, maybe he should reflect on himself. Zhongjiao announced that the opponent had won. Hang Van was crying after the match. The 48th decisive battle of Kachuka, Kiem Vu Tong, Lu Man won. Jian Van Sin looked at Tujiao. It's over. Let's go. Better to send you to the Huyan Tom Tower for training. I don't understand why you're watching such low-level matches. Tujiao replied, I also need to rest, and when he saw the new person descending, Tujiao recognized him as the sword formation cultivator, and also Truong Mai Mai's fiancé. Hang Van, don't be sad. Elder Tu Pham apologizes, it's okay, it's okay. Tu Pham advises, you still lack combat experience. When you return to the sect, I will plan new training for you. Try again next time. Hang Van looked sad and nodded. Tio Jiao appeared behind Tu Pham. This fellow misunderstood me and Truong Mai Mai yesterday. Tio Jiao explained that there is nothing between me and Truong Mai Mai. Tu Pham changed to a different face. Senior brother, is there something you want to find me for? Tio Jiao awkwardly scratched his head and apologized. The back of his figure looks like someone I know. I mistook him. Tu Pham quickly covered Hang Van's mouth. Rest up, it's okay. Don't do that again next time. Goodbye, senior brother. Tio Jiao ran away quickly. Goodbye? Tu Pham was panicked. Oh my, we even met. Tu Pham explained it was an illusion. Let's go quickly. Hang Van smiled and transformed back into the Great Elder. The next day, Tu Shuang proudly said, Master, try this. It's from the most famous Tian Lian in the Immortal City, made from an ancient spiritual ingredient called Heavenly Furnace. The flavor and spiritual energy are absolutely top-notch. Tu Pham, covered by a long hat, said, No, it's not me. I need to nourish my body a bit, while Tu Jiao was peeking from behind the door. Tu Jiao ran in from outside, confused by the Dao Hiu and Tu Kuang, who wondered who it was. Tu Jiao looked awkward, caught between Dao Hiu and Chuang Mai Mai, then saw Tu Jiao holding Tu Pham's hand and asked, What are you doing, Tu Pham Jiao, pretending to be a pregnant young lady? Who are you? Your grip is hurting me so much. Tu Jiao quickly lets go. Sorry, I mistook you for someone I know. The lady really looks a lot like someone I know. Tu Pham's attitude is haughty, caught by this young master. Things are no longer like before. I advise you to give up that idea. Everyone in the shop is gossiping about you flirting and hitting on someone's wife. They're all talking. Was the little third-rate guy from before also him? The one from yesterday is definitely him. Tell the others quickly. The people in the shop just pointed and whispered, and Tu Jiao quickly withdrew, sincerely apologizing and saying sorry for the trouble. Tu Pham continued acting, still playing the fool, squeezing my hand so hard it hurt to death. Deng Dudu is a handsome man with a charming personality, but is also lecherous. Tu Kuang takes out his phone and says, Master, stop pretending. Look at this. The hot drama has recently erupted in the city with many men approaching Tu Pham, including young girls, teenage boys, and pregnant women. The scope of the people he has seduced is very wide, and his tactics are still very advanced, making the situation very serious and infuriating, so I hope everyone in the district remains vigilant. Tu Pham chuckled happily. Tu Pham was very pleased. The reputation of Dia Tu Jiao had already spread, and Tu Kuang asked if he would change the curse again. Referee Deng Chuang, the 103rd Divine Transformation Tournament, King Swordzong versus the Divine Slayer against the Green Dragon Gate, Wang Lei, officially begins. The spectators have all gathered in the arena. Wang Lei is muscular, breaking arms and bending. I've met someone like him before. He's the same demon guy, right? Wang Lei attacks I hate the most. When guys bother female cultivators, die already. Tu Jiao quickly dodges and explains, Wait, it's just a misunderstanding. Wang Lei kept punching non-stop, using divine techniques, the 100 Slashes Fist and Tio Jiao's sword formation, fighting fiercely. Tio Jiao wielded his sword with determination, but Wang Lei didn't back down, thinking they only had this level of skill. Wang Lei continued to strike repeatedly. Tu Pham sitting above watching, his spiritual sword looks like a novice alchemist's first attempt, with no skill at all. From Pham looks down at the arena. Logically, his leg shouldn't be that poor, so he hasn't had any great opportunities. Tio Jiao struggled to hold on. If it weren't for unforeseen events in the ancient demon forbidden land, my sword formation would already be much stronger than his. Jian Yunsheng asked, Can you do it? If not, let me handle it. Wang Lei's arm was smoking, sneering as he thought how powerful the opponent was, but it turned out to be just a frail, tightly bound weakling. Tio Jiao sighed. Old sword, Kiem Van Sin laughed happily. Isn't it just because of me? Tio Jiao wielded his sword. The power of the sword is too terrifying, sweeping away the attacks. 2, 2, 3, 5. Wang Lei raised both hands to block. 6. By the time he realized it, the armor on his hands had shattered. Wang Lek sweats profusely. Tu Jiao is proud and unyielding, unable to be hit by more than one strike. The people above cheer. The Sword King Sect, the Godslayer, battle wins. Tu Pham wipes his eyes. His eyes are cleared. Watching this match is so frustrating. This guy must have had the old man inside him intervene. He hasn't improved at all. My phone is in my pocket. Tu Kwang is calling. Master, it's your turn now. Have you gone to watch the Yuan Ying stage yet? Tu Pham Dung Day, stretch his muscles and go watch his precious disciples' decisive match at the arena, where hidden spirit sects Zhang Han and the celestial spirit sects Ta Tuyen are fighting. Tu Pham eavesdropped on the commentary. The young boy in blue looks very skilled, almost able to predict techniques. He easily defeated Tranbak Han from the Thousand Dao sect, and I also watched Truong Han's match. He can't beat that guy. Tu Pham sighed inwardly, as expected. The top-ranked contestant in the Yuan Ying period is the selected disciple. I need to train Tu Kwang more when I get back. The referee loudly announced the start of the match. Tu Kwang launched an attack using the ultimate divine technique. The selected disciple dodged the blow. Oh, I dodged. Tu Kwang guessed that it was useless, once again. The Ice Mountain divine technique was unleashed. A shark-like power was released. Tu Chuang, sitting on a spiritual beast of power, knows your strength is finding your opponent's weakness and striking decisively, so I will focus on defense. Patience and endurance mean using a defensive strategy to wait for the enemy to tire before attacking. Ta Tuyen lies on the ground, panting. Let's see how long you can hold on. Ta Tuyen creates a vortex, snowflakes scatter. Tu Kwang casts a spell with his hand, attacking Ta Tuyen. Ta Tuyen is hit and bleeding, but he laughs with blood on his face. Pretty good. Tu Kwang reveals additional arms. Thanks for the compliment. Shall I continue? Tu Kwang launches an attack, unleashing a powerful explosion. Tao Tuyen Dung Kiem Chando Tiep Tukdi Kochud Banlin Te Toya Tu Kwang Hete Hiep Hep Tuat Biu Kam Dangre. Tay Ryan uses the shield. This isn't good. To Ryan smiles sinisterly. Tay is satisfied. Even the lightning cannon couldn't break his shield. Those 3 earth spell projectiles were useless. Tay is satisfied inside. Haha, he's truly naive. I only said I would defend passively, but once provoked a little, he can't take it anymore. After his spiritual energy was depleted, it was their turn to use him. 3 bullets fell, and the crowd on the grandstand panicked. That bullet isn't normal. Inside, it's filled with black dung. Tatuyet used her shield to catch it. The ordinary person's scent is intoxicatingly strong. Tatuyet looks at the brown patches on the ground, about to erupt. Tatuyet erupts what she has stored next to a sign that says spitting out waste will be fined 500 spirit stones. Tatuyet is furious inside. Do you think this will make me admit defeat? Tu Kwang had already put on his mask, then cast his spell and stood up. Tu Kwang thought to himself, my master is right. Attack is the best form of defense. The people from Fan wore their armor carefully, while others were vomiting. Tu Pham clapped on the grandstand. Tisk tisk, your senior brother has improved. The immortal screams no, give me back my righteous and upright brother. The vulgar cheer, the strong and gentle heart is so adorable. Tai Tuyet was surrounded by a crowd, rushing down to the arena in anger with tears in her eyes. Chuang Han from Enlin Sect, I haven't finished with you yet. Tuyen Lin, Tongta Tuyen lost badly and raised a white flag to surrender. Tu Kwang stood proudly as the referee announced that the match was over and Chuang Han from Anlin Sect had won. Tu Kwang, do you hear me, Tadao Hiu? Tu Kwang created a circle of fragrant aroma around Tatuyen to dispel the foul smell and sincerely said, I'm truly sorry. The competition earlier was unintentional. I didn't mean to. Please. Tadao Hiu don't blame him, Tatuyen replied. The competition was based on skill. I lost honestly and have nothing to say. Then Tatuyen quickly withdrew his hand and saluted. This first place is basically conceding to you. Thank you, Dao Yu, for your approval. Remember to visit the Hidden Spirit Sect when you're free. Goodbye. I thought he would play second, but unexpectedly he surprised us all. Tu Pham kept patting Tu Shuang's head and praising his excellence. Just then, Tu Shuang took out the Kulong formation board from his ring and said to Tu Pham, Master, I don't have any use for this, so I'm giving it to you. Tu Pham was a bit surprised at first, but quickly brightened his eyes and excitedly said, the Kulong formation can be integrated with our great mountain protection array. Tu Pham then patted Tu Kwang's head and said, I accept this. I will craft a new tool for you. Tu Fam turned to the three princes and said, "Now the sect no longer fears the beast fusion stage. If you kids want to take risks, you can go explore freely. Master, I am going to comprehend the supreme sword path. Goodbye." Latintu turned around and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go." As soon as Tu Fam spoke, all the children left without missing anyone. Tu Fam secretly cried inside, so angry, but he had to keep a smiling face. When everyone had left, Tu Fam waved his hand and used the water elemental power. It is a water attribute divine technique with 50% power, and Tu Kwang was stunned and called out in surprise, "Master?" Tu Fam's heart aches as he gently pats Tu Chuang's head and says, "You're still the best. Come find me every month, and I will use the 5 elements fundamental essence to help you comprehend the 5 elements and maintain the way." Tu Fam, feeling discouraged, sits by the boat with his chin on his hand and says, "So boring. Lately there haven't been any kids biting the bait. Isn't there anything interesting happening?" Little No beside him replied, "Master, 3 hybrid demon beasts were spotted in the northern area of Lam Lam City. Do you want to attack?" Tu Fam, hearing this, became excited again and shouted, "Entertainment has arrived. Tell the demon tamer to bring out the cannons and shoot at them." The scene shifts to the forest where 3 wild animals are walking below. The sinister-looking snake sighs and says, "One of the shadowy hybrid monsters is dead, and now the 3 of us have to find his spiritual core to bring back to the demon world." "Damn it all," the little TT beside me said. "Follow the orders of your superior. Do exactly as told. If you're going to be a demon, you must understand the current situation." The tiger, annoyed, reminded the others, "Stop talking. Use stealth. If the sound alerts the powerful humans, what do you think will happen?" Tu Fam's cannon has fired over the heads of the 3 animals without them noticing. The little demon pointed and said, "I smell something ominous. The spirit of that dark snake is hidden in the Great Lake 100,000 miles away. Let's coordinate and split up to get there quickly." The tiger turned to laugh mockingly at the young master and said, "Why are you so scared? It's just the smell of grass in the wind." As soon as it finished speaking, a cannon shot fired across its head, causing blood to spurt. The tiger immediately fled in desperation, trembling with fear, while the snake and the other creature were stunned. The other creature quickly dug into the ground to hide. The snake urged it to run faster, down into the earth, and the tiger, unaware it was already dead in spirit, followed along. Tu Fam stood on the high tower watching and chuckled. He let out a laugh. "You think running underground will save you, huh?" "Prepare the artillery. Check the power." Little No responded quickly. "Understood." The next orbital cannon is fired into that hole. The cannon swiftly slips into the ground, shooting straight up to chase after the snake. Bang! The snake was shot and blood splattered everywhere, covering the little TT in blood, making it terrified to death. It ran away in a panic like a gust of wind. Oh, my ancestors. Run faster. Tu Fam suddenly appeared and startled TT, then chuckled and asked if it was busy. TT jumped in fright and trembled. It turned to run away, but saw someone approaching, and the spirits of the snake and tiger on its head also trembled, even though they had been dead for a while. The little TT quickly clasped its hands together in a strange gesture. Ah, so it transformed into a human form to speak, hurriedly pushed the spirits of the 2 snakes and the tiger forward and begged, Don't kill me. I have never killed humans before." The soul of the tiger immediately asked, "What do you want to do?" The soul of the snake also reminded, "Betrayal of the demon race will be punished." Tu Fam chuckled and poked the child's cheek, asking, "Little No, is he telling the truth?" Little No replied, "I confirm he is telling the truth. Does the master want to kill or keep him?" From Fam nervously hovered over TT and said, "TT, an animal protecting a first-class nation can't be killed." From Fam then pressed close to TT, took the 2 souls, and asked, "All right, now tell me, what are you guys doing in this Lam Lam Fairy City area?" The demon spirit request has successfully captured the foot spirit of the giant tiger and the giant snake. The TT is still stunned and angry. They have turned into a sphere. The TT, trembling with fear, replies, "We came here to retrieve the foot spirit of the dark snake, which is lying beneath the giant guardian 10,000 miles away." Tu Fam, surprised, thought to himself, Tu Fam has developed greed to capture the TT and lead him to retrieve the foot spirit of that dark snake. On the boat, Tu Fam kept looking around and asked the TT, "Do you know the exact location?" The TT tearfully replied, I don't know what he has transformed into anymore." Tu Fam suddenly sighed and said, "Well, there's no other way." Without saying a word, he pulled down his pants and urinated directly into the lake. "No wonder I haven't seen any fish bite the bait lately." "So it was because of you." The little TT was extremely shocked that Tu Fam would resort to such methods. I wonder if Tu-Fam has a urinary infection because his urine is incredibly yellow, but it certainly worked to make a creature leap out of the water. It's a toad, furious, cursing at Tu-Fam, saying, "I'll kill you." And it's over. The demon spirit contract was successful in capturing the soul of the dark snake. So today, Tu-Fam has gained a great harvest, and he returns to the Hidden Spirit Sect to host a secret feast and perform a juggling show with demon spirits. Meanwhile, TT beside him watched in surprise, wondering if Fam had made himself into a magic ball like this. After collecting the soul of the shadow snake, before he could celebrate, Fam was suddenly overwhelmed by a swarm of mother turtles and baby turtles emerging from the water. Fam nervously apologized. "Sorry, I forgot you were also under the lake." Fam scratched his head and stood there, enduring the wrath of the mother turtle. Tu-Fam quickly changed the subject with a shy laugh and said, "Ah ha ha, it's been a long time since we last met. All of you cultivate ice, fire, and thunder attributes, and inside I'm also praising. No wonder you're from Wenka. Raising them isn't bad at all." Mother Turtle moved closer to Tu-Fam and growled something, and it seemed he understood, so he asked, "So you're leaving? You want to take your children back to the Endless Sea to pass on the legacy?" Tu-Fam sat down, tears threatening to fall, and softly said, "That's right. Passing on the legacy is a big deal. All right, go ahead. Just come back within 20 years. The turtle responded with a soft croak, meaning, "I understand." As it left, it thought to itself, 20 years. Even though I don't know why, the water in the pond has become polluted, so I just swim away. Tu-Fam kept waving goodbye. Little turtle, little turtle, how will we survive without you? And in the end, the turtle led its young far away. Tu-Fam reluctantly sat there, wiping his tears and sighing. Everyone has left already. All of them are gone. My pond is now empty. I feel so lonely. Suddenly, Tu-Fam turned to look at TT, his eyes shining with a sinister smile. TT panicked and quickly reached out to stop him. "What is C-Top trying to do? What are you trying to do? Look at me. I am a land animal. I don't know how to swim. Even if you strain to control me, I still can't live underwater, so don't do anything unreasonable." Tu-Fam gently stroked the hair on TT's head and sighed. "What? So boring? You thought all monsters were the same? All right then. Go try the illusion training. If you pass the test, you'll become the guardian beast of our Hidden Spirit Sect." TT was panic-stricken and immediately protested. "What? I already told you all the secret techniques of our monster clan earlier. You have to spare me, please." TT cried out loudly, "Let me go!" But before she could finish, she fainted in less than a second. Tu-Fam whispered to himself, "Little demon, this will be the first lesson I teach you about the treacherous nature of people's hearts. All that effort just to catch the foot spirit. It has to be worth it." What did TT say earlier? TT handed over the Soul Point technique book to Tu-Fam, saying this is a secret technique of the demon race that can unleash the purest soul power from the demon spirit. The absorbed person can increase their soul power. Tu-Fam hesitated for a moment. I dare not use the demon race's soul-sealing method on humans, but it should be fine if it fits with the formation. I'll try it to see if it can upgrade the Hosun Great Array. If it works, I'll ask the Elder Hallmaster if there's a human soul-sealing technique. Tu-Fam immediately ordered, "Little No, help me place the demon spirit orb into the Q-Long formation table, then install it into the Hosun Grand Array." Little No replied that he understood and quickly followed the master's instructions, then reported that the demon spirit orb had been placed into the Kulong formation table. Next, I successfully installed the formation table into the main array, and Tu-Fam clapped his hands happily, satisfied with the job. Just blink, and it's done. I'm truly worthy. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared from behind the black cloud, and Tu-Fam exclaimed, "Ho ho, a strange phenomenon." A dragon appeared, and Tu-Fam was very excited. The dragon's body emerged from the dark clouds, causing everyone on the ground to panic and run away. What's happening? What's going on? Is the demon attacking you? Should we run? One person remained calmer than the rest and reassured everyone not to panic. That is a brown-haired boy who says, "Everyone stay calm," when suddenly a drop of water falls on his shoulder, startling him. The brown-haired boy reaches out his hand to catch a few drops of water. Is it raining again? The black-haired boy also happily realizes there's spiritual energy in the rain. And the purple-haired boy is even more excited, shouting, "I just broke through," and the three people below jump up in joy, saying it must be the elder granting us blessings. I am a person of the Hidden Spirit Sect, and even in death I am a ghost of the Hidden Spirit Sect. Thank you, great elder. Tu-Fam happily took a drop of rain and replied softly, Tu-Fam smiled and said to Little No, "This demon clan's secret technique is quite interesting, right, Little No? How many days can the soul power of those 3 demon spirits last?" Little No replied, "With me combined, we can endure for 2 years. Tu-Fam then smiled slyly. "Oh ho, Go tell the little spies there's new work, Tufam whispered to himself. It seems I need to gather more of the Demon Clan spirit beasts in the future. Here, in the realm of spirits within the mineral deposits, the spirits are working when they receive the new mission. Upon receiving it, they begin collecting spirit eggs of at least nascent soul, level or higher, as many as possible. The leading demon spirit threw down its hammer and said, "Let's go. I've been annoyed by those dog demon clans in the territory next door for a long time." The demon spirit at the front ignited with rage. "Let's find an opportunity to teach them a lesson and bring back the demon spirits. For our master," everyone shouted in unison, determined to kill them. Kill them. Over at Ngandao Sect, Hangvan called Tufam asking if Tu Trong Lao wanted to see the Extreme Zone police and to send a puppet to join us. Hangvan then said, No, it's not a bother at all, but it's not very interesting either. Elder Tu Truong Lao can always ride on my spirit beast to fly into the Extreme Zone later. Tufam sent a puppet. Hangvan immediately said, Come in. Tufam politely declined Hangvan's invitation to the Extreme Zone, saying he would go next time. Bye-bye. On the other end, Hangvan also said bye, and Tufam immediately hung up, then sent a teasing tongue-out emoji saying he's just resting now. As long as I have a puppet to collect demon spirits and primal essence, the Extreme Zone isn't that dangerous. I won't go anywhere until my spiritual beast is finished. 3 months later, on Hangvan's boat, he trailed after Tufam's puppet, chatting away. Hey, do you think we might ever clash with the extreme beasts? If only we could meet one, it would be great. Preferably a divine armored beast, enough scales to forge a shield, and I could sing with it. Hangvan poked Tufam's puppet's cheek, making it squeal. Who said you have spiritual intelligence, Elder? Why don't you talk? Even Tufam's puppet is secretly cursing Hangvan, calling him a mentally deficient idiot. Hangvan kept circling the puppet, asking random questions, constantly bothering it. What are you always doing? Aren't you tired? I have spiritual fruit. Can you eat it? Tufam's puppet secretly wipes his face. Talking to you only weakens my strength. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook everyone, causing the entire ship to sway violently. Suddenly, loud shouts and alarms rang out. Enemies attacking, everyone to the ship's hold quickly. Hangvan hurriedly pulled the doll away. Let's go, hurry and take cover, but the doll remains motionless, refusing to move. I need to gather combat data. The large screen shows that although we were attacked and couldn't respond or defend in time, there was no major damage. However, Hangvan still advises Tiu Van Hock, the Supreme Elder Lao, to run. Leaving is because our spirit orb is stronger than the demon sect, but we can't find a suitable cultivator to pilot it, so we can't fight back against them. Tiu Van Hock angrily keeps hitting the big red button on the control room, silent and without any spirit, even though he initially told you to diligently practice your skills at the Heavenly Training Sect, but you didn't listen. Now it's a mess. Normally collecting minerals is fine, but as soon as we face an attack from the Demon Clan, everyone panics. Tiu Van Hock accidentally triggered some mode on the ship. The ship is now moving very fast and out of control. Han Wen hurriedly sits down and tries to steer. Damn it, what should I do? And Tiu Van Hock, also scared, reminds him to be careful. Hangvan also went crazy. Isn't this driving mode supposed to be very simple? Why is the combat mode so complicated? With so many data to consider, who can keep track of all that? Tiu Van Hock muttered to himself, No, it's just your uselessness that can't be calculated. He rolled up his sleeves, headed to the door to open it. Too showy. People need confidence. Stop controlling Tin Chow. I have to go meet those demon sects. Everyone is crying and begging at my feet. Please don't go. If you leave, Tin Chow won't be able to hold out. You can't abandon us. If you want revenge, can't we go back to the mainland first and then seek it? Tiu Van Hock turned back and shouted at everyone. Step aside. I've been sailing out to sea 10 times in 10 years. 6 of those times I've encountered the demon sect. This time we also suffered damage. Half of our gains were taken by the Heavenly Refinement Sect. If this keeps up, I will truly ascend to immortality. The attack of the demon sect has arrived, and the red warning screen appears, leaving everyone stunned. Could it really be the end? Tiu Van Hock furrowed his brows and urged them to move. Now I can't leave, so you all find a chance to escape. Save as many as you can. Hurry and go. Tufam's clone remains still outside calculating. The core of the Spirit Pearl is broken, with a 26% chance of escape, simulating the speed of the Spirit Pearl after damage. It is strategizing between the two sides, and the calculation results show that in 6 hours the opponent will block the Spirit Pearl, which will then catch up and destroy it again, prompting it to start planning for self-rescue. Tiu Van Hock hesitated for a moment before turning around and saying, After I go out, everyone must run with their full strength. The rest of you kneel on the ground and hold back your tears. No, we will not abandon ourselves. Tiu Van Hock also couldn't help but feel heartache as he turned back to ask them, If none of you can escape, who will avenge me? Before Tiu Van Hock could open the door, it suddenly swung open on its own. Tu Van Hasch was knocked back by the door, and Tu Fam's puppet stepped forward and said, I have a way to defeat the demon race's Tin Chow. Save 1,000 Tin Chow soldiers and everyone rushes to help Elder, the Chief Elder, and the Highest Elder. Tu Fan's puppet still smiles calmly and makes a condition. But if we succeed, I want to take 8 parts of the spoils, and all the demon spirits. Tu Van Ha looked surprised and asked, Who are you? He then approached the Tu Fam's puppet and stared at it for a long time. Finally, he approached and asked, Whose puppet is this? Han Wen hurriedly stepped forward to let Tu Fam's puppet go and said, This is the puppet of the great elder of Hidden Spirit Sect who once cooperated with us. Expert in calculations, I want to gather some data about the polar region. Senior Elder, please don't be angry. I will send him away immediately. Tu Fam's puppet replied, I have a 99% chance of getting the spirit pearl out of this danger. The remaining 1% is due to rounding errors. Tu Van Hock lifted his glasses and immediately took Tu Fam's puppet away. Well done. I trust you. Come with me to the control room, Chief Pilot. I'll serve as your assistant. Hong Van carefully placed Tu Fam's puppet into the control room and reminded him to fasten his seatbelt, or he would be punished. Tu Fam's puppet replied, I understand. Driving an unsafe boat will make the owner's eyes well up with tears. Tu Van Hock watched from afar, feeling puzzled. Surely that's too absurd. Are you still trusting an unknown puppet master again, Tai Thuong Elder? Tu Van Hock frowned as he looked at the flickering red screen showing the dangerous situation. Even if it's absurd, it's better than all of us dying together. Tu Fam's puppet glanced without daring to remind. It's torn apart already. The demon sect's attacks are all easily dodged by the spirit pearl. The puppet's hands try to take control of the boat as the red flash of the vessel swiftly dodges through continuous bursts of green fire. Tu Van Hock nearby watches in amazement. Everyone else was stunned and kept dodging, then started asking each other if he had predicted the enemy's firepower or counterattack moves of the demon art. Tu Van Hasch, with a stiff smile, happily responded, Ha 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 ha. Tu Van Hasch placed his hand on Tu Fam's puppet's shoulder and praised him. Good puppet. Very well done. Go back and I will reward your owner. Tu Van Hack had no idea that perhaps he had been a bit too rough, accidentally touching the puppet's face, causing its arm to tremble. Immediately, the arm fell onto the control panel, sliding off the puppet's body. At the same time, in the hidden spirit gate, Tu Fam was leisurely eating skewers when Xiao No spoke up. Master, I received an extremely important, encrypted message. My second clone wants to ask what should I do after someone broke off one of my arms. Tu Fam, upon hearing this, immediately snapped and ordered, Get the money now. Return to Tu Van Hock's still red trow. Everyone on the boat was furious when he broke the doll's arm. Tu Van Hock sweat profusely and asked, Doll, are you okay with one arm? Tu Fam's puppet replied that the owner used a basic talisman and remote transmission, and the broken part could be reattached, then quickly restored the arm to its original state. The puppet also reminded Tu Van Hock, but remember the money. At the Ma Sect's spirit bull side, Sunshang chuckled calmly as he watched Tu Van Hock's spirit bull lose its direction again. Even when facing the expert from the Heavenly Formation bull, it turned out it was just luck earlier. The Ma Sect's spirit bull commander immediately shouted, Sunshang, the target is alive again. Our central spiritual power core is under attack. Here, Tu Van Hock laughs loudly with joy. Ha 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 ha. Well done. He raises his hand as if about to strike more puppets, while the others look on with worried eyes. The elders have activated an 18-layer protective shield, ready to defend Tu Fam's puppets from Tu Van Hock's iron fist. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, I was just scratching my head. Do you need to get so excited? They turned back to focus on the control screen. The Matong's spirit bulls had already caused chaos beyond imagination, yet Tu Van Hock's spirit bulls managed to turn the tide even more unpredictably. Boom. A massive explosion occurred, and it's over. Zhu Fan's puppet stood up, turned around, waved, and said, My master taught me that a true magnet must turn its back to the explosion, even though I am not human. Goodbye. Tu Van Hock burst into tears, pretending to be sympathetic, and said, Wow, being beside your master must be very difficult, who, with someone as powerful as you, he doesn't even have anyone like a human. Tu Van Hock rushed to hold the doll tightly, begging, Don't worry, I will definitely save your master from your owner and make my 1,000 Avenue sect guide the spirit chariot. Once again, he fell to the ground, and Tu Fam's doll was held so tightly by Tu Van Hock that it was broken in half. While Tu Fam was still eating skewers, Beino reported that the second Van Than was transmitting video data from the extreme zone and asked to communicate through belly language. A month later, in the secluded Lin Mon, Tu Van Hock followed the broken figure of Tu Fam, muttering to himself. Supreme Elder Tu Van Hock of the Thousand Tao Sect visits the Grand Elder of Hidden Spirit Gate. Tsufan's puppet struggles. You bastard. Let me down. I can walk on my own. When the doll punched Tu Van Hock in the face, causing him pain, he reminded him, Hey, little doll, I've already been very respectful to you by coming to your house. When Tu Van Hock arrived, Tu Pham stepped out to greet him. Hello, senior. I greet you. But he was stunned to see his doll being carried by him in both hands. The little clone's body isn't meant for fighting, so why are there chunks of flesh missing here and there? Tu Van Hock pointed at Tu Pham's angry clone and said, I'll be brief. The payment will be sent later. I'm here to buy this little clone. You can step aside. Tu Pham laughed nervously and said, That's because this puppet is a split body of the hidden Lin Mon's true path, so it can't be sold, and I also can't guarantee I can create a second one. Tu Van Hock tightly embraced the puppet, helplessly slumping in his arms, and said, You won't sell it, nor can you make another, but now I can't leave this puppet anymore, so you'll have to figure it out yourself. In Tu Pham's mind now, he's imagining the scene of accepting the gift and making the little puppet marry Tu Van Hock. The puppet suddenly feels nauseous, interrupting his thoughts. Hey, master, don't think like that anymore. I'm about to ask for a stomach talk package. Tu Pham stroked the small doll's head and said to Tu Van Hock, Ha, if it's just to control the spirit ox, your sect can use a leasing method. Tu Pham quoted a price, a trip costing 500 billion spirit stones, and after hearing it, Tu Van Hock also turned pale. 500 billion seemed too expensive. Where could such a crazy price come from? Tu Pham then pulled back his doll, saying if he couldn't get the wedding gift, how could he trust that day would bring happiness to it? Tu Van Hock then pulled his doll aside and asked from the elder, Are you speaking human language? Then suddenly, Tuniem. Thien appeared and watched the two of them seem to be tearing each other apart. She cleared her throat a few times before speaking. Senior Xiao, long time no see. Womanizing habits are hard to break. Tu Van Hock released the doll, causing Tu Pham to fall backward. As he fell, he nearly fainted from the pain, and he heard Tu Van Hock say, Little toe, I'll pay 200 billion this trip, no more than that. Tu Pham's face darkened, and Yen Jiang gritted his teeth. Damn it, today I won't just cut him down. I'll rewrite my own name backwards. Junior, I have watched the video of the doll sent back and am very interested in controlling the spirit orb. I wonder if there is any magic tool that can control the model. Master Tu Van Hock still holds Tu Pham's T-doll in his hand and tosses the North Quay in his hand, replying, There is a control model for the battle spirit orb of Tien Luan Sect, but it's very difficult. I haven't passed the final trial yet. The three of them watched as the North Quay was launched into the air and were immediately transported into the control room of the Heavenly Discourse Sect's simulated combat spirit orb. The ship looked so real that even Tonhiem Thien had to exclaim, The Extreme Zone simulation is too realistic. But Tu Pham thinks it feels more like a holodeck game, just that the screen here is only 480, and he feels utterly helpless. Seeing it, the image quality is like a mosaic. Our spirit stone must use 4K. Tu Van Hock briefly introduced, this is the main control room of the spirit orb with 30 control panels and 1064 buttons. There are also various functions with different configurations located at key positions, so try to control it steadily first. Tu Pham pressed to activate the combat simulation. The three of them looked up at the screen displaying the system notification, and the final trial began. Tu Nam Thien was a bit surprised. The final trial already. Tu Van Hock scratched his head and said, Who's in charge? I forgot to update the progress. Tu Nam Thien nervously said, Elder, if it's too difficult, just give up. Tu Pham just smiled faintly and said, I'll try. Tu Pham secretly calculated, Isn't this just like a shooting game? With little helpers supporting, like hacking. Tu Pham has to shoot out 3 approaching shells at very high speed, with about 20 seconds remaining before they hit. Tu Van Hock then steps in with expert guidance, firing light shells at close range. You only need to shoot down the first and third targets, dodge the second one. Tu Pham frowned at this, wondering why waste bullets like that. Tu Pham ignored Tu Van Hock's advice and moved aside. The system announced that the heavy ammunition had been loaded. Tu Van Hock also jumped around nervously. Oh no. Tu Pham angrily pushed his hand away and told him to stay silent. Just watch. He then pressed the button to fire, but Tu Van Hock was even more panicked. It's over. It's over. How can one bullet stop 3 shells? It's over. The moment the cannon and bullets collide, everyone's heart feels like it's about to explode. The explosion erupts, lighting up the entire sky. Tu Van Hock was stunned, amazed that he could use the explosion of one firework to block the others. I am blessed with divine talent, I must praise him. Elder Tu quickly dodged her. Tu Van Hock shook his head in self-reproach, still capable of doing that, compared to me. I really am a useless piece of trash, Tu Pham thought to himself proudly, but he said it himself. Tu Pham chuckled and said, "It's okay, the operation just needs practice." Actually, Tu Pham also has a secret technique. The calculation ability of the little genius is just a small matter. Tu Pham crossed his arms proudly, not ashamed to be trained by me. Tu Pham huang hortnin hetong tong bao, hontan tu luyen kwekong, vot kwa luye. Dorten hien komod bante nang nedat leve Tu Pham kien angiatmene. Tu Van Hock immediately told Tu Pham to go. 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 You're about to merge the Thousand Tao sect into the Hidden Spirits sect. A genius like you shouldn't be crushed. Tu Pham struggled in chaos, huh? Senior, there's no need for politeness. Why not just merge the Thousand Tao sect into my Hidden Spirits sect instead? Suddenly, Tio Van Hock's footsteps stopped. He seriously said, "You're right, I will go back to the sect to discuss." Tu Pham was still a bit frightened. Wait a moment, I was just joking. After saying that, Tio Van Hock also left, leaving only a streak of sunlight in the sky. While Tu Pham was so scared, he almost turned pale. He's gone. He's gone. Could it be that the Thousand Tao sect will be angry and come here? Will they still do business with me? Manhwa Thien gently holds Tu Pham's hand to reassure him and says, "I will go after the Thousand Paths sect later, to clarify everything with them." That's right, she took out a jade green ring from her shirt and said, "This is a spirit beast ring registered under my name. Elder 2, if you want to use it, just take it. In the future, when collecting the resources, can I take 3 parts of the Hidden Spirit sect and keep 7 parts? Tu Pham broke out in a sweat, but was very happy, thinking this must be the joy of a wealthy lady. Note, this ring is still warm. Although I don't like her much, working together probably won't be a problem. I, Niem Thien, also said, but I have one condition. My condition for entering the heavens is that I want to become an elder of the Hidden Spirit sect. I think I'm qualified enough. Tu Pham listened and could only hold back his words, knowing there wouldn't be any good news. Before Tu Pham could say anything, I entered the heavens, winked, and said, "Let's just decide that way." Then I, Niem Thien, also left behind a streak of red light next to the yellow light of Tu Van Hock. Tu Pham stood alone and sighed, then walked away. A senior is a senior, better than her constantly demanding to marry him, even though she had already refused. Suddenly a pink circle appeared in the sky behind Tu Pham and said, "What do you mean, marry me?" It was Truong Vi Van who had arrived. She twirled a lock of hair in her hand and asked, "Has the fairy changed her mind and found someone else?" Tu Pham should open his mouth and swear that there is absolutely nothing. His whole body is covered with the words Nam Duke, and he's just thinking about when he can marry you. Truong Vi Van shyly descends from the sky and says, "The engagement can be arranged sooner, but the master said it's not yet the right time." Truong Vi Van rushed over to Tu Pham and called out, "Master?" Tu Pham panicked and thought to himself, "It's over. Thay Chao lying like this? If I don't push her away, I'll be in pain. But if I push her away, Vi Van will misunderstand, and then she'll kill me." Seeing how happy Truong Vi Van was, Tu Pham couldn't bear to make her sad, so he sighed and told himself, "Two pains are just pains." But then he was surprised to see them happily spinning around each other, and he wondered in amazement, how can they be so happy without feeling pain? He held Truong Vi Van in his arms in a way that made her blush and scold him affectionately, the hateful fairy, while Thay Chao remained completely calm and still, absorbing the fragrant aroma emanating from Truong Vi Van. In the awakening of the divine sea, the little panda hugging Thay Chao is awakened by the fragrant floral scent. It opens its mouth to suck in the refreshing aroma, sucking so much that its belly swells, and it lets out a satisfied grunt. Truong Vi Van gently asked Tu Pham, "Fukun, I'm surprised. Why has my spiritual power been completely drained?" Tu Pham slightly moved, scratching his head with a shy smile. "I'm hungry." Tu Pham blushed, gazing at Truong Vi Van with longing. Truong Vi Van mischievously smiled and said, "It's good that the fairy lord is fine then." The smile immediately disappeared, and Tu Pham had to endure it, sitting still as Truong Vi Van wrote the 2 words, Nam Duke, on his body. Women who are jealous are truly terrifying. This is a scene in Tu Pham's small courtyard, looking extremely peaceful and quiet outside. Inside the kitchen, Truong Vi Van is busy chopping ingredients and cooking. Tu Pham and his disciples are peeking outside the door. Chu Kai Lin says, "Our master is really capable. She just arrived and went straight to cook." Tu Pham chimes in, "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen her in the kitchen. I wonder what it tastes like." And Xiaosha cheerfully replies, "There's no explosion in the kitchen, so it should be fine." Truong Vi Van then turned back with a bright smile and said, "Commander, it's done." The 3 masters told Tu Pham to sit back at the table and pretend nothing was wrong while waiting for Truong Vi Van to bring the food out. Tu Pham sniffed the delicious smell in the air and asked, "Vi Van, what did you make? I can smell it? Tu Pham hesitated for a while before saying, it smells amazing. Looking at the pot of food that Truong Vai Van brought, it truly was shocking, with a huge octopus inside. A few leaves of greens, the thick brown broth, and its strange aroma made the three teachers' faces turn pale. Truong Vi Van still smiled and told them to eat while it's hot. Master Kai Lin dumbly said, how can the dish made by the master chef resemble my magic so much? Sadieu quickly covered Master Kai Lin's mouth and replied, ha ha ha, this kid doesn't know what he's saying. What he means is that the dish has spiritual energy. Sadieu immediately pulled Chu Kai Lin away and ran far away. Hey, the young couple just met each other after a long time. We won't be the third wheel anymore. You two should enjoy your time alone, and there's no way you can't handle that dish. Truong Vai Van blushed and said, who are you kidding? We haven't even had our wedding yet. What small married couple. And Tu Pham almost cried to himself, cursing the two of them for being so unfaithful. Tu Pham, feeling dejected, quietly asked Truong Vai Van if he didn't want to eat because he didn't like her cooking. I just said that, and already Truong Vi Van is about to cry. Tu Pham, unable to bear making his wife sad, justifies it by saying it's because your cooking is so good I can't bring myself to touch the food. Truong Vi Van immediately scooped a small portion into the pot. Truong Vai Van presented the disgusting food in front of Tu Pham and said, eating it won't taste good, let me feed you. Tu Pham silently recited a prayer. Oh Buddha, I'm doomed. But he thought, eating it will only make it worse, right? Seeing Truong Vai Van happily feeding him, Tu Pham couldn't bear to disappoint his wife. This scene somehow resembled her giving him medicine, and he imagined her smiling brightly as she spoke to him. The great lord takes this medicine, which is poison, but Tu Pham smiles to himself and says, for my wife's happiness, I must pay the price. Tu Pham recites the spell, releasing the pain quickly rather than prolonging it, and he leans forward to eat the remaining food. Truong Vai Van excitedly asked him, General, how does it taste? Tu Pham dared not chew and swallowed the food directly, letting it slowly fall into his stomach. Tu Pham feels like he just ate poison, his mental state plummeting. This dish not only resembles the impurities of the real world, but also tastes like repeatedly cleaned rubber scraps mixed with rain-soaked tomb debris, leaving him unable to determine whether eating it will cause physical or magical harm. Tu Pham's hand clenched the chopsticks tightly. The flavor of the dish exploded in his mouth. It was the pinnacle of perfection, shattering all human taste buds. Tu Pham ko gang tranting lai, tun hurang min langway danong se tru tan kim tian, lam sao ko te bai mot monan dan bai. Bong hia, Tu Pham mo matrakam tai ko diogidukila. The pill furnace on his stomach was glowing, and Tu Pham was extremely surprised, feeling the furnace warm. Does it like this dish? Suddenly, Truong Vi Van reached her hand close to Tu Pham's face and said, your husband really eats like a starving tiger, with a dirty mouth and not knowing it. Truong Vai Van wiped the dark brown food residue from Tu Pham's mouth, the food also covering her hands. Tu Pham then took Truong Vi Van's hand and licked the food off, causing her to feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Vuong Vi Van blushed and hurriedly called out, husband. Tu Pham licked his lips, leaving no drop behind, thinking that perhaps the essence in this broth also contained spiritual energy, and the reason might be the ingredients. Tu Pham suddenly asked Truong Vi Van, what is this made of? I didn't notice when Truong Vi Van fell. Tu Pham, still stunned, asked, why are you sitting on the ground? She blushed and turned away, saying, no, it's nothing. Shkulamot konku tiukuk sama sufudatangum. Tu Pham helps Truong Vi Van to stand up, and they both avoid each other's gaze. He then turns back to his food pot and picks out a leaf. Tu Pham clenched his teeth and ate, thinking to himself that this vegetable was white cabbage from the shrimp gate, but it was different from his usual cooking and contained more spiritual energy, perhaps because of his divine blessing. Tu Pham kept tossing it into his mouth, aiming to lift the seal sooner. It was a gamble. Truong Vi Van sat smiling, resting her chin on her hand, watching Tu Pham eat. Soon the pot was emptied completely. Tu Pham raised his thumb to praise Truong Vi Van and then said, Vivan, from now on you will prepare my 3 meals a day. Truong Vi Van happily nodded without hesitation and responded with a hum. Uncle Kai Lin and Sadieu, standing outside, poked their heads in to watch. Uncle Kai Lin asked, is this the power of love? Sadieu continued, my master is truly a formidable person. No, he is stubborn to the core. 2 days later, in front of the hidden spirit gate at Tam Mon, the shadows of Tu Pham and Truong Vi Van stood there. Tu Pham tearfully said, Van, I can't bear to let you go. Actually, I just can't bear to lose your cooking. In the 2 days you've been at Tam Mon, the seal inside your body has been reduced by half. Truong Vi Van gently pats Tu Fam's cheek and sighs. It's only been 2 days since I cooked for you. Why do I feel like you've become so much weaker? She wistfully says. If it weren't for my master saying that the extreme ice beast has something very important to me, I would really want to stay and cook for you for a lifetime. Tu Fam angrily said, Love is really annoying. Suddenly, Truong Vi Van came over and kissed Tu Fam on the cheek. Before leaving, Truong Vi Van turned back and said, I've reached the Yunshin stage. Once I ascend to the Hoathan stage, I can stay by your side forever. Then she left immediately, leaving Tu Fam standing alone, watching her go. Tu Fam smiled and looked up, saying, My wife has gone now. I and the children will miss her. Tu Fam received a call from Tien Nguyen Tien, who reproached him, Master, Mistress just arrived 2 days ago and left already. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I still have things I want to discuss with her. Tu Fam didn't answer but told her to focus on her own affairs. The list of materials assigned to her are all ingredients for crafting her own tools. Have you gathered enough yet? This scene is set in the Tianfeng Fairy City at the heart of the great continent. Tu Nguyen Tien, holding the list of materials and tools, walking while speaking. Don't worry, I just came out of the relics and I don't have everything yet. Tu Nguyen Tien kept looking around while talking on the phone and bumped into a tall man who was 2 heads taller than her. She rubbed her head and asked, Who is it? But just as Tu Nguyen Tien was about to regain her composure, the other person had already disappeared, and she froze, watching after them. Huh? What just happened earlier? Seeing Tu Nguyen Tien silent for a while, Pham called out, Nguyen Tien, what's wrong? Tu Nguyen Tien thought for a moment, then happily replied, It's nothing. I will return to the sect right away. In the sky, dark clouds gather with fierce lightning, Fikr Tu Nguyen Tien flying underneath. Tu Nguyen Tien immediately sensed something was wrong because the lightning was too close to Fikr. She flew out about 50 meters from Fikr and stood there watching, exclaiming in surprise, You little fox. A giant eagle screeches as it swoops down from the explosion. It is the fusion beast Tu Nguyen Tien created. Tu Nguyen Tien sees it and becomes furious, realizing it was all caused by humans. Troublesome. The little immortal moon was about to attack her, so she quickly dodged to the side. Then it launched a powerful strike right behind her, making her a bit worried. But after that attack, it spread its wings and let out a joyful roar, realizing it was happy because it hadn't launched a full attack. As expected, it worked. Ha 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 ha, found it. Tu Nguyen Tien angrily brushed her belongings. She thought she would return to the sect soon without fighting anymore. But unexpectedly, someone wanted to get beaten. The ring flickered briefly, causing the Kudio Loi Din to shield her eyes with her wings, but nothing else happened afterward. Tu Nguyen Tien was overwhelmed with confusion, realizing her artifacts were fake. The Kudio Loi Ding seized the opportunity to attack repeatedly, causing Tu Nguyen Tien to run her network spell, crying and shouting, Master, someone is bullying your disciple. Tu Nguyen Tien quickly created a bunch of clones to surround herself, still crying and begging, Please come quickly, Master. Tu Fam was sitting leisurely, fishing and scrolling through his phone, when suddenly he received a call from Tu Nguyen Tien, her voice panicked. Tu Fam immediately called the system, Xiaono, help me with the operation. The puppets sent by Tu Fam immediately arrived to help Tu Nguyen Tien, while Tu Fam used the puppetry technique with synchronized wave frequencies. Tu Fam immediately flew over, synchronized with the collective. His people arrived right where Tu Nguyen Tien was in danger. Considering the giant Thunder Eagle's attack on Tu Fam's puppet but being blocked by the puppet's shield, Tu Fam warns it, Even a beast is just a beast. Let me show you what science, technology, and a cruel life truly are. Tu Fam clenched his fist with all his strength. He stepped forward and told Tu Nguyen Tien, Be good. Go to the other side and hide. I will find you a way to get away. Tu Nguyen Tien was surprised to see the strands of power created by Tu Fam swirling around her. Huh, what is this? Suddenly, she grew a pair of shimmering blue wings, making her exclaim, Wow, such beautiful wings. Tu Fam breaks his hand. He says, That's right, my master has recently developed a very elegant and highly effective cultivation technique. I will show you now. Tu Fam spread his hands apart, weaving threads between his palms. He used them like strings on a musical instrument and plucked to produce sound. Every flick of Tu Fam's finger caused a shard of ice to shoot out, and the beast with the lightning crown was covered in wounds and blood. It panicked and screamed as it hurried away. Tu Fam clenched his teeth in anger, considering it a quick escape. Tu Fam, worried about Tu Nguyen Tien, turned back to see how she was doing. Tu Nguyen Tien threw herself into Tu Fam's arms, hugging him tightly and saying, Master, you're so amazing. Tu Fam gently pats Tu Nguyen Tien on the shoulder, surprising her. He grabs her 2 buns of hair and asks, All right, now tell me, why do you have so many treasures? Can't you catch that bird either? Tu Nguyen Tien hurriedly said, Master, listen to my explanation, my clarification, 3 days later at the Hidden Spirit Gate. Master Tu Pham angrily pounded the table, questioning Tu Nguyet Tien. I told you to go home quickly. It's chaos outside now. This time it's really bad. We've gone bankrupt. Tu Nguyet Tien also shouted in frustration. Master, you still blame me. My lettered talisman was just taken away like that. Except for the magic weapon and protective doll on me. Everything else is gone. Tu Pham examined the ring carefully, then said, It looks exactly like the real thing. In such a short time, it's possible to make a fake that looks like the real one. Your ring-shaped talisman is not lost, and is still intact. Tu Pham told Nguyen Tien to quickly use the light projection technique to replay the images before and after she lost the ring-shaped talisman. Master, look at this quickly. In my memory, no one was near me during the times before and after. Suddenly, Tu Pham ordered to stop at this point. Tu Nguyet Tien immediately replayed the previous segment. Tu Pham then pointed at the two lanterns and said, Look at this image just a second earlier. The movement trail of the two lanterns doesn't match up. Tu Pham scolded. Tu Nguyet Tien, after this step, your memory has been affected. Temporarily forget a small part. Normally I tell you to pay attention to details, but you never listen. Memories in Tu Pham's classroom, with big words written on the board saying, Study hard and improve every day. Meanwhile, Tu Nguyet Tien is sleeping soundly as if dead, muttering nonsense about delicious chicken thighs. Tu Pham angrily cast a spell on Tu Nguyet Tien's head. This is extra training I prepared for you. If you don't spit out the point, you won't wake up. Tu Nguyet Tien falls into an illusion. Welcome to the illusion trial. The trial has a name. Everyone quickly find the difference. Tu Nguyet Tien wakes up confused among a pile of photos. How can she find the difference? She panics, crying and begging Tu Pham to save her. Master, I was wrong. Tu Nguyet Tien lies there, sweating and trembling in fear within the illusion, while Tu Pham looks at the fake ring in his hand with a sinister smile. There's still one more thing left. Stealing from my disciple won't be forgiven easily. Night quickly falls. The bright moon shines golden in the sky. In a house still lit, two figures sit by the window. Qin Feng calmly looked at the divine artifact ring of Tu Nguyet Tien in his hand and said, What am I afraid of? The theft has already been committed. Could it be that she's using the talismans to find and attack us? Qin Feng stared intently at the ring, which suddenly glowed with a bright blue aura. Qin Feng was covered in a mass of dark green slimy substance, while his brother panicked and cursed, What the hell is this smell? Enough already, damn it. No matter how many purification sessions he undergoes, he can't get rid of the stench. He's feeling hopeless about himself. Eek. What kind of magic is this that smells so terrible? This foul odor just won't wash away, and his brother keeps going. Non-stop, Ekek, stop purifying. It's getting worse and worse. Sado and Chukalin each hold a bottle filled with thick, stinky liquid. The two stylishly and coolly put them into the rings of each Yue Tian, leaving Qin Feng soaked in an unbearable, lingering foul smell. The child on the street watched them and sighed. So cool, Mom. I want to learn too? No, I don't want to. Somewhere, Vuong Huangqi from Biet Tong Mon was gaining new insights into swordsmanship, a new enlightenment at the Heavenly Sword Academy, in the swordsmanship square of the B-class mysterious level. Vuong Huangqi very seriously said to a teacher, Very good. You all stay focused for an hour, and from now on, call me teacher. The student who stays focused the longest will get a small prize. The small girl with purple hair, who dropped her sword and sat heavily on the ground panting, said, Sorry, teacher, I couldn't stay focused until the end. Vuong Huangqi called the shopkeeper and said, Shopkeeper, I will open the magical artifact storage pavilion. You keep her inside to rest. Understood. The shopkeeper immediately responded with an order. Vuong Huangqi then immediately opened the magical artifact storage pavilion. Zhou Jiao helped the girl with purple hair to her feet. Then Vuong Huangqi silently thought to himself that the sword stance his master created for the body and mind of a person has a huge impact. But if one can comprehend both the sword in hand and the sword stance, they can enter a state where person and sword become one, which would be much easier. Vuong Huangqi still has two diligent disciples training now, the Infinite Sword and Han Fi Vu. Vuong Huangqi proudly watches them practice. Unexpectedly, a normal mystical class has two talents appearing at the same time. That little girl really didn't deceive me. The story begins 3 hours ago, when Vuong Huangqi stood before the Tianthan Heavenly Sword Mission Guild. The notice read, Dedicate the Spirit Sword, with scores based on quality, to increase the cultivation of 10 types of divine sword techniques. The score will be based on the quality of the divine abilities. The demon clans in the Tiandan Thienkiem area include the Kim Dan level at 10 points, the Nguyenan level at 100 points, and the Hoa Than level at 1,000 points. Having been a swordsmanship instructor at the academy for 3 years, I received an opportunity to advance in the sword cultivation. Vuong Huangqi muttered to himself, counting on his fingers, to comprehend the infinite potential of increasing his swordsmanship. He needs 10,000 points. So does that mean he has to kill 100 primordial spirit demons or 10 transformed deities? Suddenly, someone from afar called out to Vuong Huangqi, "Senior, you're only at the primordial spirit stage. Fighting alone is pointless. You should know that the demon clans in the Heavenly Sword area are already gathering into groups. Each group has up to 1,000,000 members, and their leaders are at least in the Hoa Than stage." Vuong Huangqi turned back and asked him, "Is there any faster way to reach 10,000 points?" The kid snapped his fingers a few times and said, "This question costs 100 spiritual stones. For more detailed information, there should be some compensation." Vuong Huangqi immediately didn't hesitate and threw a small pouch of money into the kid's eager hand. Kid immediately brightened up and exclaimed, "Pepsi, you're right." He pointed at the large notice board and said, "If Senior wants to enter the treasure vault, I advise you to take this mission." The task the kid mentioned is the final one on the notice board. Earning 3 years as a teacher at the Swordsmanship Academy grants a chance to enter the Sword Realm Crystal. Don't erase the 4 gold marks on the board so that the third task is included inside. Vuong Huang just looked surprised and thought for a moment. "Teaching at the Swordsmanship Academy for 3 years, huh?" The kid explained a bit. "Yes, the Swordsmanship Academy admits a large number of students each year. Once a student reaches the first stage of the same level, the teacher can enter the Sword Dao Crystal Cave once and stay inside for a whole month. Wait, Senior, if you trust me, come to the B class of the Heavenly Sword Academy, the mysterious level." Vuong Huang turned around with a sigh and said, "I remember now." Soon after, Vuong Huang went to the Heavenly Sword Academy administrator, who asked, "Are you the new teacher?" The Hidden Spirit Sect, the one with the most profound swordsmanship, truly possesses extraordinary strength. Vuong Huangqi calmly responded, with a faint greenish aura emanating from him and a serious expression. The manager smiled and said, all right. The sword intent and soul unity on your body are complete, and your transformation into a divine form seems unimpeded, so which class do you want to teach? The heavenly level or the earth level?" Vuong Huangqi calmly replied, "None of them. I want to teach Class B Mystic level." Now, in the setting sun's evening light on Class B Mystic level, dozens of people are watching the 2 most talented students in the class practicing swordsmanship. Both Jian Wuji and Han Fuyu are covered with fierce sword intent. The purple-haired girl looked up in admiration and said, "Wow, the sword intent is already showing. Ah, so cool." The black-haired girl beside her, feeling jealous, said, "Just a little more and I'll have mastered it." Master Vuong Huang turned around and ordered, "Take the 2 students inside the magic artifact to rest," but suddenly a fellow student called out to him, "Master, wait a moment." She said, "Take the ultra sword home, he still has to take care of his mother." The girl looked at the ultra sword with sadness and said, "Her mother died of a strange illness, her chances of survival keep decreasing, and they can't find the cause. He is the most talented student in the class, originally able to advance to the heavenly rank, but delayed due to caring for his mother." After hearing this heartbreaking story, Vuong Huangqi took out a small vial emitting a greenish glow. He threw it to the kid with the infinity sword and said, "This child doesn't give up easily. As a teacher, I should show some care. This is a small vial of moonlight dew that can slightly restore life. Have her mother drink a glass every day." And the girl was happy seeing the infinity sword teacher. "That's great. I thank Master Vuong on his behalf." Then Vuong Huangqi also called to ask Pham for his opinion. "Master, do you think these 2 children need to return to our Hidden Spirit Sect for their noon break?" Tu Pham thought to himself, "This name is so good. Vuong already has the destiny of a true leg. No need to bring him back to the sect." He pondered about the 2 top students of Class B at Vuong Huangqi's school. Hearing Huangqi describe, "The immortal sword of infinity must be the legitimate protagonist Vuong Daovan, but he's not sure what script Han Fivu is holding." Tu Pham immediately told Vuong Huangqi to find out if Han Fivu's body contained any small jade tiger pouches, small tiger bottles, or small force-protecting items of unknown origin, and Vuong Huangqi responded with a yes. After a while, Vuong Huangqi returned to report that the master said they were right. There really was a small jade tiger pouch, and Tu Pham then ordered Vuong Huangqi, "Return that item. Han Fivu is a special target. Agree to all his requests." Vuong Huangqi's phone. Tu Pham lies back on the chair and sighs, destroying Dao, the infinity sword. Han Fivu, 2 types of cross-time legs, one from Vuong Dao, the other from Ngich Thin. At some point, the Zhu Yenkong leg will appear, and I won't be surprised anymore. At this moment, Tu Pham still doesn't realize he's that kind of leg. Tu Pham even built a base to nurture his leg, secretly planning. But when the legs are still small, he must hold back and feed them heavily. Tu Pham felt a moment of relief, hoping that when they grew up, they would all become children, like Vuong Vulan, so he could just stay there and be reborn. Life was truly worth looking forward to. The next day at the Heavenly Sword Institute, in the B-class mysterious swordsmanship square, everyone gathered as usual to hear Vuong Huang Chi call out, "Han Fi Vu, Infinity Sword, come up here." Vuong Huang Chi gave the two boys 2 swords and said, "Yesterday you both tied for first place. This is the reward I promised. In the future, work hard to help your master earn the top student title." Both of them replied in unison, "We will definitely not let the teacher down." Han Fi Wu approached and whispered to Vuong Huang Chi, "Yes, teacher. Lately I feel that the Heavenly Sword Institute isn't safe. Yesterday morning I woke up with a feeling that something was stolen." But then Vuong Huang Chi still tried to stay calm and replied, "So what? I will strengthen the security measures." "This is the treasure vault of the Heavenly Sword Institute." Someone shouted that it was robbed. "Quickly notify the institute's management." When Wang Xiangji hurried over, he heard everyone whispering and murmuring, "What is that smell? How come it's so strong?" The thief has already escaped, but everything still remains. Could it be that the rotten smell is lingering in the soul? Wang Xiangji couldn't stand the stench and pinched his nose, quickly taking out his phone and typing. "Did you send a message to Tuang Nguyet Tien, second senior sister, about whether the thief who stole your ring was made to smell bad by the master? It seems the treasure vault was stolen along with that same person." Tuang Nguyet Tien replied, "I'll go over right away." Tuang Nguyet Tien is preparing her aircraft to go against the flow of qi to the Vuong Huang Chi's academy. "The thief of my spiritual artifact ring. I will make them pay a heavy price." This is the scene at the Heavenly Sword Institute, inside Vuong Huang Chi's small world, where Vuong Huang Chi and Li Tin-tu are sitting drinking tea and chatting. Li Tin-tu thought that after leaving the sect, third senior brother would go become a wandering swordsman or an immortal hunter or something like that. "I didn't expect that third senior brother would end up becoming a teacher at the academy." Vuong Huang Chi chuckled softly and replied, "It's all just fate." Vuong Huang Chi suddenly remembered and asked, "Oh, did I bring the thing I asked you to bring?" Li Tin-tu rummaged through his search and said, "How could I forget what senior brother instructed?" Li Tin-tu showed a tiny model of a small house and said, "The external servant device is specially set to find the master and open it, and the illusion difficulty has also been adjusted." Li Tin-tu, still curious, he said, "You also care quite a bit about your students, huh?" Vuong Huang patted Li Tin-tu's head and smiled warmly. "How can it compare to the care I have for them? They are just unremarkable children. I want to give them a glimmer of hope." "It turns out it's Tu Nguyet Tien," Li Tin-tu said with a surprised tone. "Senior sister, what a coincidence." Tu Nguyet Tien poured a cup and drank it all in one gulp, causing Li Tin-tu to hurriedly say, "Slow down, senior sister. It's not polite now." Li Tin-tu, puzzled, asked, while pouring more for Tu Nguyet Tien, "Why did you catch the tram and end up here? Could it be that the person you're after and the one from Tien La Temple are the same?" Tu Nguyet Tien, panting with her hand on the table after finishing her tea, replied exhaustedly, "Probably so. It's driving me crazy. He runs too fast. I've been tracking his scent for days, and now I don't even know where he's hiding." Tu Nguyet Tien suddenly caught the scent, then looked up at the person. Tu Nguyet Tien immediately transformed and left without saying a word, but then smelled it again. Lai tin qua guang, dap lai hivong lane, ne su tiko de bat duo ten tromdo, tunguet tien dua tiova fatinen datsu ko mot, bong guodang di bendua. She landed on the ground, and immediately the other guy turned around, facing each other. Tu Nguyet Tien crossed her arms and sneered, "So you finally caught up with me, huh? This is outside the Heavenly Sword Immortal City, deliberately attracting me to lead me here for a fight." Qin Fang threw the items to Tu Nguyet Tien and said, "You misunderstood. Here, take it." Tu Nguyet Tien quickly caught it. Qin Fang said, "Girl, you've got her now. Let's negotiate. I'll return the items to you, and you should also get rid of that foul smell on you." Who would have thought that the items could actually fart? Tu Nguyet Tien examined the items and replied, "Does she not know shame when talking like that?" Tu Nguyet Tien threatened in a commanding tone, "Return what you stole from inside tenfold, or I won't bring up the past." Otherwise, with a flick of her finger, 4 golems appeared right behind her. Mainly Feng laughed mockingly and said, "Your tone is really fierce. Pay back 10 times what you stole." He raised his large hand toward Tu Nguyet Tien and her puppets, then asked, "Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the deserted field. Zhang Feng stood here. hearing Tu Nguyet Tien's voice coming from behind the thick smoke, still having the strength to threaten me. You probably know that the foul smell on you not only makes you disgusting, but also carries a trace of karma that can be traced to find your whereabouts. Guess how many enemies would come after you if I drew a line across your foot and tracked the season, Senior Chin Fong? Do you really think the puppets behind you can stop me? Tu Nguyet Tien stomped her foot and leapt into the air. She immediately appeared behind Zheng Feng and said, just 10 times more. With your senior's wealth, it's more than enough. Even Zheng Feng was surprised at how fast she was. Chin Fong, knowing this deal is tough, quickly devised a plan. She's as slippery as a fish, can't catch her or do anything to her, so better to agree first, remove the stink, and then decide. Chin Fong handed over the engraved token with a laugh, saying, fine, fine. Among these items, there's a treasure worth 10 times more. I swear to the heavens, so just break the seal and take it. Tun Nguyet Tien took the artifacts from Chin Fong's hands, raised 3 fingers to swear an oath, and said, I agree. If you have repaid tenfold, I will also help you remove the foul smell and the mark of karma, and if I break my vow, the heavens will not forgive. Tu Nguyet Tien, being quite clever, had already found a way to retreat, so she should stay alert and not let this guy go now. Chin Fong voi vang thugyu, da traroi den luot ngoidi, Tu Nguyet Tien quoi ha noi, sao voithe, konko mui hoi de giai trudao, da sesai de tukwa sumon mangden. Tu Nguyet Tien dan hosugyup dukwa tu fam, ben hon handuos, but dauke hoch a, muk tiu la tien than tien kim. 2 hours later, at Tu Nguyet Tien's boat, Chu Kai Lin arrived with the talisman and said, Elder Tu Nguyet, this is the charm that No told me to give you. I just recite the spell on it to break the curse. Tu Nguyet Tien immediately handed it to Chin Fong. Finally, it's here. Take this. He took it and read it with a grim face. I am such an idiot. I love eating shit. Tu Nguyet Tien and Chu Kai Lin couldn't help but laugh. Oh my God, the master's spell really works. And someone actually agreed to read it. Unbelievable. After reading, Chin Fong turned to crack his knuckles with a sly smile. It really made me waste my breath, but he created a whirlwind vortex. And then he attacked Tu Nguyet Tien and Chu Kai Lin. Chin Fong laughed proudly. You two are too weak. Ha ha ha. Immediately, the magic ring on Tu Nguyet Tien's hand was taken back by Chin Fong, who said with a mysterious aura, my stuff isn't so easy to take away. The ring flew away, leaving Tu Nguyet Tien and Chu Kai Lin stunned. Chin Fong grabbed the ring and laughed triumphantly. So what if I trick others into opening the artifacts? I won't be marked by karma, ha ha ha. He disappeared, making Chu Kai Lin and Tu Nguyet Tien furious. But in just a moment, Tu Nguyet Tien burst out laughing, mockingly. Ha ha, I knew it, daring to deceive me. Feel the power of our hidden spirit sect's strongest weapon. The puppets behind are ready to teach him a lesson. The alert immediately confirms the target's location, if fire, and yet Chung Feng is still mockingly running away without realizing he's being chased. A massive explosion echoes across the empty plain, causing not only Chin Fong but also the surrounding birds to be affected, falling to the ground in disarray. Tu Nguyet Tien and Chu Kai Lin stand above, looking down at Chin Fong lying motionless on the ground. Chu Kai Lin approaches to give him another lesson and doesn't forget to curse. Damn it. Returning to Fairy City. Heavenly Sword, this is at Heavenly Demon Palace. Tu Nguyet Tien pointed at Chin Fong and said, according to what Master Vuong Huang told me, the elder awarded the reward for catching the treasure thief. This is the thief. His name is Chin Fong. Take a look at his face. Tu Nguyet Tien quietly rejoiced, silently taking back the valuables. Who would have thought she'd get a reward this time? No loss at all. While the manager of Tien La Dien was examining Chin Fong lying on the ground to compare his face. Master Kai Lin stands beside with his arms crossed, thinking. His face is unrecognizable. His face has also been beaten badly. The manager of Heavenly Demon Palace approaches a ring of light and says to Tu Nguyet Tien, that's great. It's him. Zhang Dao Yu, here is a reward of 500,000 coins. Put it away. Inside, he secretly praised that Master Wang's disciples are truly talented. Tsu Yue Tien eagerly reached for the ring, but someone had already taken it. It turns out Uncle Kai Lin took it. He told me that Little No said the cost to mobilize the demon suppression formation is 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Selling it once more yields another 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones, leaving 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones as my fee for blocking it. The reward is just enough. After saying that, the little boy happily grabbed the book and ran off saving money every day, leaving Tu Nguyet Tien confused and standing there stunned. Tu Nguyet Tien was angry and annoyed. Ugh, I will talk to No when I get back. I will suggest to the master to craft another new. This is the underground space of Hidden Spirit Island, and Two-Fam is busy spinning below, playing a gold collecting game while muttering that lately he hasn't been able to gather anything from the demon spirits below. Apart from the compensation items, the stinky thief didn't find anything, and his hands are just filthy beyond measure. His first clone grumbled irritably, "Oh my God, can't you be serious for once?" And the second clone agreed. Two-Fam chuckled mischievously and said, "Well, it's not like I'm carving talismans or anything serious. Why bother working hard? Does someone actually think I'm working?" But when Two-Fam opened his game console, his clones had already taken it and thrown it away. Clone 2 cheerfully said, "Hurry up and get to work." Clone 1 feels much better after shedding the burden, only Two-Fam looks disappointed and tearful. Two-Fam rubbed his messy head and said, "Wait a minute. This white tiger shape seems familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before." Revisiting Two-Fam's memories from 2 months ago in the demon spirit realm, Two-Fam told a demon spirit digging a wall in the forest to stop. A white patch appeared where the demon spirit had just dug, and Two-Fam asked curiously, "What is this? Is it alive or dead?" And the demon spirit approached to examine. After comparing, there are no records of this beast, so it must be a famous creature within the demon race. Two-Fam has found a beast. Find a place to stay first and wait until you understand what it is before deciding what to do next. At the end of the memory, it turns out the corpse of the beast Two-Fam kept is actually the white tiger. Two-Fam should get excited and run straight to the door where the white tiger is kept. Yeah, now I really want to know if there is a dragon certificate inside it. When you open the door completely, you see a scene of a dragon token being supported by 3 demon spirits. Two-Fam joyfully exclaims that it is a dragon token. The baby reports that it is being checked and has no life aura. No consciousness is detected inside. This dragon talisman has been sealed with a sealing level of a true immortal. Two-Fam, disregarding everything, rushed to hug the dragon egg, feeling happy. Who would have thought this is indeed a dragon egg? The runes on the surface are all celestial level. Let's move it to my room for nurturing. What if one day it blooms? Two-Fam held it tightly, happy, saying it's truly Daddy's little treasure. In the illusion, Dan Deanne heard this and was stunned. "Huh, what did you say?" And immediately inflated inside Two-Fam's stomach, making him panic. What the hell is going on? It churned inside Two-Fam's stomach, making him jump to the roof. He had to surrender. "Fine, you really are Daddy's little treasure, okay?" Dan Deanne poked at it a few more times, causing Two-Fam to jump around the room. Finally it stopped, and Two-Fam was left lying on the ground, feeling miserable. "Bino, quickly come and help your master." Two-Fam panting and saying, "You still know how to be jealous. Hurry and move it out." No is worried about the owner and asks if the certificate is still in the room. Hearing about the certificate, Two-Fam's spirit revives for a second. He stands up and laughs loudly. He. Send it to Ho Lin for translation, claiming it's a feng shui treasure, live long enough for the certificate to bloom, and the certificate is immediately moved out. Part 1 of Two-Fam's body crawled into the energy vortex and shouted, "If you have free time, come here to help refine the tools." The order that the debtor hasn't finished yet, plus no number 2 from the Thousand Dao Sect and Yue Tian. 3 months later, a new system completed by Two-Fam is being activated, with a pile of boxes sent over on the ground, which is the reward from Tonim Thien. The rewards from the Thousand Dao Sect and Nin Dao. Two-Fam happily laughs and says, "Bino, I have crafted a little brother for you. Thank you. I can do without this younger brother of mine." No suddenly remembered and said, "Master, the sky above the sect has detected a highly dangerous energy gathering." Two-Fam still laughed heartily, raising his hands and saying, come on, you're familiar with me already, hit me if you dare." Two-Fam plopped down on the ground and said, "Who's there? This kind of thing isn't the first time I've dealt with, all because I craft top-tier tools." Two-Fam lying on his back, facing the incoming high-energy attack, calmly smiling and thinking to himself that he's becoming more skilled at this back-lying position. Suddenly, a blue membrane appears, surprising Two-Fam. Two-Fam quickly sat up and saw that he was surrounded by a protective circular barrier that shielded him from the high-energy attack. This pattern resembled the protective talisman from the guardian beast. Could Vivian's previous power have caused BUG? "It has been repaired so I can protect myself," he praised happily. "Well done. Does this thing also know how to feel compassion for the earth?" Two-Fam muttered to himself with a faint smile, not knowing whether it would be a son or a daughter, as the protective spell layer gradually shattered. Two-Fam suddenly realized and shouted, "No, this isn't right." He grimaced at the thought of men being mothers, then quickly shook his head to dismiss that idea. Move away, Two-Fam warned himself. "I am a man. What I thought just now was just a passing fancy." Suddenly the little one moved, making Two-Fam realize something was wrong, and he asked, "What's going on?" He looked at the system screen and saw a spaceship emitting smoke, another aerial explosion, and the little one quickly reported, "Master, it's not good. Something extremely huge is about to fall, landing very close to Hidden Spirit Island, which is all within the range of the shockwave." Tefam hurriedly orders B now to activate level 1 defenses and tells the figures on the lake to wait for orders. The golems quickly appeared on the surface of the lake. The system reported that the golems were in position. Tufam nodded and said he understood. Focused on calculating the data, counting down the time and distance of the fall, then activated the 6 water formation over the lake and sent it out. The water in the lake churns violently as the puppets create powerful waves, preparing to catch the falling boat that speeds down like a missile into the center of the lake. On the boat, Tathach kept begging, "Tuk Kwan, I just don't understand. Every time it's a critical moment you mess up my rhythm." Seeing Tuk Kwan remain silent, Tathach impatiently urged him, "Come on, say something." Tuk Kwan looked grim and uneasy, stammering, "Tathach Elder, please stop talking. It's about to fall. The love pearl can't be kept, but protecting you is enough." Tuk Kwan pointed at the other side of the screen and said, "Look, there's a huge lake all around, and there's no one in sight. Falling there wouldn't cause much damage." Suddenly Tuk Kwan snapped out of his focus and felt something was off, his hand lightly stopping at a spot on the screen. Tuk Kwan pointed at the screen and said, "There is a device here that doesn't seem to belong to this sect." The figures of Tufam are controlling the water in the lake to form an upward hand to catch the falling boat. The boat lands safely on the water. Tathach responds to Tuk Kwan. "What else do you want to say? Look at that formation staff. It seems like there aren't many people there. I see through it." The boat finally lands safely, and then the two of them step down. This brown-haired person is the venerable Tathach, and the white-haired one is the venerable Tuk Kwan. Tuk Kwan smiled and said, "Who's there? Don't be angry anymore. Look over there." Tuk Kwan pointed ahead and praised, looking at the formation and tools. "This sect's strength isn't bad at all." Tathach said loudly, "Someone is coming. Members of the Hidden Spirit sect are flying down to where Tuk Kwan and Tathach are." Leading the way is Bang Futs, followed by Tufam, Tukwang, and Tunem Thien. Bang Futs steps forward and says, "The Elder Hall Master of the Fairy City Lam Lam is guarding the Nien Dao region." Tunem Thien, flying to see the venerable Tathach, Tonjia Tuch Kwan. Tufam also spoke, "The Hidden Spirit sect." Tufam, Tukwang, flying to see the venerable. Tathach grabbed Tufam and asked, "Are you the elder of this sect?" Tufam calmly replied, "Yes." Tathach repeatedly pats Tufam's shoulder, praising him, saying, "Good, good, good. It seems that finally the 100,000 Li territory has a sect stationed there, throwing a punch at you guys." Building a sect in such a remote area, Tufam shyly laughs and responds, "Ha ha ha, the venerable again giving us rice. The 100,000 Li territory is a treasure land for us." Tathach expressed his gratitude, saying, "Anyway, thank you for your help this time. I will repay you in the future." Tufam chuckled, "Ha ha 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 ha, no need to promise to repay." Tathach then went back to the boat and said to Tukwan, "I'm heading to the headquarters to meet with the elders. Tukwan, do you want to come along?" "Over here," Tufam yelled out in pain as Tathach's grip on his arm made him want to smoke. Tukwang worriedly stepped in to help, while Tukwan, refusing Tathach, quickly grabbed Tufam's other hand. He happily told Tathach go ahead, and he and the elder of the Hidden Spirit sect would discuss the puppet for a bit. Tukwan gently held both of Tufam's hands, making him smile and think why he liked holding his hands so much. "What are you poking for? What are you poking for? Curiosity kills the cat. A great venerable like you has no reason to be curious about a little gold core like me." Then, turning to Tathach, Tukwan immediately pulled Tufam and ran away, pointing to the other side and asking, "Is the main hall of the sect over there?" "I'll stay for a few days. Let's go inside and talk." Tufam happily thought as he followed him and replied yes. He wondered why everyone who came here wanted to stay, even though he hadn't opened the retreat area. Later, the sign for the Hidden Spirit Sect Resort should probably have the sect's name removed, leaving only Hidden Spirit Resort. At the guest area, Lord Feng Hidden Spirit Sect, Tu kept asking Tufam nonstop, "Did you craft the divine tool in the sky? Are those puppets the same? Do you also have a way to control puppets to craft them?" Tufam could only smile and reply, "Yes, that's right." Tukwan patted Tufam's head and smiled, saying, "Your tool with the second highest supercalculating power. Don't fool me now." Tufam quickly wiped his sweat and said, "If you want to ask anything, just ask directly. I definitely won't hide anything." Tukwan scratched his head and said, "Well, I have a friend who drives a spirit ship and is very skilled, and he wants to create a combat puppet that can pilot a spirit ship. I wonder if you can craft one." Tufam secretly chuckled mockingly. "The friend he's talking about is himself, right?" Bino asked. Bino, look at him. Is it that your gaming skills are so bad that others have to play for you? Little No pouted and replied, Master, you still wanted to cling to the saints back then? You said he was married, he won't delete the game but will unfriend you. Tu fam, ngeben ho noi song, traten hiem tuk leidung dua vau han lang. An kuidao animatko ve uru, noi, nangma, bon ho kong holaton gia. Vuadenda pat hienra chan yu tin duo sendao. Little No replied, after all, the previous leader of the Moon Fairy borrowed the demon suppressor to catch the thief and also sold him to the Heavenly Abyss Palace. Tifa was a bit surprised, then laughed. Sold him, huh? Ha ha ha. Moon Fairy didn't kill him, but she had quite a few bad intentions. This Qin Fong guy has mixed the belongings of many notorious demons. Now those people are probably chasing him to Tien La Dien. Better to sell him than kill him, ha ha. Tu Fam frowns as he calculates intensely. Something's not right. But the conflict between Nguyen Tian and Qin Fong isn't over yet. Senza still has one more trick up her sleeve. I can't let her suffer. I need to plan now. I can't let my beloved little one be at a disadvantage. A month later, at the Four Seas Immortal City, Tu Nguyen Tian Junjun looked nervously at the ring on her finger. Is this my personal ring? Tu Nguyen Tian realized it had been contaminated by Qin Fong and shouted in anger, Qin Fong. Qin Fong's voice echoed provocatively, Girl, between us, I will gradually mix the items of everyone around you. I won't let you, your master, or your sect get away. Just wait and see you all turn into miserable wretches. Tu Nguyen Tian clenched her fists, but still smiled confidently, knowing she could escape the great transcendent ancestor of Tien La Temple. Consider yourself capable. Wait and see. No matter how long you live, one day you'll fall back into my hands. A flash of lightning streaks across the sky, and below is a bustling, crowded street. This person is the fake Zheng Feng, threatening him with a fierce growl. Wait until tomorrow, I will find your sect's location. In the underground space of the hidden spirit gate, Zi Yuexian returned crying and wailing. Tu nanguyet, tien lamlu. Tantroi trachdat voi. Tu fam hu husuf hu oi. Konvua wani ua ukvua, tu quadin hongchu. Wat qua kon labitron nuaroi. Tu fam kong fe. To daivi dua do de ngokne an bentanoi kong sao chungta kong thieo. Chutlin tush doku de hantrondi. Tu Nguyen Tian, seeing how calm Tu Fam was a bit surprised and immediately stopped crying to ask him, Master, what do you mean by that? He said I cast a divination and knew I would face this trouble, so I left the items in your possession. Tu Fam smiled and said, I even prepared 8 more special items for you. Just let him mix them as he pleases. By then, he will understand what it means to be embarrassed in front of everyone. Tu Nguyen Tian, who had just cried, smiled again. He. Still the most caring for me. Tu Fam told her to go out quickly so he could mix them, and to act more naturally. Don't bother me while I refine the spirit gathering bead, Tu Nguyen Tian replied with a yes, and then left carrying a bunch of talisman rings. After a while, Tu Nguyen Tian chuckled as she carried a pile of rings away. Tu Fam cleared his throat a few times and threw the spirit-gathering pearl to his 2 clones, saying, Last time, after the Sect's great formation, use demon spirits to upgrade the core formation. Watch, soon the spirit-gathering array on the peak won't be able to activate, but this time it's good. With the spirit-gathering pearl, we can finally do it. Tu Fam orders his 2 clones. Number 1 and number 2, upgrade the spirit-gathering array to the great array, Ku Lin Thon Thien, so that in the future our sect's doppelgangers won't need to spend spirit stones anymore. In another eternal realm, Tu Fam's 2 clones have taken the spirit-gathering pearl up to the spirit-gathering array. Look, a river shaped like a sheep's wool is appearing in the sky. Water started flowing down to the ground. The brown-haired boy was surprised and reached out to catch it. Wow, it's spiritual rain. The purple-haired boy beside him also looked up, sensing it. Amazing, I feel power filling my body. Suddenly a statue appeared on the other side, shining with a golden light. Tu Fam asked, Bino, the divine anomaly of the highest level body cultivator. Bino, is it mighty force? Bino replied, the master's guess is correct. Earlier, the mighty force defeated the last wave of the strange puppet core and advanced to the gold core stage. Looking at the darkened area on the arm of the strange figure, Tu Fam saw a patch darker than the rest. Tu Fam squinted and said, This anomaly seems a bit unstable. Little No, take a drop of the original essence of gold. Suddenly, the Kwa Long Do approached the surrounding anomaly, catching Tu Fam off guard. Seeing the dark spot on the anomaly's arm filled in by the Long 2 artifact, Tufam gasped in surprise and asked, "Who did this?" The previously incomplete anomaly was now automatically filled in by the artifact, truly an unexpected surprise. At the Immortal City Festival, a couple is entwined together, but Hung Luk's face doesn't look very happy as the crowd below gathers to watch the young women perform. The girl looks captivated and enthusiastically cheers. Oh, the fairy sister on stage is dancing and flying with her dress billowing. The woman jumps down, but the person flying up doesn't match. The woman gently lands on the beam in Hung Luk's arms, but she's a strong Taoist priestess. "What do you want to play today?" Hung Luk, uninterested, quickly pushes her away and says casually, "Don't touch me. I'm here to take care of the dragon's health." The female beast steps aside. So, the guardian follows me, secretly judging why she's so reserved about her body and speech, but if she's that simple, could she really be a traitor? Half an hour later, outside Hung Luk's reception room, a beautiful woman was crying and begging for help. Change the person. I'm in trouble," Hung Luk inside responded. "Why are you running? It's not time yet." The other beauties couldn't take it anymore, and, as he lay back eating an apple, he ordered the girls lightly, "Haven't you eaten yet? If you don't do it properly, I'll give you a 1-star rating now. Are you still giving us a 1-star review?" Hung Luk was very satisfied. "Isn't it better this way? Just keep going like this." The men outside are discussing loudly. "I heard it's a unified cultivation, really strong. Maybe I should try some body cultivation myself." "Wow, 4 young ladies inside. This person is really impressive." Hung Luk approaches the female cultivation table, a total of 300,000 spirit stones. Han happily places the small bag on the table. "What bargaining skills? I won't come to your place again." Hung Luk walks out excitedly. Next mission. The beauties behind, shoo them away. Beat them up. We don't want to welcome the first person, damn it. Next mission. Let the fledglings spread their wings and sing for 2 years. And kill 10,000 monsters of the same level. With full confidence, no, this time it's finally normal. "All major intelligence organizations in the central continent are here," Hung Luk asked emotionlessly. "I want to know which immortal city has the most dangerous demon clan enough for me to kill 10,000 of the same level." The person opposite opened a document, handed over a file while speaking, and said there are 16 immortal cities with quite serious demon threats. "This is the document about the invasion of the immortal city and the demon race. Please pay 2,000 spirit stones." Hung Luk's eyes widened as the teleportation formation shimmered intensely. The two sides exchanged the document for 2,000 spirit stones. Hung Luk asked, hearing that all information could be bought from your place, then stepped closer to question about my documents. "What do you have there?" The man sighed deeply and then read through the information himself. This person spoke at length about Tianku Hidden Spirit Gate. Hung Luk, achievements, ranking first in the Heavenly Love Combat Power List, leading the flag. With fellow disciples, Hung Luk was stunned. "When Tianku fought, I used a disguise tool to hide my identity and aura. How did you find out?" "This one keeps talking nonsense. This is a secret of all our 10,000 masters. The price for information about the divine of the Tao title is 100,000 spiritual stones. Please pay." Hung Luk stepped out of the intelligence organization and into his mouth. Because this mouth is big enough, it only takes a few words to earn 100,000 spiritual stones, which is more than a massage at the Jujin Spa. Suddenly, a sweet scent of wine wafted past him, causing him to momentarily lose focus. At this moment, Hung Luk suddenly realized that the items in his hands had been swapped. "Damn it, my artifacts are mixed up, even more painful than losing hundreds of thousands." He immediately picked up the phone to call Tu Pham, the Great Elder. "My artifact tokens are mixed up, yes." At Tu Pham's secret spiritual door chamber, after finishing the call, he hung up. Tu Pham kept chasing after the little fox, thinking if the business of the 10,000 masters had nothing to do with the 3 fairy elders probing the Hall Elder, I would have already live-streamed exposing them. Bino immediately covered his mouth and warned him, "Be careful what you say. If you're investigated, what will you do then?" No's concern is that he didn't expect Elder 2 to enjoy deceiving others for profit like that. Tu Pham should steer the conversation away, sir. The secret techniques like the Golden Core Pill and the efforts of the Elder Hall and the other venerables to hide the divine secrets are probably very difficult. Using the way of the sword and the will of the heavenly way will come with a heavy price no matter what you do. Little No replied, waiting a few hundred more years until the primordial infant stage to transform the dual formation hidden spirit, then he could avoid karma and fate, and by then the hidden spirit sect would truly become an underground sect. Tu Pham showed a calculating expression. And as for the lost rune artifacts, it must have been someone from the 10,000 Masters sect investigating. Including this time, it's probably the 5th time. By then, even if Qin Feng originally was a perfect fusion, the gods and immortals would be beyond saving. Qin Feng sneered quietly. He, he, he. Tufam took this opportunity to learn more. He lay down carefully studying, still should continue to comprehend the immortal script and follow the skilled path. At this moment, Hung Luke cast the immortal teleportation formation for eternal life, unwilling to watch the finger with the cursed symbols turn into ash. It turns out in the cultivation world, there are truly people who can steal others' cursed symbols when they are careless. He sadly kicked the stone by the roadside, which still had a gift from his junior brothers inside, but in an instant, it was all gone. The stone fell straight into the abyss and mist rose thickly. Hung Luke at this moment realized he was in the air, his face blank with shock. The surrounding space was filled with misty clouds among the canopy trees. Han is crying and begging for help. Oh my god, where is this? No, right now I'm in Vingtho Fairy City. I want to leave the city to fight the demon race. Do you have any opinions on this plan? No reports that he is gathering intelligence about Vingtho Fairy City and is developing a plan suited to your physical strength. The best plan is to find the headmaster in Vingtho Fairy City. Hung Luke asked in surprise. The headmaster is also here at Vingtho City. No urged him. You're still hesitating. The headmaster will leave this city soon. At that moment, in Vingtho City, Nguyet Tien felt happy. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, she sat in the sun feeling very sleepy. Suddenly, the girl widened her eyes in surprise, and Hung Luke's upside-down face appeared friendly, waving hello to the headmaster, startling Nguyet Tien so much she almost fell backward. Huai. The girl from Am stood up. Don't suddenly appear behind someone like that. Sit down first and eat while talking. Don't pressure me. I feel stressed. Hung Luke chuckled and scratched his head, then said, Yes. Nguyet Tien asked, Have you finished the first task of going to the fairy city for pleasure yet? Hung Luke angrily slammed his hand on the table, causing dishes to shatter loudly, and said, Don't mention it anymore. It's no good for me. Just a waste of time and spirit stones. Yu Shen stood up feeling helpless, thinking that the master's original plan was probably for him to experience the outside world, so that later, if a girl broke up with him, he wouldn't follow her. But I still have a little hope. If he's honest and straightforward, he will probably just say no to the little demon. Yu Yen stood up and suggested that if you want to complete the second task, this fairy city isn't suitable for you. I'll take you to the mysterious gold fairy city, she said loudly. Shop owner, check out. She nervously touched her pocket. Hung Luke stepped closer and glanced. Headmaster, what's wrong? Immediately Yu Zhen poked him in the head. Hey, don't look around randomly, be honest. Yu Shen sighed and took out the ring, once again mixed up. Hong Li sympathetically placed a similar ring and muttered in frustration, I was also mixed up before. By the same trickster, so shameless. Fairy Yue plans her revenge calmly. If he likes to mix things up, let him do it. Let's catch him in the act. The shop owner looks at the pile of dishes and secretly cries inside. It's just fruit in a bowl. Do I really need to break all these dishes? While Yuet Tien was happily playing outside, the tricker secretly took the artifact ring. Then, as she focused on the new item in her hand, she accidentally let the tricker take the artifact ring again. And then, while she was happily focusing on her game, the trickster once again snatched the rune ring. She cheerfully sipped her milk tea and reported, Master, all 10 rune rings have been taken by the trickster. What should I do? At the same time, in the hidden space island underground, Tu Fam achieved his goal and chuckled to himself. Ha! He thought he could get away without opening the ring this time. Just wait. The cause and effect will soon take effect. He opened his storage box to secretly take out a scroll of magic. Thief Dragon Spy, feeling quite satisfied and inspired to come up with new theft strategies. A young man stands in the middle of the street, dropping a huge, super stinky rotten bomb. Boom! Zheng Feng is terrified. Damn it, I didn't even open the cursed items. Why did it get exposed? It's too disgusting. We should leave now. He quickly runs away. While running, he kept dropping stinky bombs, losing his composure and crashing into the roadside stalls. Boom, boom, damn! With such a loud noise. How can I become a divine mixer later? Boom! Yuan Tian's eyes showed hatred. Little one, confirmed. This time I will make sure he can't cause trouble anymore. Little one, Commander, the wind is blowing. Suddenly a message was sent right at this moment. She opened the message to see, Brother, stubborn and unruly, stranger, girl, I give up. In a canyon 30,000 miles north of the fairy city of Q-Thatch, I will give you all my money. Please cancel the curse. The fairy was disappointed, pointed, and regretted too quickly. Qin Feng was running away non-stop, dropping bombs behind him, panicking as he half ran, half collapsed, when he received a message. He opened the message to look. A girl with 2 buns in her hair, a stranger, looked up. A huge, strange object was falling toward him, and he lunged forward, losing his soul. This large object forcefully crashes into the ground, causing the surrounding terrain to become rugged. A special odor-proof transport plane is gradually landing. Jungfeng is so frightened he fainted. The masked Hung Luke only dares to hold a hook to drag him. The headmaster, how can we bring this guy here? He's a vegetarian and won't stop at all. Master Yuet applied a strategy saying we need to use a special coffin. Hung Luke helped Jungfeng put him inside. Does this coffin have any special features? He threw the coffin onto the plane, and Moon Fairy was a bit worried. It seemed to be equipped with a self-ventilating system for the smell. Hung Luke shuddered at the thought. Grand Elder. That's too cruel. Jungfeng is struggling inside the coffin, in Tu Fam's small courtyard on the Hidden Spirit Island. Chu Kai Lin is seriously contemplating, Master, I didn't do a perfect job last time. We probably need to add a few more scents. Just having the smell of sulfur is too simple. Tu Vam, like finding true love. Wow, you're really a genius. Chu Kai Lin felt fulfilled. I feel the same as the master. Nguyet Tien quickly approached. Tu Pham patted her head to comfort her. Haven't gotten the stuff back yet. Why do you look so sad? Nguyet Tien poured out the bag and emptied everything out. Tu Pham scratched his head and wondered, isn't that a bit too much? Why aren't you happy? The girl rolled up her sleeves and prepared to strike. The things the master has been making lately keep breaking. I knew this little brat has spoiled the master. Uncle Kai Lin swallowed the rescue spell inside Tu Pham's body. The master saved his child, and Guyet Tien rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. A girl like you still smells so foul. I don't want to be a person anymore. Tu Pham hugged the girl gently and lifted her up. He gently coaxes and comforts her, while the Moon Fairy ignores Uncle Kai Lin in the corner, no longer crying. Look, give me the Van Lan and Heavenly Spirit shield so I can strengthen them for you. I also want to equip a strange puppet like this for soul capturing and upgrading and add a new toy. He kept persuading her passionately, saying he would make her another bottle of perfume and asking which scent she liked. Yishan, immersed in happiness, replied, I want a fruit-scented perfume and also the scent of cinnamon flowers. Tu Pham waved his hand to signal Chu Kai Lin to withdraw quickly. The boy, clutching the test load book on his shoulder, secretly tried to escape in fear. Woman, don't provoke him. Moon Fairy is proud and arrogant. In society, I am not afraid of anyone. At home, you act like a spoiled child with your master, but, oh well, only when the master comforts you can you stand up. Right now at the Heavenly Sword Academy, the intense training session is underway, and the boy falls hard to the ground. Huang Qi grabs Han Fivu's hand, supporting him as he gets up, but unfortunately, just a little more effort was needed. Huang Qi quietly watched her students with satisfaction. No words needed. Now 6 students in this class have comprehended the sword intent, and Vokuk and Han Fivu can now skillfully apply it. Huang Qi approached the 2 students, silently reminding Vokuk that the Dao Tom sword belongs to the state of mind, and she was too hasty earlier. Vokuk nervously bowed, repeatedly acknowledging her mistake, and thanking her for the guidance. The boy turned to wave goodbye, saying, See you later, junior brother. I'm heading home now. Goodbye. And Fivu enthusiastically waved back, while the senior brother left leisurely. Huang handed him back 2 books, explaining that the 100-sword Dao is too complicated for her current level. This is the jade inscription of the sword formation of the way and the divine powers of the sword path. Please consider your own conditions and choose for yourself. Fivu's eyes brightened as he happily accepted it. Thank you, Master. After saying that, the boy quickly covered his mouth and apologized, saying he was too excited and called the teacher Su Fu by mistake. Huang only listened and looked serious without saying anything. At this moment, he recalls his master's advice, Foolish disciple, if you know those 2 students have the fate of a leg after forming a bond, stay away a bit and be sincere with them every day. Be careful, or later it might turn into a stepping stone for the leg, meaning those guys with loved ones sacrificed will suddenly unleash that power. Based on Fam's example, I looked into it myself, and in these classic works, the final fight with the villain often results in all the good people, loved ones, and mentors being killed. Right? Be careful. I warn you, I think this teaching profession is very dangerous. I feel a bit nervous. Their talent is high. If they don't have good teachers, they might go astray. I will pay attention. Huang Qi sighed helplessly. If you keep practicing your cultivation techniques and sword skills, you can reach the peak of the Shako stage. Keep training hard, and your cultivation techniques must not be shared outside. Kaoso Dao Wu gratefully nodded and said, Thank you, teacher. There are still 10 days until the annual student competition, and I will definitely not let you down. Huang Qi suddenly realized that a year had already passed so quickly, and he was almost forgetting that he was teaching here to get into the core of the sect. 10 days had gone by, and now the annual student tournament at the Heavenly Sword Academy was about to begin. The token issued to each of you is your participation card. Don't be too nervous during the competition. You have all performed well, and your efforts will surely be recognized by the Sword Cultivation Sect. Huang Qi announced and reminded everyone that in half an hour the contest will begin, so please go to your designated areas, and the contestants responded together, "Yes, we will do our best." He used his power to boost each contestant's speed, seeing them off for a while, and the contestant below replied, "Thank you, teacher." The young man watched from afar. It looks like the competition is about to start. Huang Qi turns his head slightly to pay attention, eyes wide as he controls his mental power. The young man immediately falls victim to the attack in his mind. That teacher's sword intent is too fierce, this sword idea of the Tao almost injuring his mind. Director Gao casually glanced away and stopped activating his mind. The young man kept rubbing his head. The Heavenly Sword Academy kid was surprisingly talented, and the young man beside him spoke up. "Is that not right? Look at the students of the Heaven Tier class. Their killing intent is extremely strong, and their cultivation of the 6 paths of killing is definitely impressive." The young man standing on the city wall is judging, and even the new students of the first branch of the Divine Sword Technique class are not bad. For now, just remember this and observe for 2 years. The old man stroked his long beard thoughtfully and said, "I think the students from the mysterious class that the teacher mentioned earlier are the most stable. Their fights are very strong, and their combat skills are solid. If you two don't need them, I would like to take them all." The young men bowed their heads, and his gaze was very accurate. "I respect your kindness, but please leave us a few more." Huang Qi folded his arms and sighed, criticizing, "These kids may not be very talented, but maybe in the future they'll find their own path." Tukwang smiled softly and said, "Senior, these students' encounters with the mysterious are their lifelong opportunities." Huang Qi anxiously kept thinking, what if the opportunity is waiting for Fei Vu or Wu Ji to take the top spot? Then I can reach the Tankincom. Even if Duyan Sudo is only second, that's fine. Avoiding the Heavenly Tao isn't bad either. Suddenly, 4 demonic battlegrounds appeared, and a horde of demon beasts surged out of the river. "Brothers, charge!" Everyone around is running chaotically. "Ah, save me!" Tu Chuang shouted in fear. "Teacher Vuong, what should we do?" Huang Qi drew his sword and said, "What should we do?" he said excitedly, as a teacher. Huang Qi, after speaking, charged forward bravely, so of course he had to protect the students. Tu Pham was meditating when suddenly an emergency alert sounded. Tian Thang, Tian Kiem, is under attack by hundreds of demon clans in fusion, and only the teleportation center remains unscathed. Most of the teachers from the Tian Kiem Academy have led students to escape outside Tian Than Tian Kiem. Tu Pham read it and looked shocked. "It's over. Isn't that the direction where the guide is supposed to be?" Immediately he recalled, Bino, prepare the spirit ox for torment and the puppet for battle. With the courage and gratitude that Nindao gave earlier, inside there is a spiritual phoenix spirit cultivating in the void. And this time I also brought one. Nuno responded loudly, "The wind is here." Outside Tianthan Thienkiem now, the flying support, is heading directly here. The disciples inside look out in horror. "Ah, master, please hurry." Little No appears with a message. The owner has received news. "They are sending someone here to support. Please be patient a little longer. The guide is desperately controlling the flying support to go faster." Good. You quickly shrink the students into the palm of your hand with a spell. Come on in. You protect the temple that guards the students inside. Be careful, teacher. Huang Qi stands alone, facing 7 feral beasts. You think you can eat me based on those 3 dogs? Wild beasts with greedy eyes and drooling mouths. I have to try and see. Even if I can't eat people, I might as well take the chance to eat those tasty little ones. Another angry beast drooling all over its snout shows its displeasure. Your drool is all over my face, and stop making that disgusting face. Huang Qi reveals the shape of the great sword behind him and declares, "Let me deal with you first." The furious beast charged forward first, and you didn't hesitate to unleash your divine skill, the heaven and earth ultimate strike. Your immense power tore the beasts apart, turning them into nothing but flesh and blood. You boast and warn, so come on and try my sword. The beast sitting nearby holding a clock has been shouting for 1.88 seconds. Can I hit it now? Wait a minute. Do you smell something strange? The beast next to me is embarrassed and lying in a mess. Outside the Heavenly Sword Immortal City, 2 wolves are rushing fiercely but see one already with broken horns and torn flesh, and Huang Qi calmly destroys it. The remaining 2 are trembling. What should we do? All right, they still ignore the river. Forget it, I'll block here. You go call for reinforcements quickly, using human transformation technique and the communication jade. Got it. Meanwhile, 2 others are fleeing in panic. Inside the Heavenly Sword Immortal City, a wolf is casually casting spells. It is a divine canine fusion beast. The divine dog sneers, well, discovering that humans have a strategy for the genius. Luckily, our clan's beast dogs encountered this first. Tianquan, let's go and kill that celestial prodigy. For each one we kill, we'll earn a reward, and the demon lord will give us plenty of good stuff. Besides the Heavenly Sword City, Huangqi is flying very fast. A wolf is chasing after the big boss. Wasn't it very elegant earlier? If you have the ability, then don't run. Huangqi replied, you guys fight me alone. Only fools would stand still. Huangqi said into the phone, a hybrid demon beast is coming this way. What should I do? Thousands of miles to the demon beast hybrid is just a blink of an eye. Xiaonuo replied, don't worry. As long as you run fast enough, you won't get hit. Huangqi was speechless. This kid talks as if he isn't. A blood-splattering shock occurred. Huangqi felt it. Death. A terrifying force is chasing after Huangqi. The divine dog appears, and the wolves that saluted earlier have already recognized the divine dog's arrival. This kid definitely can't escape. The divine dog looks straight ahead as if it recognizes something. Teacher Huangqi has already flown far away. He uses the power of his gun attack to run even further, and with the primordial energy, how can the kid withstand my attack? He won't be able to escape. Huangqi here, phew. Luckily I have the jade talisman my master gave me to protect my life, or I would have been left behind. Huangqi also understood. So the point is that as long as you run fast enough, you won't be hit like earlier. That was the idea. I never expected such precise calculations. Is there anything that can't be predicted? Huangqi flew farther, his eyes noticing something. Huangqi in a foggy haze, and then Xiaonuo quickly replied, no, the incident was something I couldn't foresee. In front of Huangqi is a very tall staircase, the Sword and Blade Sect. I also encountered an ancient relic of the ancient sect. Does Xiaonuo have any materials? Little No remained silent. Huangqi was confused. Little No had fainted and connected with his true self. The document archive couldn't be new. A soul appeared. The entrance exam for the Sword and Blade Sect begins. He continued. The first obstacle, the sword body path. If you go up the mountain via this staircase, you can pass the test. Zhai stood looking at the stairs. Unexpectedly, I am someone with such great luck. Huangqi took a step forward but was pushed back. The rule was that those at the peak of the blessing cycle could not participate in the entrance trial. Huangqi quickly regained his footing, looked at the stairs, and realized it wasn't his luck but his students', so he took out the temple. When the students come out, the children look sad and say they want to go home, but what should their family do now? It's over. Even Ukuk is crying. The son is unfilial and can't die with his family. Huangqi approaches Vokuk again, noting that this infiltration only involved a small number of high-level demon tribes, mainly targeting the merchant guild and powerful cultivators. Ordinary people can survive if they hide well, but now you must stay strong. Huangqi said, this secret realm is an ancient sect of the Sword and Blade, and your appearance has triggered the entrance exam, which can only be participated in after the awakening. Huangqi asked, do you want to go? Ulti X clenched her fists. Undefeated stands up, you go ahead, only with greater strength can you seek revenge. Faivu agrees. Huyen is right. The group moves forward together. Wait for me, I'm coming too. It's not time to give up yet. Master Huang smiled as he watched his disciples move forward. Suddenly, divine swords appeared before him. This is. A voice echoes. Huangqi's eyes glow as if possessed, the righteous sword of Huang Da Dao, the shining sword of the hidden and revealed times, the killing sword of Thi Sun, the speed sword of Kan Doan. All these divine swords are illusions of the supreme swordsmanship controlling these disciples. Can you seize the inheritance of that divine sword? No, rather kill them all and let me help you take over this secret realm. What do you think? The light from the jade pendant on Huangqi's neck also flickered, and that sound echoed again. Then a jade-green light burst forth, causing the pendant on Huangqi's neck to crack. Huangqi clenched his hand over his face, and his master's jade talisman saved his life again. He sat quietly meditating, his mind still unsteady. Only by using his heart to cultivate his master's divine skills can he inherit the sword of the divine blade. But he is not enough to fill the gap for the traitor. The heavenly dog is standing from afar, searching for Huangqi. A wolf reports, Lord Heavenly Dog, the human scent disappeared here, no longer visible, surely encountered a dog's luck, entered the secret realm, and the dog's luck here is a sign of good fortune. Suddenly, the heavenly dog punched it in the face. The heavenly dog felt truly annoyed. Growing up stupid, huh? Talking about luck with the dog's scent, don't you even know what race you belong to? The wolf's tears only knew how to silently protest. But no matter big or small, it's still a brainless dog. So when the previous sentence called someone a brainless dog and said they were stupid, this one misunderstood and thought it meant from childhood to adulthood. So it called them a brainless dog all along. The heavenly hound huffs loudly, eyes full of anticipation, waiting for me to break the secret realm so I can kill him. A human celestial prodigy capable of surpassing the level of the secret realm. Tien Kuyen, holding his sword, stabbed the ground and caused the two remaining dogs to collapse and cling to each other. He shouted loudly, with a light like the sun shining from above, "So tell me, who did you say you wanted to kill earlier?" Tu Fam in the image of Sun Wukong appears, daring to chase and kill my disciple. In the end, there won't even be a grave. This time, I will show mercy. Tu Fam just needs his two hands to neatly eliminate the heavenly hound. The two howling dogs go from fear to fear again so you can be buried together to avoid loneliness. Tu Fam looked at him with a bored expression. The fool accidentally rushing into the secret realm. What a shame this is the script of the real foot, the endless sword, or Han Fei Wu. His eyes lit up as he pointed his finger, a ring of light emanating outward. Tu Fam sat on the cloudstone, arms crossed in front of his chest, feeling shy. Oh, third brother. Thiji only mentioned that my divine powers have issues. Only one was injured and two were wounded, and I still had to have the master step in. Huang Chi clasped his hands together, smiling. Master, you've created a new form again? Or is this your true self? Tu Fam flexed his arm proudly. This is the demon race. The five spirits of the enlightened Marquisum control remotely, just like the spiritual path gifted last time, with a more refined and flexible power than a puppet body. Tu Fam thought to himself, but he still felt something was missing in his hand. A staff. Without it, he always felt like a part of his soul was missing. Huang Chi counts his students, 1, 2, 3, 4, then asks, Master, the infinite sword remains in the wounded sword sect within the secret realm. What should I do now? Tu Fam, sitting behind, replies, That disciple of yours is probably receiving the inheritance, may be coming out soon. Tu Fam, resting his chin on the clouds, lying as if touching shoulders with Huang Chi. You should go back now. I've placed a celestial satellite weapon above the sky for you. Huang Chi clasped his hands together, thanking his master. Tu Fam performed a spell. All right, I'll take my leave now. On Huang Chi's shoulder is an image of Tu Fam's mysterious training doll, and in his hand is a spiritual pill, Huang Chi happily thinks. His master says he hates it, but deep down he feels sad for himself, for having so many things, and the spiritual pill is enlarged. Huang Chi smiles. The demon clan of the Celestial Sword City has been driven out. Everyone returned to the city to find your loved ones. A month later, at a place where Huang Chi lives, the sky is clear and the city walls are tall. Huang Chi holds out a piece of paper, which is the address of the Infinite Sword House. Your mother narrowly escaped from the pursuit of the demon clan last time. Before he returns from the secret realm, I will take care of her, and you can come to me each month for your payment. The recipient of the money clasped his hands and nodded, then stepped away as someone else entered. That person called out, Master, that's Fei Wu. After going through this, I feel that my growth has been too slow, so I want to travel around the immortal cultivation world and see which sect suits me. Huang Chi thought to himself, although his master said not to get too involved with those with a heavenly destiny, seeing his disciple in such a dazed state, he couldn't help but want to help. Huang Chi threw a book to Fei Wu and said, This is the cultivation technique of our sect's ultimate 5-element decisive victory. Before leaving, I want to give it to you, hoping you'll study hard, and here's 100,000 spirit stones as travel expenses. Fei Wu trembled, then rushed to hug Huang Chi, who was surprised. What are you doing? Fei Wu wiped away her tears of emotion and said, Teacher, it's been a long time since anyone cared for me like this. Overwhelmed, she apologized for scaring him. She handed a box to Huang Chi, then hurriedly ran away, fearing he might refuse. Here are the spirit stones I randomly received. Please take them, teacher. I'm leaving now. Suddenly, Fei Wu stopped and looked back. Teacher, can I call you master? Huang Chi nodded. Yes. Fei Wu knelt on the roof. Master. Huang Chi smiled, remembering how he also knelt on the roof of Tu Fam like that once. Using his magic to appear above Fei Wu, he said, You called me master, so I will protect you for life. This is my spiritual mark. Stay in touch often. Fei Wu happily, Yes, master. Fei Wu walks confidently, finally able to call him master, and before leaving the Celestial Sword City, he has no more regrets. At the hidden spirit gate in Tu Fam's house, Tu Fam's expression was as if someone had taken away his love. Huang Chi still listened to the poem, so the master didn't know what it was, as expected of the thing that the foot had taken out. Tu Fam smiled and said, "Ha, wait there. I'll call your 6th senior brother over. He knows a lot." Huindao explained, "This is a mid-grade immortal treasure, a high-grade treasure from the great wilderness world, equivalent to a spiritual stone in our place. After reaching the Great Tribulation, using the spiritual power refined through the Thunder Tribulation, one can absorb the spiritual energy inside." Sufan finished his task and said, "You can go now. Don't delay the refining process. The mysterious path is endless. Once used, discard it." Tu Fam sealed the box that Fai Vu gave to Huang Qi and said, "Your student's gift is like a piece of spiritual stone. Keep it as a keepsake." Huang Qi pushed the box back to Tu Fam. "There's hidden primordial spiritual energy inside, so master, keep it for yourself." Tu Fan then said, "You take it." Xiangzhe pushed it back. "Master, take it yourself." Tu Fan refused. "No, you take it." Then the object inside the box burst out, soaring into the sky, and Tu Fam was startled. "Hey, where is it going?" Huang Qi was surprised. "What is that? Is there a thief hiding?" The two of them flew after it. "Stop right there." A purple formation appeared on the surface of the lake. Huang Qi asked, "What sound is coming from the lake?" Tu Fam pressed his phone. The screen shows an object absorbing energy. Tu Fam, helpless and desperate. No one can hold it now. Huang Qi asks, "Master, what is this? Can I absorb a treasure?" Tu Fam whispers mysteriously, saying it's a dragon embryo that scared me to death. Huang Qi is surprised. Could our sect really have a real dragon someday? Tu Fam pinched Huang Qi's ear and carried him away. But that's not something to worry about now. In the future at the sect, try to focus on your cultivation. Using the sword too much isn't good. Do you understand, Shame? Huang Qi cried, saying he knew he was wrong. A year later, in the secret realm of the Thuangkim sect, Vokush was practicing there. Slowly opening his eyes, feeling a butterfly land on his shoulder, the butterfly said, "I have moved on. Now your fate is to become the head of the Sword and Blade sect. And when you reach the fusion stage in your cultivation, the entire sect will belong to you." Ultra is smiling, standing confidently. "Master, I am back." At the Sword and Blade sect, Ultra Extreme steps out. Finally free, quickly go find the Master and Mother. Ultra Extreme looks up and sees a puppet sitting very relaxed. This is the Master's puppet, but its lazy appearance doesn't quite match the Master's style. The doll hands me a letter, I wonder, for me? I open the letter. "Mom is fine. Everything has been arranged by the Master. Go home with peace of mind. The royal direction is clear. I am happy. Mom is still alive." A loud noise startled Vokuk, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. What's that? The mannequin sitting on the boat waved at her from behind, telling her to get on. "The person taking me home," the doll helped Vokuk sit up and sped off like flying. Vokuk sitting there looking as if he might fade away. Vokuk gazed at the heartfelt letter, realizing that not only did the teacher take care of his mother, but also helped him. Eternal Void thought about how he couldn't use the sword to fly, so he prepared a boat to take him home. Tears welled up in his eyes. Master. At the swordless house of Eternal Void, the boat had already docked in the front yard. Eternal Void hurriedly jumped down and ran away, opening the door. "Mom." An elderly woman was lying on the bed, and Eternal Void rushed over. "Mom," the woman was crying. "Eternal Void is back." Eternal Void held her hand and stroked her face. "Mom." Mother Wu Qi smiled happily, feeling satisfied to see her son one last time before she leaves. Wu Qi held out the spiritual pill. "No, no, Mother. This is the secret pill I received from the Sword Merchant sect. You can cure your mother's illness, Mother. Please drink this." Weak and frail Mother Vokuk calls out, "My obedient son." Then Mother Vokuk swallows the elixir. Mother Ultra can feel her body glowing with power as she rises into the air. Ultra looks on in surprise and worry. Ultra is reaching out with both hands, tears in his eyes, hugging his mother tightly. "Mom, I won't let you see me one last time. You must keep living so you can see me." Mother Ultra also holds her son tightly. "All right, my good son has endured enough." Ultra obediently replies, "Not at all, Mom. It's me who's the one suffering. Mom, rest a little longer. I'll go get you a glass of tea." Eternal stepped out of the house, with Huang Qi and the puppet standing outside. "Ah, Eternal, are you healed now?" Eternal's eyes shimmered with tears. "Master." Eternal knelt down and bowed his head in gratitude. "I will never forget your kindness, Master." Huang Qi hurriedly ran over to stop him. "Huang Qi, get up. A man shouldn't kneel so easily. This is a matter the teacher should handle." Vokuk looked serious and determined. "There's one more thing. I want to take you as my master." At Hidden Spirit Gate, Tu Fam was picking herbs when he saw the dark thunderclouds over the mountain on the other side. Tu Fam whispered, "Huang Qi." On this side, Huangqi stepped back gently, raising his hand to refuse. I have already received the inheritance of the Thuong sect. Why go through the trouble of calling me master when our sect has rules against accepting outsiders as disciples? Vokuk pressed the tray of tea against Huangqi, saying, "You don't need to take me as your disciple. Just having a place in your heart is enough." Huangqi still firmly offers the tea, bows, and presents the cup with a determined look, secretly crying out for help in his heart. My master has never taught me how to handle this situation. Senior brothers and sisters, someone come save me. Huangqi hesitated. This is... Ukuk still bowed respectfully and offered the tea, and only when there were no outsiders would Ukuk call him master. I'm not afraid of breaking the sect's rules, but I can't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, the sect's shamelessly stealing my master. It's maddening. Huangqi rubbed his head, accepting this as his fate. Huangqi reached out to take the cup of tea. I will drink it. The apprenticeship can wait. I have my own spiritual energy and Daoqi. Undefeated is happy. Yes, master. Huangqi sighed inwardly. I need to ask my master about this situation. What should I do now? At the Hidden Spirit sect, the thunderstorm enthusiast still remained silent. Fan turned around to look at the tree in his hand and smiled. The karma of the foolish disciple has been hidden by the heavens, and even I cannot predict what the future holds. As night falls and the crescent moon shines brightly inside the infinite sword house, Huangqi feels shy, her body just recovered. Don't let yourself get too lost in pleasure. Vokuk is very happy, bowing to the master. I'm very glad. Hurry and try my cooking. Vokuk happily presents the dish with a smile. Master, your mother cooks very well. Ultra Extreme hands a plate of food right in front of Huangqi, with Mother Ultra Extreme standing beside her, smiling happily. Ultra Extreme enthusiastically urges, "Try it quickly, master. This stir-fried beef is amazing." Huangqi picks up the food, so I won't be more respectful than necessary. Huangqi suddenly started to cry. What is this? Huangqi felt a sensation of euphoria in his body. The best part is the armpit. Huangqi imagined the cows jumping with joy. His expression was intense as the tender beef melted in his mouth, and a splash of beef juice spilled out with a bite. So even ordinary food can be turned into a delicacy like this. Cusco standing beside him reminded him, "Your master's image is falling apart. Wake up quickly, master." Huangzu woke up suddenly, and Undefeated asked beside him, "Master, what should I do next?" Undefeated looked extremely pitiful. The Heavenly Sword disciple has also graduated. If the master doesn't teach you, you'll have to return to the Thousand Sword secret realm to train. Huangqi thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go explore the immortal world first. And after you break through to the true co-stage, you can go back there to cultivate. You should take good care of your mother first. I need to return to the sect to handle some matters. I will come to pick you up in 3 days." Undefeated happily, "Thank you, master." Huangqi covers his mouth shyly and asks, "That beef, can you pack a portion for me to take home?" The mother and daughter of the Void Extremes agree. All right, all right. At the Hidden Spirit Valley, Tufam's small courtyard, Huangqi peeked outside the door. Tufam already knew, so go in quickly. What are you lingering there for? Huangqi hesitated and said, Master, the 2 people I mentioned with heavenly destiny have already become disciples." Tufam asked. "Did I tell you what?" Tufam waved his hand at Huangqi and said, "I told you that people with heavenly destiny are very troublesome, this little brat. I told you to stay away, but you still keep them close." Huangqi duara mot hopkom, supu, na woidung du gian, kondem du anangon den chonggoine. Tu femchan, non hu kong nangon tita se kang tu gian hondo. Huangqi dambao, tuyet duithongon. Tufam eats it and finds it absolutely delicious. Impossible to believe how good it is. Biting into the beef and feeling it clash on his tongue, juicy and tender, making him tremble with pleasure, wondering how such a dish could exist in the world. Huangqi standing nearby reminding, "Master, master." Tufam finally snaps out of it, clearing his throat and says, "I am a filial son." Tufam regained his composure as a talented master. "For this dish, I have one thing to tell you. Listen carefully. When those 2 disciples of yours face a life or death situation in the future and you have to sacrifice yourself to save them, you don't need to go to their rescue." Huangqi seems a bit confused, like, "Why is that?" Tufam looks like a detective based on years of experience observing common traits of leg cuts. They usually don't die. But if you die, it's for real. At the same time, Tufam kicks Huangqi out, saying if you don't understand, memorize it well and go learn that one-hit sword technique. Huangqi gets kicked out like a ball rolling away. In the face room with the dolls and Tufam, Little No quickly flew over. Tufam hurriedly announced, "Master, there is a new situation outside in the demon realm." 2 mannequins stand listening to the gossip. Tufam stands up and asks, "What's going on? Take me to see, hurry up." Tufam also forgets to turn around and point at the two mannequins. "Before I come back, don't sneak a peek." Tufam asked as he walked, "What's going on? Why is it so urgent?" Xiaono replied, "The Ling family wants to rebuild the power in the area, and the densest armor wants to claim the dominance of the region." Tufam smiled, patted Xiaono. "Such good news. Why ask? Quickly send support. They have the main control, so I can enjoy it without hesitation." Little No reported the next news, but they needed 3 earth element artifacts to persuade a powerful mountain spirit to cooperate with them. Tufam saw the familiar head, so they were waiting right there for him. Tufam activated the screen to ask and find out. In the demon spirit world, Lungmat stands with his hands clasped. "I know this request is a bit much. I have prepared a level-appropriate spiritual tool for you." Lungmat opens his honey mineral bag, and the puppet of Tufam looks very happy. Handing over the treasure bag, "Please take a look. Here, take this. These are some treasures. Use this to sweet-talk the mountain music love spirit first, and later the artifact will be handed over to you. Give someone an artifact every 100 years, and you will surely attain the position of overlord. Just tell me what you need." Lungmat's gaze was firm, a clone of Tufam. "Hey, I swear, if you're short-handed, you won't want to do it, and the old equipment order isn't finished yet." Split Spirit 2. The negative emotion index from the slave clone who sold himself to the sect, plus 696. Lingmat watched the clone take the mineral pouch with indifferent eyes. "I really am moved." The night sky is filled with stars at Hidden Spirit Gate, on Sa Sa Du's Alchemy Peak. As Sa Sa Du is stretching, there's a knock at the door. Delivery's here. Sadu received a bag of mineral honey. She was filled with happiness and thanked the senior elder. On the other side, the mortal is drunk and confused, wondering where the progress on the orders they submitted has gone, yet feeling strangely at ease. The next day, the mortal stretches and wakes up to a resounding sound, realizing they have succeeded. Tufam came over, and senior brother Sa was crafting something impressive. Sadu happily ran out to show off, and I developed a formula for a divine-grade alloy, thanks to the materials and the guidance of the great elder. Finally, I can level up to become a master of forging tools, and Sadiu's eyes turn into panda eyes after a sleepless night. Sadiu looks exhausted, spirits shattered. "I've given the formula to Xiao, and there's leftover alloy for you to experiment with. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep now." Tufam comforted, threw it to Sasu Huing. "Just leave it to me." Tufam stepped inside, looked at the screen, noting that it's not suitable for crafting attack tools, and the furnace shouldn't be built. It can be used as main materials for the puppet body, but the cost efficiency is too low. Tufam imagined Sadiu throwing himself off the mountain to say goodbye in this cruel world, but Tufam stood there, pulling him back. "No." Tufam hurriedly shook off the thoughts, sighed, No, I have to trust him." The message on the screen says that forging the furnace is not recommended, as it can be used as the main material for the humanoid body, but the cost efficiency is too low, making it perfect for the main materials of spirit bead and sea bead. Tuanfam is overjoyed. "This is amazing. The plan to create the battle-grade spirit bead hasn't even started, yet the materials are already available. Brother Sadiu is truly a genius. Tu fam chang edem honk was Sadiu, kon Sadiu tirat nong hiet, tu famom le Sadiu, an matan degenru, kuomat Sadiu bofo hoile, rotu fam hon Sadiu, sedam kien gobi me hoak trong wong tayan." The next day, in the underground space, Tufam carefully held the treasure, while Sadiu was peeking outside the door, and he could see Sadiu's silhouette cast through the treasure. Tufam happily waved his hand. "Savong Chu, come in quickly." Sadiu cautiously stepped in, seeing Tufam like a tiger. Taking a detour, Tufam thumbed up. "Su Huin is amazing. I have tested the alloy, and if used as the core for the heavenly talisman, it would be several times stronger than the original. The heavenly talisman of our sect now has hope. This is the design I and the little one created. Senior brother Sa, do you think you can craft it?" Sadiu's eyes and ears perked up with excitement. Sadiu ran over like a puppy to snatch the talisman of the sky. The talisman of the sky. Tufam smiled and asked, "What about the materials for making the boat? Can our sect gather enough? And when will we have enough?" "Don't get excited. We will arrange it quickly. If we're short, we'll buy with money directly." Sadiu opened the Putian Chao to check. "Sadiu is very ready. I remember now. Northwest of the main hall there's a canyon perfect for refining boats. I will go there." Tufam pulled him back. "Wait a moment, senior brother. Are you perhaps a bit lacking in cultivation to refine boats right now?" Sadiu gnawed his nails and thought, "It's too tight. With my current cultivation level, I can't craft the artifact. I need to train for another 3 months to reach the primordial stage. So annoying." Then he sat in front of his cultivation spot, and Tufam was stunned. He doesn't even bother choosing a place to train. Little No announced, Master, Elder Tu Van Hock of the Thousand Tao Sect has come again. He's currently in the guest reception room of the main peak. Tu Pham smiled and said, I still hold a grudge against him for breaking all the puppet's limbs last time. Tu Pham walks past, practicing his cultivation carefully and gently. When Van Hock sees him, he waves enthusiastically, Little Huyen brother, I have returned from the Void region. Van Hock handed Tu Pham a pouch of money. During this time, I've become quite famous in the Spirit Pearl control circle. This is the Spirit Pearl tax and the share of the harvest I promised you. Tu Pham was pleased to see the pouch, just when he was short on materials. Truly, luck was on his side. In the guest room of the Hidden Spirit Sect, there was a whirlpool in the courtyard earlier. Tu Pham smiled and thanked the senior for giving me the chance to unleash my full potential. Hock Van replied, Isn't it the same if we work together to make money now? Hock Van lowered his glasses and asked, But this time I hope the Great Elder can help me boost the spiritual energy of the puppet a bit. Tu Pham, the corpse, enjoys it. Hock Van hesitates, breaks the puppet. The puppet is furious. I value it very much. Please go easy. Tu Pham mutters in his heart. Does he even know what going easy means? Hock Van said, I noticed that the movements of the puppet during the fight were a bit out of sync with my thoughts, so Tu Pham, feeling annoyed, reached out to fix his previously fallen arm. Tu Pham cursed inwardly, with such exaggerated movements and still dares to make high demands. Tu Pham's expression is extremely indifferent, not knowing how much the venerable master wants to escalate. Hock Van makes a simple request, just chase after me and make me a great spiritual weapon of your sect. Tu Pham looked at Hock Van as if to say, I've tolerated you enough, thinking to himself, dreaming of the day he would bring you down. Little No still hasn't forgiven your past enmity, not even letting his brother go, letting you Etienne take someone along. Tu Pham picked up the doll, stepped aside, said nothing, and refused to sell. Hock Van turned into a cabbage, hugging Tu Pham's leg, and then offered a spatial ring. Take a look at this. Hock Van presents the item. If you upgrade it to level 1 versus 1000, everything in this ring will be yours. Tu Pham looked away with his eyes. Tu Pham quickly refused, saying he couldn't do it. Hock Van lowered the requirement to 1 versus 10, but Tu Pham still refused. Hock Van then lowered it further to 1 versus 2, and Tu Pham quickly agreed and confirmed the deal. Tu Pham placed the doll on the vehicle as if it were cargo, then ran off. Tu Onjia, stay here and rest. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Underground space. Tu Pham hugs the hollow doll. No, enhance this clone a little. Tripling it is enough. No is annoyed, saying that boosting the clone like that will damage my original essence. Tu Pham handed over the treasure bag and said, You can upgrade again later. I've prepared enough materials for your upgrade. Little No still hesitating. Ugh. Tu Pham had to resort to a trick. Otherwise, I can only use these materials for your second brother. Little No agrees. Fine, the enhancement will take about 5 minutes. Little No is upgrading the doll and saying, but this owner, Tu Antoine, wants a new doll from Da Chi Ling. If he finds out it's still the old design or a reused one, it will be exposed, right? Tu Pham looked extremely smug, pointing at Bino and praising him. Damn it, you really are a genius. The screen shows whether to change the way of speaking. Between yes or no, Tu Pham presses the button. The sky is cold and clear. From Pham brings the puppet over. Senior, the spirit chi has been changed, and the puppet has been upgraded to a transformed divine, so the reaction will be faster than before. Hock Van strikes the puppet again, causing its head to fall to the ground, and Hock Van is satisfied. Izo, you're not scolding anyone this time, but little does Hock Van know, Pham is about to cut him down. Then the head of the puppet turned back to its body. Hock Van happily slung his arm around Tu Pham, glad he had recovered, thinking he had upgraded his old equipment again, but it turned out to be truly new, feeling hit where it hurts. Tu Pham wiped his face with a cloth and said, I didn't lie to you. This time I'm confident. Hock Van promised to come back and find you again. Underground space. Tu Pham looked at the inscriptions with a joyful smile. Bino shouted a warning, saying the base is surrounded by spiritual energy gathered by the local powers. Tu Pham became serious. Are there any magical beasts in the fusion stage? But no reports, none. The highest level is the divine transformation stage, but the tactics of the local terrain are fierce, and half of the puppets have been damaged. On the screen are spider webs and defeated puppets with broken bodies. From Pham in the form of Zun Chi, along with the other puppets, Zhao No, I will synchronize with Min Lin Hao. Leading the attack on those spiders, I will control the puppet guards of the underground base. Zhao No's command is clear. At the Van Trong Mountain Range underground demon realm, Tu Pham appears with a determined gaze. Zhao No, to have the puppets unleash their spells as before, clearing away the tiny enemies. The golems with glowing red eyes surged forward. two of them attacking with weapons in their hands, unleashing fiery techniques from the Heavenly Fire Ring clan, as the mighty earth spirit Spider Tu-Ti transformed into a divine form, charging with overwhelming power. The affected spiders are thrown into the air, and in front of Tu-Fam is a cloud of dust. A few other spiders emerge, and a giant spider leg gradually appears. The earth spirit. Spider. Tu-Ti transforms into a divine form. Tu-Fam looks on with anticipation. An Earth-type divine spider. Interesting. I'll capture it for research. Tu-Fam raised 2 fingers, and a burst of light and power appeared. Luckily, Tu-Ti dodged just in time. Xiaotai's eyes are cunning. The 5 Spirits Bright Ape Spirit Cultivator is practicing emptiness, and today's meal will be a person. Tu-Fam's hand reveals aura. His words are too harsh. Hearing such bitter words, this is the first time I've met a monster like a human. Tu-Fam punches down, causing a crack, and his power surges out. Xiaotai is hit, and the rocks fall apart. Tu-Ti's body is buried in the earth and rocks, his eyes shining brightly. Tu-Ti is a bit surprised to see the purple glow appearing. Xiaotai got up, threw the stones off his body, and summoned a blazing purple stream from his body. The purple stream transformed into silk that enveloped him. Tu-Ti's sinister eyes, hungry now, it's time for a meal. Small spider monsters crawl and peel off chunks on the rocky ground, and around Tu-Ti's head, a childish voice squeaks, "Hey!" The little one stands steadily on the pile of dirt and broken stones. Its giant spider legs clattering on the ground. Listening to its spiderling's report, it tilts its head slightly. Strange. It bites its nails, its head leaning to one side, both annoyed and puzzled. Tu-Ti is still hungry, but where has all the meat gone? Tu-Ti crawled on the ground, still holding its mouth with its hands, looking no different from a child, complaining as it moved. Suddenly, stone arms shot up from beneath the ground, quickly grabbing its spider leg. Feeling that something was wrong, Xiaoti released her finger from her mouth, and a small bite mark was still visible on her fingertip. She wondered aloud. Immediately after, her other spider legs were seized by stone arms, waiting for Xiaoti to realize the abnormality. It has been completely seized, and amid its confusion and panic, those hands swiftly dragged Tu-Ti's entire body down onto the hard ground. After standing firm, Xiaotai's body suddenly tensed up. Damn it, let go of Xiaoti right now. Zifan faced it with a look of disdain. Just a little demon trying to eat him. What a joke, he said with a smile. I just wonder if you have enough strength to eat. Then he paused, controlling the stones beneath his feet, which twisted and eventually turned into sharp, pointed branches. Their fellow creatures quickly surrounded Xiaoti, and fear overwhelmed it. You're not fully grown yet. That's right. Who would come back here after growing up? Tu-Fam said as he controlled the stone branches to approach the monster. Tu-Ti struggled to retreat, trembling all over with fear. For a moment, it didn't know what to do, only able to nervously threaten him, saying the best thing is to let it go, or else, when the Great Elder arrives, you'll definitely die. Tu-Fam, hearing this, showed even more disdain on his face, then casually spread his arms and beckoned to it. Oh, come here. Tu-Ti was very afraid of the monkey in front of him, trembling all over, refusing, but his strong words pushed him forward, panicking, stepping over the wall. Tu-Ti couldn't do anything at all, could only cry out in helplessness, "No, no." I don't want to go until his whole body was pushed in front of Tu-Fam, his face becoming even more terrifying. Little bug, you dare threaten me. Tu-Ti was scared, but still tried to threaten Tu-Fam, like a desperate act of rebellion. Your Excellency is very powerful. A monkey like that can swallow you with a single bite. Oh, really? Tu-Fam spoke, his voice fearless as a mass of energy like fire gradually gathered in his hand. All of this was seen by Tu-Ti, whose eyes filled with tears from fear. The energy in Tu-Fam's hand gradually transformed into a shape resembling a fire staff. He gripped it tightly. He swung his sword directly at Tu-Ti's head and said, "Then wait for your master to come and take you away." Filled with fear and pain at the top of his head, Tu-Ti cried loudly, a dark green fluid flowing from the wound on his forehead. "And remember to go with the adults when you leave the house." "Come on, you stinky monkey!" Tu-Ti screams out, the dark green blood flowing down its face. A red light appears behind it near the wall. It rises up. "I remember your soul's aura. Just wait and see." A blazing magic circle appeared behind Xiaotai, gradually pulling his body inside until he disappeared before his eyes. Xiaoti pulled out the fire staff from his head and threatened loudly, "You just wait and die." Very quickly, the spider monster completely disappeared. Tu-Fam snorted, swinging the fire staff in his hand. He shouted, "Run now." He reached out and drew some blood from the tip of the fire staff, sealing it tightly. Damn it. He deduces that breaking his own space seal requires at least a combined power level, and the spatial teleportation ability it used was sealed within its body by someone else. It will return, so let's go. This place is no longer safe. The fire staff suddenly vanished into the air, and he called out, "Little No, transfer all valuable items from this base to the underground space of Lin Y Island." Little No appeared in system form with a helpless face and informed him, "Master, all the spirit stones and inscriptions were stolen by that earth spider. The original puppets at the base are 85% damaged. She teleported him to the underground space there. Everything is floating in mid-air. The wooden puppets are torn into pieces, scattered everywhere, and 2Fam is momentarily at a loss for how to react." During the internal season, when it was released, 2Fam shouted angrily, his face darkening, and his hands began to perform divine techniques. He left behind a newly gained blessing fruit, standing in the center of a teleportation circle, with a small blue flame in his hand. On the parts of the wooden dolls not far from him, each one had magic circles drawn on them. He smiled and said, "Don't let me down." 3 days later, in the underground space of Lin Island, Tiuti and Master Shang appeared here, as he predicted, beside his mother, crying and confessing his faults. "Mr. Shang, it's here. I originally wanted to make it my nest, but I didn't expect that person to injure its face. Quickly, take little Tai to seek revenge. Now little Tai has become so ugly, hoo-hoo." The mother spider, enormous in size, had already reached the divine transformation stage. Its 4 eyes glanced at little Tai with disdain. "Shut up, useless thing. Even a monkey can't be beaten. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? I see you have some talent too. I won't punish you this time." Xiao Tai scolded, no longer dares to make trouble, only responds in fear, circling around the supreme matron. "But this place is truly not bad. It's very suitable for setting up a nest. I wonder which clan is behind those puppets." The mother spider moves forward, inspecting the surroundings as she walks. Suddenly, the mother spider's leg stomped on the head of a puppet, which made a click sound, and the formation set up by Fan gradually appeared. The mother spider quickly realized something was wrong, glanced at the puppet on the ground, and wondered what it was. The scene shifts to the outermost territory of the mysterious moth armor, where Duo Fang faces a mysterious moth armor. He skillfully uses his abilities to gradually transfer a fist technique and a pill from his hand to the mysterious moth armor, as these newly created high-level puppets are for you. "My subordinate, please do your best. Take it with both hands," the insect responded respectfully. "Rest assured, number 1 will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar, as if something had exploded with earth-shaking force, causing the insect to startle and retreat in fear. "It has exploded, so now I can rest assured." On this side, the mother spider is desperately shielding the little one from falling debris, its face grim, growling angrily. "Damn monkey, when I catch you, I will sleep forever on the old master." 2 figures, one in blue and one in brown, stand there watching the ship. The core of this spiritual vessel has been fully equipped, and its expected speed will be 1.5 times faster than usual. The 2 main cannons have also been tested. The most they can fire continuously is twice, so you can't use them recklessly. Tu Van Hock was deeply grateful, grabbing the Divine Architect Master's hand and pouting like he wanted to kiss to thank him, saying, "Sorry for bothering you so much this time." Master Thiat Lin replied, "Don't flatter yourself like that. There's no need to thank me. This warship of yours from the Seabone monster race deserves it." But then, Master Thiat Lin leaned closer to him, pointing at a warship not far away. "Do you need me to help you upgrade the beastly warship you captured?" Tu Van Hock patted his head and stuck out his tongue in a cute way. "Oh, look at my memory. I suddenly remembered something urgent. Let's go ahead." Before Tu Van Hock's face, Master Thiat Lin Tong was speechless. He shouted at the fleeing Tu Van Hock, "You Taoist priest, you're definitely raising another alchemy master outside." And after scolding him, he secretly thought, always boasting, always showing off, everything is handed over to the hidden spirit sect, even boasting for the world to see, making people remember without reason. In the polar region, a hazy blue light streaks through the sky, dodging floating debris as a hand presses the control button. An enormous ship appears in the vast space, releasing a stream of energy that shoots forward. Inside the boat, Tio Van Hock stood there, with 3 others controlling the vessel as the electronic screen in front of him exploded with tremendous force. He saw the power of the boat and couldn't hide his excitement. Judging by its speed and strength, with 10 spirit bulls like this, he could surely defeat 109 other fleets. "Do you have enough money to buy it?" The system's question was like a dagger piercing Tu Van Hock's heart. He rubbed his forehead as if hurt, looking frustrated and saying, "The new puppet may not scold people, but its way of speaking is also cold and commanding." Surely the elders can't train a normal thing. The other three on the ship quietly glanced at him, secretly thinking this must be the puppet that scolded people earlier. Teo Van Ha looked at the screen again, but was surprised to see a star within the asteroid belt, unsure if there were any humans living above. On the screen, lines of messages appeared, indicating the unknown star had been detected, and now the distance had broken through the asteroid belt with an unknown danger level. The preliminary check shows a large energy signature being concealed, indicating the possible existence of life forms. After reading it all, Teo Van Hox decided, let's land on that star. The system's voice echoed clearly, and the ship continued drifting toward the unknown star. As the ship was about to approach the star, it suddenly shot out a powerful energy beam towards the ship, but luckily, it dodged quickly. Everyone lost their balance due to the sudden maneuver, and Teo Van Hox shouted, "Hey, hey, hey!" The system immediately set the alert. Then the entire display turned bright red, with the words "Warning Enemy Targets" appearing. Teo Van Hox shouted in panic, "What?" The system keeps repeating the warning of an attack and urging to retreat. The red alert screen appears signaling danger. He points and says, "Master, I have gathered the intelligence." The alert level indicates a target intelligence, and a subordinate reports that it is the enemy's warship, a beast of the demon race. We must retreat. The demon warship beast is under attack by artillery with a danger level. 1 squad, 5 ships. What are you panicking about? He is full of energy and confidently declares that the spirit of the sword can take on 10 opponents now. He firmly touched the doll's shoulder and said seriously, with great enthusiasm, "The demon race's control over children is basically not to be feared. Right, little darling?" The doll was annoyed and pushed his hand away. There might be a problem. Jian Wensheng looked adorable, smiling sweetly at the puppet, saying, "You don't have it." He kept poking the puppet's cheek, and the puppet dodged each poke. "If you can win, I will give your master a beast-level battle." The system appears behind the puppet and announces that it has detected behavior beneficial to the owner, activating long-range support in the hidden spirit island. It begins to take over the clone, and someone shouts loudly, "There's a problem with the hammer." Everyone shouted loudly, fired their cannons, and the artillery launched their shots. All guns activated their destructive power and began firing. The large cannon fires blue earth spirit beams, creating a loud echo across the sky. Jian Wansheng observes the results of the barrage on the system screen and marvels that Hoa never expected the spirit after enhancement to be so heaven-defying. The third enemy class, the target is hovering without a main control room, 5 enemy units are deployed, and Jian Wensheng is observing the stats on the control panel. The damage appears to be on the puppets, but why are the positions of the 5 ferocious beast-class enemies so aligned? Did someone intentionally blow up the main control room? It happily replied, continuously turning the control stick. That's right, each ship is naturally the owner's asset, so it must be kept intact as much as possible. K. Van Zin straightened his waist, his admiring gaze shining with a light to look at the doll, constantly thinking in his mind, "Oh my God, this spiritual energy's thoughts are too perfect." He jumped up, intending to rush over and hug the doll, happily saying, "My little darling." Suddenly, purple targeting beams appeared from the opposite planet and sped toward them. The mannequin quickly spun the controls and hurriedly warned, "There are still enemies." The beams headed straight for the spaceship, causing their battleship to shake as the targeting beams struck. The mannequin and Kim Von Sin fell together in one direction. He shouted, "Hooray!" as it quickly grabbed Kim Von Sin's shoulder to keep him from falling, then turned back to repeatedly press buttons on the control panel to issue commands, as the war was not over and everyone remained alert. Don't let the prey slip away. Someone behind falls down and keeps shouting, "Ouch, ouch." The targeting screen aims directly at the enemy, circling around it, and the humanoid speaks, facing the star's central base. A blue laser beam from the battleship locks onto the enemy, and the system announces target acquired. Kim Van Sin pulls the figure of the doll closer, excitedly shouting, so powerful." The 2 people beside him also happily spread their arms and smile in relief as they praise together, "Oh yes," and the doll then pushes him away with a look of disgust, "Don't touch me." On the other side, the enemies jump up as the ship speeds away from the recently attacked planet. They keep shouting in disbelief, "We lost, let's go. No need to worry about firewood, let's run now." Kim Van Zin lowered his hand and taunted, "Where are you rushing off to so hurriedly?" The huge red divine spirit appeared, and above the heads of the people on the other side, it kept shaking gently. "What is that?" They hadn't had time to react before the chain trembled repeatedly, producing a loud ringing that pierced their hearts as the people below kept shouting and crying out. Kim Van Sin and the others flew to the opposite side, raising their faces and speaking in a stern tone, "Oh ho, isn't this the Can Lin Thotuk? Do you really want to abandon neutrality?" The bell continues to shake violently, everyone keeps covering their ears, and someone suddenly turns around and looks back at the voice. I don't know about you all. Keem Van Sin faces that person directly and snaps, weren't you all just fighting fiercely with me earlier? That guy stammers and says, I was forced. Extreme North, another spirit ship, someone spoke up. Okay, big brother. Tu Quan happily ran around, praising and begging, saying let me do a little, and Tathak just patted his head and said, trust your big brother, the extreme zone isn't really incompatible with the orders from the Earth Lord to warn the land. Tathak gently pats Tu Quan, who is feeling down, constantly comforting him, but don't worry, no matter what happens to the planet, the celestial spirit lord Tian Haas will take care of you. Then you look outside and see the blue battleship and accidentally say enough already. Tathach points outside and speaks to Tu Quan, who is clinging to him, asking if that is the planet of the celestial spirit lord, right? The battleship immediately cast a spell to envelop and select a planet, and Tu Quan shouted loudly, that's it. Tu Quan then knocked on the control room door, continuously shouting, you little chicken, lift the space blockade and barrier so I can go inside. Jian Wensheng covered the puppet's hand and shouted out, get lost, you fool, my divine stone is not welcome here. And then he muttered to himself, wow, that was really fast. Jian Wensheng quickly hid the puppet and hurriedly said, run, 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 go hide. Quickly, the puppet was confused and dared not speak up. Tukjun outside is furious, shouting loudly, you coward, you don't respect me, huh? You start to make your move, saying today I must get inside. Quickly, Tuk Quan broke the door and kicked Kiem Van Sin in the stomach, causing him to cough. Tuk Quan grabbed his collar and shook him, saying, stop pretending. Where is the master manipulating the Tin Chow? Come out here. I want to become his disciple. Xian Wensheng waited to reply, hehehe, then you worship me. I am the one controlling it. Right now, the puppet is the one hiding in a corner. Tujun didn't believe it, kept hitting him, saying, I still don't know how chicken he is. Does he want that huge bag to have a few more water stains? Kiem Van Sin also kept replying, are you joking about harming those several venerables? Your boat has already sailed far away. If you don't chase after it, you won't catch up. Hurry and leave. Tu Quan was dressed and then went outside, constantly saying, just wait and see. I know a top alchemist. Next time I'll have him craft a puppet that can control spiritual beads slowly. Outsiders also spoke up. How old are you? And Keem Van Zin chuckled and said, keep talking nonsense. A puppet that can control a spirit orb. Ridiculous. Tu Quan immediately flew away, clutching his hatred and thinking, this is driving me crazy. Next time I'll definitely have the little friend make a puppet for me. Jian Wensheng immediately took out the doll, holding it close as if wanting to kiss it, praising, my good boy, you've worked hard. But the doll pushed his face away. It shouted, get away! And in Jian Wensheng's mind, he thought, you scared me to death. I absolutely can't let him find out from the fellow disciple. Hidden Spirit Gate, underground space. At this moment, Tu Fam's hair stands on end, thinking, what's going on? Why do I suddenly feel like two forces are both thinking of me at the same time? His face immediately turns cheerful. He smiles and says, forget it. I won't think about other things anymore, little treasure. Tu Fam happily exclaimed, continuously rubbing the battleship in his hands. Luckily, you didn't damage the ship. Unexpectedly, there's a hidden battleship inside. It's truly magnificent. Made entirely of luminous dark metal infused with spiritual energy, it's so beautiful it looks like a bubble. Hey, let's dismantle and upgrade it now. And as he finished, the system interface appeared. Tu Fam kept pressing the system panel, insisting it could be reassembled, equipped with anti-attack defenses, and a rescue system for crew members. The system responded, Master, the renovation costs have exceeded the current spiritual stone balance, but the treasury still holds 50 million top-grade spiritual stones. Tu Fam didn't believe it and kept shaking the system, saying nothing is impossible. I have plenty of money. Where did it all go? Tell me now. The system replied everything was taken by Headmaster Nguyen Tien, who is now using Tu Fam's money. She kept thinking to herself, recharge again this time, I will definitely get something. From above, a figure suddenly descends slowly before the protective barrier of the Hidden Spirit Gate, where Nguyen Tien lives. He gently raises his hand and releases an invisible hand that passes through the barrier into the Hidden Spirit Gate. After a search, the invisible hand formed from spiritual energy returned, holding a girl struggling to escape. And Yue shouted, Master! Tu Fam, expressionless, questioned, and Nguyen Tien mischievously took out 1,020 million top-grade spiritual stones from her treasure vault, revealing mysterious inscriptions. She excitedly shouted, come out, treasures! As the glowing inscriptions sparkled and countless strange items fell out. She eagerly showed off each one. Look, Master, this is the life and death sacred pill. It's a divine pill that can grant a lifespan of over 500 years. This is the 3-stage spirit soul mystic pill. And as the Master's face mentioned in her introduction gradually turned black, she continued to showcase other strange items, including the spirit lung treasure carriage, spiritual sword tools, and the Sacred Origin Array Base. Tung Nguyet happily held her pile of items and said, I also took a mysterious divine pill to transform my spirit. Now I have the power of divine transformation, but didn't notice her master's face turning dark. Tu Pham, losing all patience, listened as she continued to perform the spiritual platform technique of enlightenment, and immediately a surge of spiritual energy entered Nguyet Tien's consciousness. She seemed to be enlightened by a burst of spiritual energy, her eyes wide open and awakening. Tung Nguyet suddenly remembered every moment she happily bought strange items without knowing their purpose, while her master beside her was so angry he couldn't speak. She broke out in a sweat, hesitatingly asked, Master, am I really practicing magic? Tu Pham didn't answer, only irritably retorted, 1,020,000 spiritual stones, just to exchange for this pile of toys? What do you think? He suddenly remembered the time we saw crazy people shopping online, like super discount shoppers on June 18th and November 11th. Then, Tu Pham quickly grabbed Tu Nguyet's hand and cast a wind spell. Wait, Nguyet Tien? The remaining body still carries the karma of the Tu Tien Fatai. At this moment, a drop of bright red blood falls onto the hand casting the spell of Tu Pham, and he is slightly surprised to see the blood dripping from his nose. Tu Nguyet anxiously takes a cloth to stop the bleeding and hands Tu Pham a pill. Master, don't hesitate anymore. Quickly take this life and death pill. Lift your face so the blood flow can be stopped. Tu Pham calmly says, if you consider somewhere in the great wild world to be cut off, it's quite dangerous. Tell me quickly what you have encountered. She gradually recalled from her memory that at that time you were exploring an ancient site. Tu Nguyet began to see the images from the past again, when she approached a huge tree that dozens of people couldn't hug around, with a door burned into the trunk and a ladder leading up to it. Tu Nguyet wondered, why is there a shop here, with a sign hanging right at the entrance on the tree trunk? As she stepped inside, she saw a wooden mannequin mechanically presenting a money bag, 100,000 top-quality spirit stones per bag. No matter what you spend, it's always 100,000. She happily picked up a bag to admire it. All right, I'll buy one bag first. Time seemed to pass endlessly until some time later. I don't know how long has passed, but Tu Nguyet kept buying money bags excitedly to see what's inside, smiling happily, giggling happily. It seemed like she was being controlled by a different consciousness, unable to stop her obsession. Another bag, another billion bags. At this point, Pham suddenly realized that this isn't an unboxing. Based on the modern unboxing style, why didn't I think of that before? Then he pressed his calculator to plan how to make oil. If it were me, I'd put the crafted items into a box and set up a little unboxing shop. Profits will definitely increase a lot. At this point, Mr. Tu has imagined scenes of customers fighting over purchases. Add one more. My boss wants to open another. Just one more. Got it. This is easy to handle. Later, your monthly income drops to just 10 million spirit stones. Isn't that enough? Without money, you naturally won't spend recklessly anymore. She struggled and cried rivers, while Tu Pham, while packing her things, said, but these things of yours, although many are flawed, still have a few interesting toys. For example, this yin-yang initiation technique seems to be a method to boost luck, with an ancient scroll on the master's hand rolled up in a very ordinary way. From Pham performs the spell, unrolling the scroll in mid-air and examining the contents, which contain the cultivation method for gathering luck. A vintage coin with a sun pattern and yin-yang characters suddenly appeared on his hand. Tu Pham quickly started flicking his thumb, causing the coin to fly up and spin, right? Then the coin started to fall and spin in a circle on the ground. The two of them huddled together, anxiously waiting for the coin to stop. Tu Nguyen, curious, asked, Master, making an ominous face, what does that mean? Tu Pham quietly lit 3 incense sticks in his heart, indicating that within 12 hours I will be unlucky. However, the unlucky shadow on the coin started spreading across the forest as if to cover the entire coin. Tu Pham hurriedly realized that it was extremely unlucky. Suddenly, a shadow moved at lightning speed toward the two teachers. Tu Pham only managed to shout, Watch out! And suddenly a dark figure streaked past between them like a flash and sped away. Immediately, the two teachers and students teleported to chase the shadow to the spiritual lake when suddenly a dark weapon shot from nowhere, causing Pham to hurriedly dodge and fall to the ground, the weapon piercing right between his legs and pinning his front shirt to the ground, leaving him no escape. Just a little more, and it would be completely fatal. The mechanical sound of the system immediately shifted to the owner. That little girl suddenly acted strange, and the main Sect's formation also lost signal. From the nearby lake, a turtle suddenly surfaced, startling both of them. Hey, why did you pop up here? The turtle suddenly released a weak spiritual energy, which slowly approached Pham and gently touched him. Hey, you happily realized the energy was cleansing your body, but unfortunately it was lost, old turtle. I didn't expect you still had this skill. The turtle made a promise, then sank into the lake without saying a word to the two of them. At this moment, From Pham called Yue Tian again, saying, "It's your turn, Yue Tian." But she looked confused and asked, "Master, what is this?" From Pham was teasing her. "Don't be afraid. I'll tweak the spell a bit and run a test," he said as he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the yin-yang coin. He flicked the coin up high again, then quickly caught it on the back of his other hand. "If this magic spell is used to control the flow of energy, when I enter the mysterious relic, I can face that shop. And at that moment, when I say that, the master will open his hand, and Nguyen Tien will cast it out. Wow, it's a sun face." Lost in the result of the coin, the two of them didn't notice a strange object from the odd-shaped container nearby slowly floating up. Immediately after, a golden ray of light shot out from the object and entered Moon Fairy's body. She exclaimed in surprise, "Master, this seems to be a spiritual artifact of a celestial tool. I accept it as my master." Tu Pham burst out laughing happily. Not bad. The yin-yang activation technique, truly a divine power of the great world, indeed effective. But then Nguyen suddenly hesitated and pointed at his belt, which had a big hole in it, and said, "But master, you'd better check your own talismans." From Pham, filled with sorrow, lifted his treasured items in his hands. "Oh my God, Nguyen Tien, your fate as a fallen immortal was to destroy my belongings." From Nguyen Tien approached from behind and saw From Pham standing under the pouring rain of dark clouds. From Pham's face darkening, he reached out and held the broken ring, as if catching each raindrop. From Nguyen Tien sweatily asked, "Master, are you okay?" Tu Pham nervously took out his phone from his shirt pocket and typed a long, heartfelt, and slightly flirtatious message to Bang Fus. "Dear Bang Fook, recently there have been some issues in the sect, and the junior sister is short of spirit stones. Please transfer 1 billion top-grade spirit stones into the treasure vault for me." After sending the message, he turned to Sai and said, "All right." Tu Pham's face, full of cunning, looks at Tu Nguyen Tien and says, "Come here. Bring out the spiritual energy from your body so I can see if I can refine it." Tu Nguyen Tien, hearing this, suddenly feels cold and forces a nervous laugh. "Ha ha ha, master." Tu Nguyen Tien thought of the 36 stratagems and decided running away was the best option, so she turned around and said, "I just remembered I still have something to do, so I'll go ahead, okay? But how can I escape the watchful eyes of the craftsman?" Tu Pham quickly grabbed Tu Nguyen Tien and said, "I don't even know what you're up to. Where do you think you're running off to?" Tu Pham grabbed Tu Nguyen Tien's hair and spun her around, causing her to panic and quickly apologize. "Master, I was wrong. Please don't mess up my hair." Tu Nguyen Tien stopped on the verge of tears, her bun pulled by Tu Pham. Then she handed over the ring and said, "Here it is. It's hidden among those relics." Tu Pham took it and smiled triumphantly. "Handing it to me earlier would have been better. Put it aside. After I ascend to the divine transformation stage, I will help you refine the immortal artifact spirit and nurture you into the supreme immortal mechanism." Tu Pham chuckled and said, "Oh, if you've awakened your consciousness, then come here and talk." Tu Pham used a bit of power to activate the ring, and something shot out from it. Oh, it turned out to be a scroll, which rolled dozens of times before falling to the ground and making a loud noise. A boy with a serious face half leaning out of the scroll, Tu Pham looked at him and sighed. "So, it's a rare fire spirit chi scroll." The kid doesn't know his place, and even threatens Tu Pham. "I tell you, someone like him is finished. I have people watching him. Just wait to die." "Oh, really? Then I need to check you out a bit." 2 long blue circles spin around his hand in a continuous loop. Spirit-seeking magic is immediately used to examine this stubborn kid, who is bound between 2 magical cords, causing his head to throb painfully. The brutal and merciless images of his cruelty flood into his mind. The kid clutches his head in pain, and then curls up inside the fireball energy orb. The rolled-up paper was easily subdued by Tu Pham, who then handed it back to Tu Nguyen Tien, saying that as long as Lin remains in the immortal world with this spiritual energy, he will be enchanted, and ultimately be taken by it. Tu Nguyen Tien was so shocked and panicked that she froze, but Tu Pham clenched the fire key orb in her hand to reassure her, "What are you afraid of? It can take your life, but surely you know how to fight back, and besides, your master is here to help you." Tu Nguyen Tien finally relaxed and chuckled, scratching her head and saying, "Yes, that's right." She then confidently declared that everyone talks about the inheritance and treasures of the immortal world, so hand them all over here. Tu Pham handed 3 bottles of medicine to Tu Nguyen Tien, telling her to take the upgrade potion first and to strengthen her cultivation a bit before leaving the sect. "I guess she will encounter that shop again in the ruins later?" Tu Nguyen Tien nodded with both hands, promising to obey. 3 months later, at the spiritual pond of Hidden Spirit Sect, Tu Nguyen Tien waved happily to say goodbye to Tu Pham. Your master's divine abilities have improved quite a bit, so if there's nothing else, I'll go outside to practice. Tu Fam turned around, looking at the lake without glancing at Tu Nguyen Tien, then replied, All right, go ahead. After Tu Nguyen Tien left, Tu Fam turned to ask No, is there anything special happening in the cultivation world recently? Bino replied, The relic activation trap is triggered, revealing an opportunity to ascend to immortality inside the relic. Tu Fam spun the startup spell in his hand with a smile and said, blaming Nguyen Tien for rushing so quickly. Tu Fam flicked it up high to prepare to use it. He immediately performed the yin-yang starting fortune technique, the second stage, the fortune technique, clasping his hands in front of him and praying backwards, hoping for his disciples' luck to flourish and to keep her safe from disaster. The birds from the initiation circle start flying out from that direction. One bird flies toward Tu Nguyen Tien, who is also soaring in the sky. The orange energy bird shot behind Tu Nguyen Tien startled her briefly, and then she recognized it as her master's spell, using his own energy to wish her safety. She was deeply moved and used a paper seed to send a message to Tu Fam, telling him to go and thank the master for her. In the hidden spirit gate, the paper seed chased after Tu Fam to deliver Nguyen Tien's message, but Tu Nguyen Tien ran as if trying to outrun the smoke. Because the paper bead kept emitting loud sounds from Nguyen Tien, in this world, only dad is the best. A child with a dad is like a treasure, only in this world. A cycle kept repeating, making Tu Fam's ears hurt so much that he could only cover his ears and run away. While running, Tu Fam tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, then had to lie still as he listened to Tu Nguyen Tien's thunderous repeated words. In this world, only dad is the best. Having a dad is like a treasure. In this world, there is only that. Tu Fam has fought in 5 million battles and laments his fate, wondering why his luck seems to have completely vanished, with nothing going smoothly and his body full of wounds. The little one spoke, Master, earlier you used a strange technique, only saying disciple, not specifically from Uxian or how many disciples you have. It's a bit terrifying, so Tu Fam could only hold back tears and stay silent. A sudden idea flashes through Tu Fam's mind, and he quickly stands up and strides towards the spirit pool. Tu Fam squinted to open his eyes, looked around, and when he saw the turtle, he cheered happily. I found it. Tu Fam called out to it, Turtle, turtle, little turtle, bring me luck quickly. Hearing his voice, the turtle, who was relaxing, slowly opened its eyes. The moment it saw Tu Fam, it panicked, eyes wide open. It raised both hands in a cross sign and firmly refused, Little Pink One. Tu Fam, soaked, climbed ashore, and Little No asked him, Master, what does the fairy turtle say about that luck? Tu Fam, crying painfully, answered, It said it's not mature yet and can only be used once every 10 years. The doll appeared behind Tu Fam, holding a large red round cloth, and Bino told him, Master, wipe your face. You're all wet. On the cloth are 4 words, luck has arrived here. Tu Fam was so sad he faded away, the cold rain splashing on his face. Those weren't raindrops, but my tears. Tu Fam picks up the cloth and lets the doll carry him away, declaring, I will retreat until my luck is restored. Anyone who comes by, tell them I am not here. Somewhere in the northern ruins, Tu Nguyen Tien arrives at the shop and slashes the door. The doll politely asks her, Madam, do you want to buy a fairy bag? Tu Nguyen Tien smiled and replied, All right, I will. With her arms around the broken sword, she softly asked, Master, are you performing magic tricks again? At first I knew it was a scam and planned to expose them, but I didn't expect that the first item they got was a divine artifact. From then on, I might have fallen into their trap again. However, all the items I brought back are divine-grade treasures. Luckily, I didn't lose out, Master. Master, please be a bit more gentle. Stop grabbing my garlic cloves. I just want my master to prevent harm from coming to me, but he never brings out anything good to show his gratitude. Even a slap would do, Tu Nguyen Tien cried. Whatever you want, I will bring back. Hearing that, Tu Fam immediately said, The 5-colored pig of the Celestial City, the divine eye beauty of the Celestial City Tu Huang, ranked top 3 of the Celestial City, and the 9-tailed fish of the Celestial City, Hai Van. Hearing that, Tu Nguyen Tien froze for 5 seconds, sweating profusely. But Tu Fam didn't stop there and continued. The heart purity fruit of the spirit city. Tu Nguyen Tien immediately put on her backpack and hat with a determined look, saying, I must gather these items. If not within 10 years I won't return, and my disciple will fend for herself. Tu Fam stood behind, waving his hand to remind them that they couldn't return to the sect until they had gathered everything. Then he secretly thought with joy that almost all those places had disciples doing missions for the fairy to keep them busy and prevent them from wasting their days chasing after trivial pleasures. But the luck of the celestial person is still not enough. Could it be that my fate technique has a problem? A voice came from Tu Fam's ancient phone, which was Wang Huangqi's voice, saying our undefeated master must follow the original method to protect his life, but you also cannot save him. What should we do now? Tu Fam replied, bring him here to see me. Then he thought to himself, I already said it. Tu Fam stood alone at the gate complaining, oh heavens, why is this world so full of chaos and why does it always cause trouble for me? On the other side, Wang Huangqi was holding the infinity sword as he escaped through the two-gate. The infinity sword looked sad and asked, will my master die? Wang Huang only replied, no, you're about to meet the master you have admired for a long time. Then the infinity sword took out a cross-shaped lock and handed it to Wang Huang only, then said, Master, this is the key to activate the secret realm of the sword and blade sect. Then he continued, if the master is as strong as you say, hide it away. As soon as he finished, Wang Huangqi looked tense, holding the infinity sword tightly. Suddenly a giant boat rushes from the sky towards the two of them. It is Tu Fam's boat, and he is standing on it, pointing directly at them. Immediately, Wang Huangzhu helped carry the infinity sword onto the boat and rushed to the place where Wang Huangzhu shouted loudly, Master, save the boy quickly. Tu Fam responded, what's the panic? Stay calm. Then he began to cast a spell, licking his lips slightly. Interesting. 3 different streams of energy were continuously swirling in Tu Fam's hands. Tu Fam used magic to put them into the body of the Ultra Sword and said, it must be the divine power of the Poison Frog clan. The original energy will absorb the victim's original energy and then replenish the original energy of the sword. Hearing this, Wang Huangqi became even more tense and said, what, so even if Ultra Sword is healed, it will lose its original energy and become an ordinary person who cannot cultivate? Tu Fam, with a confident look, replied normally, but once he met me, that might not be the case. Would Ultra Extreme A want to take a big risk first, reversing the primordial energy and absorbing the frog's original energy, but the success rate is only 1%. Saying that, Tu Fam silently thought to himself that for the sword, a 1% chance was equivalent to 100%. The Ultra Extreme sword was about to die, and he responded hesitantly, Grandmaster, I accept the extreme. Suddenly, the people who were there earlier appeared beside Tu Fam and felt something strange. Why do I feel like my luck has completely disappeared? Nothing seems to be going well, and my body is full of wounds. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Xiang's collar, who exclaimed in surprise. Master, he replied, the center of the formation is dangerous. You can't see me, so why don't you use your true body to set the array? A thick red aura appeared. Wang Huangqi asked, this formation master of yours doesn't seem to be very ordinary. Tu Fam responded, then guessed whether the skill that could absorb the power of the poison was normal or not. Immediately after, the red energy entered the body of the infinite sword. On the other side, Egthan's situation wasn't looking good either, as he was tightly bound by red chains and spat out blood, saying, I've encountered a true master. Just then, the infinity sword showed signs of waking up, lowering both hands to the ground and coughing loudly. On the other side, Egthan shouted angrily, if you want my original power, I will give it to you to see if someone as weak as you can handle it. Suddenly, the infinity sword collapsed to the ground and cried out, Master, Mother, then was controlled by a dark force to stand up. Wang Huangqi anxiously asked if the master had succeeded, and Tu Fam replied, this is only the beginning. Egthan, on the other side, kept coughing blood in anger, vowing to settle this debt once he recovered. As soon as he finished speaking, a red chain suddenly appeared and pierced through his body, looping around multiple times and causing immense pain. Inside the consciousness space, the Ultra Sword lay motionless on the calm water, silently thinking, this warmth. Where am I? You clearly felt like you fell into hell earlier, but now it's as warm as paradise. A girl appears, sitting beside the infinite sword, gently stroking his cheek and asking, don't you want to wake up, master? Then she placed her hand on his chest, kept caressing him, and said, this is so cruel. At this moment, the endless sword felt shy and excited, crying out, this. The girl kept caressing the endless sword without stopping. At that moment, a group of other girls appeared behind them, shouting, Titi, why did you act first? Famoy also wants to, another girl said regretfully. That's right, we can't just sit still anymore. The blonde girl said loudly, it's so pitiful. Being so badly injured, we need to nurture her properly. At this moment, the immortal sword still hasn't awakened but can feel all the external influences. He secretly thinks how pleasant it is, but it's too hot. His face gradually flushes redder and redder. It's too hot. What's happening? At this moment, the infinite sword becomes extremely uncomfortable and shouts out loud. Wang Xiangzi just stands there in shock, and Tu Fam asks, is it already happening? Once again, a powerful red energy surge appears, rushing toward the body of the infinite sword, causing it to feel immense pain that it must endure. Huang Huang quickly shouted, "Has the immortal master been played to death?" From Pham, still smug, replied fiercely, "We're at the limit now, guess what can save that guy?" At this moment, the infinite sword was in excruciating pain when suddenly a strange object appeared in front of him. It turned out to be a sword that appeared in front of him and rushed out. The floating sword absorbs the dark energy streams into itself, while the toxic fog-covered area in the center of the continent's Huangjia region remains bound by chains. It cried out in agony, "It's gone, completely gone." The dark red energy surged again, rushing toward the sword. A series of other swords appeared around the infinite sword, dispelling all dark magic. At this moment, Tu Pham turned around and said, "All right, go pick up your disciple." Vuong Huang Chi asked, "Master, you're not coming with me to meet the invincible artifact lord?" Tu Pham immediately replied, "We've already suffered quite a bit saving him this time. If we meet and talk face to face, I'm afraid our small sect won't be able to hold on." On the other side, the infinity sword is slowly opening its eyes. It wakes up and is in Vuong Huang Chi's arms, saying, "Master." Vuong Huang Chi said, "You're awake now. Rest first, and if there's a chance, you'll meet your master later." The infinite sword responded, "Thank you, master." Tu Pham was sipping water slowly, realizing he was on a spiritual boat resting, and he sighed quietly, thinking that normally staying away from the foot of the mountain made the air fresher and cooler. A notification appears, informing that the disciple with a golden core has gone out to train and has sent the completed report to the master's communication device. Tu Pham slightly opens his glasses to respond, "Yes." Then he looks at his phone with a grim expression. From Pham angrily shouted, "Then Hung Luke led a group of girls to hunt the beasts quickly. Tell me the recent details of his situation." System replied, "Okay, one first, in the stone realm. A green-haired girl lying trembling on the ground screams for help, but it turns out she's surrounded by a pack of pig spirits. They say if anyone could hear her screams, no one would come to save her. Just obediently become my wife." The girl suddenly froze as a young man appeared from behind the pig spirits, approaching them and knocking them all away. It was Hung Luke who spoke, and from afar, her screams could already be heard. Oh, what a relief. He approached the girl and she suddenly blushed, probably from being touched. She quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, hero." But he paid no attention, and just walked past. The green-haired girl quickly stopped him and said, "Hero, please wait." She looked up with admiration and said, "Hero, I am a nun from the holy land of Hop Huan. You saved me. I have nothing to repay but this body." Hearing that, he thought to himself, the holy land of Hai Hop is not that place for massages and spas. He immediately turned and walked away, saying, "There's no need for you to use your body as repayment, just focus on training to improve your combat skills. You are a rare treasure. Even a pig demon can't defeat you. You're too weak, I really have no interest in you. Oh, if only a girl like that from the hometown river took the exam, she would definitely get a 10-point regional bonus." She quickly said, "You're just protecting me because I'm weak and not interested. Wait for me to call the sisters from the Holy Land and you won't escape unscathed." Immediately, a bunch of other girls appeared, shouting, "Guy is just walking slowly, but there's still one more little girl who won't be able to keep up." Suddenly, a spirit pig appeared and Hung Luke immediately knocked it away again, causing the girls behind to cheer loudly. "Guy is so brave! Guy is so amazing!" Hung Luke shouted angrily, turning around and asking loudly, "What do you all want?" The girls rushed to hug him tightly and said, "We want to get closer to him." Hearing Hung Luke from Pham's story, he laughed loudly and patted the system sharply, saying, "Why didn't anyone tell me about such an interesting thing earlier?" Even a straightforward man like Truck Niam has to be afraid of women clinging tightly. The system painfully exclaimed as From Pham patted it. Ouch. The green-haired girl who had been following Hung Luke just now was gasping for breath. Exhausted. "So, I told them to train with useless stuff because their bodies are so weak they could blow away with a gust of wind and be of no use." That girl immediately burst into tears and cried out, "No one has ever used female cultivators like that in the holy land of Hop Hawan before." Tu Pham on the other side was watching the female cultivators, and the screen displayed images of those 7 girls, identifying them as the deceased female disciples cultivated by the hero of the holy land of Hop Hawan. From Pham looked at the screen and said, "I didn't expect all of them to be female disciples of hero from the holy land Heiwan raised to dig for resources." Then he quickly tapped on his phone and said, "Hung Luke doesn't understand romance, and the beautiful women will be very heartbroken. We must find someone to rescue them." Inside a room where disciples are practicing, suddenly a loud shout is heard. They immediately take out their devices to check and see the latest notification displaying a message. The urgent mission in the Fairy City Stone is to find an opportunity to help the female disciple of the hero of the Holy Land, Hop Huan, buried near the tomb. The mission is dangerous. If the original intention is not maintained, it will be easy to betray the sect. The support scrolls of the sect can effectively influence those around to have a good impression of the practitioner without leaving any traces. After reading the notice, everyone immediately regained their composure. From Pham said, I remember that the Holy Land Hop Hawan announced that they would not force people to join the Holy Land Hop Hawan, right? The system replied, yes, and they will also give the female disciple a very generous dowry to bless them. Hearing that, From Pham sneered and said, then it's good. Outside the Crystal Stone City, there are a group of people standing there. The brave warrior leapt up, using his bronze leg to smash through the stone monsters in front, fighting fiercely to destroy them all and send dust flying everywhere. The girls beside him quickly covered their faces with their hands while shielding themselves from the dust, saying, I've never seen a man so foolish and clueless. His heart must be made of solid steel. The girl beside her cast a spell and replied, I was wrong. His heart is surely made of steel and unmelting metal. The black-haired girl sighed and said, looks like this time we're in trouble. Suddenly, the girl with blue hair gently spoke. Maybe our approach is wrong and we shouldn't try to activate this man's heart. She continued, maybe we should call Trang Lin to try. They all remembered the scene where Trang Lin used his back to block the shattered ice and watched Hung Luke helplessly say, go ahead, we've already given up. Inside that room, a girl is punching a bag, while a man with brown hair approaches and says, today I came to find the head of the clan, but she still refused to transfer her to the top sect. The pink-haired girl standing beside says, it's also normal. Trang Lin may be a bit careless, but his strength is very powerful. She covered her mouth with a fan and said, if I were to keep the heroine's lineage as a guard, that wouldn't be bad. And she smiled proudly. The old man standing nearby received a message on his phone with this new news and opened it to check. Suddenly, he jumped up in joy and shouted loudly, look quickly this time, Trang Lin has a mission. Hearing that, Trang Lin was surprised and turned around saying, I can still take on missions. Last time I almost killed the target. The old man continued, this is a body-refining demon elixir that can repel primordial beast spirits. Looks like someone really enjoys fighting. He added, this time I will watch you closely. Then, Trang Lin took a towel to wipe her face and stepped outside. The old man shouted loudly to remind her, don't seduce him. You should dress up gently and don't try to duel him, okay? Trang Lin replied, got it. Besides the stone realm in the fairy city, the girls have already retreated and said, our brother Jia and I received the summon order from the sect, so we have to return here. Another girl spoke. Thank you for your care during this time. Farewell. Hung Luke quickly waved goodbye and said farewell, but in his mind he was secretly pleased, thinking the less troublesome the female cultivator, the better. As he was waving, he suddenly sensed something behind him and turned around. It turns out to be a giant, super hard, transformed stone beast that is several times larger than the ones Hung Luke fought earlier. Hung Luke was shocked and terrified, quickly running away as fast as he could. This one can't be beaten. Better to escape. The giant stone beast immediately transformed and threw a huge rock straight at Hung Luke, blocking his path. Hung Luke was extremely tense and said, looks like I have to risk my life now. Suddenly, Trang Lin appeared out of nowhere and cast a spell to attack the giant stone beast, causing it to thrash wildly. The stone beast screamed in fear, get away, and immediately ran off. Hung Luke thought to himself, I never expected a female cultivator to save me. Trang Lin turned around and said, little guy, how do you plan to repay this life-saving favor? Hung Luke, before he could reply, was grabbed by the shoulder and pulled up, causing him to exclaim in surprise, hey! Trang Lin leaned in close and said, how about you repay me with your body? Hung Luke, trembling with fear and sweating, wondered silently if refusing would get him beaten to death. While Trang Lin looked at him silently, without saying a word. Outside the fairy city in the Thachvuk, he was struggling to pull his foot off the ground, feeling confused and questioning himself. What's been going on lately? Why are so many female cultivators wanting to marry me? Just as I managed to pull out one leg, I ran into trouble with the other leg. I pulled, but I couldn't get the other leg out. Still puzzled by 100,000 questions why, Trang Lin suddenly lifted Hung Luke with one hand like a puppy, helping his other leg leave the ground successfully. You can't help but feel shy and scratch your head, saying thank you, but Trang Lin just dismisses it as nothing and replies, don't be so formal. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Hung Luke points at the lake. Could it be that she's with the same group as those nuns earlier, also from the Holy Land of Hop Hawan? I don't know which part of what I just said upset Trang Lin so much that she blushed with anger. Does that mean the Holy Land of Hop Hawan can't have any ugly women? In contrast to her reaction, Hung Luk looked at her thoughtfully and then assessed, "She's ugly, but if you look closely, she's actually quite pretty." Following that, he showered her with compliments that made Trang Lin blush. Her hair was smooth and shiny, her face looked healthy, her skin tone was vibrant, and her body was agile and strong. Then Hung Luk burst out laughing and concluded that beauty isn't bound by a single standard, just that her idea of beauty is different from others. Oh, Trang Lin's young heart couldn't resist such precious compliments, and since it was the first time someone praised her, her wild blood surged with excitement. She firmly clenched her fists and declared, "I've made up my mind. I will definitely have him." Her misunderstanding was so obvious that Hung Luk quickly launched into 49 different defenses. "You're planning to beat me up and take me back to your holy land, right?" At this moment, Trang Lin, rubbing her gloved fists, replied, "We are both cultivators. So let's settle this in the way of cultivators." Between Trang Lin's fists, a powerful pink energy radiates. She looks determined and says, "Let's have a one-on-one fight. I will win, and you follow me to the Holy Land. If you win, do as you see fit." As soon as Trang Lin finishes speaking, Hung Luk breaks out in a cold sweat and thinks about what just happened. "Nguyen-an, I am a core formation cultivator. This isn't fair at all. But life is like a dream." Trang Lin doesn't care and immediately rushes to attack, so don't hold back anymore. She quickly charges at Hung Luk, but he reacts swiftly and transforms into a divine form to block the attack. A flash of light flickered in Trang Lin's eyes as she transformed into a female clone without hesitation, and immediately attacked Hung Luk, sending him flying far away until he finally stopped high in the sky. Deep down, he was about to pee his pants, damn it. This sister really has no manners at all. Before he could think much, Trang Lin's body technique appeared right in front of him. Hung Luk quickly adjusts the 5 elements chaos soup, creating a sturdy shield that immediately blocks Trang Lin's attack. "The attack you just blocked left the surrounding plants burned to ash, but I have to give you credit. Your protective magic is quite powerful." Hung Luk is also fighting hard on his side, but if he doesn't respond effectively, he'll be knocked out. Now, it's my turn. As he finished speaking, Hung Luk activated his Earth Spirit Giant technique. Then he confidently declared that his master once said, "Losing to someone doesn't mean losing to their aura. Even though my cultivation isn't as high as hers, I won't be defeated by mere presence." Surprisingly, Trang Lin also enthusiastically agreed. "I really like people who burn themselves out like that." Ko Lao prepares to attack, to see how long the other can hold back. Then both sides continue their fierce fight on the island, ignoring everything around them. At this moment, on the hidden Spirit Gate Island in Tu Fam's room, the owner, it has been like this for several days now. Ignoring the system's words, Tu Fam laughed like a fool. "Ha ha 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 ha." Hung Luk just teased me into laughter. He wiped his tears, chuckling nervously as he continued, "Never before seen anyone so fiery in pursuit of a partner." After observing the battle, he admitted that this holy land of harmony, the professional mining island, has all kinds of nuns. Wonder if Hung Luk likes that or not. Immediately, the system declared with certainty that there was a 99 chance Hung Luk was not interested at all and preferred to immerse himself in cultivation. But as life is unpredictable, Tu Fam replied that nothing in love affairs is absolute. Then he put on his sunglasses and said, "I'm 99% sure Hung Luk will understand." At this moment, the fierce battle between Trang Lin and Hung Luk is still raging intensely outside the Thachvuk Fairy City. White Spirit, in a state of extreme frenzy, shouted, "Anyone with skills, just use them all." Hung Luk struggled to hold on and thought to himself, "This is a fight to the death. If I don't use my hidden skills, I will fall asleep." Then suddenly a strong wind rose, and finally Hung Luk used his ultimate move, the divine artifact of the giant spirit. Hung Luk swung his arm, and a hammer flew toward Trang Lin. "Master Huyin, your move was a bit harsh. Have you forgotten she's a female cultivator?" Only after being reminded did Hung Luk realize and rush out of the clone. Oh no, someone is dead. He used too much force. Rushing to check the situation, he saw Bai Ling lying on the ground in pain and exclaimed, "Oh my." Hung Luk reached out and said, "Take my hand." Although his words sounded tough, Bai Lin's body was very real, and she held his hand. "I lost. You can ask me for anything." The innocent and blameless young man Hung Luk happily suggested, "Okay, from now on let's cultivate together. I feel that training with you is very enjoyable." And on that day in Bai Lin's heart, the summer sun shone brightly. The two also cleared their doubts and developed a good impression of each other, agreeing with a handshake. On the hidden Lingku Lake Island, Tu Fam was relaxing, lying leisurely while fishing and sighing, not knowing why he had been sleeping so much lately. Then he grabbed his fat belly, looking puzzled, wondering why it kept feeling like it was swelling up. Suddenly, Tu Pham stood up in panic and shouted loudly, "Could it be that there is a problem with the replacement bead?" Immediately, the system scanned and concluded that the owner was simply eating too much and gaining weight. Knowing he was fine, our relaxed young man then sighed in relief and lay back comfortably, "So I can rest, assured now." As soon as he finished speaking, Ku Hui appeared rising to the water's surface, followed by its children, causing Tu Pham to startle. Recognizing familiar faces, he quickly inquired, "Long time no see. You all have returned from Votan High. Are your offspring all doing well?" Indeed, every owner gets what they deserve. When Tu Pham recognized that Ku Hui had become a pig, the next day I noticed you looked even chubbier, eating so much in Votan High. But someone knowledgeable immediately spoke up, saying that the beast Dao Hui was pregnant, and upon hearing that, Ku Hui blushed and held her cheeks, while Tu Pham looked utterly confused. He froze for a few seconds before angrily wiping and demanding to know which pig had sown the seed for our faction's white radish. I will definitely kill him. And the pig's identity is revealed to be a dragon. The shocking news left Tu Pham speechless for a few seconds before he quickly changed his expression, rolled up a piece of paper to sing a welcoming song. Then Tu Pham became very friendly and doted on Ku Hui's children, saying this is the Spirit Lake, which is small now but will be transformed soon. So Tu Pham took the mother and child of the Ku Hui to a large lake and forcibly removed a very annoyed little turtle from the old place. "Little turtle, be a good girl and understand. Move over and leave the space for the pregnant lady." But deep down, it thought that there was nothing more it could gain from me now. The Ku Hui are happily enjoying their new home. The little turtles didn't have time to jump into the water before Tu Pham quickly stopped them. "Don't bother your mother. If you're grown turtles, you should learn to train yourselves." The little turtles were furious when they were stopped, with Tu Pham blocking them from all directions from the left to the right. The little turtles immediately glared at him in anger, and then made a rude gesture with their middle finger, taunting Tu Pham. "Those damn bastards! Get lost with Big Brother Ha." Tu Pham grabbed a broom and charged at the turtles, making them scatter in fear. Suddenly, there was a commotion from Ku Hui as it rushed onto the water. Everyone cried and clung tightly to Tu Pham's clothes. The great elder, after the last fight, had almost exhausted his spiritual essence. If this continued, the spiritual energy of the sect will be drained, but despite their worries, Tu Pham is thoroughly enjoying it. No wonder he's a dragon worm. It really does absorb a lot. Seeing that Ku Hui seems a bit hesitant, he then asks, "Are you worried enough, huh?" Then he immediately declared, "It's okay. After so many years, I've earned a lot of money to support so many people. Isn't that what it's for now?" He thought to himself, "If it's gone, it's gone. I must find a way quickly." After secretly escaping a year later in the underground space, Tu Pham, with a very quick and sinister face, said, "A whole year wasted. Finally, it's almost done. That thing is coming soon, right?" Tu Pham's Ahmad immediately followed up, "That thing, it's finally almost here." Just joking around, Tu Pham immediately turned and asked, "So what's coming now?" Tu Pham shot back with a look of disdain. "You don't know now, so why pretend you do?" Then he reached out and grabbed his hand, "But you'll find out soon enough." As he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting Tu Pham directly, and Tu Pham, so one, caught by the hand, couldn't escape this disaster either. "Ah, it's the first time we've received a response from the Heavenly Tao about the artifact, but it's okay. You'll get used to it after a few more times." The scene shifts to the Spirit Lake, where everyone is cultivating, and suddenly the Spirit Lake arrives, filled with spiritual energy. "Thank you, Elder, but our Elder doesn't understand anything." At this moment, he has a very perplexing problem that remains unexplained. Both the dragon beast's long kneeling eggs and the Dao beast's cowering eggs can now glow. Senza has 6 eggs, but that chaotic bloodline is still an issue. What if all 6 eggs turn out to be turtle-shaped? Suddenly a man appeared, laughing loudly. "The Tu Trong Lao, so then you should use backlink translation and the true dragon bloodline spiritual Danny." He said with a pained expression that recently the economy has been a bit tight, and the man seemed to transform into a hero to solve all problems. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'll leave it here. The Elder Hall Master wants to find you to refine some items, and the reward is very generous." And so, from the same name's song to the immortal Phoenix Throne, Tu Pham couldn't hide his amazement at this place. It turned out that the magnificent scene had appeared before his eyes. "Shenhua, if I could practice forging tools here, it would definitely have my effort." A kindly old man with a very friendly expression emerges from inside the alchemy chamber, the elder of the hidden spiritual sect. "Hello?" He couldn't help but praise, saying that the divine artifact spirit sword you crafted for the spiritual path is truly impressive, and the younger generation is far more talented, to which Tu Pham modestly replied that there's nothing special. Just overpraising. At this moment, I was thinking that this old man might be the key to whether I can get close to the divine harmony or not. And so begins a cross-continental boast, this season of the Electric Lord, where the core is the lack of spiritual apprentices supporting with soul and divine blood. A space-blocking barrier, then the heavens and earth change, and it becomes a legendary divine artifact. He laughed loudly again. Elder 2 has good eyesight. Put away the Spirit Tool Master token. A talented young person like Elder 2 doesn't need to be tested at all. Suddenly the old man asked, Elder 2, since you've already stored away your items, shouldn't you contribute something? He sneered maliciously. The great war between two worlds is about to erupt, and we still lack a handy magic tool. Shouldn't you go to the alchemy hall to work on it? At this moment, Tufam realized he had been caught off guard. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. He quickly pretended to be obedient and replied, Ha ha ha. All right, I'll go back to pack my things and come over right away. Switching to the underground hidden spirit space island, Tufa number 1 just saw Brother Lee and asked, Main body, you're just in time. I feel like my forging skills have reached a bottleneck, stuck at the gold core stage and can't advance. You need to think of a way quickly. As if saved by a divine intervention, Tupa pretended to be kind and said, I've found a very good place for you with divine harmony. I've synchronized the memories for you, so please work hard and level up quickly. Chili's side has a sinister figure, Tufam, who thinks someone is working for free, while little Tufam so one naively believes no one will supervise him in the future and can reist as he pleases. 2 months later, time quietly passes, and the immortal ascends to the divine throne, shaking the Hosun with his divine power, while Tufam So One is exhausted from continuous alchemy training. The people outside couldn't help but worry and discuss. In less than 2 months, he had already crafted a divine tool. Truly astonishing. Another person quickly added, What are you looking at? Hurry up and place your order. If you don't order, you won't get your turn. They all went crazy and kept placing orders quickly. You were right. Hurry up. The people buying Tupa's tools have already placed mountain-high orders. Little Tupa just finished and thought, so awesome. I've already completed all these artifacts, haha. Since the main body isn't here, no one can control me. I need to rest for a few days. This is just too great. As soon as the alchemy room opened, the orders piled onto Tufam. He silently thought in despair, isn't my purpose here just to change locations to serve as a slave? At the 10,000 Li lake now, Tufam relaxed and sighed. Then he picked up his phone to check the notifications. The orders have been non-stop for days. Loud and clear, let me see if there's anything I need in the labor fee. The Demon Tiger Heaven's Secret Tower, the Haunted Spirit Sword, and the Soul-Shaking Buffalo. And the notification now is order number 743. 3,000 spiritual swords of various protective artifacts, 3 spiritual sword tools, 1 10,000 sword formation tool, labor costs, 3 ancient supreme artifact blueprints, discard or confirm to choose. Tufa's face now looks no different from a capitalist preparing to exploit our labor. The ancient sword formation artifact, Brother Deep, are you really my senior? At this moment, staying at the immortal pillar in Hoa Sun, Diep Tiu Jiao, with a worried look, looked at the drawings on the table and asked Kim Van Sin, the old sword, the ancient divine artifact blueprint, isn't very trustworthy. What if someone uses the divine artifact blueprint's willpower? Wouldn't we be exposed? Hearing this, Kim Van Sin finally paid attention, closed his eyes to think, and said, the ancient divine artifact blueprint does indeed exist, and the forging process is real. After saying that, he took Dio Tio Jiao's hand, pressed 2 fingers on the symbol on the table, and continued, the only price is the will of the celestial inscription. The original quality is just temporary. There's no other way. Trust me, in the world of cultivation, knowledge of forging tools is very scarce. No alchemy master dares to craft items from the upper realm. They only observe and learn to improve their understanding. Suddenly, the symbol on the table suddenly emits a glow. Kiem Van Sin looked so excited that he blushed with a joyful expression and happily said, wait a moment, someone will take the job soon. In contrast, Diep Tiu Jiao remained silent and said, I hope we won't be seen through. We must not offend the alchemy masters. After waiting anxiously, Diep Tiu Jiao looked at Kiem Van Sin with a very disappointed expression and said, Old Kiem, your method isn't working anymore. No one is taking the orders. K. Van Sin sweat streaming down his face. He forced a smile and said, maybe she's joking. Not necessarily. Who would be able to resist the allure of ancient immortal artifacts among the top alchemy masters? At this moment, in the alchemy room of the immortal Genhoa Mountain, Tufam and an old man are sitting together enjoying tea. Old man asked Tufam if he wasn't tempted by the reward order for 3 ancient divine artifact blueprints. Tufam picked up a piece of cake, looked at him, smiled slyly, and said those tools and treasures are as simple to us as guiding, so why bother accepting the job? I have many of these ancient drawing scrolls. The divine inscriptions on them are quite vague, so those 3 scrolls are probably the same. Suddenly, the old man lost his temper, slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table, and then said, "Both blame my father for advancing to become a grand master of refining tools early, attracting powerful forces from the great wilderness worlds to come and pay their respects to flatter him. Do you always keep them with you like that?" Then the old man conjured a flame in his hand, covering his mouth to laugh smugly, and arrogantly said to Tu Fam, "Well, he has ascended already, leaving me some divine fire or something. I really don't know. I have nothing more to say, I'll just watch him show off in silence." Then Tu Fam stood up, a green fairy tool appeared in his hand. He looked at the old man, smiled, and said, "So you all craft divine weapons. Surely you all use the same divine rune formation, right? Even if you can craft refined artifacts, that's as far as you go." Suddenly, upon seeing the fairy instrument in Tu Fam's hand, the old man jerked back in shock as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Surprised, he immediately rushed toward the fairy instrument in Tu Fam's hand, exclaiming in amazement, "Ah, this is." Tu Fam smiled and said, "Creating and designing new formations and talismans is the key. You need the treasure to break through. This is the formation of celestial runes that the old man let me comprehend during my rest after crafting the artifact." After saying that, Tu Fam slowly handed the fairy artifact into his hands, and he carefully extended both hands to take it, his eyes still fixed on the artifact. Suddenly, he paused, tears welling up, and emotionally burst into tears, saying, "My father once told me that I could only rely on him to become a grandmaster of refining tools. I don't believe in destiny." Before Tu Fam could finish speaking, he suddenly rushed over to him, crying and sobbing. Mr. Lian said tightly, "I can still rely on you. You will be my half-brother in the future." After speaking, he happily like a child, carefully holding the immortal artifact in his hand before leaving. With this formation, who would still bother accepting those other missions? Tu Fam, seeing him like that, was also speechless. At this moment, outside the wilderness area of the Immortal City, Han Fi Vu was hunting monsters when he encountered Diep Tio Jiao and Kiem Van Sin nearby. The two stand in midair watching Han Fei Wu fight the monsters, each one falling to his blade one after another. Wait a moment, I see that this young man's sword formation is very orderly, like a famous sect. Xian Yunsheng turned to criticize Diep Tio Jiao, saying he hasn't finished his own meal yet and is busy watching others, then quickly headed to the Fire Mountain Immortal Town to see if there was any news. But Diep Tio Jiao didn't seem to care much about Jian Yunsheng's words. He scratched his chin, deep in thought, and said, "This place is very close to the Fire Mountain Immortal Town. He's probably hunting here to gather materials for forging his sword." Then, Diep Tio Jiao's gaze became resolute as he looked down at Han Fi Vu and told Kiem Van Sin, "Old sword, no one understands the hardships of the sword formation path better than I do. I want to help him." As soon as he finished speaking, Diep Tio Jiao quickly rushed down to Han Fi Vu, appearing polite with a smile, extending his hand to greet him, "Young friend, you are a cultivator of the first sword array." Seeing Diep Tio Jiao, Han Fi Vu bowed politely and said, "The senior truly has good judgment. I have only just entered the first sword array." Suddenly, Diep Tio Jiao handed Han Fi Vu something in a bag, surprising him greatly, and said this was the sword formation he often used during his cultivation, but he no longer needed it and was giving it to him. "Thank you for your kindness, senior." After giving this to Han Fi Vu, Diep Tio Jiao immediately left, turning back and saying, "The path of enlightenment is difficult. Consider this a connection to your destiny." Then he quickly ran off, leaving Han Fi Vu alone. Han Fi Vu said, "Hey, senior." Then Han Fei Wu took a deep breath, curious, and opened the treasure bag. Instantly, the light from the bag shone out, making Han Fei Wu stare in shock. Then Han Fei Wu looked inside the bag, and his expression changed. He slowly pulled out 2 old iron swords from the bag, tears welling up in his eyes as he said, "Han is living a very hard life, and even now he still wants to help me. He's truly a good person." Then Han Fi Vu slowly put the old sword into the bag and called someone, saying, "Master, I want 3,000 second-rank 5-element spiritual swords. Could you introduce me to a refining tool master? I have enough spirit stones and spirit minerals." After finishing, Han Fi Vu immediately left, thinking he hoped the alchemy master his master recommended wouldn't keep him waiting for hundreds of years. At this moment, in the hidden spiritual realm 10,000 leagues away, Tu Fam was leisurely sitting fishing when suddenly a notification appeared. There was a new order. Tu Fam, hearing the notification, was so angry he almost cried. He said, "Tsk, tsk, running around in the sun, that brat just wants to get spirit swords without working for them and still gets to eat, giving things to his disciple." Tu Fam immediately sat down to reply to the message and said, I didn't expect Han Fi Vu to be so straightforward. He must be the one who wants the most spirit stones in the entire cultivation world. Tu Pham replied, 3,000 spirit swords can be made, but tell the boy to bring some of the earth core metal to exchange. And the other side responded, yes. All set, Tu Pham continued to sit quietly fishing, then turned to the system and said, Little no, start the production line to prepare swords for the upcoming mission. Make sure the quality is good, the system replied. It will take half a month to produce 3,000 second-rank 5-element spiritual swords, weekly command. Right now, at the center of the continent in front of a waterfall, Mudong Tianni is standing there waiting for someone. Her expression is extremely anxious as she nervously says, Why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Did something happen to my father inside? Suddenly, a passage burst out from the waterfall. At this moment, Vu Luan appeared from the waterfall, emerging with a decrepit body. Vu Luan weakly leaned against the wall, trembling as he said, Thantni, hold me up. Before he could finish, Vu Luan was so weak he nearly fell face down into the waterfall, heading home. Modung Tianni quickly helped Vu Luan up, crying out in fear, Father, what's wrong with you? Without hesitation, she immediately informed Tu Pham, who, upon reading the message, was extremely panicked, startled, and sweating profusely. Immediately, he teleported to where Mudong Tianni was. The very next moment, at the main hall welcoming guests, Tu Pham was already there with Mudong Tianni. Mudong Tianni, holding Wu Luan's fragile body, saw from Pham and burst into tears, shouting to him, Elder brother from, save Wu Luan quickly. Seeing Wu Luan's changed appearance, Pham was extremely shocked and surprised, rushing over and asking, Wu Luan, why does he look so aged so quickly? Without waiting 2 seconds, Pham immediately cast a formation, shouting loudly to the system, hurry and go to the treasure vault to get the original wood and the celestial extreme spirit pill for me. Modong Tianni was still holding Vu Luan and crying loudly, sobbing loudly. As he was casting the formation, suddenly Vu Luan woke up, weakly coughing and sobbing, then smiling and saying to Tu Pham, Big brother Tu, I thought I would never see you again in this life. Vu Luan, your current lifespan is running out. What happened to you, or has someone stolen your lifespan? Vu Luan hesitated, then looked at Tu Pham, and then turned to Modong Tianni, who was sobbing. No one attacked me. I just fell into a secret realm with a very fast-flowing time. A blink of an eye and 1,000 years have passed. At this point, Tu Pham was already shedding tears. He clasped his hands together, twisted his internal energy, causing the heavenly extreme spirit pill and the original wood chi to fly out. He said, Be a good disciple. Even if it means defying heaven and exhausting my luck, I will save you. Then the heavenly extreme spirit pill and the original wood chi mixed together and poured over Vu Luan's body. Immediately, 2 of Tu Pham's doppelgangers appeared, and Tu Pham's expression turned serious. His 2 dummies sit facing each other, performing spells and controlling in sync. Pham shouts, life is always present, and immediately a formation appears above Luan Vu's body. The needle on the formation gradually points to a sign of bad omen. Tu Pham sees this, becomes tense, panics, immediately stands up, throws the coin into the air, and shouts loudly. Not good. His lifespan is almost up. We need to make a move. The spell cycle. Immediately the coin spins around, emitting tendrils. The twisting tendril gradually moved toward the needle and then wrapped around it. Tu Pham shouted, Hoi! And immediately the tentacle pulled the needle back to the area with the good omen. In the end, Tu Pham managed to suppress the formation within Vu Luan, but it was not a complete cure, only delaying the inevitable. Then Vu Luan gradually regained his youth, slowly returning to his original form. Tu Pham turned to the 2 exhausted puppets and said, This way first, we will continue later, or you will lose your lives. Then Vu Luan slowly sat up and said, Old man, I know that Elder Tu has a way to save me. Murong Tien. And he was overjoyed to see Vu Luan wake up easily, hurriedly ran over, held him tightly, and said, Master Tuong, I thought I was going to lose you. Then she turned to bow her head and thanked Tu Pham and Tu Daika for saving Vu Luan. Tu Pham felt awkward, then helped her lift her head and said, It's the right thing to do. If you want to thank me, then bring some spiritual fruit to send off those 2 5 spirits minions. Protect the satellite. They lost a lot of strength this time. Then, Mudong Tianni followed Tuofan's instructions, brought the 2 puppet figures outside and said, Tuodatsa, don't worry, those monkeys are in my hands, Vu Luan, thank you very much, Tuodatsa. Immediately, Tuofan turned to ask Vu Luan, Go ahead, now tell me what happened. I detected some abnormalities in your soul. Vu Luan nervously replied, as expected, Nothing escapes from the big brother, but that secret realm still isn't over. Even though I've left, it will still appear in my dreams. Before Vu Luan could finish, Tu Pham interrupted, So that secret realm is absorbing your lifespan. What is it that's in that realm? In Vuluan ngivaidibat, Taulialiam vanwa, Kongkong kogihet. Tufam kamte Vuluan vanwa, Trenmat kao rang laviet kukagidurua, moditaxemnao. And so Tu Pham entered Vu Luan's subconscious. The two fell into Vu Luan's mind, with Tu Pham gradually descending within his subconscious. As he landed, he shouted and opened his eyes. Suddenly behind the flower wall, a laughter echoed, "Ha ha 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 ha." Tu Pham, curious, moved closer to the flower wall and lifted it up. You see Modung Tien Ni sitting by the pond with her feet in the water. Modung Tien Ni says, "You shouldn't come here. His original form is about to end with me, and you are prolonging his life." From Fan replied, "You have bound my fate. I cannot stand by and watch you die." Modung Tien Ni looked terrified and said, "If you say so, then you should die." In the secret scene, although the cherry blossom forest and gentle breeze create a romantic atmosphere, the tension between Tu Pham and Modung Tien Ni is very high. They stare at each other with sharp, cautious eyes, as if ready to fight at any moment. Tu Pham quietly pinned a talisman behind his back to stop the impending fight. Suddenly, at this moment, the door opens, cutting through the tense atmosphere filled with gunpowder smell between the two standing in the yard. It's Vuong Vulan, returning, who says, "I'm back." Vuong Vulan carries 2 buckets of water on his shoulders, sweat dripping down but still smiling happily, while in his other hand he holds a bag of something and says to Modung Tien Ni, "Look at what I bought for you and the children." After Vuong Vulan appeared, Modung Tien Ni's attitude completely changed from before, and the two seemed to forget Tu Pham's presence. Ignoring Tu Pham standing aside, the atmosphere around the Vuong Vulan couple and Modung Tien Ni was filled with a pinkish hue, and they chatted like a pair of young birds. Modung Tien Ni took the bag from Vuong Vulan's hand and, feeling jealous and upset, said, "Don't come to Vuong's second wife's place to buy cakes anymore," her eyes looking at him strangely. "I don't like it." Vuong Vulan obediently replied, "I see she's a lonely second wife with a hard life, and besides, she's not as pretty as you, but whatever my wife says, I'll follow." Modung Tien Ni happily replied, "The husband is the best." Tu Pham ignored and, standing silently, felt utterly speechless, and then destroyed the talisman he had just made. At this moment, Vuong Vulan finally noticed Tu Pham's presence, looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" Tu Pham felt like he was just an extra, unnecessary presence. Modung Tien Ni hugged Vuong Vulan's arm and smiled, replying, "He's just an outsider passing by, wanting to ask for a drink." After saying that, Modung Tien Ni turned to look at Tu Pham, her expression changing completely as she stared at him with a threatening gaze, and asked, "Is that right? Tu Pham can only go along and answer yes?" Then their 2 small children, a boy and a girl from Vuong Vulan and Modung Tien Ni, also ran out of the house. He happily called out, "Dad, my son," and Vuong Vulan welcomed them with open arms, happily replying, "Come on, be good." Vuong Vulan held his daughter in his arms, then turned to smile and say to Modung Tien Ni and Thun Ni, "Please come in and have some tea. I'll take the children inside first." Modung Tien Ni smiled and replied, "Okay," as she poured hot water into the cup. Tu Pham sat watching the 3 father and son happily chatting, filling the scene with a very joyful atmosphere. Modung Tien Ni whispers in Tu Pham's ear, having used nearly 1,000 years of Han's lifespan to create this secret realm, but it can only last a little longer. Modung Tien Ni's eyes turn extremely terrifying, and I continue patiently. "If you want to save Han, then exchange yourself for Han." Tu Pham calmly pushed Modung Tien Ni aside without showing any expression and replied, "I have no interest in stealing someone else's wife. I am not interested in this face at all." Hearing that, the demon transformed into another face and grabbed Tu Pham's hand. Tu Pham glanced and was a bit surprised. The demon transformed into Zhang Vivan's face, smiling seductively and looking into Tu Pham's eyes, asking, "What about this face?" Tu Pham lifts the fake face of Truong Vivan and says with a sly smile, "So remember to keep your promise. I still care about living longer." And Tu Pham's handsome appearance makes the fake Truong Vivan blush. Tu Pham drank the glass of water in one go, then stood up and threw the cup casually. Before leaving, he didn't forget to smile handsome and cool, saying, "Thank you for the hospitality." Tu Pham and the monster returned to reality, as if planning something sinister, smiling in a way that sends chills down the spine. Then, Vuong Vulan was entangled by Tu Pham's 2 white turtle-like hands, feeling bewildered and helpless, while Tu Pham, with an expression that made others goosebumps, pouted as if about to kiss and said, as expected of my brother, "The biggest bug of my body." "You've managed to help me solve it?" Vuong Vulan had no idea what Tu Pham was talking about, only feeling confused and sweating profusely. Then, leaving Vuong Vulan behind like a delicate girl whose purity has just been taken away, Tu Pham turned and walked away. As he walks and laughs, he orders the system, Xiaoniu, to arrange 2 demon-suppressing machines to monitor Vuong Vulan's mountain peak, and 10 spiritual training puppets to guard him around the clock. Right now, he has the most precious treasure, the hidden spirit gate, on him. Tufam happily mutters to himself, if I don't reach the top rank, I won't be allowed to break through, and just then I catch a little fairy-sucking human lifespan. Tufam, worried about the future, said there are still hundreds of years before we need to analyze the 5 elements after the nascent soul stage. He pushed open the door happily and cheerfully said, come on, brother, let me go into the secret realm again. Vuong Vulan was eating noodles when he saw Tufam appear and sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, just as he was about to dodge the attack, Tufam, not playing around, cut through his meal directly. Vuong Vulan feinted to let Tufam enter the secret realm, dropping his bowl of noodles. Inside the secret realm, that demon spirit was hanging clothes in the manner of Modung Thien Ni. The little demon saw that From Fan had appeared and said, you're really here, huh? The little demon transformed into Zhongwei Yun, and the two looked at each other. From Fan spoke first, saying, don't waste words. How are you going to drain my lifespan? Let's get started. The fake demon is a bit confused and wonders why he's so eager, wanting to exchange the elder brother's lifespan like that. Does he have special feelings for his brother? Then the little demon kissed Tufam on the neck, leaving a mark, and immediately Tufam transformed into an old man. But he was extremely happy, with a wide smile on his face. Ha ha! I feel excited inside. It's working. I'm about to break through to nascent soul. Tufam, lost in joy, suddenly the little demon stops draining his lifespan. Then the little demon stood up from Tufam's body, turned around and left, leaving Tufam in agony and confusion. And he couldn't help but ask the demon what was going on. It's only been a little over 200 years. Keep going. Why stop now? But unexpectedly, the demon seemed strangely moved. A tear still lingered in my eye as I replied that I was moved by your feelings and couldn't bear to see you part ways, so I spared your life. Tufam was furious again, grabbing the demon's shoulder and shouting loudly, wait, stop. Keep sucking. As long as you don't kill him, keep going here and continue sucking for me. The little demon was even more moved, tears streaming down its face as it said, I really can't continue. You still have 5 years of life left. Cherish the time with him. I'm leaving now. The little demon said, oh, so adorable. I wish you both happiness. Then a light shot from the teleportation door, and Tufam shouted unwillingly, hey, wait a moment. Tufam was expelled from the secret realm before he could say a word, and when he returned to reality, Wang Vuluan had become young again. Wang Vuluan was moved, crying as he hugged Tufam's leg and said, hoo, big brother too. Why are you so good to me? Tunguye tien voi vang bei kwa hutrung, huon matlo lang trong. Long, truki di su pukonrat kue, sauchi moi fanch nam manguai, da sup den handerway. In Tufam's small courtyard, Tu Nuyet Tien landed in the yard. Tu Xuang and the system were also there. Tu Xuang stood with his arms crossed, worriedly asking the system, Little No, does the master have any anger towards you? The system replied, it's just basic operations. Don't worry too much. A huge golden energy pillar from Tufam's courtyard shoots straight into the sky, startling everyone. The pressure emitted by this energy pillar is extremely powerful, causing Tu Kuang to stand unsteady. Looking up at the sky, the multicolored rays from the golden beams spread out, leaving Tu Chuang speechless and deep in thought. The 5 elements, wind, thunder, light, darkness, time, space. What is my master practicing up there? At Tufam's place. Tufam, who is sitting cross-legged and nurturing his energy as if about to ascend to heaven, still channels energy while breathing a sigh of relief and thinking to himself, phew, it hasn't been easy, but after a tough period, I finally advanced to nascent soul. Tufam's soul feels the movement of the universe and all things. At this moment, a strange sensation begins in his stomach. The egg that From Fam once absorbed into his stomach begins to crack. A small black hand breaking through the shell appears, and from the egg emerges a cute, chubby, white, soft little panda. That chubby little panda is rubbing its cheek against Tufam. Tufam exclaimed in disbelief, what? I raised for 10 years, and a panda was born. The 2 kids, Tu Kuang and Tung Yet Tien, looked up to him with admiration, their eyes shining brightly. Tung Yet Tien said in awe, as expected of our master. That's a real mystical beast, right? Tu Kuang also couldn't resist the cuteness of the real metal beast and said, no way, is the real metal beast really that adorable? The door to the room opens. Master, this is... Tufam blushed and replied vaguely, maybe, possibly. Consider it as my child and the heavenly way." As soon as he finished, a lightning bolt struck down in broad daylight, showing the disapproval and warning of the heavenly way. Tu Pham, shameless and unrepentant, changed the story and said, "Listen, it's confirmed. From Nguyen Tien." The real beast asked Tu Pham, "So what can this beast do?" Of course, Tu Pham didn't really know either, hesitating. "Well, I suppose." Tu Tuong then seemed to be choked, repeatedly poking the soft bun-like cheek of the giant beast while saying, "It's so soft, I really can't stop." And the giant beast, annoyed by the constant disturbance, started to get angry. Immediately after, the small and adorable little beast suddenly transformed into a giant beast. With a powerful aura and fierce eyes, Tu Quang fell to the ground shouting, and Tu Pham and Tu Nguyet Tien were also taken aback and surprised. Tu Pham found a way to descend, calmly and deeply answering Tu Nguyet Tien's earlier question, just as you saw. He can fight monsters, while Quang, on the side, nervously blocks the giant beast, quickly admits fault, "Don't bite, stop biting, I was wrong." Then From Pham pretended to dodge the topic and said, "Oh dear, after ascending to nascent soul stage, all the Sect's setups can also be upgraded." Too busy, and From Nguyet Tien completely didn't believe From Pham. He took the small-sized yet still fierce-looking reality beast with Quang. He said with contempt, "Bow bow, it seems Quang doesn't understand Quang at all." "It's okay, I'll take care of Quang from now on." After causing a commotion, Tu Pham became serious again, took out a coin and said, "All right, let's get to the main topic. Luckily I leveled up, after which I will do a fortune-telling. I really have to say Vu is truly a bug. Such a beautiful machine." After the fortune-telling, Tu Pham sighed and said, "Not very good, maybe after some time. The Sect might face an attack from the Great Ascension Demon Lord, so I decided to move the entire hidden island to the Sect." From Kuang said, "I already sent the message, but the results I see are still not very good." Tu Pham stroked his chin in thought and ordered the system Xiaono to recall all the disciples of the Sect from outside. The system responded affirmatively. Then Tu Pham told two people, Tu Quang and Tu Nguyet Tien, "If your friends and family want to pick you up, bring them all to the island." They replied, "Understood." In the uncharted extreme regions outside the natural passages between the two worlds, warships shuttle through the gate in the central corridor. On one of these ships, the Demon Lord Dothu, guarding the extreme zone, and Elder Nin, the leader of the elders, are chatting. Dothu, holding a teacup and smiling happily, says, "We go after those demons once a month, cutting off their tails and legs, all of them. Ha ha, it's so satisfying." Nindao looks a bit worried. "Oh, Venerable One, I just received intelligence that the main battlefield has detected a demon ship leaving the fleet. It seems they are about to launch an attack on this side." "Very well, rest assured, I will find someone to help." Nindao took out a scroll and said, "The Venerable related to this matter. I just drew a new divination and deliberately brought the strange figure here. It shows that this battle will have a demon lord escape and cause chaos in the center of the continent." The Venerable Dothu looked down on it with disdain, burning the scroll and saying, "These worthless things are not even worth showing me." Nindao was startled. Nindao quickly clasped his hands and replied, I dare not. But could the Venerable One inform a certain Venerable to come beforehand, so I won't always be anxious in my heart?" Lord Duthu frowned and said sternly, "If the Venerated One is guarding the passage and something unexpected happens, what do you plan to do then?" The cold gaze of Master Dothu continued and said, "Isn't this proof that you are a spy for the demon race?" Nindao, terrified, shook his head and said, I am not. Please don't insult me like that." The Elder Duthu chuckled and said, "Ha ha, I was just joking with you. Look how tense you are." Nindao just smiled too. He wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered to himself, "Well, sorry, Elder. I really can't help you anymore." Next to the hidden island beneath the sea, Tu Pham was underwater, his head surrounded by a large bubble to breathe, his hands touching the round spiritual components he thought of. The limited time couldn't fit all 36 components. Tu Pham hoped these 8 could barely operate. Immediately, his components connected with the hidden island to form a formation, the patterns appearing. Tu Pham asks the system, Xiaono, "Can the formation be activated now?" The system replies, "The energy reserve is insufficient. It requires 30 million top-quality spirit stones for a single activation." After hearing that, Tu Pham couldn't help but curse. Damn it, the cost is huge. Turns out wandering the planets isn't so easy. He took out the coin and threw it up, shouting, "Divine spirits and earth spirits. Should I spend money on this?" The coin was snatched away by a bird, and Tu Pham saw that and said, "Looks like it's a go." At the hidden spirit gate, Tu Pham and the puppet stood at the entrance and asked Huang Qi, "Have you picked up your 2 disciples yet?" Wang Xiangzhi, riding his sword with his 2 disciples flying back to the hidden spirit gate, replied, "Yes, master." Wang Xiangji placed his hand on the shoulders of Han Pifu and Jian Wuji and instructed, Yuji. Han Faivu and Kiem Vokuk obediently say, Thank you, Grandmaster. Tu Pham looked at the two kids and silently broke out in a sweat, thinking whether it was safe for the sect to gather so many experts. Han Faivu and Kim Vokuk, being taken on a tour of the sect by the battle chariot, kept exclaiming, Wow, this is the sect of my master, so magnificent. Jian Wuji looked at the waterfalls flowing from the circles on the central wheel and curiously said, I want to go to the source of this spiritual liquid waterfall to see how amazing it is. The system replied, Sure. The puppet driver drove the battle rank forward. Han Feivu and Jian Wuji excitedly said, Wow, that's great. Then, the battle chariot rushed up to the source of the waterfall. Han Feiwu and Sword Infinite experienced the thrill, holding tightly to the edge of the chariot to avoid falling off. This barrier is called the Nine Dragon Village Heavenly Barrier, formed by 3,600 fifth-grade spiritual treasure beads and 5 divine-grade spiritual beads. This formation can absorb the spiritual energy waves from the sky and convert them into a spiritual energy shield with a radius of 10,000 tui or kunonur hiding the spiritual gate. It leads to a lake surrounded by stone walls, where the puppet says this is a hot spring, formed by the spiritual energy of the extreme demonic land. The two disciples can soak in the water, which is very beneficial for cultivation. The system continued, but remember to suppress the spatial storage with spiritual energy, or there will be a 0.01% chance of spatial storage malfunction. Before the system could finish speaking, Han Pifu and the infinite sword had already stripped down happily and jumped into the hot spring to soak, ignoring the system's warning. The two kids, Han Feivu and Sword Infinite, happily soaked in the hot spring. Sword Infinite said, This feels so good. The spiritual energy flowing through the body is being replenished once again. Han Feivu also responded comfortably, That's right, I feel like I'm about to attain enlightenment. The words from the system immediately took effect, and the rune on Han Feiwu's hand lit up. Then, as expected, an explosion occurred, making Han Feiwu feel like the sky was falling. Panic-stricken with a distressed expression, Oh no, it's over. Ultra Sword is a good friend, laughing loudly at Han Feiwu's pain. Ha ha, Feiwu. With such a small chance, you also got caught. And many treasures in the talismans are about to sink to the bottom of the lake. Hurry. Before he could finish speaking, the infinite sword was sealed, and the floating treasures in the lake dazzled his eyes, leaving him speechless. The infinite sword, confused, asked Han Pifu if he was hiding something from him and their master, like maybe he was some kind of fairy girl or something. Han Feiwu, feeling heartbroken as he picks up the treasures, responds, These are all treasures I found in an ancient sect ruin. Suddenly Han Feiwu sees something, a boot. Han Feiwu saw a large glowing orb with a flower shape inside. He recognized it as a pure crystal, which could further purify spiritual liquids. Then the crystal floated up, swirling the water from the lake, and the treasures were also drawn up by Tu Pham's formation. Tu Pham nintaknokroi hoi hi thong, bino, chuen gidaksera, hi thong traloi Tu Pham. Kim vokuk vahan fivu vautron kongiam bonangwen angong lintra, roek sera motin huang, dolaviektan loklindich. Tu Pham took some water from the lake to observe, then smiled and said, Oh, so this is the divine blue spiritual liquid. No wonder the spell from yesterday worked so well. Then he snapped his fingers and used his spiritual power to send the two kids back to their sect. The two kids appear before Tu Pham completely naked, and his expression is hard to describe as the scene suddenly freezes. Tu Pham covered his face and began questioning the two, So you turned the spiritual elixir of the clan into the divine blue spiritual elixir, right? Han Feiwu trembled and quickly apologized. Ancestor, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. It didn't harm the clan, did it? Tu Pham took out the 10,000 Y trowel for the two kids. The clothes on Han Feiwu and the undefeated sword immediately appeared neat and tidy, surprising both of them. Tu Pham xiaokin hingak, duacho Han Feiwu modbok duvat noi, kong sao chuyen totma, tan hokundung kiem chan ni. Bauvat bi hap tu matadadan lecho kamoilin kiem dao kunhi. Han Feiwu vui mong han le, kong noa kamon suato. Tu Pham looked at the scene and thought to himself, with enough spiritual power and spirit stones, he could move the hidden island and the second one. At the natural passage between the two worlds, the venerable Tu Thu was fighting the beasts, while Nin Dao watched from the rocky outcrop. The evil beast roared at the old demon guardian. Today, you must die. We came here in large numbers to see how long you can hold this passage. The old demon guardian remained unfazed and calmly replied, Ha! How do you know I don't have allies with me? While the venerable Tu Pham was fighting that beast, another beast ran toward the rock outcrop. Nin Dao suddenly appeared and said, "It's my turn now," with a move called Love Puppet Killing Demon Sword, splitting a large rock in half, and the beast hiding behind the rock was also cut in two. Nin Dao sheathed his sword, a satisfied and happy look on his face, thinking to himself that he still has some concerns about the strange figure of Tu Dao Hu, just staying here to help and observe the situation. But the sword that Tu Dao Hu personally forged is really too easy to use, and the power of the move has been boosted to a new level. The remaining monsters are shocked and frightened by this scene. It's not good. He has an ally. All the monsters tried to turn and run, shouting to disperse, but they were blocked by the venerable Dao Thu. The venerable Dao Thu said, "Today not a single one of you will escape." The nine-tailed fox demon was terrified as she saw the sword of the venerable master about to strike and end her life. Facing death, she quickly cast a spell to create a shield to block the attack. That move from the venerable Dao Shu struck the shield, causing a massive explosion that shattered it into tiny pieces flying in all directions. At the fairy city of Lam Lam, the nine-tailed fox spirit has reverted to her original form, desperately hiding in a corner of the city. Using her tail-cutting technique, she managed to escape a disaster, biting her lip and thinking that losing one tail was the only way she could escape. Holy Ting Nine-Tailed Fox's eyes, now turned 8 tails, became vengeful, waiting for me to recover so I could deal with you. As she looked up at the sky, she saw a large battleship hovering above Tu Pham, carrying Hanfi Vu and Jem Vo Kuk away. 8-tailed fox spirit smirked cunningly and said, "Hidden spirit sect, interesting, you won't destroy the immortal city. Then I'll start by destroying a small sect first." Eternal Sword is on the battleship, unaware of the plots of the 8-tailed fox spirit, still happily wondering how Mom's shop is doing. This time, I'll bring her to the Hidden Spirit Island myself. The 8-tailed fox spirit jumps onto the battleship, and Eternal Sword turns around in surprise. The 8-tailed fox spirit transforms back into her human form, her beautiful and seductive appearance with a dangerous smile. How interesting. Eternal Blade is terrified. A tiger demon. Eternal Blade hurriedly tries to contact Wong Huang Tree. Suddenly, the 8-tailed fox spirit approached Zhang Guo and used her enchanting skills on him. Stopped moving, then took his phone to prevent him from alerting others. Then, at the Hidden Spirit Gate underground, Tu Pham sat in the control room watching the system displays. As he chewed an apple, he widened his eyes and said softly, "It's almost time for the Infinite Sword to bring its mother here." The children started to recharge their energy across the island, and hearing that, the girl looked ahead and confirmed yes. Meanwhile, a fox spirit was hiding by the door, covering her mouth with her hand as she asked the person outside if the priestess was coming soon. She stood inside the door while outside the Ultra Sword with a vacant gaze, along with his mother who looked lost, standing behind. He stepped forward and confirmed, "Uh-huh." Then, at the entrance to the Hidden Spirit Island, the spaceship quickly approached the security checkpoint. The system gate announced, "Please report the information of all family members." Seeing this, the Infinity Sword also looked up at it. Then his eyes flashed with enchantment as he answered in a soulless voice, "My mother is Lai Tu Nu. My wife is Bak Thuyet." Behind the spaceship, Holy Tin stood by the door, peering outside and thinking to herself, "This sect's magic weapon is quite advanced. Could she be recognized?" Soon after, the gate opened and the spaceship slowly entered. Now Holy Tin finally stepped outside, confidently looked inside and said, "Ha ha, it seems I was overthinking." Immediately after, the spaceship entered the mountain and the surrounding peaks, and Holy Tin floated in the air. She just raised her hand to her lips and slowly descended from the spaceship, her face full of excitement as she commented, "So the highest cultivation level is the spirit transformation stage. A small sect is so pathetic." Then her gaze suddenly sharpened and her brow furrowed. Finally, she confirmed, "I'm sorry, but today all of you must die." Then she quickly reached out her hand and the purple tornadoes kept growing, bringing lightning with them. Immediately after, the tornadoes began to sweep across the land and storms started to appear. From Pham seeing this, he sneered and muttered, "Let's go." Seeing him, the woman Holy also gritted her teeth in a challenging smile and confirmed, "Well then, I won't hold back anymore." Suddenly she froze in place, and his island quickly activated its engine and soared out of the water at lightning speed. From the mortal, he chuckled darkly, clenching his stomach and muttering to himself as he prepared to leave, while Ho Lai stood frozen, unable to react in time. Then she suddenly collapsed, staring in horror and whispering to herself in confusion, "There's no way. An entire island of dust and debris and all the people I need to kill are gone." Suddenly, a soul fragment quickly rushed towards the little Lai, and someone's voice shouted, "Ha ha ha," finally caught up. "So it's you, little Lai, standing here." He crossed his arms and attacked the Lai. Then she quickly punched it down, making it recoil, and finally a big explosion occurred, causing the water surface to ripple rapidly. Immediately after, the Holy also opened a space water portal behind her, looking towards the smoky village ahead and shouting. Then she used her tail concealment technique, but soon her tails were cut off, leaving only one. Finally, she transformed back into her true form with one tail and jumped into the space water to escape, muttering warnings nonstop, "Damn it, I will meet again." On the other side, the man with the ponytail floated in the air, watching his island fly far away, and another person behind him also commented. Unfortunately, the hidden spirit ran too fast. I had hoped to get to know the great elder, who is said to be a very skilled alchemy master. The smoke still surrounds them, and the long-haired person confirms again that not only that, but his fortune-telling is also very accurate. At this moment, the entire hidden spirit island is flying very safely, and he stands there, holding a cup of tea. So arrogant and proud, I already knew I would face this disaster. This time I am at the highest level. On the island, the infinite sword was still staggering towards him, while he was calmly sipping his tea. Seeing that, he took his cup and swung it at his head, looking annoyed and scolding him to wake up and go pee. No one makes me feel at ease, and the immortal sword was knocked dizzy and stiff, then suddenly snapped out of it and looked around nervously. "Master!" Seeing that, Tufam also calmly held his tea, closed his eyes, and asked her if he was still hiding any magic on her body. Hearing that, Jiemvo Kook looked around, then checked himself and confirmed that it seemed not. Then he remembered the seductive look of the fox spirit towards him, and awkwardly scratched his head, blushing as he guessed it seemed to have lost its innocence. Then he quickly reached out to grab the wrist of the infinite sword, who also looked at him with wide eyes and asked, "What was wrong? Master, is there a problem?" And Tufam had changed into a fortune-teller's outfit, set up a stall, holding large glasses and analyzing with the system, frowning as he spoke. "There are still many hidden dangers in your life, but after this they have completely disappeared." And he looked at him grimly. Then Tufam took off his sunglasses, his face darkening with seriousness as he added, "Your spiritual body is now fully enlightened. After returning, just focus on cultivating, and I guess it won't be long before I ascend to nascent soul." Hearing that, the infinite sword also widened his eyes excitedly, looked at him and confirmed, "That's great news." Then he also waved goodbye to him happily and jumped away, not forgetting to announce that he was going to cultivate, and he responded with a confirming nod. Then he waved and smiled brightly at the infinite sword, but deep inside his heart was shattered, and he silently screamed, as expected of a true disciple, faced with danger but still full of blessings, "I envy him to death." Suddenly he sensed something and frowned, glancing over with confusion, then let out a gasp. Immediately, a spear shot straight down from the sky toward him, but fortunately, From Pham reacted quickly and dodged the spear, his eyes wide with fear as he leapt away. Then suddenly a figure started rushing down from above, and From Pham frowned and thought to himself, could the danger from the demon race still be not over? And then he confirmed further that even while flying, the island was still being detected. The other person quickly punched toward him, but From Pham dodged swiftly. The system of the doll confirmed that the target had been located and locked on. Meanwhile, From Pham fell to the ground in fear, retreating as the doll quickly pulled out the spear it had just planted into the ground. Then it pointed its spear directly at his neck, looking down from above with contempt and asking for Tufam's opinion, carrying out the mission to eliminate the target. Does anyone regret wanting to carry out this task? He also frowned and questioned the puppet. Wait a moment, who are you?" Then she raised her hand to rub her forehead, looked at him and announced that the recording had started, then added, "You damn bastard. Raising such a rebellious disciple made the angels of our Holy Land's legion run away." After finishing off the disciples of a hero, even ordinary disciples are not spared. She was dissatisfied, pointing at him and scratching her head in frustration, while Tufam, seeing that, also frowned and sweat broke out as he listened to the curses. Then she shouted and cursed, "You damn bastard, die." And finally her body shrank as she confirmed, the recording ended, continue with the mission. The scar remained by her side, and seeing that, he also grimaced and looked at her. Finally, the puppet pointed its spear at me, while I forced an awkward smile, raising my hand to explain, "It's just a misunderstanding. Listen to me." Then I shouted inwardly, the Holy Land's Union, was my last mission really that successful, to wipe out the sect completely? Then he also narrowed his eyes and came up with an idea in his mind. But if she is from the sect, then maybe he just needs to make her temporarily spare his life. Finally confirming that there is no other way at this moment, he can only do that. Then he stood up, pressed the doll against the wall, and with a moist smile like a rose, reached out to grab her spear-wielding wrist. Putting on a charming demeanor, I sensed that we might be destined for each other. Upon seeing this, the doll also tilted its head to look at me. Then she quickly narrowed her eyes, and a hand made Two-Fam turn his face, after which she announced, "Sorry, I am a cold-colored doll and not interested in the love affair that the Holy Land has cultivated." He was beaten to the ground, full of resentment, clutching his face in confusion as he watched the approaching puppet. The puppet quickly opened a device on its chest and looked at him, confirming, "I don't have feelings." Hearing that, Two-Fam also sneered and rubbed his face before confirming, blaming. "But since she's a doll, maybe Nyo can produce something." Then he also called Nyo back. A glowing barrier appeared at their feet, and he smugly looked ahead. Over there, the vigilant puppet raises the wind and comments, scanning for high-level puppets. "Sorry, but I don't have feelings either," and No is also quickly moving forward. Seeing that, No furrows her brows and mumbles, "Ha, love is awakening." Suddenly, something surged in the sky, and the puppet looked confused as it gazed at No, finally gasping in shock as a huge energy blast rained down on her, while Two-Fam and No, wearing sunglasses, turned around and sat back, raising their arms in the wind to make a judgment. Dolls don't need to be delicate and refined. Soon after, the doll was knocked out and lying flat, smoking on the ground, and he also commented that the material of this doll was quite high quality and well crafted. "It's a pity." Then he asked No if she felt a bit inconvenient without hands, and if something like this happens again, he could easily handle it. Then he quickly looked at No and asked for her opinion, suggesting maybe we should take advantage of this body, and hearing that, she also flexed her muscles excitedly and said something to him. The next day, at the storage warehouse of the Spirit Island where Lin is traveling, he was controlling the appearance of the female puppet with his hand while turning his red face proudly and saying to No, "I am a democratic master. No, if you disagree, just raise your hand," and she is wearing a bikini with writing on her back. The all-in-one multifunctional protective suit is top-tier material, and I'm speechless. Then she revealed an angry frown and seductive lips before swearing to him. Then he narrowed his eyes, full of hostility and gloom, reaching out to No and confirming that if she didn't oppose, they could start the fusion. Seeing his hostile expression, she was frightened and stepped back, sweating profusely, realizing that her owner's data analysis sensed something ominous. Then he forced No and the doll's body together, making her sweat cold. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them with a sinister smile. I've wanted something like this for a long time. Soon after, the fusion process was completed quickly, and both bodies glowed. Finally, No's body was fully formed. She stood silently in her maid outfit with her eyes closed, while he kept urging her to wake up, my robot maid. Hearing Two-Fam's call, Bino gradually opened her eyes. Seeing that, he clasped his hands together, smiled happily, and ordered a beautiful maid to call him master, then added that he had been looking forward to this for many years. His face was full of excitement as he looked at little No and shouted, "Come on, open your mouth, little No," with a face like he was trying to carve words onto it, eagerly waiting. But when she spoke, saying, "What are you doing, boss bank?" with a hoarse voice like chewing wood, Two-Fam was startled and grimaced, looking at her with fear. Then she burst into tears, curled up on the ground, throwing a tantrum. How could my maid be like this, unable to accept it and feeling helpless? Then he quickly got up, with a look of panic, shouting out that there must be a solution. His hand continuously scrolling on the system interface to confirm again that there definitely was one. "Gawa," and he looked at the voice chart and exclaimed, "Found it." Two-Fam clicked on one of the options. The voice of Uncle Dai and Ngutai are downloading. Setup successful, original voice. Then little No opened her mouth to inform him that Ngutai's voice had been successfully downloaded. Then she smiled and looked at Two-Fam, with Ngutai's voice asking loudly, "Master, are you satisfied with this voice?" Seeing that, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, worried, and confirmed, "Very satisfied. Very satisfied." Then Two-Fam sat down, leaning his elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on her. The other Western man reached for a nearby chair and ordered her to sit down, and she respectfully responded, "Yes, master." Then he looked at her, eyes wide with disbelief, speechless, while she sat innocently with her arms crossed and legs apart, despite wearing a maid outfit. Seeing that, he swallowed his tears of anger, pointed at the door in disappointment, and shouted an order, "Now immediately go outside and find a girl to learn how to become a real woman. Until you finish learning, do not appear before me again." Hearing that, the girl also stood up, calmly walked to the door, and responded, "Yes, sir." Then she, No, blushed and hurried away, her limbs flailing like a man, thinking to herself that only that person could be consulted. Then she went to Tung Nuyet Tien's place, and the girl sitting at the table also turned to look at her happily and confirmed again, "Hey, No, Do you have a body now? She also stood there and confirmed, yes, but it's like this and that, a rough guy with no charm. In response to this explanation, Tung Nguyen Tien also covered her face with her hand, laughing with a knowing look, and nodded to confirm, wanting to learn how to become a girl. Let me tell you, you found the right person, Little No heard, and also bowed her head to speak, so I'll leave it to you. Now, and 3 days later, Tu Pham, still annoyed, scratched his head and yawned, wondering how much Little No had learned, when suddenly No's scent appeared. Tu Pham looked at her with some surprise, and then commented, "Not bad at all," while Little No still shyly glanced at him. Immediately after, Tu Pham happily smiled like a kitten and ordered her to show him what else she had learned. Hearing that, she also lowered her head, closed her eyes, smiled, and looked at him to confirm, "Yes, master." Then she glared at him fiercely, pointing her finger and saying, "Kid, you're quite stubborn," and then threatened, "If you say another word, do you believe I'll blow your dog's skull open?" Hearing this, Tu Pham immediately clutched his chest and spat blood, furious beyond words, his eyes rolling back as he scolded, "Who taught you that? Why are you copying that shameless girl?" Seeing that, Banao crossed her arms and, with wide eyes, looked back at the strong, red-haired girl and asked him, "Should I learn from the brave young lady?" Hearing this, he was also shocked, eyes rolling back and mouth agape. Finally, he quickly grabbed Banao's shoulder, and they moved to a house on the island where a girl was hanging clothes outside and peeking. Then Tu Pham pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, and then at the girl, before turning his gaze and giving her a command. "Just watch and imitate her for a week. Got it, do you understand?" Seeing that, Banao also raised his hand to his forehead and nodded to confirm, "I understand." On the other side, Tu Tiet and her husband are happily together. She smiles happily from behind while massaging her, and she is reading a book in front, smiling as she looks at her. Meanwhile, Banao is now frowning seriously as he secretly watches them. Later, during mealtime, they feed each other, and her husband gently feeds her while she calls out to Tin Tu Xiaotiue. That night, her husband gently lifted his robe and looked at her with a happy smile, while she shyly turned away and hesitated before confirming with a frown, "My lord, I've been feeling like someone has been watching me lately. Maybe we shouldn't do it tonight." The other person also responded, "Maybe you're overthinking it. The little hidden spirit sect is small. No one would dare to look at us." In a corner, Little Na still quietly raised his small hand to observe them, his serious face thinking to himself, "Don't worry, I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen." Then she took out her cultivation goal book for women and kept writing in it, while he also frowned and muttered with a sneer, "So, that's it." Little Na is watching from the roof tile of their house. A week later, he was lying on the bed while she continued to diligently massage his shoulders, and Tu Pham, feeling pleased with the change, happily exclaimed, so wonderful, so wonderful." Then she brought the rice again, and he was still lying on the bed, content and excited. Then little brother quickly fed the food to his mouth, while Tu Pham happily closed his eyes and opened his mouth to accept it, saying this is truly his dream life. Immediately after, she placed the empty bowl on the table and confirmed, so he looked forward to hearing her words. Finally, the girl took off the maid's dress, revealing her body, and at that moment, Tu Pham suddenly sat up in shock, staring with wide eyes, then immediately started bleeding from his nose. The girl then threw the dress at him, and he, still stunned, quickly backed away with his mouth agape and eyes rolling back. Then she quickly wrapped herself in the blanket, her face flushed and beads of sweat pouring down as she nervously moved aside, shouting, "What are you doing?" Then ordering him to delete all the 18+ content. "We are just master and servant. Behave yourself." And she slapped her until she nearly fell down. Then she also smiled, sat up to adjust her outfit, and confirmed with him, "Yes, the system has been corrected. The prohibited content has been deleted." Immediately after, a loud rumbling sound echoed, and Tu Pham, seeing this, asked No, "This movement must mean that the hidden spirit island has moved to a new location, right?" She heard that and opened the door to turn back and confirm with him, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, Tu Pham also frowned, pouted, and stroked his chin in deep thought, feeling like he had forgotten something very important. But then he simply ignored it, lay down on the bed, crossed his legs, and reassured himself, "Whatever, I'll remember it soon." At Kuho Moi Van Lai, a phoenix-shaped icebird is flying in the sky below the sea and islands. It's Truong Vai Van, full of urgency, tears streaming down her face as she screams out, "Where is the whole island?" Then she looked around searching, and kept asking herself where her handsome husband was. Why did he disappear completely? Finally, she rushed off in some direction, crying out in distress, "Where is your lord husband?" A new day at 10,000 Miles Lake, a small rabbit was drinking water under the shimmering sunset. But then it was startled by Zhang Van, who screamed in fear. As she screamed, she quickly wiped her face on the water and then dashed away, causing the water to splash everywhere. Soon after, an eagle swooped down and snatched the rabbit from the riverbank, while Truong Vai Van continued wiping her face and shouted, "Ah!" She frowned in fear and looked back, while the riding bird quickly flew up to assess that the general was not there and was being chased by a monstrous beast. Soon after, the eagle caught the rabbit in its claws, which had already lost its life and spirit, and flew back toward Truong Vai Van. Seeing this, she widened her eyes in panic, about to cry. Then she shouted, "Than Dieu! Hurry up! It's coming soon!" Immediately, Than Dieu quickly flew to a space water gap, while Truong Vai Van, seeing this, also panicked, waving her hands and shouting, "Ah! Why is there a space water patch here?" Then she awkwardly confirmed, "At this distance, we can't avoid it anymore." At the same time, in the secret cultivation hall in Tu Fam's room, Tu Fam was sitting relaxed on No's lap, who was gently shaping his head and making him cry out, "Yes, yes. Right there, that's the spot." Immediately after, the system announced that there was an anomaly, and he opened one eye with a displeased frown and let out a sigh. The system then announced that an object was descending at an extremely fast speed, about 3 seconds before it would hit the main formation of the sect. Seeing that, he waved his hand and lazily said, "Don't worry, the formation is very sturdy, it will definitely hold." Little No saw that and also widened his eyes at the notification board, shouting a yes, then confirming with him that it had passed through the great formation. Immediately after, something pierced through the barrier and crashed into a certain courtyard, accompanied by a piercing scream, "Ah, ah, ah!" Inside the smoky village, a figure gradually appeared along with crying sounds. Sob. It is Zhang Weiyan. She is riding the flying bird lying on the ground, which fainted from the collision, and she is covered in scratches, crying loudly while wiping her face and muttering, "It hurts so much, hoo hoo hoo." Finally, the young lady is sitting on the back of the flying bird with a large cloak. "Pujun, where are you? Hoo 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 hoo." Then she suddenly notices something, stops crying, her eyes still teary, and mutters a spell in her hand. "Something's wrong." A voice suddenly echoes, "Who is that?" Meanwhile, Truong Vi Van was still lost in her thoughts, not expecting anyone in this secret realm. Pu Quan had said to be careful of places with people. Tufam opened the door in shock and exclaimed, "Because of Van," and Xia, seeing him happy, turned her head back and called out, "Fu Quan." Then she cried so hard that she ran towards him, sobbing, "Why did your gate disappear? Hoo hoo hoo," and finally scolded him for making her search everywhere for him. While Tufam quickly wiped his tears and hugged her tightly, apologizing for the danger and admitting it was his fault for running away with her gate, forgetting to tell her, and her work also paused because of his embrace. Finally, they embraced each other tightly with tears streaming down their faces. "Hoo hoo hoo, Fujun, I searched everywhere but couldn't find your tongue mon." Tufam still held her close, listening to her complaints. Seeing her silence, he also nervously reassured her, it's okay, everything's fine now." Seeing her remain silent, he anxiously asked repeatedly, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything anymore? Did you hit your head or is something hurting?" Vai Van, she is looking inside Tufam's room, where No is standing on the bed, gazing out, speechless. In her eyes, the alluring No is shyly stepping down from the bed, looking at the two of them, with a full chest and curvy hips. Then little No gently tousled her hair with charm while glaring at Vai Van, focusing on her full bosom. Soon after, the two of them entered together as he smiled awkwardly, nervously calling out to her, Vai Van, why are you trembling so much?" while she was trembling all over. His face darkened with anger. Then he turned to No and called out, "No, check where Vai Van is hurt." Hearing that No also glanced over confused and then said, "Master, I think—" But before she could finish, he frowned again and shouted loudly at No, "What do you think? Come here and check, or go see what's wrong. Why are you just standing there next to Vai Van holding his arm tightly and grinding his teeth in his heart, you guys?" Seeing that, little No also said confidently, "It seems the one about to get hurt is the owner." Vai Van, still full of anger, tightly grabbing his arm and pulling him, she shouted in her mind, "You guys!" Then she suddenly launched a move that knocked him down, throwing him forward with fury, those two dogmen. And he was beaten and thrown to the ground, face down on the dirt, not understanding anything, while behind little No quietly walked past and watched. Then she raised her hand, tears streaming down her face, her palm glowing with fire as she shouted, while others were not around. She quickly struck at Two-Fam, knocking him into the air, and Vivan shouted in frustration, accusing him of seeking someone else. Then came her punches and kicks as she was furious, demanding why you all are hiding, you bastard unfaithful husband. The endless shouts and cries kept ringing out as Two-Fam, still confused, was repeatedly punched and staring in shock, calling out for his wife. Then he also broke down and looked at her, begging her to stop. It's no, no. And seeing that, Chung Vi-van quickly rushed forward to fight back. One hand still grabbing his collar, her eyes still blank, and he, battered like a pig's head, looked at her innocently and said it was the butler doll. Immediately after, Vivan froze in place, still in the same stance, her hand emitting flames. And he also struggled to kneel on the ground, pointing at No, while she quickly approached and confirmed, the sorceress. Long time, no see. Suddenly, the familiar figure of No's hat appeared, now with a calm face, one hand raised as she spoke to affirm. After hitting the owner, you won't hit me, right? And then I confirm again that I was the one who supplied the ingredients for your cooking. You still remember, right? Hearing this, Vivan continued to punch his face, crying and sobbing. The puppet was no good, and he was completely overwhelmed. Kneeling on the ground without resistance, little No looked away, shyly. Oh my God. Then he quickly gently pushed her back and confirmed, yeah, you'll see after spending some time with little No, and added that he's actually an incredibly intelligent tool. Vivan quickly leaned into No's arms, softly calling out, her face flushed as she gazed into No's eyes, while No gently supported her waist with affection. Finally, their eyes met with concern as they warned, be careful, spirit servant. Then she spoke to add her judgment, checking that the priestess's knee was lightly burned. Let me disinfect it for you, and then she advised, rely on me. Okay, little No was holding the princess of Chung Vi-van in her arms, while she still looked shyly at her to confirm, okay, let's go inside quickly. Then Vivan quickly pressed her face against No's cheek, feeling shy, and couldn't help but exclaim with satisfaction. This soft sensation truly made her feel at ease. It seemed all her bad luck for the day had vanished. A healing so wonderful. Then in Two-Fam's room, No carefully picked up the medicine to confirm it needed disinfecting, and the maidservant hesitated before looking towards him and calling out, maidservant? They are sitting on Two-Fam's bed, and he, seeing this, also went over to hold his wife's hand, saying, it's okay, don't be afraid, hang in there. Then little No quickly brought the medicine and cloth to disinfect Chung Vi-van's knee, and she also exclaimed, ugh. Seeing that, No also asked gently, what's wrong? I'll blow on it for you. Immediately after, she hurriedly approached her wound, closed her eyes seriously, and blew on it. Then she smiled, opened her eyes, lowered Chung Vi-van's leg, and flirtatiously asked her if it still hurt. Faced with this situation, she leaned back and covered her mouth with her hand, stammering, much better now, thank you. Seeing that, No also confirmed, I understand her clothes are torn too, based on my data analysis of her. Then she showed 2 sets of trendy outfits along with pictures of Chung Vi-van in those outfits, and smiled to confirm, choosing 2 sets of clothes for her. Hearing that, she covered her mouth with her hand in awe and asked again, do you also understand these? They're so beautiful. Seeing that, No also winked knowingly and confirmed to Chung Vi-van that he even understood the hairstyle and skin color, finally adding that the data was extensive and nothing was impossible. Two-Fam, witnessing their cheerful and intimate conversation, couldn't help but sigh and think to himself that it seemed they could live happily together. A few days later, Two-Fam stood amidst the chaotic ruins underground, muttering to himself, this isn't right. That isn't correct. Finally sitting on the ground amidst the mess, angrily raising his phone. No, where are you? Then he asked about the specific ingredients needed to change a person's body, and on the other end, No also confirmed, sorry, master. Find it yourself now. I'm busy. Hearing that, he also narrowed his eyes in confusion. Ha! She let out a sound, holding the phone in one hand while examining clothes with the other, Chung Vi-van still excitedly looking around at the crowd, holding a bunch of other items and calling, no, look at that! Then little No announced to him that I was out shopping with the fairy. Seeing that, Chung Vi-van on the other side also looked annoyed and spoke to warn you through the phone. Husband, if you're free, please don't bother me. And no, it's so annoying. The phone is showing an ongoing call. Then Chung Vi-van pulls No excitedly, pointing and saying, let's go quickly, No. Let's check out that store. Here, the communication device quickly beeps. Beep, 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 making him speechless. The call ends. Then he raises his hand, clasping his fingers around the device, his glasses glinting as he mutters, "Why do I feel like, in the end, I am the one who is unnecessary in this house?" Another new day in the room. No is carefully doing makeup for Vivan, transforming her into a beautiful girl. No gently whispered to Chung Vivan, "The fairy, it's done." And Chung Vivan kept exclaiming, "Oh my God, No, you made me look so beautiful." No smiled softly and modestly, saying, "It's nothing. You're already pretty." She continued, "Just a little makeup makes you even more stunning." Chung Vivan excitedly said, "I totally understand how the father feels now. I can't imagine a future without you. I feel so sad inside." Chung Vivan said with a bright smile, "Thinking about a future without anyone? My heart feels so heavy," she exclaimed happily. "No way. I have to go find my husband to ask for him," she kept rambling. "Xiaonuo, tell me where my husband is now." Xiaonuo immediately replied, "The current location of the owner is near the waterfall resort." Chung Vivan couldn't hide her delight and said, "Now I will go find him," she affirmed confidently. "Baby No, I will definitely come back to pick you up." Baby No, hearing Vivan say that, could only sigh helplessly as the scene shifts to the luxurious resort. Vivan's voice echoing continuously, "Father, father." Suddenly, she hugged Tufam tightly, catching him off guard. Wait. I can't keep my balance." The surprise embrace made Tufam lose his footing and fall to the floor. "Next time, don't ambush me like that." He gently reminded, "It's very dangerous." Chung Vivan looked straight into Tufam's eyes and tearfully said, "I'm sorry." Tufam's face suddenly changed. "Brother, can you give No to me?" she said softly with a calm expression. Tufam calmly refused, "No." Chung Vivan kept crying and begging nonstop after hearing him, saying Baby No is really very useful. She emphasized that she can't leave it now, and Tufam immediately explained without hesitation, "I know it's very useful too." He continued to sigh. But No was an AI that both fought and managed, and with a slightly regretful tone he added that giving it to me to turn into a designer would really be a waste. Chung Vivan's eyes looked a bit sad as she said, "But isn't your father a forging master?" She kept wondering. "Can't he craft another No for me?" Tufam sighed helplessly and told Chung Vivan that creating such a high-level AI was not easy, little one. Tufam gently tilted his head and asked Chung Vivan, "Are you really crying? I keep hurting you. I'm sorry." "I'm sorry," he added reassuringly. "I will give the control of the little one to you. You don't need to keep talking. So if you have any requests, you can ask it alone?" Chung Vivan looked a little confused and asked again, "Really?" Tufam blinked mischievously and confidently said, "Diamond is even more precious." Chung Vivan happily hugged him tightly and respectfully said, "Thank you, Lord." Tufam secretly felt pleased. My wife isn't spoiled enough, so I might let someone else spoil her, and the two kept being affectionate. Lord Fu is so good. Tufam gently smiled and said, "Oh, then kiss me already." Chung Vivan pouted slightly and said annoyed, "So annoying." Tunhan Thien watched from afar, observing their every move, then quietly thought to herself, "So he's already married." Switching to Tunhan Thien's room, the image of Tufam and Chung Vivan clinging to each other kept flashing in her mind. "Tu Truong Lao, please don't be like this." Tunhan Thien's inner demon began to emerge, constantly provoking her. Poor woman. The demon still waits to tease. You haven't experienced the taste of love yet. The evil spirit continued analyzing. The person you like has been taken away. The evil spirit said with a slightly sinister tone. That woman is so fragile, the evil spirit emphasized. You just need to be gentle with her, and she will disappear. Tunan Thien quickly retorted, "No," she kept rambling. "If you kill that girl, Elder Tu will be very heartbroken." The evil spirit sneered disdainfully, weak and cowardly, with a tone that seemed somewhat condescending. "If he's so heartbroken, doesn't that mean you've already had your chance to enjoy him?" Tunan Thien kept reminding herself that Elder Tu had never shown any affection towards her. She comforted herself, telling herself she was just being overly sentimental, while the spirit demon softly whispered into her ear, still provoking her, "Go kill that woman." Tunan Thien kept reminding herself to stay calm, and the spirit demon added more. What Tunan Thien has always wanted is something he can never have. Tam Ma continues to urge him on. Go on, Tunan Thien thinks to himself. "Don't do something you'll regret," Tam Ma orders sharply. "Kill her," she quickly denies. "No." The evil spirit kept whispering, Go. There are no words for regret in Tunan Thien's vocabulary, he said. Tunan Thien's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, "Yes, kill her," her tone full of treachery. "Just take it back." "Over here." Li Tin-Tu looked a bit confused and wondered why, continuing to analyze. "Where is this energy coming from?" he asked anxiously. If it's from this direction, isn't it right next to Tu Truong Lao's mountain peak? Lai Tin-tu pondered silently in his mind, wanting to come over and confirm, feeling a bit cautious, thinking to himself that he didn't expect something to really happen here. Lai Tin-tu continued to deeply contemplate, knowing that with Tu Truong Lao's power, once it erupts, it could threaten the entire sect, so he quickly urged himself to act. I must control this demonic energy now. I immediately use my illusion magic to suppress it, but the demonic energy is difficult to contain. Lai Tin-tu stares intently at the demonic energy before him, feeling a bit confused and wondering if something is wrong. He didn't expect even illusion magic to fail in controlling the outburst of demonic energy, which quickly retreats into the shadows. Lai Tin-tu immediately devised a plan in his mind. Knowing that Tu Truong Lao's strength far surpassed his own, he didn't hesitate to descend directly, aiming to trap her using himself as the barrier. Then, without hesitation, Lai Tin-tu activated the Bach Gyoi Luong Hoi, staring intently at Tu Nantien with firm certainty. Sure enough, she was crying. Tu Nantien kept questioning Lai Tin-tu. What's wrong with me? She continued to ask. What did you do? With a calm expression, Lai Tin-tu slowly explained that the senior had been possessed by a demon. He continued. I had no choice but to pull her into the barrier. Tu Nantien hurriedly prepared to leave Lai Tin-tu's barrier. I am fine now. She almost ordered him to release it, but Lai Tin-tu quickly denied. I refuse to do so. Tu Nantien shouted loudly, keep demanding, just tell him to release it. She keeps questioning. Even you want to go against me. Then she immediately directed her power to attack Lai Tin-tu, but nothing happened, and Lai Tin-tu smiled faintly with a mysterious expression and said to Tu Nantien, It seems the senior isn't in any danger. She continued to ramble. I forgot to tell you, this barrier is called the 100 Realms Reincarnation, she added with a near whisper. Since this world has no spiritual energy, Tu Nantien was so angry he almost attacked Lai Tin-tu, who tightly gripped Tu's wrist and said clearly, Looks like I won't get to ask why the senior entered the demon today, then quickly left before Tu Nantien could react. So tomorrow I will come again, Lai Tin-tu muttered to himself. The world of ordinary people needs food, sleep, and rest, he urged himself. I need to find a place to rest quickly. Tu Nantien thought to himself. What is this? Haven't I fasted for hundreds of years already? Fasting is a method of cultivation in the Buddhist world, where one doesn't eat to focus solely on practice, but she feels confused and wonders why she's hungry in this world. Tu Nantien quickly rummages everywhere to find food, but there's nothing to eat, so she ponders and thinks she needs to go out and find some food. Then, Tu Nantien leisurely wandered outside searching for food, the ringing of delivery orders never stopping. Please come in. Come in. The new high-end makeup product just launched. The hot and fragrant steamed buns and meat buns just arrived. She quickly caught the faint aroma of the steamed buns, so fragrant. The bao seller kept calling out to Tu Nantien, young lady. Take a little baozi. Tu Nantien didn't hesitate, and immediately spoke up, all right. She couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, It's delicious. The baozi seller calmly said, Miss Newer, I run a small business, he continued. You pay first then taste, your stuff costs 20 yuan. Tu Nantien was a bit puzzled and wondered how much 20 yuan was worth. She kept wondering where her ring and storage pouch were. She fumbled for a long time before asking, Why can't I take it out? Tu Nantien asked again, Where are my storage ring and storage pouch? She continued to wonder why she couldn't take it out. The baozi seller immediately questioned Tu Nantien in a stern tone. Do you ever want to eat quit, girl? Tu Nantien confidently replied, I am the fusion master of the immortal cultivation world. She smugly continued to boast, I've already eaten your bun, so now I will fulfill your wish. The bao seller angrily shouted, What kind of grandmaster are you? If you're sick, go get treatment fast, he yelled loudly. Hurry up and give the money. Tu Nantien frowned in annoyance and said, You, a strange man suddenly appearing, quickly pay off this young lady's debt. Let me pay him back, he said softly with a cautious smile, as if to make friends. Tu Nantien forcefully pushed the man's hand away and said, Thank you, then added, No need to be friends. She kept explaining that the worlds are different and the timelines don't match, so there's no need to get involved and suffer more. The man gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Don't say that. He kept provoking, just wanting to get to know each other a little. Tu Nantien's face was full of anger as she shouted at the man, Get your dirty hands off me. And then she pushed him away onto the street. The other man quickly raised a stick and struck her hard on the head, knocking her unconscious, while the man kept cursing. That disgusting woman will kill someone later, the other man immediately suggested. Just sell her to the brothel. He explained, I think she's mentally unstable, better not to get involved. Tu Nan Thien was immediately sold to the brothel, and the voice of the Madam of Than Lao began to ring out. Here, 10 taels of silver. The man subtly nodded, indicating that her temper was very fierce, and he continued to speak. Please, ma'am, help me discipline her. The owner of Than Lao calmly said, if she's fierce, just give her some sedative, and after a few days of starvation she'll be obedient. Tu Nan Thien silently thought with tears in his eyes. Why did I end up in a situation like this? The tone of the Than Lao madam was somewhat delighted as she spoke to Li Tin Tu. It's Master Li. She smiled gently and continued. Your room is on the first floor. Follow me. Li Tin Tu bowed slightly and whispered a spell. Sorry to bother Liu Mama, he thought to himself. I wonder what Tien boy is doing right now. He couldn't hide his amusement. She must be starving to death now. The two girls in the brothel kept sighing. The new music teacher is so handsome. I heard his playing has an incredibly beautiful echo. Lai Tin Tu looked a bit surprised at the two girls, then glanced over here, and you could see a hint of confusion as he wondered if those were Tien boy's clothes. His expression suddenly turned serious as he thought to himself, it seems she's in trouble, and he continued to worry, unsure how to speak with the elder. The scene shifts inside Than Lao's woodroom, where To Niem Thien's continuous sighs reveal her hunger. She weakly laments after so many years, experiencing the feeling of having no strength at all, and she keeps complaining, finally waking up from the poison to loosen her restraints. She also said that after searching around, she couldn't find anything to eat, and Tenhiem Thien pondered, what did I eat before? She started to ask herself an answer, steamed lamb, roasted bear meat, grilled bird wings. She kept rambling about boiled deer tail, braised duck, boiled chicken, then suddenly, Tu Niem Thien, disappointed, lay down on the floor. Annoyed, she muttered, a bag of cakes was suddenly thrown through the door and appeared before Tu Niem Thien, making her feel confused and wonder. Food. Tu Niem Thien then silently begins to wonder who is helping her. Her tone is somewhat suspicious as she asks herself, it seems the door has also been opened. She kept rambling, even though she was the one who opened it herself. She immediately denied it, but go ahead and tell your story, now that we have the supplies. Tu Niem Thien, with no strings attached, clutches her bag of cakes tightly and quickly runs away from Than Lao's woodroom. Escape is the best strategy. The scene shifts inside Than Lao's main hall, where enthusiastic invitations keep ringing out, come and join us, you pest. Meanwhile, Tu Niem Thien quietly slips and dodges through the crowd, as the mistress of Than Lao loudly shouts, the person taken into the firewood room earlier has escaped. She repeatedly emphasized, guard the main door for me, then she ordered her subordinates loudly, search immediately. The owner of Than Lao, full of anger, warned Tu Niem Thien that once she finds the person, she won't forgive her. Then she quickly signaled her subordinates. You guys, go to the left and stay alert. Tu Niem Thien held her breath and pressed her back against the wall, slowly retreating, step by step. With the smoke already discovered, her voice trembling with fear, she said, the crowd is strong. How can we fight back? Tu Niem Thien's eyes dart around, desperately searching for a safe hiding spot. She must find a place to hide first, no hesitation. She rushes into a nearby room, unable to hide her shock when she sees Lai Tin Tu. It's you. Lai Tin Tu softly and sternly says to Tu Niem Thien. Ah, Senior, you're just in time. The shouting from the owner of Than Lao keeps coming from behind the door. Go over there and check it out. Tu Niem Thien suddenly grabbed Lai Tin Tu by the collar and sternly ordered him to help her get out. She continued explaining that she was fine. Her tone slightly dissatisfied. She asked why I kept imprisoning her in this world, and added that my cultivation method was gone, and my physique was like that of a useless person. Lai Tin Tu nonchalantly pushed away Tu Niem Thien's hand and continued speaking. My sect has suffered from your evil thoughts, yet you keep rambling. I risked everything to set up the barrier, and I won't allow any mistakes. Tu Niem Thien barely smiled and said, benefits, as expected. Her confident tone continued to say to Lai Tin Tu, your men don't even look at my name. They only look at my body, she emphasized. After so many years, it's still the same. Tu Niem Thien couldn't hide his excitement when mentioning Tu Pham, only Tu Pham was different. She emphasized that he desires nothing from me. Then she rambled on, saying he is strong and mysterious. Truly like the chosen one, she continued. At first I just wanted to play around, just to break through the level I was stuck at. She continued to speak enchantingly, but he was not tempted. Tu Niem Thien kept provoking Lai Tin Tu, saying, isn't it what you want to know, or what my obsession is? Her tone was somewhat cold as she said, I have loved your master, she affirmed confidently. as long as he can be with me. Then the obsession will disappear. Hearing this, Light Into sneered sarcastically and replied, "Ha ha ha. Senior calls that feeling love." He kept explaining to To Niem Thien, "It's ridiculous as far as I see. Senior doesn't even understand what love is. You keep explaining that what she calls love is just desire to possess, but," To Niem Thien shouted loudly in denial, "what do you understand?" The subordinates of Madame Than Lao outside the door couldn't help but doubt when they heard voices arguing with a guest. She kept analyzing, Tu Pham and I being together is the best choice. Tu and Hiem Thien kept questioning Lai Tin Tu. "Can I give that woman to him?" Lai Tin Tu calmly replied, "So have you asked your master if he wants those things?" "You didn't ask any further. Do you understand, my master?" Your tone remained steady and emotionless. "Do you even care about my master's feelings?" Lai Tin Tu's voice was cold, but each sentence struck at Tu Niem Thien's heart. "Have you tried your best for your master, and do you respect my master's decision?" He clenched Tu Niem Thien's chin and continued to question, but she didn't care about those things. From what I see, Lai Tin Tu's eyes suddenly turned icy. She is just someone who has never tasted failure. Arrogant and proud, you keep provoking her. If you don't get what you want, you act like a reckless child demanding it. Lady Than Lao's subordinates quickly discovered Tu Niem Thien and Li Tin Tu's room, charging fiercely. "Anyone daring to enter the guest room, hurry up, she's the one who ran away." "Quickly take her away," Li Tin Tu said to Tu Niem Thien without any fear. "With Senior's skills, she probably won't get hurt," he continued to explain. "So please forgive me for not being able to fulfill Senior's request. Laozan is a place of bondage between love and hate, wealth and hope." He gently reminded, "Senior, please look and think for a moment," his tone somewhat serious. "Emotions in the human world are the most complicated thing." Tu Niem Thien sighed softly, recalling what Lai Tin Tu had said to her, calling that feeling love. Does she respect her master? The child began to ponder. Could she really have been wrong all along? She wondered doubtfully. What exactly is love? The subordinates of Mistress Than Lao pushed Tu Niem Thien closer to the warning, saying, "From now on, you can live here." The subordinates kept reminding them, "You three are responsible for her situation. If she runs again, you'll be punished." And two of the three girls kept complaining. "This is so annoying. Why is it like this?" See, one of the two girls kept provoking the newcomer. "You better give up," she kept threatening. "Tu Niem Thien, if we get punished, I won't let you off." She continued analyzing, saying there are many ways to avoid injury and death, but still feel the pain of living and dying. And she added with a hidden meaning, "Do you know what seniority means?" The other girl also smirked mockingly and said, "Your knees and your softness. We will confiscate it." Tu Niem Thien continued to ponder, caught between love and hate. Then another girl named A Chow gently helped her up, telling her not to fall, and quickly introduced herself. "My name is Ajo. Are you new here, Han? I'm worried you might not be used to it." I keep reassuring Tu Niem Thien, "It's okay, it's okay. Our beds are right next to each other." She continued, "Let's sleep together," she emphasized. "Don't hide the house." Tu Niem Thien stammered softly. "Thank you," A Chow gently replied to her. "What's there to thank me for?" She continued to comfort her. "There will be a lot to do tomorrow. You need to study harder. Let's sleep now." Tu Niem Thien tossed and turned on the bed. "Damn it. I can't sleep at all," she secretly mutters to herself. "I have never slept on such a hard bed before." Tu Niem Thien feels a bit embarrassed. "In Tien Lam Chao, my master has never let me suffer like this," she said regretfully, feeling starving to death. "If I had known, I wouldn't have thrown away that cake." Tu Niem Thien secretly looked at A Chow with suspicion, wondering why she suddenly woke up and was looking at her. What does she want to do? A Jo slowly sit up, her gentle singing voice beginning to sound as the leaves peek through the window. The chirping of crickets and cicadas, sounding like a soft melody, fills the air. The cradle gently sways, sleep now and drift into dreams. Tu Niem Thien thought softly to herself, feeling comforted by the back patting. As she continued to think, "I won't blame you anymore," and nearby, Lai Tin picked up Tu Niem Thien's bag of pastries from the pile of gold. Her tone was a bit sorrowful as she said, "I had already secretly taken it from the kitchen, and you kept saying it was such a waste." "A new day," Madame Than Lao's voice continued to ring out, emphasizing you to pay more attention as a distinguished guest would arrive tonight. Tu Niem Thien frowned angrily and said, "Do I have to do such dirty work again?" A Chow standing nearby noticed her anger and quickly stepped in to remind her. "If I don't do it, there will be no rice to eat," Tu Niem Thien silently thought to herself. "Honestly, I never had to do these kinds of things before." The scene shifts to Lai Tin Tu's music class, where the two girls sharing a room with Tu Niem Thien keep teasing her. "Look at her, she's so annoying." Playing the piano too loudly and fiercely, Tunhiem Thien showed no mercy, her furious and angry playing making the two roommates complain non-stop, stunned. "Why are you playing so loudly?" The two girls looked at Tunhiem Thien with shock, prompting her to keep provoking, wasting time talking behind others' backs. She continued, "Just practice more," her tone slightly teasing. "Do you use your mouth to play the instrument?" She kept provoking. "Your mouth is too loose." Latintu quickly responded. "That's right," he said confidently. "I think you two might not need to come to class tomorrow." Latintu confidently told Tunhiem Thien's two roommates that they really had no talent at all in playing the guzheng, then sternly added, "Learn something else." One of the girls, feeling resentful, pointed at Ah Chow and questioned, "What? She is so full of anger and resentment I have no talent. Could she possibly have any?" Lai Tin Tu looked steadily at Ah Chow and gently explained that although her technique was not good, she continued to teach. Yet there was no mistake or missed note, and his tone carried a slight praise for Ah Chow, with excellent rhythm and musicality. Hearing Lai Tin Tu's praise, Ah Chow let out a relieved sigh. My tone full of confidence, I asked Lai Tin Tu, "What about me?" She continued to ask. "I also didn't make any mistakes in the notes," she urged. "You try to evaluate me too." Lai Tin Tu pondered for a long time and then said, "What if I say your skills are a bit rough?" I, Nihan Thien, frowned slightly in annoyance and said, "You, Li Tin Tu, calmly explained everything step by step. It's not that I am criticizing you," you calmly began to explain, "but even though you didn't hit the wrong notes, the rhythm was off." She has a habit of forcefully grabbing the rhythm, inserting syllables after others, and Li Tin Tu softly and seriously said to Toin Hien Thien, her playing the zither impulsively and emotionlessly. "You continue to analyze, but she remains arrogant, and this really can't be said to be done very well." Lai Tin Tu carefully continued. "Senior, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but then you start to present your point of view. Playing the instrument is not a simple matter. Mood is very important." Li Tin Tu suddenly looked cold and said, "Fine. Today you have to stay for makeup lessons." You almost sounded like giving an order, telling everyone to leave after school and not stay behind. Joe was a bit scared and ran away. Quickly. Your teacher's look was too fierce. Let's hurry and run. My tone was a bit angry as I questioned Li Ting Tu. I am not good at playing. Then try playing for me to hear, the girl continued to provoke. See if you are better than me. With a calm tone, Li Ting Tu responded leisurely. I dare not say I play better. You played the piano skillfully while gently protesting. Just let the heart be at peace. Use your heart to think and feel. I, Ren Nian Tian, was a bit puzzled and wondered, what is going on with this music? She was lost in memories of her lessons with her master. Ai Nan Thien pondered silently, as if time was slowing down and her body was drifting, her tone somewhat bewildered as she continued speaking. You need to use your heart to think and understand the music afterward, she slowly analyzes, and from the sound of the music, it seems she truly feels the connection between kindred spirits. She gently nods in agreement, realizing that it's not just about skill, but also about using the heart, and my Nan-Thien's tone is a bit shy as she reminds herself. That sounds enchanting again, she continued to reassure herself. How could I be enchanted by this sound of the piano? Li Tin Tu gently said to her. Senior, if you're feeling restless and can't find peace, you can meditate here, he added. This incense helps to focus the mind. He emphasized softly, I'll go ahead now, my expression full of authority as I shouted at Li Tin Tu Senior and me. She kept nagging, pretending to be my teacher. Then I, Nan Thien, widened my eyes in surprise, but when I saw a plate of cake on the table. With this food, she looked around cautiously before hurriedly putting a piece of cake in her mouth, chewing voraciously and savoring every bit. Looking around, so delicious, Li Tin Tu quietly watched Ai Nan Thien, his eyes following every movement of her, a faint smile of satisfaction crossing his face as he thought to himself. The traces of the demonic mind seem to be fading, and my tone is a bit joyful as I continue speaking. It looks like I'm finally about to escape this world. Chow, are you asleep yet? Chow quickly replied. Not yet. You seemed a bit puzzled and asked me if there was something going on, and I hesitated before telling Chow. Chow, do you know what love is? Chow whispered softly. Love? Then I will secretly tell you a secret. She continued to ramble, saying that I once had a soulmate, and with a knowing smile she told me, I'll see tomorrow. The scene shifts to the second floor of Than Lu, where Chow's soulmate's voice continues to echo non-stop. A customer simply wants a bowl of noodles. He keeps inviting me. The broth made from pork bones is delicious. Chow gently explains, that's him. My secret admirer, from below, Chow's secret admirer's voice continues to call out, come and eat noodles, he cheerfully adds. The delicious pulled noodle dish with a huge portion guaranteed to fill you up. Nian Tian was a bit puzzled and asked A Chow directly. "It's him," A Chow confirmed without a doubt. "Yes, it's him." Nian Tian looked a bit confused and wondered, "Seeing how she was last night, I thought she was with someone perfect," and she said with a tone full of disappointment, "Who would have thought it was just this?" A Chow's face turned red with embarrassment as she explained, "I don't understand." She continued analyzing for me that liking someone doesn't require them to be perfect. "Just in a moment," she said, then began to tell a story about how one day he picked up the handkerchief I dropped and gave it back to me. She continued narrating that I wanted to give him some snacks, but he didn't dare accept. A Chow, unable to contain her excitement, kept talking and even dared not look at me. Her face was full of joy as she recalled the moment her soulmate handed her the handkerchief, that shy moment, and she burst into happy tears. "Is he really adorable?" My Niam Tien looked a bit speechless as he spoke to Ah Chow. She said he's adorable, so he's adorable. And then she continued. Both I Niam Tien and A Chow heard the voice of A Chow's husband, Fu Quan, saying gently, "Drink some water?" A Chow's lover softly replied, "Wife, you're tired, right?" "This sweat," A Chow's husband quickly responded. "It's okay up there," A Chow kept whispering. "He is already married." I Niam Tien quickly grabbed A Chow's sleeve and said, "Don't go, don't be afraid," constantly reassuring her. "A Chow is more beautiful than her and richer than her," she said with certainty. "I will definitely win Kang over." A Chow suddenly jerked my hand away and said, "It's not necessary." My calmness made me slightly confused, so I questioned her. "Why not?" She continued to reassure me. "I believe in you. You will really win him over." A Chow gently shed tears and said to her, "But if that's the case..." She slowly analyzed. "Hasn't it proven that he's blinded by money and beauty?" She calmly explained, "Someone like that," she continued. "Is he really worth my love?" My expression showing surprise as I wondered, but isn't what I like supposed to be mine?" A Chow gently comforted me with a light pat on the head. "You fool." She slowly began to analyze. "People are not objects. Human feelings are about give and take," she continued explaining. "Only those who help her without expecting anything in return are truly genuine." She emphasized that those who truly care for her are the ones with sincere respect from the bottom of their hearts. A Chow gently smiled with a hint of meaning and said to Toi Niem Thien, "That is the person worth loving." The scene shifts to the corridor of Than Lao, with Liu Mama's incessant, urging voice ringing out as the courtesans are about to perform on the main stage. She keeps giving orders. A girl's voice softly said, "Xiao Tian, I'll help carry that zither stand. Wait for me to come back, over there." Another girl's voice kept complaining, "Don't mind her. She's so slow she might as well die. Hurry up, I don't want to get stuck because of her." I Niem Tien glanced back at Li Tin-tu and said, "Maybe you're right." Li Tin-tu pondered silently, the traces of demonic possession fading. He smiled slightly, full of pride, and replied to I Niem Tien, "So it's almost over." Cut to a few days later, Lady Liu softly asked her subordinate if the young ladies who just arrived had been disciplined yet. The subordinate politely replied, "I think the lesson was very good," and she quickly ordered, "So tonight, put her on the stage first." Cut to that night. Below the stage, I Niem Thien kept crying out in despair, "I won't go." Liu Mama's subordinates warned sharply, "We've raised her for so long. It's not just for today." They kept reminding her not to refuse. I Niem Thien stubbornly refused. I shouldn't go to that stage. Liu Mama stared at me with a contemptuous smile and said, "On the stage." Her tone was a bit sneering as she added, "Who said you had to go up there?" She kept rambling. "Someone paid a lot of money to buy you," Liu Mama said mockingly. "Look at this face, that figure." She kept teasing me, Niem Thien, blaming him for spending so much money to buy you. Then she issued another command. "Go away, go away." I, Niem Thien, struggle in despair and say, "I won't go." Liu Mama smugly says, "Get lost, get lost," she angrily reminds. "Don't keep people waiting." Liu Mama's subordinates throw me forcefully to the ground with incredible strength and nonchalantly say, "Here it is, you were thrown down hard." My body aches. "Please let us out." I Niem Thien begged desperately, her eyes full of despair as she silently cursed in her mind. "Those damn people. They all deserve to die." She continued to curse. "Forcing others is nothing." I Niem Thien kept lost in her thoughts. Forcing others, she thought for a long time, then said, "Wasn't I also forcing from the school elder at first, even wanting to attack Truong Vai Van?" A man's cough quickly interrupted my thoughts, making her startle and wonder if someone was there, her eyes full of suspicion. Clenching the teacup like a weapon, just in time, I quickly grabbed something nearby, and with a worried heart, I, Tien, began to speak. "The esteemed sir, please continue explaining." I am originally a good girl, she lamented. Naive enough to be sold into this place by bad people, Tian continued softly. Now you buy me. You are my benefactor. I keep praying to the heavens. I seek no fame or wealth, nor do I wish for blessings. I only ask. So I, Niam Thien, without hesitation, tighten my grip on the teapot in my hand and shout fiercely, preparing to attack the stranger, someone who is dead, seeking a man. Her face couldn't hide her surprise when she saw Lai Tin Tu. Why is it you? She immediately turned hostile, thinking she couldn't let him get away with this. With a calm expression, Lai Tin Tu still spoke leisurely. Here is the senior's own paper, he added softly, although I don't agree with the senior's methods. Lai Tin Tu calmly told Toinhiam Thien, but he couldn't just stand by and watch the senior hidden sect suffer, so he urged him to take it. What are you doing with that? Take it, Lai Tin Tu gently reminded. Even though she is a cultivator and still has her physical body, he continued to analyze. But sneaking up on someone like that is very dangerous. Your eyes suddenly turned cold as you told Minhiem Thien that we can't use cultivation techniques here. Next time, if you try to sneak attack. Lai Tin Tu thought for a long time before using her hand to wipe the drawing on my Niem Thien's forehead. Then she cried out in pain. What are you doing? It hurts! Lai Tin Tu began to think deeply. So, it was just a drawing. I thought it was more serious, Niem Thien said with a hint of reproach in her voice. You, really. Lai Tin Tu continued analyzing in her mind. It seems the demonic mind has finally been completely resolved. You, remind yourself. It's good. I should wake up now. At midnight on Mount Choteau, a towering mountain peak radiates powerful aura and destructive energy. From his bed, Lin Diem wakes up, rubbing his eyes and asking his little brother, Hey, is there an earthquake? She stood beside her, calmly turned to him, and confirmed that an incident had occurred at the Chodu Elder's mountain peak, with demonic energy appearing. Then he quickly put on his coat, frowning in confusion as he walked away and asked, We just moved here recently, so where would the energy come from? Outside, both Truong Vivan and Tu Tien Nguyet had also woken up and turned to look at him as he appeared behind them. He approached them, and Truong Vivan quickly looked over and called out, The sword spirit. Tu Tien Nguyet also raised her head to look at him and asked, Master, teacher. Could something have happened to them? Seeing how urgent they were, he also frowned and confirmed, I'll go check first. Then Dung Chan quickly threw the stones at them, and he hurriedly embraced the two to create a protective round shield. With this combined effort, it seems the spirit stones detected the initial threat and delayed the first wave of demonic energy. Then a burst of purple energy exploded like a bubble, confirming it, but only for a little while. Everyone, get ready, the demonic energy is surging again, and it's about to break free. Then he released a layer of robots in front of him, calmly extending his hand to activate the formation. Then the robots in front raised their hands and shot out a sphere of energy, while he at the back also extended his hand to control them and start the battle. Suddenly, the evil aura inside gradually dissipated, and the whole began to enlarge. He was also shocked and exclaimed, Wait a moment. Immediately after, the evil aura disappeared. And I, the celestial beings, stood among the fading darkness, with Ka standing beside, eyes closed and arms crossed. She just touched the mark on her forehead and sighed in relief, smiling. Above his head, the robot also withdrew and nodded, saying, I am the elder. Are you okay? And that was intense earlier. Seeing that, she looked up at him with admiration. Her gaze and Truong Vivan, who was holding his arm, were both wide-eyed, looking down. Seeing their images, I, the celestial, also widened my eyes in amazement. She noticed their intertwined arms, then lowered her head as if she understood something, before suddenly raising her face, blushing with excitement, and speaking up. Thank you for your concern, Elder. I had a little accident during my cultivation. Everything is fine now, she confirmed. It's already late. Everyone should go back and rest. He saw her like that, took Truong Vivan's hand, turned around and left without forgetting to wave goodbye, while Tu Tien Nguyet also turned to leave. Tu Pham thought to himself that Senja probably didn't want to say anything, so next time he would ask about the divine sense, still smiling to confirm, then it's good. Let's head back first. The heavenly beings below also waved enthusiastically as they saw this, and Ka behind them also smiled and waved goodbye. Seeing him, I also thought to myself that I remembered. The divination I did earlier said that Senja would face something special. Could it be this demonic aura? Then only the two of them remained. Xia clasped his hands and bowed his head to say, Congratulations to Tien Boy for overcoming her inner demon, and beside me the others also looked over at him. Then she grabbed her own elbow behind her back, turned to look at Ka, and pretended to ask, I also want to thank you for helping me pass the second tribulation. He saw that and turned around, then closed his eyes and waved to confirm, Tianboi doesn't need to worry. I helped her just to protect the sect. Seeing that he still refused to speak, she rolled her eyes and forced a smile as she said, "Thank you for helping me unlock the door on the first day." Seeing that she hadn't provoked him, Ka closed his eyes and responded indifferently. Tianboi thanked the wrong person. In the quiet night, Thien asked Ka, "So who gave me that baked bread?" He also coldly replied, "I don't know." Then Thien asked again about the snacks in the piano room, and finally Ka shouted confidently, "After all, it wasn't me." The two of them walk up the bridge back to their room, Sa confirms. "I'm exhausted and want to go back to sleep. It smells terrible." And she follows behind, also letting out a small sound. The next morning, a new day begins in the mountains midday, inside a peak temple surrounded by lush green mountains. From Pham sitting on the pavilion railing, stretching and yawning, beside him, Tu Tien Nguyet, still clasping her hands behind her back, looking at him chatter, "Master, I want to go out and find treasures." Hearing that, he just pointed to the little trot on his head and squinted, asking if the materials I told you to gather last time are all collected, and if you still want to go find treasures. Seeing that, the girl also looked at him with shining eyes, gently squeezing his leg with her hand, so even collecting ingredients means going outside, right, Master? So, Master, you agree to let me go out too, right? Seeing that, he also reached out his hand and showed a small watch, and she looked at it with eager anticipation. Then he frowned again, patting her small face to confirm, "Go ahead." The older girl can't stay inside forever, and the little one also wants to peck his lips before confirming. "Yes, thank you, Master." Then she quickly reached out her hand and left, not forgetting to cheerfully say yes. He watched her figure from behind, frowned and sighed, then touched his chin in thought. I feel like this moon fairy child's intelligence keeps fluctuating after being spun around, sometimes high, sometimes low. Then he turned around, lowered his hand to his chin, and gazed at the distant mountain, thinking to himself that his current merit and luck were no longer enough to help the girl, so where should he go to find more? Suddenly, Xiao Junqi appeared in front of him and announced that the owner was a woman named Feng Truong Nin, the lady of the Kaoqian Island. Seeing that, he was also startled and looked at her, still resting his hand on the armrest of the chair as he confirmed, "Kaoqian feels this person is a friend, not an enemy. Let them in." Soon after, a figure quickly descended. It is Puong Truong Nin, the master of Puong Kak. When she saw him, she spoke seriously and bowed to Truong Lao. He also couldn't help but tremble, clutching his thigh with his hand, but his face remained calm. Inside, he was so anxious he was about to explode if he weren't sitting. I was about to kneel before them, then I added, "Where did this domineering woman come from? Puong Truong Nin has never heard of her." She squinted and looked at him calmly and spoke first. "Many years ago, Sutrin and I met once from Truong Lao." Hearing that, he seemed to understand, and his heart pounded with excitement. Sutrin remembered. Finally, his memory automatically recalled the moment Sutrin kissed her, and concluded that the new Van Li probably has a small world, and Sutrin wants to buy it. Then he happily held the miniature world in his hand while he counted his money. Finally, after many years, he had saved enough to buy back his homeland, and he also remembered Sutrin and his lover, watching them from behind like a clown and confirming it all. Then, after Sutrin and his lover left, I also gave him another batch of pictures. Returning to the present, he crossed his legs, rested his hand on his chin, leaned against the pavilion column, and with a nostalgic look in his eyes, he asked again, "So how did you all develop after that?" She also frowned and told him that we established the old Phoenix clan. Then I was sitting on the throne as the emperor, and Sutrin was the grand sage. You sat on the throne while he stood beside you. Seeing that, he also frowned in confusion and then quickly mumbled, What I asked about wasn't that kind of development." Hearing that, she was also surprised and looked at him before asking, "Is the old Phoenix nest located southeast more than 10,000 miles away? Would the elder like to visit?" Hearing that, he also took off his glasses with a slightly reluctant look, lost in thought, then pouted and confirmed, "All right, let's go see for ourselves." The next day at the Sufuong Island, a magnificent and splendid place, Phoenix leader Nin was already waiting with Fan and Little No following behind. As soon as they landed, she greeted them and said, "Welcome to Kufuong Island. Please follow the senior here." Then he smiled and turned to the two behind him, asking about Feng Zhang, or the Empress. Hearing that, she also smiled and looked at them, saying, "I call myself the Emperor only because I follow the path of the Emperor. The management of the old Phoenix is just like an ordinary sect." Then she added politely, "Just call me the Sect Master." Then he quickly followed her inside. Suddenly, a golden light erupted around, and he looked down in confusion, wondering to himself why the merit energy was suddenly surging so intensely. The group walking along the corridor with Phoenix leader Ning at the front, she began to speak, saying that when they first arrived on the island it was just a wilderness. Then they added that resources are now monopolized by the great clans, leaving the common people suffering, while the three behind also followed to listen. Soon after, they reached a high corridor overlooking the distant mountains, and Phoenix leader Ning pointed excitedly towards them, proudly showing off her achievements. Thanks to the spirit puppets forged by the alchemy, we were able to find our footing here. I looked in the direction she pointed, understanding now. My virtue points kept increasing steadily, one after another, and I secretly smirked, thinking, hey, I really have an eye for investment. Suddenly, Chung Wei-yun beside him tugged at his sleeve and called out, Fujun. Seeing that, he glanced over at her. Then Chung Wei-yun whispered softly into his ear, Fujun, isn't the magic puppet forging technique a bit outdated now? Even the Phoenix Pavilion Master has already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, so we also looked towards Pavilion Master Nin and agreed. That's indeed true. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from afar, catching Tu Fam's attention. His eyes flashed brightly as he used his divine ability, the 10 techniques, to look into the distance. From afar, a madman was fighting the puppets, laughing excitedly and shouting, Yes! Back then we used puppets to pressure King Ra, right? Watch me smash your puppets now. One puppet was knocked to the ground by him. Then the puppet collapsed onto the ground, shattering into many pieces. One of them saw that and also spoke up. Big brother, this puppet can't be broken. What should we do now? The puppet quickly stood up and moved, and the big brother, hearing that, paused his energy and looked grimly at the excited puppet, asking again, What do you mean? Ha ha ha. Then go crazy and burn it. Let's see how we rebuild the city. Seeing this, Phoenix Chief Nin couldn't help but clenched her fists in anger, trembling with rage. It's them again. Then she frowned and recalled the scene of the gang oppressing innocent people and declared that ever since the Elder King ascended to the Qi refining stage, they kept causing trouble and added that although their destructive power wasn't great, it was extremely disruptive to the construction of the Phoenix Sheep Island. Seeing that, Tu Fam's blue glow in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only a faint look of boredom and disdain as he judged them as a bunch of trash, a late-stage golden core who still can't break the crafted puppet. Nearby, Vivan, seeing this, also widened her eyes and frowned in dissatisfaction, looking at him and saying, The Fu Quan, their reckless destruction of the puppet is really too much. Hearing that, he also clasped his hands and bowed his head to ask for permission from Phoenix Master Nin. Vivan is right, Lady Phoenix. Let me handle this. Hearing that, she was also startled and turned to him to confirm, So thank you, Elder From. Then he quickly ordered Nono to show their faces. She responded happily and flew toward the crowd. While below they shouted out in pain and distress, frogs and all, and those above stood with arms crossed watching. Then little No quickly threw them in front of him, while he turned to look at them with contempt. Then she grabbed one of their collars, making him panic. Then she took out a gray piece of paper and asked him what color it was. He nervously looked at the paper, sweating and answering, gray in color, and seeing that she quickly punched him in the face until his parents didn't recognize him, blood spattering from his mouth. Now, what do you say? That guy also blinked and answered, Red, the color red. Seeing that, she quickly bowed her head toward him and confirmed, completing the task so they know the color of the blood, right? Seeing that, he also turned pale and looked at her to confirm. Well, not bad, but that's not what I meant, because she confused hitting to make him recognize his face with hitting to recognize the color. Seeing that, she also turned to look at the others, frowned, and coldly said, Hey! One of them tried to run away. No quickly stretched out his long arm towards him, then swiftly grabbed his arm, pulling him back. The man was dragged along, eyes wide open and struggling, while the others silently watched him. As soon as she pulled him back, Xiaoniu bowed his head, holding the other guy's collar and apologizing to Tu Fam, saying it was a bit of a mess with the mission. Seeing her actions, he also liked and admired her. Good job, while Deputy Head Nien nearby was speechless at their behavior. She raised her hand to touch her chin, looked at Bino and asked him, Elder Tu, is this the puppet you just crafted? He glanced at her and confirmed, Yes. She lowered her head and looked at him, then asked for help. I spent a lot of time finding such a favored island. I hope Elder Tu can help me out. Tu Fam was a bit surprised and stared in amazement at the actions of Deputy Head Nin. Then he quickly reached out his hand calmly and asked her, So what does Lady Feng want me to help with? She listened and then bowed her head to look at him before speaking. If possible, with spirit stones, magic treasures, cultivation techniques, and puppets. I want to build a realm where immortals and mortals coexist. Hearing that, he calmly clenched his fist and looked at Feng Zhangning, asking again, "What do I get out of this?" She also raised her head upon hearing that, confidently confirming to him that the merit and the country would be a colony of the hidden spirit sect. Immediately after, Tu Fam quickly helped her up happily and confirmed that an emperor doesn't need to be under others and colonies are unnecessary. Feng Zhangning also slowly stood up, looked up at him, and he confirmed again that the Phoenix Island merged with the Hidden Spirit Island, and the merit and 20% of the annual income from the country would be yours. Then he quickly produced a Bagajang talisman in his hand, his face calm as he confirmed once more. If she agrees, I will give her a large amount of resources and spirit stones to help build her nation. She quickly reached out to his contract, her face calm as she confirmed yes, and the yin-yang contract swiftly glowed with a yellow-green light, indicating the contract was successfully signed. Immediately after she signed, he eagerly shoved the items into Fuang Truongnin's hands, his face constantly excited as he shouted to announce yes. First, he gave her 10,000 puppet soldiers made of special metal and instructions on how to craft weapons, noting that the puppet soldiers were too weak, then added, there were also 100,000 sets of heavy armor with crafted magic tools, 100 linked magic treasures for inspection, and 20 basic 5-element martial arts manuals. Seeing this, she could only stare in amazement as she reached out to accept them. Seeing this, Truong Vivan also blushed and rummaged through her small cloth bag, then added with a smile, I have this too. Then Fuang Truongnin also extended her hands to receive, placing it into her palms before confirming once more. Her appearance as the heaven-descending emperor of Her is a taboo in the immortal world where sects are dominant. Seeing her so excited, he also glanced at her, while Feng Changning quietly listened, and Truong Vivan added further. This heavenly jade pendant can hide her fate on her body, and as for her appearance, she can just transform herself a little. Then, blushing and with tears in her eyes, she clasped her hands together and thanked Truong Dao Hu. Soon after, they happily held hands and smiled as they left, and he didn't forget to turn back, wave, and remind Fuang Truongnin. It's nothing, in a few days I'll give you another gift, so let's go back to the Spirit Hidden Gate to refine some things. She saw that and waved her hand to say goodbye to them, shouting in her heart in amazement, and there's more. The Spirit Hidden Gate is really wealthy. Next, at the Hidden Spirit Sect underground space, he held a cultivation manual in his hand with an excited expression, and said, All right, little No. Based on these, prepare the branch of the Merchant Guild and the low-level space satellites, 100 of them. This is the Angel Theory investment plan of the Empress. Then he happily confirmed that the little one was also a low-level AI, smiling broadly as he pressed the virtue button while it kept updating numbers and shouting. This time it's really good, no need to worry about merit being wasted. Holding the cultivation manual in the other hand, the current merit points increased by 10,000. 86. Then, on a sunny day with clear skies, in the reception hall of the former Phoenix CAC, he handed something to Fuang Truongnin, and she also reached out to receive it. Then he pointed to a small screen with 2 eyes displayed above and announced that this device would help her handle some data and manage the major and minor affairs of the sect, and he added that it would also feed back the status and development of their country to him. The other hand held a small cloth bag, and Fuang Truongnin, hearing this, also confirmed that it was no problem. Then she reached out her hand toward the box, purple light emanating around it, and muttered to herself, beginning to claim it as her own. Soon after, a pink-haired girl appeared from within the device onto Fuang Truongnin's hand. Then it happily and excitedly flew around Feng Changning, perching on her shoulder and arm, cheerfully calling out, Owner, please give me a name. Seeing that, she also smiled brightly, petting it as she confirmed, Then I will call you Xiaolin. Then the girl quickly confirmed, Commander. And then Xiaolin flew out the window, with Tu Fam and Fuang Truongnin watching her silhouette. Then the purple energy from Fuang Truongnin's body quickly rushed toward the girl as her command rang out, Take control of the celestial satellite and scan the entire island. Hearing that, Tu Lin's eyes quickly displayed some data, and an electronic panel appeared around her body. Then Xiaolin reported to Feng Chuangning that she had just detected a pack of demon beasts called DM Lung. Do you want to deal with them? Immediately, an electronic map appeared with a circle around the mountain, and Feng Chuangning, hearing the report, closed her eyes in confirmation. Then images of dolls attacking the white wolves with golden tails, their hands emitting thick purple energy, quickly appeared on the screen. Seeing that, Fuang Truongnin was a bit startled, and looked at the screen before exclaiming in amazement, using the doll's special metal to trap the primordial demon beasts. I didn't expect not a single one would be harmed, and the guy beside me crossed his arms and smiled broadly at the big screen. Then he confirmed again. It doesn't matter. If the little one steps in, there probably won't even be a drop of blood left. He points to the group of wolves defeated by the puppets on the ground, and then gestures to another direction, adding that the puppets dressed as doctors are analyzing the wolf's light beam. Then he confirmed that after hunting, the puppets could also be directly used as materials for her. Immediately after, Fan also happily smiled and turned to confirm that currently the Lord of the Pavilion just needs to focus on expanding the manpower. Seeing that, she also turned her head to look at his shadow. Please stop. I still have one thing to tell you. A while ago in the Boundless Sea, I discovered a small world. But after going in, he didn't come out again, then added that it's about 40,000 li to the northwest. From Truong Lao can help me find it. Hearing that, he also turned his head with a frown and shouted in annoyance to confirm, "What? 40,000 li is already considered deep sea. Is he really going there to seek death after all these years?" He raised his hand in slight dissatisfaction. Seeing that, Phuong Truong Nin also looked at him hesitantly and said, He did it all for me." Then he turned around and agreed, "I understand. I will send someone to find him." Then he remembered the story of his master and Feng Truong Nin and their love, leaving gracefully while pondering that true heroes often face great sacrifices. 3 days later, in the form of the 5 spirits, he was sailing on a boat out at sea. From Pham standing at the bow of the boat, looking down at the sea, he said aloud that the monkey form probably isn't suitable for water, so he needs to switch to the fish form. Thinking it over, he quickly transformed into a mermaid shape with a tail and fins. Then he quickly grabbed the boat's net, shook his tail and ears in confusion, and wondered to himself, is this really the fish form of that person? Then confirmed that it's not unusable to discard it, before swiftly diving into the water and swimming deeper, thinking to himself that with this level of spiritual power and explosive force, the energy flow is smooth and unmatched. When he reached the bottom of the sea, he saw a black serpent coiled up guarding the small world, and he inwardly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, this small world is really unlucky." He frowned and looked at the black serpent, then said to himself that the teleportation passage was again guarded by a blood hybrid Dao Long. Suddenly a piece of stone quickly shot toward the Dao Long. He looked in that direction and said with certainty, ascending instantly to SOT level. Then the stone struck the small world below, and the Dao Long, puzzled, looked up. Inside a sphere like an egg, a young man excitedly breaks the shell and shouts, "Ha ha ha ha, the upper world, I have arrived." But before he could rejoice, the black Dao Long opened its mouth and lunged, and the young man hurriedly looked away in panic. Finally, the dragon blade spat out the dirt in one breath, closed its mouth, and the young man only managed to shout "no" before falling silent. Then he struggled with all his might, squeezing out everything he could, furious and shouting into the dragon blade's open mouth, "Let go." Even when he transforms into a stone, he can't help but sigh in amazement. What a tragedy, training for millions of years, only to become the snack of a dragon. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hey, I'm talking to you." And the black dragon also glared over. The Death Lord, standing with his arms crossed and speaking loudly to negotiate with the dragon sword, said, "I need this small world. Can you get out of here?" The dragon sword, seeing him also glaring and growling, made the Death Lord a bit startled and waver. Seeing it had no intention to cooperate, he also raised his hand to wave and frowned with a smile, adding, "Peace before victory." "Don't blame me for hitting that person," he finally decided, charging in. "It's been a while since I fought. Let me loosen up a bit." Then he also raised his hand to create small ice shards with blank eyes, using the 10 ice ring magic. The crescent-shaped darts quickly shot towards the black dragon knife, but were deflected like burning needles. Then it charged forward, breaking through his sickle-shaped darts. Seeing that, Tufam also frowned, raising his hand while reciting a spell and sighing, "Oh, so you're tough, huh? Then let's try the summon spirit technique." Then he used the 10 spirit divine power to summon snakes and numerous small fish, all responding to his commands, and they immediately rushed to bite the black dragon knife. Over here, he was controlling the puppet to bite the dragon sword repeatedly while happily commenting, "Ha, looks like my plan was right. With such a rare beast fusion, I can even fight 2 at once." Suddenly, a sound came from inside the screen, startling him as he looked over and wondered, this close. His face darkened. He turned away with a hint of fear and asked himself, "Ha, are there really 2 of them?" Over there, a red Dao Long, a black Dao Long, and another black Dao Long are chasing after him, making him struggle and run with a dark face, complaining all the way. "Hey, Muo, your whole family is out fighting. Is this passage a family heirloom of yours?" On the other side, the young man also emerged from the bubble, excitedly looking around and saying, "This must be the upper realm." Why is it in the middle of a sea area? The black Dao long behind him and saw the young man and quickly rushed over, and seeing that, he also hugged him and warned, "Be careful. What are you standing there for?" The other person is caught off guard, eyes wide. Then the dragon sword lunged at them while he ran away with the boy, and Lam Ngui Fong only just regained his senses, looked back at the dragon sword and shouted, and suddenly Tufam also stopped abruptly. Then he turned around, glowing all over, lifting Lam Ngui Fong, who was clutching himself tightly, his whole body shining with a golden light. He's terrified, his eyes rolling back as he looks at the dragon sword, screaming, "Senior! Senior! Why did you stop? Run away quickly." The water around him is also starting to form, Tufam comments. "Not running anymore? Do you think I can be bullied easily?" Then the command was given, the little ones argued, and the love-breaking spell was cast. Hearing this, she also responded, obeying the order, and immediately afterward, 2 large pillars descended into the water. Below, he released Lam Ngui Fong, who stood behind him while the 3 red and black dragon knives stared at them intently. Suddenly, the 2 spear-like pillars shot forward, slicing through the heads and piercing the red and black dragons. The 2-colored demon swords, seeing this, also trembled in fear and couldn't speak. Then he reached out his hand, and the spirits of the snakes quickly rose to confirm. "Don't worry. They'll be sent to meet their families soon. Just a family. Everyone must be present. How many ascended beings have you killed?" Then he ordered loudly, "Go!" and the red-eyed dragon was caught off guard and bitten. Behind Lam Ngui Fong, he also bowed deeply in respect, saying, "I, Junior Lam Ngui Fong, thank you, Senior, for saving my life." From Pham turned to glance at him and said, "You're lucky. Otherwise, as expected, you are the first cultivator in thousands of years to survive after ascending from that small world." Hearing that, he looked up at him and asked in confusion, "Still alive?" Then he pointed to the black dragon sword and the corpses of the dragons, confirming, "Yes, this entire family of chaotic dragons has always guarded outside your ascension path. Anyone who ascends is always these people." Seeing what he said, Lam Ngui Fong also looked surprised and frowned, then said, "So what the mystic origin flame cultivator said is all true?" Hearing that, he also turned around and asked him, "Mystic origin flame cultivator, from the past to the present," Lam Ngui Fong also looked up, still bowing his hand in greeting, and asked again, "In our little world, there's a monk who keeps spreading this story, so you're also a disciple of that senior." Seeing that, he also pointed and directed his puppets to move the few remaining dragon knife trophies to confirm, "So be it." Lam Ngui Fong saw him say that, and his eyes lit up brightly. Then Fan sat down on the ground, drawing a circle and saying, "All right, little one. Don't follow me anymore. Wait until I finish drawing the teleportation array." "Just stand there and wait." Lam Ngui Fong saw that and happily ran over to ask him, "Senior, how far along is the teleportation array?" Finally, after drawing the formation on the ground, he looked at it and responded to Lam Ngui Fong, saying that the communication would reach the Qiu Fuong Island beyond the 10,000 miles. The island is home to a cultivation sect called Qiu Fuong Kai, and he added that later, after the people in your small world ascended, they would also directly transmit messages there. Everything you want to understand is there, and he also looked at him and listened. Then he quickly stepped into the formation. Then she smiled at him, and the formation was also active as she confirmed, "Thank you, Senior." Immediately after, Tufam snapped his fingers. The illusion of the puppet confirms that the violation has been resolved. Only one thing remains. Then he inputs the information into the puppet, the great Su Trien. Then he pushed it inside the small world and confirmed, "Go help that unlucky Su Trien." Then he drew a teleportation circle for himself and confirmed, "All right, everything's over, it's broken." Then he sat in the Phoenix leader's study and announced to her that the personnel issue on Phoenix Island had been resolved. The master would return soon. She looked at him and confirmed, "Thank you, Elder. So now I just need to find a way to keep them here." Then she frowned sadly, took a sip of tea and added, "But the cultivators in the small world ascended here. Their cultivation level's higher than I expected, which is a bit disappointing. Simply put, these 2 transformed puppets are gifts for you. They will help you stir up the high-level cultivators." Seeing that, she was also very happy and said to him, "Then I can rest assured." Then he also stood up, reaching out his hand to confirm, "Phoenix Pavilion Master, I have given you the opportunity. Now it's up to how you seize it." She also stood up, looking at him to confirm, "I understand." A few months later, he was playing with a turtle by the lake when suddenly a familiar voice called out, "Master!" Tufam also looked over. It was Tu Tien Nguyet happily approaching him with a plate of food in hand, and he, seeing her like that, narrowed his eyes and made a comment. "Hey, Did you burn all my merit and luck away? From Tien Guyet also spoke out, Master, the 5-colored pigwood incense, the golden, beautiful jade, the pure heart, and the treasured fish with a fork tail. You've gathered everything you need. Seeing that, he also raised his hand to touch his chin, frowning as he looked at her and wondered to himself, is that enough? No, that's not right. Divination said my fate has been changed. Is it being cursed by Sukha-na while from the distance, Tufam still uses his quick appearance to praise the little one while holding a plate of food and looking at him? Tufam wondered to himself, could I have miscalculated? Immediately afterward, she closed her eyes and looked at him, holding a book in her hand and announcing, Master, look at this. Just rely on this Van Tree Thanthu, pay the corresponding price, and it will tell you anything you want to know. Then she reached out to take the book from Yuet, frowning in suspicion and asking, is it another useless book from some shop? She saw that and also shouted to confirm with him, it really works, it's not a junk. Next, he scanned the book and looked inside to assess it. This book is just a communication device. Then he confirmed further, your question was answered because someone in the upper world plans to replace you. Of course, the divination from the upper world is always spot on. Hearing that, the girl eagerly clenched her fists and tearfully asked, Master, so this Van Tree sacred book is also fake. Then she hesitated in tears. Is my luck still that bad? That person from the upper world will use it to control me. Seeing the girl so upset, he narrowed his eyes, took the book in silence, then finally chuckled mischievously, tousled her hair, and nodded reassuringly. Don't be afraid. Master will help you get revenge. Seeing that, the fairy also stopped crying and looked at him curiously. Immediately afterward, he also opened the book with a cough and asked, Cough, cough, holy book. Tell me who the remaining soul in Dieptu Dao's body is, as a magic circle quickly appeared inside. The person inside the upper world, calculating on the divine level, opened his inventory while frowning and muttered, Tsk, always worrying about trivial matters every day, sooner or later it will make someone pay back. Suddenly, a pair of cat-like eyes flashed at him, making his hair stand on end. His eyes widened with sweat pouring down like rain, until he was burned to a crisp by the lightning from his brother's eyes. At the same time, inside the fairy realm Fire Mountain, Dieptu Dao stood in a room, the soul of Sword Cloud. Shung grimaced as he sensed something, and announced, Something's wrong. Someone is investigating my origins. And beside Dieptu Dao, he also looks at him with a frown and asks, Your enemy. Seeing that, he also adds, I don't know. After contact with the protective mechanism I left behind, the person has already died. The person on the other side still kept the book open without giving an answer. Seeing that, Pham quickly closed it and nodded to confirm, just as expected. The fortune teller for the child has already encountered trouble, and she looked at him with wide eyes in disbelief. At the same time, in Dieptu Dao's study, Kim Van Sin stood before him as a spirit, clasping his hands behind his back to confirm, Tu Dao. Just follow what I say, and you'll definitely be able to connect with the electric master of the alchemy sect. The person across from him remains calm, sitting at the table and listening with a pen in hand. Seeing that, he quickly nodded. Dieptu Dao took some papers and stood up while Kim Van Sin beside him pointed and spoke to give his opinion. Connecting these pieces of intelligence, I guess the Electric Lord wants to follow his own path in refining tools. Seeing that, he also reached out to the boy and confirmed that choosing his own way wouldn't hinder his initial cooperation with others. I once captivated an ancient immortal who specialized in forging magical tools. Here, this is his restored memory. Dieptu. Daungabay kong liakshin hinve fai yong tade langhe. Kim Van Sin lentieng bosung. Kaudung ngok san gichep laidi. Tim ko hoi giao cho diachu. Ngai saudo. Ongai chok len chankua. Dieptu dao. Kong kawe gong bidao don. Nuok mat longtrong. But dao shatvan. Lai lamgia. He forgot that last time his forgery was ignored by everyone afterward. Seeing that, he also got angry and scolded Dieptu Dao, saying next time it should be called a fake. Memories are really enough. While closed-door cultivating, please go back. Upon hearing the guard say that, he also thought to himself, I heard that the senior is gradually receiving the celestial rune array. Hey, if it were me, it would be great to see it myself. Then he also sighed with a hint of regret. What a coincidence. All right then. Beside Jian Van Sin, he also stroked his beard. Afterwards, Dieptu Dao turned to leave, his brow furrowed with a hint of urgency as he muttered to Jian Van Sin, Old Jian. The path of the Electric Lord of the Spirit Tool Refinery Hall is also blocked. Then, he added, wanting to find someone to train in swordsmanship, and continued to stroke his beard while making an assessment. Logically speaking, your fate should hold great opportunities, but the current situation doesn't match your destiny at all, his face falling into deep thought. Immediately after, he pointed his finger at Diet Dao's face and asked, "Could it be that someone is stealing your chance of fate?" Seeing that, he also widened his eyes in amazement and denied it. No way could someone really do such a thing. On the other side, after Jivan Sin finished speaking, he also closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Truong Vai Van, seeing this, quickly became so worried she burst into tears, hugging him tightly and shouting, "Pu Quan, why are you singing so loudly? You have to take good care of yourself." Hearing him gasp for breath, she also cried out, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh," while behind Bino watching them looked extremely awkward. Then Truong Vai Van quickly rode the Snow Phoenix to wave goodbye to him. "I'm leaving now. Next time I'll find a chance to visit you," and he waved back at her while blushing and crying, "Hoo-hoo." Immediately afterward, he took a handkerchief from Bino to wipe his tears and said with a sigh, "This time, I don't know how many years it will be before my wife returns. I'll stay here alone, a lonely shadow." Behind him, Bino also followed him, nodding in agreement, while beside them, a couple sitting on a wooden bench nodded in approval. Seeing more and more couples around him, he was also angry and clenched his fists as he asked Bino in dissatisfaction, "Ah, Bino, do you think there are too many couples in the sect?" She looked around nervously and confirmed with him. "Since the previous sect mission you assigned, after they brought the female disciples of the Holy Great back, it has always been like this." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied, lifting his head with tears like rain and grimacing as he shouted in frustration, "Hey, in the outer sect of the clan, no one is lonely by themselves, right?" Xiaono also looked at him with wide eyes. Seeing that, I, the Celestial, standing behind the stone, was also angry and threw a ring of spiritual jade at him, shouting, "Damn it! If you have free time, just help me reform the High Chow." And you, after being thrown, also bowed back, and the talisman ring was shot out. From Pham saw the spoils, he also bowed to pick up the talisman ring and replied, "Yes, Madame Vong Fu, just listen to Madame." Then, one day in the underground space, he lay exhausted on the ground and complained, "So tired after finally renovating my High Chow elder," still calling out non-stop, "So tired," beside little Niu, who raised her hand to her head and looked at the system panel, calling out, "Master." Then she furrowed her brows and squinted as she reported that the dragon talisman under the spiritual liquid lake seemed to have some energy waves. Hearing that, he also sat up suddenly with wide eyes and exclaimed, "What?" Then turned around with tears in his eyes and ran away, not forgetting to tell little No to go check. "My precious dragon egg cannot have any problems," he muttered as he ran away. "Little treasures, come here," and behind, No also ran after him. That scared me half to death. No looked at him speechlessly from behind, then spoke up again. "Master, I've scanned the data display. They're about to hatch." Then he turned to look at No, still holding the fruit, and asked again, "Yeah." She nodded with her eyes closed and confirmed, "Yes, Master. Look at this," then added, "The energy wave scan shows this time it's spiritual energy overflowing from the dragon's core." She reached out toward the dragon pearl and added, "This energy is very high, surpassing any spiritual stone and spiritual liquid we've seen before," then confirmed, "I name it." And the man behind also looked over curiously. No added, "Dragon energy, and there's good news." Pham heard that and looked up, releasing his grip. No confirmed that the energy value of the dragon aura matches the space-time magic, perfectly aligning with the master's plan. Hearing that, he was stunned and shocked, then lowered his head, and she reminded him that it was time to return home. Seeing that, he also remembered his ancestral altar being lit with incense, his hand trembling as he let it drop, and shouted inwardly, "Home." He recalled his father lying on the hospital bed, eyes closed, looking at him with a trembling smile. Returning home is good, still wearing the oxygen mask. Back in the present, he clenched his fist and called out, "No, no." She turned around upon hearing this, holding the egg in her hand. Tu Pham confirmed further, "No rush, just plan ahead." Finally, he quickly turned back and confirmed again the ratio and method of using dragon energy to return home. No also looked at him and responded, "Yes, Master." A few days later, Tu Pham sat at a table in the underground space. No reaching out and holding the nearby items while announcing that, except for the dragon aura, gathering all 4 spiritual creatures, Tu Ha Lo, Han Bang Tui, a piece of Thiet, and Fong Tuk Yen, could activate the unstable time-space portal. And I am also holding a scroll in front of the screen, asking again about the content of what was said. Tu Pham closes the scroll and narrows his eyes before adding that any of those spiritual beasts, if obtained casually, could trigger a war between sects, especially when gathering all 4 spiritual creatures. Seeing that, little No beside also confirmed, helping to mobilize the entire sect's strength. Perhaps it will be enough. Immediately afterward, his hand, closing the plan's book about going home, caressed it and muttered to confirm again the entire Sect. Then he frowned and fell into deep thought, finally stopping his hand to confirm no. Then he placed the scroll on the table, closed his eyes, and stood up, saying, "Returning home is my own matter. I don't want to involve the Sect. There's no need to mention this anymore. Take back the entire plan," and seeing that, the little no beside obediently nodded. Yes, and he also placed the scroll back on the table. Then they quickly left. Fan Fang cheered, "Let's go fishing," and the little no beside also confirmed, yes. After they left, Tu Tien Guyet secretly sneaked outside the door. Then she took the lamp, grinning mischievously as she covered her face and muttered, "Master has been hiding underground for days. Let's see what he's planning to create this time." Earlier, she stood outside the room full of curiosity while busy with the sign. Then Tu Tien Guyet quickly set the lamp down on the table, finally messing with this and that, excitedly cheering, "Hey, it's lighting up. Ah, so dusty." "Oh well, what is it? A long journey, I don't understand anything." Suddenly she smiled, noticing something and hemming softly, then finally picked up a scroll of letter, puzzled and wondering what it was. Then she unrolled the letter, her eyes full of surprise as she muttered, "What is this?" The scene shifts to a new day at the Taoist Academy on the mountaintop, where disciples are gathered, reciting and discussing. From Yuan hurriedly handed over a letter, looking confused, and said, "Last night when I found this on my master's desk, everyone take a look." The contents of the letter reveal that when the twin streams are about to bloom, they will give birth and the dragon aura will be used to coordinate with the star relics, which have been rare these days, perfectly matching the time-space magic. But to activate the stable time-space passage to visit Earth, it requires gathering all the rare materials, Halu, Hanbing Tui, Afan Thiet, and Fengshi Yen, 4 precious spiritual creatures. Tu Kuang Nian reflected, feeling that his master's thoughts were more profound than ever. It turns out he is not from this world. Lai Tin also chimed in, saying this is the important part. There's a diagram of a great formation on it, which is a teleportation portal through time and space. From Yuxian's guess, so in the end, did the master reject it again? I guess he felt the cost was too high and gave up on this plan. After all, the materials needed are truly too rare, so he rejected it. But this is a rare opportunity, and if we miss it, the master might feel very regretful. Vuong Huangqi clenched his thick fist. That's right, we have to try so we won't have any regrets. Then he took a step forward with determination, straightening himself. Because our master has paid so much for us, this time it's our turn to help him. Hearing that, everyone together raised their hands and shouted, "Dong Tan Ho, yes, it's finally our turn." Then you began pointing at Chu Kai Ling and Lai Huyandao to assign tasks. Very good. Now that I am the head elder, I will start dividing the duties. Little Chu and Huyandao. The two of them went to the Zhengzhou Great Powers auction, and I checked that recent auction items included a jade tablet. Both of them said in unison, "Got it." Tung Nguyen Tien then happily pushed the two Vuong Huangqi and Kuang Bao. The Han Bang Tua can only be obtained from the Ice Demon on Tianbang Island. Both of them are skilled fighters. Understood. Lai Tin Tu then smiled and asked herself, "So let's do it." Tung Nguyen Tien immediately awkwardly pressed 2 fingers together and said, "Well, in Daohua Uyen, they are holding a celebration. The reward for the leader is from Haluo," Li Tin Tu helplessly replied. "Well, if I remember correctly, Daohua Yuan needs 2 people to pass through the door." She turned around sweating nervously and said, I already have a clue about the ceiling formation." "Then you go with Elder Two." He held her shoulder thoughtfully and said moreover, "A few days ago, while on duty, we encountered demonic energy and had to defend the protective barrier, almost unable to return. Clearly, the strength of the 2 guardians was more than enough." Tungsangguyet Tien awkwardly turned back, raised her thumb, and said, "But with Tin Tu's big brain and to Truong Lao's rank, with such intelligence, they would definitely win." Then the girl quickly jumped up and ran out the door. "I have to deal with the peace formation first. Keep going, both of you." From this moment on, Lai Tin could only shake his head in speechlessness, then crossed his arms and smiled, exhaling deeply. Later, Tung Nguyet Tien went to the spiritual energy lake shore. That path had turned into a mess of bubbles, and she sighed, finally escaping the most headache-inducing task. But where to find the peaceful formation, she really had no clue at all. So she finished her calculations and asked No to check, then peeked to see what fruits No was tending, until a call made No turn around and pay attention. "No." Tung Nguyet Tien then nuzzled No's back affectionately and asked, No, help me find where to look for the Yen Fong Thuk." No was surprised and asked back, "The Yen Fong Thuk." Then she started listing information, combining it with current details, and the probability of her restarting the plan to return her master to the mortal world was 100%. Before she could finish speaking, a hand suddenly covered her mouth and shouted loudly, "Be quiet!" Tung Nguyet Tien now looked at her adorable kitten with a fierce face, threatening to keep the secret or she would deal with her. And No sweat profusely and replied, "Yes, sir. It's done." Little No then leaned in and whispered to Tung Nguyet Tien that the Feng Master Yin is only at the deepest part of the moving wind spirit, secret realm. The difficulty of the secret realm is very high. I advise you to find it. Let's discuss together. And then, understood? Tung Nguyet Tien listened and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. The scene shifts again to the front of the shimmering wind spirit secret realm, where a strange structure appears. At this moment, someone who has been waiting for Tung Nguyet Tien for a long time speaks out, saying, "You are late." Tung Nguyet Tien hurriedly runs over with a bag, waving her hand to explain, "This secret realm is quite dangerous, so it will take some time to prepare. Let's go in quickly." Dich Tiujiao expressionless points a finger and says, "First tell me how to divide the treasures inside." Tung Nguyet Tien casually said as she walked, "I don't need anything except the calm wind technique. The rare calm wind technique isn't valuable at all, and she still needs that. This is too strange." The old swordmaster, hearing that, angrily punched him in the head and scolded, "What if the peaceful aura has some miraculous effect we don't know about? Then wouldn't we be at a loss?" He still calmly and indifferently pointed his finger and replied, "Don't overthink it. The secret realm has opened." At this moment, both of their souls entered the gate together. Tung Nguyet Tien glanced at the red aura and then recognized the old swordmaster, smiling to herself. The scene quickly shifts to 3 days later, where the two are standing face to face with a giant red bird. Dip Tiu Jiao unleashes a swirl of sword energy around the bird, hurriedly reminding Tung Nguyet Tien that I've been stuck with it too long, so you better act quickly. Tung Nguyet Tien, now holding a VIP gun, continues to aim and responds, "I know." The giant bird is now panicking amidst Dich Tiu Jiao's sword aura. Tung Nguyet Tien focuses through her scope and quickly squeezes the trigger. The bullet immediately pierced the bird's forehead, leaving it helplessly falling to the ground. Then Tung Nguyet Tien quickly took out a bottle and said, "As promised, the treasures in the ruins are all yours. I will go get the Feng Tuchien here." Dich Tiu Jiao still responded emotionlessly, "Understood." While he was picking up the treasures, the old sword appeared with a sinister look. He. Just as Dich Tiu Jiao was happily stopping, the old sword suddenly caught his hand. Then his hand raised, and a surge of spiritual energy from the ring made him turn pale in shock. Meanwhile, Tung Nguyet Tien was collecting some spiritual liquid with a bottle when Dich Tiu Jiao's spiritual hand suddenly struck from behind. Tung Nguyet Tien had noticed something was wrong. Then she turned around and released her spiritual energy to block that attack. She looked cold and said, "Dish brother, eating too much will be hard to digest." Dip Xiaojiao quickly waved his hand and awkwardly denied, "Shuangdao understands. It's just a misunderstanding. Ha 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 ha." Tung Nguyet Tien pointed at his feet, and the spiritual energy from his right hand was already visible, still trying to pretend. "It's over," she smiled meaningfully and said, "So there is someone else in your heart pushing you to fight me?" At this moment, Old Sword was nervous and leaned into his ear. Her reaction has always been cautious around you, and you are so innocent that your face is all blue and purple, not knowing how to explain." He quickly turned back and whispered, "Old Sword, shut up. I told you not to control my body." Old Sword huffed and pointed his finger. Alchemy woman, someone who does great things doesn't fuss over small matters. Just rush over there." Tung Nguyet Tien continued to smile cunningly and pointed at a treasure, saying, "Unfortunately, this treasure was originally yours, but now I will take it as revenge." Lao Qian was panicked after hearing this, "See? Hurry up and make your move. Dip Tu Jiao with so many items, she's turned her back to you now. Take her down and they'll all be yours." Tung Nguyet Tien keeps laughing and saying, "They're all mine. Ha ha ha, they're all mine. Ha 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 ha." And seeing that, Dip Tu Jiao clenched the sword in her hand. At this point, she had created a yellow shield, and after gathering the items, she stood up and said, "That's right. This defensive shield isn't very sturdy, but by the time you break it, I've already taken all the items. So don't waste your effort." Hearing this, he immediately released his grip. "It's done." Dip Tiu Jiao extended her hand with a gentle expression and said, "Sorry. Consider those things as my gift to you." Tung Nguyet Tien turned away casually and replied, "So you understand." And you, meanwhile, looked at the old sword heading towards your head, blaming, "It's all your fault." On this side, Tung Nguyet Tien's cheeks turned red from the wind. She thought to herself, "The wind here is really strong. Her face hurt from the wind, her nose is dry, the Sect is still the most comfortable place. Time to go back. On the other side, Tu Chuang and Vuong Wangqi are just finishing up with the beast horde in a snowy mountain area in such a cold place. I've been sweating so much trying to kill them and still can't find any ice marrow, Tu Kuang said impatiently. Both of them have wounds on their faces, and the drop rate is extremely low. Vuong Huang immediately replied, Big senior brother, stop complaining. There it is again. Let's kill it quickly, this one. As the smoke clears, a dark figure with glowing eyes appears from inside. Vuong Huang immediately swings a strike to cut off the creature's body, saying, No marrow fluid. Let's go. Next one, he said while thinking, wondering if senior sister and the two junior brothers are making good progress. Meanwhile, Tu Kuang behind him muttered resentfully, I was the one supposed to kill just now, kid. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Lai Tin Tu frowned in anger as he lay submerged in a pond, his lower body still wearing a pair of fish that had a torn string. He covered his face in embarrassment and wondered why the welcome ceremony included such competitions. Suddenly, a red-haired girl beside him spoke up. Of course, summer-themed contests involve water. She is Tunam Thien, wearing a pair of pink fish on her body, and I find these fish quite interesting. Litintu immediately replied, Ha, indeed, and his expression showed a hint of affection. Tunemthien seeming to come up with an idea, humps once. Heh. Then she flicks her tail, splashing water all over Litintu, making him freeze for a few seconds. Then Tunemthien covered her mouth with a smile and said, I'm really sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. You just silently raised your hand to wipe the water off your face. Then she brushed her hair and looked up at her with a smug expression, saying, The senior still hasn't finished leading, right? It was still unreasonable earlier, but the competition is about to start. Tu Nem Thien, excited after hearing that, thought to herself, Yeah, that's right, I have to try my best. Then she jumped into the lake again, splashing water all over Litintu's face, making him look utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Tonam Thien happily chuckled to herself. While on the screen, the playful host teased that they had kept everyone waiting for a long time. The theme of this summer competition at Bola for Yuan's Romantic Pursuits is a double swimming race, with the rule that each team's tails are tied together with a string. At this moment, the tails of Lai Tin-Tu's two participants are tied together with a string, and the host continues. The first team to cross the finish line with the string still intact will be the winner. The prize for first place is either Bin Tuhalo or Hekwaitak. Very simple, right? So the competition officially begins now, and immediately the couples start swimming, including Lai Tin-Tu and Tonem Thien. The host kept commenting, sweat already forming as the leading team entered the first checkpoint, while the pairs twisted and turned to avoid the thorny vines. Unfortunately, fighting alone would be faster, but this is a double race and there's also a female rope involved. Over here, Lai Tin From and Tunim Thien are swimming when Tunim Thien calls out, Tin Tu, my fire-type magic doesn't work well underwater. Let's go around these thorns. There's a pair stuck in those big bushes of thorns. Lai Tin Tu replied immediately, It's okay, I have a way. Then he raised two fingers and used his divine power. Wind ring, streams of spiritual energy like sickles shot out and cut through the thorns. Immediately, the thorns were cut into pieces. Then Lai Tin Tu said, Let's go, all out. The girl from the program excitedly commented, Now the leading team is a solo team again. Attacking the obstacle is also a speed contest. So now, who will go first? It seems only one person can pass through this tiny gap in front of them. If the distance is too far, the rope might break. What should the two of them do? Tun Hiem Thien also looked worried and asked you, Do we have to take a detour? Li Tin Tu reached behind her calmly and replied, No need. He pulled Tun Hiem Thien close and smiled confidently, saying, Just so you know, senior, I apologize, but I will definitely win first place. Then, Lai Tin hugged Tuniem Thien and swam across the clear water, while Tuniem Thien leisurely played with the water bubble. After a while, both of them managed to swim through the narrow gap. Then she finally smiled and called out senior. Tuniem Thien happily responded, Fine, I forgive your rudeness and how you thought of that trick. Li Tin immediately dispelled her illusion and reminded her not to slack off. Swim harder, we must win first place. Tuniem Thien, ngehek song. Bukung tudgian, tombo rung dong, song rui, kong kigiwa hangoi lailam bawo kong chut kamting, litin tu kong kam such bao, quio trai, tunhiem tien kung bu kam daplai, yuduos. You told me to turn around, so I did. All skills. Immediately, the host announced the results of the competition, and the winning team has been decided. Let's congratulate them. But I feel like their expressions don't look very happy, Oh well, congratulations to the two for receiving the prize from Haluo. Tu Niem Thien's gloomy and disappointed face appears. Chu Kailin sitting below said helplessly, Still not a single artifact yet. How much longer do we have to wait? Li Huyandao also sighed and added, compared to that, what I worry about more is that we didn't bring enough money. The next item up for auction is a shining black stone. The host introduces it, saying the next treasure is a jade tablet with a starting bid of 60 million spirit stones. The two girls upstairs are startled, whispering to each other, "How much is that? How much money do we have? We only brought 80 million. Be quiet, let me think of a strategy." Immediately, Ju Kailan pressed the red button and said, "What are you still thinking about? Start from the lowest price and go up." Liuandao hesitated to stop him. "Hey, don't." Suddenly, the bell for number 18 rang out. Everyone below looked up in surprise, and the auctioneer announced again, "Someone has bid. Room 18 bid 600 million once. Does anyone bid higher?" Seeing that, the bids below started to rise again. 6.1 billion, 6.2 billion. And another finger pressed down the red button. This time, Li Huyandao bid 8 billion. Uncle Kailan was shocked. "You really went all in with the final bid." I explained that to avoid misunderstanding the psychological tactics, I used a high price to suppress them directly. Let's see. No one is competing with us anymore, right? The people below are all frowning and looking up. At this moment, an old man stroked his beard and smiled. Then from room number 3, he called out 90 million, and everyone turned to look at room number 3 again. Meanwhile, the two brothers here look utterly distorted with shock as the auctioneer calls out 90 million times 1, and the two brothers scramble to grab various items. Kailan panicked. "Damn it, why didn't I save more money normally?" Li Huyandao looked at the items and turned to comfort him. "Don't panic. Think of a way. It can be solved. Maybe we can use a treasure to bid." The auction master above just knocked and called out again. 9 billion times 2. 9 billion times 3 sold. Suddenly, a round figure appeared at the door and shouted loudly, 1 billion. Bang Fuk appears with a confident smile amid everyone's gossip. "Look, that's the guild leader Bang Fuk of the trading guild, who dares to compete with him." The guild master above scratched his head and chuckled because objectively he cannot bid or set a price. Bang Fuk confidently replied, "Why wouldn't he be able?" He pointed upward and smiled, saying, "Bid for room 18, keep shouting, don't stop, it's okay." The person in room 3 then responded, "If it's what Chairman Bang needs, I'll give up." Bang Fuk respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Thank you very much." Finally, the guildmaster hammered the announcement on the board. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, third round. Deal closed. Chu Kai-lin was overjoyed to tears, while Lai Huindao hugged himself and sighed in relief. A moment later, the door opened. Bang Fuk walked into the room of the two brothers, smiling and saying, "You two? Not even calling me at the auction. If I hadn't found out your information, wouldn't the item for the elder's need have been stolen by someone else?" Lai Huindao politely replied, "Hall Master Bang, you also know about our master's situation. Spending 1 billion spirit stones in a blink of an eye, the trading hall will be fine." "Right, Bang?" Fuk waved his hand casually, smelling of money, and replied nonchalantly, "It's okay if it's empty. Money is for spending. When it's gone, I'll earn more. I can't miss the big matters of my elders." Then he kindly told the two brothers that it was fine. He had obtained the item, and he would take them back to the sect. After hearing this, the two obediently clasped their hands and bowed, acting as the acting hall Master Bang. The scene then shifts to Lake Lingyi, where No is standing by the shore and the egg beneath the water is emitting a golden aura. That aura only exists in one egg and it grows stronger each time. While No was still checking the notifications, that spiritual energy burst up from the water. Vuong Huang asked with a look of despair, "So, how much ice marrow have we collected so far?" Wang Shangji asked as he brushed his dirty hand away. "Just a few drops, we need enough for a full jar." Then Su Kung, exhausted, collapsed into the snow and said, "I'm done for. My brother's hand no longer has the strength to lower itself." At this moment, some were lying face down, others on their backs basking in the snow. Vuong Huang sighed and said, "It's been exhausting. Let's rest for a bit." Luckily, there's still plenty of time. Tu Chuang looked like he was pretending to be 10 years younger, saying, "We spent the whole day fighting monsters and only got a few drops. The drop rate of this material is truly ridiculously low." At this moment, my little brother was already preparing to fall asleep, while my older brother was sniffling sadly when suddenly a loud, angry shout rang out. "Huh? How many have you gathered? The ice core is enough for a whole jar. Hurry up, there's not much time left." The volume of the voices from the other end of the line was so loud that the two of them had to cover their ears and step back. Tu Chuang immediately replied, "Isn't there still 10 days left? What are you panicking about?" From Nguyen Tien, from this side of the line, urges impatiently, "There's no more time. The dragon egg is hatching earlier than expected." The system screen shown by little No in front of her indicates intense energy waves, meaning they are close to hatching with only 3 days left before the egg opens. Tu Chuang here is still deep in thought listening, with only 3 days left, while Vuong Huang Chi has already laid down again. Without hesitation, Tu Chuang jabs his brother in the butt, telling him to wake up and keep working. There's no time to rest, and the little guy jumps in surprise, exclaiming, "Ouch!" Then the counting begins. 1, 2, with powerful strikes chopping into a demon beast. 2, Tu Kwang's face contorted as he let out a grim smile that looked eerily like a zombie, his 2 fingers emitting a golden, spiritual energy. 3, immediately a sword strike from him cut down 2 demon beasts. 4, then a piercing scream echoed out, "No." Tu Kwang almost went crazy, shouting out loud, "Tu Kwang, there's no more time left." Meanwhile, his younger brother, with a face like a ghoul, tilted his head to the side, holding a bottle and laughing as if he were in the void. Senior brother, killing monsters day and night and finally only half a bottle left. There are 2 days until the time of blooming. Tu Swang reignited a fire of determination. No, I don't believe it. Vuong Huang Chi also ignited a fire of determination. Senior brother. Hold on, junior brothers, let's keep fighting. There's a horde of monsters rushing towards us, creating a cloud of dust and smoke, and they are howling in a terrifying way. They both launched powerful attacks together, with Tu Chuang immediately creating a divine shield to block and reflect, while Vuong Huang Chi swung his sword to intercept the attacks that got through. His sword flickered as he defended against the beast's assault. Damn it. You attacked too early. Vuong Huang Chi was panicked and waiting for that attack, and immediately he was struck down by it. Tu Chuang anxiously called out, "Huang Chi." Then he quickly frowned and turned back. In front of him was a giant beast swinging its 3 sharp ice-tipped claws down, when suddenly a blood-red figure appeared. Its senior brother. Vuong Huang Chi lay tremblingly on the ground, bloodied, reaching out his hand. "Our stamina is exhausted. I have to help Su Huin. Su Huin is alone now and can't fight back. Move, stand up. At this moment, your hand has already grasped the sword hilt." Vuong Huang Chi still kept trying. "Move, damn it." I only knew how to call out in despair, "Senior brother." Suddenly, a spaceship appeared. Tun Guya Tien looked down from above and said, "I told you so." Vuong Huang Chi exclaimed in shock. "What?" "We will withdraw the Grandmaster first, and Li Huindao stands silently behind, closing his eyes and releasing his spiritual power. Lai Tintu steps forward and approaches Vuong Huang Chi to advise him, "Yes, you also don't know how to actively call us to withdraw. We know you're both powerful, but you shouldn't recklessly risk your lives. Here is your sword, and as for Nguyet Tien, we will marry with love." These 2 brothers, Vuong Huang Chi was deeply moved and speechless. "Tintu, everyone." Latintu smiled warmly and advised, "You just rest. Leave the matter to us." Up ahead, a group of people are busy handling the monsters as if playing a game. Master Kai Lin didn't know where the jam came from, running over and scaring the monsters. "Hurry, Huyan Dao, get out of the way." Mom, Vuong Huang Chi immediately raised his sword and responded, "Got it." After a night of fighting the demon beast, a hand lifts the jar, accompanied by a joyful voice exclaiming finally, "It's enough," and Kung Ki looks up with a satisfied smile. Ha 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 ha. After filling the jar, everyone cheered excitedly, "Let's go! It's perfect now, yes, oh yes, let's go home." The scene shifts to another setting where Little No is reporting to someone, "Master, the dragons will hatch tomorrow. Are you sure you don't want to activate the plan to go home?" Tufan replied, "Well, it costs a lot to fund that plan. I don't want to involve the sect, so I decided to leave." Little No hesitated and said, "Actually, your artifacts have already taken the initiative to search for the materials you need for the plan." He looked at the spiritual thread in his hand and smiled, saying, "I know, but it's really difficult. They definitely won't gather enough. Just let them train a bit." Suddenly, the spiritual thread vanished, and Tu Fam was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my God," when there was a loud knocking on the door. "Master, Master, open the door." Tu Fam, slightly annoyed, led them outside and opened the door, saying, "Don't knock anymore, I'm here, you little brats." But when he opened the door, he was utterly shocked by what he saw outside. A bunch of worried children all rushed forward and clung tightly to him. "Don't push anymore, Master is falling." At this moment, you could also hear their voices from outside. Tu Fam helplessly didn't scold them. "My children." At this moment, each of the children held out an item in front of him, and Tu Nuet Tien spoke on behalf of the others. "Master, Master, I heard you need this. Please take a look, we've gathered enough already, haha." The others also giggled softly. He, you all. "Do you know what I need it for?" Tufam looked at those items with emotion and asked. The children all smiled happily at him. and Tu Nye Tien responded on their behalf. I understand Master is not from this world and needs it to go home, Tu Pham said emotionally, so you all… Tu Nye Tien still smiled brightly, but couldn't hide a hint of sadness, though she was very reluctant because that was her master's home. We also can't keep our master here for our own sake, Master. Please go home. Tu Pham's eyes welled up with tears after hearing this, unable to speak. My children. He finished, then reached out to hold his worried little ones in his arms and announced that there was still 1 day until the eggs would hatch, then changed to saying that there were still days left before hatching, with the eggs glowing brightly. Right now on the shore, No is reporting to the owner that in another hour the dragon egg will hatch and asking if they should start activating the time tunnel now. Tu Pham closed his eyes and responded, so this moment has finally arrived. Let's get ready. The dragon energy on the island is growing stronger. Someone has already detected the anomaly here. Outsiders' scans haven't stopped yet, no. Arrange more puppets to guard. Then he turned back to remind his disciples. And also, remember, you don't need to activate the time tunnel's defensive layer on the island first. If you want to activate it again, you must wait another hour. It also means that there will be a fairly long period without any defenses on the island. Tu Nye Tien obediently replied like a kitten, I know, Master. You've said this many times already, and we have brought back all the materials you couldn't find. Master doesn't even trust our abilities, Tu Chuang added. That's right. Don't worry. We can support you. Tu Pham, after hearing this, angrily clenched his fist and scolded Nye Tien. I didn't even gather enough materials myself, and I haven't even looked for a serious solution yet. It's done. He pulled the 2 braids of the girl and scolded her. Grown enough to have feathers and wings, right? The girl just cried out in pain. Then, Nye Tien gently stroked her head and sadly asked, Master, could it be that you're hesitant to leave, which is why you're dragging your feet? Tu Pham just fell silent, then raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye and admitted, just a little. Then he began to act heartbroken, saying, I raised you all little by little. How could I not be reluctant to leave you? Isn't that just very normal? It hurts so much. If it were you, you would all just leave me behind. Suddenly, a small foot stepped up, and Nye Tien reached her hand around his neck and said, We all really don't want to see you go. But we know that compared to us, the Master's family will be even more reluctant to lose someone, and Tu Pham could only pat the little girl's head. Then, Nye Tien also began to step back, holding back her tears as she pushed away his hand and forced a smile. So please rest assured and go back, Master. We are old enough to go alone now. The little ones behind also smile in support. Tu Pham wipes his eyes again, then smiles and says, All right, then I will activate it today. Then the magic circle appears, and Tu Pham steps inside. The little girl speaks up, Master, the dragons are about to hatch. The dragon energy is about to be released. The protective shield is opening, and he immediately instructs her, Little No, protect the entire island. Yes, she replies. Then immediately the magic circle activated, and streams of spiritual energy burst out surrounding Tu Pham. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky, with Tu Pham being propelled upward inside it. The eggs at the bottom of the lake now show cracks, and eventually one hatches, a small dragon swimming up from inside. The little dragon circles around Tu Pham on the stage, then forms a ring to create a teleportation door. He places his hand on the door, then turns back with a smile and calmly says, I'm leaving now. The little ones over here also smile and wave back, Yes, sir. Tu Pham steps into the teleportation gate, then turns around. Seeing the little ones waving at him, some hugging and crying, he can't hold back his tears either. Tu Pham, overwhelmed with sorrow, knelt down speechless. Outside, Tu Quang gently patted his sister's head and said, It's okay, Nye Tien. Don't cry anymore. Nye Tien tears welled up and cried, Don't worry. The defensive shield hasn't activated yet. We still need to keep the island safe. Let me cry for 5 more minutes. Li Tien calmly said with her eyes closed, Sometimes, senior sister, you understand things that make people hurt. A hand placed on someone's shoulder then said, Let's go. Vong Huang then suggested, Let's patrol around for Suti. Li Huyandao nodded sadly. At this moment, the sky remains clear and the wind blows, causing leaves to fall. Suddenly, a splash of blood-red water appears in the sky. Vong Huang asked in surprise, Hey, isn't the master gone already? But then it opened again after some time. Then his eyes narrowed as if he had seen something. The sky turned red, and another blood-red stain appeared. Then a giant eye opened inside the magic circle. The eye shoots out fiery tentacles that look incredibly terrifying. Then sneers maliciously, Ha ha, I smell the dragon's egg. Everyone below looks up with extreme vigilance. Nguyen Tien anxiously said loudly, Things don't look good. I will go protect the disciples in the sect first. Lai Tin turned to ask No No. No No, what's happening? Little No quickly checked the information and saw that, yes, she approached, but before she could finish speaking, the tendrils shot down from the magic array above and spread across the ground. Then they started wrapping and twisting together to form a terrifying object, causing the animals to try to escape. Suddenly, a bear that couldn't run fast enough was caught by a giant jaw, biting into it and spilling blood. That giant snake is a colossal serpent that bit the bear and said angrily, "That arrogant snake rejected my confession and left me severely wounded. Today I will devour his offspring. Tin 2, cooperate with my hand so we can easily calm it down and prevent it from reaching the spiritual lake." As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide and bit the bear cub in one bite, then quickly rushed forward, causing someone to jump back. Vuong Huang just jumped forward. Lai Tin 2 quickly shouted, "Elder brother, they seem to be enemies because of the dragons. They were born from the ancient primordial chaos, and our master still needs dragon energy for support. We must protect them." Vuong Huang Chi Dundutin. Tu hai foi hop voi, tai ta de do noi kong de no dengan ho lindich duok, an kan then, litin, tu dap roi, saudu bat dao, du tai fong, ralin, luke, Vuong Huang Chidung Tren Motran Fap. Nai len vimatap trong fatran hong, long lin luk nahu sankich. Kahakong hai, lantankong mang sa kong lodu, moin goichem motnhat vao tanno. The giant snake roared in pain, then was engulfed in a cloud of smoke and dust, obscuring everything. Vuong Huang just landed and looked ahead. Then suddenly his eyes widened in alarm. After the dust settled, the giant snake still looked very much alive, as if it hadn't been killed. "It's done." And then it roared in fury. "That blind-eyed bastard dares to block my way, so I will first eliminate your disciples," releasing a wave of pressure from it. Then it charged forward, and both girls had to bow their heads to shield themselves. Vuong Huang quickly took out the radio. "Senior sister, the spirit potion is temporarily safe, but the snake demon is heading towards the sex." Nguyet Tien responded from this end, "That's good, just throw it to the two of them. I have found a perfect spot to aim. Watch as I identify its weak points and give it a few holes." Now the girl has found a suitable position to shoot. She aims at the wounds from earlier, then quickly presses the trigger. At this moment, the giant snake was hit by bullets coming from 4 directions, and it thought to itself, "Hua may not know what magic artifact to use to conceal her spiritual power, but my instincts are right. There are indeed people here, so I won't hold back." Suddenly, from within the space, a spear appeared in front of it. He kicked with all his might into its neck, and seeing this, Nguyet Tien was both panicked and furious, shouting out, "God damn it, do you even know how to coordinate?" I aimed perfectly, but everything still missed. "Tan Zhuang, don't turn back to explain. Don't you see that the snake is staring right at your area? It's just waiting for you to reveal yourself so it can attack. Do you want to risk getting hurt just to be able to fight it?" You told me you didn't agree. And at that moment the snake, with its sinister teeth, chuckled quietly, hiding again behind those 2 trashy guys. Tu Kwang was startled and looked up, then quickly ran over to shield his sister and warned her. "Nguyen Tien, be careful. At this moment, the giant snake has charged towards the 2 siblings. Tu Kwang quickly created a barrier to block the attack, but it was shattered. From then on, he was overwhelmed and coughed up blood. Nguyet Tien, frightened and worried, called out, "Brother." Then she angrily aimed her gun at the hole, no longer bothering to look, and unleashed a powerful blast, daring to hurt him. "You're truly seeking death." Then she turned to her brother with concern and asked how he was doing. Tu Chuang reached out his hand to restore the barrier and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Luckily, you prevented the next attack. If not, the rotten substance in the middle would have sprayed us and we wouldn't have died but would have lost a layer of skin. Look, it's changing direction." At this moment, the demon beast stood upright and spat out a flame, engulfing everything around it in fire, as 2 young disciples, Wang Huang and Li Tin, ran over together shouting, "Elder brother, elder sister." The other disciples fleeing from the chaos were exhausted and collapsed to the ground, while those returning from outside were all attacked. The demon snake now unleashes flames upon anyone it encounters, and the 2 disciples who manage to escape can only lie and wait for death in the fire. Nguyen Tien looks up in panic. "No, this can't go on like this. It's not the way." Lai Huyan Dao closed her eyes, trying to think of a different way to fight. "We can't battle alone." Then she clenched her fist and told everyone, to defeat the Kusha, the 6 of us must work together. I hope my senior brothers and sisters follow my guidance. I am confident we can defeat the demon. Li Huyan Dao has a plan. First, we must stop that serpent from penetrating Tongmon Island. At this moment, the black snake is lowering its head to attack the other disciples, when a familiar red-haired young woman appears and coldly snorts. Taniam Tien coldly pointed with a finger. immediately setting the kusa ablaze with a fierce flame, causing it to panic and gape in fear. After the flames dissipated, a smoky black snake appeared, trembling and crying tears. It quickly turned around, flicked its tail, and tried to run away. Shh, can't provoke it, can't provoke it. Lai Huyandao is still holding up 2 fingers. This is something Elder 2 can do. The second step depends on the senior brother making an enemy of it. The black snake, still unafraid after being scorched, hisses out a stream of air at the disciples, aiming to bite them with its enormous mouth. Immediately, a large stone was deflected into the face of the kusa, causing it to dodge. Tu Kuang then smiled, controlling a big rock above the central hook. Uncle Kai Lin also excitedly said, "Hee, let me add some decoration to it." Then he created a giant candy around the stone, with flies buzzing around it. Both of the younger ones finish, then they high-five each other and push their spiritual energy hands forward. Immediately, the large sticky stone hits the face of the Syuza. The Kyuza got hit by the stone but was unaffected, yet the smell made it vomit for 3 days and nights. Damn you all, stop messing around. The 2 brothers finished and ran away together, but the Kyuza quickly chased after, hissing, "You're all doomed." It released 3 streams of spiritual energy, all of which hit the secret technique that transmitted through the brain. Those attacks backfired, hitting the Siyuksa itself, causing it to be overwhelmed and cry in panic. Lai Huindao still wears a sinister smile as the senior brother in charge of activating the defensive techniques, tasked with minimizing everyone's injuries early on. The giant beast falls to the ground, trembling all over. You humans are crushed by us. Lai Huindao continues to assign tasks, while the third senior brother takes advantage of its distraction to create a hole in the snake's body. Immediately, Vuong Huang Tree leaps up and strikes it with his sword, seizing the perfect opportunity as a sharp green energy shoots out like piercing spears. Finally, the scales shattered, releasing the full power of Vuong Huang Tree. The enormous Kusa roared in pain. Then he landed and calmly said, "The rest depends on everyone." That calm expression of Vuong Huang Tree appears on the notification screen. Li Tin adjusts his sleeve and smiles expectantly, calculating the timing. The illusion trap should be effective soon. The phoenix is once again trapped in a barrier, its strength being suppressed by the barrier, causing it to panic. Its eyes wide with confusion, it stammers, I can't see anything." At this moment, a shot is aimed directly at the wound with exposed scales from earlier. Nguyen Tian excitedly raises the gun, finding the hole Huang Tree created, ready to fire. In position now, immediately the barrier where the 3 children are sitting begins to gather spiritual energy. A surge of power erupts on the central point. Elsewhere, other streams of spiritual energy are gathering at a point on the central node. Immediately, that energy shoots down and merges into Nguyen Tian, enhancing her power. Upon receiving that immense power, she immediately fired a highly powerful shot that directly struck the wound of the giant crocodile while it was still confused. Immediately after, the monster fell heavily to the ground, causing a huge shockwave. After dealing with the beast, everyone cheered and hugged each other, shouting that it was dead and that they had defeated the beast through their own strength. At this moment, Tu Chuang and Lai Tin from the new arrivals flew over. Tu Chuang wiped his forehead and praised Lai Huindao, saying luckily he had the little brother who came up with a clever plan. Lai Huindao chuckled and replied, "It's all thanks to everyone's coordinated efforts." The system then announced that the dragon energy had dispersed, and the divine weapon was a shield. The defense system needs another half-hour before it can be restarted. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky and began to gather lightning. The lightning struck directly downward without warning, causing Li Tin to turn around in shock. At one point, a vortex appeared among the lightning, making him panic and shout out, "Wait a moment." The other kids also panicked, and Wen Tian hurriedly asked, "What is that?" Suddenly, during the vortex, a clawed hand appeared, and strong winds from it swept down to the mortal world, knocking the other disciples over and making them unable to stand. Some of the children couldn't hold their bodies and were swept into the air by the vortex, panic cries ringing out. "This is bad. Hurry and save them." Li Huyandao quickly reached out and created a formation to launch the ropes. Where did this powerful wind come from? The ropes formed a net that pulled the 2 kids back from being swept away. The force of the vortex was so strong that one of the disciples was still being carried away in panic, shouting for help, help. The ropes are being pulled tight by the wind, and Lai Huyandao below is about to pull them up as well. Suddenly, 2 other hands grasp the ropes instead of him, saying, "Let's do this together." Suddenly, a group of loudspeakers appeared, working together to hold on tightly and pull down with force. Later, the 2 kids from before were all pulled down together. The vortex in the sky has dispersed and disappeared. From Nguyen Tian's gaze, he looked up in amazement and exclaimed, It's gone again. What exactly is this? And moreover, we haven't been able to contact the kid since earlier. Suddenly, a golden eye appeared. It was a black dragon cloud, or its claws descending with thunderous lightning. You damn ants, how dare you hide my son's attack? Sister, die then. And then it spits out a fireball from its mouth. Li Ting Yuan quickly reached out to block and worry and said, "It's a trap. Open the protective shield quickly." Li Huyuan Dao immediately replied, "It won't work, this pressure. Even at our peak, we couldn't withstand it, and our spiritual power is almost gone. The Tongmon Great Array is not yet ready." Tu Nguyen Tien raised his hand to create a golden shield and resolutely said, "Open it first. Better than doing nothing." At this moment, the black dragon releases the sphere, and the powerful energy crashes directly into the shield of the kids. As expected, the fragile barrier shatters under the force, and suddenly, a familiar hand flicks its fingers. Right after, the black dragon was pressed down by a surge of spiritual power. Then, a foot appeared. Tu Pham stepped out of the passageway and said with a smile, "In critical moments, the sect still has to rely on me. Luckily, we haven't gone too far yet." Tu Pham then landed on the ground and replied, "What else could I do? I just couldn't bear to see you all like that." Tu Quang looked at him with moved eyes. "So, I've returned. How about a welcome? The black dragon above is still furious, but it cannot break through the barrier I just created." Tu Pham then turned back and said seriously, "Focus. The most important thing now is to defeat that black dragon." Then he gently snapped his fingers, creating a bright flash, and immediately the entire body of the black dragon exploded inside that powerful spiritual energy. At this moment, it became even angrier at this shield. Then the black dragon released another energy sphere, from which sharp streams of power burst out. The strong gusts from the black dragon's mouth hit Tu Pham's barrier directly. Nguyen Tien, hiding behind him, looked frightened and asked, "Master, should we keep going like this until the Great Formation is activated?" Tu Pham turned back with a confident smile and replied, "Of course not. Do I look like someone passive?" Then he gently snapped his fingers. "Little No, bring out that armor set," and Little No responded through the system interface. "Understood." A few seconds later, Little No appeared above Tu Pham holding a wooden suitcase, then quickly brought it in front of him. The suitcase is opened, and immediately a surge of power erupts from inside. Tu Pham is already wearing a steel armor that radiates strong energy. Then his calves also had 2 iron armors full of spiritual power, and his body was equally protected by a steel armor that emitted a strong aura. Later, Tu Pham appears wearing a powerful armor, wielding a spear, transforming into a hero. Tu Quang, seeing the fierce flames emanating from him, admires and exclaims, "Wow, Master. When did you start researching new armor? It looks so incredible." Tu Pham should introduce this as the Nacha heavy armor that increases the power of the iron spear against the enemy. Then he unleashes a fiery punch and says, "Watch my one-sided attack to defeat it." Then Tu Pham leapt into the air, heading towards the Hack Long outside. The Hack Long spat out an energy sphere and growled, "You weakling. Do you think I'll be defeated by that pile of scrap metal? Your stick probably can't even pierce my armor." At this moment, a magic circle appeared on the tip of Tu Pham's sharp spear. Then he immediately leapt forward to stab directly into the Hack Long's body. Then he yanked out the spear, causing blood to spurt everywhere, and the Hack Long, in pain, was crying tears and gasping. "It screams in pain. No way. How could he have wounded me?" Tu Pham calmly replied. "Ha ha ha ha, Ngao Bin. You really don't understand, do you? Watch today as I tear all your tendons apart." The black dragon's eyes are blazing, surrounded by a powerful aura of spiritual energy, threatening, "What's that, Ngao Bin?" "My name is Long Q. If you want to cut my tendons, break through my defenses first, then talk. Its skin is called Long Q." Tu Pham secretly calculated below, indeed, the material of this spear cannot pierce through a dragon's body. "But it's okay. Your spear still continues to blaze with fierce flames. I just need to pierce through the body, then you thrust the spear straight ahead, yeah." The spear tip thrusts toward the black dragon's head. It roars in disdain. "I was careless earlier. This time, the red path has wounded me." But it underestimated Tu Pham's calculation. His spear, once again, is stained with its blood, and the black dragon screams in pain, crying out loud. Tu Pham moved closer to it again, and the Hack Long, now panicked, dodged. Who is the real person here? "I am Long Q." Tu Pham felt a bit helpless, but still patiently explained, "I told you. The heavy armor Nacha. Nacha fights easily, like flipping a hand. Isn't that obvious?" "You talk nonsense. What do you mean Nacha is dead or something?" But Tu Pham just gently kicks its cover, making it shut up. Then he aimed the spear straight at the black dragon's eye. "Not yet defeated. Do you want to try the power of another strike? You have to believe in the strength of mythological legends and confidently teach it a lesson. As Tu Pham stood still, ready to stab Hak Long in the eye, he was extremely tense but tried to reason. They are all my children. On what grounds are you not allowing me to take them away? After hearing that, Tu Pham was shocked and questioned. You, the one who carried and raised them, are you the mother? Then he angrily shouted in its face, I haven't even blamed you for fighting in the ancient war that caused our lineage to fall. Tears appeared in his words. You bastard. The black dragon immediately turned around irritably and said, Huh. She's just a turtle who doesn't even know how to transform. Being pampered and cherished is already her blessing. Tu Pham suddenly burst into laughter and let out a sigh. Then he pointed down at the giant snake that the crowd had just taken away to sell salt and said, The one who was rude to the hidden spirit gate earlier is still here. The black dragon was furious, claws reaching out as it roared. What our dragon race desires has never been lost before. From Pham pointed straight ahead and confidently replied, So today, I will make you feel what it's like not to get what you want. Want to take the kids away? Fine. As he gestured and spoke, it was left speechless, and we will calculate the cost of raising your children. What if I leave some dragon tendons, dragon skin, or dragon blood behind? Or maybe dragon fangs, dragon claws, or the dragon forest as I speak while looking around? The black dragon glares angrily, then narrows its eyes and sneers, You humans can't break through my defenses. Let's keep wasting our strength and see who can hold out longer then. And then it once again opens its giant mouth to swallow the sword. Suddenly, at this moment, the time-space forest shrinks. Tu Kwang anxiously called out, Master, the time tunnel is about to disappear. If you miss this chance, you won't be able to return. Tu Pham looked down and replied, Children, I only came back because I was worried about you. A gentle expression appeared on his face. I can't leave the mountain with the children here. The little ones below looked up with deep emotion and called out, Master! Tears were starting to form in their eyes. At this moment, the stream of energy begins to condense into Tu Pham's spear tip, swirling around him. He directs that powerful energy straight at the black dragon that just roared, Tra Long, Tiet Chu. The two energies, one lightning and one fire, now clash against each other. The weaker black dragon was pushed back and exclaimed in disbelief, What? Tu Pham suddenly charged forward with great force. The weaker black dragon howled in pain from the powerful attack, then soared into the sky to escape, still threatening him. So what if I was overconfident and unprepared this time? My dragon bloodline will never be lost among mortals. I will come back again. It's done. He raised his hand to deactivate the armor and continued. Wait for me to open the defensive formation. Whether you want to hide the spirit demon or not is already a problem. Suddenly, Yue Tian ran over and grabbed his arm, urging him, Master, hurry up. The tunnel hasn't closed yet. Tu Pham stroked the girl's head and said it's not necessary. The master can no longer return. The time-space tunnel has shrunk and is about to vanish into the sky. Tu Pham raised his hand and focused. Listen carefully. The little dragons have bloomed and the dragon aura has dissipated. The little girl's face looked so sad now. She lowered her head in self-doubt and asked, Master, are we really useless? Tu Pham heard this and pinched her chubby cheek. What are you thinking? The speed of your growth has exceeded my expectations. The master felt very comforted. He smiled kindly and said, Even though there are people from my family in that world, you are still the most important family to me. Hearing that, everyone gathered around happily and looked at him with smiles. Everyone gathered around Tu Pham excitedly shouting, Master, let's go home. Suddenly, Chu Kai Lin pointed at something, and Lai Huin Dao nodded in response. It's over. They gather around, grabbing hands and feet while laughing mischievously, He, Master, let's go home. Tu Pham loudly shouted, Hey, you've betrayed me. Let me down quickly. The little ones below kept giggling, their world so adorable. While Tu Pham's teachers were noisily playing around, something floated up from the surface of the lake. It was an ancient relic rising along with the adorable little Dong Non. The scene shifts to a clear blue lake with birds flying overhead. Tu Pham sitting by the water, playing with the little ones, calling out to their adoptive father. The little ones cheer loudly, their cheeks rosy and adorable. At this moment, little No appeared to report that the Sect's defensive formation had been successfully activated and upgraded to enhance anti-investigation capabilities. Tu Pham, upon hearing this, stood up and replied, Very good. This will make the Sect even safer. So then he silently moved to behind the bushes where the two brothers Tu Chuang and Tu Nguyet Tien were hiding. Then he also sighed helplessly and called the two kids out, asking why they weren't cultivating and following him. Tu Nguyet Tien immediately grabbed his hand, shook it back and forth, and pouted, saying, Come on, Master, you're really... We just want to stay close to you more. Tu Fam quickly nodded and said, "If you want to stay with me, I'll take you to explore the endless sea in a room." Tu Nguyet Tien, hearing this, broke out in a sweat and turned away, thinking to herself that she suddenly remembered she still hadn't maintained the big book after using it earlier. "You should go now." Tu Fam quickly grabbed her shirt and said, "It's too late, little one." The second brother, holding the two kids excitedly, said, "Elder Toe's sea pearl has been repaired. Let's go test its power. Come on, come on," while the two siblings looked bored and uninterested. It quickly shifts to a boat on the sea with gentle waves. A magic circle appears, and at this moment, Tuniem Tien asks, "Elder Tu, what kind of energy is that?" Tu Fam explains, "I changed the dual spiritual elixir and spirit stones for you, so the teleportation array below can directly transfer the spiritual elixir from the spirit gathering array here." After gathering everyone, he raised his hand and said loudly, "We are ready. Let's go." It's the two brothers Tu Kwang and Tu Nuyet Tien. No, and two mermaid-shaped puppets are at the back. No, release the puppets into the water to check if there's anything good here, and No immediately followed, dropping the mermaid puppets into the sea. At this moment, triangular shapes floated to the water's surface and approached the boat. Zhu Kong, noticing, shouted in surprise, "Master, it looks like something is coming this way." It's a giant shark, leaping into the air and opening its jagged jaws. The cannon is ready. No Kid fires the cannon, sending a shell straight at the shark, which just happens to land right in its mouth. A powerful surge of energy shot forward, knocking the other sharks into the air, and then the monsters froze stiffly in place. Tunim Thien was amazed and exclaimed that the powerful cannon was a gift from the Elder, and this sea tricycle had been greatly enhanced. Tu Fam responded from behind, but he also thought it shouldn't be used too often, since a single shot costs 5 million spirit stones. "Master, spiritual ores and treasures have been discovered nearby." A screen appears before him. Everyone looked on with satisfaction and cheered. "Not bad. I didn't expect there to be mini-grade spiritual mines and even gold sand from Cat Huyen. That's pretty good. Enough to carve into the teleportation array on the sea beast, and Tu Fam also glanced over to look. Meanwhile, Tu Nem Thien still stood there with his hands clasped, admiring the beauty. "Our sea tricycle is truly amazing." Sadiu glanced at her and said, "Unfortunately, no matter how good this boat is, it's still someone else's." Tu Fam could only shake his head in silence at him. Suddenly, Sadieu clasped his hand seriously and said, "Great Elder, once I return to the sect, I will seize the time to craft our own sea beast." Tsufan quickly created a teleportation protective array, so you don't need to wait anymore. Head back to the sect now. Bye-bye. Sadieu disappeared inside before he could finish speaking. "Wait." Tanyamthine then said, "Hey, Elder 2, has your teleportation array reached the level where it can teleport from the infinite sea back to the sect?" He was startled and broke out in a cold sweat, asking again, Yes, what do you want to do?" Tanyamthine then smiled slyly. A few seconds later, the master and disciples were thrown back onto an ice floe while the boat had already sailed far away. Yuexian shook him and asked, "Master, did you offend the elder? It seems he's been very cold to you lately." Fan, standing there, disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the three of them and the child each showed a different expression standing in the cold wind. Yuexian still turned around and said, "But the direction Elder to left in seems to be quite similar to that of the junior brother." The scene shifts to another part of the sea, where a small boat floats on the water and seabirds soar between the clear blue sky. Litin Tu stands at the bow, observing and wondering which city to head to for this training trip. You are examining something when you suddenly look up in surprise at the sound. It's Tonem Thien standing on the large boat, looking down and shielding his eyes. "Who is Tin Tu? And why did I run into you again in this strange place on such a tiny boat? Where are you headed? Do you need to go near my Hai Chow?" Lai Tin Tu, angry enough to vomit blood, thought to himself, "All rich people are like this, damn it." Then he turned away and replied, "I don't need it. It's not convenient. Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave." Taniam Thien saw that expression on your face and got excited. "You're scared now, ha ha ha. The endless sea is so dangerous. Let's go together. If anything happens, you get on and protect me." Lai Tin Tu replied, "Senior, your cultivation level is higher than mine." Tanem Thien casually said, "Yeah, that's true. I can protect you too," and after hearing that, you just feel speechless. Suddenly, Xiaonu approached and announced, "Master, they found a natural passage between the two worlds." Su Fang stood up and said, "All right, let's go check out that passage first." Later, Tu Fam and the others arrived in front of a colorful, slightly hazy portal, and Tu Fam looked up pensively. Tu Kwang turned to ask, "Master, the portal looks dangerous. Should I go in and check first?" Let the puppets go," he said, while controlling the puppet with his hand. "Leave some puppets outside to guard. The others follow me to teleport back to the sect. Also, there is spiritual mineral aura at the bottom of the sea. Distribute some puppets to mine the spiritual minerals." Little No immediately replies, "Understood." 3 days later, at the hidden underground space island, Tufam placed his hand on the puppet's head and began reading its memories. It seemed that this area facing the passage was deserted, and probably within 10,000 miles around, there would be no major beast clans. We need to find a way to seize this natural passageway and hide it completely. The ability to connect her spiritual flow is necessary, she sees. Then Phoenix leader Lin responds, from the senior elder guest disciple, so why isn't there a major demon race in the passage that can be linked? Thank you very much, he replies, then reaches out to accept a strand of spiritual sense from Phoenix leader Lin. That spiritual thread connects to the sphere beneath the sea. Now I can rest assured. We have gained another stronghold in the demon realm, and the concealment array has been successfully linked. I'll head back to the sect first. Tufam showing his credibility is only natural. The scene then shifts to nighttime underground, where Tufam and his disciple are standing and observing on the screen. Afterwards, Tufam asked the person beside him why she wasn't training and was just watching him reform the demon world. Tu Nuyet Tien, holding a control device in one hand with her eyes closed, replied that after taking the elixir to ascend and transform into a divine spirit, she felt very good. But I can't beat that snake, so now I want to do things step by step and not level up too quickly. At this point, the two of them have already entered and are making puppets. The girl hugged Tufam's arm affectionately and said, "There are enough little ones here, master. I want to go see the house." "Go ahead. This vast red land must have a reason." I was about to pat Nguyet Tien's head when her shadow had already disappeared, thinking to myself, she's really quick. At this moment in the space there are also excavators and various cameras, not duplicates. Tufam took out a round orb and said to himself, the spiritual energy density here is too low. Relying solely on spirit stones, it depletes too quickly. It seems I have to cultivate the dark law of spiritual power. Suddenly a bunch of red stuff was rushing toward him as Tu Nguyet Tien ran over on all fours, shouting, "Master, save me! There are too many bugs!" And behind her, a cloud of red dust appeared. The little girl, Hoangso, ran over with her hands up, dragging a horde of fierce bugs, when suddenly a nearby bug spat out a green substance onto Tu Nguyet Tien's back. Tu Nguyet Tien Huang so turned around and looked, "Wow, this is terrible, it's deadly. I want to die already." The girl rushed straight toward her master. Tufam still calmly stands there, holding up 2 fingers. Immediately, a giant insect spray drops from the sky, and he casually tugs on Tu Nguyet Tien's hair bun to block it, saying, "The controlled puppet is also a rare treasure, so why let a bunch of bugs chase after her like this?" Then he jumped up and pressed down, causing a burst of air to spray out, and immediately those bugs fell, powerless. Tufam clapped confidently on the insect spray and said, "Ha, ha, 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 I can handle these bugs." Then he crouched down and asked, "By the way, did you find anything over there?" Tu Nguyet Tien revealed a surge of spiritual energy, pointing out this fiery red spirit stone. Tufam's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Fire spirit mineral?" Then he asked again, "Are there many?" Fairy Tu Nguyet spread her arms to support. "Way more than enough. Probably enough for us to mine for 100 years, master." The girl then turned to the swarm of bugs and continued, "The only trouble is that these fire spirit bugs and the entire cave are next to the spiritual ore deposit. The screen shows the location of the spirit stones, but there are many bug nests there." Tufam quickly grabbed his disciple and rushed off. "We have the main ingredient for our Hai Chao cannonballs. It's just a bug after all. Let's go and tear apart their nest." Later, they reached the entrance of the fire thought bug's lair, standing behind a large rock. Tunguyet Tien said, "Master, it's right here. Tufam should send a surge of spiritual power toward the bug's nest. Go." That spiritual power transformed into an eye attached to the insect and synchronized its vision. Immediately, a screen appeared before the 2 teachers, and Yuetian turned with admiration and said, "Master, this spell is so powerful. Next time I teach you," Tufam flicked her head and said, "The treasure vault has books. Read more yourself." At this moment, a flow of spiritual energy surrounded the bugs preparing to leave the cave. Seeing the swarm of bugs bustling around, the kid asked, "Master, what are they doing?" A giant bug appeared on the screen, eyeing some spirit stones. Tufam nodded seriously, "So this must be the queen worm. As long as I can control it, I can command all these fire thought worms. Let's get ready to fight." At this moment, everyone in the class saw Tufam tap the board with his ruler and say, "Class is starting, pay attention." Nguyet Tien excitedly responded, "Yes." Tufam begins to analyze that firefly insects are social insects, and all worker insects obey the queen. When the queen firefly is lost, a normal firefly can evolve into a queen firefly. My point is that each fire insect has the potential to become a queen, So while releasing a fiery blast, he burned the queen insect. And to control this swarm of fire insects, you must kill the queen first and then take control of her offspring. Tu Nuyet Tien then exclaimed in admiration, "Master, you know so many things." Outside in the real world, Tu Fam grabbed the student's pigtails and shook them, saying, "Usually I tell you to read more books, but you refuse to do it, right?" Tu Nuyet Tien panicked and shouted, "Hey, my pigtails, master. I'm grown up now." "Master? I was wrong," and now he's looking into the screen. Suddenly, little Tai stretches and excitedly shouts, "Ha ha 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 ha!" Finally free from the control of the queen. "If I don't come to such a good place, it won't be my turn," Tu Fam exclaimed in panic. "Damn it, why do I keep running into that thing everywhere?" "Oh my God!" Then Tu Ti lowered her head and bit the insect queen who just praised her, tears streaming down. Wow, so much energy from the elemental system. Even if it's too chaotic, it smells so good and nourishing. Tunguye Tien is still stunned by the scene. "Master, the insect queen you just controlled has been eaten." Before she could finish speaking, Tu Fam hurriedly grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Let's go, or it'll be us next." But at this moment, Tu Ti's eyes had already spotted the two teachers above. One big, one small. They looked up in horror, while Tu Ti's sharp little eyes looked down. Then it raised its claws to attack the two teachers. Immediately, the screen flickered and went dark. Tu Fam angrily scolds and curses, then lowers his head in helplessness and sighs, turning away. That thing can't be killed to avoid destroying its beak. We should go negotiate instead. Nguyet Tien, sitting on the ground, just nods grimly. On this side, Tot is still frantically stabbing the sharp scenery into Tu Fam's doll, which makes me angry and reminds me of some unpleasant memories. Just thinking about it makes me annoyed. Suddenly, a hand grabs its wrist and says, "What a coincidence. I was just thinking of you as well." At this moment, Tu Fam, in a carved form, throws the little one far away, then picks up his puppet and dusts it off, saying if fate is so, then continuing to fight and kill each other is meaningless. "Let's negotiate like this. You take the fire-spirited insect and I will harvest my miscellaneous fire spirit minerals. We won't interfere with each other. How about that?" "It's done." Then extends his hand and says, "I want half of that fire spirit mineral. I need it for cultivation." Tu Fam is speechless after hearing this. "Where did you come from to dare ask for half? I will give you just one part, not more." X is correct, 4 parts. Tu Fam then created a dark aura pit and said, "So I will act now. Today either you die or I survive." Suddenly a giant beast appeared behind him. "You die for greed. Fools die for a tasty smell." Tu Ti turned pale in front of this scene. The giant hand of Tu Fam's beast was about to grab Ti, but she panicked and clung to her head, shouting, "What are you so fierce for? Don't make a move." Tu Fam quickly dispersed that overwhelming power and turned to smile at Tu Ti, holding out his claw to shake hands with him, cautiously reminding, "Yes, but remember to control this insect's fire. Don't let the firebug disturb my clone's work." Tu Ti was angry but still tried to respond politely. "Got it. Huh." Suddenly she broke out in a cold sweat as she looked ahead. Tu Fam grasped Xiao Ti's claw with a greedy look, drooling and thinking this spider leg must be delicious. It looks so tasty. But in Xiao Ti's eyes, she saw Tu Fam handsome, holding a ring and looking at her with a secretive gaze. She shivered all over and hugged herself, thinking, "What does he mean? Does he want me? But I prefer the spider guys more." Then Tot quickly retracted her claw, startling Tu Fam. Feeling uneasy, she stepped back and ran away on her 3 legs while shouting, "We can't do this. Everyone, please give up that idea." 2 dog masters here with question marks in their heads are watching little Tai. A new day quickly arrived. The sky was clear and blue. At the hidden spirit village in the small tower, Tu Fam was standing, observing the body of the beast rising. Great! A beautiful day without elders falling from the sky, without demon clans ambushing, without children causing trouble, without the sect suddenly disbanding. I've simplified 3,000 words, and suddenly the ancient relic calls out to him. Tu Fam saw the relic and hugged it, then said, "Isn't that my little turtle treasure? Is there something you need from me now? Today I am in a very good mood. Just speak, and I will definitely satisfy you." The ancient relic on the table calls out, Who? Tu Fam immediately asks again, "Do you mean the 6 little dragons still need more divine beasts or spiritual treasures to nurture their aura and help the clan grow?" The old turtle exclaims. "Ha ha!" I scolded him, saying it's too easy to find mythical beasts, right? Then Tu Fam turned his head and asked, "Do you think Lapthu are like chickens running around outside?" The old turtle shook its head vigorously. Huh. Suddenly, from the other side, a herd of young deer ran past, and Tu Fam exclaimed in surprise, "What?" A beam of light emitted, revealing a group of incredibly beautiful, shimmering deer. Suddenly he extended a large hand toward the young deer, and Tufam pointed at them and called out, "You Manhwa Luke and Truong Tiohua. Tell me, what are the two deer beside you? And there's even a demonic spirit lotus. Tell me, where did you come from to lure it here?" The little deer named Truong Tiohua raised its head proudly and shouted, "Humph, humph, humph." Tufam understood what it meant and nodded. "The small-horned deer is your husband, and the fire-horned one is your friend brought back from the volcano. Where did the volcano come from? And the fire-horned deer is calling out to you. Huh." Then he took out an item from its body and grumbled, "So you went to lure the beast from another sect here." The object in his hand was a token with the name Demon Mountain Sect, and after reading it, Tufam couldn't help but swear. Damn it, it's from the Demon Mountain Sect. All right then, I'll start by holding your face and telling you, little flower, you have to return the demonic spirit lotus. Then I turn to the fiery-horned one and say, your family, come out. If you don't want to go, you still have to go. I won't let your family get angry, so don't bite my hair. Why do you only know how to bring them here but not how to return them?" Suddenly, Truong Tiohua kicked her legs apart. Then it disappeared into the sky, and Tufam calmly asked, "Truong Tiohua, where are you going? Or rather, when did you learn this skill?" Afterwards, the little elephant from the Hu Truong Tiohua reappeared, bowing deeply to greet him. And Tufam was even more terrified as he exclaimed, "This is the silver spirit elephant of the heavenly demon sect." Zhang Xiaohua immediately raised his head and howled back. Tufan helplessly embraced him upside down. "Oh my, nothing he does turns out right, but causing trouble is always number one." He collapsed on the ground and said, "Now the divine beast of the sect is enough, but the trouble is also many." The old turtle couldn't hold back and turned to another to chuckle, you know. After calming down, he asked again, "Wait a minute. The heavenly suffering talisman, so where did Truong Tu Mai originally come from?" At this point, the old turtle just smiled happily with rosy cheeks. At the same time, inside the demonic mountain sect, everyone was panicking and shouting, "Where did it go? Why did the demonic spirit beast disappear? It's not here. Is it with someone else? The heavenly demon sect was just as chaotic. Why did the silver spirit elephant vanish? Go and follow the thread to find it." Master Truong used the thread of karma to search and shouted angrily, "Let me see who dares to steal the divine beast from the heavenly demon sect." At this moment, the thread had reached Tufam, and he sweat profusely, thinking, I must not let this continue. The concealment effect of the sect's great formation needs to be strengthened further. With so many people coming to find her, little flower, you have caused a great disaster for me. Then he squeezed out a drop of spiritual blood on his forehead. Hidden, immediately the fate thread disappeared. After the small drop of his blood fell onto the island, the thread gradually disappeared. Then he thought, well, raising a little one isn't easy either, huh? Suddenly, he turned around and saw the little elephant sitting in a corner, looking dejected. Tufam thought again. Even though it's a beast, it's just a child after all. Now the little elephant is lying on the ground, sobbing softly. Tufam approached, wiped its tears, and said, "Don't cry. Do you miss home? Be good. I will find a way to send you back to the heavenly demon sect." The little elephant, crying loudly, cheered up when he heard you say that, and Tufam played with him, saying, "Don't play rough anymore." Suddenly, while they were playing, the shipper appeared to deliver a package, making the little elephant disappointed, and Tufam stood up and pointed behind him to the shipper. "Send this," Shipper thought to himself. "A fanatic," meaning from Pham is sending this little one around to cause trouble. Then the scene shifts to the endless sea, where from above the big ship, Tintu calls down. "Your master sent this for you. Send it onto my ship." She is lying on the big boat, waving playfully, thanking me for showing her. Lai Tin-Tu, looking at the scroll, is a bit annoyed, but then meets her again. "So, whatever. Let's go see what the master sent to me." "All right." I also had to board the big ship, looked down at the items below, and asked in confusion, "Senior, thank you very much. This is what my master sent me." I only know how to laugh uncontrollably and reply, "Ha ha ha, ah. Your master's gift is truly unique and extraordinary." The image of a small, adorable elephant with sparkling eyes holding a sign that says, "Take the little one home," appeared before your eyes. The little one's home is the heavenly demon sect, and Lai Tin-Tu was stunned and speechless, falling backward. "Heavenly demon sect master. Did you really cause trouble for me like this?" I, Tian Nan, suddenly appeared brightly calling out, "Hey, little guy, please ask me. Please let me take you there." And seeing this scene, Litintu was even more terrified. I'm finished and helplessly stammered, "Senior, could you please take me to the heavenly demon sect? My strength isn't enough to enter the demon realm alone." When I, Tian Hiem, heard this, I proudly rushed to hug him and said, "Ha ha 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 ha." So you also have your day, Lai Tin too. You too sometimes lack the strength and have to rely on me. Ha 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 ha. A gentleman's revenge isn't too late after a few setbacks. Ha 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 ha. Lai Tin too quickly pushed her back and pointed to the hidden object on the floor, saying, "Wait, there's more in the teleportation array." On his hand from now on was a ring with an image of Tu Fam instructing, specially sent to him a space ring containing a secret technique. Convenient for him to carry things with him. The camouflage ring on your hand suddenly dissolved and emitted a beam of light, surprising Li Tin too. What is this? Then you nervously looked at your golden fingernail, and a notification appeared saying the special ring had somehow turned into a fingernail, but the space inside it didn't seem small. How many items are stored inside? Toon Hiem Teen looked at that with shining eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, even Senior can turn spaces into such beautiful nails? Can I choose the color?" The little elephant also looked on with sparkling eyes, and Lai Tin too replied, "If Senior wants, I can ask my master. This trip is fine, but I'm worried about what master meant by danger. I don't think this journey will be smooth." Lai Tin too continued, saying that this place wasn't too close or too far from the heavenly demon sect, so no one would notice us. Tuniem Thien was still pampering the little elephant. Then he said, "Follow me." That's right, we stand in a circle. Good, good. Then the two of them and the little elephant play together in the formation. Yes, this formation will disappear on its own in 3 days, and by then the people of the heavenly demon sect will come looking for it. Tunhiem Tien looked down affectionately and said, "Raising it like raising a child, leaving it like that. I really can't bear it anymore." Litintu sighed and said, "Just go with the flow," but Tunhiem Tien pressed him. "So you also can't bear to let it go, right? You just closed your eyes and stayed silent, ignoring your question. It's all over now." Both of them flew away. She kept waiting for the rice, ha 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 ha, pretending to be serious again. Suddenly, Litintu quickly realized something was wrong and hurriedly turned back to look. Why is this wind? Something's wrong. He immediately reached out and shouted, "Senior too." Tunhiem Thien, the two of them clasped hands as a tornado spun down. There is now a large pit on the ground. A sphere of spiritual energy has fallen into it, and a voice announces that the observation and prediction are complete. The void zone has appeared at the expected location, with spiritual energy gathering collectively. Yes, there are 2 streams of spiritual energy, likely from cultivators outside the heavenly demon great array affected by the emergence of the void zone's wind. Ugh, I understand now. I will properly seal the void domain. After a person standing above the pit finishes talking, they turn off the device. This is the great ascension. You are just creating a spell formation while lamenting truly unlucky entering the void domain. Even immortals can't return. Back to the hidden spirit gate at Tufam's small courtyard. He was sitting and counting on his fingers. Both of the disciples' major moves had been avoided. I have to go through it myself, this time with Tin Tu's power. But luckily, Elder Tu is here. I hope the disciples return soon. The scene shifts to a beach where Li Tintu and another are swept away by the whirlpool and crash onto the shore. When he opens his eyes, he sits up empty-handed, thinking to himself, "My whole body hurts. Tisk, no more spiritual energy, I'm dead." Li Tintu voi vang goi tiemboy, benkan kaula tunhiem dien vankon bat ting, ka huang loan chapte, lainua kong de gimo duag tiemboy thathu. Roain han chong, bokle tunhiem tien roa chaidi, bodi, timchoan tuan truagda. After a while, a fire broke out and crackling explosions sounded, with a pile of clothes drying nearby. Li Tingshu, while putting on his clothes, said, "Senior, this time it really wasn't me dragging you into this. But once again, entering the illusionary space without spiritual power or money, but it seems the senior isn't at all panicked." Tanim Thien confidently responds, "Yeah, the first time was strange, the second time is familiar. I understand and have adapted to this kind of life very well. So even without spiritual power, I can live very comfortably, you know," she said proudly. But right after, both of their stomachs growled loudly, and Tunhiem Thien shyly turned to the side and said, "It's just that. Cooking depends on you." Lai Tin Tu couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Tunhiem Thien, embarrassed, turned around quickly, unable to stop smiling. At this moment, the two of them stepped outside the abandoned temple. Suddenly, Tunhiem Thien pointed at the 2 fruits on the tree and happily asked, "Hey, Tin Tu, look at that. Can we eat it?" Lai Tin Tu immediately picked up a stone and threw it with force. Both of those fruits fell from the tree. Then he split the fruit open, revealing spiky segments inside, but I don't even know what kind of fruit it is anymore. It would be great if we could take it outside to show our master and the others. Lai Tin Tu vua moi, nhat mo chiek mui, roi duacho. Tunhiem Thien, guane konkodok. Andi, Tunhiem Thien rathe long haude. He he he. She bent down close to the fruit's nose and said, "See, I can find food too." Then she pushed her hair back, took a bite, and after eating, Toniem Thien licked her lips seductively. So sweet. Then she placed the fruit into Niem Thien's hand, blushed, and turned away, telling her to eat it herself. She still looked on with indifference. Huh. So you also know. Siu, shame, ha 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 ha. You successfully pulled off a stupid trick. Hey Tina, you go Tin. Where are you? Tinhiem Thien deliberately elongated each word mockingly. Li Tin Tu felt even more panicked and replied, I saw a path when I was picking the fruit. I want to check it out first. Tinhiem Thien still wouldn't let you go. Oh, I'll go too. Wait for me. But at this moment, Lai Tin Tu had already run away quickly, and Tinhiem Thien happily laughed from behind. Ha 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 ha. Later, the two of them sat together eating fruit. She pointed to one side and said, Tin, from I want to go over there. That side looks more beautiful. In front of her was a small path leading deep into the forest. Lai Tin Tu immediately replied, Senior, we go up the mountain to look around and see if there are any houses nearby. It's not just a walk in the park, Tinhiem Thien replied, just passing through, and the two of them eating and replying to each other looked very adorable. Later, a pack of wolf puppies with glowing red eyes snarling and baring their teeth approached. Senior. This is the beautiful path she pointed out. Li Tin Tu stepped forward to block Tuniem Thien, helplessly saying, I didn't expect this either. What should we do now? Fight hand to hand. Li Tin Tu remained calm and calculated silently. Without spiritual power, no weapons, so I need to find something to use as a weapon first. Suddenly, the golden nail unexpectedly glowed in front of your astonished eyes, and immediately a sharp sword appeared in Lai Tin Tu's hand. Tunhiem Thien cheered happily. Hey, Tin Tu, your spiritual power has recovered. Lai Tin Tu, swinging his sword, explained, No, this is the golden nail my master gave me before I left. At the same time, the wolves rushed toward the two of them. Lai Tin Tu's eyes sharpened with vigilance. Then he repeatedly swung his sword to attack the wolves. Then one of the wolves was defeated and fell to the ground, while the others trembled in fear. They started to retreat in terror, and around Li Tin Tu's body, a stream of spiritual energy radiated out. He confidently raised two fingers and uttered an incomprehensible phrase, like a magic chant, as energy swirled around him, causing the wolves to halt. He flicked his two fingers, knocking the wolves back. Then they staggered and all fell to the ground in front of Li Tin Tu. Tunhiem Thien asked in amazement, Are you really still not restored your spiritual power? Li Tin Tu replied calmly, These are just some skills from the dangerous martial world. No need for spiritual power. Just using a special method can do it now. Then she playfully pressed her two fingers together, her eyes shining with hope, begging, Master, teach me. Lai Tin Tu helplessly waved her hand and said, Fine. I know you're quick at catching up online. You only know how to pretend. Then a beautiful sunset scene appeared in the sky. The two of them rode on tamed wolves along the trail. Let's go. Looking up at the sky, Li Tin Tu calculated that it was already getting dark, so we'll stay here for the night. Tunhiem Thien quickly turned away and said, I'll go gather some wood to start the fire. Li Tin Tu reached out to stop her, but then hesitated and lowered his hand. Forget it. After a while, Tunhiem Thien returned with a bundle of firewood in her hand, her body covered in dirt and scratches, and she happily exclaimed, I'm back, Tin Tu. I found some firewood to start a fire. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Lai Tin Tu already set up the tent and cooking food over the fire. Tunhiem Thien was speechless with surprise. So you already... And Li Tin Tu then approached to gently take the bundle of firewood from her hand and said, Is the senior back already? Luckily, we're short of firewood. Just use it to grill meat. All done. Then you start dividing the firewood. This one is a bit big, but it can be split. This one is wet, so wait until it dries before burning to avoid smoke. And this piece of wood is poisonous, so let's not pick it up again. While Tunhiem Thien just stood beside him, looking at him with a slightly disappointed expression. He happily threw her firewood into the fire and said, All right, senior, sit down and wait for it to cook before eating, while Tunhiem Thien just stood there silently, looking unusual. Only then did she sigh and say, Tin Tu, am I really useless? I can't even do something as simple as gathering firewood. Lai Tin Tu has been sitting by the fire eating grilled meat. Hey, senior, it's normal to not do well on your first try. Once the food is cooked, I quickly hand it to her to encourage her happily, but she has been very proactive and trying hard to learn, so that's already very good. Tunhiem Thien took the food and asked, Tin Tu, did you learn these skills from your master? He explained, Not entirely, I also learned some on my own through self-study in the cycle of the 100 worlds. Please go ahead and eat. If you want to learn these life skills, I will teach you. Tunhiem Thien, at this moment, no longer looked mischievous, but sat obediently eating, After taking a bite, she happily exclaimed, "Wow, so delicious," with a few bits of food still on her rosy face, looking adorable. Lai Tin too watched her happily eating and thought to himself that the senior looked very mature and sharp, but sometimes behaved simply like a child. Suddenly, he reached out and picked the leaf stuck on Tonhiem Thien's head, causing her to startle in surprise. At this moment, Li Tin too unconsciously seemed to be stroking her head, causing her to quickly turn and look at him. "So I think the grilled meat smells really good." It quickly turned to night after eating Tonhiem. Thien stood up, stretched, and yawned. Li Tin too still sat quietly cooking. She exhaled and said, "We're full now. Rest early. We have to leave tomorrow." Then she quickly pushed open the tent door and ran out, both of them startled and looking inside. Inside the tent was only a mattress and a pillow, the atmosphere awkward and damp. Now in the late night, raindrops fall outside the tent while Tonhiem Thien sleeps soundly inside. Meanwhile, Li Tin too was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Their two legs were sticking out from under the blanket. At this moment, both of them are lying on the mattress with a pillow separating them, seemingly asleep, but her thoughts now surface. After everything that happened, Lai Tin too can only wonder, "Master, is our sect really this poor? Or is it just me?" Let's switch scenes back to a little earlier when they looked inside. Lai Tin too suggested, "Come in and rest, senior. I will keep watch outside tonight." Tonhiem Thien immediately replied, "I've already cooked. I can't really help. If someone's on guard, just let me do it." Then they started pushing and pulling. "I'm stronger. I should stay on watch. No way. How about you guard half and I guard half?" Just then, a streak of lightning struck down, startling both of them, and immediately after, a drop of rain fell, extinguishing the flames that had been burning fiercely just moments before. Tonhiem Thien turned around suddenly, reaching out towards the pillow in the middle. Her whole body pressed close to Lai Tin too, making him startled and panicked. He immediately grabbed her hand and called out, "Senior!" Suddenly outside, the sound of footsteps grew louder. Tonhiem Thien's eyes sparkled with tears as she sobbed in her sleep. "Master, father, it hurts so much, I'm scared." Lai Tin too then silently glanced over, recalling the days when his mother sat beside him, soothing him to sleep, telling him to be good, not to be afraid, and to rest peacefully. Then he withdrew his hand, carefully pulled her legs onto his body while soothing her. "Don't be afraid. Go to sleep peacefully." Soon, it was the next morning. The rain from last night had stopped, and the sparkling sunlight shone down on the tent. At this moment, Tonhiem Thien just opened her eyes, and what caught her eye was Li Tin too's handsome face, magnified. Tonhiem Thien couldn't help but blush, and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. She quickly laid him down, wondering why he was sleeping in a hand-supporting pose. It must be just a bad sleeping position, for sure. Then she hurriedly ran away. Tonhiem Thien ran out of the tent, pretending nothing happened. At this moment, Li Tin from just opened his eyes, then sat up, rubbed his head, and couldn't help but chuckle at that adorable person. In the void realm, both of them now each had a horse and were heading out. Suddenly, two beasts appeared to observe them, with their teeth baring and snorting. Lai Tin too sensed the danger and turned around to look. Then he drew a bow and arrow, and immediately multiple arrows were shot out at once, all of them piercing the beasts and causing them to fall. Tonhiem Thien looked at that with great admiration and said, "I still can't figure out how the Grand Elder transforms space magic tools into various weapons." Li Tin from put away his bow and then said, "The master always plans carefully. He also crafts many magic tools and golems that can be activated without spiritual power. Let's go quickly. This world might be even more dangerous than we think." Tonhiem Thien immediately followed and replied, "Fine." After a while, the horse's footsteps stopped. Lai Tin too and the others looked ahead in surprise, now facing a group of uniformed people riding horses towards them. Their faces were all filled with a fierce aura. Tonhiem Thien couldn't help but sigh. "Tusk, if you say it's dangerous, then danger has already arrived." Both sides stood facing each other for a long moment before Li Tin too quickly composed a gentle expression, cupped his hands, and spoke first. "Elders, I," and unexpectedly Tonhiem Thien came to remind you. "Wife, you just said that, and wife, we're just passing through. I don't know why you're surrounded like this." At that moment, someone approached you with a dangerous aura. Then suddenly he patted Li Tin too on the shoulder and suddenly smiled kindly, saying, "This place is very dangerous. You want to enter the city, right? Our escort team will take you in." You just glanced at him silently. Later, the two of them blended into the crowd. Tonhiem Thien turned to ask softly, "Are they really soldiers, not bandits?" Li Tin too responded quietly, "People who live like that are tough and not easy to deal with. Just follow them for now." Soon they arrived at a city gate, and the leader of the army announced, "We're here." There are a few soldiers on guard above the wall. At this moment, Lai Tin-tu and the other person ride their horses into the city. Taniam Thien observes the surroundings and then speaks. The city's walls are extremely sturdy, and the residents seem to be quite martial, which is a bit strange. Suddenly, an old man named Angson sitting by the roadside responded, "What's so strange about that? It's just a beast of the evening?" Taniam was surprised and asked again, "Beast of the evening." Just as the old man Angson was about to take a sip from his cup, he asked, "Are you two perhaps from outside the world?" And then he poked a finger into the bowl of wine and continued, "The mortal city of this world is attacked by strange beasts every so often. The main gate of this world is guarded by a false beast of the primordial infant stage, and mortals have no chance of victory." As he spoke, he drew symbols on the ground. Symbols. Li Tin-tu calmly took out a bottle of wine from his golden finger and replied, "You shouldn't speak so definitively." As he poured wine into the old man's cup, he continued, "I think your way of speaking doesn't seem like someone from this world. I don't know how to address you." The old man looked at the cup of wine and replied, "The demon battle elder of the heavenly demon sect, /spirit. After saying that, Li began to lift the cup to his mouth to drink. After finishing the drink, he was extremely surprised and thought to himself that it was real wine again. Then the wine jar in Li Tin-tu's hand disappeared, and he said, "Senior, just wait and see. I can not only get out myself, but also take the senior along with me, as your whole body radiates strength." Then he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." He quickly stood up, spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and loudly declared, "Ha ha 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 ha. If you can get me out of here, I am willing to protect you for life." A month quickly passed, and now on a deserted road. Inside a blacksmith's workshop, someone is forging a sword with powerful strikes as the blade nears completion. Li Tin-tu turns to a fellow disciple and says, "The forging at the back is all yours," and the disciple responds, "Yes, master," before pushing the door open with an arm. When Li Tin-tuan enters the room, Tun Hiem Tien is sitting below washing clothes, and Cham Lin is holding a bowl of wine. Hearing Li Tin-tuan enter, he speaks up. Normal iron won't be able to fight against the primordial beast. Lai Tin-tu also sat down on the chair opposite him and said, "Being able to help ordinary people withstand the test of the spirit beast is already good enough. As for the Hu Thu Nguyen An, we'll see if it can be useful after it transforms." While he held up his 5 golden fingers. Cham Lin hngevai thi, lei vi vikoi, len ha ha ha. Kothelam ra dao ku kui him ki lan huve, supuko kwa that la ki te hai, nguai ku chen voin hao, litin tu kung tu tin dap, lei e kung ken di do, abart ngo kine, o ben nguai kan ha ko fatlen, nahung tieng am tan ki la. Li Tin-tu and the old man both looked on with serious and vigilant expressions. The brother, who had just embraced the swords, hurriedly urged them to move quickly as the monsters attacked. Li Tin-tu instructed Tuniem Thien, to Tien Boy, and the girl inside the house to hide. Then you approached the one with the squinting eyes, and he said, "Tin-tu, you're here." Then he pointed down below. "Those fiery beasts are all at the level of chi refinement, experts like us in the small city. I heard they almost reached the 3rd small city, damn it, and below are countless fiery flame wolves." The soldier looked at you anxiously and hopefully saying, "Tin-tu, you're good at archery. The leader of the pack is yours now." Li Tin-tu nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Understood. Let me try." Then you reached out to take the bow from your brother. The fire wolves below are still howling furiously. Lai Tin-tu on the upper level pulls the bowstring and begins to aim. Then sharp arrows are shot straight down at the monsters below. The sharp arrows, wrapped in a powerful stream of energy, shot down like a gale, piercing straight into a flame wolf that cried out in pain as it was struck. They howled and then hesitated before starting to retreat. At this moment, the cheers of the soldiers echoed, the beasts retreated, and I thought, am I dreaming? The nightmare of the beast years ago, was it really so easily scared off by a spirit? We have won. The scene shifts to night, with soldiers sitting around a campfire. 2 people stand up to reenact the heroic scene of Li Tin-tu, quickly drawing 3 arrows and knocking them. After hearing that, everyone happily exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha, you're amazing." I couldn't help but laugh while sitting behind and drinking, then I left to let them enjoy themselves there. Then you took a bow and alone walked out of the city gate. Cham Lin, now standing outside, saw you leave and asked, "Little one, do you want to go after the fiery beast from earlier?" Li Tin-tu turned back and smiled, saying, "I hold a grudge that runs deep. If I don't eliminate the root, I will come back to seek revenge someday." Cham Lin then clasped his hands together and said, "I will go with you. My heavenly demon disintegration technique consumes blood and energy, but it's also part of my strategy as a Kaichuk." Lai Tin-tu saw this and confidently stepped forward to put his hand on his shoulder, saying, "You don't need to act. Just watch me handle this," to which he was surprised and replied, "What kind of junior would use their own strength to watch their senior fight?" You quickly explained, "Don't be agitated. What you really mean is that you're just worried that your divine charm's power might hinder me." The scene shifts to 3 hours later at the Flaming Wolf's gathering place, where a pile of fallen flaming wolves lies beneath the sharp arrows. Chamlin watched this scene in shock, while the main character beside him proudly collected the blood-red silver. Then he raised 2 arrows and explained to him, "The split personality and the mate I brought along. One for attack and the other for control." "So, there's really no need for you to step in," Chamlin said in amazement and admiration. "How could a mortal's magic be so extraordinary?" Latin Tu handed over a bag and said, "I will be able to get you out soon. I didn't expect this golden claw could also absorb beast essence to level up." Then he raised a hand with 5 golden fingers and began absorbing the spirit crane he just summoned. "Master, thank you. Over here, the mortal is also looking up at the sky, silently praying, hoping that my foolish disciple will survive this calamity. It's done." Then he started looking down at the spiritual energy, hesitating whether to help it or not. Then the spiritual energy disappeared. He smiled and left. Not yet the right time. After all, he's been taught so much since he was young, the boy will definitely handle it. At this point, several years after the Void Realm, countless fire wolves are gathered below the city gate, pressing close together and rushing forward with crazed expressions. Then the arrows of blame were shot out one after another, and this time the fiery wolves lightly leapt away to dodge. A fierce beast charges straight at the gate, aiming to break it apart. This is bad. These mighty monsters are extraordinary. They've already broken through the city walls. He narrows his eyes to reassure his younger brother. "Don't panic. Li Huyen is guarding that direction. It's not far." Then he pointed forward. "Look over there." That's where Li Tintu and the Spirit Slayer are standing, waiting for the fire wolves. At this moment, a fiery wolf angrily turned back and howled at its companions, shouting, "It's this guy who has killed many of our kind over the years. Charge!" Meanwhile, Li Tinzi on this side remained calm, extending his golden hand and nonchalantly saying, "Who's next? Coming to give a gift, thank you very much." The energy from his fingertips struck the firewolves and then tightly bound them together into a bundle. Immediately, that sharp burst of power cut them all to pieces without leaving a drop of blood on anyone. Zanling beside him kept marveling, "Tsk, tsk." Even not a single drop of blood stained him. His fighting strength is truly becoming more and more terrifying. Li Tingtu raised his hand and responded, "This is the divine weapon that my master gave me." Then he began to absorb the techniques of those demon beasts. Now, a demonic symbol appears on the back of his hand, and he happily says, "Finally, the golden finger has erupted." Then he quickly clenches his fist. "Now, activate." Then the small circle on your hand appeared in the air. A big explosion erupted. "Now let me see what the final evolution will be." Immediately, a golden round object emerged from inside the circle. The round object let out a cry, accompanied by a voice saying, "Tell us about the predicament you're facing now." Li Tin from then on broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "You little brat!" That round object suddenly showed 2 crossed hands indicating, "No, not that. Please describe the predicament you're facing. For now, let's call it the Golden Finger System." Li Tin from immediately replied, It doesn't seem like the little one. It's like this. This world doesn't allow spiritual energy to exist. But I need to defeat many exotic beasts with powerful primordial core strategies." At this moment, Cham Lin is curiously poking the system underground. The system then immediately sets up a mission. The survival combat mode without spiritual energy will soon be released. Please go to a more open place to receive it. Lai Tin Tu heard and then started to run. Cham Lin kin ingas goetheo. Saud lai cheroe. Kong fai ko lin luk sao sao go thin he kao un hu thiha. Litin to un hetheo sao. Hithong vodap leong, mau theodia. After a while they arrived, and you still look strong, while Chamlin is exhausted and panting heavily. The 100-year-old old man just finished a long training run and silently shouted in his heart, "Oh my God, I feel like vomiting from running. I almost thought I'd stay here forever." Suddenly the system vomited out a long string of words, and Lai Tin Tu quickly stepped back. A moment later, the 2 old men were still sitting nearby, watching the scene as the system continued to vomit out words. Cham Lin spoke up, saying how, "Every time you surprise me, it's terrifying, really." "Ha ha, you're too generous," you replied. Right now, the 2 of them are surrounded by a bunch of tool-shaped puppets working diligently, some carrying things, others taking notes in a flurry. Wow, it even has a super-capacity solar energy rechargeable battery, specialized gun-shaped puppets, and armored puppets with solar energy versions. Li Tin Tu started to boast, "It's just that my master was too heartbroken for me. A bit spoiled, that's all. Seeing you look like a child with a master makes me the happiest person in the world." Chomlin felt only resentment and dislike. Suddenly, you pointed to the sky and said, "Look at that." And as soon as it appeared, it was the solar-powered version of the primitive celestial weapon satellite, and he exclaimed in amazement, "That is," Litintu immediately explained, "that is a satellite crafted by my master, capable of precise targeting. With it, we no longer have to fear primordial beast spirits." At this moment, my system spoke up, saying this is just a primitive version of the celestial weapon satellite, not powerful enough to kill primordial beast spirits. "Hey," you looked up in surprise, and then the screen displayed, "Please confirm Litin 2 as the second system operator," and I was still confused and asked, "So what should I do?" The old man wondered silently, confused, as the system suddenly shouted about the high-energy light armor for men. "Tien Tien, this is Elva, the remote control version that the owner just developed." My fingers nervously ask, "Does the master want me to use this to defeat the ancient exotic beast?" The system immediately responded yes. Chomlin kept marveling and looking up. "Ha!" And the system continued to provide useful items. "This is a headband for you and Tunium Thien. Ho ho. Wear this and you can control the energy armor remotely." Litin Tu watched it for a while. The shape is quite special." Then he nervously said, "I don't know how to play from afar. My master never taught me how to control these remote things before." Suddenly, a specialized gun-shaped puppet aimed its gun at Chomlin's head, startling him and exclaiming in panic, "Huh!" In his eyes was a reflection of Lai Tin Tu, and he nervously called out, "Little Tu, do you want to attack?" Li Tin Tu quickly explained, "Senior, in the world of cultivation, deception is very common. I believe you understand that, and since we're not related, there are some things I have to be cautious about. I'm sorry." Then his eyes closed tightly. Li Tin Tu called your name, then reached into his body and pulled out a round stone, handing it to you and saying, "This is all my cultivation. I used to have 3, but now only 1 remains. Take it." Lai Tin Tu hesitated and looked down thoughtfully. "I just worry he has bad intentions, but I really don't want to harm his foundation. Should I accept this cultivation orb or not?" At this moment, the puppet figures gathered together to do something else, when suddenly the system said, "Use this." He looked in shock at the purple orb in his hand, which the system explained was a controlled medicinal pill. Inside a person, it was like a bomb, with no life remaining. Before you can respond, Chomlin quickly snatched the pill and tucked it into his quilt, then took out his own cultivation orb and quietly handed it over, saying, "Tin Tu, take this. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. And if you've given me hope, don't leave me here alone. Since you've already made your decision, instead of taking that cultivation pill, you place something else in the elder's hand. No need, Senior, I'm embarrassed." The system then announced that to activate the strongest strategy of the luminous armor, everyone would begin training from tomorrow, while the 2 old men looked at each other and smiled happily. The scene shifts to the next day. And Lai Tin Tu, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, stumbles out of the tent, holding her head and exclaiming, "Ugh!" Looking inside, you secretly marvel at how truly impressive this talent is. Meanwhile, Tunium Thien and Chomlin are still immersed in their 3D glasses. Lost in their world, die. "All right, Lai Tin Tu just called, forget it. Come out quickly to eat," both of them answered together, "coming right now." Tunium Thien hurriedly asked, "I've cleared the 6th level. How far have you gotten, Senior?" Chomlin happily showed 5 fingers and replied. The 5th checkpoint, Li Tin from over there, was cooking and also chimed in, "Ha ha ha. I haven't even passed the 1st checkpoint yet. After the Senior passes this one, we'll head to the Void Gate, and then it'll be your turn to take on the main responsibility." "It's done." He hands over a bowl of soup and a pair of chopsticks. The old man happily accepts and responds cheerfully, "It's just what should be done. Why would I let the junior stand in front as a target?" Suddenly, the system sounds urgent alerts, warning of a beast attack. The 3 of them eating suddenly flinched, and Li Tingsun immediately ordered the system to zoom in on the monstrous beast, revealing a highly ferocious mutated demon beast, which Chaman quickly began to wonder about. This is a gold core level A beast. Could the energy aura in the camp be attracting them here? Then he turned to ask, "Is there any problem with your base?" Li Tin Tu calmly replied, Don't worry and keep eating. This camp has been marked by my master as able to defend against invasion by a level gold core exotic beast. Meanwhile, the level gold core exotic beast outside is howling fiercely. The system keeps notifying that the beasts are launching attacks, and the frontline puppets are in position. Chom Nin, still sweating nervously, asked again, "So we really don't need to run?" Lai Tin Tu calmly raised his chopsticks and replied, "Don't worry. If the master says it's possible, then it definitely is." Immediately, countless streams of energy launched toward the weak beast, causing a huge explosion, while on this side you picked up a piece of food and handed it to Tonhim Thienbao. 2. Senior. 2, only then did Tunhiam Thien open her mouth and laugh. Ha ha ha, poor Cham Nin, sitting aside playing and eating, now has to eat for her. A while later, 2 large red indentations appeared on the ground outside, with streams of gas rising, and Cham Nin was stunned in shock. It's done! Do you believe me now? No, really. Just one move was enough to settle it. The ancient genius who can craft divine weapons must be extraordinary. After we return, take me to meet your master. Lai Tin nodded and agreed. But right now, an extraordinary person is hiding in the spiritual realm, continuously drying out the chicken feather truffle, and it's gone. Order, come quickly here. Orders from the 8 directions. Come here quickly. This scene makes the little girl sit in a corner, confused and scared. Inside the void of the sky, numerous golden core demon beasts are approaching, but many energy armor clones are standing in their way to block them. However, these energy armor clones and other dolls are being torn apart by the overwhelming number of demon beasts. Lai Tin Tu sighed and said, I still can't win. Let's retreat. Then the armored energy version puppets moved according to the command. Inside the shelter, I sat back in the chair, sighing. It's all because my skills with the luminous armor are too weak, otherwise we would have reached the gates of the void already. Cham Lin patted your shoulder and said, It's also my fault. If I could pass the 10th trial of the combat simulation, we wouldn't have to push ourselves like this. It's done. He stepped outside and advised, Lai Tin Tu, stay calm. This can't be rushed. Escaping is already very difficult. You, Dem Lai Tin Tu, lie awake, restless and lost in thought. I've really been stuck in this world for too long, and now I remember today is the day to enter reincarnation for training. I can't neglect my training, but in this world there is no spiritual energy, so I probably can't activate it normally. After a while, I sighed helplessly. 2 at a time like this, what use are those divine powers anyway? But at this moment, he suddenly sank into a vast space filled with shimmering crystals. In the hidden spirit sect, Tu Fam was raising 2 fingers to calculate. It seems the foolish disciple has encountered a difficult problem. Ha ha, it's tricky. I hold a round yin character in my hand, then I throw it up to form the yang character. As I just said, I am your master, how could I not step in to help? Tu Fam clasped his hands together and prayed that the foolish disciple, Lai Tin Tu, would overcome the calamity soon. Meanwhile, as Lai Tin Tu remained in that strange space, Huang suddenly realized this was... Where am I? Why am I here? I can feel my master's presence. What is this? The 5 golden fingers of yours start emitting spiritual energy. Your whole body lights up and you can't help but be amazed, repeatedly thinking that you have successfully activated it. After a moment, Li Tin Tu opened his eyes. Now he was holding his parents' hands on either side, and they gently looked down at him and asked, Tintin? Have you thought it through? Dad said, Once you make a decision, you can't take it back. Our Li Da's son, no matter what he does, will become the highest existence. Mom worriedly replied, but the boy is still just a child. How can he endure the hardships of learning to operate armor and puppet techniques? But he didn't wait for his feet and stepped forward, clasping his hands as he said, Dad, Mom, I've thought it through. I will study hard and become the most powerful armor master. 100 years have passed quickly, and the world of reincarnation has been cultivated very successfully. After escaping from that strange space, Li Tin Tu opened his eyes again. He secretly wondered to himself, the heavenly block armor in reincarnation is like the energy armor of the void realm. This must not be a coincidence. Seeing you come out, she asked, Tin Tu, why are you here to train so early today? Li Tin Tu smiled and replied, Not training. I brought out the talisman on my hand, put it on, and then confidently say, Let's go into the void door. The old man still looked surprised and asked again, Are you serious? You just nodded and said, Trust me. This time I believe we can do it. Now all 3 of us are at the void gate, facing a radiant armored clone. I turned to confirm with Cham Lin and the senior that previously you said you feared dying helpless like this. Destroying your own reputation. This time it won't happen. After this battle, your fame will resound. He replied, All right, then I'll wait and see. And everyone entered the armored golem with the radiant energy version. At this moment, the demonic birds burst out from inside the void gate. Li Tin instantly raised one hand, then punched forward, shattering the protective barrier. One of those birds was also affected by that, and the birds attacked by Lai Tin Tu scattered chaotically and fell down below. Cham Lin was extremely surprised and exclaimed, What? I feel like he's become a different person in just one night. He really managed to fight back. Now he has dealt with those demon beasts and is standing in front of the void gate. He pushes his hand inside and then uses all his strength to break through the barrier. Everything is over now. Inside the interdimensional passage, a large bird is carrying 3 figures, approaching. The note from my master in the secret realm said that after opening the void door, the passage between the 2 worlds wouldn't be long, and then the bird led everyone to their destination. Stepping forward to the demon-slaying portal, he nervously said, "So this is the main gate to the real world." He reached out and touched the door in the midst of the void, finally able to go outside after being trapped here for over 100 years. The 2 young kids behind nodded at each other, then all 3 of them placed their hands on the door. You turn to comfort him and say, "Senior, there's no need to hesitate, let's go together." The door immediately opens and their 3 figures disappear behind the void world. At this moment, Chamlin suddenly transformed, beginning to grow younger, and a spiritual energy also emerged. He exclaimed excitedly, "Ha ha 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 ha. I, the demonic lord of Chamlin, am finally back." "It's done then." He turned to Lai Tin Tu and said kindly, "Kid, I don't want to say much more about my thanks. Which sect of the central continent is your master from?" Lai Tin Tu placed his hand over his chest respectfully and replied, "We are from a small hidden sect. You probably have never heard of it." But the demon spirit didn't care and said, "It's fine. I am the demon spirit demon lord of the heavenly demon sect, willing to be the guardian of Lai Tin Tu on his path of cultivation. Here, I make a vow in front of heaven's decree," and then he extended his hand to release a stream of spiritual power connecting with Lai Tin Tu. "I sincerely thank you, Senior. It's been over 100 years since you left the immortal cultivation world, so you must have many things to do. So wait until you've finished everything, then come find us at the Lam Lin Immortal City Elder Council." Cham Lin gradually disappeared into the void as he waved goodbye. "Ha ha ha ha. I really am thoughtful. Li Tu Tu, wait for me. I will definitely come. See you again." Li Tin Tu prepared to release some spiritual energy. Whoosh. "It's still the world with spiritual energy that makes me feel better. Senior Tu, I will bring out the spiritual pill. Let's go back." Suddenly I saw Ton Hiem Tien standing on the big boat waving and shouting, "Tin Tu, what are you doing? Come here quickly. Let's go back to the sect." I happily ran over and replied, "I'm coming." The beautiful sunset sky has arrived. The 2 are now standing on the boat admiring the view as Ton Hiem Tien sighs. "Wow, who would have thought that the void gate was hidden inside a mountain? Luckily I have Tin Tu with me. Otherwise, I would have been trapped in that world from which even immortals can't escape, and I might really not know what to do. Maybe I will give up like that senior who sacrificed her spirit." Ling Su shook her head in denial. "No way. I believe Senior 2 definitely won't lose her mind. The more difficult the situation we face, the more optimistic Senior 2 remains." She gently lowered her head and replied, "It's because you are always by my side." Then she blushed in panic, glancing over and thinking, "Oh no, I accidentally said too much," while Lai Tin Tu just silently hugged himself, lost in thought. Seems like the senior doesn't know, but actually she's always been by my side. I have always traveled through many worlds, but I have always been alone, whether I succeed or fail, whether I am proud or lost. I am used to being by myself, and even when facing difficulties, I won't actively seek help from my master or senior brothers. But Senior 2 is different. She's like a ray of light, silently stepping into her world, staying by her side, guiding her along a path filled with warmth and joy." Then Lai Tin Tu gently smiled and looked at the girl resting her head on the boat's edge, saying, "Senior, thank you. Senior, go back to sleep on the boat and be careful not to catch a cold." Tuniem Tien, tired, didn't bother opening her eyes and replied sleepy, "Just closing my eyes for a moment?" Li Tin Tu sighed helplessly, then started to take off his coat and gently said to the sleeping girl, "Just for a little while." Suddenly, a streak of spiritual energy appeared and descended onto their boat, revealing a figure standing behind the 2 young men. The person's hand formed a circle of spiritual energy before launching an attack directly at Li Tin Tu, who quickly turned his head in response. Then he quickly created a barrier to block the attack from that person. Li Tin Tu asked confusedly, "Who are you, and why did you ambush us?" At this moment, Tuniem Thien had also woken up, rubbed her eyes, and turned her head around. Then, upon seeing the person in front of her, she was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Master, why are you here?" The person who just appeared is the fake Vin Tien Tu. He coldly spat out each word, "Li Tin Tu." Then he turned to Tonayim Tien and asked, "Are you the one my disciple is interested in?" She suddenly blushed and stammered, Senior." Lai Tin Tu bowed and explained that it was about 2 Tien boys' reputation, and I dare not reply. Tinhiem Tien quickly took off the armor and shyly said, "Yes, Su Fu, what are you talking about?" Viem Tien irritably retorted, "If you keep talking, whose armor is this?" "My young disciple Yuan An, you only have a little strength left and nothing else is worth a penny." Hearing those words, you just stood there silently. He then approached and gently draped the robe over your shoulder, saying, "My disciple is as precious as the princess of the sect." As he spoke, He used his spiritual power to grip Lai Tintu's shoulder tightly. The heir to the treasure vault of the sect must be a top-tier expert in this world. "Do you also like that girl?" Returning his cloak. This made him bleed and spit blood. Tuniem Tien shouted from the side, saying, "Master, you're going too far. Tintu and I are not that kind of relationship. I don't like him, and he doesn't like me. He's done nothing wrong," and Viem Tien sternly reprimanded him again. "I don't like him, but I happily join him in the competition, follow him when he trains outside, and chase after him when he goes out to practice. So why do I keep saving him all day long? I should just admit it." Li Tintu quietly raises his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Viem Tien continued to point directly at her and question, "Does he not like you? Yet he keeps protecting you over and over again. Help you resolve your inner demon, cover you with his coat. Think more, you silly girl." Tuniem Tien was so overwhelmed by those words that she couldn't speak. "It's over." She quickly turned around to look at the stiff young man over there. Tintu, while he was still wondering, "Do I like him? So what about me?" At first I only thought about the safety of the sect, but later, participating in the competition with Senior Tien, experiencing leaving the barrier together, do I also like her? Then he sadly turned his face away and thought, but in a world without spiritual energy for too long, I almost forgot that my senior's strength is much greater than mine. Clenching his fist around his coat, my strength in this cultivation world is too weak, isn't it? But suddenly, when Viem Tien saw how silent he was, he exploded in anger and released his spiritual power, scolding him for not even daring to admit he liked someone. Immediately, Lai Tintu was struck and thrown off the boat into the vast sea. Viem Tien shouted in panic, "Tintu!" Then, from above the boat, shouts and calls rang out, "Master, what are you doing? Come with me back inside, you can't go out anymore." And Lai Tintu had already sunk deep below the water surface. Then he waved his hand and called out, "Why do you look so unhappy? Come here and have some tea with me. Where is the elder? Why didn't he come back with you?" Li Tintu looked down and stayed silent. After sitting down and holding a hot teacup, he hesitated before speaking. "Master, tell me, I just asked about a friend. If he's poor, is he really worthy of a rich girl?" When Tu Pham heard this, he almost spat out his tea. Then he immediately cut in without hesitation, saying, "Wait a minute. You said your friend is poor. Are you talking about yourself? Then the rich girl must be elder too." Then he excitedly announced to himself, "My future mother-in-law said 2 million high-quality coins as a wedding gift, but only reduced by 1 million for me," secretly feeling that indeed, which father I should marry. Lai Tintu here also didn't hide his sadness and replied sadly, "Yes, sir." Tu Pham observed the boy's expression and thought, indeed, he finally understood. But before that, then he patted the boy's shoulder to comfort him and asked, "Do you think your appearance is suitable for discussing this matter because your master already knows you are trying to act mature? You don't need to act like a kid in front of me. Go back quickly. No illegal dating allowed. I'm not a fool, and I definitely won't be your fool." Li Tintu smiled and replied, "Yeah." And then the single Tu Pham started giving relationship advice to his younger siblings. Cough, cough. First, love is not about status or wealth. If you realize you like Elder Tu, then go ahead and pursue him. Don't think about whether it's appropriate or not, and remember, our hidden spirit sect isn't poor. We can train spiritual tools and even craft gifts, understood? From Pham angrily hit the kid on the head and scolded him, "Ice, she needs you to protect her, not look at your own abilities. Who said you have to protect her? Fool, the most important thing is to stay close and support her. When she faces difficulties, you just need to be willing to stay by her side and face the hardships together with her. Then you take the coat and put it on her to keep her from catching a cold. If it were me, I would be affected by the heavenly curse." The person who just spoke is Tu Pham, feeling extremely tense and worried inside, like a scene from a movie where a father gets furious upon discovering his beloved daughter has been harmed. That brat is still smiling, while Lai Tintu is smiling and waving at the girl. From Pham smiled politely and said, "Ha ha. My fourth disciple and your beloved daughter share a deep bond. I hope the Venerable One will bless them." But at this moment, behind Vien Tien, a dark cloud with lightning bolts was descending towards him, making him panic. Oh my God, he's even angrier now, and this time he appears extremely furious, sneering coldly and completely calm. "So, I want to ask this disciple of Elder Tu, is he worthy?" Li Tintu calmly and indifferently replied, "Happy." Viem Tien was surprised and asked, "Huh, based on what?" But deep down he felt pleased. "My greatest dislike is for scoundrels. He's very much to my liking. So why did he used to cower and hide? I will answer, Venerable, my strength is indeed not as good as Senior Tu's. Perhaps I will never be able to match her. But I sincerely want to wait. If she faces difficulties, I will be by her side, never abandoning her. As he said this, he stepped closer and held Tun Hiem Tien's hand, then confidently stood beside her and declared, Viem Tien Ton Gia, I am truly sincere to Tun Hiem Tien. Viem Tien secretly evaluated. Well, he's not bad, then replied, I am also about to ascend, and I can't stop the two of them for many years. After that, he stepped outside and created a stream of spiritual energy to ask further, Young one, I have one more question. Do you dare to let the heavenly Tao question your mind? Taniem Tien, hearing this, was startled and called out to her master. Pham sighed and said, Viem Tien Ton Gia, if you do this, you'll have to pay a heavy price. And the electric lord beside him was worried and trying to stop him, asking about the heavenly Tao's test of the heart. Viem Tien Ton Gia, please think carefully. Paying the price is just consuming your own origin, and the heavenly Tao will still grant rebirth to all spirits. Viem Tien replied. Then his hands began to form a sealing gesture, one hand pointing upward to ask the heavens, the other downward to seek the earth's will. Gathering all things, I have a question. I won't continue as long as it can help my disciple shorten the path. It's all worth it. Tu Nhiem Thien tearfully tears up and calls out, Master, I am willing to risk my foundation. He then calls again, Little disciple, begin, heaven and earth. Questioning heart, as at this moment the two young birds stand before the gate of heaven and earth. Questioning heart, Phim Thien asks, Do you dare to enter and testify to your sincerity? Lai Tin Tu turned back to the door of the heaven and earth inquiry and confidently replied, Why wouldn't I dare? To Niem Thien, trust me, I will be back soon. Immediately after, the door was bound by countless chains, and To Niem Thien outside confidently replied, To Niem Thien was startled and stepped closer to ask, Master, do you need to rest for a bit? He raised his hand to cover his mouth and waved his hand, saying it's okay. Suddenly, the electric lord called out from Pham, Elder Trong Lao. These are all valuable writings where the will of the heavenly way is condensed, rare opportunities. We must observe carefully first. Lai responded immediately, Of course, I've long been interested in such writings, and today I finally got to see one. These two guys are discussing. The sect master is crazily taking notes, which is fine. The poetry of the classics aims to reach this level. It takes a lot of time to craft the verses, and from Pham also nods in agreement. The structure and arrangement of this poetry are not something an ordinary person like us can comprehend. Then the two of them patted each other on the shoulder and laughed. Not bad for the younger brother, so strong. And the older brother is pretty clever too, has good judgment, leaving Viem Tien fuming behind. Then he scratched his head and pondered, This is because I exhausted my original energy to do this. Before you all say thank you, those two guys over there started joking around, old brother. Try a kiss, ha ha, from the old man to understand my feelings. Then they clasped their hands together, channeling their spiritual energy to influence the front of the door. Viem Tien couldn't hold back any longer and became furious. Hey, you guys better not go too far. But suddenly, a beam of light shot out from inside that door. Viem Tien also turned back in amazement, seeing the broken chains and the door gradually opening. Li Tin stepped out confidently, clasping his hands and saying, Elder, I have passed the inspection. Just now behind the thick curtain he smiled to himself, thinking how quickly it was approved, and without any injury, no, I see, a truly sincere child. Then he still appeared cold and turned to another side, saying, I understand. I say what I do, I won't interfere with your future matters. Hearing that, he happily looked at his girl. Viem Tien also smiled and raised 2 fingers to him. Then Tu Pham also kindly offered an item and smiled brightly, holding out the shiny object in front of Viem Tien, whose eyes lit up. This is what I just refined. I give it to you as a token of our bond. At this moment, the sect master approached playfully, blushing, and it seemed not long before he could join you all for a toast. Vien Tien's eyes sparkled brightly as he happily reached out to accept the beautiful ring. Well, this can be considered a perfect ending. Then Tu Pham strolled over and called out, sending out a flurry of likes, while Vien Tien still gazed at the item, smiling foolishly. He, the electric lord. Done. Vien Tien carefully placed the item into his bosom and said seriously, I'm not someone who's blinded by money. Mainly, I feel the sincerity from the elder brother's side about their matter. I won't interfere anymore. Tuonian Tien shyly called, Master, and then turned to his disciple. Then he put the item on her, and Ton Hiem Tien, who was incredibly beautiful and sharp, looked even more dazzling with this necklace. Li Tin Tu blushed and stood there staring blankly. Song Vien Tien then left, waving his hand and reminding them, I have plenty of good tea here. If you're free, remember to visit the Elder Hall. Li Tin Tu happily nodded and replied, Yes. Suddenly, To Niem Tien leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, then whispered into his ear that she would return with her master for a while and asked him to wait for her at the sect, causing his ears to turn red involuntarily. Li Tingtu seemed hypnotized by the actions and words and blankly replied yes. Then Tuniem Thien ran over to hold Viem Thien's hand and call out, "Master," and he quickly exposed her. A girl who doesn't understand propriety. Don't think I didn't see you kiss him." Li Tingtu still laughs to himself while hugging his own horse from behind, probably like anyone experiencing love for the first time, right? Tu Pham quickly approaches, pats him on the head and says, "Silly kid, stop laughing, and let's go back to the sect." "It's done." Then he pretended to sigh and said, "We need to prepare the ceremony quickly, so..." Tiring. Li Tingtu hurriedly followed and replied, "Becoming a master, yes, as another new day begins with the underground space portal." At this moment, Tu Pham was channeling spiritual energy into his puppet, saying, "The matter with Tingtu is temporarily settled. I can now focus on my own affairs." Then the spiritual energy dissipated, completing the soul integration, and Tu Pham's eyes lit up as he entered the spiritual realm. Hurry up and move to the demon world, Hua Ngi Trung's cave. At this moment, Tot has been waiting there for a long time. She was lying on a pile of sacks, and upon seeing him appear, irritably said, "Hurry up. Why are you so late this time? Do you want to die?" Tu Pham immediately punched out and shouted, "Out. What are you rushing for? What attitude is that? Are you trying to provoke me?" Xiaotai quickly pushed the person onto some sacks to dodge, angry but unable to do anything. Ugh. Then he also handed over a small bag and explained, "There's a celebration nearby. I'm a bit busy inside it, based on your taste, to celebrate together." After saying that, he threw the small bag to Xiaoti, who quickly caught it with both hands. Then she hurriedly opened the leather strap and reached inside, eager but still cautious, because how could she know his taste, huh? Then she put a candy into her mouth. The delicious flavor exploded in her mouth, making her exclaim, "Fire flavor is really intense." Then she looked at Tu Pham's red-faced back and thought to herself, "I didn't expect he's actually a good person." At this moment, Tot is extremely happy to be eating delicious candy, her face blooming like a flower as she indulges in the treats. Tu Pham stands to the side, arms crossed with a satisfied look, thinking, yes, just one piece of candy was enough to fool her. Not bad. Loving the mortal and obeying the mortal is a good mortal. We harvested a huge amount of fire spirit mineral this time. No complaints. Once done, Tu Pham said his farewell. Tot was still savoring the sweet, delicious taste of the candy and just lay there, not seeing her off. Done, he returned to the underground base, escaped from the puppet, and Tungut Tien sat nearby still focused on studying some items. Tu Pham looked at the production lines with satisfaction and said, "Ah, the materials are ready. It's amazing. These cannonballs are basically like getting free food, just a bit of spirit stones and spiritual energy. Ha 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 ha. And considering the spiritual power consumed, a level 2 cannonball doesn't even cost 500 spirit stones. Really quite cheap. Ha 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 ha." Fairy Tsu Yue looked up with shining eyes and asked, "Master, can I ride the spirit bull and wander the endless seas someday since we have so many bullets?" Suddenly, Tsu Pham placed his hand on her head, then sternly turned her around and said, "Wait until the fusion period." Then he started to think again, should he plan daily training for the disciples since the recent progress has been a bit too rapid? Maybe he should start from Kwang too so that each disciple can reach the true immortal level. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and warned, "That's right. You must not take any elixirs to advance your cultivation in order to leave the sect." At this moment, Tun Yen Tien felt a bit guilty inside, wondering how the master could have guessed. "Tukwong, dangnam foi nang diokin, diden cheptainoi, supu, ngoi goikon." Tu Pham pointed to the side and said, "Take this doll with you to the Heavenly Spirit sect." Tu Kwong glanced elsewhere and responded, "Master, I want to stay in the sect to cultivate." "You can just follow the directions for this mission." He angrily turned back and said, "Oh, so you didn't listen to what the master said." Then he raised his hand, conjuring a purple flame with a terrifying expression, and said, "That's right. I just gained insight into the Blood Rooster divine power, allowing you to train for 12 hours a day without rest. Kwang, do you want to try?" The look in his eyes, shining like a demon, made the kid sweat all over. He quickly wrapped the salted fish and hugged the doll, replying, "If the master commands, I would rather die than disobey." "Tupam, taivaiti mohe, longwenguinam live waswakin vuanwa, noive moe duakchu, kuoli trong tong mo kung kong giupich gichotuve, tietedan thiovokondidi. Tukwong, nang hevaiti tron, mutnhat mieng tamangahi. Rot guox tie moi langui, gangeo lai trong tong mo kong chu rachu. Suddenly Tu Pham continued, "By the way, I'll go ask the elder hall leader about your junior brother's whereabouts." Tu Kwang startledly replied, "Yes, sir," still with beads of sweat not yet dried on his face. After a while Tu Pham was still lying there, someone else appeared. Tu Nguyen Tien sat down beside his bed, her eyes shining brightly, and called out, "Master, I want to go too." Tu Pham tapped the small one's head with his glasses and scolded, "What are you going out for? Stay obedient and stay inside the sect. Last time when we went out together, we both ended up being chased off the boat." Then he raised his hand and pointed to the sky as a threat. "Now the merit from my master a few days ago has all been used up for kindness. If you go out alone, you might get struck by lightning." Tu Nguyen Tien could only silently lift her head and look up. Then she lowered her head and whispered, "All right." Tu Pham also had to softly reassure her. "Nguyen Tien, you must remember this. As long as you lie flat, no tongue can cut you." At this moment, countless forces of karma swirl around the little girl. Patting her head gently, Tu Pham quietly thought, "With the power of karma swirling around Nguyen Tien, I dare say that if this foolish girl leaves the sect alone, there's a 100% chance something will happen. After that, you also need to say more to reassure her, tell her to stay in the sect for a while, work hard on cultivating and enlightenment, and after Master Vaisu advances to the divine transformation stage, he will help cut off this chain of karma." Hearing this, Tu Nguyen Tien's spirits lifted again. "Master is about to advance to divine transformation. When will it be, Master?" Tu Pham then brought his hands together to count and calculate. It's probably about 1,500 years, half a continent away." Tu Nguyen Tien, from her earlier disappointment, immediately turned to despair, with countless difficult questions flashing through her mind. The scene shifts to 2 months later at the main hall of the Elder Council in the Heavenly Realm. At this moment, Tu Pham was talking to VM Thien, smiling warmly and saying, "Brother, your idea matches my celestial aura. Could you explain it in more detail? Later, when I ascend to the immortal realm, I will seek a Grand Master Alchemist to craft the device." Hearing that, he immediately handed over a scroll, then opened it and used his spiritual power on the inscriptions. After that, Tu Pham rolled up the paper and happily handed it to VM Thien. Once the elder found the suitable forging tool for the Grand Master Alchemist. "Just show this jade slip directly to him. No need for the senior to say much. Everything is very clear." VM Thien happily took the scroll and replied, "Ha ha, then thank you very much." To Laude, at this moment, Tu Pham's 3 disciples also entered. All 3 respectfully clasped their hands and bowed to their master, and the senior, VM Thien, turned around in surprise. Then suddenly his eyes widened. In front of him now was an image of a fiery phoenix emerging from behind Zikong. As he sipped his tea, he sighed. "This hidden spiritual gate truly hides dragons and tigers. Junior brother, this disciple of yours is not an ordinary person." Tu Pham couldn't help but smile when praised. Then he couldn't help but laugh and pass the teacup, saying, "Ha ha, senior brother, you're too kind." Tu Chuang displayed his divine power, energy flowing around him, a magnificent golden phoenix spreading its wings above his head, making Tu Chuang glow brightly. Before Tu Chuang could get proud, Tu Pham quickly shattered his illusion and said calmly, "It's fine. It's just a small improvement in your skills from going out. Elder VM Thien is just a guest. You don't need to waste your effort." He crossed his arms, turned, and pointed at Tu Chuang, saying, "You have a meeting with the battle token, right? Don't keep them waiting. Go now." VM Tien, standing nearby and witnessing how Tu Pham was teaching his disciple, couldn't help but marvel and smiled softly, not wanting to praise Tu Pham. "My younger brother's way of teaching disciples is truly impressive. Everyone looks like a top immortal, including Tin Tu and the others, all the children too." Tu Pham modestly responded to the praise, not as boastful as the older brother's compliments, ha ha. On the surface, he smiled and spoke humbly, but inside he was extremely pleased, ha ha. The plan for cultivation is working. At Tianling and Jiancheng, the blue radiance shone brightly, covering the towering peaks. Not far away, Tsukong stood atop another mountain, waiting for his battle signal. "Brother Tuhun, it's been a long time since we last met." A familiar voice sounded behind Tu Chuang. He turned around and saw that the person he was waiting for had arrived. Tu Chuang smiled. "Long time no see, Brother Ko." Ko Mo Hua and Tu Chuang have known each other for a long time, and their meetings don't require many heartfelt words. Ko Mo Hua then points toward the blue light beams on the distant mountain peaks and speaks. "Brother Tu, look at this. These are the 3,000 great Tao winds. Each mountain peak corresponds to a secret technique or divine power, and whether you can comprehend them depends on your ability and luck." Looking again at those dazzling beams of light, Tu Chuang sighed in admiration. No wonder this is a 10,000-year-old sect. Just this display alone is enough to intimidate people? Komohoa continued from what he just said. No, it's just a correlation. If only it directly pointed to the fundamental level of the primordial divine powers within the 3,000 Great Paths. My sect isn't very large either. Tu Kuang couldn't help but marvel. That's already quite impressive. A moment later, Tu Kuang was led by Komohoa to another place. This is not a mountain scene, but inside Komohoa's sect, on the arena. He introduces the fighting ground to the two of them. This is the martial arena of my sect. His face shows pride in this place of the sect's competitions. While Elder Lin Taishang, who manages this area, has gone out mining and probably won't return for half a month. With that, Komohoa suddenly leapt into the air and immediately appeared on the arena, then said, "So for now, this place is temporarily under my control." We've been friends for a long time, so Tu Chuang quickly understood what Komohoa meant. His face became even more excited. "Ha, perfect timing. I haven't competed in a while. I'm feeling a bit restless." A moment later, both of them stood on the arena. Tzu Chang looked down with tears in his eyes at the group of people from his sect gathered below, watching them with eager anticipation. "Brother Tu, you misunderstood. Once this arena starts, it will notify all the disciples in the sect. I also put my hand away because when we go all out, the ordinary arena can't handle it, so this is the best we can do." Suddenly, from among the people below, an arm reached out, disturbing a bit. "Hey friend, quickly defeat that little girl, then we can clash with each other. It's rare to meet a peer cultivator like you. I'm a bit eager about it, but you can't do this. Wait until later and let the person next to you step up." After hearing that, anger clearly appeared on the girl's face, and the companion beside her looked at her helplessly. She clenched her fist tightly, emphasizing each word. Person. Komohoa watched this scene with a dry smile and reminded him, Tu Huyen, causing trouble with Bakfeng Sumoy at the sect is not a good idea. Tu Kuang frowned and asked, "Is Huyen her admirer?" Komohoa was surprised by Tu Kuang's question and looked a bit panicked. "No, that's not it." As soon as he heard that, Tu Kuang turned to the girl, flicked his thumb downward in a dismissive gesture, and said, "Fine. My master once said, admirers of others are just weaklings with no real strength. Only the strong deserve the best." Of course, that also includes the partner, and his next words immediately make Bak Fuang move to the side, startling her. After Tu Chuang's dismissive words, the audience no longer looks interested, but instead falls into a tense silence, everyone annoyed by his attitude. Dao Hu beside Bak Fuang spoke up. "Your words are a bit too much." Tu Chuang turned his back to them and replied straightforwardly, "If Hu Yen Dai feels angry, then think carefully about my words." After a moment, the bell rang, signaling the official start of the long-awaited match between the two battle heroes. Kam Mo Hoa smiled, taking the first move, starting with Huyen. "I won't hold back." Using his divine power, Kam Mo Hoa summoned a huge tree to grow on the arena, with a giant eye shining with divine light on its branches. Then, small trees broke through the cracked ground on the arena and floated up, each one looking incredibly fierce and furious. As they emerged from the earth, a dark torrent surged forth, all rushing towards Tu Kuang, standing there unmoved. Tu Kuang smiled faintly, knowing that Kam Mo Hoa would use all his strength, but don't worry. I won't hold back either, and since you use wood attribute magic, I have the advantage. With that, Tu Kuang raised his hand to the sky and began to cast his lightning attribute magic, a huge energy sphere appearing above his head. A moment later, from within the energy sphere, a phoenix appeared, and Tu Kuang pointed at Kam Mo Hoa. The phoenix opened its beak and charged straight at him. Kam Mo Hoa stood calmly before Tu Kuang's magic, unfazed, and casually said, "Your brother's magic is still so hasty. Unfortunately, I have also made progress." He waved his hand and activated his magic. With a loud bang, sturdy branches shot up from the ground, forming a solid cage that trapped the phoenix of Tu Kuang, who was left stunned. "What is your divine technique?" Kam Mo Hoa smiled proudly, with lush, vibrant trees behind him, and replied, "The Great Spirit Priest Technique." Tu Kuang asked again, "Is your divine power of direct origin?" And Kam Mo Hoa continued to maintain his divine power while answering his question. "Yes, but it's quite embarrassing. I have only just begun to comprehend it." Suddenly, the phoenix inside the cage let out a deafening cry, flames blazing around it. Immediately after, the phoenix changed from its original golden yellow to the characteristic green of the wood element, having been assimilated by Kam Mo Hoa's divine power. "Tu Huyin, do your best. Show me your true strength," Kam Mo Hoa said seriously. Behind him are the phoenix and the ancient tree revived from the past, radiating a powerful aura around him. Facing Kam Mo Hoa's new power, Tu Kuang slightly retreated, raising his hands in front of him in a defensive stance. Clearly, the disadvantage was leaning towards him, and the people below in the stands, seeing him struggle like that, burst into mocking laughter. The words of blame started echoing from the stands as they shouted at Tu Zhuang and raised their hands in disgust. Even his own aura has been assimilated. So embarrassing. That's right. Get down now. Come down here. Come down here. Tu Kwang didn't care much about the spectators' reactions and turned to look directly at Ka Mo Hoa, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he quickly wiped the dirt off his chin. With that, I begin. Just waiting for this moment from you, Ka Mo Hoa finally launched her attack, targeting both the ancient tree and the small monsters. Then the emperor, who was also assimilated, stood around him waiting for orders. Ka Mo Hoa commanded, long awaited, come forth, spirit creature. Take on the wood attribute. Hopefully, it will not disappoint Hu Yin's expectations. Tu Kwang quickly assumed a ready stance. Spreading his arms wide, and energy streams appeared around him, gradually converging into a golden focus. A blazing energy sphere condensed above his head, gathering all his strength into that point. Then, with a burst, a massive destructive force was unleashed, charging straight at the small trees and his father. Waiting for the dust to settle, the small monsters were frozen solid in the ice, their faces showing awe, but before they could see clearly, they were instantly frozen in place. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Kimmo has recovered, and without hesitation he used dual-element magic. How does he practice two different techniques at the same time? No, not just two types. Another person shouts, look quickly, on the arena. Tu Kwang's face is serious. A faint purple light flickers in his hand. A dagger covered in a faint purple glow appears in mid-air, causing Ka Mo Hoa to panic. The dagger like a dart, and the ancient tree behind him was the target of this dagger. With a whoosh, the dagger controlled by Tu Kwang pierced through the center of the tree, splitting it in two. Immediately after, the entire tree shattered into small pieces, with Ka Mo Hoa standing outside the village amidst dust and smoke, where a faint shadow of Tu Kwang could be seen within. When the smoke dispersed, Tu Kwang appeared, proud and aloof, with a fiery phoenix spreading its wings behind him like the ruler of the vast sky. In front of you, facing Ka Mo Hoa, there is a large sword hanging in mid-air covered by a golden aura, with Tu Kwang's hand reaching out directly toward him. Following your command, both the sword and the phoenix behind rush forward at the same time. As the sharp sword nears him, Ka Mo Hoa quickly unleashes his divine power in tense anticipation. The powerful sword clashes and plunges deep into the ground where he just stood, sparks flying around from the impact. The lightning flashes brightly, then disappears. The sword stuck firmly in the ground, while Tu Kwang, obscured by dust and smoke, is searching for the figure of Ka Mo Hoa within it. Immediately after, Ka Mo Hoa suddenly appeared floating in the high open space around where Tu Kwang was standing. His roots broke through the ground and shot up loudly, rushing toward him, while Tu Kwang stood dazed right beneath Ka Mo Hoa's feet. He slightly furrowed his brow and began to unleash his divine power to counterattack. The Great Priest technique, sealing the four directions, Ka Mo Hoa launched an attack at Tu Kwang, with sturdy branches rushing toward him, pinning him to the ground. Tu Kwang is wrapped and pressed down by branches all over his body, his face showing discomfort. He kneels on one knee and calls out to Ka Mo Hoa above, saying, "Brother, my master once said something. Do you know what it is?" Ka Mo Hoa wondered, what did my senior say? The empty hand on the ground suddenly was enveloped by a stream of golden energy, comprehending all paths and understanding all laws. Ngi shifts the five elements. All techniques are easy to evade. Your gaze is unusually firm, and your whole body emits a dazzling golden light. Ka Mo Hoa is extremely surprised. This seal cannot suppress him. As Ka Mo Hoa predicted, the branches on Tu Kwang's body were immediately overwhelmed by his power. After breaking free from Ka Mo Hoa's divine abilities' restraint, Tu Kwang instantly counterattacked, an enormous arm rushing toward him, followed shortly by Tu Kwang himself, charging forward. Ka Mo Hoa nervously raises both hands to defend, eyes tightly shut. Finally, he speaks, "Brother Tu, I have lost." After that moment of surrender, the hand surrounding Ka Mo Hoa suddenly loosened, gentle and soft, eventually vanishing into the air. When Ka Mo Hoa landed, they both looked back at the arena, having sparred a little. The entire arena turned into chaos, with broken stones scattered everywhere from the water court. Tu Kwang sighed helplessly. "Hey, every time we fight, you still don't go all out. Clearly, you still have skills. Forget it. If you have the chance, come to my sect and play. You put your hand on his shoulder and pat him a few times." Tu Kwang smiled confidently. The little one has leveled up and can create an illusionary space capable of withstanding our intense battle. Ka Mo Hoa understood your intention and smiled softly. "All right. Keep your word. In front of the astonished eyes of fellow disciples in the sect, a promise was made between the two warriors. I want to challenge you too after this, to see your true strength. Wait a moment, I also want to learn from Dao Hu's divine skills. After Dao Hu just jumped onto the arena beside Bitch Puang, but my uncle told Tu Shuang Dao Hu might be able to fight seriously. He raised both hands in a gesture of courtesy, boldly claiming he wanted a real fight. In his mind, he thought differently, thinking he probably couldn't win but decided not to be afraid and just fight. Tzu Kwang was a bit surprised, but still someone wanted to challenge him after witnessing what just happened. Can you handle it? It's quite interesting to see my final move and you still dare to step up. It proves that you also have some skills. Komohoa just understood the situation and signaled the audience to step back. My brother too, you go down first. Over there, Tu Kwang calmly told him to come on, while Komohoa, who knows both of them, only thought that the person challenging Tu Huing's skill probably would lose after 3 moves in front of Tu Huing. Han turned around and walked away, feeling his respect for this junior brother grow a little more, while behind him, Liang Han. Tu Chuang rotated his wrist, and that loyal disciple also raised his sword, ready to fight. You keep praising me too much. If even facing me you're afraid to step forward, how can I bear the true spirit of martial virtue? Tu Kwang highly appreciates the opponent's style, praising him with a good job, come on. Hearing that, he begins to unleash his divine power, raising his sword with both hands, frowning slightly, shouting, split, and immediately, 2 faint figures separate to his sides. He poured all his strength into his legs and charged forward, with his 3 shadow clones rushing towards Tu Kwang simultaneously, catching him off guard. Tu Kwang clapped and praised. Your sword technique is very powerful. Tu Kwang was completely unaware of how excited he was this evening, thinking to himself that it was his way of showing respect. I also used my full strength. Tu Kwang began to counterattack, raising and lowering his hand with faint yellow rings emanating around him. Then suddenly, the entire arena was enveloped in a multicolored aura, obscuring both Tu Kwang and his opponent. Komohoa exclaimed in amazement, 5-element spirit chi, and it even covered the entire battlefield. The first clone rushes forward, slicing through the 5 insects like cutting fabric, while the other 2 clones also charge from behind. When they see the faint, unclear figure inside the 5 insects, all clones simultaneously point their swords toward that spot. Ha! You really are very skilled. This scholar with a giant sword appears in the hands of a beautiful scholar with many arms. Both the hair and eyes of the scholar seem to be burning, and he doesn't hesitate to praise his opponent, even as the other man, panicked, exclaims, "Oh, what?" Tu Kwang smiles smugly and keeps trying. The flower scholar swings his hand back, instantly destroying 2 clones and throwing the guy into the air. Zhu Kwang in the flower scholar's hand is happily playing around, continuously shouting, "Come on!" Komohoa couldn't help but marvel more and more. Wow, that is the flower bachelor of the fiery chaotic divine technique of Brother to reaching such a fierce level. In the next second, his entire body was lifted by the giant flower scholar and thrown straight into the sky. Komohua Vochi commented, "My junior brother, he's gone flying away." Another fellow disciple, wide-eyed in disbelief, exclaimed, "Our sect's fire roar has been knocked away again by a single palm strike." Tu Kwang only just noticed below the arena and exclaimed, "Hey, you're still here, huh? Weren't you supposed to have something to do earlier?" Komohoa responded, "Oh, I'm leaving now, but my junior brother, Tu Pum Bin Tindaplai, Anui Komohoa, Kong Saudao, Toida Tuluk Lairua, Chochut Nua Chakse Roik Swang Toi, Aduokroi. I didn't expect you to absorb the divine phoenix, the phoenix perched on your hand with a mischievous look and fluffy feathers." After praising him, Tu Pham asked, "So this is your chance to escape my control?" The phoenix's eyes reflect the image of me inside, shining brightly and clearly. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? I never thought about escaping or betraying you, because we are essentially one. The phoenix nuzzles into his hand, and I raise my other hand to stroke its feathers, reassuring him, "I know I also feel very at ease with you, so don't be tense. This is easy to handle. It doesn't necessarily mean destroying the person's consciousness." His eyes softened as he looked at the phoenix affectionately, and the phoenix, happy to be petted, lifted its face and squinted its eyes. He said again, reaching out his hand toward the glass on the table, knowing that even if I went to the ends of the earth or escaped this world, Tu Pham would hold the glass tightly in his hand. Tu Pham cheerfully instructs number 1, if you understand, that's good. Currently, the sect doesn't need anyone to craft artifacts, so if you're free lately, go make some for our silly disciple. And if you want to take on other tasks, do as you please. Number 1 responds to him, got it? So the spiritual body of Tufam begins to emerge from inside number 1. He teases playfully. Well then, I'll head back now. But you should still try to earn more money, number 1 said with a faint smile, holding a phoenix in his hand. Han replied casually, Ha ha ha. I don't have any ulterior motives. You should come up with some plan to escape or something. Some eternal scenes appeared in his mind, like this one. Goodbye to your personal feelings, they all belong to me, Siku, ha ha, no more overtime. Or like this. The Han is just a clone. Whatever he thinks must be like this. Even lazier than me, not wanting to think at all. Truly extraordinary. Tufam's sharp mind is truly different from ordinary people. Suddenly he exclaimed, when did that rabbit come here? He pointed to the distance where a pure white rabbit was raising its paw, pushing delicious fruits toward the 2 deer in front of it. And Xiaono explained, that's a divine beast often brought back by Wenhualu to help the growth of spiritual herbs and spiritual plants in the sect. Topham replied with a bright smile. Oh, I see now. Come again next time and treat them well. Tufam couldn't refuse in front of these adorable little animals. Tufam was surprised and said, Wow, such polite manners. I can tell right away it's a divine beast from the great Holy Land sect. He praised. Little No also added that it is a spiritual rabbit beast, definitely a divine beast of the Elder Council in the spiritual herb world, but he didn't know exactly which area it was from. As he spoke, Little No poured water for Tufam, who sat drinking and enjoying the beautiful scenery. Tufam gently glanced at the rabbit behind him. Wow, such a fierce aura. Oh well, it's just a talking beast after all. After finishing the water No poured, he softly beckoned to her and gently requested, Let's get to the main matter, No. No girl placed her hand on his, her face becoming serious instead of gentle, like before. Yes, the 2 of them began to connect their minds, and the system's voice rang in their ears, indicating the connection was successful. The demon realm is collapsing. The target's connection status shows no abnormalities. The consciousness link is being established, and the transmission is successful. Tufam smiles dangerously and enters a state of free control. Immediately after, Tufam appeared with his familiar furry monkey appearance, chuckling softly with clear amusement in his eyes. The sunlight shone down on the sandy ground outside the mineral warehouse of spiritual fire, his spider legs wrapped in silk, and a golden sound of surrender echoed. I admit defeat. Seeing him wave his hand and place his other hand on his hip while looking at Xiao Tai, who was tied up with both arms and legs in front of him, he concluded that admitting defeat early might have been better. After being bound for so long, I already said that although you are a spider, when it comes to playing with silk, you can't beat me. Still pretending not to believe, she muttered in frustration, Damn it, I lost again. Then Tufam smiled as he rolled up his spider silk, and Tot, landing on the ground, looked at him and questioned, A monkey like you wouldn't know how to use silk, huh? Hearing that, he also confirmed, Well, Lord Great Sage's countless transformations and hairs are not something just anyone can understand. Then she looked at him with dissatisfaction and sighed, then reached out and took a piece of bone and said, Well, forget it. Learned another trick from you, then added, Better to fight than to lose. Here, catch this. Immediately, he also widened his eyes and confidently caught the piece of bone, while Tot on the other side commented that this weak tribe was all waste from the royal thought insect. Seeing that, he also took the piece of bone and let a substance flow onto his palm, then threw it out with excitement. Oh ho. Got it. This is the purest spirit mineral fire essence refined within the fire thought insect, and additionally, it can produce top-grade cannonballs without any further processing, so both main and auxiliary cannons now have reliable support. Then Tufam looked at Xiao Ti with excitement and commented, This thing belongs to your ageless person. Do you still want to learn? I have many divine spells and love techniques. The 2 of them stood facing each other in front of a cave in the wilderness. Xiao Ti, hearing this, closed his eyes in displeasure and confirmed, No need. Our local Earth Spirit clan has our own inheritance. Very powerful, by the way, and finally I have to go back now. As Tyet turns to leave, he also raises his hand to accept the spell and confirms, Oh, then that's fine. Hearing that, Xiao Ti also turned around and asked him confusedly, What do you mean? Then suddenly invisible cords quickly spread toward her. Seeing him like that, she also widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, What? Then froze in place. Then she screamed in panic, Veilong Ma Chu! Behind him was a giant spider glowing red in its web, and he smugly looked at her with a smile. Hey, hey. His hand on his hip, while Tot was so scared she trembled and was restrained by silk, kneeling on the ground, crying out in confusion, How could someone have such a divine power like that? She struggles, her whole body pressed down with pressure, eyes wide open, trying to push away with her hands and kneel on the ground, overwhelmed inside, unable to move. This is bloodline suppression. Immediately after, Pham waves his hand, smiles at her, and asks again, So the giant red spider is gradually disappearing. He also thought to himself that he should thank Vulan for this achievement. Finally, he recalled the past, when that day he predicted an upcoming event, and, to prepare for it, not only did he have Kwang Tu and his disciples upgrade their strength, but he also sought out Vulan just before that. Vuong Vulan sat on the fishing boat like a fool, happily looking at him as he cast his line, saying, "Big brother, I caught one," still pulling the rod. Seeing this, he also turned to look. Then Vuong Vulan reeled in the line, and beneath the water was a giant spider biting the bait. Both of them exclaimed in surprise, "A spider!" Then the spider was subdued and shrunk down, and From Pham looked at him with a mischievous smile and praised him, as expected of Vulan. He also scratched his head like a little dog, shyly chuckling, he. Then made another comment, "I didn't expect he would obtain the blood essence of the great dragon demon lord." Back in the present, From Pham looked at Xiao Dai, pointed at her, then bowed his head with a smile and asked, "So, do you really not want to learn?" Hearing that, she eagerly sat up, waving her arms and legs, her big eyes wide as she nodded excitedly. "Yes, I want to learn," and then she firmly added, "I must learn." Seeing that, he quickly tilted his head, one hand shaking while the other rested on his hip, and said, "So it's still the same method. If you want to learn, then exchange with the waist of Huang Yicheng." Before he could finish speaking, she happily nodded and confirmed okay, and from behind he also smiled and waved goodbye to her. And Xiao Tai was full of excitement, her face flushed, her eyes shining like headlights as she kept muttering to herself, "Fire thought Zhong. Kill them all, new divine powers, learn new divine powers." Then he also wished her well, smooth sailing, and inwardly confirmed that everything was fine. This time the fireworks issue was also resolved. Then he looked at Xiao Tai with a smile and said, "But the demon race is also so naive," and then added, "unexpectedly bringing great benefits to me." This might also be the person who harmed him, while she was still excitedly running into the cave, raising her hands, saying, "I will kill them all, Huanenghi Chung." As soon as she left completely, he rubbed his chin with his hand but tilted his head, and with a happy look in his eyes, he acknowledged that trouble is everywhere. Later, at Wang Vuluan's house, he returned to his usual cheerful self and confirmed with a big smile, "Let's go, Vuluan, keep fishing." Seeing that, Vuluan also eagerly frowned and shook his head, refusing, "No, this time I won't go anywhere." Then he looked away with a cold expression, holding a scroll of paper in his hand as he confirmed, "Big brother, don't look for me to go fishing anymore, only cultivating can make me feel happy now." Then he placed his hands on his hips, shook his head seriously, and held his hand in front of him as he looked at him, indicating, "I want to cultivate," with a face that seemed to say, "I am serious." Seeing that, he also rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and thought to himself, "Slow. The power of divine bloodline hasn't been fully harnessed," blaming the last time Kwang Tu refused. Then he remembered something, looked at him and asked, "But a big brother, are you planning to find a matchmaker?" and added, "Tintu already has one." Then his face was full of sadness as he looked up with teary eyes and asked him where my son's soulmate was. Hearing this, he also broke out in sweat and stammered, "Well, this is—" Then he kept speaking with a distressed look, tears welling up as he looked at him with pleading eyes and asked when my son would get married, while you also sweat nervously and let out a sigh. He looked gloomy, pressed close to Pham, with a hopeful expression, asking him repeatedly when I could finally get married, and seeing that, he also broke out in a sweat, stepping back and thinking to himself, Why is even in the cultivation world I can't escape being like Mrs. Mai? Oh my God." Facing Vong Vuluan's approach, he awkwardly looked up at him with a forced smile and said, "What's up, what's up?" Tai Vuong raised his hand to signal to stop and responded, "I already spoke, but your daughter-in-law isn't from this world, so she probably can't wait for now." Hearing this, Vuong Vuluan's face turned stern as he stared intently at Tu Pham with dissatisfaction, refusing and warning him not to interfere. "Big brother Tu, if you don't agree to find a wife for my eldest son, I won't go fishing with you either." And hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, confused. Then he placed his hand on Vuong Vuluan's shoulder and confidently confirmed, "What do you mean by that?" And he looked at him with wide eyes, listening. Then his face was full of determination as he thumbed himself, smirking confidently and affirming, "I haven't even agreed yet. Your request. I never said never." And then he added, "A brother, revered by the heavens." He saw this and also called him brother, from Big Brother. Then he took the fishing rod. Vong Vuluan also grabbed his rod and they went fishing together, laughing happily. Tu Pham urged them to go and they excitedly agreed, "Let's go." Then he turned his face away, eyes closed, a mischievous smile on his lips inside. Hey. Then he added in his mind, "I've agreed to a major matter with you, and this time I must catch a great surprise for myself." They quickly moved out to the open sea, the waves crashing on the surface. Vuongvu Luan shouted to announce, "Wah-ah, I got a bite." He pulled on the fishing rod with a bit of anger, while the man beside him, seeing this, turned around excitedly and shouted inwardly, "Wow, wow, wow, you're so quick to react. Keep praising Vuongvu Luan, you're really useful." Then Vuongvu Luan, while struggling to pull the rod, grimaced and shouted to confirm, "This time it has to be a huge one," he declared determinedly. And he beside him was also busy, quickly reaching out his hand to summon powerful magic spells from his fingertips, then shouting a reminder, "Vuluan, hold on tight." Then his technique shone on Vuongvu Luan's body, and he stared in shock, finally opening his eyes wide, a faint orange glow flickering in his eyes as he shouted, "Oh, inside my body." Immediately after, his face showed shock as his body grew larger, tearing through his clothes, still holding the fishing rod and shouting to confirm, his body full of strength. Then he yanked the fishing rod up and a large octopus appeared on the hook. Seeing that, he also looked at him and called inwardly, "Vu Luan." And he also frowned with determination, his muscles bulging. Tu Pham looked extremely excited as he ran over, his big round red eyes shouting inwardly, "Having you is really great. I've hit the jackpot." Seeing that, he also fell into contemplation, closing his eyes and imagining himself smoking. Then he propped his hand on his hip and stood at the edge of the boat, looking out at the vast sea and shouting inwardly, "There's nothing at all." Next to Vu Luan, after finishing the cigarette, he sat down heavily on the ground, picking at pieces of his shirt under the boat's surface, confused and wondering what was happening. Where are my clothes? Next to it is a giant dead octopus, and the system announces its stats. The giant squid is normally without spiritual energy anomalies. No suggests grilling it to taste its freshness, and no comments on it. Immediately afterward, he shouted in disappointment, secretly crossing into Africa and failing again, another day with no gains, hoo. Then his body quickly soared up with a cloud of smoke, closing his eyes in regret, once again unable to catch anything. This is truly unusual. Then he descended to the ground, and suddenly Xiaono's system displayed a notification. He also turned to her and asked, "Huh," she responded with an explanation. Yuan Tianzun's ascension was premeditated because he couldn't suppress the power within his body, so he prepared a quick escape and survived the tribulation. Hearing that, he clasped his hands behind his back, looked into the distance, and sighed. The power of his magic had increased significantly, and the two worlds were finally about to merge. The display frame of Beino still watched him. Suddenly, a figure moved behind him, and he saw this, tears welling up as he looked over. Then he turned around, raised his hand to greet, "Ning Da Ge, you're here." The other saw him and also closed his eyes to ask, "Huang, do you think Tu Huinde will come?" Seeing him, he also closed his eyes, frowned, and said with a determined tone, "Such a big matter with Tu Huinde's divine powers, it's not impossible to sense it." Seeing that, he also frowned and looked at Ning Daige with some displeasure. Then they arrived at a wooden house, and he poured tea into the cup. The two of them raised their hands to toast each other, sitting beneath the tea-peak, and the one with a gentle smile spoke first, "Ning, big brother, no need to rush, take your time." Seeing that, the other also withdrew his hand, frowning with worry, and sighed, "Brother, from now on, you and the Hidden Spirit Army should return to the old lake 10,000 miles away." Big Brother Ning still calmly frowned and added his judgment, "The entire Tianlan continent is in chaos now. The fairy city of Pai Lan has opened a natural passage several thousand miles long," he added. "Such a long passage will definitely allow a large number of demon clans to emerge. We cannot hold the line. The Elder Hallmaster can only rely on the support of the celestial energy to do his best to stop the great demon lord Dathan living opposite." Then Ning Dage looked at him again, pointing to himself with a regretful expression, and saying, "Our Heavenly Forest City is very close to the Flying Land, so your sects should return as quickly as possible to confirm and protect the mortal nation at the edge of the 10,000 Lei giant lake, resisting the invasion of other demon clans." Hearing that, he also turned his head calmly to glance, raised his hand to confirm, "Got it, I understand," then called out, "Little one, notify all the disciples outside to return to the sect immediately." Upon hearing this, she quickly appeared behind him, clasped her hands in front of her chest, bowed her head, closed her eyes to confirm, "Yes." Then he calmly clasped his hands in front of him and responded, "Big Brother Ning, in half a month, I will bring the entire sect back to the 10,000 Li Ocean." Then he inwardly sighed. Today has finally come. He walked along the long corridor when a familiar figure ran towards him and asked, "Grand Elder, are we all leaving now?" He also looked at her, Ning, the Phoenix Lord, calmly responded, "Yes, something happened on the other side, we must return." Hearing this, she looked up at him with some surprise. Then he chuckled humorously, pointing upward and asserting, "But don't worry, I will leave a spiritual clone similar to Xiaolin to assist you in managing the 9 Phoenix Island, and additionally I will leave 100,000 Yuanying level puppet spirits, 1,000 Hoathan level puppet spirits, and finally 1 Luyanhu level puppet spirit, all under the control of the spiritual spirit. I will ensure the safety of your 9 Phoenix Island." Seeing that, she also clasped her hands, smiled, nodded to him in acknowledgement, and said, "Yes, on behalf of everyone I thank the elder." Then, half a month later, everyone quickly gathered at a pavilion, and he frowned slightly before seriously instructing, "Little one, activate the barrier spell to protect the sect, then add more. We must teleport back to the giant lake." She appeared behind, placing her hand in front, closing her eyes and bowing her head in confirmation, "Tuan Men." Immediately after, a bright light flashed on the island, and a blue barrier enveloped the island. How many spirit stones does it take to return to the main sect? Hearing that, he calmly looked over and replied, 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Hearing that, he winked at the people behind him, pointed, and with his other hand on his hip, boasted, "So for this teleportation back, I'll cover the costs for the Great Elder." Suddenly, Chamlin jumped out excitedly and exclaimed, "Ha ha! I can't miss scenes like this." He gradually descended to the ground, and seeing that, I looked over and announced to him, "Senior Chamlin, thank you for taking care of the spirit orb. It's stabilizing the disciples and will arrive soon." Hearing that, Chamlin quickly approached him with a wide smile and said, "Who would have thought perhaps this is the formidable master of the spirit orb?" Then he added, "As expected of you. This time I can witness firsthand the movement of an entire sect. Not bad. Living long enough to see more things." Soon, the sky quickly flashed with a shimmering golden hue, as Chamlin and Tufam looked up together. Then he urged, "Thank you, Senior, for the compliment. Look quickly," then added, "It's here." Next, an infinity circle with traditional golden light streams spun around the island. The people there also watched excitedly, and Dongchan on the ground also shouted out. Immediately after, 2 gates appeared, lifting the island above the sea. Then, streams of blue light shot out endlessly, pulling the island up toward the gate before it quickly descended onto another body of water. Seeing that, Brother Nin also sighed and thought to himself, the teleportation was successful. 30 million spirit stones vanished into the wind like that. The immense power of today, the law of the formation, is truly terrifying. And behind Deputy Head Nin, he also sighed, while Brother Nin kept pondering internally. Maybe if we keep pushing a little more, we could even get the Elder to craft more tools for us. Beside Chamlin, he raised his head and stroked his chin as he commented that the Supreme Elder of the Council is a complete life star, and it is said that there are similar formations, just that he hasn't had the chance to see the teleportation process. Next to Brother Nin, he also glanced over and gave his opinion. That's when they truly need to activate the teleportation. It's a major event, and beside Chamlin, he also nodded in agreement. That's right, just like the Elder can take the sect anywhere he wants, it's very rare, so this time they have to rely on that day. They stood watching the strange light before their eyes, with Xiaonuo standing beside him and announcing that the owner has finished mapping the area of the 10,000 Li Cursed Soul and they can start the arrangements. Then he also raised his glowing blue finger and continued tapping on the system window, looking up to confirm with the others. Based on the population distribution of the mortal nation above, start dispatching the Earth Disciple sect and then add more. Within 3 months, gather all the citizens of that nation in the 10,000 Li coastal area of the Cursed Soul realm, and find the best location to begin constructing the great fortress at the seaside. Then he lowered his hand to press on the screen beside him and glanced at her for confirmation. A place that can hold at least 10 million people. Moreover, defensive puppets need to be arranged around the outside. And upon hearing this, the little girl also looked at him for confirmation and obeyed. Then suddenly his legs also emitted a blue light, and his body began to release energy. A green vortex quickly swept across the sky, and he stood on the mountain peak, looking up at it. From a mortal perspective, the 2 worlds were merging, and a new order was about to emerge. He interrupted. Then he furrowed his brow and looked seriously at the beam of light. Immediately after, the passage between the 2 worlds quickly sucked in the crowd. He remembered the beast people and monsters, and made a further judgment that a new threat was coming. Thinking of this, his body emitted a green light as he smiled excitedly. Finally, he looked up and accepted it, his fists flying up with excitement. "Come on, I'm ready."